Oh, dear family, who can truly comprehend my bewilderment? Just as I was transported to this beastly realm, I was forcefully restrained and presented with raw meat. In a moment of sheer revulsion, I expelled the contents of my stomach all over him, inciting his furious wrath. At that very instant, a system notification emerged, declaring that in order to sustain my life, I must win the affections of the most formidable beastman, achieving a 95 favorability rating. What a thrilling start this is. I must tell you, I have never felt so utterly perplexed in my life. Upon my arrival, I was immediately pinned down, my mouth pried open to be force-fed raw flesh, gory and repulsive. The man wore a look that screamed, "If you refuse to eat, you shall perish." My stomach churned violently, and I vomited all over him. His handsome visage turned a sickly shade of green, veins bulging, as if he were on the verge of ripping my skull apart. Now, wait a moment. Let me recount the events from the beginning. It is utterly ludicrous. Just a second ago, I was pondering life while standing on a crosswalk, and the next moment, darkness enveloped me only to be followed by a blinding light and unfortunate encounter with a truck driver's urine bonus, it seems. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself sprawled atop a large stone, surrounded by picturesque mountains and pristine waters, reminiscent of a scene from National Geographic. As I lay there in confusion, I overheard a group of children nearby, chattering away. "Look at that mad female, sleeping there without a care, not afraid of being snatched by wild beasts," one remarked, and with a swift motion, a small stone was hurled beside me. I wondered what I had done to deserve such treatment. Another, slightly older child, displaying a sense of justice, retorted, "What are you doing? You cannot harm a female, the beast god will punish you." To which the little rascal sneered, "She's just a madwoman no one wants." Upon hearing the term mad female, I turned my head, only to be met with the sight of several bare-chested children, draped in animal hides, resembling little Tarzans. The moment they caught my gaze, they trembled in fear and bolted away, as if I were a creature that would devour them whole. Oh, dear family, who can fathom my astonishing aura of intimidation? At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated within my mind. "Congratulations, host, you have awakened the love system for sustenance." I jolted in surprise. Who is speaking? "Host, I am within your mind. We can communicate through thought." I realized this must be the legendary golden finger. I quickly responded with my thoughts. "Are you there?" "Yes, indeed there was." I hastily inquired, "What is this love system for sustenance?" "Host, you have perished in your original world. You are now in the beast world, a parallel dimension. We have provided you with the most suitable body. Unfortunately, it is on the brink of collapse. If you wish to live, you must win over the affections of the strongest beastman, achieving a favorability rating of 95 to extend your life by 10 years. What kind of KPI is this? I am System 999, here to assist you. Wait, what is wrong with this body? What happened to the original owner? I do not wish to bear another's fate. This body is inherently weak, and due to the original owner's prolonged starvation, she perished by the time you arrived. Rest assured, it does not count against you. The poor girl starved to death." I inquired further. "Where did she go? Did she also traverse dimensions?" "Oh, she has truly died." "On what grounds?" I protested, feeling that such double standards are intolerable. Only those from the main world possess the privilege of traversing realms. Those from the lesser worlds must patiently await their turn to be reborn. Does that mean I am surrounded by fellow compatriots? My excitement surged. "Calm down, host. A lesser world can only harbor one traveler, otherwise the fabric of reality would unravel. So, it seems I am the sole chosen worker." A profound sense of solitude enveloped me. System 999, sensing my turmoil, hurriedly reassured me, "Do not despair, host. You still have me. Quickly, pursue your romantic conquests. Otherwise, should you perish again, your soul will be relegated to the chaotic realm to wait in line for rebirth. It is a desolate expanse, devoid of anything, where one might languish for centuries before their turn arrives. Now, that is true isolation. Is there truly a queue for reincarnation? Indeed, did you think the cycle of life and death was without its waiting list? If you meet a natural end, you might even be granted a priority pass." I was genuinely enlightened. All right, how do we determine who is of the highest quality? I would not want to invest my efforts only to end up with a lackluster candidate. Rest assured, I will assist you in this evaluation, 999 guaranteed. Enough with the delays, host. Let's embark. The system seemed more anxious than I, likely fearing my demise would lead to its own reformatting. I nodded, and as I rose from the stone, darkness enveloped my vision, and my legs buckled beneath me. I was ravenoso, starved. I felt capable of devouring an elephant. Grabbing a stick for support, I remarked to 999, I believe we must first address the matter of sustenance. How curious. 999 mused. The status of females in this beastly realm is quite elevated, and the gender ratio is severely skewed. Even if the original host was dim-witted, starvation seems unlikely. How am I to know? I limped a few steps, pain shooting through my feet. Looking down, I saw a pair of grimy, bare feet. As I glanced upward, I noticed a tattered animal hide skirt, dark and rigid, glistening with an unidentifiable filth, evidently long unwashed. My arms and legs were caked with ancient mud, exuding an unspeakable stench. Truly, I resembled a walking bioweapon. Curiosity about my appearance compelled me to approach a nearby stream for a reflection. To my astonishment, the water revealed a wild-haired, dirt-smeared woman, a veritable madwoman. This visage left me utterly flabbergasted. As I immersed myself in this scrap collector aesthetic, a sudden bellow from behind startled me. "What are you doing running about, you mad female?" I nearly toppled into the water, jolted by the rough grasp of a stranger. Raising my gaze, I encountered two towering men, each standing nearly 6.5 feet tall. Their features were rugged, yet their gazes fixed upon me as if I were refuse unfit for recycling. Without uttering a word, one of them produced a length of rope, intent on binding my wrists. "What are you doing? Let me go." I struggled in vain, my meager strength akin to mere tickles against his robust grasp. He did not understand my words, muttering incoherently, yet his grip was painfully strong, eliciting involuntary gasps of discomfort from me. Another individual, unable to bear the sight any longer, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Wolf Wright, be gentle after all. She is a female." The one referred to as Wolf Wright curled his lips in a cold smirk. "Gentle? What if she escapes again?" Listening to their exchange, a wave of unease washed over me, prompting me to inquire of the system. "Surely, they cannot be human traffickers?" "Host, they are orcs from your tribe. The original inhabitant was rather erratic and often ran away. They are likely escorting you back to the tribe." This is exceedingly crude. Perhaps my audible discomfort elicited some sympathy, as Wolf Wright indeed eased his grip a little. Having bound me, he proceeded to lead me forward much like one would a dog on a leash. Their strides were lengthy, each of my steps was akin to 3 of theirs, and with my bare feet pressed against the stony path, I winced in pain. Yet, these two gentlemen exhibited no signs of compassion, continuing their brisk pace. After nearly half an hour, we finally arrived at the so-called Wolf Clan tribe. The passing orcs regarded me with indifference, merely casting cursory glances. One man, seemingly reveling in the spectacle, called out, "Oh, look! Wolf Left and Wolf Right have gone to capture another mad female." I shot him a glare and realized that the male orcs here generally possessed striking looks, with handsome tall figures abundantly present. The man, caught off guard by my gaze, seemed to grow somewhat uncomfortable. Wolf Right retorted sharply, "Wolf who? You might want to consider how to win over Anna. Her first beast husband is certainly not you." With that, he disregarded the man's irritation and dragged me into a secluded cave. Upon entering, I was immediately assaulted by an overpowering stench that nearly incapacitated me. The cave was a veritable dump, filled with refuse, decaying flesh swarming with flies and maggots, while the scurrying of rats sent shivers down my spine. Wolf Wright pinched his nose, a look of disgust etched across his features. "It reeks." Surveying the appalling conditions comparable to a landfill, I seized the opportunity, turning to flee while his attention was diverted. However, Wolf Wright was quick to react. Assuming I intended to escape again, he lunged forward, pinning me firmly to the ground. My face scraped against the coarse stones, igniting a searing pain. I felt utterly despondent. Where was this supposed reverence for females? I perceived none of it. "Do not attempt to flee. If you do, I shall kill you," Wolf Wright threatened menacingly. Wolf Left hurried over, attempting to placate him. "Wolf Wright, do not frighten her." Wolf Wright was merely posturing after all. Harming a female would incur punishment. They had not hunted for several days, their frustration palpable. In the tribe, males without partners were compelled to alternate in caring for unwanted individuals like myself. He released me and, seizing my face, forced my mouth open. Wolf Left then presented a bloody piece of raw meat towards me. In an instant, I comprehended his intentions. As the repugnant flesh drew closer, my stomach churned violently. Just as the meat was about to be thrust into my mouth, I could no longer contain myself and, with a loud retch, expelled all the water I had consumed earlier, splattering it all over Wolf Wright's hands. "Ah, how revolting! You filthy and odorous she-maniac!" The wolf glared at the vomit in his hand, veins bulging, his eyes aflame with rage, as if he wished to strangle me on the spot. My mind went blank, and upon witnessing his furious countenance, darkness enveloped me, and I fainted. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a different cave. As memories of my previous collapse flooded back, I couldn't help but retch. "Now that you're awake, you should eat something," came an elderly voice. Only then did I notice a wizened old orc seated by my bedside. He presented me with a stone bowl containing finely minced cooked meat, the aroma wafting enticingly. My stomach growled ravenously, and disregarding any semblance of modesty, I grasped the bowl and devoured the contents hungrily. Though it was merely seasoned with a hint of salt and retained a slight gamey flavor, it was a veritable feast compared to raw meat. "Take your time," the old shaman advised, his gaze softening as he regarded me. I offered him a grateful smile in return. The old shaman exited the cave, and at the entrance stood the chieftain. The two brothers, Lang Zhua and Lang Yu, were not particularly concerned about me. The clan leader's attention was primarily focused on the precious females. Among over 1,000 members of the tribe, there were only a handful of females. As for someone like me, deemed undesirable, I was destined to become the tribe's communal mate, merely expected to bear offspring. "How do you care for them? Can you feed females raw meat?" The old shaman reprimanded the brothers with evident displeasure. "Females are frail, and consuming raw meat can easily lead to illness. The death of a single female is a grave matter." The elder chief shot them a stern glance. Lang Yu's gaze wandered, reflecting his thoughts that he was not the only one. Those who took turns caring for her behaved similarly. The old shaman sighed deeply, reminding them not to forget how the young female's beast father had perished. He struck the ground heavily with his staff, and the words resonated clearly from outside the cave. It turned out that the original owner's beast father had done a great service for this tribe, yet after his death, they treated his daughter in such a manner. My heart instantly filled with disdain for these beastmen. I lamented to the system, "I do not want to stay here any longer." They tied me up, dragged me, and even fed me raw meat. It was as if the original owner had been systematically abused into losing her will to live, effectively starved to death. The system promptly opposed, "That is not permissible, host. I have detected that your first target for strategy is right here. Your body is too weak to survive until you find the next person. If you leave recklessly, you may perish along the way." I gazed at the remnants of meat in the bowl, my stomach beginning to ache again. This fragile body was truly inadequate. "Host, to facilitate your communication, I have imprinted the beast world language system into your mind," the system announced, causing a prickling sensation in my head. "Is that sufficient?" "Yes." The system seemed rather proud. At that moment, the old shaman announced, "The young female has awakened. You may take her back." Lang Zhua and Lang Yu entered, and upon catching a whiff of my scent, their faces contorted in distaste. Instinctively, I recoiled from the two brothers, genuinely feeling a twinge of fear. Lang Yu, holding his breath, said, "Feng Yuling, I shall take you back to your cave." Lang Zhua wore a forced smile, urging, "Let us go." Feeling apprehensive, I hastily descended from the bed. I noticed a stain left on the stone bed where I had slept, and my face flushed with embarrassment. Fortunately, the mud on my face concealed my reddened cheeks. I followed them out of the shaman's cave, deliberately bowing to the old shaman in gratitude. "Thank you." Both the old shaman and the chief were momentarily taken aback, likely surprised that a madwoman could display such courtesy. Upon returning to the familiar cave filled with refuse, I glanced nervously at Lang Yu's hand, feeling a mix of guilt and indignation. Lang Zhua assured, "We will provide you with cooked food from now on." Lang Yu shot a sideways glance at me, threatening, "Do not run about. If you do, you will be bound in the cave forever." Lang Zhua glared at him before half threatening me. "There are fierce beasts in the mountains. It is dangerous." Lang Yu scoffed, "Why say so much? Does this madwoman even understand?" Lang Zhua retorted, "If she can't understand, why are you rambling?" Listening to their bickering, I could no longer restrain myself, and clearly articulated in a language they could comprehend. "I will not run about. I want to bathe, and I do not wish to sleep here." The two brothers, caught off guard, stared at me in disbelief. Typically, I would only yell incoherently, but this was the first time I expressed my desires so clearly. Observing their stunned expressions, I reiterated, "I want to bathe, and I do not want to sleep here." "What is wrong with you?" Lang Yu asked, his expression filled with suspicion. I no longer wanted to feign madness and looked directly at him. Thinking to myself, "Are you deaf?" I turned to Lang Zhua and repeated my request. Could it be that the shaman has cured her madness? Lang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, clutching Lang Zhua. Lang Zhua pushed him away in annoyance, gazing at my diminutive figure, dirty yet delicate in the twilight. and after a moment of silence, he said, "We will agree to your requests. But you must not run about for the next 2 days. Regardless of whether I was truly cured, if I could behave myself for a couple of days, it would suffice until I was passed on to the next beastman." It was a trivial matter for a female to change caves, and no one dared to refuse such a request. Upon hearing my desire to bathe, they secretly sighed in relief, as this mad female was nearing adulthood and reeked terribly. I nodded eagerly and made further demands. "I want hot water and a new bee skin skirt. This frail body would surely perish if subjected to a cold bath." "Agreed." Lang Zua nodded, instructing Lang Yu, "Go prepare hot water." Lang Yu grimaced. This madwoman's words cannot be trusted. What if she runs away again? Lang Zua shot him a glare, prompting Lang Yu to reluctantly depart. Lang Zua guided me to a new cave, approximately 20 square meters, dry and clean, albeit rather empty. I was quite satisfied, expressing my gratitude. "Thank you." Upon hearing my thanks, Lang Zua felt an indescribable strangeness. Never had a female shown them such politeness. Shortly after, Lang Yu returned, struggling with a large stone pot nearly half his height, grumbling, "Wash yourself." I glanced at the pot, then at the two brothers standing in the cave, and asked, "How can I wash with you both here?" Lang Yu finally realized that he had not regarded me as a female at all. I pointed toward the corner of the cave, saying, "Never mind, just place the pot there." Lang Yu huffed as he moved the pot, while Lang Zua brought over a clean bee skin. I fashioned a makeshift curtain to shield myself from their view. They had little interest in watching a dirty, smelly madwoman bathe. After waiting for a while and seeing them remain still, I finally sighed in relief, shedding the clumped bee skin and stepping into the stone pot. Upon entering, I noticed a layer of black grease floating on the surface of the water. System 999, host, remain calm. Please prepare more hot water. My voice, tinged with embarrassment, came from behind the curtain. This was utterly revolting. The amount of filth I had accumulated was unimaginable. "Keep an eye on her. I will go heat more water," Lang Yu instructed Lang Zua before departing again. I wrapped myself in the beast's skin, watching the pot of murky water, feeling a deep sense of shame. I had never been this dirty before in my life. I assure you, the first pot of water turned into oil, and the second pot resembled sesame paste. I changed the water 6 times. After my bath, I looked at my reflection in the water, revealing my milk-white skin and familiar facial features. Goodness, so this is what I truly look like. I braided my damp hair into a twist and donned a slightly oversized bee skin skirt, feeling exposed and vulnerable. The foul stench had finally dissipated, replaced by a subtle fragrance. Lang Yu stepped outside, inhaling deeply, his expression filled with disbelief at how pleasant the mad female's scent was. All done. I emerged from behind the curtain, now clothed. Lang Yu maintained a stern expression, not even glancing at me as he carried the water outside. Night had fallen, yet they remained cautious, blocking the entrance of my cave with a large stone, leaving only a small gap. I thought to myself, in just one day, I've experienced more moments of speechlessness than in my entire previous life. I spread the bee's skin thickly on the ground, lying down to chat with the system. 999. You mentioned that my target is right here. How can I garner affection? Host, I'm a romance system. Of course. The way to gain affection is to engage in romance, to bond, and eventually to partner. What if he has a preferred female? Given my disheveled and mad persona, who would a high-quality beast man find appealing? This question left 999 momentarily speechless. Host, you shouldn't be that unfortunate, right? I sighed, realizing I was starting with a hellish scenario focused on extreme survival. By the way, do you have any beginner's gift packs or point shop that could help me gain an advantage? No, 999 replied firmly. I am merely a straightforward life extension romance system, providing no cheats that violate world rules. Fine, I had hoped for a treasure trove, but ended up with just a chat companion. However, rest assured, host, I am a comprehensive encyclopedia at your service. Feel free to ask anything you do not understand. Very well, considering your companionship during my plight, I shall not press you further. I must tell you, I am quite the easygoing person. After a brief conversation with the flawed system known as 999, my eyelids grew heavy, and I promptly succumbed to slumber upon a beast hide mat. Upon awakening, to my astonishment, there stood a fellow named Lang Zua, resembling a guardian at the cave entrance, clutching a leaf-wrapped parcel. A tantalizing aroma of roasted meat mingled with a burnt scent wafted through the air. Rubbing my eyes, I pondered if it was not still dawn, as even the diligent workers had not yet risen. He approached, handing me the meat, and as I inspected it, I felt as if I had just encountered a relic from a bygone era. The meat was charred beyond recognition, and, most critically, devoid of any seasoning. One bite revealed a fishy taste combined with a dry, tough texture that assaulted my senses. For those who understand, it was akin to chewing on a piece of waterlogged cardboard. Yet what could I do? I was but a delicate flower in a perilous world, and under the roof of another, I dared not be choosy. With a grimace upon my face, I steeled myself to swallow. To my surprise, Langzhou, perhaps with a misaligned sense of propriety, suddenly erupted in fury, snatching the meat from my hands and casting it onto the ground. I stood there bewildered. Did this man suffer from emotional instability? I had not even complained. Hastily, I retrieved the meat, brushing off the dirt, only for him to seize it once more, darkly asserting, "It's dirty now, it cannot be eaten. I shall roast another." My mind raced, questioning the stability of his emotions, which seemed as volatile as the stock market. Seizing the opportunity as he turned away, I immediately summoned 999 in my mind. I implored, "Sister, hurry. Locate the target of the strategy. If I remain trapped here, I may very well perish." Yet, this wretched system replied, "Identification requires visual confirmation." My frustration knew no bounds. Very well, I would rely on myself. I swiftly slipped out of the cave and made my way to the heart of the tribe. Upon arrival, I was met with a revelation. The customs here were marked by a boldness. The cave entrance lacked even a curtain, revealing an arena of vigorous activity. The scene was nothing short of explosive. As I contemplated this, I was abruptly surrounded by a throng of men. Each seemed as if they had not encountered the opposite sex in centuries, eagerly proposing to me, "Little female, let us bond." I am a four-pattern beastman, exceptionally strong. I was momentarily at a loss, not knowing where to focus my gaze amidst the display of well-defined abs. Just then, 999 screeched in my mind, "There, host, to the southeast." I quickly turned my attention to a sea of heads, only to hear the system insist, "No, no, no, the one at the very back." "Are you jesting with me?" I thought, but before I could voice my irritation, 999 struck me with a thunderous revelation. "Host, your body can endure a maximum of 3 days. You must swiftly secure your first beast husband." My pupils dilated with shock. 3 days to attain a 95-point favorability rating? Might as well send me off to be reincarnated. No time could be wasted. With all my might, I squeezed through the crowd, catching sight of a striking figure. I must say, silver hair, bare upper body, and a physique sculpted as if by the hands of an artist. Such a magnificent silhouette seemed unreal. My legs grew weak as I pursued him, but alas, my physical state was lacking. After merely a few strides, I was gasping for breath. As he began to distance himself, I could only shout, "Excuse me, sir, wait just a moment." Surprisingly, the handsome man halted, yet Langzhou emerged from some hidden corner, grasping my wrist with a fierce grip, his fury palpable. "Did I not instruct you not to run about?" The handsome stranger, sensing the tension, turned away without a glance. My potential target, my lifeline, slipped away. As I grappled with Langzhou, the surrounding men protested, accusing him of bullying the newcomer. In response, Langzhou delivered a bombshell. Smirking, "She is no mere newcomer. She is the infamous lunatic, Yuling." The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. I had exhausted my capacity for speech in these past 2 days. Subsequently, I was escorted back to the cave, helplessly witnessing the enormous stone sealing the entrance. My heart sank. Was this not a legal confinement? But who am I? I am indomitable. I had anticipated that news of my newfound beauty would spark curiosity. While in the cave, I counted sheep as I struck the stone, and sure enough, visitors soon arrived. Several men, disbelieving Lang's claims, assumed he was hoarding a precious female and rushed to rescue me, effortlessly moving the stone aside. As I beheld the light of day once more, I nearly wept. I hastily expressed my gratitude, only to see their faces flush with embarrassment. I mused how innocent these beastmen were. I decided to be forthright, admitting I was indeed the notorious lunatic, but that my mind was now clear, and I sought a certificate of mental wellness from the shaman. Their expressions conveyed disbelief. Yet they eagerly followed, proclaiming they would protect me. Guided by memory, I located the shaman's cave. Upon entering, I was nearly overwhelmed by the stench of blood. On the stone bed lay none other than Lang Yu, Lang's brother, bloodied and impaled with a branch, teetering on the brink of death. Lang Tzu knelt, fervently bowing, while the elderly shaman coldly declared, "He cannot be saved, await death." Next, my ire flared, "At least attempt to staunch the bleeding. Are you going to simply watch him die?" The old man reproached me, for interfering. At that moment, 999 erupted in my mind. Host. Target number 1 is directly in front of you. I looked up in shock. It was again the silver-haired handsome man, Bai Ying. He was also present. 999 buzzed with excitement. Host. This is your golden opportunity to reshape your image and enhance favorability. Act quickly. I shall assist. I am your guide to this beastly world. Resolute, I charged forward, grabbing a clean piece of beast hide and pressing it against the most grievous wound on Lang Yu's shoulder. Staunch the bleeding, I commanded. Bai Ying's mesmerizing green eyes widened in surprise, yet he immediately furrowed his brow. The old shaman, incensed, shouted, "What are you doing, mad female? You will only hasten his demise." I retorted, "Shall we simply allow him to bleed out? What if he might survive? If we do nothing, he is as good as dead." Even Lang Yu managed a pained smile, encouraging, "Let us give it a try." Sensing a glimmer of hope, I began directing, "Lang Zhua, what are you waiting for? Boil water and fetch a bone needle and thread." I then turned to Bai Ying, "Assist me, hold him down." He nodded, steadfastly securing Lang Yu. Seizing the moment for interaction, I instructed him to bite down on a branch, inhale deeply, grasp the wooden stick impaled in Lang Yu's abdomen. And with a resolute bite, I yanked it free. Blood sprayed across my face. Lang Yu immediately lost consciousness. Lang Zhua entered with the water, only to see his brother's eyes closed, causing him to drop the stone pot in shock. I quickly reassured he merely fainted, but the blood continued to flow uncontrollably. Desperate, I inquired of 999, who leisurely replied, "There exists a herb outside that can staunch the bleeding." I exclaimed in frustration, "Why did you not mention this sooner?" I dashed outside, only for the people in the cave to misinterpret my flight as cowardice. The old shaman shook his head, instructing others to carry Lang Yu away. Grabbing a handful of herbs, I rushed back, witnessing them prepare to move Lang Yu. I shouted, "What are you doing? Put it down." Crushing the herbs, I applied them to his wounds, and upon contact, the cooling remedy elicited a pained hiss from Lang Yu. Yet astonishingly, the bleeding began to slow. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at me as if I were a monster. To silence their astonishment, I fabricated a story, clearing my throat to declare, "The beast god bestowed upon me a dream, imparting medical knowledge and restoring my sanity. Hence, I am no longer mad." At this revelation, the crowd gasped in collective shock. The old shaman regarded me as if I were a living deity, trembling as he asked, "That you Ling female, did you also receive guidance from the beast god?" I must confess, internally, I was a bundle of nerves, yet I maintained a composed demeanor, nodding with an air of nonchalance, embodying the essence of someone who had mastered the situation. After all, could I afford to falter at such a critical moment? I must elevate my stature. As the old shaman observed my nod, he became exhilarated, as if he had just won the lottery, gazing at me with the admiration typically reserved for a divine progeny. He believed that our Shuel Lang tribe was on the cusp of ascendance, poised to become the most formidable tribe in the northern continent. I thought to myself, "Dear brother, your aspirations stretch quite far. At this moment, my sole intention is to revive the individual before me." I glanced at Lang Yu, noticing that the blood flow had diminished, indicating that the herbal remedy was indeed effective, thereby temporarily preserving my facade as a miraculous healer. Lang Zhua, gather the bone needle, thread, and boiling water swiftly. I commanded decisively. Lang Zhua eagerly fetched the items, and upon seeing the bone needle, I was taken aback by its girth, roughly the width of my little finger. A single insertion of that needle could easily spell disaster. I quickly exclaimed, No, this is far too thick. We need a finer one, or I shall be unable to stitch properly." At that moment, Bai Ying stepped forward, taking the coarse needle from my hand, and solemnly uttered, "Leave it to me." I was momentarily stunned, observing him before obediently placing the needle into his palm, murmuring my gratitude. To my surprise, he inquired, "Do you have any other requests?" I scanned the cave, filled with a throng of orcs, and issued a command. Except for the shaman and Lang Zhua, everyone else must leave. The crowd is excessive, and the air stagnant, hindering the patient's recovery. The old shaman, more eager than I, promptly ushered everyone out. Once the cave was quiet, I instructed Lang Zhua to soak the animal hide in boiling water, then commenced the task of cleaning Lang Yu's wound. After toiling for over 10 minutes, I was drenched in sweat. Just then, Bai Ying returned, wielding a bone needle that he had expertly sharpened. My satisfaction was immeasurable. As he turned to depart, I hastily called out, "I still need fire." Both the old shaman and Bai Ying looked puzzled, questioning the purpose of fire and stitching. The old shaman could not restrain himself, asking, "What do you need the fire for?" "To sterilize," I succinctly explained. "Without sterilization, the wound would surely become infected and deteriorate." "What does sterilization mean?" the old shaman queried, his expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. I felt as if I were not saving a life, but rather conducting a scientific lecture for primitive individuals. I pressed my forehead, striving to articulate in terms they could comprehend. Sterilization means to eliminate bacteria, to cleanse the unclean. The bone needle carries pathogens and must be heated. Yet, he followed up with another question. What are pathogens? I was at my wit's end. My mind felt as if it might combust. Fortunately, Bai Ying brought over the fire. A true savior. I quickly heated the bone needle, then called out to Bai Ying once more. There is no anesthetic. It will hurt immensely during suturing. So you must help me hold Lang Yu down. I then addressed Lang Zhua, instructing him to do the same, reinforcing the need to restrain him. Lang Yu, for his part, exhibited a commendable spirit, weakly retorting, "Do not underestimate the beast." I gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Well done, my friend. I hope you can maintain that bravado." I instructed Lang Zhua to place a twig in Lang Yu's mouth, then peeled back the herbal remedy, revealing the gruesome wound. And truthfully, my hands trembled. My malfunctioning system was still cheering me on. "Keep going. Host, you are the best." I was sincerely grateful. Drawing a deep breath, I plunged the needle in. The moment the bone needle pierced through flesh, Lang Yu's body convulsed violently, prompting me to shout, "Relax." I called out to the two burly men nearby, "You too, hold him down. Do not let him kick me away. My slight frame cannot withstand it." Lang Zhua exerted all his strength to keep him restrained, while Lang Yu, clearly anxious, turned his head away, refusing to watch me. My stitching skills, I must confess, were abysmal, resulting in a crooked seam resembling a centipede. By the time I finally finished, Lang Yu had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain, and I nearly fainted, my vision fading as I teetered. Fortunately, a strong hand caught me just in time. I looked up to see Bai Ying. I offered him a sincere smile of relief. "Thank you." To my astonishment, a notification chimed in my mind. "Congratulations, host. Bai Ying's favorability has reached 50%. The KPI had arrived. My smile widened in sincerity. I then realized that night had fallen, and my stomach was grumbling with hunger. The old shaman, having witnessed my stitching prowess, regarded me with profound respect, quickly urging Bai Ying to escort me for sustenance. I supported myself and applied more medicine to Lang Yu, instructing Lang Zhua to keep watch through the night to prevent fever. Lang Shuo was immensely grateful, repeatedly apologizing. I waved my hand dismissively, joking, "All right, just do not confine me to the dark room again." He bowed his head almost to the ground in remorse. As we exited the cave, Bai Ying's deep voice resonated beside me. "Let us go." I remarked I did it on purpose. Then, I feigned fatigue, leaning heavily against him. He initially attempted to sidestep, but upon seeing my pale face, his brow furrowed, and he ultimately extended his arm to support me. I immediately offered an apologetic smile. "I apologize. My health is not its best." He merely grunted in response. Just as we reached the cave entrance, a cacophony of female voices erupted. "I hope that lunatic hasn't killed Lang Yu. Indeed, I still wish to bond with Lang Yu next year." A female named Anna, with a sharp and commanding tone, remarked, "You would consider such a worthless individual?" Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted Bai Ying assisting me and became incensed, storming over to shove me aside. "Bai Ying, who is this wild female you are supporting?" I was suddenly thrust away by a powerful force, heading straight for a wall, but in the next instant, a large hand grasped my shoulder, causing me to stumble right into Bai Ying's embrace. Bai Ying's expression darkened as he glared at Na, stating coldly, "Anna, what are you doing?" Anna, towering at nearly 1.80 m, crossed her arms and looked down at me, launching into a tirade. "Bai Ying, are you forsaking me for this wild female? How is she any better than I? She is shorter and smaller. Can she even bear healthy offspring? Just pledge yourself to me, and you shall be my first beast husband." I was utterly flabbergasted, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. This woman was attempting to steal my man? The old patriarch was also at the cave entrance, hurriedly intervening. "Bai Ying, how'd it go inside?" I peeked out from Bai Ying's embrace, softly stating, "Lang Yu is resting now. Patriarch, you may go and check on him." Then, I turned to the crowd and dropped a bombshell. "And that wild female, Yu Ling." A stir spread throughout the crowd. Voices erupted in a flurry of chatter. Anna remained defiant, pointing at me and declaring, "Bai Ying is mine." I glanced up at her towering stature, then down at my own petite frame of 1 meter 60. My friends, who could understand this disparity? She could easily hoist me like a dumbbell. I immediately recoiled into Bai Ying's embrace, trembling in a display of feigned vulnerability. I hastily queried my system. Do females fight females? The system responded, yes. It is common to brawl for a husband. I felt utterly despondent. It appeared that I could not evade a beating. Bai Ying, noticing my fright, grew increasingly irritated with Anna. Anna, you have gone too far. You have frightened her. Anna, incensed, retorted Bai Ying. You're actually supporting her? She is that filthy and ugly lunatic, soon to become a public partner. Public partner? What is that? The term sounded anything but pleasant. I quickly peered out from Bai Ying's embrace and inquired. Anna sneered, providing an explanation. It refers to a low-quality male that no one in the tribe wants. He will be your beast husband henceforth. Understood? Upon hearing this, my face paled, and I clutched Bai Ying's muscular chest. My voice tinged with desperation. I do not want to be a public partner. Upon hearing my words, Bai Ying seemed to feel a pang of irritation. Nearby, a tall female named Ai Ma, likely disapproving of Anna, stepped forward to defend me. Anna, do not speak nonsense. As long as Yu Ling revives Lang Yu, she will be the most esteemed female in our tribe. Even if Lang Yu does not survive, she has regained her senses and will not become a public partner. The old patriarch also interjected, insisting that Bai Ying take me to eat first. Bai Ying, without uttering a word, clamped his rough, large hand around my waist and led me away. I must tell you, the moment his hand encircled my waist, my heart, reminiscent of an aging lady, began to flutter with excitement. It seemed he too was stirred, contemplating that perhaps being my mate wouldn't be such a bad idea. He brought me back to my dilapidated cave, and upon seeing my bare abode, devoid of even a bed, his brow twisted into a knot of concern. I noticed it. He felt pity for me. He instructed me to wait and then stepped outside. Moments later, a voice echoed in my mind, the system exclaiming, Host, host. Bai Ying's affection level has reached 80%. I was taken aback, pondering what I had done to evoke such feelings. Was this fellow a self-proclaimed strategist, concocting an imagined love for me? Bai Ying soon returned, almost like a magician, producing 2 red fruits resembling apples. Have these to quell your hunger. The meat will be ready shortly. My eyes gleamed at the sight of the fruits, and I gratefully accepted one, beaming, Thank you, Bai Ying. His gaze brightened at my joy, and he too succumbed to a silly grin. Host, affection level now at 85%. The system chimed enthusiastically, observing Bai Ying's profile. I couldn't help but acknowledge his striking handsomeness. He embodied the essence of a sunlit youth, complemented by his alluring muscular physique, all of which resonated deeply within my heart. This pure-hearted, self-strategizing wolf was utterly satisfying. As he grilled the meat, he even sprinkled salt on it for me. I must tell you, in this realm, salt is more precious than gold. Only the recognized female leads are afforded such luxury. Was this not the epitome of pure love? After we feasted, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, I quietly mentioned I would like to bathe and I desire hot water. Upon hearing this, he immediately expressed regret for his oversight and hurried to boil water, even inquiring if I needed a new beast skin skirt. Such attentive service was truly exceptional. While I bathed, I asked him to guard the entrance. Naturally, the cave lacked a door. If an intruder were to enter, my bath would be in vain. After bathing, I realized I had no clothes to change into and called out to him from behind the curtain. He promptly handed me a beast skin skirt, turning his back. As I slipped it on, to my astonishment, it fit perfectly. I exclaimed, Did you make this? He merely hummed in acknowledgement, as if it were a trivial matter. The system interjected once again. Here, beastmen possess basic skills of cooking and sewing to please their female leads. Then it dropped a bombshell. It is common for females to have a dozen or more beastmen. Dozen? 10. I nearly lost my composure. I had to strategize with 10? What an elite time management challenge this was. The system pitifully asserted that completing 10 strategic tasks would grant me a lifespan of over 150 years. I was at a loss for words. Emerging from behind the curtain in my new skirt, I twirled in front of him, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. Then, astonishingly, he moved his stone bed over for me. I assure you, that thing would require a crane in modern times. Yet he single-handedly carried it. Truly, strength begets miracles. Exhausted, I hurried into bed, urging him to return for his meal. However, he insisted he would stay and guard me. As I contemplated how to send him away to sew myself some undergarments, he unexpectedly transformed into a 2-meter-tall silver wolf at the cave entrance. The moonlight illuminated him. Strikingly handsome, yet aloof, but when our eyes met, those green wolf eyes startled me back under the covers. In modern terms, he was a bona fide monster. Just as I was about to drift off, external voices shouted in alarm, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Could I not catch a moment's rest? A bear beastman rushed to the cave entrance, only to be halted by the wolf form of Baying. Baying spoke human words, his tone irate. What has happened? Luo Yu has a high fever. The shaman requests your presence. I reluctantly climbed from my bed and followed him outside. Baying transformed back into his human form. And let me tell you, he was completely bare. Standing at 163 centimeters, I couldn't help but glance, and oh my, it was quite the sight. I quickly averted my gaze, hastening away to preserve my modesty. Baying hastily wrapped a piece of bee skin around his waist and followed suit. The night was chilly, and, as I shivered, he swiftly scooped me up in his arms. I gasped in surprise and instinctively clung to his neck. His embrace was warm and firm, providing an overwhelming sense of security. This position felt straight out of a romantic drama. As we arrived at the shaman's cave, I found myself mortified. Picture the scene. The cave already housed 3 individuals, a venerable shaman, a wolf beast man, and a hulking bear beast man, when Baying carried me in like a princess. All eyes fixated on us, filled with shock, gossip, and a hint of admiration. The old shaman, in particular, regarded me as if I were a rare treasure, undoubtedly calculating. The strongest wolf pup of the tribe has finally come to his senses. If this female bears him a litter, our tribe's gene pool would ascend to new heights. Thank you, but you're already plotting my breeding? I quickly patted Ying's shoulder, urging him to set me down. We had urgent matters to attend to. I rushed to the stone bed, touching Luo Yu's forehead, only to find it scorching. He could very well end up a fool. I shouted to Luo's, quick, fetch a basin of water for physical cooling. Shaman, do you have any antipyretic herbs? You won't believe it, the old shaman stammered, filled with shame, and confessed he had run out. Being elderly, he struggled with mobility and usually had other beastmen assist him in gathering herbs. But recently, everyone was preoccupied with hoarding food for winter, and this task slipped his mind. Does anyone understand? This was tantamount to waiting for death. Physical cooling only treats the symptoms. And my system 999 was no doryman, incapable of conjuring miraculous remedies. If we delayed any longer, Luo Yu would not only suffer, but potentially become impaired. My temper flared, and I declared, we must go gather herbs now? At this hour? The old shaman gazed into the dark abyss outside, bewildered. I nearly rolled my eyes to the heavens. What else? Shall we watch him burn alive? Besides, I need to find some healing herbs. It's a twofold task. I must emphasize, I had no desire to toil through the night, but a life was at stake. If Luo Yu were to perish, all my efforts would be in vain, and I would revert to being the vulnerable female, a fate I refuse to accept. I will go with you. Baying stepped forward, his voice unwavering. The old shaman, seeing Baying's presence, felt reassured and nodded, pointing to the bear beastman beside him. Xiongda, you should accompany Yuling Xiongda. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh, wondering if there was also a Xiong heir and a bald-headed Chong. I instinctively cast an extra glance his way, causing him to flush crimson, stiffening like a stone. What transpired next was even more amusing. Baying noticed my gaze on Xiongda, and jealousy flared within him. He swiftly positioned himself between Xiongda and me, blocking my view, then turned to me, his tone suddenly tender. The paths in the mountains are treacherous at night. Your feet must be sore. I will carry you. That moment was akin to the pure, loved deity falling at my feet. His possessiveness overwhelmed me. Fine, if he wished to carry me, who was I to object? Especially as an injured party? I fervently called upon my system. 999, time to work. Please scan for herbs quickly. Understood, host. 999 is at your service. My system is always at your beck and call, primarily focused on companionship. When we ventured into the woods, shrouded in darkness, I sought medicinal herbs in his embrace. I hastily urged him, put me down. I can't see like this. He appeared reluctant, frowning, and insisted, no, your feet hurt. I felt a surge of urgency, exclaiming, if we don't find the wolf right away, it will be a disaster. Only then did he reluctantly set me down. With a disdainful glance at the bear named Xiongda, he commanded, you, go back and bring a piece of bee skin. Xiongda, bewildered, sprinted off, trampling the grass beneath him. Just then, a white figure crouched before me, gently lifting my foot. He tore 2 broad leaves and wrapped my feet securely. binding them with grass ropes. In that moment, I felt a stir of emotions. This man was exceedingly attentive. He was no mere person. He was an Excel person, meticulous in every detail. After completing this task, he looked up and assured me, "This will ease the pain. When we return, I shall make you a pair of bee skin shoes." I was taken aback. This man truly knew how to impress. Unable to contain my feelings, I remarked, "By Ing, you are so kind to me." Upon hearing this, he stood tall, gazing at me with profound satisfaction, then reached out to stroke my head, saying, "I will treat you even better in the future." My heart fluttered. Who could resist such charm? "Host, he is confessing his feelings to you." 999 screamed in my mind. Silence. Focus on finding the medicine. I forcibly suppressed my racing heart and resumed my task. With the assistance of my golden finger system, 999, I quickly identified the herbs needed to reduce fever and heal injuries. Bai Ying stayed close behind me, acting as my guardian, vigilant of our surroundings and offering assistance whenever I struggled. By the time Xiongda returned, panting, I had gathered a substantial amount of herbs. Without hesitation, Bai Ying tossed the herbal bundle into Xiongda's arms and bent down to carry me again. I quickly shook my leafy shoes, insisting, "No need. I have these." However, Xiongda grimaced, casting a disapproving glance at Bai Ying, as if to say, "She said she doesn't need it, yet you insist." Bai Ying ignored him, simply stating, "This is faster." Well, saving a life took precedence, so I obediently clung to him once more. Upon returning to the cave, I immediately directed Lang Zhua to brew the medicine while I crushed the herbs for healing. I applied them to Lang Yu while simultaneously educating the old shaman beside me, explaining, "This is called Jiu Jie Feng. It promotes blood circulation and alleviates bruising. This one is San Shui Chao. It cools the blood and stops bleeding." The old man stared wide-eyed, likely considering me a divine being. After much ado, dawn broke, and Lang Yu's temperature finally subsided. Exhausted, I leaned against the wall and fell asleep. In a hazy state, I felt myself being lifted again. Squinting, I saw Bai Ying's handsome face, which brought me a sense of peace, and I tilted my head, drifting back into slumber. Later, I learned that our public display had incensed Bai Ying's #1 fan, a female named Anna, to the point of nearly grinding her teeth. Her friend fueled the fire, urging her to compete for him. Yet, Anna remained composed, recognizing my status as a reserve shaman and wisely choosing to back off. I slept soundly until the afternoon. Stretching, I prepared to rise, only to discover a brand new pair of soft bee skin shoes neatly placed by the bedside, layered with ample cushioning, both thick and comfortable. My heart swelled with emotion. Bai Ying must have crafted them for me. I quickly slipped them on. They fit perfectly. Ecstatic, I twirled in place, my heart brimming with joy. Just then, Bai Ying entered and, upon seeing me twirling in the shoes, asked in a low voice, "Do they fit well?" I beamed. "They're perfect." "Thank you, Bai Ying." This man not only identifies problems, but also resolves them. Truly the epitome of my ideal partner. But guess what? He had even more surprises in store. Slightly blushing, he pointed outside and said, "I moved in next door." I was taken aback. "There's no cave next to mine?" I dashed outside, and to my astonishment, a new cave, larger than mine, had been excavated in the barren wall of my neighbor. "Did you dig this?" I asked incredulously. "Yes, today," he replied, his face turning even redder. My mind was blown. In just one day, he had excavated a dwelling by hand. If this were the modern era, it would take a week with a bulldozer. Works are indeed formidable. As I praised his incredible skills, I entered his unfinished dwelling for a tour. He bashfully envisioned our future together. Once we become partners, we can connect the caves. Seizing the moment, I turned, adopting a somewhat haughty demeanor. "Oh, you wish to be my partner?" This guy, contemplating marriage and the merging of our dwellings even before confessing his feelings? How naive. He nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking a grain. "But I cannot be your partner yet," I teased. I knew he would panic, and he quickly explained, "I can be your guardian beast first, and then we can become partners." His earnestness was palpable, and in a moment of excitement, he pulled me into an embrace so tight that I struggled to breathe. "Let go. You're hurting me," I exclaimed. Realizing his mistake, he hastily released me. Flustered, "I'm sorry, I got too carried away." Seeing him so flustered, I couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, just call me Yuling. No need to keep calling me little female." I then decided to take the initiative and, gazing into his eyes, asked, "Are you being my guardian beast because you like me?" His face flushed crimson, yet he nodded earnestly. "I like you." I felt playful and edged closer. What do you like about me? I'm just a dirty and smelly wild female. His beautiful wolf eyes filled with confusion, and he stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Turning away, I pouted, "Humph, if you can't even say what you like, how can that be called liking?" Seeing me upset sent him into a flurry, and he stammered, "You're very beautiful and very cute." I turned my back to him, my lips curling into a smile. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I am hungry. Didn't you say there was roast meat?" Suddenly remembering, he hurried to fetch the honey-roasted meat he had prepared. Seizing the opportunity, I asked the system, 999, what is the current favorability level? "Host, it is at 93%. I gasped. Just 2 more points. Time was running out. As the aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air, I took a hearty bite, my eyes lighting up with delight. However, my small appetite was quickly satisfied, and after a few bites, I pushed the remaining portion towards him, buying, "I can't eat anymore." He frowned, expressing disapproval of my meager consumption. I clung to his arm, playfully pleading, "Buying, will you help me finish it?" I must admit, he could hardly resist that. His eyes widened in surprise as he took a large bite from the piece I had already nibbled. Watching him, my ears flushed a deep red. Once he finished, in a moment of impulse, I leaned in and pecked him on the cheek, saying, "Thank you, Buying. You are truly wonderful." In that instant, my 999 system burst forth with fireworks. "Congratulations, host. You have achieved a favorability rating of 95% with Buying. Congratulations on gaining 10 additional years of life." Task accomplished. I was elated. Buying stood frozen, his pupils dilating, the warmth of my kiss leaving him momentarily speechless. Slowly, he reached out, his rough fingertips brushing against my lips tenderly, lingering. His gaze bore an intensity that sent shivers down my spine, prompting me to instinctively retreat. Noticing my fear, he quickly tempered his desire and reassured me, "Yuling, do not be afraid. I will not force you into a partnership." I finally exhaled in relief when Xiongda rushed in, his booming voice echoing like thunder. "Yuling, Lang Yu has awakened. The clan leader has announced a bonfire ceremony tonight, and you shall be our tribe's most esteemed shaman." With that, the hefty man knelt before me with a thud. I was taken aback and hurriedly urged him to rise. Buying explained to me in a whisper that this was their intention for me to become the new shaman. However, I shook my head resolutely. Become a shaman? Remain in this tribe that had once mistreated the original host? Not a chance. I laid bare all the grievances the original host had endured, being underfed and inadequately clothed, treated as communal property. I told him there was no way I could stay here. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's face darkened and his fists clenched tightly. I gazed at him, feeling quite anxious, but finally summoned the courage to meet his eyes. "Therefore, I will not serve as your tribe shaman. I will leave sooner or later. Buying, will you come with me?" I expected him to hesitate, to struggle with the decision. But guess what? He suddenly smiled, a radiant smile that lit up his face. "I am your beast husband. Wherever you go, I shall follow." My dear friends, I was overwhelmed with emotion. He had never considered any other option. I couldn't help myself. I wrapped my arms around his sturdy waist and buried my head against his chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, softly saying, "Thank you, Buying." We had barely savored our intimacy for a few moments when a rush of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. The old chieftain led a throng of orcs, hurrying toward us. Upon seeing me, he wore a look of panic and asked, "Yuling, why aren't you attending the bonfire party? It is specially organized for you." Behind him, a dozen pairs of wolfish eyes greedily fixated on me, as if I were an extraordinary treasure. I let out a cold laugh, retreating behind Buying, and said in a voice that was quiet yet remarkably clear, "I will not become the shaman of the wolf tribe. I have already taught the old shaman the herbs for healing wounds, so you may return." The moment I finished speaking, I witnessed the old chieftain's face turn ashen. The pack of werewolves behind him glared at me with eyes that seemed to wish to devour me whole. The old man, realizing that intimidation would not work, began to paint grand visions, promising that if I became the shaman, all the single wolf males in the tribe would be at my disposal, ensuring I would lead the best life without ever being treated as a communal girlfriend again. I thought to myself, what a joke. Now that I seemed valuable, he began to dangle promises before me. Where was he when the original host was being bullied? I could hardly be bothered to respond, simply retorting that there was no need to persuade me further. The old man, flustered, turned to Buying. "You should persuade her." I must say, Buying handled the situation with aplomb. He stood in front of me like a guardian, coolly declaring, "Whatever she decides is final. I shall not interfere." Friends, This was the latest declaration from a top-tier boyfriend in 2025, listening to his wife and following her lead for a lifetime of happiness. The old chieftain was so enraged that his cane nearly trembled from agitation. Finally, realizing he had no other recourse, he relented and said he would not bring it up again, but insisted that I must attend the bonfire party that evening to celebrate the achievements of the tribe and the acquisition of new medical knowledge. Fine. As long as I'm not forced into any compromising situations, I can participate in this team-building event. Once they departed in their grand procession, I immediately turned to Bai Ying and said, "After this, we shall make our escape." However, Bai Ying shook his head, explaining that the cold season was approaching, and the outside world would be frigid. Running about would turn us into ice sculptures. Well, it seemed I was stuck here for the time being. I must tell you, once business was concluded, a physical issue arose. After holding it in for several days, my stomach was in agony. I clutched my belly and informed Bai Ying that I needed to use the restroom. To my astonishment, he looked utterly baffled and asked, "What is a restroom? Why do you need to go there?" I was at my wit's end. I could only hold my forehead and grit my teeth while explaining. It means to relieve oneself. Only then did he seem to understand. And then he scooped me up into his arms. He carried me straight out to the grass outside the cave and hastily dug a hole. Friends, who understands? In this beastly world, the greatest enemy is not ferocious beasts, but the lack of sanitary supplies. I held a small piece of animal hide, staring at the pit, feeling utterly devastated. To make matters worse, just as I was about to squat down, I noticed Bai Ying standing nearby like a bodyguard. Was he here to observe me? I hurriedly shooed him away, and after I had shakily resolved my issue, my legs trembling, he returned, saying he would bury what I had left behind, fearing the scent might attract wandering beasts. Help! This was an epic scene of social embarrassment. I felt as if I could dig 3 rooms and a hall into the ground with my toes. Life was unbearable. I resolved on the spot that we must undertake infrastructure development. I dragged Bai Ying to redesign our cave, planning out a bedroom, living room, kitchen, and the most essential addition, a restroom complete with a drainage system. Just as we were busy perfecting our newly furnished cave, someone outside called for us to attend the bonfire party. Upon arrival, I was struck by the scene. The bonfire blazed, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and the entire tribe had gathered. I must say, the real power player made her entrance, the old chieftain and the old shaman's shared mate, whom I referred to as Beast Mother Pro Max. Upon spotting me, she beamed and beckoned me over, then turned and arranged for her youngest son, a charming young man named Lang Ji, to sit beside me. I found myself sitting between Bai Ying and Lang Ji, one scowling on my left and the other fawning on my right, feeling akin to that famous cat in a meme, completely overwhelmed and helpless. As if this were not enough, the old female clearly intended to matchmake me with her son, while Lang Ji persistently offered me fruits. His demeanor so sweet that it could practically be squeezed for juice. I was at a loss whether to accept or decline the fruits, considering the tribe's formidable hierarchy. I dared not offend the boss. Just as I was grappling with this awkwardness, the wolf, Right, whom I had previously saved, and his brother, Wolf Left, rushed forward and knelt before me in gratitude. Shortly thereafter, the old chieftain stood up, lavishing praise upon me, and led all the males present, save for the females, to kneel, in unison. I was utterly flabbergasted. My social anxiety was in overdrive, dear friends. Even Bai Ying knelt beside me on one knee. I hurriedly urged them to rise. This spectacle was far too intimidating. The festivities commenced, and the group of orcs began to sing and dance. Lacking any artistic flair, I buried myself in an array of fruits, using sugar to numb my senses. Bai Ying quietly noted everything I loved to eat and placed them before me. Later, a girl named AI Ma, who seemed quite nice, pulled me into an impromptu dance. However, my awkward limbs sent her into fits of laughter, causing her to double over and unable to stand. After a thoroughly embarrassing episode, we sat together to chat, where I discovered she had feelings for Wolf Right, which explained her gratitude toward me. As we conversed, I found myself surrounded by a throng of single males eagerly offering me food, their enthusiasm rivaling that of relatives during a festive family reunion. Ultimately, it was Bai Ying who came to my rescue, enveloping me in his embrace like a hawk shielding its chick, finally granting me some peace. The gathering continued until midnight, and I was utterly exhausted. These orcs had boundless energy. I exchanged a glance with Bai Ying, preparing to slip away. Just as we had taken a few steps, I heard footsteps behind us. Turning around, I was taken aback to see Lang Ji trailing after us. He scratched his head innocently and said, "My beast mother instructed me to follow you. She said I would be your beast husband in the future." My eyes widened in disbelief. What was happening? Was this forced matrimony? Yet Yuling seemed unfazed, cheerily grabbing a piece of fruit, her mind entirely focused on the system that was guiding her step by step. Meanwhile, Bai Ying was swiftly handling that large black pig, discarding its entrails and fat as if they were mere refuse. Yuling dashed out from the cave, calling out to stop him. "Don't throw that away." Bai Ying looked utterly perplexed, his expression as if to say, "This is filthy. What do you know, little female?" Yuling was exasperated. This was a treasure. She quickly explained, "This can be eaten, clean it up, and it's delicious. Pork liver can be used in both soups and stir-fries, while intestines can be transformed into delectable dishes or even stuffed into sausages. Furthermore, the pig's stomach can be utilized in various culinary endeavors." Upon hearing this, Bai Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. The concepts of stir-frying and stewing were entirely beyond his comprehension. Observing his bewilderment, Yuling unceremoniously handed the pot over to the beast god, declaring, "I learned this in the beast god realm. Just trust me." Bai Ying, though skeptical, reluctantly left the pile of ingredients behind since the little female insisted. As he began to slice the pig skin, preparing to discard the lard, Yuling shouted once more, "Don't throw that away. It can be rendered into lard, making dishes incredibly fragrant." Bai Ying was thoroughly convinced, pondering whether this little female might truly be the beast god's daughter, given her vast knowledge. Let me tell you, Yuling, this salted fish had only one passion in her past life: cooking. Now, she finally had the opportunity to showcase her skills, and her excitement was palpable. The two of them ventured to the creek with the pig, offal, and lard. The scent of the pig's intestines overwhelmed Bai Ying, causing him to don a mask of distress. Just as Yuling was about to offer her help in cleaning, Bai Ying, with a face full of determination, gritted his teeth and cleaned them himself. After finishing, the stench lingered on his hands, prompting Yuling to quickly hand him a prickly fruit to scrub with. Upon trying it, Bai Ying was pleasantly surprised to find the odor vanished and his brows unfurled. Upon returning to the cave, Yuling directed Bai Ying to excavate a stone pot to begin rendering the lard. After she had cut a few pieces of fat, her hands became sore and numb. Unable to bear it any longer, Bai Ying snatched the bone knife from her, insisting, "You rest. This is not your task." He then gently pressed her onto a stone to sit while he blew on her reddened hands with a tender heart. Who understands the depth of such thoughtfulness among family members? Bai Ying worked with remarkable speed as Yuling stood by as the chief overseer. In no time, the fragrant aroma of the rendered lard burst forth, nearly causing Bai Ying to drool in delight. He was astonished, never expecting it to be this aromatic. Even more outrageous was the moment he boldly lifted the scalding stone pot to pour the oil, leaving me in disbelief. Were the hands of a beast man forged from iron? As the cracklings emerged from the pot, Yuling eagerly placed a piece in her mouth, savoring its crispy and savory goodness, her eyes narrowing with joy. She then offered a piece to Bai Ying, whose expression shifted dramatically, as if he had never tasted anything so delightful. His head nodded vigorously, uttering only 2 words, "Delicious." Observing his utterly unrefined demeanor filled Yuling with pride. She expressed her desire to venture into the mountains that afternoon in search of more ingredients. Initially, Bai Ying was apprehensive about the dangers and opposed the idea. However, Yuling began to playfully plead, swaying her arms, "Just take me along. Do you doubt your ability to protect me? Oh dear, with such tactics, who could resist?" Bai Ying immediately relented, declaring, "Of course, I will take you." After a simple meal of stone-slab grilled meat, the two embraced their animal pelts and ventured into the rear mountains. Inside, towering trees surrounded them, reminiscent of a primeval forest. Shortly after entering, Yuling excitedly pointed at a patch of wild cotton, exclaiming in delight. The system 999 in her mind fervently informed her. Host, blankets, cotton clothing, bandages. Upon hearing this, Yuling realized it was indeed a winter treasure and immediately began to harvest the cotton frantically. Bai Ying was astonished, pondering whether this little female might be a messenger sent by the beast god, given her extensive knowledge. Then came a pivotal moment. Yuling discovered a vast expanse of mushrooms, and, as she pulled one up, Bai Ying's face turned pale with fear. He rushed over, snatched the mushroom from her hand, and crushed it underfoot, declaring, "This one is toxic. It has harmed beast cubs." Yuling quickly activated the system to scan, discovering, by Nyogan Jun, non-toxic and edible. She sighed in relief, explaining to Bai Ying that mushrooms came in many varieties. However, Bai Ying remained unconvinced, firmly believing it could be fatal. To prove his point, he picked one up, intended to eat it raw. Yuling nearly lost her composure, grabbing him and exclaiming, "What are you doing? This cannot be eaten raw. It must be cooked first. Do you think you are Shunnong, tasting all the herbs?" She pointed to the nibble marks on the mushroom left by small animals, reasoning, "Look, if they eat it, it must be safe." Finally, Bai Ying hesitantly nodded in agreement. Frustrated, Yuling chastised him once more, but Bai Ying, even after being scolded, merely chuckled, claiming Yuling was showing concern for him. Oh dear, that look in his eyes and the tone of his voice. She realized, my dear female lord. How could anyone withstand such charm? Yuling's cheeks flushed as she pinched him, urging him to get back to work. The two returned home with a bountiful harvest. Bai Ying carried 2 large bundles in one hand and a thick bamboo stalk in the other, then naturally squatted down, inviting Yuling to ride on his back. Initially, Yuling intended to be polite, but Bai Ying simply insisted, "I like to carry you," and she complied without hesitation. Back in the cave, they laid out the cotton and a type of pepper called red fruit to dry. Bai Ying, with his sharp claws, skillfully fashioned the bamboo into bowls and various containers. Just as they were busy, Ai Ma arrived with the 2 wolves, Zhua and Yu, presenting them with fruit to thank Yuling for saving Wolf Yu. Yuling felt conflicted. Was it appropriate to accept gifts from other male beastmen? Stealing a glance at Bai Ying, he understood her hesitation and subtly nodded, granting his approval. However, he did not regard Ai Ma kindly, directly issuing a dismissal. To his surprise, Ai Ma, a little firecracker herself, shot back, "I came to see Yuling, not you." Yuling quickly intervened, claiming she was busy, thereby escorting them away. The evening's highlight was the rib and mushroom soup. The aroma was delightful. Bai Ying, still uneasy, insisted on tasting it himself, fearful of toxins. He scooped a steaming spoonful and gulped it down, only to yelp in surprise from the heat, feeling quite wronged. Yuling could only watch in amusement, her frustration mingling with laughter. Once he recovered, his eyes gleamed as if he had discovered a new world, repeatedly exclaiming how delicious it was. As for the stir-fried meat with red fruit, let me tell you, the spiciness made Bai Ying tear up and cough. But guess what? Despite the fiery heat, he continued to shovel it into his mouth, unable to stop. Yuling delighted in teaching him how to use chopsticks, reveling in his clumsiness as he struggled with the ribs. The meal was a joyful affair. Just after they finished eating, another male entered, Wolf Ji, who presented Yuling with a rare gullah beast. She was taken aback and hurriedly declined. Without hesitation, Bai Ying shouldered the prey and returned it to Wolf Ji, stating before him, "She does not want it. She does not accept your gift." What a blow to the heart. Wolf Ji fell into an emotional slump. Upon returning, it was time for a romantic display. Bai Ying prepared a bath for Yuling. After her wash, he even crafted her a new animal skin skirt. The next morning, when Yuling awoke, she found an impressive array of colorful new skirts piled beside her bed, filling the wardrobe to the brim. This man was truly relentless. At that moment, the system 999 in her mind began to chatter. "Host, you cannot show favoritism. You must not only cherish the first target. Fairness is key. Do you understand?" Yuling pondered. "Haven't I yet encountered anyone else?" She casually inquired when the second target would appear. The system responded, "The second target belongs to the Fox clan and will likely meet you in the cold season. He is here for you." "Here for me? What for?" Yuling wondered. Then the system began to unravel the original host's backstory. It turned out her father was a prominent figure in the Fox clan, but after her mother passed away, he suffered a backlash, losing much of his strength and being ostracized in the tribe, forcing him to secretly raise her. Upon hearing this, Yuling was intrigued. How did this body's beast mother die? Let me tell you, what followed from the system rendered me speechless. It revealed that the original host's beast mother belonged to the rabbit clan, but faced a stroke of bad luck when she was captured by a rogue beast. This perverse being not only forced her into a bond, but when she sought to break it, he enragedly killed her. And as if that were not enough, for the sake of his twisted desires, he even devoured her. As I listened, a chill ran through me. Could this truly be the work of a devil? Fortunately, the beast god descended with divine retribution, slaying that stray beast, or else the world would have seemed utterly devoid of justice. The entity, known as 999, further revealed that, due to the binding contract, upon the death of the original beast mother, all her companions suffered grave consequences, save for the beast father. None of the others survived the ordeal. My countenance turned pale upon hearing this. Such a family had endured unspeakable tragedy. After a moment of composure, I resolved to engage in some work to distract myself. I retrieved a piece of wild boar meat from the cellar, chopped it, sprinkled salt crystals upon it, and began to prepare sausages. Just as I hung the sausages up to dry, Bai Ying returned, dragging his prey behind him. Upon entering the cave, he set down his catch and embraced me from behind, resting his head on my shoulder. His tone a blend of grievance and self-reproach. Why do you do so much work again? It's all my fault for not taking good care of you. I was momentarily taken aback. My stirring spoon for the pig liver soup halted in midair. I thought to myself, isn't it just sausage making? What's the big deal? To my astonishment, this nearly 2-meter-tall man spoke with a quivering voice. I'm sorry, Yuling, I'm so useless. Who could withstand the charms of a pampered giant dog? My heart melted instantly, and I hurried to ruffle his fur. You were taking good care of me. It's just that I wanted to eat it, and you and T know how to make it. I can't be eating roasted meat every day. Yet he persisted, like a broken record, blaming himself. I'm sorry. It's my first time caring for a little female. I didn't do well. Should I ask Lang Ji to help? I found his sensitivity both amusing and exasperating. I quickly turned to cradle his face. You are really wonderful. I want to do it myself. Don't overthink it. At last, he raised his head, sincerity radiating from his expression. Next time, wait for me. I'll learn. I'll strive to be better at taking care of you. Seeing his earnest demeanor, I couldn't help but rise on my toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. All right. With that simple gesture, he seemed to spring back to life, holding me tightly, all traces of his previous uncertainty vanishing. He must have been thinking, my little female is the best in the world. The following day, Bai Ying returned with a catch identical to yesterday's, merely larger in size. Noticing my gaze upon the prey, he raised an eyebrow with pride, his expression almost saying, see, I'm better than him. I enthusiastically gave him a thumbs up. Bai Ying, you're amazing. He beamed with delight. After indulging in 2 hearty bowls of pig liver soup, my belly round and content, I propose we venture into the mountains again to gather provisions before winter set in. Upon seeing the gleam in my eyes, Bai Ying could not refuse and nodded in agreement. My excitement surged as I grabbed several animal hides, exclaiming to Bai Ying, let us go, let us go. He laughed and caught up with me, taking my hand as we raced deeper into the valley. This valley was nothing short of a treasure trove. Guided by 999's hints, I dug for wild vegetables with the fervor of a prairie dog. Just as Wang Baochuan once foraged for love, I, Yuling, was fighting for my share of greens. Bai Ying watched me with bemusement, likely wondering, what is so delightful about this pile of weeds? Suddenly, 999's voice rang in my head. Host, there are wild radishes 50 meters ahead. Radishes? My eyes lit up, and I took off running. Bai Ying, startled, shouted after me, slow down. Be careful of fierce beasts. Despite his words, he immediately followed suit. Upon arrival, I found a cluster of vibrant green radish tops, and I nearly drooled at the sight. Winter radishes and summer ginger. This year's bone soup will depend on these. Bai Ying approached and remarked, these are the radishes favored by rabbits. I carefully scraped the soil with my bone knife while nodding. I love them too. He teased me with a smile. What kind of little fox loves everything? I playfully stuck out my tongue. Perhaps it's because my beast mother is of the rabbit clan. At that, he asked abruptly, Yuling, do you wish to find your beast mother? Instantly, I recalled the tragic tale 999 had shared earlier, and my heart ached. My voice trembling. My beast mother has already passed away. Bai Ying went silent, likely unaware of this sorrowful fact within his tribe. He swiftly comforted me by stroking the back of my head. Do not be sad. My beast father and mother have also perished. We shall live well from now on, and I will protect you. I thought to myself how remarkable his method of consolation was. Out of curiosity, I inquired, what happened to your beast father and mother? He chuckled, yet the smile was more sorrowful than laughter. Over 20 years ago, our tribe was attacked by ferocious beasts. They perished amidst the beast tide. Beast tide? A new term for me. I quickly asked 999, what is a beast tide? In the beast world, wild creatures experience 2 frenzied periods each year, called the berserk phase. They gather in hordes, attacking indiscriminately anything they encounter. This is known as the beast tide. I understood. So, what you mean is whoever encounters them is doomed. You could say that. Well, the difficulty of survival just escalated. Noticing me laboring with the bone knife, Bai Ying gently said, let me dig. You rest. With that, he extended his hand, transforming it into a silvery white wolf claw. In mere moments, his sharp claws unearthed the soil, revealing a large, white radish. My eyes widened in astonishment. $9.99. Can I also transform my hands into claws? This is so convenient. Host, females do not possess transformation abilities. All right, I felt a fleeting disappointment, only to be wholly captivated by the large radish. Clutching the hefty vegetable weighing about 3 to 4 pounds, I drooled. Quick, let us dig them all up. We'll make dried radishes and pickles. Bai Ying, although unfamiliar with what dried radishes and pickles were, obediently began to dig without a word. Just then, a particularly arrogant and frivolous voice pierced the air. TSK. ISNT this Bai Ying? So, you're feeding the Yuling female such weeds? Yuling, you'd be better off with me. I wouldn't let you eat this. I looked up to see a massive, muscular man standing nearby, larger than a bear, his muscles bulging as if ready to burst. His gaze upon me was lecherous and oily, making me instantly recoil in disgust. The muscle-bound man, noticing my scrutiny, appeared quite pleased with himself. Yet in the next moment I was utterly shocked. He actually tore off his beast-hide skirt right in front of me. Ah! I screamed in fright and buried my face into Bai Ying's embrace. This man must be deranged. Bai Ying's expression darkened. He firmly grasped my waist and coldly warned, Xiang Yuan, you frightened Yuling. Leave at once. The man named Xiang Yuan paid him no heed, instead challenging Bai Ying. Bai Ying, I want to duel with you. If I win, the position of Yuling's first beast husband will be mine. What? On what grounds? I was furious, shaking my head vigorously in Bai Ying's embrace. I had no intention of being with this greasy man. 999 reassured me. Do not worry, host. Bai Ying is the strongest warrior of the tribe and will not lose. I knew that. Yet my anxiety lingered. Besides, even if Bai Ying lost, I would still choose him. Did females have no choice in this matter? Sensing my unease, Bai Ying gently brushed my brow and spoke tenderly. Do not fret. Your first beast husband is no pushover. He then turned to Xiang Yuan with a fierce glare. Xiang Yuan, it seems you haven't learned your lesson yet. Xiang Yuan scoffed, leaving a taunt. I'll be waiting for you in the plaza. Don't you dare chicken out before walking away. I peeked out from Bai Ying's embrace, feeling guilty. Did I cause you trouble? He sighed. My little Yuling, you must grow quickly. Do not worry. Trust me. Let us head back. After Xiang Yuan's interruption, my enthusiasm for digging radishes completely vanished, and I followed Bai Ying back to the cave. Upon arriving home, Ayima burst in like a whirlwind, and upon seeing us entwined, she exhibited no embarrassment whatsoever. With the rapid-fire intensity of a machine gun, she exclaimed, Yueling, where have you been? Xiang Yuan claims he wishes to challenge Bai Ying. How did you provoke him? Observing my bewildered expression, she stomped her foot in frustration. Xiang Yuan may be powerful, but he is petty and has a dreadful character, and he is already 50 years old. How old are you? That old fool has no shame, ugh. What? I was utterly stunned. 50 years old. That fellow looked barely in his 20s. Thankfully, 999 educated me, explaining that here, orcs typically live up to 150 years, with 50 being their prime. Curious, I inquired about Bai Ying's age, only to discover he was merely 21, younger than I, a veritable prodigy. I further asked 999 about the intricate markings on Bai Ying, to which it replied that they merely indicate a ranking of strength correlated with physical prowess, devoid of any supernatural abilities. Ayima, seeing us still engaged in our conversation, seized my hand and declared, Come, we must go. He is fighting for you. You cannot miss this. It was then I learned that Ayima and Bai Ying were cousins, and that she once harbored feelings for Xiang Yuan, only to be humiliated by him, resulting in her now being his staunchest detractor. Upon reaching the square, a large crowd had already gathered. Xiang Yuan stood in the center, casting us a scornful glance. Bai Ying instructed me to wait patiently, gently assuring me I will take him down. As they took to the arena, the surrounding orcs began to murmur, predominantly favoring Bai Ying and mocking Xiang Yuan for his arrogance. The scene was nothing short of brutal. Bai Ying struck with a powerful punch that Xiang Yuan absorbed, and the battle escalated from human form to beast form, creating a whirlwind of dust and debris. It was utterly breathtaking. Bai Ying transformed into a massive silver wolf, while Xiang Yuan became a formidable great elephant, one agile and graceful, the other tough and resilient, locked in a fierce contest. Watching Bai Ying's beautiful silver fur stained with blood made my heart ache with apprehension. Ayima comforted me, stating that injuries were commonplace in Orcish brawls. After an intense hour, Bai Ying ultimately triumphed, pinning the transformed Xiang Yuan beneath him, returning to human form and delivering a series of blows to his face. Only when Xiang Yuan conceded defeat did Bai Ying relent. donning a leather skirt and flashing a charming smile at the crowd. He was strikingly handsome. Ignoring the fallen Xiangyuan, he approached me, took my hand, and with a voice so tender it could evoke tears, said, "Yueling, shall we return? You wish to prepare pickled radish, did you not?" Gazing at the bruises on his body filled me with concern, and I nodded obediently. Once back in the cave, I gently touched his wounds and asked, "Does it hurt?" He shook his head, smiling. "Not at all, just minor injuries." Most of the blood on him was Xiangyuan's. He grasped my hand with earnest sincerity. Moreover, "I cannot afford to lose, Yueling. I simply must not." In that moment, the air around us felt charged with warmth. He slowly leaned in, and my heart raced like a drum, causing me to close my eyes in nervous anticipation. His kiss was both gentle and fervent, leaving me dazed, my mind a blank. I lost track of time until I felt breathless and gently pushed him away. As I opened my eyes, I found him smiling at me, softly declaring, "Yueling, you are truly beautiful." My face flushed crimson, and leaning against him, I felt akin to a ripe tomato. Since our kiss, he had remarkably taken on a role of indulgence and compliance, insisting I do less work in the cave. When I asked him to cut the radish into strips, he did precisely that. When I asked him to string a line for drying the radish, he complied. After his tasks were complete, I pointed to a few cypress trees not far from the cave and suggested, "Bing, let us gather some leaves to smoke the sausages." I must say, Bei Ying's execution was impeccable. No sooner had I spoken than he darted off like a gust of wind, returning shortly with a large bundle of cypress leaves. Together, we quickly assembled a rack and hung the freshly prepared sausages and cured meat. I directed him, "Careful, don't let it catch fire. We require the smoke. So let it smoke slowly, do you understand?" Bei Ying observed with a perplexed expression, his brow furrowed as if he were an elderly subway passenger struggling with technology, muttering, "This method seems rather peculiar." I sat beside him and patted his arm, reassuring him, "Do not worry. This is called smoked flavor. Once smoked with cypress leaves, it is incredibly fragrant. Furthermore, it can be preserved for a long time, akin to a natural preservative." He then inquired with that gentle tone, "Is this what you witnessed in the beast god realm?" I nodded eagerly, pleased to have my modern knowledge validated. Indeed, during my bewildering time, my soul ventured into the beast god realm, where I encountered numerous delectable and enjoyable experiences. "What kind of world is that?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. I contemplated the main world that System 999 had mentioned, our very own 21st century, and vaguely replied, "It is exceptionally splendid, fascinating, and filled with happiness." If only my family understood that I was referring to the joys of our homeland, replete with smartphones and takeout. Upon hearing my description, Bei Ying seemed to connect the dots, his expression transforming as if he realized why I had awakened without memories. My soul had been summoned by the beast god for a special purpose. He gazed at the glistening sausages, suddenly becoming serious. "In past winters, many orcs in the tribe have fallen ill or starved due to food scarcity or spoilage," he shared. Then, with a tone of trepidation, he asked, "Yueling, may I share these methods with the chieftain?" My heart sank. While I held little affection for the wolf clan, I was not heartless. Saving a life is worth more than constructing a pagoda, and if I could help reduce their losses, it would be a virtuous act. I nodded. "Yes, you may. And regarding wild cotton, it can be used to make clothing and bedding, and also for stopping bleeding. The cellar can store grain, and smoked meat can also serve as provisions. Share all of this with them." I pointed to the cotton drying nearby. "Tonight, let us create a set as a sample, and then you can teach them." That evening, we tasted the semi-finished smoked meat and sausages, and the flavor was exquisite. Bei Ying's eyes sparkled with delight as he imitated my gesture of giving a thumbs up, then pulled me into an embrace, resting his head on my shoulder. Laughing like an exuberant puppy, my little female lord is truly remarkable. After satisfying our appetites, we began to craft the first piece of fur-lined cotton clothing. I must say, the stitching was haphazard and the appearance quite unsightly, but it felt warm and practical. Bei Ying claimed that their adult orcs would not need such clothing, yet his body betrayed him. He worked diligently, likely feeling sympathy for the weaker younglings. The following day, Bei Ying proudly carried smoked meat, sausages, and our charmingly flawed cotton outfit to present to the elder chieftain. Not wishing to be the center of attention at the tribal hub, I stayed behind in the cave. As I waited, I eventually drifted off to sleep. When I regained consciousness, I sensed his presence nearby. Upon opening my eyes, I found Bei Ying had returned. I joyfully asked, "You're back. What did the chieftain say?" His expression was complex. First excitement, then guilt as he said, "I am sorry, Yueling, but I fear your identity cannot remain concealed. I was taken aback. What did he mean? My identity cannot be hidden. Had they discovered I was a soul from another world? Would they consider me a monster and burn me at the stake? My mind raced with 100 forms of torture. Host, please remain calm. They will not uncover your true identity. System 999 quickly reassured me. I swallowed hard, casting a guilty glance at Bing, my voice trembling. What identity? You are the messenger sent by the beast god. What? I was utterly flabbergasted. My goodness, I was nearly frightened to death, thinking I would meet my demise, only to find myself elevated to a divine pedestal instead. How did such overwhelming fortune come to fall upon me? Hastily, I waved my hands in protest. Say no, by Ing, I'm not a messenger. I am merely an ordinary female, just spinning tales. Bai Ying looked at me with a blend of helplessness and affection, as if to say, look at you, being so humble again. He dismissed the subject entirely, saying, be good, get some sleep. I will wash up by the river. He forcibly tucked me back into bed, and as I struggled to explain, hey, that matter about the beast god messenger is not important, he insisted, just sleep. His gentle touch on my head was unbearably tender. Well then, if the esteemed one forbids it, what can I do? I had no choice but to snuggle under the covers and start venting to my little system companion. 999. This lie is getting bigger. If I pretend to be the beast god messenger, won't I be struck by lightning? Don't worry, host. You are the glitch in this world. The beast god cannot touch you. Besides, how cool is this identity? You can walk boldly across the beast world from now on. But I just want to be a lazy fish, enjoying a sweet little life with Bai Ying. But even as a lazy fish, you are benefiting the world. Host, do not feel pressured. I am here with you. 999's words truly warmed my heart. The next morning, when I opened my eyes, an old, wrinkled face was thrust before me, startling me so much that I rolled to the farthest corner of the stone bed. Upon closer inspection, it was the tribe's elder. Good heavens, do the elderly indulge in such immersive awakening services? The elder was equally startled and hastily apologized. I am sorry, Yuling. I did not mean to frighten you. Only then did I notice that the cave was not occupied by him alone. The old shaman and Bai Ying were present as well. The elder exchanged a glance with the shaman, and then, without warning, they both knelt before me, simultaneously. Two white-haired old men. We pay our respects to the beast god messenger. Who could bear such reverence? It felt like a threat to my lifespan. I rushed to help them up, exclaiming, I am truly not. Please rise. But they paid no heed, insisting that I was knowledgeable and must indeed be the messenger. I was at a loss, casting a pleading glance at Bai Ying for help. However, he merely touched his nose and stated, I cannot decide. Oh, Bai Ying, just wait until I have my turn to deal with you. The elder was even more determined, starting to bow his head repeatedly, claiming that the tribe had wronged me in the past, and that it was his failure. He was now willing to relinquish his position as elder, pleading for my mercy towards the wolf tribe. I was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of predicament was this? It was like riding a tiger, impossible to dismount. I should never have agreed to Bai Ying yesterday. I held my forehead and sighed deeply, finally conceding, very well, I'm the beast god's messenger. But I beseech you, do not let this matter be known. Furthermore, elder, there is no need for you to step down. What a joke! If you step down, the tribe would undoubtedly descend into chaos, and I certainly did not wish to attract trouble. Only then did the two old men express their heartfelt gratitude and rise. The elder even offered to provide me with a larger and better cave, which I declined, as I cherished the tranquility of this place. That very night, Bai Ying went out for a while. Later, I learned that he had found those male beastmen who had claimed to care for me, but had actually bullied me, and he gave each of them a good thrashing, leaving them battered and bruised. Those individuals went to complain to the elder, only to receive a scolding from him, which was immensely satisfying. Meanwhile, the old shaman went to encourage his dejected son, Lang Ji, to muster the determination to pursue me. This second-generation official, Lang Ji, proved to be quite obedient, as he arrived the next day with a bag of fresh wild fruits. He carefully placed the fruits before me, and upon seeing his demeanor, I was about to refuse when he quickly said, These are not from me. They are a gift from the tribe for the esteemed messenger. Ah, I see. I scratched my head, almost having misinterpreted his intentions. Catching the aroma of the soup I was simmering, I casually served him a bowl. As I taught him how to use chopsticks, his clumsiness was astonishing. He managed to send a piece of rib flying. Truly, every apprentice seems more foolish than the last. After tasting the soup, his eyes widened in surprise. This is delicious. Did you make it? I replied. If you like it, I I can have Baing teach you. He hurriedly replied that it would not be a bother, that he would learn on his own. I wondered if a second-generation official like him did not need to hunt. He assured me he would go hunting soon. Very well, I agreed to let him come by in the evening for lessons. Just as he was about to leave, Bai Ying returned. The moment I saw Bai Ying, I beamed with joy and rushed over. Bai Ying caught me in his arms, then turned to see Lang Ji at the entrance, holding my bamboo bowl, and his expression shifted from the warmth of spring to the icy chill of a Siberian winter. What are you doing here? Bai Ying's tone was chilling. I quickly interjected. He came to deliver the tribe's fruits. Lang Ji, sensing the tension, placed the bowl down with a sigh and departed. As soon as he left, Bai Ying gently pinched my chin, asking softly, "Do you wish to take him as your beast husband?" I immediately felt disgruntled, glaring at him. "Why are you pushing me away again?" Bai Ying smiled ruefully, explaining that while he wished for me to belong solely to him, in the beast world, powerful females often have multiple beast husbands. He understood my uniqueness and felt it necessary to be magnanimous as the first beast husband, concealing his jealousy. Hearing this made my heart ache. I suddenly embraced him, burying my head in his embrace. "But right now, I only want you." Upon hearing this, he softened entirely, wrapping his arms around me and cooing, "All right, let's eat first." During the meal, I laid my cards on the table with Bai Ying, expressing my desire to leave the wolf tribe and return to the fox tribe where I had previously resided. Bai Ying nodded without hesitation, saying, "I will follow your wishes." I worried that the elder and the others would not let me go, but Bai Ying reassured me, "You are the beast god's messenger. Wherever you wish to go, you may go freely. Just say it is to carry out the beast god's will, and who would dare stop you?" This identity truly serves as a universal pass. Just as we were speaking, I noticed that our salt crystals were running low. Bai Ying mentioned he would go to Beast City to trade for more in a couple of days. Upon hearing Beast City, my eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect of accompanying him to witness it. However, Bai Ying informed me that the round trip would take 10 days, and the journey was too far for me to endure, suggesting he would take me after the cold season had passed. Very well. This meant he would leave me alone in the cave for over 10 days. I felt a wave of grievance wash over me. So I will be all alone in the cave? Hearing my tone, he was filled with concern, pulling me tightly into his embrace, assuring me that he would send tribe members to look after me. I adamantly refused assistance, declaring that I could manage on my own. The cave was stocked full of food and drink. I would not go hungry. That evening, Lang Ji indeed arrived on time to learn how to make soup. The recipe was incredibly simple, and after one demonstration, he grasped it well. He had originally intended to linger under the pretense of studying, but now he had no excuse and could only leave with a forlorn expression. The next day, Ai Ma rushed over to play with me, bringing along a newcomer named Li Ta, a female from the ape tribe that the tribe had rescued. I must say there was something off about Li Ta, especially the way she looked at me, making me feel uncomfortable. In the following days, she kept hanging around us, covertly inquiring about Bai Ying. I understood. She was after my man. Although I trusted Bai Ying would never betray me, it still left a sour taste in my heart. Thus, when Li Ta invited me to her cave, I outright declined. When Bai Ying returned and saw me sitting alone at the cave entrance, deep in thought, he asked with a smile why I hadn't gone to play with my friends. I couldn't be bothered to share my thoughts on Li Ta's intentions. So I simply said, "I didn't want to. I wanted to wait for you at home." I suggested we make a door for the cave in the afternoon. With him away for so long, it would be safer to have a door. Bai Ying immediately agreed. I sketched a design while he got to work, and we busied ourselves for an entire afternoon, crafting a delightfully quirky wooden door. Though it was not aesthetically pleasing, seeing it suddenly gave me a sense of home. After Bai Ying left, I settled in the cave, enjoying my solitude. The old chieftain indeed dispatched new orcs to attend to me, though their sole purpose was to guard my cave's entrance. Yet, I am convinced that I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself and have no need for their assistance. However, the old chieftain is resolute and utterly disregards my protests, insisting that someone must look after me. What could I possibly say? I dare not voice my objections. And guess who he sent? Lang Ji. The old man's intentions are transparent, as if he fears others may not perceive his subtlety. From that day forth, Lang Ji appeared punctually in my cave entrance, as if clocking in for work, bringing me food and drink and engaging in idle chatter. I truly appreciated his efforts. I have told him countless times, "Lang Ji, I am well stocked with food. You need not bring me anything. I already have Bai Ying. How could I possibly require another to support me?" Yet he, with a persistence akin to the thickness of a fortress wall, beams radiantly. This is a welfare provision from the tribe for the little females. His words left me speechless. Who among my kin could comprehend this feeling of futility akin to striking a blow upon cotton? It is maddening. With Bying absent, I languished in my cave, feeling as though I might sprout mushrooms from sheer idleness, to the point that I began to question whether I was afflicted with lovesickness. Before long, the cold season arrived, blanketing the outside world in a sea of white overnight. I had assumed that winter, much like our winter break, would confine us indoors. However, I was sorely mistaken. These orcs are bursting with energy, lighting massive bonfires in the square and hosting grand outdoor festivities filled with singing and dancing. To an outsider, it might resemble a primitive, tribal music festival. As I ventured out for a stroll, I encountered Lita. Upon noticing that my guard had shifted from Bying to Lang Ji, her eyes brimmed with calculation, undoubtedly cursing me internally for being that prodigal daughter who squandered the precious salt crystals Bying had worked so hard to procure. Yet on the surface, she wore a smile brighter than flowers, towering at nearly 2 meters, and insisted on playing the role of a delicate bird by linking her arm with mine. Yu Ling, why haven't you come out to play these past few days? My lips twitched uncontrollably. Dear sister, with your stature, I fear that if you exert yourself too much, my arm might vanish. At that moment, another rival of mine, Anna, emerged seemingly from nowhere. Upon witnessing Lita's affectionate demeanor, her nose nearly crinkled with disdain. Likely thinking it no wonder I had not sought her out, I had evidently aligned myself with this new rising star. Without hesitation, she let out a cold huff from her elevated position. I protested. Hold on, sister. I haven't provoked you today. Why am I the one always getting hurt? Lita, observing Anna's departure, immediately began her performance, soothing me while pretending to be the Good Samaritan. Yu Ling, do not take it to heart. Anna is simply blunt, without any ill intentions. I must admit, her strategy was clever. By leveraging Anna's fiery temperament, she instantly portrayed herself as a gentle and kind-hearted white lotus. Nearby, another female named AI Ma could no longer contain herself and directly interjected. Why bother with her? Anna is insufferable with that foul temper. Clearly, AI Ma had long harbored animosity towards Anna. As she spoke, AI Ma leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, Look at you. Is Lang Ji your second beast husband? You've even captured the future chieftain's heart. How impressive. I quickly covered her mouth. Do not speak such nonsense. However, with orcs possessing keen hearing, Lang Ji had already caught wind of her words, his handsome face turning as red as a monkey's rear. His gaze fixated on me with a certain intensity that was quite alarming. This gathering resembled a grand matchmaking event. Before long, a burly orc approached Lita, offering her a piece of roasted meat. Lita, I wish to be your beast husband. Lita smiled, accepted the meat, and then, hand in hand, they departed. I was left agape, while AI Ma, wearing an expression that conveyed my naivety, explained, accepting the roasted meat signifies acceptance of him. They're now bonded as partners. My heavens, their efficiency was swifter than a 2025 express delivery. Just like that, they were together, and now they were to engage in the sacred union of life. I resolved on the spot to refuse any gifts in the future. It was simply too terrifying. During this time, a dozen or so males attempted to approach me with offerings of warmth, all of which I declined. Lang Ji's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a cooking pot, evidently frustrated by the incessant swarms of admirers, while he himself remained unacknowledged. Unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, I bid farewell to AI Ma and slipped away. Meanwhile, she basked in the attention of 2 handsome men who lavished her with fruits and shoulder massages, reveling in her fortune. On my way back, I felt utterly exhausted, passing by several caves from which the sounds of revelry echoed incessantly. It dawned on me that this was no winter respite. It was a grand season of courtship among the beasts. Upon reaching my cave, Lang Ji audaciously remarked, It is unsafe for a little female like you to remain here alone. I shall guard you in the outer chamber where Bying used to reside. I quickly waved him off. Good sir, we are not acquainted well enough for that. There is no need. I can manage on my own. With that, I slammed the door shut. I had no desire to entangle myself with him. I was well aware of his intentions. Yet, as I awaited Bying's return with bated breath, a significant event unfolded within the tribe. Early one morning, the patrol team discovered several unfamiliar orcs who demanded an audience with the old chieftain, boldly claiming to be from the esteemed Ling Hu clan of the southern continent. I could tell that the old chieftain possessed a mind as intricate as a honeycomb. These foxes had come to seek me, and their leader, a hot-headed fellow named Hu Ning, bore a striking resemblance to my long-lost brother. Yet, the old chieftain shamelessly fabricated lies, claiming, "Oh, that one named Hu, she visited, but left long ago. Where she went, I do not know." I could see through his schemes. He simply wished to confine me within the tribe to secure a mate for his precious adopted son, Lang Ji. Hu Ning was on the verge of exploding, but beside him stood a mysterious cloaked fox named Huan, whose composure was far superior. He politely offered apologies, leaving the old chieftain momentarily dazed. Before pivoting the conversation, "Chieftain, to alleviate our concerns, might we meet all the little females in the tribe?" The old chieftain was immediately trapped, his face paling. He calculated to only show them AI Ma and then dismiss them. Little did he know that Huan had no intention of following the script. He boldly declared, "We have traveled far and are weary. We wish to rest in the tribe for 2 days." As he spoke, he gestured for his followers to present 2 red crystals. Goodness, those were called beast crystals, akin to SSR-level power-ups in games. One could catapult combat prowess to new heights. The old chieftain's eyes widened. The words he had almost uttered were swallowed back down. He had inadvertently sold me out, or rather, secured their stay. Naturally, they were assigned the most dilapidated cave, designed to immerse them in primitive living. The old chieftain promptly handed the 2 beast crystals to Lang Ji, then commenced his manipulation, claiming it was for his own good, and threatening, "If you dare mention this to Yu Ling, I will make your life miserable." The dramatic display unfolded. Lang Ji, the naive child, was left utterly bewildered, clutching the beast crystals, his mind a tempest of conflict. Meanwhile, I remained blissfully unaware, lamenting Lang Ji's culinary skills. He prepared rib and radish soup for me daily to the point of nausea. Today, I could no longer tolerate it and personally guided him in preparing a spicy rib dish. Upon tasting it, he was so overwhelmed by the heat that he bolted from the cave, frantically shoving snow into his mouth. The scene was so comical it nearly brought me to tears. On the other side, the old chieftain, undeterred, took the 2 foxes to meet AI Ma, hoping to pull the wool over their eyes. Just as AI Ma was about to slip up, her guardian beast swiftly silenced her with a piece of fruit. Their acting skills could rival those of Oscar winners. Huan, perceptive and cunning, quickly grasped the situation. He feigned belief and said to the old clan leader, "Thank you, clan leader. We shall depart tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the old clan leader finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. Little did he know, this was merely the prologue to a grand performance. That very night, Huan removed his cloak. I must tell you, that visage was so captivating it could incite chaos in kingdoms, particularly those enchanting pink fox eyes, utterly mesmerizing. Utilizing his abilities, he silently incapacitated the guards at the cave's entrance. It turned out that he was the betrothed beast husband I had been promised to in my childhood. Subsequently, several Fox Clan beastmen dispersed like a special forces unit, beginning a thorough search throughout the entire tribe under the cover of darkness. At dawn the next day, the old clan leader rushed over, eager to usher them away, fearing these harbingers of misfortune would linger for even a moment longer. Huan was notably cooperative, forcibly dragging my reluctant brother, Hu Ning, out of the tribe without a word. Watching their departing figures, the old clan leader let out a sigh of relief, believing tranquility had returned and that Yu Ling, the future shaman, was finally safe. He could never have anticipated that as soon as those foxes stepped beyond the sight of the wolf clan, they would halt immediately. Huan smiled faintly and remarked, "Now, the enemy is in plain view while we remain concealed. They will no longer guard against us." What a masterful strategy of openly repairing the road while covertly advancing through the warehouse. As a result, that foolish lad, Lang Ji, seeing the foxes depart, also assumed peace had been restored and merrily returned to offer me roasted meat. Observing his beaming face, as if he had just won 5 million, I sighed and thought, well, it's better to accept than to refuse. Just as I received the meat, I must say, it was still warm when chaos erupted outside the cave. Upon stepping out, I was utterly petrified. My family could hardly understand, for in my cave's entrance, a snow-white wolf and a fiery red fox were engaged in a fierce battle. The scene, a veritable maelstrom. What was going on? Was this a live-action version of the Animal Kingdom 2025 edition? Suddenly, an emotionless electronic voice from the system chimed in. "Host, do not look. The one fighting Lang Ji is your second husband." I was momentarily stunned. Second husband? Why was he here, and why was he battling my family's free labor? One was my future KPI, and failure to complete the task would be disastrous. The other was the future heir of the tribe, who also brought me food daily. If anything were to happen to either of them, how could I explain that? As I was lost in thought, the red fox seemed to notice me, and in a moment of distraction, was struck down from the air by Lang Ji's punch. Just as Lang Ji's claw was poised to rip the fox apart, I found an unexpected surge of courage and shouted, "Stop!" I dove forward, blocking the fox with my body. Miraculously, Lang Ji's claw halted mere centimeters from me, leaving me trembling with fright. He instantly reverted to human form, his face flushed with anger, pointing at the fox on the ground and yelling, "He is a stray beast. He intends to capture you." Stray beast? At the mention of those words, my DNA seemed to shudder, for that was exactly how the original owner had met her demise. Consequently, the fox on the ground transformed into a human, and I must say, he looked utterly enchanting, with crimson hair and pink eyes, as if he had stepped out of manga as a devilish seducer. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and disdainfully declared, "Who is the stray beast? I am from the Southern Continent Fox clan, here to find the little mistress who grew up in my home." Little mistress? His gaze upon me sent a jolt through my heart. Lang Ji was equally astonished. "You have not left yet?" The commotion attracted the old clan leader and a throng of onlookers. Upon seeing the scene unfold, the old clan leader turned pale, likely fearing the exposure of his previous dereliction of duty, and frantically shouted, "Quick, capture this foreign beast." Just then, another man appeared, with amber eyes and an imposing presence. His voice resonated with authority as he proclaimed, "Whoever dares to touch him is declaring war against our Southern Continent Spirit Fox clan." He cast a casual glance at the red-haired beauty on the ground, taunting, "Huan, you are truly pathetic, being bested by a mere six-pattern wolf pup." I was still in a state of confusion when that man, Huning, fixed his gaze upon me. He stared for 2 seconds before tentatively calling out, "Yiling?" I thought to myself, the Fox clan that the system mentioned seeking me could not possibly be them, could it? Just as I was about to inquire if they were looking for me, he completely disregarded my question and rushed forward to embrace me tightly, his voice trembling. "I am Huning, your biological brother." My mind was racing. "Congratulations, host. The favorability rating of Gongmyo Huan has reached 92%. Indeed, host, this is your half-brother, Huning." I was struck with a singular thought. Goodness, it's a buy one, get one free deal. And I'm unexpectedly reuniting with family, while also gaining a husband? I instinctively glanced at Huan, my seconder Dershang, who had just stood up, completely naked. Oh, how scandalous. The absence of clothing in this world was truly a cruel twist of fate. The old clan leader, witnessing the turn of events, was utterly deflated. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, with a heavy sigh, he dispersed the gathering crowd. Thus, my small cave became crowded with people. As I bandaged the injuries of Lang Ji and Huan, I listened to my newly found brother, Huning, recount stories of the past. In essence, it was a tale of internal strife within a noble family, where someone colluded with outsiders to cause my mother's demise, leading to my father, Huyu, being cast out in guilt, ultimately resulting in his tragic end. I was taken aback, for it turned out the beast world was not as simplistic as I had imagined. After Huning finished his tale, he shot a fierce glare at the old clan leader, who resembled a quail in fear. Throughout the entire ordeal, Huan's enchanting pink eyes remained fixated on me. Once I completed the bandaging, he leaned in closer, smiling in a manner that was utterly charming. "Little Yuling, do you remember me? I am Huan, your guardian beast." I was left bewildered. "Guardian beast?" Huning interjected with a dismissive scoff, explaining that our mother was a close friend, and upon my birth, he was sent to me as a guardian beast, essentially a child bride. Moreover, he had been accompanying my brother in search of me all these years. My brother, Huning, immediately declared, "From now on, we shall never be apart again. We will return to the Fox clan." The old clan leader and Lang Ji both panicked, one shouting that I could not leave, and the other gazing at me with desperation. My head was spinning. The situation was too chaotic. I could only defer, saying, "Let's wait for Bai Ying to return before making any decisions." "Who is Bai Ying?" Huan immediately seized upon the crucial point. I felt the tension rising. Taking a deep breath, I confessed, Bai Ying is my first beast husband. Then, I turned to Huan, the man who had bestowed upon me a favorability rating of 92 upon our first encounter, and with difficulty, I raised 2 fingers. "You are the second." As soon as the words left my lips, Huan's handsome face darkened instantly. Alarm bells rang in my mind as the system notified me that the favorability rating had plummeted from 92 to 80. This favorability could actually be retracted? It could be utilized a second time, could it? The system even suggested I reconsider the rankings. I flatly refused. How could I compromise on my first husband, Baiying? That matter was non-negotiable. To hurt the feelings of my primary family for a man I had just met? Absolutely not. Meanwhile, my newfound brother, Hu Ning, attempted to comfort Hu Wan, assuring him that I simply did not remember and not to take it to heart. Lang Ji, overhearing this, appeared even paler, likely contemplating that he hadn't even made it to second place and had effectively become a non-entity. Later, I learned that Baiying, the one I had longed for, had pursued the merfolk all the way to the seaside in search of salt for me. He was indeed a steadfast individual. As for me, my brother Hu Ning and my childhood husband, Huan, settled in with me. The next day, that foolish Lang Ji, undeterred, returned to shower me with attention, only to run into Huan. In a display of extraordinary prowess, Huan forcefully pushed aside Lang Ji, seizing the task from my hands, and with an air of confidence proclaimed, "Yu Ling is my female sovereign. It is my duty to care for her." What could I say? I had no choice but to acquiesce and allow Lang Ji to depart first. Once Lang Ji was gone, Huan cornered me against the wall, lowering his voice in a manner that was utterly enticing. "Do you not fancy that wolf cub? He gazes upon your frail figure and dares to strategize. I believe he is far superior to your first beast husband. Just look at what has become of you. You are so thin. Why not kick him to the curb and elevate this wolf cub to the first position? Rest assured, I am quite magnanimous." I was utterly speechless. This little scheme of his was merely an attempt to ascend to the top himself. Fearing he might misunderstand my relationship with Baiying, I recounted to him how the original owner had been bullied over the years and how Baiying had been the first to treat me kindly. After listening, Huan's expression darkened, radiating a murderous aura. This wolf tribe has gone too far in their bullying of beasts. I quickly restrained him, urging him not to act impulsively and to refrain from informing that hot-headed elder brother of mine. I then grasped his hand and sincerely apologized, expressing that I regretted any grievances caused by the first and second rankings and hoped for his understanding. To my surprise, the system notification chimed once more, and his favorability instantly surged back to 92. I pressed on, invoking the words of scoundrel. "I will treat you well from now on." Upon hearing this, he narrowed his eyes dangerously, gripping my waist and leaning closer, then kissed me. The pace of this development was far too rapid. While I hesitated, he began to feign misery. "You claim you will treat me well, yet you hesitate?" I found myself unable to resist the allure of his perfectly sculpted face and leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. However, he pointed to his lips. Here, my face flushed crimson, and I stammered, "Why, you mustn't push your luck." His delighted laughter and my bashfulness caused his favorability to increase by another 2 points, reaching 94. This fox was truly skilled. Having placated Huan, he contentedly joined my brothers in hunting. Yet, at noon, Lang Ji returned, bearing roasted meat. Just as I prepared to refuse him again, he took it upon himself to assist, looking particularly aggrieved as he asked, "Yu Ling, am I truly so undesirable? Huan is a six-patterned fox, and I'm also a six-patterned wolf. Why is it that he can have you, but I cannot? I like you too." His voice trembled with emotion. I felt a pang of sympathy, but I could not afford to be soft-hearted. Resolutely, I decided that a swift and decisive action was better than prolonged suffering. I had to be firm today. I told him plainly that I would be leaving the wolf tribe, a decision I had long agreed upon with Baiying. He was to become the future leader of the tribe and could not forsake his family for me. Finally, I looked him in the eyes and stated clearly, "I do not harbor feelings for you, Lang Ji. Whether now or in the future, I will not choose you as my mate. No matter how well you treat me, it will not matter." With that, I set down the roasted meat he had brought and turned to return to the cave. Lang Ji stood frozen in place, resembling a stone statue. It was a long while before I heard his footsteps retreating. I sighed with relief, though my heart felt a bit heavy. That boy truly, as fate would have it, in his despondent state, he encountered Lita on his way back. The moment she laid eyes on Lang Ji's forlorn expression, I could see the calculating glint in her eyes from a distance of 800 meters. She approached him, launching into a tirade of manipulative rhetoric that could only be described as textbook PUA. "Lang Ji, I know you're hurting inside, because Yu Ling has not chosen you, right? Fear not, dear brother. I shall assist you and ensure you win her heart." Lang Ji was utterly bewildered, wearing an expression that seemed to ask who she was and why he should care. Observing his reaction, Lita leaned in close to whisper something in his ear. Although I couldn't hear her words, I could see Lang Ji's face darken as if he had encountered something foul. Upon hearing her proposition, he was outraged. leaping back 8 meters as if repulsed by her suggestion. He informed me that Lita had suggested the use of a substance called Qinghua, which amounted to drugging me. She intended to resort to such underhanded tactics to gain my affection. Long Ye deemed her utilitarian, appearing harmless while harboring the darkest of intentions. He coldly declared, "I will pretend I never heard that." Upon realizing her scheme had been uncovered, Lita became defensive, berating Lang Ji as a coward and a failure, exclaiming, "What's the big deal? I will handle it myself. Can the beast god truly punish a weak female?" She insisted that he was gaining a beautiful wife for nothing. Lang Ji, uninterested in further discourse, warned her not to mention the matter again and walked away without a glance back. To be honest, Lita's repulsiveness jolted Lang Ji's love-stricken heart back to reality. He realized he must rely on genuine feelings and take things slow. Meanwhile, my 2 fox brothers, Hu Wan and Hu Ning, finally returned from their hunt. I had been anxiously waiting at the cave entrance, practically transforming into a stone waiting for a husband. Upon seeing them approach from afar, my heart finally felt at ease. I must say, Hu Wan, the charming fox, truly knew how to impress. He magically produced a large bouquet of red plum blossoms from behind him and placed it in my hands. Who among my family understands? This was my first bouquet of flowers received in the beast realm. My heart melted at that moment. Hu Ning, observing from side, wore a disdainful expression as if to say that his sister had been foolishly seduced. Hu Wan paid him no mind, selecting the most vibrant flower and gently tucking it into my hair, then sentimentally remarked, "You are truly beautiful." My face flushed a deep crimson, feeling even redder than the plum blossoms. Hu Ning, unable to endure the scene, coughed pointedly. Hey, do you two still remember that I am your brother? Am I dead to you?" My face burned even hotter, as if caught in a romantic rendezvous by my brother. Hu Wan rolled his eyes. "If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute." It was only then that Hu Ning noticed I was alone in the cave, and he immediately panicked. "Why are you the only one here? Where's Lang Ji? Is he slacking off while caring for someone? This is dangerous." I hurried to explain that I had sent Lang Ji back. Deep down, I knew he was likely lurking nearby, as he always appeared at mealtimes, bringing roasted meat as proof of his presence. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved, but alas. Upon hearing my explanation, Hu Ning decisively declared, "All right, Hu Wan, from now on, you shall refrain from hunting and stay home to care for my sister." My brother was clearly trying to elevate his own status at the expense of Hu Wan's efforts. Hu Wan's eyes brightened, his smile nearly reaching his ears as he shot me a flirtatious glance and drawled, "Sounds good." What could I say? I did not refuse. After all, Hu Wan was my beast husband, and nurturing our relationship was paramount. I was counting on him to safeguard my life for the next decade. Moreover, his presence would effectively eliminate Lang Ji's lingering hopes. That very evening, Hu Wan moved into my cave. I pointed out Bai Ying's stone bed. "I will sleep inside. You will sleep outside." Yet, this fellow simply lay down on the stone bed, his posture and gaze radiating an aura that screamed for attention. My thoughts raced. What a seductive fox. His keen sense of smell detected something amiss, and he wrinkled his nose. "Xiao Yuling, this wolf beast stone bed reeks." I thought it impossible, as Bai Ying always smelled delightful. I hurriedly picked up the animal skin to sniff it. There is no odor. In the next moment, I found myself ensnared. Hu Wan suddenly wrapped his arms around my waist, burying his face in my neck, and gently licked me with his tongue. I froze in shock. "Xiao Yuling, will you sleep with me? Just like when we were young. I am accustomed to my bed, and without you I cannot sleep. Help! Who could withstand this?" My face burned as if I could bleed. Indeed, the fox was quite audacious. I quickly pushed him away. "Hu Wan, I have grown up. This is inappropriate." Only then did he loosen his grip slightly, playfully tapping my forehead. "What are you thinking? I merely wish for you to accompany me more. Did you not say you would treat me well?" I replied, "I intend to treat you well, but not in this manner." He observed me blushing furiously, his laughter growing more joyful as he playfully twirled a strand of my hair beneath his nose, teasingly remarking, "Is this what you call seduction? True seduction is far more subtle than this." I truly did not wish to be perceived as an easily comprehensible girl. With a swift shove, I pushed him away and fled into the warmth of my bed, my mind consumed by the captivating visage he possessed. I found myself regretting having allowed this charming fox spirit to stay. It was akin to inviting a fox into the den, not a wolf. Little did I know, a wolf was lurking not far from the entrance, having witnessed Hu Wan enter my cave and not emerge for an entire night. He howled a long, heart-wrenching cry at the moon. Amidst this chaotic period, Bai Ying, the one I had been yearning for, finally returned. He journeyed day and night, his sole motivation being to reunite with me. However, upon arriving at the cave entrance, he was met with an unfamiliar masculine scent intertwined with my own, causing him to freeze in place. This was not the scent of the wolves, nor any member of the tribe. A sense of dread seized him as he thought. Has my little female already found another mate? Inside the cave, Huan was playfully whining to me about a minor cut on his hand. It hurts, Xiao Yuling. Look, it's bleeding. Upon seeing the minuscule wound, I responded incredulously. If you don't bandage it soon, it will heal. Ignoring my words, he insisted, extending his finger toward my lips. Blow on it for me, and it won't hurt anymore. My family, this second strategist truly is quite dramatic. With no other option, I gently blew on his rapidly healing cut. He immediately took advantage of the moment, pulling me into his embrace and inhaling deeply. You smell wonderful. Just then, a large shadow loomed at the cave's entrance. I looked up to see Bai Ying silhouetted against the light, his expression devoid of emotion. My heart leaped with joy as I broke free from Huan's embrace and dashed to Bai Ying, exclaiming, Bai Ying, why did you take so long to return? I missed you. He stiffened for a moment, but then opened his arms, holding me tightly, his voice muffled. I missed you too. After a prolonged embrace, he released me, his gaze turning icy as it pierced through Huan. Who are you? Huan lazily smiled, his provocation levels at their peak. Me? I am Huan of the Ling who tribe from the southern continent, here to find my female master, Yu Ling. What? Is Bai Ying the Beastman not welcoming? Goodness. What a battlefield. My CPU is overheating. I quickly grasped Bai Ying's hand, whispering an explanation. Bai Ying, Huan is the guardian beast my beast mother arranged for me. Please don't be angry. Bai Ying inhaled deeply, looking at me with softened eyes. I am not angry. A few more beastmen to look after you gives me peace of mind. His tone shifted as he coolly regarded Huan. However, it seems you are not very adept at caring for females. Yu Ling has lost weight. Terrified they might come to blows, I hastily interjected. It's not his fault. I was just too eager to see you. That's why I lost weight. This seemed to appease Bai Ying. But when I turned around, I spotted Huan standing there looking quite aggrieved. Alas, the master of balancing emotions is at work. I swiftly released Bai Ying's hand and took Huan's instead. Smiling at him, Bai Ying's expression darkened slightly. Bai Ying set down the salt crystal he had brought back and went to distribute it among the tribe. However, no sooner had he left than the elder chieftain summoned him. Inside the cave, the elder chieftain, the old shaman, the elder female, and the wolf trace were all present. The elder chieftain wasted no time. Bai Ying, are you aware that Yu Ling intends to leave with the fox tribe? Bai Ying nodded. The old shaman grew frantic. Why didn't you say so earlier? The elder chieftain added, we have wronged her in the past, but you have avenged her, have you not? Bai Ying sighed. Some wounds cannot be mended. He cast a glance at the wolf trace and candidly declared, Yu Ling is a divine messenger. Her choices are beyond my intervention. Upon hearing this, the elder female fell silent for a moment, then suddenly beckoned the wolf trace to her, pushing him before Bai Ying and uttering a statement that shocked everyone. Bai Ying, this wolf cub is my most cherished child. I gift him to Yu Ling. If she finds him suitable, he shall be her mate. If not, he shall serve as her guardian beast for life. It is our final recompense to her from the wolf tribe. Female master, beast mother. Both the elder chieftain and the wolf trace exclaimed in unison. A lifetime guardian beast is the lowest form of slave, devoid of mating rights, devoted to serving the female for eternity. The elder female ignored them, her eyes fixed intently on her son, demanding, Wolf Trace, do you accept? Wolf Trace was rendered speechless, torn between status and love. Choosing me would mean relinquishing his future position as chieftain, forsaking his entire clan. Yet, the images of my repeated rejections and the demanding gaze of his beast mother, along with the expectant looks of both beast fathers, tormented him as he clutched his head in anguish. This decision was excruciatingly difficult. The elder female continued to press. Wolf Trace, reveal your choice. Meanwhile, within the cave, I remained blissfully unaware of the momentous events unfolding outside. Huan clung to me like an octopus, Xiao Yuling. Ever since Bai Ying returned, you've been neglecting me. I pushed him away in disdain. You're rather heavy. Unfazed, he stole a quick kiss on my cheek before releasing me, looking quite satisfied. As I stroked his smooth, long hair, I intended to prepare some sausage and cured meat to showcase my culinary skills. While tending to the fire, inquired of the system, 999. What is Huan's affection level now? Host, it remains at 94%. What? I was taken aback. It's been several days we've kissed. How has it not increased at all? I am uncertain. After all, I have never been in a romantic relationship. I chuckled at the electronic voice, just as I heard commotion at the cave's entrance. Two tall figures blocked the light. Looking up, I saw Bai Ying returning. Just as I was about to joyfully rush toward him, I noticed Wolf Trace beside him. Upon seeing me, Wolf Trace's expression shifted from surprise to wariness and confusion, and my heart felt as if a piece had been gouged out. "Wolf Trace, why are you here too?" I instinctively asked, believing we had cleared the air. No sooner had I spoken than Wolf Trace knelt before me on one knee, presenting a smile more sorrowful than tears. "Yu Ling, from this day forth, I shall be your guardian beast. Even if you never love me or desire to mate with me, I will protect you and cherish you until my dying breath." I was so taken aback by his declaration that I stumbled backward, colliding into Hu Wan's embrace. I looked to Bai Ying for help. "What is going on?" Bai Ying remained silent, his expression complicated. I desperately called out to 999 in my mind. The system informed me that Wolf Trace had sworn a blood oath, voluntarily becoming my lowest-ranked guardian beast without needing my consent or the possibility of changing his mind, unless he were to die. I stood there stunned, as if a massive weight had been placed upon my chest. I gazed at Wolf Trace, who knelt before me, this once proud prodigy of the Wolf clan. Trembling as I spoke, "Wolf Trace, why have you gone so far? It is not worth it for me." Upon hearing this, he smiled, a look of liberation on his face. "It is worth it. Anything for you is worth it. All right, please rise. It's cold on the ground." My eyes stung as I pulled him to his feet. Despite the situation, Wolf Trace still smiled at me, his grin radiant like the sun, as if to say, "Sister, don't take it to heart." I volunteered. My heart was a tumult of emotions, guilt threatening to engulf me. Just then, my brother, Hu Ning, darted into the cave like a gopher. Sniffing the air, I followed the scent. "What delicious dish are you cooking, sister?" His entrance instantly froze the atmosphere within the cave. My brother Hu Ning stood facing my first beast husband Bai Ying, with Wolf Trace looming in the corner, and Hu Wan, who was clearly displeased, making this a scene that could only be described as a battlefield of the year. Bai Ying's gaze turned icy as he stared at my brother, as if viewing an intruder. Upon observing the situation, I felt a tingling sensation on my scalp and hurriedly introduced, "Brother, this is my first beast husband, Bai Ying. Bai Ying, this is my brother, Hu Ning." Upon hearing that he was my brother, Bai Ying's icy demeanor softened slightly. He performed the customary orc greeting, placing his fist against his chest and bowing his head slightly. "Hu Ning, beast brother, I am Bai Ying." My brother then scrutinized him closely, and upon noticing the 7 stripes on Bai Ying's arm, his eyes brightened. A 7-striped orc. This is an elite combat force within the beast realm. My brother's expression instantly transformed from one of indifference to one of admiration as he extended his hand. "From now on, we are one family of beasts. Let's coexist peacefully." I must say, Hu Wan, who was nearby, couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. He must have been inwardly criticizing. "Oh, Hu Ning, you promised to support me, yet the moment you see a 7-striped beast, you betray me. What has happened to your integrity?" I discreetly glanced at Lang Ji in the corner. He appeared like a mere shadow, also performing a greeting towards Bai Ying, but no one paid him any mind, making him seem rather pitiable. Finally, this reunion concluded, and I promptly invited everyone to dine. Bai Ying and Hu Wan voluntarily headed to the kitchen to assist with preparing the meat and soup. Lang Ji intended to stay as well. But before I could voice my thoughts, Hu Wan, acting as if he were guarding against a thief, dragged me to a chair and said sarcastically, "Xiao Yu Ling, eat up, it will taste terrible when it cools." When I looked up again, Lang Ji had quietly vanished. I shot several irritated glances at Hu Wan, who remained unfazed, even serving me a piece of sausage with a playful grin. The meal was quite the spectacle. Throughout, Hu Wan persistently provoked Bai Ying, occasionally showcasing his adeptness with chopsticks, and at other times serving me dishes in front of Bai Ying, saying, "Xiao Yu Ling, try this mushroom, it is exquisite." Meanwhile, Bai Ying struggled with his chopsticks, his face darkening. I could only bury my head in my food, pretending to be oblivious. In the evening, my brother and the others returned home. I, however, enjoyed a luxurious evening, with Bai Ying preparing hot water for my feet, while Hu Wan used beast skin to massage them. This treatment was akin to that of an emperor, delightful. Suddenly, Bai Ying spoke. "What do you plan to do about Lang Ji?" He surprisingly mentioned that the matter was tacitly approved by the old chief, and since Lang Ji had considerable talent, if I liked him, it would be acceptable to take him in. Goodness, I was taken aback. The first beast husband is so magnanimous. "Host, you will surely be fine in the future. Acquiring a harem will not be a problem." My mind was abuzz with excitement. Hu Wan, who was beside me, immediately expressed his discontent. Scoffing, He is merely a guardian beast. Just ignore him. Bai Ying disregarded him and shifted the conversation, asking the real question. Are we really leaving? Upon hearing this, Hu Wan became furious. Why should we of the Ling Fox tribe remain in your Snow Wolf tribe? What you have done is irreparable in this lifetime. I quickly reassured the nearly explosive Hu Wan, then looked at Bai Ying, resolutely stating, we must leave. Bai Ying then smiled, gently saying, I will always respect your decision. The next morning, as I groggily exited my room, I was instantly petrified. In the kitchen, Bai Ying, Hu Wan, and Lang Ji, 3 large men, were crowded together preparing breakfast for me. Bai Ying calmly explained, he is your guardian beast. It is only natural for him to care for you. Hu Wan was even more dramatic, cheerfully picking me up and announcing he would take it to wash up. I struggled, shouting, put me down. I can walk on my own. During breakfast, Bai Ying informed me that he and Hu Wan were going hunting, leaving Lang Ji at home to look after me. I mentioned that there was plenty of food in the cellar, but Bai Ying smiled. I am your first beast husband, and Hu Wan is your second. If he lacks food, I must support him. Your brother is also my brother. I must care for his kin. Wow, host. Bai Ying is truly wonderful. He is caring for everyone. With such a beast husband, you can rest assured in your marriage. 999 was once again exclaiming in my mind. I was deeply touched by his words and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Bai Ying squinted in satisfaction. However, Hu Wan was not pleased, exclaiming, what about me? I cannot be left out. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and also plant a kiss on his cheek. Lang Ji watched nearby, his gaze filled with envy. After the two went hunting, the days turned peaceful. Lang Ji demonstrated his diligence, keeping the cave in order and even sewing me a new pair of cotton shoes. However, tranquility was soon shattered by the arrival of AI Ma and that scheming woman, Li Ta. Lang Ji discreetly warned me, stay away from Li Ta. She is not a good person. I was well aware of that. AI Ma, on the other hand, was straightforward. Upon hearing of my departure, she looked visibly distressed. Then, she abruptly shifted the topic, her eyes lighting up as she asked, by the way, what about your extraordinarily handsome fox brother? Does he have a mate? I wish to bond with him. I was momentarily stunned by her boldness. This woman is truly a warrior. I replied that I did not know, and she resolved to wait here until my brother returned to ask him directly. Li Ta pretended to stay and accompany her, but her true intention was to wait for Bai Ying. They waited from dawn till dusk, and finally, my brother returned, carrying a bounty of game. AI Ma dashed forward like an arrow, blocking my brother's path. I was too far to hear their conversation, but I saw my brother speak a few words to her, after which AI Ma left, dejected, dragging Li Ta along. Upon seeing their return, Lang Ji also quietly bid me farewell and left. My brother, however, was all smiles as he approached me, pulling 2 creamy white fruits from his pocket and offering them. Sister, try this, it's called shuegua, absolutely delicious. I took a bite, and my eyes widened instantly. My goodness, this tastes just like creamy ice cream. It melts in your mouth, sweet, but not cloying. I was so excited that I could hardly articulate. So good. While I was immersed in the joy of the food, my curiosity piqued, and I quickly asked my brother, hey, what did AI Ma say to you earlier? Huning, brimming with pride, replied, she wants me to be her first beast husband, but I declined. My standards are high. I do not fancy anyone but the beauties of our fox tribe and the merfolk. Goodness, he is quite the chooser. In the following days, AI Ma likely felt embarrassed and did not return. Each day, Bai Ying and the others went hunting while Lang Ji stayed home to look after me. And life was rather orderly. I was still conflicted about whether to truly take in Lang Ji, as my beast husbands were nearing enough for 2 tables of mahjong, and my body could hardly take it. Then one day, tranquility was shattered by a sudden exclamation. Bai Ying, Hu Wan, Hu Ning, and several others came rushing back, covered in blood, carrying someone. I hurried to meet them, only to see a beast man named Hu Bai brought by my brother, his body a gruesome sight. Blood frothing from his mouth, several gaping wounds, and his limbs twisted. Clearly a serious matter. A snow avalanche occurred. Hu Bai was injured while protecting me. Another beast man from the fox tribe cried. The injuries were far worse than those of Lang Yu last time. My mind buzzed, and I immediately called out to my system. System 999, I am counting on you. Here, host. I decisively instructed. Quick, build a fire beside the stone bed to keep him warm. Then I turned to Bai Ying, shouting, Bai Ying, boiling water, bee skins, bone needles, and thread. Bai Ying, having seen me perform surgery before, immediately sprang into action. I took out hemostatic herbs, crushed them, and applied them to the wounds, which immediately stopped the bleeding, leaving my brother and the others stunned. First, address the external injuries, the system reminded me. I handed a herb to Huan. Boil this in water and give it to him. It will numb the pain. As I cleaned the wounds with the hot beast skin, I trembled at the sight of the gaping flesh, particularly the wound on his chest, located at a tricky spot. My heart tightened. 999, scan him. Fortunately, it was a near miss. His heart was almost penetrated. I sighed in relief and hurried to clean the wounds. By the time I finished, Huan had brought over the anesthetic water, which he poured down Hu Bai's throat, who had already fainted. My brother Hu Ning anxiously gazed at the unresponsive Hu Bai on the bed, tremblingly asking me, "What next? What then?" Naturally, I prepared to take action. I instructed everyone to step aside, for the multitude was merely an impediment, their exhaustion rendering them as useless as dogs. I could not afford the distraction of tending to them. Bai Ying attempted to assist in restraining Hu Bai, but I waved him off, saying it was unnecessary. This fellow was so numb to pain that he felt nothing. I assure you, my skills were honed through previous experiences stitching leather trousers for Lang Yu. Though the stitching may appear somewhat abstract, at least it was not akin to a cockroach's leg. Was it? The nearby fox beastmen stared wide-eyed, likely thinking, goodness, can this gaping wound truly be mended with needle and thread? What kind of dark technology is this? Once I had tended to the external injuries, my back was nearly broken. Just as I contemplated rubbing it, Bai Ying approached and gently began to massage it. I smiled at him, then applied a thick layer of herbal ointment to Hu Bai's wounds, securing it with cotton and leather. The external injuries were addressed, but upon touching his limbs, I realized with dismay that they were all dislocated. Who among my family understands that I am no bone setter? I quickly called out to my auxiliary system. 999, help me. I cannot do this. The pretentious voice of System 999 responded, Host, do not worry. I will assist you. Just follow my instructions. I found myself at its behest once more. Under its guidance, I instructed Hu Ning and the others to gather a pile of wooden sticks and leather ropes. The beastmen, including Bai Ying, looked at me with bewilderment, likely pondering what sorcery this little female was about to conjure. I silently assured myself that I could do this. If I failed to set Hu Bai's limbs, he would remain a living corpse for the rest of his life, utterly useless in this survival of the fittest world of beastmen. I grasped his arm, feeling for the joints until I found a protruding area, and shouted to 999, found it. Apply force in the direction indicated, it instructed. Sweat dripped from my forehead, my anxiety palpable. I steeled myself, pushed with all my might, and heard a crack. My spirit nearly fled in fright, but 999 proudly proclaimed, Success, host! Use the wooden sticks and ropes to secure it. Mimicking scenes from television dramas, I encircled his arm with the sticks and tightly bound it with the ropes, achieving a commendable fixation. Turning around, I was met with a room full of male beastmen, all sporting expressions of confusion. I could only smile and explain. His limbs are dislocated. Binding them will allow for quicker recovery. They nodded in partial understanding, likely grappling with the shattered perceptions of their world. The subsequent limbs were also corrected under 999's meticulous guidance, and whenever I struggled with a section, they willingly came forward to assist. Once all was settled, Hu Bai suddenly murmured a cold sound reminiscent of a mosquito. I quickly covered him with the only fur blanket in my room and urged them to build a few more campfires. Glancing at the time, I realized it was 4 a.m. Just as I stifled a yawn, Bai Ying noticed. He looked at the blanket draped over Hu Bai, perhaps worried I would catch a chill. As Hu Ning and the others stood guard by Hu Bai's side, I returned to my room to rest. However, upon lifting the curtain, I was startled to find a large, fluffy, silver-white wolf sprawled on my bed. I exclaimed, Bai Ying, what are you doing? The massive wolf surprisingly spoke, Your blanket is gone. You might get cold. My fur is thick and warm, so I am here to provide warmth. I must tell you, I was so sleep-deprived that my eyelids were heavy, and his warmth touched my heart. Why be coy? I promptly nestled against his furry belly and fell asleep instantly. This was a top-tier cuddle session. Who could resist such comfort? The next morning, I woke to find Bai Ying's bright green wolf eyes fixed intently on me, jolting me awake. I had slept extraordinarily well. His fur was like a constant source of warmth. Rising, I first checked on Hu Bai. Upon seeing me, Huan handed me a piece of roasted meat, while my brother Hu Ning was beside himself with excitement, stating that Hu Bai had awoken, color returning to his face, and had even spoken a few words to them in the morning. In his enthusiasm, my foolish brother hugged me tightly, nearly squeezing the life out of me. I hastily patted his back, exclaiming, Brother, you're going to suffocate me. He finally released me, repeatedly declaring that I was the most formidable shaman he had ever encountered. I rolled my eyes and retorted, I do not wish to be a shaman. It is exhausting. My dream is to be a carefree salted fish. My brother's eyes widened in horror. What? Sister, you want to become a fish beast? I nearly fainted. I quickly explained the latest trend of lying flat culture from 2025, which means doing nothing and waiting for death. He was even more puzzled. You are a precious female. You need not do anything. I replied, so my late-night efforts to save lives were merely for amusement. Were they? Not wanting to argue further, I noticed that those who had kept watch all night were covered in dry blood, so I urged them to rest immediately. Once they departed, Lang Ji remained to care for Hu Bai. I checked Hu Bai's temperature, which had returned to normal, and instructed Lang Ji to dismantle the fire pit to prevent him from developing a heat-induced illness. While changing his dressings, I was astonished by the rate at which his wounds healed. The flesh had already begun to knit together. I could not help but marvel. Such is the resilience of beastmen. Lang Ji, having heard my exclamation, hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking me if I could share the herbal remedy that numbs pain with the old shaman, as it could save more of our kin. Observing his anxious but hopeful demeanor, I reflected, why not? After all, Lang Ji had been appointed my lifelong bodyguard by the tribe, working without pay. I was willing to extend a favor and earn some goodwill. I readily agreed. All right, I shall accompany you to the old shaman's cave shortly. However, as we stepped outside, we heard a gaggle of gossiping men. Have you heard? Lang Ji has decided to become a lifelong guardian beast for Yuling. One of those lower-class beastmen who cannot form pairs. I found it laughable. He was one of the strongest males in our tribe. How could he debase himself in such a manner? Useless Lang Ji. Their words cut like daggers, provoking my anger and deepening my sympathy for Lang Ji. This was blatant workplace bullying. How could I remain silent? I abruptly halted, and in Lang Ji's puzzled gaze, I smiled broadly and, in front of everyone, took his hand firmly, declaring, let us go. In that instant, all chatter ceased, the atmosphere thick with silence before erupting into a cacophony. Did we hear correctly? Yuling had actively taken the hand of that lower-class guardian beast. Could it be that we misunderstood? Surely, Lang Ji was not destined to be a lifelong guardian beast. Hearing the shift in their conversation, I could hardly contain my delight. I aimed to convey to these gossip mongers that I would protect my own. Lang Ji stood there dumbfounded, his mind blank, staring at our clasped hands, likely feeling his heart race. Upon reaching the old shaman's cave, he immediately noticed our joined hands, his expression laden with meaning. I quickly released my grip, sensing Lang Ji's heart sink. The old shaman glared at Lang Ji, admonishing him, you little rascal, how are you caring for the female? It is freezing. Do not let Yuling catch a chill. He swiftly defended Lang Ji, producing the numbing herbal remedy and explaining to the old shaman that it was Lang Ji's kindness that prompted me to share it, urging him to thank Lang Ji instead. The old shaman was moved to tears, nearly kneeling before me, but I caught him. He gazed at Lang Ji with a mix of pride and gratitude, rendering Lang Ji speechless, and repeatedly exclaimed, good, good, truly a fine son of the beast father. Lang Ji's face turned crimson as he sought my help, and I could only offer him a sympathetic look. On the other side, within my cave, Huan was practically fuming, unleashing a torrent of words at Bai Ying. Bai Ying, how magnanimous of you! Are you truly willing to let Xiao Yuling go so easily? I question whether you genuinely love her. Bai Ying remained as impassive as a statue, his expression unchanging. Huan's ire only intensified. Let me tell you, as long as I breathe, Lang Ji shall never become Xiao Yuling's beast husband. In response, Bai Ying leisurely remarked, Huan, you need only voice your grievances to me. He paused, his gaze penetrating and unnerving. Females do not favor jealous males. Moreover, do you think Yuling is merely an ordinary female? She requires more formidable beastmen at her side for protection. This discourse left Huan speechless, the entire fox rendered dumbstruck, overwhelmed by Bai Ying's clarity and perspective. I had just emerged from the old shaman's cave when I was struck by a series of sneezes, uncertain who was casting aspersions upon me. Lang Ji, visibly anxious, assumed my chill was due to the cold. Without hesitation, he transformed into his wolf form and crouched before me. Yuling, I shall carry you back quickly. I thought to myself, could I possibly refuse? If I declined, he would revert to his human form, leaving me to traverse alongside a naked man. My head spinning, I resignedly climbed onto his back. One experience. This was my first time riding a beastman, the view expansive, akin to being in a convertible, though the wind stung my face. I had no choice but to lean down, pressing closely against his back. Lang Ji's fur was thick and warm, albeit a bit jarring. He came to a sudden halt at the cave entrance, and, as I slid off, I fell into a broad embrace. Looking up, I found Bai Ying. He carried me towards the fire pit, turning back to Lang Ji, who had resumed his human form, and said, "Lang Ji, put on your beast skin skirt. Yuling does not fancy naked male beastmen." My face flushed crimson. He had noticed. Once everyone settled, I cleared my throat and called Lang Ji over. As I gazed at the trio of striking gentlemen before me, the allure of their beast skin skirts barely concealed, I couldn't help but choke on my own saliva, leading to an uproarious cough. Once I regained my composure, I relayed the gossip I had overheard. Upon hearing it, Lang Ji's heart sank, fearing I intended to hold him accountable and cast him away. A single tear fell from his beautiful wolf-like eyes. I must say, witnessing a towering wolfman weep like a small puppy is a sight few can withstand. My heart melted, and I quickly reached out to wipe his tears. "Do not cry. I do not intend to send you away." I took a deep breath and boldly declared, "Lang Ji, would you be willing to become my third beast husband?" Huwan's anxious heart finally found respite. Lang Ji appeared utterly dazed, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the next moment, tears streamed down his face like pearls from a broken string, and he stammered, "I am willing, Yuling. I am willing." "Then cease your tears," I chuckled helplessly, feeling my heart soften further. He hastily wiped his eyes, revealing a goofy grin, then knelt, grasping my hand and showering it with kisses. Huwan could no longer bear to watch and yanked my hand away, exclaiming, "That's quite enough." Lang Ji, unperturbed, stood up, beaming with a smile that revealed all his teeth. He was beside himself with excitement, declaring he would promptly gather his belongings. Huwan rolled his eyes and retorted, "Before you bring anything in, expand the cave. It's far too cramped." Lang Ji cheerfully acknowledged, "Understood, second brother." Huwan exploded, "Who on earth is your second brother?" "We are not brothers." Lang Ji rushed off to share the good news with his beast parents, and they were all elated. Even the old clan leader was moved. Then, this lad returned, invigorated, and began to excavate the cave with fervor. Bai Ying and Huwan observed with detached expressions. Huwan provoked, "Aren't you going to help?" Bai Ying didn't even lift an eyelid, responding, "A male beastman who cannot even excavate a cave is unworthy of being Yuling's companion." Upon hearing this, Lang Ji became even more determined, digging with renewed vigor, eager to prove himself. By midday, Hubai had fully awakened, realizing I was his savior, and struggled to express his gratitude, repeatedly calling me the greatest shaman. As night fell, the tribe organized a bonfire gathering, with beastmen specifically coming to invite us. Truthfully, I had little desire to attend, as I intended to leave after winter. However, when I turned around, I was met with Lang Ji's bright, hopeful eyes, reminiscent of a golden retriever eager for a stroll. All my refusals lodged in my throat. My brother Huning, sensing my internal struggle, chimed in, "Go ahead." I've never witnessed a gathering of the wolf tribe. With my brother's encouragement, I felt compelled to go. I was indeed curious about the festivities of the wolf tribe's bonfire. However, beside me, the petty Huwan pouted. His lips pursed as if he could hang an oil bottle on them, wearing an expression of grievance that no one cared for him. I couldn't help but laugh. Who understands the intricacies of familial relationships? These lovesick males are all so difficult. I teased him, "What are your thoughts? Speak up." His lips twisted into an exaggerated grin, as if he had pressed a happiness button, yet he feigned indifference. "If you want to go, then go." How trivial. But when I turned, I met Lang Ji's sparkling eyes, filled with trepidation and anticipation. My heart softened, and I relented. "All right, I will go." Upon hearing my acquiescence, Lang Ji's handsome face erupted into a radiant smile, more joyous than during the new year. I must tell you, as I stepped into the bonfire gathering, the background music would have come to a halt. The entire crowd, regardless of gender, fixated their gazes upon me. Of course, it was not merely my beauty that drew their attention. It was the impressive lineup of beastmen behind me, Bai Ying, Lang Ji, and my brother Huning, all exceptionally striking, causing the females to swoon. The old clan leaders occupied the center stage, their expressions a complex mix upon seeing us. I was promptly seated in a VIP section beside them, the bench adorned with a thick layer of beast skin, truly considerate. As I settled in, Lang Ji's mother, the elder female, smiled warmly at me, saying, "Yuling, thank you for coming." I managed to smile in return, but internally, I was acutely aware that my presence was solely to support Lang Ji, bearing no relation to the wolf tribe. The elder female, keenly perceptive after over a century of life, quickly recognized my detachment. I surmised she had prepared an elaborate speech to congratulate her son on acquiring a beast husband, which now lay unspoken. Just as I was getting comfortable, a female named Lita cheerfully approached and pulled me over. I can assure you, this woman is undoubtedly a seasoned team master. She immediately turned her attention to Lang Ji, teasingly saying, "Oh dear, Lang Ji has just become a beast husband, and he is already so possessive of our Yu Ling. One might assume you're the primary beast husband. Jealousy is unbecoming, you know." Her words left Lang Ji flabbergasted. The poor lad quickly glanced at Bai Ying. Bai Ying's wolfish eyes narrowed, causing Lang Ji to retract his neck, stammering, "I didn't mean it that way." I rolled my eyes internally. Was this her idea of lightening the mood? Clearly, she intended to rattle my composure and sow discord. Observing the situation, Lita shifted gears, laughing it off, and warmly pulled me beside AI Ma, casually revealing, "Yu Ling, did you not know? Lang Zhua and Lang Yu have already become AI Ma's guardian beasts." I glanced at the two brothers, Lang Zhua and Lang Yu, who appeared mortified, their faces burning with shame. I was not surprised. They had previously fawned over AI Ma, and now their wish had been granted. AI Ma herself appeared quite proud, thumping her chest and proclaiming, "Yes, they are my guardians now. I believe I will soon find my first beast husband." Observing her carefree demeanor, it did not appear that my brother's rejection had affected her greatly, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. The bonfire blazed brightly, and the atmosphere grew increasingly outrageous. Suddenly, a bear beast man named Xiongda approached me, nervously clutching a piece of roasted meat, and declared his intentions. "Yu Ling, I wish to become your beast husband." I was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Rita and AI Ma, reveling in the spectacle, added fuel to the fire. Rita leaned closer, whispering in a tone audible only to our table, "Why not accept Xiongda? I've heard bear beastmen excel in that regard. You would surely find it pleasurable." My face flushed with embarrassment at such brazen words. Indeed, indeed. Xiongda is quite earnest and straightforward. You should consider it." Behind me, Bai Ying, Huan, and Lang Ji wore expressions as dark as a pot's bottom, their glares piercing through to Xiongda. I hastily shook my head, firmly rejecting his proposal. "I'm sorry, Xiongda, but I currently have no intention of selecting a beast husband." Xiongda's face fell, and he retreated in silence. However, it was akin to stirring a hornet's nest, as a string of other males soon approached, believing that with Lang Ji's potential ascension, they too might have a chance. I turned each of them down, and the expressions of my three companions grew increasingly grim. My brother and his fox-kin watched with disdain, finding the wolf tribes gathering utterly chaotic and beneath them. Unable to endure any longer, I bid farewell to the elder leaders and led my entourage back to the cave. Rita scoffed behind me. "What are you pretending for?" I heard her, but chose to ignore it. Upon returning to the cave, Lang Ji looked at me with immense gratitude. "Thank you, Yu Ling." He recognized that my presence was solely to uphold his dignity. My brother, Hu Ning, perceptive as ever, immediately ordered the removal of the injured fox from a stone bed, muttering, "What kind of business is it for my sister to house someone?" I haven't even stayed here. Once they departed, only the four of us remained in the cave. Stating plainly, Lamki. We will inevitably leave the wolf tribe. I shall not partake in such gatherings again. Lang Ji immediately lowered his head in apology. "I'm sorry, Yu Ling. It won't happen again." Seeing his pitiful expression, my irritation dissipated. I was rather conflicted, for though I wished to distance myself from the wolf tribe, I had inadvertently accepted him. Sighing, I said, "Very well, we are family now. You need not call me Yu Ling. Simply Yu Ling will suffice. It sounds too formal." Lang Ji nodded vigorously and tentatively called out, "Yu Ling." I smiled and urged him to rest, for my cave was still under construction and lacked space for him. He gazed at the half-finished cave with determination, likely resolved to work hard the following day. Turning around, I found Bai Ying and Huan perched on the bed, staring at me like obedient children. Their gaze made me uneasy. "What are you looking at? Go wash up and sleep." The next day, while Bai Ying and the others went hunting, Lang Ji stayed behind to look after me. An unease lingered in my heart, and I seized the opportunity to inquire. "Lang Ji, what are your thoughts on Rita? You seem particularly wary of her." Upon hearing my question, he halted, his brow furrowed deeply. "She is not a good female. Do not associate with her. I fear she may harm you." He recounted an incident from before I accepted him when Rita had blocked his path, attempting to coerce him into using something called Qinghua. I promptly asked System 999, what is this Qinghua? The system explained, this is akin to a little pill in the beast world. Those in the know understand. I was infuriated. How insidious was Rita? Fortunately, Lang Ji had not fallen for it, or else we would have surely met a tragic end. The system added ominously, for younger females, this item is a death sentence. Horrified, I listened as it elaborated that younger females could not withstand it. Using such a thing could lead to severe bleeding or worse. My heart raced, realizing Rita was well aware of its dangers. Lang Ji, noticing my pale complexion, panicked and scooped me up, rushing towards the elder shaman. I quickly urged him, put me down. Have you forgotten that I am the most capable shaman? He finally understood, remorsefully setting me down. I forced a smile. It's all right. I was merely startled by your words. Lang Ji looked at me with unwavering determination. I would never force you. Should I do so? You have my permission to end my life. My heart trembled at his words, and I nodded. Then let us keep our distance from Rita. That evening, upon their return, I recounted the entire incident to Bai Ying, expressing my concern that AI Ma might be swayed by Rita. To my relief, Bai Ying chuckled, remarking that AI Ma was not so clever, and Rita's attempts to manipulate her to harm me were misguided. I retorted, is that truly how you speak of your own sister? From that point on, I initiated a policy of rejecting visitors. Whenever Rita sought me out, I refused to meet her, and I abstained from all tribal activities. As long as she did not provoke me, we would coexist peacefully until the cold season passed, after which we would part ways. Later, AI Ma, ever the gossip, informed me that Rita had not left her cave for several days, likely attempting to conceive before the cold season ended. I was taken aback. Days. I later discovered that Bai Ying had taken action, directly confronting Rita as primary beast husband, Niu Meng, and offering him a Qinghua. This was poetic justice. If she enjoyed employing such tactics, let her experience the consequences. When I encountered Rita again, she appeared drastically changed, having lost considerable weight and looking haggard. AI Ma was shocked by her appearance. Upon seeing me, Rita's eyes brimmed with barely contained hatred as she gritted her teeth and spat. Yuling, are you satisfied now? Confused. I wondered what her madness had to do with me. Rita sneered, leaving me with a cryptic remark. He is truly a vile wolf beastman, before departing. AI Ma quipped beside me. Is she unhinged? What is so impressive about being pregnant? I chose to ignore her outburst. As the cold season neared its end, we began packing to leave for the southern continent. From a system, I learned that the beast world was divided into 4 quadrants, and we were currently in the north, destined for the south, a journey that would take several months. I couldn't help but grumble. Traveling without airplanes is incredibly inconvenient. The system retorted, Host, you are quite beautiful, but do not indulge in unrealistic fantasies. Finally, we slipped away quietly. To hasten our journey, they all transformed into their beast forms. I comfortably settled onto Bai Ying's broad and soft back, feeling as if I were perched on a cloud. The snow melted, the earth rejuvenated, and everywhere was adorned with tender sprouts and blossoms. The air was refreshingly pure. The unspoiled beauty was simply breathtaking. I couldn't help but exclaim, how beautiful. Huan watched me, the pink in his fox eyes brimming with unmasked affection. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 95 favorability rating from Huan, and you have earned an additional 10 years of life. Upon hearing the system's notification, I was elated and turned to the fiery red fox with a radiant smile. Huan was so taken aback by my grin that he seemed momentarily dazed, his heartbeat likely skipping a beat. My brother, Hu Ning, observed us with misty eyes and called out, We are going home. Yes, we are returning home. I nodded vigorously in agreement. Throughout our journey, we quenched our thirst with mountain spring water, hunted when hungry, and sought caves for rest, moving at a leisurely pace that felt more like a spring outing than a hurried trek. Today, I sat upon the back of Huan, who gathered wildflowers for me. With a few deft movements, I fashioned a floral crown to adorn my head and turned to Bai Ying, inquiring, Is it beautiful? Bai Ying smiled indulgently, declaring, Is indeed lovely. Lang Ji, nearby, nodded vigorously in agreement. Just then, the skies suddenly darkened, and soon, a gentle spring rain began to fall. Quick, find a place to take shelter from the rain. Bai Ying called out. Huan hastily tore a piece of beast hide from Lang Ji's pack and secured it over my head, saying, Don't let the rain drench you. I exclaimed, This rain is pouring down like it's free. After much effort, we found a cave to take refuge in, only to have Lang Ji pull out a piece of jerky from his bag. My goodness, it was greasy and tough, and just looking at it made my teeth ache. Eat this raw? What a ridiculous joke. I declared that I must immediately have a warm meal. Bai Ying looked troubled, lamenting the lack of fire-starting equipment. Yet guess what? Who am I? I spotted some dry twigs inside the cave. While they fretted over the absence of fire, I simply stated, let us use friction to create fire, which rendered them speechless. Their expressions were priceless, as if they could hardly believe it. I had no intention of doing it myself. Instead, I thrust a stick into Huan's hands and pointed with my chin. Come on, little fox, generate some heat for me. Think of it as your personal power generation duty. To my delight, Huan complied earnestly, producing smoke in no time. I urged him to hasten, and suddenly, a flame leapt up, nearly singeing his beautiful red fur, causing him to yelp and leap back, which was utterly amusing. Then, the most absurd event unfolded. My brother Huning, along with a group of fox beastmen, suddenly knelt before me, their eyes wide with astonishment, stammering and asking if I was a messenger of the beast god. Family, who understands? I am merely an ordinary person from the 21st century. Having watched a couple of episodes of Wilderness Survival, I face-bombed and said, all right, fine, I'm a messenger, but stop kneeling and hurry up with the meat. Yet, Huan sulked, muttering in a pitiful tone, they all know, but I do not. I quickly soothed him, assuring him that I hadn't meant to keep him in the dark. In a surprising twist, he brightened up, thinking that my request for him to create fire was a sign of favoritism, as if he were the only one being cherished among the three old ones, allowing him to create a miracle with his own hands. His imagination was truly remarkable. My brother Huning, ever eager, rushed to grill the meat for me. With great anticipation, I took a bite, only to nearly choke from the saltiness. It was as if they had sprinkled salt, as if it were free. Yet, when I looked up, I saw his bright, hopeful eyes seeking praise. What could I do? I could only tearfully exclaim, wow, brother, your grilled meat is absolutely delicious. I performed with such heartfelt sincerity that Bai Ying and the others nearby must have felt a pang of sympathy for me. The incessant rain continued, forcing us to spend the night in the cave. I comfortably leaned against Bai Ying's fluffy belly, sleeping soundly, completely unaware that outside, a pair of deep purple eyes were secretly observing us. The next day, the rain finally ceased, but the outside world had transformed into a scene of mudslides, with the path completely washed away. I felt as if I were growing mushrooms from staying in the cave too long, and insisted on going outside for fresh air. Bai Ying generously entrusted me to Huan, allowing him to carry me out to play. Before I left, I kissed Bai Ying, which moved him greatly. So, I settled comfortably on Huan's shoulders. Let me tell you, this fellow was truly remarkable, flawless from every angle. I couldn't help but lean in to smell his hair, wondering if this was the legendary fox scent. To my surprise, my pesky system chimed in, explaining that he was a high-grade spiritual fox, devoid of any odor, and a rare pink-eyed red fox at that. What luck! I had drawn an SSR. Then, this charming fox led me to the riverbank, where he whimsically requested that I wash his hair. Looking into his watery, pink blossom-like eyes, I shamefully succumbed. As we were washing, he suddenly leaned in to kiss me. It nearly took my breath away. I quickly pushed him away, scolding him for being a rogue. He innocently asked what a rogue was, which left me both amused and exasperated. To top it off, he used his own fallen red hair to braid me a bracelet. Who could resist such charm? As we were engrossed in our playful antics, a pair of eyes lurking beneath the water were fixated on us. When we decided to leave, Huan cautiously glanced back, seeing nothing amiss. Little did he know, a beautiful man with purple hair had just emerged from the water, his gaze intense, as if he wished to swallow me whole. Upon returning to the cave, Bai Ying and the others returned from hunting, bringing back 2 large bird eggs. My eyes lit up. Who knows how long it had been since I had a proper egg? I hurriedly asked them to boil it for me. With the first bite, I nearly fainted from the deliciousness. This was undoubtedly the best egg I had ever tasted in my life. However, the big men all complained that they disliked the taste, finding it too fishy. Fine, if they couldn't appreciate it, I would devour it all myself. A few days later, I could no longer bear it. I felt as if I were going stale, insisting on going to the river for a bath. Huan and Lang Ji, unable to dissuade me, guarded me like bodyguards, one on each side. Just as I was enjoying my bath, suddenly, a powerful force emerged from the water, grabbing my ankle and pulling me under without warning. I didn't even have time to surface. I choked on several mouthfuls of water, feeling as though I were on the brink of death, just before losing consciousness. The last thing I saw was a pair of enormous purple vertical pupils belonging to a giant python. My only thought was, this is it, I'm done for. I'm going to be eaten like a spicy strip. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a damp and cold snake den. The massive purple python coiled in a corner, resembling a small mountain, its eyes fixed intently on me. Terrified, my legs turned to jelly, and I could only muster a forced smile as I began to negotiate for my life. Oh, great snake, I'm not worth eating, really. My flesh is scant and tough, not even enough to get stuck in your teeth. Would you kindly let me go? It merely stared at me, unmoving. Taking a deep breath, I turned and bolted toward the cave entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, I was stunned to find a raging waterfall outside, a deadly barrier. Despair washed over me, and just then, the system slowly chimed in. Host, do not fear, this is your third target, the highly venomous purple king snake, Shizhua. I exploded. When did you mention this? The system, sounding aggrieved, replied that it had informed me when I was dragged underwater. I was nearly drowning then. How could I have heard anything? I must have been unconscious for a day. How frantic must Bai Ing and the others be? I quickly inquired of the system. What is this new husband-s affinity for me? The system hesitantly reported a number, 10%. I was flabbergasted. Only 10. This affinity was as low as my bank account balance. The system tried to justify, explaining that snakes are cold-blooded creatures and their feelings develop slowly. Fine. I'll take your word for it. I realized this third target, no, now the fourth, was certainly a tough nut to crack. Moreover, this tough nut was mute. I'm telling you, this fellow was indeed unyielding. I muster my courage to strike up a conversation, saying, Big brother, look at my weak and helpless appearance. Would you kindly return me home? My family must be worried. Yet to my dismay, he didn't even lift an eyelid. He remained coiled, resembling a giant purple incense coil. My heart sank. Could it be that he was indeed mute? I hurriedly asked the system, 999, what on earth did you select? The system panicked, Host, do not slander. Our system is highly professional in selecting candidates. He simply does not wish to engage with you. It even informed me that snakes hibernate in winter. Perhaps his mind hadn't booted up yet. I'll believe that when pigs fly, thus. I spent the day waiting for nightfall, all while starving. I must confess, I am as famished as if my stomach were glued to my back. My visage pale with hunger. In a moment of desperation, I boldly extended my sinful little hand and prodded the mound of purple sweet potato puree. Big brother, I'm so hungry, I lamented, my voice barely rising above the sound of a mosquito's buzz. To my astonishment, he hissed, revealing his fangs, startling me into retreat. I quickly withdrew my hand, feeling quite pitiful, and reiterated my plight. I am truly starving. To my surprise, he spoke. His voice, deep and resonant like a subwoofer, uttered just 2 words, wait. In an instant, his colossal serpentine form coiled upright, towering over me by half a head. His gaze akin to that of someone eyeing expired yogurt in a refrigerator, laced with disdain and a hint of revulsion. With that, he slithered away, leaving me alone on the ground, gazing at the tumultuous river outside the cave, my heart sinking. How was I to escape? Swim? I couldn't even manage a dog paddle. Before long, he returned, clutching a bloody object in his mouth, and with a swift motion, he tossed it before me. It was a deer, its neck twisted grotesquely. In that deep, resonant voice, he commanded one word, eat. I felt as though I had transformed into an elderly commuter on the subway, staring at my phone in disbelief. Eat? Raw. Big brother, are you jesting? This thing is still dripping blood. I am no Bear Grylls. He misinterpreted my hesitation as fear of poison and earnestly assured me, it's not poisonous. I countered, Big brother, that's not the crux of the matter. I am mustering the courage to say I want it cooked. I cannot eat it raw. His expression shifted dramatically, turning from overcast to tempestuous. Eat it or don't. He snapped before retreating to a corner, curling up as if to become his own incense. Suddenly, the system screeched in my mind. Host. Favorability has plummeted to 5. Before I could comprehend, it chimed again. Favorability has hit 0. Host. Favorability has been reset. I felt utterly paralyzed. My friends, this operation had my CPU boiling. All because I refused to consume raw meat. The favorability dropped faster than the A shares. I promptly petitioned the system. I want to switch partners. I cannot solve this problem. I wish to change to the next one. The system whimpered. No, host, the main system is locked. Switching is impossible. I decided to confront him, arguing that consuming raw meat would make me ill, and I could start a fire myself if provided with some dry wood. His gaze could have frozen me solid. Just as I felt a chill creeping in, something slippery and cold coiled around me. It was his tail. In the next instant, I was hoisted into the air. The sensation of suffocation surged through me, as if the air was being squeezed from my lungs. Tears streamed down my face, and I questioned him why. Just when I thought I might be choked into oblivion, a single tear fell upon him. It seemed to electrify him, and with a swift motion, he released me, unceremoniously dropping me onto the ground. I collapsed, coughing violently, and, as I regained my composure, he transformed. In an instant, a striking figure of a man, standing nearly 2 meters tall with lavender hair and eyes, materialized before me. He was undeniably handsome, exuding an ethereal charm, yet his presence was overpowering. He seized my chin, compelling me to meet his gaze, his eyes deep as if they intended to swallow me whole. I braced myself, fearing another attack, but to my utter astonishment, he leaned down and kissed me. My mind went blank in disbelief. One moment he seemed intent on my demise, and the next he was kissing me? What a perplexing display of behavior. I internally screamed at the system. 999? Is he deranged? The system, surprisingly enthusiastic, replied, Host, favorability has skyrocketed from negative to 25. What a farce. My stomach churned violently, and I retched. This was no kiss. It felt like a choking maneuver. I pushed him away, feeling disoriented. His expression darkened, as though my kiss had disgusted him. With tears streaming down my face, I forced a smile, saying, Big brother, is this your idea of a kiss? One might think you were attempting the Heimlich maneuver. To my surprise, his expression softened slightly, and he awkwardly stated, I don't know how. You'll have to teach me. In the future? I thought, who would want to spend the future with you? With a dismissive huff, he added, Don't think I didn't notice your interactions with that fox beast. With that, he transformed back into a snake and slithered away. It dawned on me that he had been observing me all along. This was his version of companionship. Before long, he returned, this time with dry wood and fruits, attempting to replicate the fire-making technique I had demonstrated with the foxes. Watching him, I felt a chill run down my spine. How long had he been spying on us? I quickly explained the principles, as I had no desire to fall ill in the cave. The fire ignited and warmth enveloped us. While roasting meat, he introduced himself as Shijua, an 8-pattern beastman. 8 patterns. More impressive than Baiying. I realized he was quite the catch. I promptly confessed my situation, stating that I was Yuling, already with 3 beast husbands, and if he didn't team mind, he could be the 4th. To my astonishment, he nodded. I was taken aback. Was he really this agreeable? I seized the opportunity, suggesting, Then could you take me back? He shook his head. Fine, I wouldn't rush it. I added, How about delivering a message to my husband to assure them I am safe? He nodded in agreement. A weight lifted from my heart. Surely, he wouldn't turn mad again and attempt to harm me. Once the meat was ready, he offered it to me, and the system indicated that favorability had reached 50. What a roller coaster ride. After a few bites, I felt sated and declared I could eat no more. He frowned, and I sensed the system's alarm was about to sound again. He reached out, placing his hand on my belly to ascertain my true level of fullness. I quickly claimed I had consumed fruits and was genuinely full. He finally withdrew his hand and finished the leftover meat himself. I sighed in relief. His moods were exceedingly volatile. I decided to strike at the heart of the matter. Do you wish to be my partner? He paused, then with an air of conviction declared, You kissed me. You must take responsibility. I'm already your beast husband. I was left speechless. Is there a misunderstanding regarding who kissed whom? However, I dared not voice my thoughts, fearing he might spiral into madness once more. I acquiesced. All right, you are the 4th. Confirming our relationship seemed to placate him, and after I had eaten my fill, he leaned closer, a serious expression on his face, asking now, Can you teach me how to kiss you? I tell you, the moment he uttered those words, my CPU nearly overheated. Teach you? How? A hands-on tutorial? Panic surged through me, and I instinctively covered my mouth, conjuring an excuse. I just finished eating roasted meat. I haven't rinsed my mouth yet. The taste is quite strong. I thought this would surely deter him. However, his expression darkened, sending icy daggers through the air. Are you rejecting me? Friends, who understands the gravity of that moment? The sensation was akin to the system's alarm blaring in my mind. Observing his demeanor, I resolved to risk it all for my precious years of life. I steeled myself, closed my eyes, and let go, propelling myself toward him. Just as I prepared to peck him lightly and escape, a powerful hand clutched the back of my head, pulling me into a kiss that felt like a mountain crashing down upon me, nearly sweeping me away. Meanwhile, my husbands and brother were in a frenzy. My brother, Hu Ning, furious as a war god, shattered a tree trunk with a single punch, his eyes bloodshot with rage. My other two husbands, Huan and Lang Ji, engaged in a heated quarrel, each bearing bruises as if they had just emerged from a mud pit. They scoured the world for me, convinced I must have been abducted by some rogue beast, frantically following the river downstream, nearly turning the riverbed upside down. As for me, I had been confined in this cave with Shi Zhua for nearly a week. To my surprise, he proved quite adept at living in comfort, having fashioned a beast-hide bed for me within the cave. However, this fellow truly has an addiction. He seizes every opportunity to kiss me, and my lips are nearly chafed from his incessant affection. Yet my favorability rating remains stubbornly fixed at 50, more stable than my stock investments. Fortunately, his mood has been relatively normal these past few days, and he hasn't threatened to end my life. One day, while I was lost in thought, I suddenly felt a chill on my back, mistakenly believing the air conditioning was too high, only to discover it was him. This guy is as cold-blooded as they come, embracing me like a massive ice block. He wrapped his arms around my waist, resting his chin on my shoulder, his gaze fixed on me as if I were a rare treasure, sending shivers down my spine and flushing my cheeks. He seemed quite pleased with my reaction, smirking as he leaned down to kiss me again, murmuring that he had never encountered a delicate and soft female like me before. Meanwhile, the search and rescue team on my side had grown to a scale comparable to an international joint operation. Bai Ying had called in the strong men from nearby tribes, sealing off the entire mountain area. They soon learned of the local tyrant, the Zhuangshi tribe, rumored to be ferocious and venomous, boasting a young and formidable 8-pattern leader, truly terrifying. My brothers felt immense pressure, proceeding with extreme caution as they conducted a thorough search, fearful of provoking these genuine local tyrants. Little did they know that the fabled 8-pattern leader was currently embracing me, suddenly asking, "Do you want to go outside?" I was so elated that I nearly performed a backflip. After being cooped up for a week, I could finally bask in the sunlight. However, before I could savor my joy for 3 seconds, I noticed his expression darkening like a pot bottom, his fingers dangerously tracing my skin, his voice as sharp as ice shards. "You are so happy to leave me? Does anyone understand the emotional turmoil here?" My survival instinct kicked in instantly. I changed my demeanor at lightning speed, clinging to him and using my sweetest voice to say, "How could I? My dear Seagull, I could never wish to leave you. You are my beast husband." Sweet words masked the bitterness of my heart, a true working-class spirit. His expression softened slightly, but he still seemed displeased. Nonetheless, he relented, kissing me once more and saying, "Let's go." In the next moment, he transformed back into his original form. A colossal purple python, his head as large as a small car. I felt like I was riding in a convertible. In the moment we emerged from the cave and inhaled the fresh air of freedom, I was nearly moved to tears. However, once we reached the shore, he shifted back into human form, completely bare. I quickly averted my gaze while internally critiquing the absurdity of his physique. Most notably, he had two. My legs turned to jelly, and the system audaciously chimed in, assuring me that my body could handle it. "Thank you for that." I stumbled, and he caught me, leaning closer with a low, husky voice. "Are you satisfied with me?" I choked on my own saliva, coughing violently, and pushing him away, exclaiming, "Put on a beast-hide skirt, quickly." At that moment, he suddenly shifted again, transforming back into a giant python and darting away with me for dozens of meters. When I looked up, I was met with the sight of my friends and family. Bai Ying, my brothers, and the rest were all present. Just as a smile began to form on my face, I heard the cold, hissing voice of the python. "Are you happy to see them?" I replied, "Of course I'm happy, but I'm also very happy to be with you." My survival instinct compelled me to tread carefully. "Little liar," he scoffed. My side also noticed us. "Sister, Yuling." My brother Huning immediately transformed into a black fox and charged at us. What happened next? The python flicked its tail and struck my brother like a baseball bat, sending him flying like a top. I was furious, shouting at the python, "He is my brother. How could you strike him so hard?" I rushed over to check on my brother. Bai Ying, Huan, and Lang Ji saw the situation and immediately sprang into action. 3 against 1, a true legendary battle. Instantly, the scene devolved into chaos. The surrounding orc tribes watched like spectators, their eyes scanning me with ill intent. Meanwhile, a hyena was trying to take advantage of the confusion to approach me, only to be swiftly dealt with by my brother, who had just recovered. As he stripped the hyena of his beast-hide skirt for himself, performing a real-life "What are you looking at?" I watched the fierce battle unfold, feeling both angry and anxious, constantly cheering on by Ying and the others, hoping they could teach that foul python a lesson. Who would have thought the python, noticing my enthusiasm, will become even more energized. With a flick of its body, it spoke human words, arrogantly declaring, "Don't worry, I won't use poison against you." No sooner had the words left its mouth than I heard a chime in my mind. "Congratulations, host. The favorability rating of the third target, Shizhua, has reached 60%. I was dumbfounded. So this fellow enjoys a good fight, doesn't he? Despite the 3-on-1 situation, the level disparity was too significant. Bai Ying and the others fought valiantly, but could only manage a stalemate, their bodies covered in injuries, blood flowing freely. I realized this could lead to serious consequences. If they continued, someone might get killed. I quickly ran into the fray, arms outstretched to block Shizhua, and my brother, Hu Ning, hurried over to protect me. Shizhua's tail barely halted before Bai Ying, its crimson forked tongue flicking, its tone dripping with sarcasm. "Are you worried about them?" I swallowed hard, lifting my chin defiantly. "I'm worried about you too. I don't want to see any of you hurt. Shizhua, enough. Stand down." Taking a deep breath, I announced to everyone, "Shizhua is now my fourth beast husband." The crowd gasped in shock. Bai Ying and the others wore expressions of defeat, while my brother Hu Ning looked as if his eyes would pop out, likely pondering what kind of powerful figure I had entangled myself with. Upon hearing my declaration, Shizhua finally seemed satisfied, snorting softly, wrapping his tail around me, and placing me back atop his head as if I were a trophy, before turning to leave. I glanced back repeatedly at my wounded companions, and he ominously threatened, "If you look again, I will break their necks." I had no choice but to avert my gaze, beginning to reprimand him. "Hu Ning is my brother. You shouldn't treat him that way." Surprisingly, he seemed to take my advice, saying, "Next time, I'll 1T strike your beast brother." Then, he sneered, "Those three are useless." Goodness, he even shows favoritism. My 3 husbands turned green with anger, particularly Lang Ji, whose demeanor suggested his orc life had taken a dark turn. I could only stroke Shijua's head fervently, showering him with compliments as if they were free. By the time we returned to my original cave, it had been ransacked by the local wildlife, leaving a mess. A few orcs transformed back into human form, and Bai Ying graciously offered Shizhua a beast hide skirt, reminding him, "Yuling dislikes beastmen who don't wear skirts in her presence." Truly a display of the primary wife's decorum. Seeing their bruised faces, especially Hu Wan's, which was swollen like a pig's head, broke my heart, and I hurried to fetch herbs to treat their wounds. When it came time to tend to Shijua's injuries, he stared at me intently, his gaze filled with astonishment, as if I were a divine being descended from the heavens. As I applied ointment to his wounds, I must say, this 8-pattern leader was taut with muscle, his ears flushed a deep crimson. His expression was a mixture of shock, gratitude, and a hint of bewilderment. Reminiscent of an innocent young man, his heart likely racing. In this brutal world, it was rare for a female to care for an injured male, and it seemed my touch had begun to thaw his icy heart. I must tell you, the way Shizhua looked at me at that moment, it was as if he wanted to engrave 5 words into his forehead. How can a delicate female possess such skill? He likely could not fathom that a gentle creature like me could possess medical knowledge and handle it so adeptly. The system's notification chimed in my mind, ding. Favorability rating of the third target, Shizhua, has reached 80%. My happiness surged as the favorability skyrocketed by 30 points in a single day, feeling as though Shijua's 10 years of life were beckoning to me. Once I finished tending to him, his gaze remained fixed upon me, unwavering. I cleared my throat, preparing to convene an internal meeting. After all, we had gathered together. It would be unbecoming to continue our revelries in this cave. I turned to Shizhua and inquired about our plans to return to the Ling Hu tribe on the southern continent. Just as my words faded, Huan, that young rascal, expressed his discontent, likely feeling threatened by Shijua's sudden rise and my apparent favoritism. He huffed defiantly, "Why should I care? If he wishes to leave, let him." I found myself both amused and exasperated as I observed his puffy face. It was clear he was no match for Shizhua, yet he maintained his bravado. As the core member of our team, it was my duty to resolve this internal discord. I adopted a serious demeanor and assumed the role of mediator. Say, Huan, Shizhua is now part of our group. It will be prudent for you to adopt a more amiable attitude. Then, emboldened, I turned to Shizhua and declared, "Shizhua, you are now my 4th beast husband, and I hope you can coexist harmoniously. Please apologize to my beast brother." Shizhua was momentarily taken aback, his expression seemingly questioning my audacity. I suspect no female had ever dared to command him in such a manner. However, after glancing between me and Huan, he surprisingly managed to utter a cold, "I'm sorry." His voice was as frigid as the Siberian winds. I pressed further. And what about Bai Huan and Lang Ji? You have all fought with them. This provoked his ire, and he defensively exclaimed, I wasn't he the one who initiated the conflict. Huan quickly interjected, if you hadn't sneakily taken away Xiao Yuling, would we have had to confront you? As tensions threatened to escalate once more, Bai Ying, the true peacemaker among us, stepped forward. Despite having a few bruises, his composure remained intact as he calmly stated, let us put this matter to rest. We share some responsibility for not safeguarding our own. His words diffused the situation, leaving everyone speechless. Huan, though still fuming, begrudgingly accepted the resolution. I hastily redirected the conversation, focusing on Shizhuo once again. So what are your thoughts? My eyes gleamed with anticipation. He was a significant asset, a formidable protector. At that moment, my brother Hu Ning chimed in, grinning, is there any doubt? Of course, you should join us. My sister is still underage. If you don't stay close, you might lose your position as the fourth beast husband to one of our tribe's young talents. Hu Ning's words were shockingly candid. Upon hearing this, Shizhua's expression darkened. What male could tolerate such indignity? Despite his sour demeanor, he eventually conceded, nodding in reluctant agreement. Noticing his acquiescence, I casually asked, would you like to inform your family? The moment I uttered those words, alarms blared in my mind. Host. Shijua's favorability has decreased by 5 points. Currently at 75%. I was taken aback. What did I say wrong? The system hastily explained. His family situation is likely complicated. It's a sensitive subject. Best left unmentioned. Indeed, Shijua's aura plummeted to a chilling low as he icily declared, I have no family. My embarrassment reached new heights, and I scrambled to salvage the situation. Then we shall be your family from now on. Let us rest for the night and set off tomorrow. The next day, as we embarked on our journey, I finally emerged from that small cave, feeling utterly liberated. As we strolled through the forest, I stumbled upon clusters of dark red fruit hanging from the trees, resembling oversized cherries. My mouth watered at the sight. Bai Ying, ever gentle, plucked a bunch for me, while Huan and the others quickly gathered their own, eager to ensure I had my fill. I grasped the hefty cherries, wiped them clean, and bit into one, juice bursting forth, sweet as nectar. I beamed at them, exclaiming, this is truly delicious. However, when I looked up, I found Bai Ying, Huan, and Lang Ji staring intently at my cherry-stained lips, their expressions a mixture of longing and surprise. In the midst of this charged atmosphere, Shishwa suddenly leaned in and kissed me, catching me off guard. My mind went blank as he claimed the morsel I had yet to swallow. And with a satisfied smirk, he wiped his mouth and remarked, indeed, very sweet. Good heavens, who could understand the depths of my embarrassment? My face flushed crimson. Was this not blatant mischief? Infuriated, I turned to flee, with Shizhua following leisurely behind. Huan, seeing this unfold, became frantic, shouting to prevent the wicked snake beastman from bullying Xiao Yuling, determined to insert himself between us. Meanwhile, Lang Ji observed Bai Ying with an expression that suggested he was fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Little did he realize that Bai Ying's hands, concealed behind his back, were clenched tightly, his knuckles pale, straining against his own resolve. In a bid to win my favor, Huan offered me another large cherry and began to press Shizhua. Fourth, you should hunt for Xiao Yuling. You are the strongest among us. It is only fitting that you provide for our female leader. Shijua's gaze was as sharp as a knife, directed menacingly at Huan. Sensing the impending clash between these two childish rivals, I interjected, feigning sweetness, and gently shook Shijua's arm. Shizhua, would you hunt for me? I long to taste your catch. To my dismay, this backfired. Shizhua saw right through my intentions, his voice icy as he queried, are you trying to send me away? My smile faltered, guilt gnawing at me as I stammered, no, not at all. I simply yearned for some venison. He remained silent, his penetrating gaze scrutinizing me, sharp as an X-ray, causing beads of sweat to form on my brow. After what felt like an eternity, he finally relented, saying, wait for me here. He then turned and shot Huan a lethal glare, warning, protect Yuling. I shall tear you apart. Once he had walked away, I exhaled in relief. Huan approached me, feigning innocence as he asked if Shizhua had bullied me. I quickly defended Shizhua, explaining that our bond was consensual. This revelation left Huan stunned, as if I were defending a pig that had invaded my garden. Sighing, I decided to embrace each of them in turn. First Bai Ying, then my brother Hu Ning, and finally Lang Ji. The pure-hearted little wolf stiffened at my touch, his heart likely racing. In truth, being cared for in this world, especially with a brother by my side, was a feeling I had not experienced in far too long. As I reflected on this, a chilling voice interrupted from behind. I truly returned at the most inopportune time. To my astonishment, Shi Zhua had returned, dragging a deer behind him, his displeasure evident as he surveyed our amicable gathering. I quickly rushed over, looping my arm through his, showering him with compliments. How could that be? Your timing is impeccable. I am quite famished. At last, his stern demeanor softened slightly. His grilling skills were unparalleled, surpassing even Huan's expertise. Bai Ying offered to assist, but a single glance from Shi Zhui sent him retreating with a curt, "You eat what you catch yourself." Nevertheless, Bai Ying, ever kind-hearted, handed him salt crystals and red fruit, saying he enjoyed them. Shi Zhui reluctantly accepted and prepared a fragrant roasted piece of meat for me. I savored wholeheartedly, but in my eagerness, I burned my tongue, prompting Lang Ji to quickly offer me water. After satisfying our hunger and thirst, we continued our journey. Days passed, and at long last, a grand beast city appeared before us. The walls, constructed from stone and earth, loomed 5 to 6 meters high, emanating an undeniable sense of security. As I reveled in this newfound excitement, I turned to find Huan wrapped tightly in a scarf, resembling someone from the Middle East. My brother Hu Ning, stifling laughter, divulged that Huan had a tumultuous history with the daughter of the Tiger King, Hunyo, in this northern beast city, and had previously caused quite a ruckus to avoid her. Upon hearing this, I was both amused and intrigued. My beast husband cannot be taken away by another female. I hurriedly instructed him not to enter the city, but to wait for us outside. Bai Ying concurred, stating that the fierce and domineering tiger girl was not to be trifled with. Huan, feeling dejected, remained outside the city. Bai Ying even suggested covering my face with a beast hide, claiming my beauty made me unsafe. However, Shi Zhao swiftly tore it away, his tone icy yet commanding. With me here, she has no need for that. I must tell you, in that moment, this guy was undeniably handsome. I couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Shi Zhao, you are incredibly dashing. For the first time, a hint of a smile broke through his perpetual icy demeanor. Thus, flanked by several exceptionally handsome companions, I strode confidently towards the gates of the beast city. Upon entering the gates, I was taken aback by the scene. It felt akin to walking down a red carpet. A throng of male beastmen surrounded us, their gazes fixed on me like spotlights, as if they wished to scrutinize me from head to toe. Those who understand know that I instantly experienced social anxiety, feeling akin to a gorilla on display in a zoo, with goosebumps rising all over. Involuntarily, I shrank behind Shi Zhao and Bai Ying, my feet seemingly glued to the ground, my toes feeling so awkward they could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment beneath me. Observing my timidity, Bai Ying wasted no time. He squatted down and hoisted me onto his shoulder. Suddenly, I was elevated by 2 meters, my view broadened, but I also became the brightest bulb in the room. My face flushed crimson, wishing desperately to disappear into a crack in the ground. I clutched Shi Zhao's arm for courage. Bai Ying, ever so gently, reassured me not to be afraid, while I thought to myself, "Dear brother, it's not fear I feel, it's embarrassment." The sensation was akin to Tang Sung falling into the kingdom of women, with 100 muscular men staring unblinkingly at you. Who could comprehend such a dramatic feeling? At that moment, a path parted in the crowd, and a middle-aged man emerged, resembling a figure of authority. He addressed me with utmost respect, repeatedly referring to me as a precious little female, leaving me momentarily stunned. I quickly whispered to Bai Ying, "What is happening here?" Bai Ying leaned in to explain, stating that females are treasures here. Should I choose to settle in the beast city, they would not only provide a stone house, but also cover food and lodging. My eyes lit up at this revelation. Was this not the dream of a leisurely life with a salary, a seamless transition into a retirement lifestyle? The middle-aged man, smiling broadly, led the way while casting appreciative glances at the beast tattoos adorning Shi Zhao and Bai Ying, clearly satisfied not only with me, but also with my exceptionally handsome companions. Very well. Now that we were here, what more could we do? Bai Ying carried me in a grand manner into the city. No sooner had we taken a few steps inside than I heard a ruckus ahead. Perched on Bai Ying's shoulder, I had a clear view of a large crowd encircling something, where a burly man was shouting, "3 beast hides. This rabbit tribe rat is yours now." My heart skipped a beat. I was momentarily dumbfounded. Slave trading still existed in the Beastman continent? How primitive. The system quickly educated me, explaining that here, strength reigns supreme, and tribes that lose must serve as slaves. I couldn't help but suggest we take a look. Without hesitation, Bai Ying pushed into the crowd, and Shi Zhao, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance, made the beastmen part like the Red Sea when they caught sight of the 8 stripes on his arm. Upon entering, I was met with the sight of a young boy, no older than 13 or 14, tethered by a beast-hide rope, dirty and covered in wounds. The beastman selling him, upon noticing me, lit up with excitement. With a forceful tug, the boy stumbled to the ground before me. When he looked up, his rabbit-like eyes were red with fury, seemingly ablaze with anger. The middle-aged wolf, noticing my expression, immediately understood the situation and gestured to the slave seller, commanding, "Clean him up and take him to the little female's stone house." I was taken aback. They intended to treat this little slave as a welcome gift, hoping to ensnare me. The little rabbit, upon hearing this, bared his teeth in anger, only to be subdued by a swift blow. My heart ached at the sight, but I turned my head away, saying, "Let us go. I am no savior. In this place, preserving my own safety is already a victory." The wolf led us to a modest 2-story stone building. Though it was as bare as a shell, it felt like a 5-star luxury hotel compared to a cave. He looked at my calm demeanor with surprise. Perhaps he was not accustomed to such polite females. Before departing, the self-identified wolf suddenly shifted the conversation, smilingly inquiring about Hu Wan. "I wonder where Hu Wan's brother is?" Hu Ning chuckled, stating he had returned, but the crafty wolf pressed on, saying, "As far as I know, Hu Wan hasn't formally bonded with that female master yet." "Hey, am I invisible?" I stepped forward, confidently declaring, "Excuse me, the female master you refer to is indeed me. Hu Wan I understand." Wolf paused, seemingly taken aback that the principal character was right here, awkwardly apologizing for his oversight before hastily retreating. Once he was gone, I felt a sense of relief. Shi Zhao leaned coolly against the wall, stating I could stay if I wished, while Bai Ying, with a look of indulgence, suggested I must be tired and should rest. Wolf had already begun to tidy up the area in a docile manner. Once settled, it was imperative to explore. I took Bai Ying by the left hand and Shi Zhao by the right, boldly stepping out. Bai Ying mentioned a trade area ahead, and I was instantly intrigued. Upon arriving at the market, my eyes widened with excitement. Not far off, at a stall, stood several striking young men with light blue hair. Their beauty was such that they could easily debut as stars, each resembling characters from comic book. Bai Ying explained they were from the Merfolk tribe. They're to trade for salt. As I was captivated by the sight, I suddenly sensed the atmosphere around me drop to freezing temperatures. Turning my head, I found Shi Zhao as handsome, face dark as night. Quickly, I flashed him a sweet smile, attempting to strike up a conversation. "Shi Zhao, have you been to the Beast City before?" He merely grunted in response, too lazy to say another word. Undeterred, I tugged at him to continue exploring. Passing a small stall, my eyes lit up with realization. Dear family, it was rice. Golden, glistening rice. After days of consuming meat and broth, my palate was longing for something different. I rushed over to inquire, "How can I trade for this?" The stall owner, perhaps having not made a sale all day, looked at me as if I were a savior, stammering that it could be exchanged for beast hides or salt crystals. Bai Ying, with a scrunched face, declared, "This is inedible, hard and coarse." The stall owner quickly interjected, No, it's delicious. If you roast it, it's fragrant." I rolled my eyes. Roast it? What a waste. That's a barbaric way to eat. I immediately latched onto Bai Ying's arm, employing my charms. "Please, let us trade for it." Bai Ying, unable to resist my plea, promptly surrendered. "Fine, we'll trade." Ultimately, one beast hide yielded 2 large bags full. I felt as if I had struck gold. We hadn't brought any beast hides, so Bai Ying had the stall owner follow him to retrieve some. Shi Zhao and I waited at the stall. No sooner had Bai Ying departed than Shi Zhao pulled me into his embrace, with a hint of jealousy in his voice. Are those merfolk really that good-looking? This fellow was clearly envious. I secretly reveled in delight, leaning my head against his arm, cooing, "They can't compare to you." What a delightful moment for just the 2 of us. The atmosphere was sweet when suddenly, a sharp female voice cut through like thunder. "Shi Zhao." He froze, his face draining of color. Following the sound, I saw a middle-aged female accompanied by a dozen bodyguards striding over menacingly. The woman bore a striking resemblance to Shizhua, yet her gaze was chillingly cold, as if she regarded me as mere refuse. Upon opening her mouth, she sneered, "Oh, so you found a mate? Is this the female you've chosen? So diminutive, could she even bear healthy offspring?" Truly lacking in discernment. My temper flared. Who was this person? Yet her next comment was even more shocking. "Shizhua, is this your expression upon seeing your beast mother? Goodness, Is this truly your biological mother? Shizhua shielded me behind him, his face ashen as he retorted, Aren't you busy birthing your female offspring? What brings you out here? In response, she slapped him across the face, instantly leaving a mark. With venomous curses, she spat, You're just like your beast father, utterly revolting. A male like you is unworthy of a female's affection. Turning her attention to me, she smiled sinisterly. Little female, Shizhua is a venomous snake. You ought to kill him. Surely, he wouldn't dare tell you, would he? He has personally slain his own beast father. Enough. Shizhua roared, his eyes turning crimson. His mother laughed with glee, delivering the bombshell. He killed his own beast father. Do you dare to want such a heartless creature? My mind buzzed, but I quickly regained my composure. This was peculiar. My system had a built-in background check function. Such a weighty dark history could not simply be overlooked. There was definitely more to this story. Shizhua panicked, gripping my arm tightly in an attempt to explain. Yet not a word escaped his lips. His mother continued her tirade, claiming she should have crushed his snake egg from the start, asserting that he wished to murder her. His beast mother. As Shizhua seemed on the verge of exploding, I pulled him back, shaking my head to convey reassurance. I stepped forward, locking eyes with the malevolent woman, and coldly stated, What kind of beast mother speaks of her offspring in such a manner? In the beast realm, it is stipulated that the offspring of a female belong to her. Shizhua is now my beast husband. You have no right to interfere here. Speak to me with respect. The middle-aged female was taken aback by my retort, sneering, Little female, you may come to regret this. With that, she and her entourage departed, cursing as they went. Once they were gone, I turned to find Shizhua's purple eyes filled with astonishment and complexity. He hoarsely inquired why. I playfully stuck out my tongue, replying, Because you're my beast husband. Of course I trust you. He remained dumbfounded, prompting me to add, If you wish. You can share your past with me. I believe you are not as your beast mother describes. As soon as I finished speaking, Shizhua enveloped me in a tight embrace, burying his head in my shoulder, reminiscent of a large dog that has found its home. I gently patted his back, whispering in his ear, I will always be by your side. Ding. Congratulations, host. The affection level of the target, Shizhua, has reached 90%. When Buying returned, he found us in an embrace. He paused for a moment, then broke into a gentle smile, asking if something had happened. I quickly released Shizhua, laughing nervously, assuring him everything was fine, and we continued our outing. Upon returning to the stone house with the vegetables and 2 bags of precious rice, I was greeted by an unfamiliar face. It was the rabbit youth from the slave market earlier that day, now clean and presenting a charming visage, diligently following Long Ji. I was puzzled, but upon seeing me, the youth immediately displayed a radiant, somewhat obsequious smile, enthusiastically exclaiming, Sister, you're back. I thought, wasn't this the same youth whose gaze seemed to threaten us with devouring us whole? Such a rapid change in demeanor could astonish even a master of Sichuan opera. Long Ji, noticing my confusion, chuckled as he explained, The wolf manager sent him over, saying he would take care of you, the female master. Not long ago, the gray wolf's manager had visited again, bringing this boy along, asserting that they should make use of this slave. Initially, he intended to refuse, but felt he lacked the authority to do so. Thus the rabbit youth remained. Host. It is not uncommon for the members of defeated tribes to be reduced to slavery, with most being females bought for labor. It is possible to reclaim beast husbands as they grow older. Often, tribes merge, and slaves ultimately become part of their clans, strengthening their lineage. It is not as tragic as it seems. Females hold a high status in any tribe. The System 999 explained. Why would this wolf bring a child to care for her? She has so many beast husbands. Surely they are not mere decorations. Buying, send him back. Yueling gently suggested. The rabbit youth's delicate face registered shock, and tears welled in his eyes as he pleaded, Sister, please don't send me away. Yueling stared in astonishment at the rabbit youth, who had immediately knelt beside her, crying. Why are the tears flowing so easily? Shizhua, standing behind Yueling, disdainfully lifted the 1.7 rabbit youth with a single motion. Get lost. His demeanor was as frigid as ice, glaring fiercely at the rabbit youth who had just clung to Yueling's leg. How could a slave dare to embrace his own female master? Before Yueling could intervene, the rabbit youth was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. Male beastmen are tough-skinned and resilient. You'll be fine. Buying held Yueling back, aware of her kind heart, and reminded her, Shizhua had not exerted much force. Male beastmen grow up accustomed to a bit of roughness. It was nothing. Hearing Buying's words, Yueling remained uneasy, glancing at the rabbit youth on the ground. Are you all right? Sister, please don't send me away. The rabbit youth rolled twice on the ground, kneeling as he crawled, and as he was about to cling to Yue Ling's leg again, he caught sight of the intimidating high-ranking male beastman and withdrew, only gazing longingly at her. I truly do not require your care. We will be leaving Beast City tomorrow, Yue Ling stated. The rabbit youth blinked, perplexed. Wasn't Beast City a wonderful place? Why must she leave? Whenever a female arrives in Beast City, she typically remains. This female, he had seen earlier, was more beautiful than those of his own rabbit tribe, petite and charming. He longed to stay by her side. In the future, he hoped to become her beast husband. We have other matters to attend to, Yue Ling smiled. Buying cast a glance at the unyielding rabbit youth, coldly commanding, let us go. The imposing pressure made the rabbit youth shrink back, reluctantly rising and following them out of the stone house. Though he admired this female, he yearned to stay within Beast City rather than venture to another tribe, where he could easily be swallowed up, just like his maternal clan. Only in Beast City, under the protection of the Beast King, could he hope for a stable future and no longer be anyone's slave. Once Buying had sent the youth away, Yue Ling quickly set her beast husbands to work. Long Ji, with his honest demeanor, squatted there, tirelessly rubbing the rice, diligently adhering to Yue Ling's instructions. After just 2 rubs, the golden husks began to shed, revealing the pristine white grains within. These grains appeared crystalline and translucent, yet felt hard as small stones. Long Ji curiously placed a few in his mouth and chewed, finding no particular flavor, even feeling slightly gritty. This is called rice. It is very delicious, Yue Ling said with a smile, observing Long Ji's experimental expression. He nodded. He would unconditionally trust whatever Yue Ling said, even if this experience was not particularly pleasant. Buying returned as well, preparing the meal, while Shizhuo was busy grinding the stone pot and containers. It was indeed a harmonious household, though lacking Huan. The overlooked Fox tribe beastmen spent another day as minor nuisances. The beastmen were astonished to see the white rice in the stone pot. It had transformed into a large pot of white grains from just a small amount placed in water. Yue Ling rubbed her hands together in excitement, taking a deep breath filled with the aroma of rice, her eyes narrowing in bliss. This was truly the essence of life. Give it a try. Yue Ling delicately picked up a bamboo chopstick with white rice, feeding it successively to the 3 beastmen beside her and to Huning. At first, there was little flavor upon entering their mouths, but with each chew, the taste became increasingly delightful, leaving a sweet aftertaste. The eyes of several beastmen sparkled with excitement, and even Shizhuo could not help but widen his pupils, his gaze revealing surprise. Indeed, it was her own little mistress. Chapter 86, Shizhuo's Past. Today, everyone had share. Though this could not satiate their hunger, each had a bowl to sample the delicacy, leaving poor Huan anxiously waiting outside Beast City. At this moment, Huan stood alone in the empty cave, feeling an unusual solitude. Gazing at the full moon in the sky, he could not help but let out a cry. Truly, he was excessively beautiful, and such beauty was both a blessing and a burden. Having eaten her fill, Yue Ling patted her round belly, letting out several hearty burps. Beiying was amused by Yue Ling's antics, and both Langji and Huning could not help but chuckle. Yue Ling turned her gaze toward Shizhuo. Although she knew her actions might pierce his heart, she desired to understand the beastman before her more deeply, as they would spend the rest of their lives in this beast world together. Shizhuo noticed Yue Ling's gaze and revealed a faint smile, his eyes filled with affection. He understood that Yue Ling harbored many questions, so he followed her out of the stone house. Upon hearing footsteps, Yue Ling turned to find Shizhuo, quietly watching her from behind. Let us talk, Yue Ling said with a smile. Shizhuo nodded, gazing at the starry sky as he began to recount his past. With each word, Yue Ling's heart ached more. She had no regrets about standing beside Shizhuo today, feeling the urge to embrace the much taller beastman. Shizhuo's beast mother had longed to bear a female cub, believing that a strong male could ensure her a daughter. However, the snake clan was inherently cold, not endearing to females, especially after Shizhuo's mother bore 5 litters of male cubs without a single female, leading to her disdain. She then grew fond of a male from the leopard clan and demanded Shizhuo's father hunt beast crystals to elevate the leopard male status. Their mother was indifferent to their survival, while their father, burdened with caring for the young and hunting, eventually succumbed to exhaustion. Over time, his brothers perished one by one, and their father began to weaken, ultimately gravely injured by a fierce beast. When he was brought back, he was on the brink of death. Their mother neglected Shizhuo's father, allowing him to fend for himself. Though he survived the most perilous times, he ultimately succumbed to an infected wound, living in torment, unable to take his own life. And in desperation, he pleaded with the 10-year-old Shizhua for release. Unable to bear witnessing his father's suffering, Shizhua tearfully granted him a merciful end. Because of this, he became infamous in the Zhuang Snake clan, despised by his entire clan, including his mother, who subjected him to various insults and even allowed his half-brothers to bully him. It was not until he turned 18 and awakened as a 7-pattern beastman that he became a legendary figure in the Zhuang Snake clan, and no beast dared to provoke him again. Now that he had shared his burdens, perhaps he would feel a sense of relief. Having bottled up these feelings for so long must have been excruciating. After listening to Shizhua's tale, Yueling's heart ached for him. He truly embodied the archetype of a beautiful yet tragic hero. Shizhua felt a sense of release and lightness, having never shared these words with another beastman. Taken aback by Yueling's response, he gazed at her with wide eyes. Noticing his stunned expression, Yueling leaned in and kissed him gently on the cheek, saying, "Shizhua, I will never abandon you. We will be together in the future." A whirlwind of emotions surged within Shizhua as he gazed at this earnest little female, feeling a complex blend of feelings. Her beauty resembled blooming flowers in spring, vibrant and captivating, with eyes sparkling like stars, filled with sincerity and hope, making it impossible for him to resist her allure. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the world faded away, leaving only the two of them. Eventually, Shizhua lowered his head and gently pressed his lips against her soft, petal-like mouth. This kiss was unlike any before. Past kisses had been forceful and domineering, while this one, though still cool, contained an infinite tenderness. Gradually, she became completely immersed in this affectionate kiss, forgetting everything around them. Their breaths intertwined, creating a deep connection, as if nothing else mattered but their existence together. Beiying and Langji emerged to witness the couple in an embrace. Beiying discreetly stepped back, turning to leave, his silhouette forlorn. Langji looked at Bing, then at the two entwined in the moonlight, his gaze filled with envy, before he too turned away, following Beiying's footsteps. Before Yueling had fully awakened, she was jolted by a cacophony of noise. Groggily, she rose from her bed and approached the stone steps, only to see a tall, golden-haired female, over 6 feet tall, brandishing something resembling a whip, angrily speaking to Huning. Suddenly, the golden-haired female struck, leaving a bloody scar across Huning's face from his eyelid to his jaw, blood dripping onto the ground as he clutched his injured face. This scene instantly jolted Yueling awake, and she rushed down the stone steps, her heart aching for Huning. "What are you doing hitting someone?" Yueling exclaimed, her voice rising in agitation as she turned sharply to face the towering golden-haired female. Her eyes widened in fury. Fixated on the arrogant smirk on the female's face, her fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. After finally gaining a brother, this long-awaited familial bond was precious to her. How could she stand idly by while this detestable golden-haired female so recklessly harmed her brother? The golden-haired female, however, paid no heed to Yueling's anger, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Her golden eyes glimmered with disdain, looking down on Yueling as she taunted, "Humph. What if I hit him? Even if I killed him right here, what could he do about it? Would he dare retaliate against me?" With that, the golden-haired female provocatively stepped forward, closing the distance between them. Yueling trembled with rage, feeling that she could no longer tolerate this affront. Her anger surged, demanding release. Seeing the smug expression on the female's face, Yueling yanked the whip-like object from her grasp and swung it with all her might. The golden-haired female underestimated Yueling, believing this petite female posed no threat. As the whip struck her, she let out a startled cry. A male behind her quickly shielded her, taking the full brunt of Yueling's strike. "You crazy female dare to hit me, all for a lowly beastman," the golden-haired female exclaimed, pushing away the male who had protected her, staring incredulously at the petite female before her. Yueling looked at Beiying and the others, who wore expressions of restrained anger, fists clenched in solidarity with her. "They are not lowly. They are beastmen, living beings, no less noble than you." Yueling seethed. "How dare you compare me to these lowly beastmen? Do you know who I am? I am the progeny of the Beast King, Hunyo. If you offend me, regardless of your gender, you shall find yourself in a predicament." With fierce eyes, Hunyo glared at the audacious foreign female, who dared to claim she was not noble. She was, after all, the most esteemed female in the entirety of Shocheng. It was no wonder that Huan sought to avoid her presence. "Fear not. Do not be alarmed. Two voices resonated simultaneously, belonging to Bai Ying and Shi Zhua. Their words served as a balm to her troubled heart. With both an 8-pattern beast and a 7-pattern beastman as her protectors, she could simply flee if the situation turned dire. Hunyo chuckled lightly. Are you afraid? Kneel and bow your head to me, and I shall spare you. Furthermore, inform me of Huwan's whereabouts. I have heard you are Huwan's female master. Yet you appear to be quite the young female yourself. What kind of beastman relationship do you claim to have without an official bond? Dream on. Yuling was extremely displeased, gesturing with her whip, demanding her to kneel and yield Huwan to her. Such dreams were not realized through threats. Hunyo was taken aback by the sudden action, fearing another lash from the whip, and she retreated several steps. Thankfully, a male beastman shielded her, although he bore the brunt of Yuling's ire. Unable to strike Hunyo, Bai Ying, Shi Zhua, and Lang Ji, as well as Hu Yi, Hu Jiao, and Hu Bai, could not harm a female. Yuling frowned, turning to support Hu Ning, concerned that any disfigurement would hinder his prospects for a partner. With one hand clasped over his grotesque wound, Hu Ning smiled reassuringly. Sister, I am fine. He felt a swell of pride for his sister standing up for him, and despite the pain, he found sweetness in the moment. Blood trickled through his fingers, and Yuling's brow furrowed in worry. This must be dealt with swiftly. Most of our supplies are with Huwan. Without herbs, we must hasten our departure from the city. Hunyo, arms akimbo, remained defiant, looking down at Yuling's back. If you wish to treat him, first tell me where Huwan is, and only then will I allow the shaman of Shoucheng to tend to your beast brother. She considered herself remarkably patient, having endured multiple threats from this fierce female, while still attempting to reason with her. Unnecessary, Yuling replied coldly. Hunyo was resorting to threats. Lang Ji, gather our belongings. We are leaving. Bai Ying's expression darkened as he coldly regarded Hunyo and the male beastmen behind her. Their preparations were nearly complete, awaiting Yuling's awakening before departing. Leaving? Not so easily, Hunyo declared, promptly instructing her accompanying beastmen to block the entrance of the stone house. Yuling glared at the obstructing golden-haired female. Tell me where Huwan is. He is the beastman I have chosen, and I will not be denied. Hunyo continued her obstinate stance. Having learned of Hu Ning's entry into the city the previous night, she rushed over only to be told by Hu Ning that he did not know Huwan's whereabouts, and to stop dreaming, for Huwan was already her sister's beastman. Enraged, she had taught Hu Ning a lesson. The domineering tone left Yuling speechless. She could not help but roll her eyes. You will be disappointed. Huwan is mine. Then you cannot leave, Hunyo retorted fiercely. We will fight our way out. Yuling assessed the situation. She had 7-pattern and 8-pattern allies, while her adversaries were primarily 4-pattern and 5-pattern, with only 2 6-patterns. The conclusion remained. If they could not win, they would flee. Hunyo had heard from Lang Yi about Yuling's 7-pattern and 8-pattern beastmen protectors. Now witnessing them, she realized the truth. Should a confrontation arise, it was likely they would suffer defeat. I challenge you to a female contest. No weapons allowed. Hunyo sized up Yuling's petite frame, feeling only a slight trepidation regarding the whip she had seized. She did not fear this beast woman. She was certain she could prevail. Female contest, 999. She wishes to compete with me. Yuling urgently sought assistance from the system 999. Host. Male beastmen pursue females through male contests. Similarly, females may compete for male beastmen. From my observations, you truly cannot defeat this individual. She is a formidable female from the Hu tribe, tall and strong. The system 999 deduced countless scenarios, all leading to the host's dismal failure. Without the system's input, Yuling was well aware that should a fight ensue, she could not possibly stand against Hunyo. Better to endure a beating than to lose Huwan. All the beastmen around Yuling anxiously watched her. Her delicate figure seemed no match for Hunyo, and they could already envision her being mercilessly beaten. Rather than witness that, they preferred to break through. Bai Ying and Lang Ji exchanged glances, resolved to break through and ensure Yuling suffered no harm. With a shift in strategy, Yuling looked at Hunyo. You wish to compete with me? Indeed. Hunyo nodded earnestly, her gaze unwavering. Huwan was the first male beastman she had laid eyes on. With his striking red hair and pink eyes, he was undeniably handsome. Since his departure, her thoughts had been consumed by him. She had developed profound feelings for this fox beastman. That is acceptable. However, I have a few questions for you, Yuling stated. Upon hearing the first half of her sentence, Bai Ying, Lang Ji, Shi Zhua, and Hu Ning frowned. Should a fight erupt, their males could not intervene, and Yuling would inevitably suffer. Hunyo was momentarily taken aback. not expecting such a swift agreement from Yuling. Upon hearing the latter half, she queried, "What questions?" Yuling smiled. "How old are you?" Hunyo paused, then replied expressionlessly, "I am 23 this year." What a trivial question, Hunyo thought. Yuling smirked. "I am 18. What of it?" Hunyo retorted, annoyed at the frivolity of the inquiry. "You are older than me, taller than me, and heavier than me. This is inherently an unequal contest. I suspect you merely wish to take advantage of me and steal who won away." Yuling expressed her discontent. Hunyo, infuriated by Yuling's words, exclaimed, "Who is taking advantage of you? As the daughter of the Beast King, I have no need to deceive you." Yet, she could not deny the truth of Yuling's words. She was indeed older, taller, and stronger. Seizing the moment, Yuling observed Hunyo's momentary lapse. Recognizing that many beastmen here were rather naive and easily swayed, she felt a flicker of cleverness ignite within her own mind. Thus, this contest is unfair. "I will not compete unless you're my age, height, and weight," Yuling declared. Hunyo attempted to counter, but found herself at a loss for words. The logic in Yuling's statement was undeniable, and she could not transform herself to match her opponent. Well, regardless, who won is the one I desire. You must yield him to me," Hunyo insisted, unwilling to relent. Chapter 88. As if an old friend had arrived, Yuling shook her head. "Impossible. I will not relinquish any of them. If you dare obstruct me, we shall fight our way out." Just as the two sides confronted one another, tension thick in the air, a commanding voice echoed. "Hunyo, what is the meaning of this?" Hunyo's heart soared with delight upon hearing her father's voice. Turning to Yuling with a triumphant smirk, "My beast father has arrived. Let us see how you shall respond." With joy, Hunyo turned to embrace the approaching middle-aged beastman. The Beast King strode forward, the crowd parting to grant him passage. His golden hair cascaded elegantly, and though he bore the marks of age, his allure remained untouched, each line on his face adding depth and wisdom rather than age. His gaze, regal and penetrating, swept over them before finally resting on Hunyo, filled with inquiry. A shiver ran down Yuling's spine. She had never anticipated their commotion would attract the attention of the Beast King. It is said that this Beast King dotes on Hunyo immensely, and now the Beast King has personally made an appearance. With the Beast King backing her, Hunyo will undoubtedly intensify her efforts against them, persistently demanding information about Huwan's whereabouts, making it increasingly difficult for them to leave this place. Had she known, she would not have meddled in this affair or come to this beast city. "Beast father, it is they who bully me. You must take revenge on my behalf. Look, this is the short female who struck me." Hunyo clung to the Beast King's arm, pointing at the beast husband who had taken the lashes for her, and then directed her indignation at Yuling. The Beast King glanced over the injured male beastman, smiled tenderly at Hunyo, and gently tapped her nose, saying, "Who dares to bully you? Clearly, it was your Hunyo who first laid hands on my beast brother." Yuling found it amusing that Hunyo had assaulted her brother and was now attempting to turn the tables. She merely retaliated in frustration, and it was another male beastman who bore the brunt of the consequences. With this thought, Yuling decided to embrace the chaos, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Beast King, have you come to seek justice?" The Beast King was momentarily taken aback, his smile deepening as he regarded Yuling with no trace of anger, but rather a hint of agreement and nostalgia. "Your temper truly resembles that of your beast mother." Yuling was shocked. She had not expected the Beast King to say such a thing. "Beast mother? Do I share a temperament with my original's beast mother? Do you know my beast mother?" Yuling was astounded, as she had initially thought the Beast King was here to question them. Yet he chose to ignore Hunyo's complaints and instead mentioned an acquaintance with her pitiful beast mother. Hunyo was equally taken aback. She had anticipated her beast father would severely reprimand this audacious female, but instead he responded with nostalgia regarding this diminutive female's beast mother. The Beast King smirked and teased. "In my younger days, I was a suitor of your beast mother, but alas, she did not fancy me." "Hunyo, Yuling, I too have found this quite amusing." The Beast King's gaze then settled on Huning beside Yuling, his tone calm. "This must be your beast brother. I shall take you both to the shaman." Hunyo grumbled in dissatisfaction. "Beast father, you do not intervene when they bully me. Yet Huan is my beast husband. Why does her beast father change when he sees this female? Moreover, the thought that her illustrious and formidable beast father was once a suitor of her beast mother made Hunyo feel diminutive, especially in contrast to Yuling's fair and beautiful visage. The Beast King's expression darkened as he spoke to Hunyo with a weightier tone. "Having been spoiled by your antics, Huan is already your beast husband. How much sincerity can you expect from him if you were to take him away? Hunyo, a male beastman is not to be trifled with. Hunyo fell silent, taken aback by the sudden shift, pursing her lips without retorting against her beast father's words. Yuling exchanged glances with Huning, who shook his head, being slightly older. He had never heard their beast mother mention tales of the northern continent during their childhood, and it seemed they would need to return to the Ling Hu tribe to inquire further. With the injury being grave, the Beast King could not deceive or harm them on his territory. Following the Beast King, they arrived at an unfamiliar stone dwelling, and even before reaching it, they caught a whiff of a strong herbal scent. The shaman of the Beast City was an elderly male beastman with graying hair, who was now carefully holding a hemostatic herb that Yuling had once introduced to the wolf tribe. He gently crushed the herb and evenly applied it to Huning's injured cheek. While administering the medicine, the shaman muttered, "What a peculiar male beastman. It is merely a small wound, yet he specifically came for treatment. Such a minor injury will heal in no time." Hearing this, Huning merely smiled faintly. For him, the injury on his face was inconsequential. What truly warmed and comforted him was the meticulous care his sister showed him. It was the first time he had seen her so furious, even striking a beast, and all because of him. He felt like the luckiest brother in the entire beast world. The Beast King chuckled softly as he looked at Baiying. This was not their first encounter, and the hemostatic herb was indeed something disseminated by their wolf tribe. Hunyo crossed her arms defiantly, appearing unconvinced. The Beast King smiled indulgently, yet helplessly, acknowledging that this child had been spoiled by him. Once Huning had his medicine applied, Yuling expressed her gratitude to the Beast King. "Beast King, thank you. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." She did not wish to stir trouble. This Beast King was rather peculiar, and this Beast City was not a place to linger, so leaving quickly was prudent. The Beast King simply smiled, offering no objections, and followed them, seeing them off. Hunyo remained sulky. She had finally developed feelings for a male beastman. Just recently, her beast father had helped her capture someone, yet now he was lecturing her. She was furious inside, and with her beast father present, she could not openly obstruct their departure. Yuling exhaled heavily, surprised that this matter had concluded so smoothly. It was her brother who had suffered, and she could hardly expect the Beast King to punish his daughter on their behalf. Besides, she was a precious female in this male-dominated beast world, and she once again experienced the bias favoring females over males in the beast world. The Beast King watched them exit the city, his gaze falling upon Hunyo as he reached out to pat her head. "Let us find someone stronger. As for Huan, let it be." Hunyo dared not voice her indignation, swallowing the words stuck in her throat. "Beast father, is what you said true?" After a long while, Hunyo could no longer contain her curiosity and asked if her beast father truly was a suitor of that female beast mother. In truth, the Beast King was not her biological beast father, but rather her beast father's brother. When her own beast mother fell ill and passed away, her biological beast father and other beast mother partners perished due to the beast god's retribution, leaving her, a lone female cub, abandoned. The Beast King, seeing her plight, took her in, and she became the most cherished little female in Beast City. Hence he became her beast father. The Beast King's gaze grew profound, as if lost in memories, returning to a youthful past. That stubborn little female. Regrettably, as he thought of this, he closed his eyes, a muffled sound emanating from his chest. Let us return. Chapter 89. Arrival at the southern continent. Upon exiting the Beast City, Yuling felt a sense of relief. As if they had narrowly escaped a calamity, they had almost been trapped within the Beast City. Fortunate that this Beast King was somewhat reasonable and actually allowed them to leave. Upon reaching the cave where Huan resided, a gust of cool fragrance swept past, and she found herself lifted into Huan's embrace, who spun her around excitedly several times. Huan bent down, resting his head on Yuling's shoulder, his tone filled with grievance as he recounted his longing. Although it had only been a day, it felt like an eternity. "Why did you take so long? I was so worried. Nothing happened, right?" Hearing this, Huning, the one lacking in beastly instincts, was irate as he pointed to his face, leaning closer. He had taken a lash from Hunyo for the sake of his brother. "Look, this injury is all because of you." Huan frowned upon seeing the herb covering Huning's wound. Huning glanced at him. "It was that Beast King's daughter, Hunyo, who struck me." He nervously scrutinized Yuling, confirming that she was unharmed. "Did that Hunyo cause trouble for you?" "Huning, are you asking the obvious? Look at what she did to me. My sister was heartbroken." Yuling nodded, and Huning continued. "All because of you, we almost didn't make it out." "Huan, You must compensate me. You owe me for this winter's hunt. Hu Wan found Hu Ning's shamelessness amusing. This injury was not life-threatening. He raised an eyebrow. You used to offend other beastmen impulsively. How many beatings did we take because of you? And now you are haggling? Hu Ning, do you have no shame? Hu Ning sheepishly touched his nose, wondering if this was indeed the case. Hu Ning glanced at Hu Bai, Hu Yi, and Hu Jiu, observing their vigorous nodding in response to Hu Wan's words. At that moment, unable to locate Yu Ling, the female, he felt a surge of anxiety, causing him to act recklessly and offend numerous beastmen along the way. Had it not been for their assistance in smoothing things over, Hu Ning might have faced a dire fate. Hu Wan is correct. Because of you, Hu Ning, we have endured much disdain and punishment from other beastmen, Hu Jiu echoed. Hu Ning shrank his neck, recalling that his earlier impulsiveness stemmed from concern for his sister. Now that she had been found, he resolved to temper his recklessness. Alas, he found himself trapped in a situation of self-sabotage, his past actions laid bare for all to see, leaving him feeling utterly shameless. Hu Wan looked at Hu Ning, resembling a cat beast with its tail stepped on, and found it amusing. Hu Ning waved his hand dismissively. Enough, I don't require your compensation. Let's hasten our journey. Who knows how long it will take to reach the southern continent if we delay further. Hu Ning felt quite clever, successfully diverting the topic. Hu Wan effortlessly lifted Yu Ling onto his shoulder. The little fox was irresistibly clingy. The group resumed their expedition towards the southern continent. As they traveled, Yu Ling marveled at the towering mountains that stretched endlessly, their peaks piercing the clouds, and the meandering rivers that flowed like emerald ribbons around the hills. This breathtaking grandeur was unlike anything she had encountered in the modern world, providing a visual feast. Day after day passed as they persevered onward, and at long last, after a protracted journey of a month and a half, they reached the border of the southern continent. We shall rest here for today, Bai Ying announced after inspecting the cave and its surroundings, ensuring there were no issues. Traveling at night posed significant risks, and they would not take such chances. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling prepared to jog over to Bai Ying, but before she could reach him, a pair of strong arms encircled her waist, drawing her into a cool embrace. With the rising heat of the weather, being nestled in Shijua's arms was anything but uncomfortable. It was rather refreshing. During their time together, Shijua had become more talkative, tenderly holding Yu Ling as he said, I will take you to the riverbank to freshen up. Little female, you must feel uncomfortable after days without washing. I will accompany you, Hu Wan interjected, his concern for Yu Ling palpable, wary of any malicious male beastmen who might attempt to abduct her. Shijua shot a cold glare at Hu Wan, his eyes drifting to the new bee-skin skirt Hu Wan held, and without uttering another word, he strode away with determination, with Hu Wan trailing behind. The caves they inhabited were predominantly near water sources, and Shijua promptly dug a small bathing pool for Yu Ling, feeling relieved only once the stream filled it. Hu Wan constructed a simple framework to drape the bee skin over, creating a shield for the bathing pool. He was determined not to allow Shijua to sneak a glance at Yu Ling while she bathed, and this arrangement also offered him peace of mind, as they would be able to spot any approaching beastmen. Yu Ling felt a warm surge of affection upon seeing the prepared bathing pool. She stepped into the crystal-clear water, the coolness relaxing her entire body. They stood guard outside, ensuring her safety. As she entered the cave, she overheard Hu Ning speaking to Hu Yi. You should return first thing tomorrow morning and inform Hu Ji and the others that my sister and I have returned. They will surely be ecstatic upon learning of her arrival. Logically, the journey from the Shualong tribe in the northern continent to the Linghu clan in the southern continent should take about a month and a half. But considering Yu Ling's condition and the unforeseen circumstances along the way, they had taken over 2 months to arrive. Given their pace, they would likely need to travel for another half-month, and the delay in returning to the tribe during the cold season would undoubtedly cause concern among the others. Who is Hu Ji? This was the first time Yu Ling had heard Hu Ning mention other members of the Linghu clan, arousing her curiosity. Hu Ning froze, not expecting his sister to overhear him. She was the one he had sought out, and he wished to savor her affection first. Embarrassed, he scratched his head. No one special, just a beast man from the Fox clan. Hu Ye's eyes widened in surprise. Hu Ning truly had no qualms. In the flickering light of the fire, Yu Ling nodded, believing Hu Ning's words without doubt, and settled down beside Bai Ying, the warmth of the flames dancing between them. Bai Ying slowly turned to face Yu Ling, a gentle and charming smile gracing his lips. He extended his hand, as if brimming with endless tenderness, drawing Yu Ling closer into his embrace. A tremor coursed through Yu Ling's heart. She realized she had neglected Bai Ying during these days. Overwhelmed by guilt, she obediently leaned against his broad shoulder, basking in his warmth. Yuling's small hand intertwined with Bai Ying's long fingers, their grip firm and reassuring. Bai Ying felt a warmth spread through him at Yuling's gesture, alleviating some of his own feelings of discontent and loneliness. As long as she held a place for him in her heart, that was enough. Meanwhile, Hu Wan and Shizhuo looked on enviously at the entwined hands of Bai Ying, and Hu Wan snorted dismissively, his eyes filled with envy. He turned to glance at the silent Lang Ji, who had been acting strangely over the past few months, remaining quiet and unobtrusive, like an invisible beastman. Lang Ji, don't you feel envious? Hu Wan teased lightly. Upon hearing this, Lang Ji froze, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, unable to move. After a long pause, he slowly regained his senses and instinctively turned his gaze towards Yuling and Bai Ying. The sight of their intimate closeness stirred a bittersweet pang in his heart. Indeed, how could he not feel envy? Witnessing their closeness, he could not help but feel a bitter taste rising within him. However, Lang Ji reflected on his own circumstances and understood that, given his current status, such envy must remain buried deep within. After all, it was he and the beast mother who had pressured the kind and gentle little female into accepting him. Recalling the events of those days filled Lang Ji with guilt and remorse. He dared not entertain excessive hopes, wishing only to quietly accompany Yuling and find contentment in that alone. Even if it meant merely watching her from a distance, feeling her presence, it would be a profound happiness for him. For only in this way could he alleviate some of the guilt that weighed on his heart and find a measure of solace. Lang Ji did not respond to Hu Wan's remark, merely offering a faint smile. Hu Wan found Lang Ji exceedingly dull and shifted his gaze to the perpetually sour-faced Shizhuo, concluding that, comparatively, Lang Ji was somewhat more agreeable. Yuling observed the bubbling porridge in the stone pot, having added some minced meat and freshly picked wild vegetables and mushrooms. The aroma of the food wafting through the air. Bai Ying used a stone spoon to scoop out a steaming bowl of meat porridge, stirring it carefully to avoid burns. Yuling accepted the bamboo bowl, feeling the warmth of the porridge, a testament to their meticulous care for her. It felt as though she had come to a land of abundance. Host, there is nothing wrong with thinking this way. Just remember, you still have 7 exceptional suitors yet to make their appearance. Once you gather 10 suitors, you will gain over a century of lifespan, surrounded by handsome men. How could that not be blissful? The system remarked. Yuling mused that while happiness was indeed delightful, excessive happiness could bring its own troubles, particularly concerning her health, which she feared might falter under such indulgence. Oh dear host, worry not. You are a genuine beast world female. Even those with dozens of beast husbands are not daunted. You need not fear, the system reassured. You could even take on a dozen more beast husbands if you wished. Yuling, having eaten her fill, reclined upon the fur-covered bed they had prepared, gazing at the stone walls of the cave. The journey had been arduous, and despite the intermittent stops, it had taken a toll on her. During this time, she had witnessed a myriad of wild creatures, some exuding fierce aggression that instilled fear, while others were gentle and charming, devoid of hostility. Additionally, the branches were laden with edible wild fruits that wafted an enticing aroma, contrasted by others that appeared vibrant yet concealed toxic properties, prompting caution. The roadside was adorned with a variety of wild vegetables and colorful mushrooms, some delicious, while others were perilous to the touch. All of this filled her with immense curiosity, leaving her awestruck and enlightened. Unbeknownst to her, the belongings of Lang Ji had gradually accumulated, packed with various items she had collected along the way. Observing the bulging backpack, she could only shake her head in resignation, her hand instinctively brushing her forehead. As fatigue overtook her, her eyelids grew heavy, her consciousness fading, and her body relaxed into a profound slumber, a faint smile lingering on her lips. Lang Ji quietly watched over the sleeping Yuling, his gaze tender, as an indescribable sense of fulfillment washed over him. At dawn the following day, Hu set off early towards the Linghu tribe. After Yuling had breakfast, they resumed their journey. But it wasn't too long before a light rain began to fall. In a fit of frustration, Yuling tugged at her hair, silently lamenting the vexatious rainy season. As soon as the rain began, the previously even path transformed into a muddy quagmire, with water pooling in the potholes, each step splashing murky water. Each stride felt as laborious as traversing through a swamp. Let us find a place to wait for the rain to pass before we set off again, Bai Ying suggested, observing Yuling's discontent and shielding her from the rain with his hand. Yuling looked up at Bai Ying's palm, only to spot something flying in the sky. "Is it a bird person?" she exclaimed, gripping by Ying's hand and pointing skyward. Behind this figure were massive wings, akin to resplendent fans, each feather shimmering with iridescent hues. Despite such magnificent wings, the figure bore resemblance to them, possessing long limbs, a robust physique, and a refined visage. Bai Ying's eyes widened in surprise, a hint of confusion gracing his features. A bird person? Host, that is not a bird person. That is a bird tribe beastman, System 999 remarked, reluctant to acknowledge its host's rather rustic terminology. Bai Ying followed Yuling's gaze. And the other beastmen were similarly captivated by her mention of a bird person, all gazing upwards. "Little sister, that is not a bird person. That is a bird tribe beastman," Hu Ning explained with a shake of his head. "It appears to be Song Jiao for the eagle tribe," Huan added. Observing the beastman above. "Do you know him?" Yu Ling inquired. "It turns out he is a bird tribe beastman, one capable of flight. I have encountered them a few times in the beast city of the southern continent, and again while searching for you," Huan replied. The airborne beastman had noticed the group below, his gaze landing on Hu Ning and Huan, and he slowed to descend. "Hu Ning, Huan, have you found your sister?" Song Jiao called out, having observed a petite and charming female among them. Hu Ning looked at Yu Ling with a fond smile. "Indeed, this is my sister." Yu Ling was astonished as Song Jiao gracefully landed before them, his massive wings folding seamlessly away, disappearing without a trace. She covered her mouth in awe, examining the smooth expanse of his back, devoid of any marks, as if those wings had been drawn within his body. "Host, bird tribe beastmen can retract their wings at will," System 999 informed her. "I'm not blind. I can see that," Yu Ling retorted. Song Jiao furrowed his brow, intrigued by the peculiar, diminutive female whose beautiful almond-shaped eyes were scrutinizing him. His cheeks flushed slightly. Was she taken by him? Yu Ling smiled at Song Jiao, snugly pressing against Shi Zhuo and the others. This was like having a ready-made aircraft. She wondered if she could request the Eagle tribe to transport them back to the Ling Hu tribe, thereby alleviating the fatigue of their journey. With this thought in mind, she quickly leaned closer to Huan, sharing her idea. Huan regarded her with a peculiar expression. It was a good idea, yet not entirely so. "You wish to recruit Song Jiao as a beast husband?" Huan asked, frowning slightly. Though Huan's voice was low, the beastmen were keenly perceptive, having overheard their exchange. Song Jiao's face turned crimson, his heart racing as he gazed at Yu Ling, astonished that a charming female from the Fox tribe would take an interest in him. No, I didn't mean that." Yu Ling hastily waved her hands, clarifying that she merely wished to ride, not to claim a mate. "Host, the male beastmen's backs are exclusively for their female partners. They do not allow other females to ride them. By suggesting to ride on his back, you are implying a desire to bond with him," System 999 explained. Yu Ling felt frustrated. Was that the case? She quickly whispered to Huan, "I had no idea that male beastmen couldn't allow other females to ride them. I just thought it would be faster to reach the Ling Hu tribe. I meant no offense." Huan's anxiety subsided upon realizing that Yu Ling held no such intentions, sparing him from an additional rival. Song Jiao, upon hearing this, realized he had misinterpreted the situation. "Let us find a place to take cover from the rain," Shi Zhuo suggested, pulling a fur from Lang Ji's back to shield Yu Ling's head, observing the group of beastmen chatting amiably with a displeased expression. Hu Ning slapped his forehead in frustration, lamenting his oversight. His sister could not be drenched in the rain, lest she fall ill. Song Jiao locked eyes with Shi Zhuo, and in that instant, they recognized each other as natural adversaries. The Serpent tribe and the Eagle tribe were sworn enemies. Song Jiao's gaze was not particularly warm as it rested on Yu Ling. "Just ahead lies the Eagle tribe. You may take shelter there for the time being," he informed them. Hu Ning surveyed the surroundings, recognizing the flat terrain. It would take considerable effort to find a suitable spot to wait out the rain. With the downpour intensifying, he worried about encountering a deluge akin to the previous disaster, which could lead to landslides. Unlike before, there was no sturdy cave to shield them from the elements. Very well, Hu Ning concluded after considerable deliberation. This was indeed a prudent choice, as they had previous dealings with the Eagle tribe and felt reassured. Bai Ying concurred, understanding that Hu Ning's decision was sound. The unpredictability of the rainy season could lead to dire consequences if they faced another storm, prioritizing Yu Ling's safety above all. Huan and Lang Ji expressed no objections. Shi Zhuo remained silent. Despite his aversion to the Eagle tribe and its scent, he was willing to endure it for the sake of the little female. The group followed Song Jiao's lead. with Yuling riding on by Ing's back as they made their way to the eagle tribe. Yuling's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the unique treehouse perched atop a centuries-old tree. This dwelling was securely nestled among the sturdy trunks, seemingly merging with the tree itself, exuding an aura of natural harmony. It appeared incredibly robust, reflecting on the beast city of the northern continent. With its formidable walls built from massive stones and various stone houses, she marveled at the sight of this uniquely wondrous treehouse before her. These edifices epitomize the extraordinary intellect and creativity of the orcs. She harbors profound admiration for this enigmatic beast realm and the orcs residing within it. Who dares to claim that orcs lack intelligence? Observing the astonished expression of the young female, Song Jio's smile deepens. Song Jio, how did you return so swiftly? A handsome youth emerges from the treehouse, addressing Song Jio while casting furtive glances at Yuling and her companions. His eyes widen in surprise upon meeting Yuling's gaze, and a faint blush crosses his face as he hurriedly averts his eyes, only to cautiously glance back at her. Song Jio replies, "These are Hu Ning and Hu Wan of the Ling Hu clan, along with their younger sister. It is raining, so I brought them here to take shelter." The youth lowers his head momentarily, then suddenly takes flight from the treehouse, glancing at the rain-soaked sky. "You all rest here. I shall return home first," he declares before soaring away. "Let us ascend," Song Jio suggests, directing his gaze toward the treehouse. Yuling looks up at the towering structure, astonished by its height. Surrounded by similar tree houses, she wonders how she will reach the top. Leaning close to Huan, she whispers, "It's too high. I can't possibly climb up. They won't let me fly, will they? I can't be expected to scale it." Huan smiles at Yuling's concern, reassuring her, "Fear not. They will assist you." "But I don't wish to form a pairing with them." Yuling pouts, disinterested in the notion of having to establish a mate bond simply to reach a treehouse. Huan's smile widens, finding Yuling's demeanor endearingly charming. "I will carry you up," Shizhua declares, gazing down at the petite female beside him. In an instant, he transforms into his beast form, a colossal python that towers 10 meters tall when upright. He gently wraps his serpentine tail around Yuling's slender waist. A gust of wind swirls, and before she can comprehend, they have arrived at the treehouse. Shizhua reverts back to his humanoid form. Yuling avoids looking at him. Instead, focusing on the group below, her gaze lands on Lang Ji, who hurriedly produces a hide skirt to cover Shizhua, feeling utterly embarrassed. Song Jio squints slightly, bemused by the antics of the Serpent Clan orc. "I will guide you all upstairs," he states, quickly averting his gaze and addressing Hu Ning and Hu Wan. Yuling watches as magnificent eagle wings extend from Song Jio's back, his slender hands transforming into sharp claws. With Hu Ning on one side and Hu Wan on the other, they take flight. Song Jio descends to fetch them, and Yuling leans close to Hu Wan's ear, whispering, "Does this count?" Hu Wan nods, explaining, "As long as you don't sit on the orc's back. It doesn't count." Understanding, Yuling nods in acknowledgement. Before long, they're all crammed inside the wooden abode. Yuling begins to examine the exquisite treehouse closely. The structure is not expansive, merely a few dozen square meters. Its design is ingeniously woven from branches, resembling a modern wooden cabin, yet infused with an essence of natural simplicity. Upon entering, Yuling notices that besides a slightly rudimentary wooden bed in the corner, there are no other furnishings. The interior is starkly minimalist, bordering on monotony, devoid of any adornments or decorations, emphasizing simplicity and cleanliness. Song Jio smiles, observing Yuling's curiosity, and softly remarks, "This is a temporary resting place for our tribe's patrol. You may take a moment to rest here." Yuling nods, as the sound of rain pelting against the wutong tree fills the air. The downpour intensifies, and she extends her finger toward the outside, feeling the crystalline raindrops against her skin, still cool to the touch. "Thank you, Song Jio," Hu Ning expresses gratefully. Song Jio smiles, his gaze resting on Yuling. Unbeknownst to her, Shizhua subtly obstructs Song Jio's line of sight. Yuling, oblivious, smiles at Shizhua. Finding herself bored, she gradually drifts in a slumber atop Baiying. Yuling awakens with a splitting headache, as if countless steel needles are stirring within her skull, rendering her nearly intolerable. Accompanying the intense pain is a wave of dizziness that washes over her, making the world spin uncontrollably. Her consciousness becomes hazy, and she feels enveloped in a chaotic void, utterly disoriented, losing all awareness of her surroundings. One moment she feels as if she has been thrust into an icy cavern, the frigid cold seeping through her every pore. The next, she is tossed into a blazing furnace, the searing heat tormenting her skin, pushing her to the brink of collapse. This relentless cycle of extreme temperatures torments her mercilessly. Songzae gazes at the small, slumbering female on the stone bed, his expression as placid as water. His long fingers rest gently on Yuling's forehead, sensing the dimming warmth emanating from her. A subtle smile graces his face. The fever has subsided. He observes the other orcs of different clans standing beside him. This little female is not in good health. She should remain in the Eagle clan for recuperation. Once she has recovered, we can set off. How could such a small and frail female endure the rigors of this journey? She had not fallen ill before due to the lack of triggers, but now, a mere rainstorm nearly claimed her life. Had they not arrived in time, she would have surely perished in the wilderness. The higher-ranking male orcs bow their heads in deep remorse, feeling responsible for her inadequate care. Huning, who has not slept for several days, kneels before Songzae, her eyes reddened, and humbly bows, "Thank you, esteemed healer of the Eagle clan. Our Ling Hu clan owes you an immense debt of gratitude. Please take good care of her." Songzae nods in acknowledgement, not lingering further, and departs from their treehouse. Songjiu bows his head in respectful farewell to Songzae, the youngest and most formidable healer of their tribe. As the fever recedes like a thread being pulled, Yuling awakens to find she has been in the Eagle clan for several days. She never anticipated that a mere drizzle would bring her down. Upon awakening, Yuling finds a breathtaking orc kneeling beside her bed. His features are exquisite and ethereal, resembling a celestial being descended to the earthly realm. His cool demeanor differs from Shijua's. His chill emanates from an otherworldly grace, whereas Shijua's is born of inherent coldness. With striking eyebrows and starry eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips that curve into an enchanting smile, his long, silver hair cascades like a waterfall, shimmering with a mysterious silvery glow, reminiscent of the dazzling Milky Way in the night sky. His features are so finely chiseled that they resemble a work of art, each line perfectly defined and flawless. Such an otherworldly visage suggests he is not of this world, but rather a being from a dreamlike paradise. How alluringly ascetic he appears, Yuling muses inwardly. "Host, you have finally awakened." System 999 announces. This is your fourth strategy target, Songzae, the healer of the Eagle clan. Yuling is momentarily speechless. Such an ethereal male orc is to be her strategic mate? Surely, she cannot tarnish his divine essence. Hosts, do not fall into infatuation. This fourth target is even more difficult to manage than the third, Shijua. His affection for you is merely 1%. System 999 teases. What? So low? She is taken aback by Songzae's meager level of affection, realizing that beneath his celestial exterior lies a cold heart. The difficulty of her situation has doubled, leaving her feeling despondent about her future. System 999 is equally astonished, recognizing that the main system seems intent on assigning them the most challenging of strategists. Is this 1% of goodwill all he regards her as, just another orc? Songzae observes Yuling awakening and knows that if she does not rouse soon, she may never awaken again. Drink this, he instructs. Kangza, with a serene demeanor, presented a stone bowl filled with a dark, viscous medicinal concoction. The air within the cave was thick with the pungent aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. Yuling covered her mouth and nose, grimacing at the unpleasant scent of the herbs, exclaiming that it was overwhelming. As Baiying stepped into the cave, he immediately noticed Yuling sitting up and rushed towards her with eager strides, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yuling, you have finally awakened. Feeling the warmth radiating from Baiying, Yuling's heart softened, and she gently patted his back, saying, "I'm sorry to have caused you worry." Kangza observed Baiying's entrance and handed him the stone bowl, instructing, "Have her drink this." With that, he departed. Baiying caught the bowl and released Yuling from his embrace. "Be good, drink this, and you will recover swiftly." Yuling's brows furrowed deeper at the sight of the thick, dark potion, which made her stomach churn merely by looking at it. She shook her head vehemently, waving her hands as she protested. No, I believe I'm already well enough. There's no need for this. This is the medicine prepared for you by the Eagle Tribe shaman. It will restore your health," Baiying said, gazing at Yuling's resistant demeanor with a mix of affection and exasperation. Yuling crossed her arms defiantly, declaring, "Do not forget that I am also skilled in witchcraft. I know my own body." With that, she attempted to rise and demonstrate her improved condition, but before she could steady herself, She felt dizzy and collapsed back onto the stone bed. How embarrassing. Bai Ying sighed. You see, you are still not well. Hurry and drink this. Yuling pouted, but upon meeting Bai Ying's determined gaze, she decided to give it a try. The moment she swallowed a sip of the potion, her face turned green. It was exceedingly bitter, foul-smelling, and she struggled to keep it down, involuntarily gagging. Bai Ying gently patted her back, his eyes filled with concern. This will alleviate the bitterness. Langji entered, cradling a bamboo tube filled with honey, his face marked with swollen welts from bee stings. Chapter 93. The Strategy of the Fourth Eagle Tribe Shaman, Kangza. Yuling gazed at Langji's handsome face, now marred by bee stings, and felt a surge of mixed emotions. Ever since becoming partners with Langji and leaving the wolf tribe, he had changed significantly. At times, she felt he was less of her beast husband and more of her caretaker. As she pondered this, waves of tenderness and pity for Langji washed over her. She had long wanted to talk to him, but had never found the opportunity. The sight of the golden honey in the bamboo tube made her momentarily forget the bitterness in her mouth. This medicine was not bitter at all. Yet, when she took a second sip, her expression fell again. It was undeniably bitter, intensely so. Langji observed Yuling with gentle eyes as she savored the honey, and in that moment, the pain from his own wounds seemed more bearable. Seeing Yuling resist the medicine due to her earlier fainting, murmuring about its bitterness, his heart ached for her. Thus, he racked his brain for a way to ease her suffering and ultimately thought of honey, a sweet and delightful substance that might counteract her aversion to bitterness. Now, seeing her brow unfurrowed, he knew that his efforts were worthwhile. What the others? Yuling inquired after finishing the medicine, surveying her surroundings. She was no longer in the tree house, but in a cave. Only Bai Ying and Langji were by her side. Where are Hu Wan, Shi Zhua, and Hu Ning? She asked. They went hunting for the eagle tribe, Bai Ying replied, explaining the situation to alleviate her concerns. Initially, they had sought refuge from the rain in the eagle tribe, but Yuling's illness had caused them to stay for several days. According to the eagle tribe's customs, outsiders wishing to reside there must provide a certain quantity of game as payment for their stay. Moreover, they had to procure their own food, as there were no surplus rations to be shared with outsiders. Healing a female was the duty of every tribe shaman, so this treatment had come at no cost. With that, Yuling felt reassured as she leaned back against the stone bed, her mind filled with Kangza's austere, godlike visage. It seemed they could not leave the eagle tribe anytime soon. Kangza was rather difficult to deal with. She realized that Kangza only appeared in the cave when it was time for her to take her medicine, presenting her with the dark potion and departing without hesitation. Yuling felt utterly frustrated. His aloof demeanor was maddening, and he was not at all easy to handle. For the next 3 days, this pattern continued, and her previous slight fondness for him never wavered. The way he looked at her was devoid of warmth, leaving her feeling defeated for the first time. Host, do not be disheartened. I believe in you, the System 999 said helplessly, sensing the four strategies' indifference and difficulty. In this beastly world, the host was indeed stunning. Yet Kangza's gaze remained unperturbed, leaving the system feeling cold inside. Yuling had grown weary of this line of reasoning. Standing at the entrance of the cave, they found themselves at the edge of the central area of the eagle tribe. Here, not only eagle beastmen resided, but also others of various forms. The cave they occupied was an unoccupied one, primarily moved to accommodate the ailing Yuling. As she stood there, she attracted the attention of many passing beastmen. Do not linger here, Kangza said, surveying the area filled with bonded male beastmen. His expression remained calm, devoid of emotion, as he walked in with steady strides. As he passed by Yuling, he spoke in a low voice. Startled, Yuling shrank back, glancing at the bowl of medicine in Kangza's hand. Her face scrunched in dismay. Kangza, I am already well. The soft voice of the little female reached his ears, causing Kangza to pause momentarily before placing the bowl aside. If you do not wish to drink, then pour it out. With that, he turned to leave the cave. Yuling, observing Kangza's departure, attempted to call him back, extending her hand to stop him and inquire about the reason behind his coldness, wondering if she had done something wrong. However, as she reached out, he vanished like a specter, suddenly several meters away. Kangza looked down at the female spirit fox before him with an indifferent gaze, issuing an eviction order. If you are well, leave the eagle tribe. Yuling was taken aback. Kangza was not only rude, but also remarkably cold, maintaining a demeanor that matched his appearance, keeping others at arm's length. Did he view her as a threat? Taking a deep breath, she asked Kangza, why do you avoid me? Have I done something wrong? Kangza regarded Yuling, whose large, watery eyes blinked at him. His expression shifted slightly. This female was the gentlest he had ever encountered, yet he wondered if his gentleness masked her true nature, presenting a facade while concealing her inherent malice. Kangza chose not to respond to Yuling's inquiries and turned away gracefully. As Yuling watched him walk away, she stomped her foot in frustration, declaring him her current nemesis. Langji, observing her distress, tightened his grip on the freshly picked wild fruit in his hand and forced a smile. It is breezy at the cave entrance. Staying too long may lead to a headache. Yuling's expression softened upon seeing Langji, and she grumbled about Kangza's disdain for her. He really dislikes me. I cannot fathom what I did to offend him. Langji chuckled gently, offering comfort. Yuling, you are wonderful. He simply does not recognize your worth. Do not be disheartened. It appears he treats every female in such a manner, so do not let him affect your mood, remarked Langji. Yuling inquired. Every one of them? Langji nodded and handed over the fruit in his hand. Should Song Zhe indeed develop feelings for another female? She surmised she would have no choice but to let go. She shook her head, dismissing thoughts of Song Zhe. Taking the fruit from him, Yuling flashed a sweet smile, saying, Thank you, Langji, you are truly kind. A faint blush crept across Langji's handsome face. And after Yuling settled onto the stone bed, he tentatively spoke, Are you? Yuling responded with a questioning look. You can speak your mind with me, she encouraged. Langji took a deep breath. Do you wish to take Song Zhe as your beast husband? Yuling was taken aback. Having just pushed Song Zhe from her mind, Langji had now brought him back to the forefront. She countered, Is it that obvious? Langji nodded. Not only I noticed, but Baiying, Huan, and Shizhua have as well. Song Zhe is quite remarkable, being both an Eagle Tribe beastman and a shaman. You need a partner from the Eagle Tribe who can also take care of you. Yuling's expression stiffened. It seemed everyone was aware of her intentions toward Song Zhe, yet she could not openly admit it to them. Have they said anything else? She asked, feeling guilty for seeking multiple beast husbands in just a few months since arriving in the beast world. Langji shook his head, his gaze drifting outside the cave, tinged with a hint of melancholy. No female can maintain 3 or 4 beast husbands. We all understand you will likely have more than just us. As long as it is for your well-being, we have no objections. Yuling gently pressed her soft lips together, realizing that the one who felt most neglected was undoubtedly Langji. Since he became her guardian beast, their interactions seemed to have remained solely within the realm of embraces. Whenever she felt bitter from the medicine, it was Langji who sought honey to alleviate the unpleasant taste. His attentive care stirred a warm current within her heart. He was indeed such a gentle and understanding beast husband. She reached out, placing her hand on the back of Langji's hand, speaking softly. No matter how many beast husbands I have, each of you hold a unique place in my heart, including you. Langji, you are irreplaceable. Langji was taken aback by Yuling's heartfelt words, feeling deeply moved as he gazed at her with eyes full of affection. What has been troubling you lately? Chapter 94. Domestic violence. Langji felt it was time to inquire about Yuling's concerns. He was momentarily stunned as she continued. Do you not like me anymore? Yuling's words felt insincere. If Langji did not like her, why would he endure being stung by bees for her? Or leave the wolf tribe and renounce his status as a successor? Besides, wolf tribe beastmen were known for their unwavering devotion. I do not dislike you. Langji stammered, caught off guard. How could Yuling suddenly voice such a concern? He could not fathom not liking her. Rather, he felt unworthy of someone as wonderful as Yuling. The more he got to know her, the more he felt inadequate. Then why do I feel like you are avoiding me? Yuling cast aside thoughts of Song Zhe, focusing solely on the shy, tearful little pup before her. Finding his nervous demeanor amusing, she leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The sweet and unique scent of the female wafted toward Langji, a fragrance he had never encountered before, penetrating deep into his chest. His palms grew clammy with sweat as he straightened up, his ears turning nearly crimson. I am not. Langji opened his mouth, his voice trembling with anxiety. Langji, something seems off with you lately. It is truly concerning, Yuling declared, placing her hand on his face and gently tracing his ruggedly handsome features with her finger. Langji did not perceive anything amiss and shook his head, nervously watching Yuling draw nearer. Ever since you became my guardian beast, you seem different. It feels as though you have grown distant. Is there something about me that displeases you? Observing the anxious little pup, Yuling felt a playful urge to tease him. Langji's gaze wandered along Yuling's slightly protruding figure, the simplicity of her animal skin skirt revealing the gentle curves of her form. His face flushed a deep red, and he found it hard to breathe, his mouth dry as he felt warmth trickling from his nose. Yu Ling, taken aback by Lang Ji's sudden nosebleed, followed his gaze down to her animal skin top. She had grown healthier over time. While she was still slender, she had developed in all the right places. This was meant to be a playful moment, yet she exclaimed, "Where are your eyes wandering?" She shot him a playful glare, initially perceiving him as an innocent little pup, only to realize he was more of a mischievous creature. Lang Ji's face turned an alarming shade of red as he hastily bowed his head, watching the droplets of blood falling between his legs. What was happening to him? Was he really bleeding from his nose? Hu Ning entered just in time to witness the scene and, with a suspicious gaze, scanned between the two. "Lang Ji, did my sister hit you?" Lang Ji flüstert, shot upright and stammered, I need to find Bai Ying." With that, he dashed out. Hu Ning turned to Yu Ling, perplexed. "Sister, what did you do to frighten Lang Ji so?" Yu Ling feigned innocence, insisting, "I did nothing." "If you did nothing, then why is he bleeding from his nose and stammering as he runs away?" He glanced at the stone bowl nearby, concerned. "It has gone cold. Why haven't you drunk it?" Yu Ling shook her head, displaying resistance. "I am fine now. I do not wish to drink that." Yu Ling felt a pang of regret. She had yet to have a proper conversation with Lang Ji, and now he had fled, making it seem as if she had been the one to abuse him. Huan encountered the panicked, bloodied Lang Ji on his way, and with his own doubts about the wolf tribe. He secretly relished the sight of Lang Ji looking as though he had been bullied. Striding into the cave where Yu Ling resided, he gleefully asked, "Little Yu Ling, did you give Lang Ji a beating?" Yu Ling looked at him, bewildered by his gossiping demeanor. "What do you take me for? Am I the kind of female who would resort to domestic violence?" "What is domestic violence?" Huan tilted his head, inquiring. "It is when a female strikes her beast husband. Domestic violence means to resort to physical actions," Yu Ling replied, exasperated. Hu Ning dismissed it, stating that a female master had the authority to discipline her beast husband if he misbehaved, even if he were to beat Lang Ji to death. No other beastman would hold it against you. "Little Yu Ling, if you strike Lang Ji, you cannot strike me." Huan chuckled. Yu Ling could not help but roll her eyes. How could they think so little of her? She had no violent tendencies whatsoever. Striking a beastman was simply wrong. "Both of you have grown up together and clearly do not wish for anyone's well-being," she sighed. Huan expressed disappointment. "So you did not hit him. But why is Lang Ji bleeding from his nose? Why have you not taken your medicine? Drink it quickly. The sooner you do, the sooner you will feel better." Huan looked at the now cold stone bowl and immediately picked it up to feed her. Yu Ling frantically waved her hands, hiding behind Hu Ning. The moment she caught a whiff of the concoction, she felt nauseous. "I will not drink it. I will not drink it. I will become ill even if I am not," Yu Ling exclaimed. Heaven knows, the smell was truly unbearable. "You must drink it." Yu Ling grasped Hu Ning's arm, fervently shaking her head, declaring that she would not drink anymore. "Really, I won't drink it. Huan, if you insist on feeding me, I shall become quite cross. Even if you are angry, you must drink. It is beneficial for your health," Huan insisted, his expression unusually earnest as he held the stone bowl. "Beast brother." Yu Ling pouted, gazing affectionately at Hu Ning. Hu Ning's face displayed discomfort as he touched his nose, hesitantly suggesting, "Actually, dear sister, I believe it would be better if you drank it." Seeing Hu Ning wavering, she noticed two tall shadows cast at the cave entrance, and with a glimmer of hope, she looked toward the approaching Bai Ying and Shizhua. "Bai Ying, Shizhua, please save me. Beast brother and Huan are forcing me to drink this dreadful medicine." Yu Ling dashed towards them, seeking refuge behind their figures, hoping they would intercede on her behalf. To her dismay, Bai Ying and Shizhua wore expressions of agreement. "I will warm it up first," Bai Ying said, taking the stone bowl from Huan. It would cause discomfort for Yu Ling to drink it cold. Yu Ling felt their figures grow tall and imposing, rendering her helpless and pitiable. When she turned around, she found herself utterly alone. "Host, you still have me?" The System 999 chimed in with a triumphant tone. Chapter 95. Departing from the Eagle Clan in the end, Yu Ling tearfully consumed the bowl of medicine, resolving that if Songze ever offered it again, she would simply pour it out. It was unbearably bitter. She recalled that the Eagle Clan had stated she could leave once she recovered. Bai Ying waited patiently for Yu Ling to finish her medicine before speaking slowly. Yu Ling was taken aback. She had not expected Songze to genuinely allow her to depart. She had been contemplating how to extend her stay to cultivate a better rapport with him. But now, 999, this is exceedingly difficult, she silently lamented to the system. Is this a 5-star difficulty? It is more challenging than breaching a fortress. She speculated whether Song Zai's indifference stemmed from a preference for another female, which might explain his cold demeanor and the appallingly low rapport. Host, keep trying. The system 999 encouraged, feeling equally powerless. Could it be that this fourth target simply does not favor females? It had no choice but to motivate its host. They were already being urged to leave. If she lingered uninvited, clinging obstinately, it would be exceedingly impolite, and she might lose even a fraction of goodwill. Given the current circumstances, it truly was not appropriate to continue entangling herself. As Song Jiao entered, he overheard Bai Ying's words. He had just received a message from the tribe leader and shaman, instructing the Ling Hu clan to depart, and he was there to escort them out. Feeling a twinge of shame, he addressed Hu Ning, Hu Wan, Song Zai, the shaman, has asked me to see you off. Song Zai seemed so eager for her to leave, as if she were some terrifying calamity to be avoided. He was the first to openly disdain her. In this beastly world, weren't females typically cherished? What have I done to warrant such dislike from Song Zai? Yu Ling murmured, feeling utterly unaccomplished. The other beastmen looked at Yu Ling, who appeared despondent, and harbored no fondness for the shaman Song Zai. How could he dislike you? You are the most adorable, beautiful, and gentle little female, Hu Wan comforted, unable to bear Yu Ling's forlorn demeanor as she embraced her. Let's depart. Shishua's countenance was grim, his expression dark as he glared at Song Jiao by the entrance. He had never liked this eagle clan, and now they were driving away his little female. He certainly had no desire to remain in this wretched place reeking of birds. Yu Ling felt sorrowful. It was the first time she had been so openly rejected. As she watched the eagle clan's territory recede into the distance, her expression grew pensive. What is so great about the eagle clan? Once you reach our Ling Hu clan, you will discover they are quite ordinary. They can merely fly, Hu Ning reassured her, noticing her despondency. That shaman from the eagle clan truly lacks any semblance of masculine decorum. He brings shame to his kind. Song Zai resided in the tallest tree of the eagle clan, observing the diminishing black dots from his treehouse, his amber eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Shaman, they have already departed, Song Jiao reported respectfully from behind him. Song Zai murmured, offering no further response. Song Jiao nodded and exited the shaman's treehouse, pondering the enigmatic and capricious nature of the shaman. It was unfortunate that the petite and charming fox female had been asked to leave. He had intended to court her once she recovered, but now he had missed his opportunity. Once Song Jiao had left, Song Zai turned his head, seated upon his woven bed of branches, lost in thought. Without the eagle clan's aircraft, they could only travel by foot. Yu Ling sat atop Hu Wan's red fox back, swaying gently. The trees of the North Continent towered with grandeur, their sturdy trunks standing proudly like valiant warriors. In contrast, the trees of the South Continent exhibited a unique beauty, varying in height and arranged harmoniously. The vibrant colors of the southern trees, emerald green, golden yellow, fiery red, intertwined to form a splendid tapestry. Overall, the South Continent was indeed more enchanting than the North. The beautiful scenery lifted Yu Ling's spirits. Yet her pressing concern remained. How to elevate Shishua's 90% favorability to 95. Noticing the little female's gaze, Shishua tilted his head and offered a cool smile. Yu Ling smiled back, realizing that Shishua's demeanor had changed significantly since their initial encounter. He had learned to be more accommodating and no longer wore a perpetual scowl. This amiable version of Shishua was delightful. Once the dry season arrived, his cool body temperature would surely be refreshing. Wolf Trail gazed at the back of Yu Ling's head, regretting his cowardice during the incident in the Eagle Clan's cave. He wished he could slap himself for missing the chance to draw closer to Yu Ling. Chapter 96. Six Beast Brothers Yu Ling, having just recovered from her illness, found their journey slowed considerably as they were careful not to overexert her. Back at the Ling Hu clan, chaos reigned. Hu Ji watched the weary Hu Yi with trembling excitement, taking a step back in disbelief, his eyes shimmering with emotion. You have finally returned. That is all that matters. We assisted Hu Qi, Kanan Lidev. Hu Ji beamed. Quickly tell me about Yu Ling Beast Brothers. We are here too. Several voices chimed in unison. And suddenly 4 more beastmen appeared in the fox den, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they looked at Hu Yi. Hu Yi recounted all the events from the wolf clan, and Hu Ji's initial joy turned to fury. That despicable snow wolf clan. I shall go and flatten them. A handsome feline beastman with golden hair slammed his palm on the stone table, causing a crack to form. First, let us listen to Hu Yi. We can discuss the snow wolf clan later. A short-haired leopard beastman with jet black hair and fierce eyes interjected, unable to contain his wrath at anyone who dared to bully his sister. The feline beastman calmed down, listening intently as Hu Yi continued. The more they heard, the more their anticipation grew, longing to see their long-lost sister. Note, Yu Ling has a total of 6 beast brothers. The eldest brother of the Ling Hu clan is Hu Ji, with long black hair and amber eyes, currently the leader of the Ling Hu clan. The second brother is from the Eagle clan, Song Sun, with light golden hair. The third brother is from the Cat clan, Mao Yu, with golden hair and golden eyes. The fourth brother is also from the Ling Hu clan, Hu Ning, with black hair and amber eyes. The fifth brother is from the Rabbit clan, Tu Hui, with gray hair and red eyes. The sixth brother is from the Leopard clan, Bao Yin, with short black hair. I must prepare a splendid gift for my sister, Tu Hui said, resting his chin on his hands, a gentle smile illuminating his exquisitely fair face. I too shall prepare, Mao Yu declared, rising eagerly and hastily leaving the cave, determined to craft a gift even more remarkable than the others. Song Sun gazed at the several flustered beast brothers retreating, a tender smile gracing his features, leaving one to mistakenly believe that a rival tribe had launched an attack. Yu Ling and her companions ambled leisurely, finally arriving at the Ling Hu tribe after nearly a month. Yu Ling found herself momentarily stunned by the sight of a row of strikingly handsome beastmen, each possessing unique qualities yet sharing a few similarities, all claiming to be her elder beast brothers. Beast brothers, what is the meaning of this? Yu Ling tilted her head, inquiring of Hu Ning. Hu Ning appeared flustered, while Huan revealed a teasing smile. Their search for Yu Ling had been supported by the Ling Hu tribe. However, it was not solely their doing. Previously, Yu Ling's several beast brothers had also been in search of her, but due to the looming threat of a rival tribe, they had been compelled to cease their extensive search for their sister in order to protect the beleaguered Ling Hu tribe. Thus, they entrusted Hu Ning and Hu Wan to continue their discreet pursuit. It was during this time that Hu Ji ascended to the position of tribe leader, purging all beastmen who had participated in the plot against Yu Ling's mother. Back then, their once numerous brotherhood had dwindled to just 6, as both their mother and father had perished as a consequence. Hu Ning rubbed his forehead as 5 aggressive beastmen approached. Hu Ji cast a disapproving glance at Hu Ning, his tone laced with the weight of authority. Hu Ning, you Haven T mentioned our existence to your sister, have you? Hu Ning wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, a fawning smile appearing on his face. Elder brother, it's not that I Haven T had the opportunity. How could you possibly travel with her and not have the chance to speak? Mao Yu suddenly flared up, seizing Hu Ning's dark hair in a fierce grip. Hu Ning winced, leaning back as a pained expression crossed his face. Teach third brother, please do not be angry. Yu Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. This was rather fierce, was it not? Mao Yu, do not frighten my sister, Song Sun interjected, pulling Mao Yu back and offering Yu Ling a warm and gentle smile. Song Sun, you insufferable pretender, Leopard Yin observed with disgust at Song Sun's demeanor. This fellow truly was insincere, looking gentle while fighting with unparalleled ferocity. Song Sun raised an eyebrow, casting an unhappy glance at Leopard Yin. How do you address your second brother? Tu Hui, observing the bickering brothers, whose beautiful eyes mirrored Yu Ling's, hurriedly presented his carefully prepared gift. Sister, I am your 5th brother, Tu Hui, and this is for you. The offering included various fruits and vegetables favored by rabbits, carrots, and some unfamiliar green delicacies that appeared tender and delectable. Yu Ling's eyes sparkled as she sweetly called out, 5th brother, hello. Tu Hui beamed, issuing uigrequus word. Sister is truly beautiful and polite. However, when Tu Hui's eyes met the 8-pattern beastman, Shizhuo beside her, they flickered with hesitation. Bai Ying took the opportunity to retrieve a large bundle of food from Tu Hui. System 999 explained, rabbits and snakes are natural enemies. Even as evolved beastmen, they retain instinctual reactions. Yu Ling understood, observing the markings on her 5th brother Tu Hui's arms, revealing him to be a 6-patterned rabbit. Her gaze shifted to the squabbling beast brothers, 7-patterned, 6-patterned, and 1 8-patterned. She was astonished. According to System 999, 7-patterned creatures were exceedingly rare, let alone an 8-patterned. Among her brothers, there existed 1 8-patterned, a number so scarce it could be counted on one hand throughout the beast realm. Host. The Ling Hu tribe is the 2nd largest race in the southern continent, undoubtedly with high-ranking beastmen in residence. It seems that is your brother now. Hao Yi, noticing Yu Ling's gaze, wore a gentle smile. Sister, I am your eldest brother, Hu Ji. The squabbling beastmen ceased their disputes, introducing themselves. I am your second brother, Song Sun. I am your third brother, Mao Yu. I am your fourth brother, Hu Ning. Hu Ning scratched his head. The third brother had nearly pulled out his fur. I am your fifth brother, Tu Hui. With everyone introduced, he felt compelled to present himself once more. I am your sixth brother, Leopardine. To discover she had so many brothers and family members overwhelmed Yuling with joy, and she eagerly called out, elder brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother. The beastmen were touched, pondering how their sister could be so well-mannered and kind. Reflecting on Hu Ye's comments regarding the wolf tribe, they cast resentful glances at Bai Ying and Lang Ji. Were it not for their roles as her protective beasts, they would have dismantled those ignorant wolf tribe members in a fit of rage. Consequently, they found Shi Zhuo and Hu Wan far more agreeable, especially since they had grown up together. Hu Ji looked upon the 8-pattern beastman, Shi Zhuo, with satisfaction. Acknowledging his sister's remarkable ability to have captured the attention of the Purple King Snake Tribe's 8-pattern beastman, granting him peace of mind regarding her safety. Hu Wan, return to the fox den first. You have been away long enough. Aunt Shui must be worried sick, Hu Ji suggested. Hu Wan paused, realizing they had indeed been gone for quite a while. As the favored child of their mother, it was inevitable that she would be concerned. Hu Wan glanced at Yuling, who understood that Aunt Shui must be Hu Wan's mother, and she promptly waved her hand, urging him to go quickly. Hu Wan, having received her approval, joyfully dashed toward the heart of the Linghu tribe. We shall also return home. Hu Ji took Yuling's hand, his voice choked with emotion. This was the true reunion of a family of beasts, though it was a pity that Uncle Hu Yu had passed away with regrets. Yuling quietly felt the warmth radiating from his palm, as if a gentle stream flowed through her heart, compelling her to turn her gaze toward the 8-pattern beastman of the Linghu tribe, her elder brother Hu Ji. He, like Hu Ning, possessed long hair as dark as ink, smooth and cascading down broad shoulders. His stature was tall and imposing, resembling a towering mountain, exuding a sense of reliability. However, as her gaze shifted to his back, Yuling gasped in horror. It was marred by an array of jagged scars, both new and old, intertwining in a grotesque tapestry. Some wounds had yet to heal, appearing ghastly, while others had scabbed over, yet the raised marks remained vivid, telling tales of past sufferings and anguish. Observing these harrowing scars, she felt an invisible hand tighten around her heart, causing her profound pain. Reflecting on the past of the original host's mother, as recounted by System 999, her heart softened, and she gazed upon her seemingly carefree brothers, her eyes filled with compassion. In the beast realm, children without the protection of parents were not so easily raised. Guided by Hu Ji, Yuling approached the Linghu tribe. Upon entering, the tribe's members greeted them respectfully, a sight that left her awestruck as thousands knelt in reverence. Among them stood several females, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. Indeed, this was the second largest tribe in the southern continent, a scale far beyond that of the wolf tribe. The Linghu tribe was well aware of their leader's sister's return. His lifelong aspiration had been significantly fulfilled. I shall immediately decree that today, we shall host the grandest celebration in the Linghu tribe. A middle-aged male fox prostrated at Hu Ji's feet, brimming with excitement. They had arrived early, anticipating Hu Ning, Hu Wan, and the precious Yuling female, wishing to welcome them together with the tribe leader, only to be met with a cold rejection. Hu Ji did not respond to his words, but continued to guide Yuling forward. Bai Ying and Lang Ji followed closely behind Yuling, only to be obstructed by a sudden influx of beastmen from the fox tribe. Bai Ying frowned in displeasure, gazing at the several Fox clan beastmen blocking their path, choosing to obstruct him and Lang Ji rather than the snake Zhuo. As Yuling turned around, she chanced upon the sight of Bai Ying and Lang Ji being harassed by the Fox clan beastmen. Hu Ji grasped Yuling's arm, his tone gentle yet resolute. Those beastmen from the wolf clan of the northern continent must fight the warriors of the Fox clan if they wish to remain here. Yuling, looking at Hu Ji, was about to speak when Hu Ning restrained her. Sister, listen to your elder brother. He wishes to stand up for you. It appeared they were aware of the original host's treatment in the wolf clan, and this Hu Yi certainly seemed to be quite the chatterbox. Yet, this matter had nothing to do with Bai Ying and Lang Ji. Although the wolf clan was indeed unsavory, this feud stemmed from the grievances of their parents' generation. The wolf clan chief observed coldly from the sidelines, leaving Bai Ying and Lang Ji innocent of any blame. Bai Ying exchanged a glance with Lang Ji and offered Yuling a tender smile. Yuling, it's all right. Yuling gently clasped her hands together, squeezing them slightly. as if attempting to expel the turmoil and helplessness within her. She sighed deeply, realizing that if they chose to stay because of her favoritism, it could lead to adverse consequences. This thought tightened her brows further. She felt she should trust them. Lang Ji also nodded reassuringly at Yuling. Yuling then shifted her gaze, noticing Tu Hui beaming at her. She bore a striking resemblance to her mother, evoking a myriad of emotions in him. Sister, let me first take you to your den. Yuling's expression faltered. I wish to wait for Bai Ying and Lang Ji. Oh dear, little female. Why would you want to watch a fight? They're terrifying and bloody. Come with us to the cave we've prepared, Song Sun coaxed. Yuling, intrigued, inquired. How can you be so certain that I am your sister? What if I am not? Her tone was earnest, prompting Hu Ji to chuckle. The scent cannot deceive a beast, and from the moment we laid eyes on you, we knew you were our sister. No other beast could possibly bear such beauty. Realizing her doubts had been addressed, she returned to the matter at hand. Shaking her head, I will wait for Bai Ying and Lang Ji. They are my guardian beasts, and I cannot abandon them. She had no fear of fighting. She had encountered it several times since arriving here, even facing wild beasts and bloody prey on the way. Observing Yuling's stubbornness, Hu Ji nodded to the beastmen beside him, their expressions reflecting tolerance and compromise towards her. Little Yuling. A woman's exclamation broke out, and Yuling turned, puzzled, to see a stunning female calling out to her, alongside the returning Huan. Before she could react, the gorgeous female enveloped her in an embrace, exclaiming urgently, You're even shorter than your mother. Little Yuling is too thin. Are you not eating? Hu Shui remarked, astonished, her heart aching for the poor child who must have endured much hardship. Tears flowed uncontrollably from her enchanting eyes. If Xing were still here, little Yuling would not be in such a frail state. Xing always adored her and would protect her from any harm. Yet now Xing was gone, as was Hu Yu, leaving little Yuling to face the world's adversities alone. The thought pierced Hu Shui's heart like 1,000 needles, and her voice grew choked as she murmured, How can my little Yuling have changed so? It's all my fault for not taking care of you properly. Zhu Huan inquired, recognizing her mother's old friend. Shui, I'm actually doing fine, Yuling replied, nestled beneath the overwhelming presence of this nearly 1.8-meter-tall Fox Clan female, feeling immense pressure. One could not deny that the females of the Fox Clan were remarkably beautiful, especially Huan, who was an exquisite beauty, capable of giving birth to one such as Huan. Hearing the delicate voice of the little cub in her arms, Hu Shui paused, then immediately released Yuling. Scrutinizing her closely, upon seeing her, more tears fell. You truly resemble your mother. Little cub, come see your sister, Hu Shui beckoned. Yuling then beheld a graceful figure emerging from behind Hu Shui. It was a stunning female, bearing a striking resemblance to Huan, with long, elegant legs. Part of the same lineage of beautiful females. Yuling, do you remember? I held you when you were little, Hu Zhao observed curiously, examining Yuling. Why are you so small? You look like a cub. Yuling thought, how could she possibly remember? She was not the original host. This is my female cub. Your elder sister, Hu Zhao, Hu Shui introduced. Hu Zhao grinned mischievously, tugging on Hu Ji's arm. I am still Hu Ji's female master and your beast sister. Hu Ji displayed a doting smile, his gaze towards Hu Zhao filled with affection. Beast sister. Yuling obediently addressed her. Hu Zhao stuck out her tongue. Beast sister? That sounds unpleasant. Just call me elder sister like before. Yuling nodded and sweetly called out elder sister. Hu Zhao beamed. Elder sister 1T, let you call her for nothing. Here, this is for you. Chapter 98. My beauty is enough. Hu Zhao presented a pearl bracelet, promptly fastening it around Yuling's wrist. Yuling was taken aback, gazing at the opulent bracelet, crafted with care, and it bore a modern craftsmanship that made her suspect Hu Zhao might be from the same world as hers. Host. The small world can only accommodate one soul from another realm. How can you doubt me? System 999 expressed sorrow. It's not that I don't believe you. She merely felt that way. This System 999 was becoming overly sentimental. Hu Zhao smiled. I have a beast husband from the Merfolk clan. He brought this from his homeland. Ah, I see, Yuling responded, presenting Hu Zhao with a sweet smile. Thank you, elder sister. Hu Zhao hesitated, reaching out to pat Yuling's head, so well-behaved. The members of the Ling Fox clan regarded her with kindness. Within the tribe were so many beast brothers, along with Shui and Hu Zhao, all of whom were the original host as close kin. She felt a surge of emotion. lamenting that the original host could not witness this reunion. Hu Shui observed her female cub bonding harmoniously with Yu Ling, wiping the tears from her eyes, relieved that they had finally reunited after enduring so much hardship. Xing, please watch over little Yu Ling in the beast god realm. This little Yu Ling, so thin, resembled a cub. She felt a growing heartache with each glance, longing to weep. At that moment, her gaze shifted to little Yu Ling's beast husband. It was said that she had also accepted 2 beastmen from the Snow Wolf clan as guardians, and according to her, those from such tribes ought to be dealt with harshly. Bai Ying and Lang Ji were blocked by the Fox clan at the end of the line, surrounded by dozens of muscular male beastmen glaring at them, occasionally jostling them with their bulk. Yu Ling mused that in comparison, Bai Ying and Lang Ji were truly pleasing to the eye. Who could possibly find such hulking brutes appealing? Well, perhaps she should refrain from disparaging others' tastes. Upon hearing her cub speak of the several guardian beasts of Yu Ling, Hu Shui was intrigued to learn of an 8th pattern beastman. Her beautiful eyes glimmered as she gazed at the tall, cold, and ethereal-looking beastman who had been following Yu Ling. He possessed a commendable appearance, an admirable physique, and considerable strength. Indeed, little Yu Ling had an eye for talent. She then glanced at her own Hu Wan, who, despite her beauty, seemed lacking in all other aspects. Hu Wan retorted, "My beauty is more than sufficient." Hu Zhao eagerly grasped her hand and led her to the edge of the arena. The Ling Hu clan's competition ground exhibited a flawless, circular contour, deeply sunken into the earth. The edges of the arena rose and fell, with the protruding sections occupied by onlooking beastmen. At that moment, all beastmen's gazes were fixed on the center of the arena, where stood her first beast husband, Bai Ying, alongside her third, Lang Ji. Opposite them were 2 robust beastmen, tall and muscular. Go Huda, who were crush them. Do not let them bully our Yu Ling. It was Yu Ling's first encounter with such a formal arena and battle. Hearing the shouts of the Hu clan beastmen, she nervously gripped the hands of Hu Wan and Shizhua. Shizhua maintained a stoic expression, coldly observing Bai Ying and Lang Ji, his emotions unreadable. Hu Wan reassured Yu Ling, "Do not worry, little Yu Ling. They are your guardian beasts. They know their limits and will not kill them." Yu Ling shot a glare at Hu Wan. "Are you speaking human language? After all we've been through together, that sounds quite harsh." "It's not necessarily that Bai Ying will lose," Yu Ling huffed. Yes, that was a slip of the tongue," Hu Wan replied, having become a little too smug. "Sister, rest assured, we will not bully them. The ones we send out are all 7th pattern and 6th pattern beastmen like them." Bao Yin had been observing his younger sister. Noting her furrowed brow and worried expression, he felt that she was even more gentle and kind than Hu Ye had described, showing concern for the detestable Wolf Clan beastmen. Hu Dao was, after all, the strongest 7th pattern beastman in the tribe, following their eldest and second brothers. Mao Yu squinted, convinced that it was inevitable for the Wolf Clan beastmen to receive a beating. As for Hu Er, he was Hu Da's younger brother, having just been promoted to a 6th pattern beastman this year. Mao Yu continued, "Third brother, do not frighten our sister." To Hu Wei expressed discontent with Mao Yu's words, insisting that the sister would surely worry. Yu Ling's eyes were fixed on the center of the arena, where battle was imminent, and soon the combatants clashed. Each attack carried the force of thunder, igniting the beastmen's fervor, with cheers rising like a tidal wave. The entire arena was enveloped in an atmosphere of fervor and excitement, the cries of encouragement echoing into the sky as if they could break through the heavens, causing the ancient land to tremble. Yu Ling's fingers tightly clutched Hu Wan and Shizhua, betraying her tension. Hu Ji merely observed the 4 combatants with nonchalance, stating, "Defeated beastmen do not deserve to be my sister's first beast husband." They had always been dissatisfied with the pair. Should Bai Ying fail this battle, the Ling Hu clan would forcibly expel them. Hu Ji's words stirred a great uproar among the beastmen, their voices rising in fervor, expressing skepticism towards Bai Ying and Lang Ji. Yu Ling frowned, addressing Hu Ji, "Regardless, I will not let go of Bai Ying and Lang Ji." This was not merely to defend her honor. Bai Ying still had a 5% favorability rating to gain, and during their time together, genuine feelings had emerged. Hu Ji sighed in resignation, realizing that his sister truly cared for the 2 wolf beastmen. "If they lose, they cannot be your first beast husband. It must be Shizhua," he declared, suddenly naming Shizhua. Shizhua responded with confusion. Hu Wan widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend Hu Ji's sudden divergence. For his beast sister was indeed his mate. "Eldest brother, you must have mistaken the names." Hu Zhao chuckled softly, gazing at Hu Wan. "How dare you? Still merely a 6th pattern beastman. Aspire to be the first beast husband? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Huan was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment. Since awakening as a 6th pattern beastman at 18, he had yet to break through to 7th pattern despite his diligent efforts. Sister, your words are rather piercing, he lamented, casting a pleading glance at Hu Zhao Zhao, feeling her words cut like a sharp blade. Hu Zhao Zhao rolled her eyes at him. Huan bit his lip, determined not to argue with a female. It was not the first time Hu Zhao Zhao had rebuked him. He felt slightly ashamed in front of little Yueling, wishing to cry out. Meanwhile, Hu Ji chuckled, his gaze unwavering from the arena as he closely observed the unfolding battle. Feeling ignored by the others, Huan felt even more aggrieved and sought solace in Yueling, only to find her completely engrossed in the battle between Bai Ying and Long Ji, her heart entwined with theirs. In the arena, Bai Ying moved with an ethereal grace, seamlessly coordinating with Long Ji. His agile form struck with precision, each punch accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, landing with the swiftness and accuracy of lightning. Long Ji, usually gentle, displayed fierce ferocity in combat. His heavy fists seemed capable of shattering mountains, each blow stirring the air around them. Hu Da and Hu were no mere novices. They skillfully dodged Bai Ying and Long Ji strikes, counterattacking whenever opportunity arose. The atmosphere was electric as the four engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists and feet colliding in a cacophony of sound. Soon, they transformed from their beastman forms into their beast forms. Bai Ying became a magnificent silver wolf, while Long Ji assumed his wolf shape. Hu Da and Hu were transformed into 2 large gray foxes, the 4 colossal beasts entwined in a tumultuous struggle, dust swirling around them. Bai Ying and Long Ji exchanged glances, understanding the necessity of victory, having witnessed Yueling suffer injustice within the wolf clan. The Linghu clan held grievances against them. Hu Ji's intention to intimidate them was clear. Should they lose, they would have no chance to stand by Yueling's side again. The 2 massive silver wolves, their fur glistening like silver, fixed their fierce and sharp gazes upon the equally large gray foxes. A suffocating tension enveloped the 4 beasts, as if a life-and-death struggle was about to ensue. The muscles of the silver wolves were taut and well-defined, each muscle brimming with untold strength. Their razor-sharp claws gleamed ominously, resembling the scythe of death, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Suddenly, Bai Ying launched the first attack. Like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards the gray foxes, his jaws wide, aiming to bite down on one's neck. The gray fox reacted swiftly, dodging just in time to avoid the lethal strike. However, Long Ji seized the moment, pouncing from the side and raking his claws across the gray fox's back, leaving deep gashes. The other gray fox, unwilling to concede, attempted to retaliate against Long Ji, but was swiftly kicked aside by the quick-footed Bai Ying, crashing against the arena wall and kicking up a cloud of dust. The injured Hu Da and Hu were howled in pain, but did not retreat. Instead, they were fueled by an even fiercer determination. They turned to engage in a heated battle with Bai Ying and Long Ji, neither side yielding. After a gripping struggle filled with fierce bites and clashes, Bai Ying and Long Ji ultimately triumphed, their superior strength and harmonious coordination securing their victory. Proudly, they stood in the arena, heads held high, emitting a triumphant howl that echoed through the air, their emerald wolf eyes simultaneously turning towards Yueling. A beaming smile illuminated Yueling's face as she could not help but cheer. Bai Ying and Long Ji are truly amazing. The 2 defeated warriors, Hu Da and Hu Er, limped away from the arena, their bodies marred with wounds. They had not anticipated that the 2 orc warriors from the wolf tribe possessed such extraordinary strength, resulting in their unexpected defeat. Hu Ji, Yueling, and their fellow fox brethren, along with Hu Xue and Hu Zhao, were equally astonished by the outcome. Hu Ji smiled at Yueling, remarking, "I underestimated them. Sister, your discernment is commendable. They are indeed the elite among their kind. Who would have thought that the wretched Xue Long tribe would yield 2 such remarkable orc warriors? Indeed, now that they have followed you, I wonder if they have any regrets." Song Xuan chuckled. Yueling understood that her brethren would no longer interfere with her choice of beastly consorts. Yet her heart ached as she gazed at the battered figures of Bai Ying and Long Ji. "Very well, sister. Shall we proceed to the fox den we have prepared for you? Du hu uget? But what about Bai Ying and Long Ji's injuries?" Yueling hesitated. "They will survive." Bao Yin replied coldly. "Male orcs are far more resilient than delicate females." Bai Ying and Long Ji, having descended from the arena, were not offended by Bao Yin's words. "Go ahead," they urged. Although their battle appeared fierce, they had not fought to the death and had intentionally held back, sustaining only minor injuries. Seeing that Buying was not deceiving her, Yueling reluctantly nodded in agreement. Buying and Long Ji maintained their wolf forms, aware of her discomfort with their unadorned appearances. After their victory, the Fox Clan warriors no longer obstructed their path, and Yueling followed them forward. Her heart tinged with anticipation. Her den was nestled in the very heart of the Lingu clan. Surrounding the entrance were vibrant, resplendent flowers that filled the air with an intoxicating fragrance as a gentle breeze swept through. Upon entering the den, one was immediately struck by its spaciousness. It spanned over 100 square meters, resembling a small palace in its grandeur. The interior was equipped with all necessities. A grand bed, intricately carved from stone, was placed in one corner, adorned with soft, comfortable pelts that exuded warmth and comfort. Nearby, a stone table with a smooth surface and clear grain added to the den's allure. Most striking were the countless luminous crystal stones embedded in the cave walls, casting a gentle, bright light that illuminated the entire space as if it were daylight. The interplay of these shining crystals created a dreamlike atmosphere, rendering everything within the den beautifully enchanting. In the center of the den lay a heap of assorted treasures. Upon closer inspection, one would find succulent cuts of meat, taken from the choicest parts of wild beasts, alongside an array of colorful, fragrant wild fruits, resembling precious gems scattered throughout. Additionally, several soft and smooth pelts were piled together, forming a small hill. Each of these offerings was a meticulously prepared gift from her brethren, and she felt a twinge of guilt, for she was not the true Yueling, but rather a soul from another world. This exquisite den was intended for the original owner, highlighting how dearly her brothers cherished this sister. Host, please do not think this way. Had you not arrived, the original Yueling would have perished, and neither Hu Wan nor Hu Ning would have found her, nor would we witness this harmonious scene today. System 999 gently admonished. Remember, you are Yueling, and Yueling is you. This reassurance from System 999 warmed her heart. At times, it seemed unreliable, yet at others, it acted as a guardian angel, comforting her spirit. Her beastly brothers gazed at her with eager anticipation, and Yueling beamed a radiant smile, truly appreciating the pristine den. I love it. Thank you, my brothers. They all sighed in relief, pleased by her response. Hu Wan pouted, slightly dissatisfied with Hu Ji's arrangements, with so many flowers at the entrance. Will I have no chance to impress anyone with a morning bloom? Mao Yu rolled his eyes at Hu Wan, pondering how a simple outing had transformed her so significantly. She was a far cry from her former self, previously calm and composed, now appearing rather petulant. Had he been deceived by Hu Wan all along? If Hu Ye were to disclose the matters concerning Bai Ying and Long Ji, he would inevitably mention Hu Bai's severe injuries, the fire-starting incident, and even her crucial identity as the so-called beast god's messenger. Yet, they seemed utterly oblivious to these significant events, adopting a tone devoid of the humility, respect, and flattery characteristic of the former clan leader. To them, perhaps she was merely the sister they had lost for many years, nothing more. This atmosphere delighted her. As they surrounded her, engaging in conversation, she realized they had not allowed her a moment's rest amidst their incessant chatter. Hu Ji, unable to bear her fatigue, gently suggested, "Sister, you should rest first. I will return to fetch you later." Hu Zhao nodded in agreement, having barely exchanged a few words with Yueling. As her brothers had monopolized the conversation, she and her beast mother stood foolishly together, waiting for the evening festivities where they could converse more freely with Yueling. In the realm of beasts, grand events were expressed through evening gatherings, and upon hearing Hu Ji's words, she acquiesced. Buying and Long Ji remained nearby. Earlier, she had noticed several medicinal herbs among the wildflowers outside that could tend to their wounds. Although reluctant, Hu Ji urged them to leave. Soon, the den was left with just the four of them, their belongings having been brought over by the Fox clan and placed aside. Yueling turned to Bai Ying and Long Ji, softly saying, "All right, transform back so I can assess your injuries." Upon her request, they shifted into their human forms, clad in animal skin skirts. Seeing their condition, she finally exhaled in relief. They had only sustained minor bruises and scrapes, indicating they had held back during their fight. Her delicate fingers brushed against Long Ji's back as she gently applied ointment, causing him to freeze momentarily, the memories of that day flooding back. Buying noticed Long Ji's discomfort, while even Shizhua displayed a look of distaste. "Long Ji, do you have an issue? You're bleeding again," Hu Wan remarked. Long Ji, Startled, checked his nose, and found blood on his hand, his face turning crimson as he exaggeratedly sat up from the stone bed, covering his mouth and nose. Yue Ling, concerned, asked, "Is it the heat? Are you feeling unwell?" The weather had been around 26 or 27 degrees, leading her to suspect that Long Ji might be dehydrated. He waved his hand dismissively, feeling embarrassed by the sensation beneath him, fearing Yue Ling would discover his predicament. "I'm fine. I'll just step outside for a moment." Yue Ling, puzzled, reached out into the air just as Long Ji hurriedly exited. "What's going on with him?" she murmured in confusion. "Forget him. He needs to rest after such a long journey," Huan replied. "This foolish dog is acting strangely. He can't even bear to look at a tent. P.S. Such a disappointment. Despite their careful attention, they had endured hardships along the way, even causing Yue Ling to fall ill. Yue Ling was nearly forced down onto the bed by Huan, while being softly urged, "Rest for a while." Shizhua sat on a stone bench not far away, nodding at her. During this period, they had watched her with the same caution one would afford a porcelain doll, fearful that she might fall ill again, leaving her feeling both sweetly cherished and helpless. With a faint sigh, she leaned her head against a fur pillow, observing the busy efforts of Huan and Being as they organized the cave, gradually closing her eyes. Being understood that they were likely to settle in the Linghu tribe, and this cave would become their enduring home, requiring thorough arrangement. Perhaps truly exhausted, she fell into a deep slumber without realizing it. When she awoke, the night had already enveloped the surroundings. Shizhua was crouching by her bedside, putting on her fur shoes. As she gazed around at the transformed cave, she noticed numerous small rooms within the fox den, each furnished with brand new stone beds. Each stone bed was discreetly draped with a curtain, preserving their privacy. On a stone table lay a long bamboo tube filled with fresh water, adorned with a vibrant bouquet of flowers that exuded a captivating fragrance. The cave, once organized, had been elevated to an elegant abode, prompting a satisfied nod from Yue Ling, as it seemed they were truly beginning to understand each other's habits better. Yue Ling also discovered that a bathroom had been constructed by Beiying, realizing just how fatigued she must have been to sleep so soundly through the commotion. She affectionately planted a kiss on Beiying's cheek, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Beiying." This was clearly Beiying's handiwork, as only he would attend to such meticulous details. Huan interjected, somewhat disgruntled, "It's not just Beiying, I contributed as well." Though he was not entirely familiar with the concept of a bathroom, he had followed Beiying's instructions and excavated the hidden pit outside. Why should little Yue Ling only acknowledge Beiying's efforts? Yue Ling couldn't help but smile, leaning in to give Huan a kiss on his cheek, causing him to squint with delight. Meanwhile, Shizhua wore a serious expression. Unwilling to let these two claim all the recognition, he had contributed as well. He approached and gently grasped Yue Ling's chin, leaning down to capture her lips in a kiss. "Hey, Shizhua, that's too much," Huan exclaimed, jumping up in protest. This was outrageous. Shizhua had gone straight to kissing little Yue Ling. Shizhua narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing as he firmly held Huan's head and remarked, "Get lost." The force of his grip sent Huan stumbling away. Yue Ling, observing the interplay between Huan and Shizhua, couldn't help but smile, glancing around to notice that there was still no sign of Lang Ji. Where is Lang Ji? Has he not returned yet? Chapter 101, Strategy 5, Scorpion Che. "Little sister, shall we go to the bonfire party?" Huziozo exclaimed, linking arms with Huji as they strode into the cave. In just half a day, the fox den had undergone a dramatic transformation, as she looked around in astonishment and wonder. "Huji, I wanted to look like this too. And this place needs to be arranged like that." Huji's eyes sparkled with affection as he looked at Huziozo and replied, all right, good." Satisfied with his response, Huziozo raised her head proudly. Yue Ling noticed that following her elder brother were her second brother Tsangxuan, third brother Mao Yu, fourth brother Huning, fifth brother Toei, sixth brother Baoing, and several unfamiliar yet striking beastmen, including a handsome dark-skinned gentleman. Upon catching Yue Ling's gaze, the dark-skinned gentleman appeared somewhat flustered, his skin a deep shade of red, his eyes reflecting admiration as he looked at her. Huziozo, noticing the connection, gleefully pulled the dark-skinned gentleman forward and introduced him playfully. "This beastman is a gift from our beast mother to you. Isn't he handsome? Not only is he good-looking, but he is also a 7-pattern beastman, no less impressive than Beiying." Huziozo shot a glare at Beiying, still harboring some displeasure over the recent competition. Beiying's expression darkened as he focused intently on Yue Ling, who had just been mesmerized by the dark-skinned gentleman. The bitterness in Beiying's heart grew, This was the plight of being the first beast husband. Host, hurry, hurry, accept this. This is your fifth strategist, the Scorpion Clan Beastman. Sieche, the excited voice of System 999 chimed in eagerly. It was unexpected for the Fox clan to be so generous, directly presenting the host with a strategist, a significant gesture indeed. The dark-skinned gentleman stood at an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches, his features chiseled and defined, resembling a sculpture, with flowing lines and a three-dimensional quality. His deep-set eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, and beneath his prominent nose rested thin lips. He emanated an indescribable allure, a primal beauty that was difficult to ignore. Just as Yuling was preparing to decline the offer of the dark-skinned gentleman, she realized he was indeed her designated strategist, and her rejection faltered on her tongue, nearly causing her to stutter. However, was not Huan the favored child of the Beast Mother? Why would the Beast Mother offer a mate to her daughter? Thus, Yuling turned her gaze towards Huan, who appeared equally astonished. Was he truly the Beast Mother's biological offspring? Among so many male siblings, was he not the one most cherished by the Beast Mother? Why would she choose to present him as a mate for his female counterpart, especially Sieche? This dark-skinned gentleman is the offspring of my Beast Mother's brother, making him my Beast Brother. Sieche, little sister, let us draw closer, as our Beast Mother believes in keeping wealth within the family. Huziozo, oblivious to Huan's heartache, cheerfully exclaimed. Her own brother had become the son-in-law of the Snow Ant, and now she was acquiring his son, not to mention gaining a nephew. The familial ties were becoming too intricate. Sieche was destined to be her beast husband, and she would not refuse the call of fate. Host. The favorability rating for Strategist 5, Sieche, is 80%, System 999 reported happily after a brief assessment. Sieche had achieved an impressive score right from the start, far surpassing Kangza. Huziozo smirked, unbothered by the sullen expressions of Shizhua and Huan, and she gave Sieche a playful shove. He stumbled and collided with Yuling, who nearly lost her balance, but was caught by a strong arm around her slender waist. Sieche looked down at the petite female in his embrace, his dark skin glowing with a hint of red. Yuling's beast brothers seemed quite pleased with Sieche, noting his remarkable innate talent, having awakened as a 7-pattern beastman from the start, making him a fitting match for their sister. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yuling extricated herself from Sieche's embrace. Her cheeks flushed. He was undeniably handsome, exuding an abundance of masculine charm. She found her thoughts wandering, realizing that her prolonged stay here had begun to influence her. Just as she was lost in contemplation, her gaze unexpectedly met the playful violet eyes of Shizhua, sending a chill down her spine. She offered an awkward smile, acknowledging the goodwill of the elders. Turning her head, she caught sight of Huan's disgruntled expression, prompting her to clench her teeth and retract her neck. It was indeed a case of being sandwiched between Shizhua and Huan. Huji cast a critical glance over his sister's 2 guardians, finding some appreciation for Bing's calm demeanor, who seemed to possess a degree of maturity compared to Shizhua and Huan, who appeared somewhat immature. Having multiple beast husbands is beneficial for the female. Tuhue chimed in with a grin. Sister, you are a female master. How can you fear 2 beast husbands? Were they threatening you? Baoyin narrowed his eyes, casting a penetrating gaze at Shizhua and Huan. Shizhua met Baoyin's gaze calmly, ultimately feeling as though he was being overly jealous, and reluctantly shifted his focus back to his little female. Indeed, look at how frail you are. They must not be taking good care of you, Sangxuan added. Huning, however, wore a grim expression, having just endured a barrage of criticism from their siblings for not informing Yuling about their existence. He adhered to the principle of silence being golden, retreating into his own quietude. Sieche gazed at Yuling with eager anticipation. In his childhood, he had heard tales of his beast aunt's offspring, Huan, who, at a tender age, had bonded with a young female of the Fox clan, becoming her guardian beast. Subsequently, that young female vanished, leaving his brother, Huan, in a relentless search for over a decade. Unlike many of the beastmen of the Linghu clan, he hailed from the Heissia clan, whose territory had been overrun by rogue beasts, leading to the death of his beast father in that conflict. At the time, he had yet to awaken his beast markings and was subsequently sold into slavery, only to be rescued by his beast aunt, allowing him to reside within the Linghu clan. This afternoon, his beast aunt summoned him and spoke earnestly, indicating her intent to introduce him to a female master. The sister of the clan leader, the most cherished female of the entire tribe, sought after by Huan. When she first arrived at the tribe, he knelt to greet her from a distance, and he was immediately struck by her petite figure and stunning beauty, finding her utterly adorable, leading him to agree to the arrangement. As night fell, his sister Hu Zhao brought him to Yu Ling's cavern. There stood the female he had long yearned for. If she consented, he would become her fifth guardian beast and her fifth beast husband. Xie Chei's eyes shimmered with longing, nearly overwhelming Yu Ling with his desire. Accept him, Hu Zhao smiled, thinking that had Xie Chei not been her blood-related brother, she might have taken him herself. For he was indeed a striking specimen of a beast man. Yu Ling felt the weight of expectations upon her, her hands clenching into fists as she hesitantly nodded under the gaze of all the beastmen present. She noticed Shi Zhua's reluctant withdrawal, while Hu Wan pouted, casting a pitiful glance at the assembly, questioning why he was always the one to suffer. Instantly, Xie Chei's face blossomed into a radiant smile, revealing a set of pristine teeth as he embraced Yu Ling with fervor. Surprised by his enthusiasm, she found herself enveloped in his warm embrace. Gulp, Xie Chei. You should express yourself, Mao Yu teased, watching him with amusement. Taking a deep breath, Xie Chei inhaled the delightful scent of Yu Ling kneeling before her. With his left hand over his heart and his right clasping hers, he bowed his head deeply, speaking with utmost reverence. Honored Yu Ling, I am privileged to become your guardian beast. I vow to protect you with my life, to cherish you without regret until my last breath. The gravity of his vow caused Yu Ling's cheeks to flush crimson, feeling as though she were being openly proposed to, which was rather awkward. All right, please rise, she murmured, her voice barely audible. At her words, Xie Chei stood, his demeanor shifting from reverence to affection, causing Yu Ling to momentarily be taken aback by the rapidity of this transformation. In her heart, she began to assess Xie Chei, realizing he was a cheerful and somewhat foolish giant scorpion. Let us hurry. The clan members are eagerly awaiting your presence, Hu Zhao said, her eyes shining with satisfaction as she took Yu Ling's hand affectionately. Yu Ling returned her smile, reflecting on how the beast world often felt like a communal gathering, akin to a social event. Chapter 102. The Fox Clan Bonfire Festival. The scale of the Ling Hu clan's bonfire festival was unparalleled, far surpassing that of the Wolf clan. A vast, boundless square held a towering bonfire at its center, flames dancing fervently as if intent on igniting the entire night sky. Surrounding the bonfire were seats filled to capacity, where the female members of the Ling Hu clan sat, their tables laden with the juiciest wild fruits of the rainy season and mouth-watering roasted meats, the enticing aromas mingling with the fresh scent of foliage, creating a uniquely captivating fragrance. Behind them stood numerous sturdy stone tables, occupied by a multitude of male beastmen and young cubs, all sitting upright, their expressions solemn yet filled with anticipation as they awaited the arrival of the clan leader. Each beastman wore a smile, and as Yu Ling counted, she realized there were over 50 females of the Ling Hu clan, while the males seemed countless, a testament to the tribe's status as the second largest in the southern continent. Swallowing hard, Yu Ling was pulled by Hu Zhao to the highest position in the square, where Hu Zhao, beaming with pride, took her seat at the main stage. Yu Ling was positioned beside her, just a seat away, while her other beast brothers occupied the front row of stone tables below. To her surprise, directly opposite her sat Hu Shui, her stunning face adorned with intricate mystical totems and a heavily embellished shaman's hat. Her expression solemn, yet nostalgic, as she gazed at Yu Ling with a mix of fondness and tenderness, as though she were looking through her at someone else. Behind her were several seats evidently reserved for her beast husbands, led by Hu Wan, who took their places. Seeing Yu Ling's astonishment, Hu Zhao couldn't help but smile proudly. Did you not expect that my beast mother is the shaman of the tribe? Yu Ling nodded vigorously. In the beast world, the status of a shaman far exceeded that of a clan leader. Hu Shui smiled at Yu Ling, her expression suggesting there was more to say. This story is long. I will share it with you when we have time. Yu Ling nodded again. Hu Shui's gaze shifted to Xie Chei and Hu Wan, her satisfaction evident as her lips curled into a joyful smile. Clan leader Hu Ji, seated at the highest position with Hu Zhao, regarded his people with a serious expression, his voice resonant and steady. Today marks the greatest celebration for our Ling Hu clan in many years. As my sister Yu Ling returns to the tribe, from this day forth, she shall be regarded as the most noble female within our clan, deserving of your respect and affection, just as you honor and cherish me. Yu Ling's eyes widened. His words imbued her with a profound sense of empowerment. She had not anticipated her status within the Ling Hu clan would rise so dramatically instantly elevating her stature. Thousands of beastmen fixed their fervent gazes upon Hu Ji, and as his impassioned words reached their ears, it ignited within them a fervent desire, transforming their expressions into ones of exhilaration. In unison, they raised their hands, chanting, Yuling, Yuling. The sound surged like a relentless tide, crashing against the air around them, a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the night. It echoed into the distant sky, creating a spectacle that was both awe-inspiring and exhilarating. With each crescendo of their chants, the very earth beneath them seemed to tremble in response to their fervent adoration for Yuling Host. What do you think? Isn't it breathtaking? Yuling's eyes widened, her mouth agape, frozen in place as if under a spell. She could hardly believe what she was witnessing, waves of astonishment crashing over her. The sheer power of his call was beyond imagination, drawing forth an overwhelming response, akin to a stampede of wild horses. Her mind buzzed with confusion, her gaze inadvertently drawn to Hu Ji, her beast brother. At that moment, she realized that he was the true powerhouse of the beast world. In comparison, her many esteemed beast husbands paled into insignificance. Those so-called exceptional husbands faded into the background when set against the brilliance of her brother. Yuling's heart raced with excitement. She was determined to hold tightly onto this robust and powerful thigh, refusing to let go. Her elder brother was undoubtedly at his most handsome and charismatic. Hu Zhao wore a proud expression, for her beast husband was exceptional, having secured the position of clan leader of the Ling Hu tribe at a young age. He had eradicated the parasites within the tribe and avenged their deceased kin. Yuling nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in her words. In her heart, she rejoiced, thinking that she could now lead a carefree life, embracing a lazy existence. With such a formidable brother, she felt immensely fortunate. The System 999 emitted a somewhat sharp laugh once again. Yuling, mindful of her words, gently remarked, 999, your voice is quite pleasant when you're not laughing. System 999 paused, momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implication of its host's statement. Once it grasped the meaning, its electronic voice adopted a tone tinged with annoyance and grievance, saying, Host, you've changed. You're no longer endearing. How could you say that my voice is unpleasant? It's not like I chose to sound this way. It was programmed. You've truly hurt my feelings. Yuling found the situation amusing, yet somewhat exasperating, and hurriedly apologized. Oh dear, I was wrong. 999, your voice is the sweetest, like that of a lark. Please don't be upset. Chapter 103, The Fox Clan Bonfire Festival, Part 2, System 999 huffed a couple of times. Humph, I won't forgive you easily. I'm ignoring you now. After much coaxing, it seemed that System 999 was genuinely upset and chose not to respond further. It appeared that in her elation over securing a strong connection, she had inadvertently offended her small ancestor, and she would need to find a way to appease it later. System 999, upon hearing Yuling's thoughts, found it amusing, considering it a challenge to reluctantly forgive its host. Meanwhile, Yuling remained unaware that System 999 had already forgiven her candid remarks. Hu Ji surveyed the reactions of the tribe members with satisfaction, announcing that this bonfire festival was to welcome his sister. Today, she was the star of the event, and any single males within the tribe who fancied her were encouraged to pursue her, though they would have to contend with her guardian beasts. As Hu Ji finished speaking, the atmosphere at the bonfire festival surged with excitement, cheers surpassing the previous uproar. Yuling's smile faltered as she looked incredulously at Hu Ji. Had she just been caught in a trap set by her elder brother? The crowd was filled with eager, single male beastmen, their expressions fervent, their eyes gleaming with desire as they regarded her like a sumptuous feast. Hu Zhao let out a tinkling laugh, playfully patting Hu Ji on the shoulder while casting a sympathetic glance at the male beastmen behind Yuling. Among them was Xie, whom she had just introduced as Yuling's beast husband. Despite her first beast husband being somewhat lacking, it was a wise choice to select stronger guardians for Yuling. The bonfire festival drew many beastmen from nearby tribes, eager to witness the spectacle. Elder brother, Yuling wished to retract Hu Ji's earlier statement. Sister, you truly have too few beast husbands. This is for your own good, Song Sun remarked, maintaining his usual cheerful demeanor as he tilted his head and spoke gently to Yuling, leaving her feeling as if she had struck cotton with her fist, a frustrating sensation. Counting Xie, she had only 5 guardians, which was indeed insufficient. Or perhaps they lacked the courage and strength to compete. Mao Yu interjected, expressing dissatisfaction. Her sister's overly kind nature had led to these guardians becoming complacent, Without formal mates, they hardly qualified as beast husbands. Guardians lacking in strength should be dismissed from her sister's ranks, unworthy of being her partners. Mao Yu's words ignited the competitive spirit among the beastmen behind Yu Ling. Xie gazed at the petite and adorable female before him, stating, "Yu Ling, rest assured, I, Xie, am not to be underestimated." Shijua's expression remained dark, his sharp purple snake eyes surveying the eager beastmen with a mix of disdain and menace, instilling fear in those who dared approach. Huan interjected, "No need for your ostentatious display." Xie flashed a broad, sincere smile, his white teeth captivating, responding earnestly, "Huan, you speak the truth." Huan crossed his arms, his face contorted in displeasure. Feeling as if he had struck cotton once more, he found Xie's sincerity particularly irritating. Yu Ling observed Huan, akin to a battle-ready rooster, feeling a twinge of guilt for having incited her beast husband's irritation. She shook off her thoughts, gazing at the throng of male beastmen. Swallowing hard, she realized she could hardly bear the attention of so many. They were all resolutely intent on causing a scene. Yet she understood their motivations stemmed from concern for her well-being, wishing to select stronger guardians to protect her. This, too, was a form of affection. Shijua Baiying. Huan, Xie, do your best. I did not wish to take on any more of them, Yu Ling encouraged. Upon hearing her words, Huan's eyes lit up. Little Yu Ling, rest assured, I will ensure they submit to me. Yu Ling hesitated. She was most concerned about Huan, especially since Lang Ji was nowhere to be found. She needed to be vigilant. With this thought in mind, she smiled at Huan, making a gesture of encouragement. Huan, you are the best. Huan was taken aback. He anticipated that little Yu Ling would be cheering him on, setting him apart from the other beastmen. Clearly, in her eyes, his status far surpassed that of Bai Ying and Shijua, and he regarded Xie with utter indifference. Huan's stunningly beautiful face radiated confidence and pride as he nodded affirmatively. Shijua, observing Huan's demeanor, sneered derisively, feeling contemptuous. Among the group of beastmen, he possessed the lowest beast pattern. What was there to be proud of? Hu Shuai looked at her troublesome cub with a smile, casting a reassuring glance at Yu Ling, signaling her to feel at ease. During the bonfire festival, the male competitions will be in beast form, so it will be manageable. It was truly perplexing how Huan had devolved into such a jealous state after merely a year away. It was a disgrace to her. Yu Ling nodded, smiling back at Hu Shuai, feeling reassured. Before long, she found herself surrounded by eager, single male beastmen, their expectant gazes upon her, some even posturing alluringly. Yu Ling felt overwhelmed, as the Fox Tribe's beastmen were exceptionally charming, and there were also males from other races present. Each suitor prompted her guardians, Bai Ying, Huan, Shijua, and Xie, to stand and prepare for combat. The competition took place beside the bonfire, with thousands of beastmen watching this brazen display of courtship. She had never received so many declarations of affection in her entire life. Initially, she worried about their potential defeat, fearing the emergence of additional non-eligible beast husbands. However, to her relief, Shijua, being an 8-pattern beastman, easily dominated, while Bai Ying and Xie also proved formidable. 8-pattern beastmen were a rare breed, and though the Linghu tribe was the second largest on the northern continent, 8-pattern and 7-pattern beastmen were scarce. The afternoon had already showcased one, and Xie was another. The remainder were mostly 6-pattern or 4 to 5-pattern beastmen. For the first time, she acutely sensed the monumental disparities in strength and explosive power associated with each pattern, realizing that these patterns were akin to attribute buffs, enhancing their capabilities. The battle was quite a challenge for Huan, as the Lu and beastmen of the Linghu clan were numerous. Fortunately, this individual possessed extraordinary talent, and the enchanting abilities of the Hu clan were unparalleled in the beast world, capable of momentarily mesmerizing even their own kind. It was precisely these fleeting seconds that had turned the tide of battle on numerous occasions, transforming peril into safety. Sister, there's no need to be so anxious. Hu Ji gently reassured her, recognizing her unease. Hu Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. Her sister Yu Ling's serious demeanor while searching for a beast husband was amusing, as if she were preparing to face a daunting challenge. Initially filled with worry, Yu Ling remained on high alert, closely observing every movement. As time passed, she gradually recognized the determination of her beast husbands and realized she should place her trust in them. Chapter 104. The Hu Clan Bonfire Party 3. This absurd courtship contest had persisted for over an hour. Yu Ling, bored, rested her chin on her hand. chewing on sweet wild fruits. She found it difficult to appreciate the fighting, while her beast husbands displayed excitement, leaving her utterly speechless. Could fighting truly bring them such joy? Just moments ago, they had appeared reluctant. The once eager beastmen were now subdued, having been firmly suppressed by Shizhua, their heads hanging low in disappointment. They had intended to take advantage of Huan, but upon her arrival, she unleashed her full power, immobilizing them for 3 seconds, showing no mercy to her kin. Hu Ji nodded in satisfaction. Shizhua was indeed impressive, worthy of being her sister's beast husband. She also had to admit that Bai Ying was exceptional as well. It was only then that Hu Ji noticed the absence of one beast. "Where's that wolf, Lang Ji?" she inquired. Yuling shook her head, explaining that he had suddenly run off with a nosebleed earlier and had yet to return, causing her concern. Hu Ji ceased her questioning, while Hu Zhao excitedly remarked, "Sister Yuling, your beast husbands are truly remarkable, especially Shizhua, who, like Hu Ji, is an 8-pattern beastman. How did you come to know each other?" Hu Ji looked at her smiling mate, having heard all about Yuling from her brothers, including the tale of how Shizhua became her sister's beast husband. "I will tell you when we return," Hu Ji affectionately promised. Hu Zhao turned to Hu Ji, feigning anger. "You knew all along and didn't tell me." Hu Ji chuckled, embracing Hu Zhao and coaxing her. "You were not in the tribe at the time, so you wouldn't know. I'll explain it to you in detail when we get back." Hu Zhao reluctantly nodded in agreement. Hu Ji then glanced at her brothers below the platform, and Song Sun stood up, cheerfully declaring, "The party officially begins." Yu Ling was slightly astonished. The earlier competition was merely an appetizer, and the real festivities were about to commence. As Song Sun's voice faded, a wave of cheers erupted, and she beheld a dozen male beastmen dancing gracefully around the bonfire. The style of their dance was starkly different from the gentle grace she was accustomed to in modern times. Each movement was imbued with raw power, as if they could tear through the very air. Their muscles were taut, lines defined, and every swing, leap, and spin radiated an unparalleled momentum that left one in awe. Within this seemingly fierce dance lay the unique mystique of the beast world. Perhaps it was the shimmering glow of their distinctive totem tattoos or the deep growls that resonated like ancient incantations, enveloping the entire scene in an air of mystery. Moreover, the male beastmen exhibited remarkable coordination, their movements synchronized. When they extended their arms together, it resembled branches swaying in a dense forest. When they leapt in unison, they appeared as a pack of fierce beasts pouncing upon their prey. This extraordinary uniformity rendered the entire performance breathtaking, captivating all who beheld it. Yuling found herself entranced, astonished that such a vibrant display of song and dance existed in the beast world. No wonder Hu Ning and Huan had dismissed the bonfire festivities of the Wolf Clan. Huan approached and noticed Yuling's bright, sparkling eyes, fixated on the dancing beastmen. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Isn't it beautiful?" Indeed, Yuling earnestly nodded. She adored such performances and wished for more. A smile graced Huan's lips, exuding charm that could captivate all. "I shall dance for you when we return to the cave." Yuling glanced at Huan, taking in her features. She felt that Huan was better suited for a sensual, alluring dance rather than a vigorous one. Imagining Huan performing an enticing dance, she felt a dizzying rush, beginning to understand why King Zhou was so enthralled by Su Daji. "Why is your face so flushed and hot?" Shizhua observed as Yuling's complexion reddened. His cool palm grazed her delicate cheek, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Yuling suddenly realized all eyes were upon her, while Huan remained puzzled, having only spoken a single sentence to her earlier. Why had she not responded? Hu Shui watched Yuling's flustered state with amusement, realizing that her offspring was not entirely lacking in merit, particularly in the art of charming hearts. "No, perhaps it's just the heat," she stammered, hastily wiping her forehead and neck in an attempt to conceal her embarrassment. The others remained skeptical. In the center of the bonfire square, more dances imbued with mysterious elements followed, leading to a mixed gender dance performance. Although these males were her beast husbands, other beastmen were welcome to join, as long as everyone enjoyed themselves, Hu Zhao happily explained. Their arms intertwined in the air, feet danced lightly upon the ground, and each movement was executed with precision, producing a rhythmic clapping sound that resonated throughout the square. The assembly of beastmen was captivated by the performance, applauding and cheering, immersed in a joyous atmosphere. Yuling found herself swept away by the merriment. "Shall we give it a try?" Hu Zhao affectionately and enthusiastically stood up, grabbing Yuling's hand to lead her to the center of the bonfire. Memories of the Wolf Clan bonfire danced in her mind. Accompanied by the dance moves AI Ma had taught her, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed as she waved her hands in protest. Sister, I can't. You go ahead. Oh, don't be afraid. You'll catch on by watching, Huzeo insisted, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, gripping her wrist firmly. Huji smiled indulgently. One was his sister, and the other his mate. Both were the most important individuals in his life. Sister, let's do it together. Tu Hui dashed from his spot, seizing Yuling's other wrist. I feel like I'm being kidnapped, Yuling exclaimed. Yuling, let's do this together, Xie Che chimed in, hurrying to join them. Huan nearly gnashed her teeth in frustration, casting a glance at her beast mother. Look at the trouble you've caused. She stomped her foot, but remained undeterred in following along. On the platform, only Bai Ying and Shizhua remained behind Yuling's seat. Shizhua, being a cold-blooded beastman, naturally disliked such a lively environment and was content as long as he could see his beloved Yuling. Bai Ying, on the other hand, faced prejudice from the Hu clan and felt compelled to set a good example as Yuling's primary beast husband, striving to maintain composure while watching Huan and the newly arrived Xie clan beastman frolic with his cherished little mate. Go on, he urged. Despite her repeated refusals, Hu Ning called out and dragged her to the bonfire center, where she awkwardly stood, feeling as stiff as a log. Don't be nervous. Just follow my lead. Hu Zizao was born with an innate sense of rhythm, and she joyfully began to dance along with the beats of the beastmen, her face radiating with a confident smile, particularly dazzling. Yuling said, I wish I could, but I cannot dance. Just as Huan was about to speak, she heard the serious voice of Xie Che beside her. Yuling, let me teach you. Yuling looked at Xie Che, who wore a serious expression. Then at Hu Zizao, who was dancing with abandon, along with the other beastmen, and she felt utterly out of place. Well, I lack talent for dancing, she admitted, awkwardly scratching her head. It's all right. Just follow my lead, Xie Che encouraged with a warm smile, gracefully taking her hand. As a cold-blooded beastman, his hand felt slightly cool, easily enveloping hers in his larger grip, prompting her to take a deep breath. Trust me, he said softly. Yuling gazed up at the tall, dark-skinned boy and nodded earnestly. Then, she began to move in a rather awkward manner, causing Xie Che's brow to furrow. How could such a lovely female dance so abstractly? He thought, falling into an unusual silence. Huan shot Xie Che a disapproving glance, pushing him aside. Your method of teaching is flawed. Is it truly my method that is at fault? Xie Che replied. Yuling paused, touching her nose and feeling guilty. I'm simply not cut out for this. Let me teach you, Xiao Yuling, Huan said with a confident smile. Observing this, Hu Zizao sensed that her two beast brothers might be inadequate teachers, so she decided to assist Yuling as well. On the elevated platform, Hu Shui watched the scene unfold, her gaze shimmering with tears. Yuling, you resemble your beast mother so much. Her thoughts drifted back to a distant past when she was an innocent, willful female, filled with curiosity about the world beyond the tribe. One day, she sneaked out and was attacked by a ferocious beast, suffering severe injuries. Just when she felt she was on the brink of death, it was Tu Xing who saved her and healed her. From then on, they became inseparable friends. Her ability to heal was not a divine gift, but rather a skill imparted by Tu Xing. The Tu tribe was far weaker than the carnivorous beastmen, and, eventually, the Tu tribe fell to an enemy tribe, forcing Tu Xing to leave and join the Linghu tribe. In those days, Tu Xing was just as beautiful, gentle, and kind, the most unique female she had ever encountered. She seemed perfect in every way, but her dancing always made Hu Shui laugh, as she often lamented her lack of musical talent. Hu Shui's words were directed at Hu Ji, who wore a nostalgic expression. As the eldest son of the beast mother, he had spent the most time with her. Watching Yuling dance below, he was convinced she was indeed his biological sister, as few females could match their beast mother-esque grace. Recalling the events of the past, Hu Ji unconsciously frowned, his eyes reflecting deep pain and reluctance to remember. The bloody and tragic scene seemed vividly etched in his mind, striking his heart like a heavy hammer. Of his numerous brothers, only a few remained. Each thought of those lost brothers stirred boundless sorrow and guilt within him. Observing Yuling's innocent and charming demeanor filled Hu Ji with emotion. She was the cub that Hu Yu, their father, had tried to protect with his life, their only sister, and they would cherish her with the same dedication. Yuling sighed inwardly, realizing she truly lacked dancing talent, and decided not to stand there and become a source of amusement for the other beastmen. Thus, she quietly left the bonfire square and returned to her spot. Huan followed closely behind, as the bonfire gathering would lose its essence without Xiao Yuling Xieche. Feeling somewhat out of place watching the two depart, decided to leave as well. This left only Hu Zizao, Hu Ning, and Tu Hui among the remaining participants. While Hu Ji, as the tribe's leader, maintained a composed demeanor and refrained from joining in their revelry. Yuling noticed the increasingly fervent gaze of Aunt Shui, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. The bonfire gathering had devolved into a mixed dance without any other activities. The uncoordinated Yuling resigned herself to sitting in her spot, watching the joyous festivities, and glanced at Hu Ji seated at the top, calm and composed. He was undoubtedly the most bored person at the gathering. However, she was genuinely surprised to discover she had so many brothers. Hu Ning had been silent throughout their journey, and the last time she asked Hu Ji about him, he simply said he was a male beastman. Furthermore, her elder brother was the leader of the Ling Hu tribe. What a remarkable status. From her vantage point, she could see the hierarchy of the tribe, second only to her elder brother. Wuji, Kang Xang, Mao Yu, Wening, Tui, and Bao Yin were undeniably the happiest, as their family had finally reunited and would no longer be apart, perhaps fearing she might grow bored. Hu Ji and Hu Shui engaged her in conversation, while Bai Ying and Shi Zhu occasionally chimed in, mostly inquiring about her preferences. By the time Lang Ji arrived, it was already late into the bonfire gathering. Where have you been? Why did you return so late? Yuling asked, concerned. All day without a word. Huan couldn't help but complain. P.S. Not a single male beastman. You should at least notify us. Xiao Yuling has such a kind disposition. Of course, she would worry. Bai Ying shot a reproachful glance at Lang Ji, who sheepishly scratched his head. He had merely taken a cold bath and wandered nearby, hoping to find something delicious for Yuling. I'm sorry, it won't happen again, Lang Ji said earnestly. Next time, let us know where you are going, or we will worry, Yuling replied gently, observing his remorseful expression. Lang Ji nodded, assuring her that he would not stray again. As the noisy crowd gradually dispersed, the bonfire gathering returned to a tranquil state, leaving only the occasional chirping of insects and distant barks of dogs. Yuling, feeling weary from staying up late, slowly made her way back to her fox den. She checked with System 999 and realized it was already 5 in the morning. The eastern sky was beginning to brighten, resembling a piece of pristine silk gently tinged with a soft blush. Yuling gazed quietly at the brightening sky, reflecting, it seems the dry season is approaching. Dawn is indeed arriving earlier. After a long night, it was time to catch up on some much-needed sleep. With these thoughts, she gently shook her head and turned to enter her fox den. Upon seeing the fresh fruits and prey inside, she understood where Lang Ji had gone. He had prepared food for her, and she couldn't help but smile, saying to him, Thank you, Lang Ji. All right, I'm off to sleep now. Huan watched Yuling enter her small stone den, then turned back to Xieche with a serious expression. Come with me. Chapter 106. Hu Shui's considerations. Huan glared at Xieche, her face filled with fury, muttering incessantly as she forcefully dragged him toward the fox den where their beast mother resided. Along the way, Huan's anger intensified, as if it could ignite the very air around them. Xieche felt helpless in response. When they finally arrived at Hu Shui's den, Huan charged in without hesitation and immediately spotted her beast mother seated on a stone bench. Hu Shui seemed to have anticipated that her little fox cub would come seeking her, and thus she had already removed the intricate and enigmatic shamanic totems from her body, patiently awaiting her offspring's arrival. Behind Hu Shui stood her imposing group of beast husbands, each robust and formidable, their gazes fixed intently on every movement of Huan and Xieche. As Huan stepped into the cave, he happened to overhear his biological beast father flattering his beast mother, saying, My lady, everything you do is for him. Unfortunately, this boy is so terribly ungrateful. Huan's brows furrowed even deeper as he pointed an accusatory finger at the innocent-looking Xieche, interrogating his beast parents. What do you mean by doing this for my good? Is it merely to shove beastmen towards my lady? Hu Shui's expression darkened, her demeanor grave as she regarded her fox cub. Huan, you are far too jealous. Huan was taken aback, staring incredulously at his beast mother. There is no harsher criticism of a male beast than to label him as jealous. Hu Shui exhaled slowly and continued that white shadow, though he hails from a remote wolf tribe, possesses a remarkable magnanimity and can embrace the beasts. Yet you Huan cannot, and thus you shall never become the foremost beast husband of Yuling. The bluntness of Hu Shui's words struck Huan like a knife, causing his eyes to blaze red with indignation. The painful truth, laid bare by his beast mother, felt like a dagger in his wound. Hu Shui took another deep breath, her tone filled with resignation. You are my most cherished cub, and Xie is my last beloved nephew. How could I possibly wish harm upon you? Go on. If you wish to continually win Yuling's affection, you must rely on your beast brother. Females are never fond of jealous beast husbands. I see through your petty grievances. Hu Shui was overwhelmed with a profound sense of helplessness and concern. As a beast mother, she naturally yearned for her children to find happiness with Yuling. Reflecting on the past, this fox cub was once so calm, composed, disciplined, and exhibited a wisdom and maturity beyond that of ordinary beasts. She had felt a sense of pride. However, looking at Huan now, he seemed entirely transformed, as if ensnared in a quagmire, drowning in the ocean of love. The once clever and astute image had vanished, replaced by an impulsive and reckless youth. In just one day of interaction, she had recognized Huan's shortcomings. If this led to Yuling developing disdain or even aversion towards him, how would he navigate the remainder of his life? Everything she did was for the sake of her cub's future. She sincerely hoped that these two could support one another, collaborate, and together win Yuling's favor and affection. Upon hearing this, Huan's beast father immediately counseled him. Cub, you must heed your beast mother's words. Jealous beast husbands can invite the disdain of young females, leading to unfortunate outcomes. If you encounter a willful, capricious, and malicious female, a jealous beast husband could be driven away or even killed. I observed that young female closely today, and she seems to possess a gentle disposition, but one can never be certain. Other beast husbands nodded in agreement, recognizing that to remain with their lady for life, they must suppress their possessiveness and coexist peacefully with the many beastmen. Otherwise, they would be cast out, becoming solitary and suffering beasts for the rest of their days. Huan's previously fierce and imperious demeanor dissipated like mist before the dawn, leaving behind a sense of melancholy and loss. In truth, he had always endeavored to accept those male beasts, genuinely wishing for peaceful coexistence. Yet whenever he saw them draw closer to Xiao Yuling, his heart ached with unbearable bitterness. Consequently, he often found himself unable to restrain his provocations towards them. If this resulted in Xiao Yuling harboring a deep-seated aversion towards him, the consequences would be unimaginable. The mere thought of it gnawed at his heart like a multitude of ants, rendering him nearly despondent. He could not fathom how he would endure life without Xiao Yuling. It seemed he would surely descend into madness. Hu Shui nodded, having discerned this during their brief interactions. After careful consideration, she opted to allow Xie to strengthen their bond while also better attending to Yuling, thus alleviating her concerns. Upon seeing his beast mother nod, Huan felt a weight settle in his chest. Very well. Let us return and take good care of Yuling. Hu Shui, sensing the moment, refrained from inflicting further emotional wounds. Xie, you too must prioritize Yuling above all else. Ensure she is neither harmed nor deprived. With a glance at the smiling Xie, she imparted her instructions. Xie composed his expression, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, Aunt Shui, I will protect the Yuling female with my very life. Xie understood that this Yuling female was not only vital to the Huji tribe, but also immensely significant to Huan and Aunt Shui. Now that she was his lady, he would cherish her deeply. Huan, once proud and defiant, now left in a state of dejection, his head hung low, an unmistakable expression of disappointment etched upon his face. Hu Shui remained tense until she observed Huan and Xie gradually retreating, at which point she finally released a sigh of relief. Following this, Hu Shui leaned softly against her beast husband, murmuring, "My shoulders ache terribly." At these words, the brawny, muscular beast husband immediately understood, extending his strong hand to gently massage her shoulders. Feeling the tender care of her husband, Hu Shui could not help but smile alluringly. She tilted her head slightly, her ruby lips parting as she cast a loving glance in his direction. In that instant, the atmosphere within the cave transformed dramatically. The once serene ambience now enveloped in a fervent warmth. Chapter 107. The dry season approaches. Yuling slowly awakened from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open to reveal the afternoon light. Blinking away sleep, she gradually acclimated to her surroundings, her consciousness slowly returning. During her deep sleep, Huji and her other brothers had come to visit, but each time they heard she was still resting, they chose to depart silently, so as not to disturb her. The weather had begun to grow increasingly warm, as if the dry season was quietly approaching. Despite being within the cave, the heat still infiltrated every crevice. Especially the stone bed she lay upon, covered with a thick layer of beast skin for comfort, had now become the very source of her discomfort. As Yuling rose, she felt her entire body drenched. The sweat had thoroughly soaked her beast skin skirt, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. She even felt as if she had not merely been sleeping on her bed, but had instead been submerged in water. Large beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, splashing onto the ground, disappearing in an instant. Bai Ying wiped the sweat from her brow, and Yuling looked down at the wolf footprints adorning her beast skin shoes. However, wearing beast skin shoes in this weather was ill-suited, as they were unbearably hot and stifling. Bai Ying, we need to make a cooling mat and some sandals soon, or I will truly melt from the heat, Yuling pouted playfully. Within the cave, only Bai Ying and Lang Ji remained, and Yuling speculated that the others had gone hunting, as male beasts required a far greater intake than females could provide. Last night, I learned from Hu Ji that fighting also aids in the enhancement of their beast patterns. It turns out that whenever they occasionally leave the cave, they are off improving themselves by battling high-tier, ferocious beasts. With a stroke of luck, they might even obtain exceedingly rare beast crystals. Furthermore, it serves to curb the rapid proliferation of beasts. Otherwise, the beast tide would grow increasingly ferocious, becoming an unmanageable force. Yuling, I shall not allow you to perish. The voices of two beast men echoed in unison. Yuling was amused by the tacit understanding between them. I was merely making a comparison. Such matters should not be likened. Bai Ying solemnly shook his head. Yuling conceded, nodding repeatedly. However, this stone bed is far too warm. I wish to create a cooling mat to place atop it, making sleep far more comfortable. Additionally, I require some sandals. These beast skin shoes are tolerable during the cold and rainy seasons, but they become quite stifling during the dry and humid seasons. Bai Ying and Lang Ji exchanged puzzled glances. We're cooling mats and sandals. They had never heard of such things. Their little female always harbored peculiar ideas. Truly, as a messenger of the beast god, her words brought forth concepts they had never encountered before. Nevertheless, they were more than willing to fulfill any request that would make her comfortable. Yuling was unaware of the precise methods to create cooling mats and sandals, so she hastily sought the assistance of System 999. However, recalling that she had seemingly angered it the previous day, she felt a twinge of guilt. It appeared that in the future, she must be cautious not to offend System 999, as it was her provider of sustenance, and many mysteries remained that she needed its guidance to unravel. Host, do you now recognize my significance? System 999, having been placated by Yuling's previous endearment, could not help but flaunt its presence, sensing her inner turmoil and anxiety. Yes, System 999, you are of utmost importance. Such an important entity. Could you enlighten me on how to create this cooling mat and the sandals? Life without them is becoming increasingly unbearable. Yuling implored. A cooling mat is crafted from bamboo, approximately 4 to 5 years old. You cut them to suitable lengths. Then split the bamboo into thin slices using a bone knife, subsequently transforming the slices into bamboo threads. Next, treat the bamboo threads with high heat, essentially boiling them, to prevent insect infestation and mold. Once processed, the bamboo threads can be woven by hand. I will instruct you step by step once you have gathered the materials. As for the sandals you mentioned, crafting them in the beast world is currently quite complex, but you can weave straw sandals. For that, prepare dry straw. A realization dawned upon Yuling, and she conveyed the necessary preparations to Bai Ying, having slightly modified System 999's instructions. Bai Ying nodded. They would need bamboo and dry grass, the bamboo requiring more meticulous attention. I shall go cut bamboo, Lang Ji declared, swiftly exiting the cave. Lang Ji seems to be avoiding me, Yuling remarked with a hint of displeasure to Bai Ying, observing Lang Ji's hurried demeanor. How could that be? Inside the cave, it is only he and the little female. This is his moment of happiness. Bai Ying gently caressed the back of Yuling's head. Is it that I have grown plump or unattractive, and he now finds me unappealing? Yuling murmured. It felt unusually strange. She sensed a shift in Lang Ji's demeanor, as if he regarded her with disdain, fleeing from her as if she were a man-eating monster. You are beautiful and adorable. You have not grown plump. In fact, a little more weight would be beneficial. You are too slender, and being slightly plumper would enhance your beauty. Yuling widened her eyes in surprise, gazing at Bai Ying. During this time, her health had improved, and her figure had become more curvaceous. How could Bai Ying say such a thing? Did he not know that women are particularly sensitive about gaining weight? I refuse to become plump. I wish to remain as I am, she retorted with indignation. Bai Ying smiled with a hint of helplessness. What female preferred such a thin physique? He feared that a gust of wind might blow her over. Yet, Faced with her current disposition, he could not find the words to contradict her. Very well, if that is what you desire. At his words, Yuling's eyes sparkled with delight. Lang Ji does not disdain you. He simply does not know how to face you. Bai Ying spoke softly, fully aware of Lang Ji's sensitive and insecure heart. Does not know how to face me? Yuling was taken aback, surprised that the situation had escalated to such a degree that Lang Ji could not confront her. It is related to the wolf tribe. He feels a sense of guilt due to the unjust treatment you received previously and believes that it was the old chieftain's female that compelled you to accept him. The more he contemplates it, the more self-reproachful and insecure he becomes, Bai Ying explained. He was reluctant to involve himself in matters concerning his female master and other beastmen, even if it was Lang Ji, who had grown up alongside him. However, as her primary beast husband, he loathed this title more than anything. Yuling had an inkling of the truth. Initially, she had intended to discuss it with Lang Ji, but he had fled. It seemed she would need to seek an opportunity to converse openly and untangle the knots in his heart. Bai Ying, observing Yuling deep in thought, gently cupped her delicate face in his hands, admiring her fair skin, exquisite features, and soft pink lips. His gaze grew profound. Yuling, let us refrain from discussing them for now. She replied, her cheeks enveloped by Bai Ying's warm palm, her pout accentuating her softness. I wish to kiss you. The corners of Bai Ying's eyes flushed with a faint red, reminiscent of the last tender rays of sunset. His breath grew slightly erratic, swept away by a tempest of emotions, his gaze solely fixated on Yuling, captivated and intent. Yuling sensed the mingling of fervor and tenderness in the air. Her heart softened, swaying gently like willow branches caressed by a spring breeze. She slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering, seemingly anticipating something, quietly awaiting Bai Ying's kiss, as if time itself had come to a standstill. An indescribable joy surged within Bai Ying. He could almost feel the bliss of touching Yuling's soft, rosy lips. Yet, in that warm and romantic moment, a familiar voice suddenly pierced the tranquility of the cave, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. In an instant, Bai Ying's movements froze, and Yuling's anticipation dissipated with the wind, shattering the beauty of the moment. Sister, let me take you around the tribe. The two regained their clarity. Bai Ying frowned in displeasure, pulling aside the bee skin curtain to reveal Hu Ning, along with the beastmen named Tu Hui and Mao Yu, Yuling's beast brothers. Hu Ning's injuries had healed completely, and he bore a handsome visage, radiating warmth and joy. Beside him, Tu Hui, with a gentle disposition, also wore a smile. I'm here, Yuling replied, hastening to follow Bai Ying as they exited her small room. The cave resembled a modern multi-room apartment. Pulling back the bee skin curtain revealed a new living space, with an area outside suitable for planting. She genuinely adored it. She had always envied such pastoral-style homes, often swooning over them while watching videos, lamenting her inability to afford even a proper restroom. Ignoring Bai Ying's displeased expression, Hu Ning gazed at his little sister with enthusiasm and affection, finding her appearance adorably drowsy and sweet. Wait for me a moment. I have yet to wash my face or brush my teeth, Yuling said as she rubbed her eyes. Bai Ying then prepared the bee skin cloth and thorn fruit she needed for her morning routine. Just as she finished rinsing her mouth, Bai Ying presented a piece of roasted meat and several fruits, having warmed the meat while she was occupied. Yuling accepted the fruits, her voice soft as she said, "This will suffice. I had plenty of roasted meat last night, and am already tired of it." Bai Ying smiled faintly, setting the heated roasted meat aside. What will we do when Lang Ji returns? Yuling was preparing to familiarize herself with the route alongside Hu Ning and Tu Hui when she recalled the exuberant Lang Ji who had rushed out to chop bamboo. By the time he returned, no one would be here. Then you can just come with us. Bai Ying can stay here to wait for Lang Ji, Hu Ning suggested. Bai Ying cast a resentful glance at Hu Ning, expressing her concern. Mao Yu shot Bai Ying a disapproving look, sarcastically retorting, "What are you worried about? We're in the Ling Hu clan's territory, which is far safer than yours, with hundreds of patrolling beastmen." Bai Ying and Yuling exchanged glances, taken aback by the intensity of the confrontation. Among the beast brothers, Hu Ning was the one she feared the most, especially the third brother Mao Yu. Despite his small feline frame, would attack indiscriminately. "Oh, come on, it's not that serious," Yuling chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, third brother, Tu Hui chimed in to ease the tension. Bai Ying, with a resigned sigh, allowed, "You may go, I will wait for Lang Ji in the cave." Yuling smiled back at Bai Ying, and Mao Yu's expression softened, acknowledging that this wolf was somewhat sensible. Yuling followed Hu Ning, Mao Yu, and Tu Hui out of the cave. They surrounded her protectively, engaging her in conversation as they navigated through the vast Ling Hu clan. The expanse of the tribe was astonishingly boundless, stretching infinitely as far as the eye could see. After walking for over 2 hours, Yuling still found herself surrounded by an unending array of fox dens and winding paths. Her feet began to ache, the exertion taking a toll. Brothers, let us call it a day, Yuling suggested, noting that the 3 beastmen were still engrossed in their chatter. She felt on the verge of exhaustion. Despite their journey from the northern continent, she had mostly been carried on their backs and hadn't walked much. We were careless, too engrossed in chatting with our sister. Tu Hui lamented, realizing they had dragged her along for over 2 hours. Mao Yu glanced at Yuling's feet and squatted before her, saying, "Sister, hop on my back. I'll carry you back." Yuling hesitated, recalling the restriction against female beastmen sitting on the backs of males. Was it acceptable for a male to carry a female, even if they were siblings? 999, is it all right? Host, you're Mao Yu's sister. There's no issue. Do not worry. Even if you sit on their beast forms, it will not tarnish Mao Yu's purity. 999 explained. Such rules typically applied to unfamiliar females. Their blood ties made such familiarity permissible. Yuling gazed at Mao Yu's broad back and his expectant eyes, gradually leaning toward him. Satisfied, Mao Yu lifted his sister onto his back, striding with vigor, his demeanor exuding pride. How embarrassing, Hu Ning remarked, shaking his head. Third brother is quite cunning. He wanted to carry her too, Tu Hui added. Their return journey took merely half an hour, as they had merely adjusted their pace to match hers. Bai Ying and Lang Ji were highly efficient. Upon returning to the cave, Yuling discovered the bamboo strips she had requested for the cool mat had been boiled and neatly laid out in the sun outside. The center of the cave was piled high with various dried grasses, resembling a small hill. Bai Ying and Lang Ji faced a dilemma in selecting the appropriate type of grass, unsure of which would be most suitable and fearing they might overlook something crucial. They decided to gather all the visible grasses to present to Yuling for her selection. Tu Hui curiously observed the assortment of grasses and the soft bamboo strips outside. Asking sister, "What are you making?" Yuling smiled knowingly. "It's getting hot. I want to make a cool mat and grass shoes." Cool mat? Grass shoes? Tu Hui frowned, puzzled by these unfamiliar items. Yuling patiently explained their purpose, and the 3 beastmen's eyes lit up with interest, eager to see this so-called cool mat and grass shoes. During the dry season, the females in the tribe often fell ill from sleeping on animal skin beds or hard stone beds, leading to complaints and frustrations. If these items truly proved beneficial, they could alleviate the tribe's issues and ease their eldest brother's burdens. "Sister, may we take a look?" Mao Yu asked, lowering his voice as he spoke to the petite female, contrasting sharply with his earlier demeanor. Bai Ying paused, casting a cold glance at Mao Yu, who returned her gaze defiantly. Bai Ying, Lang Ji, Hu Ning, and Tu Hui, of course. Yuling nodded, smiling brightly. Chapter 109. Everyone takes action. Under Yuling's gentle guidance, Bai Ying focused intently on weaving the cool mat, her slender fingers deftly maneuvering through the bamboo strips. Meanwhile, Lang Ji was equally determined, concentrating on crafting the grass shoes, his prominent fingers skillfully working with the freshly twisted grass cords. Although it was their first attempt, the results were unexpectedly impressive. Yuling's eyes sparkled as she admired the cool mat and grass shoes, quickly trying them on. The sensation of the straw beneath her feet was refreshing, far cooler than animal skin shoes. With further refinement, they could become even more aesthetically pleasing. Hu Ning, Mao Yu, and Tu Hui were less concerned about the grass shoes. As females could manage without animal skin shoes, their attention drawn to the cool mat. Hu Ning couldn't resist touching it. It felt pleasantly cool. Indeed, much more refreshing than the animal skin beds during the dry season. Mao Yu also displayed a look of astonishment. Yuling smiled and suggested, "Lay some dry grass beneath the stone bed, then place the cool mat on top." Following her instructions, Bai Ying spread the dry grass evenly before laying the freshly woven cool mat atop it. "Let us give it a try," Yuling beamed at her 3 brothers. Tu Hui tentatively touched the cool mat before sitting on the stone bed, while Hu Ning plopped down beside him, eagerly exploring the new item. "This is really quite remarkable. Sister, you must teach us. There are many females in the tribe who could benefit from this." Yuling pursed her lips, considering how to integrate Bai Ying and Lang Ji into the Ling Hu clan. "Let Bai Ying and Lang Ji teach you how to select materials and craftsmanship." Hu Ning narrowed his eyes, suspecting his sister had ulterior motives. Mao Yu gazed at the cool mat, deciding to temporarily set aside his biases against the wolf tribe. As long as it benefited the Ling Hu clan, he could endure some discomfort. Yu Ling took the initiative, and Bai Ying and Lang Ji were more than willing to comply. The day was drawing to a close. Let us learn tomorrow morning, Tu Hui suggested. Sister just arrived at the tribe yesterday and stayed up late. She needs her rest, Mao Yu concurred, acknowledging the late hour and the need for Yu Ling to recuperate. Since Yu Ling's arrival, Hu Ning felt his exclusive affection was being diluted, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. As the three of them escorted her to the cave entrance, Yu Ling admired the vibrant colors of the evening sky. The hunters should be returning soon. With the weather warming, game could not be preserved until the next day. It appeared she would need to initiate her preserved meat plan, along with preparations for lard and various seasonings. Previously, in the wolf tribe, she had been too occupied during the cold season to prepare. Now that she had decided to reside in the fox tribe, she intended to refine her daily life, planning to hunt in the nearby mountains the following day. As Yue Ling approached the cave, she was greeted by a melodious voice. Song Xuan stood not far away, smiling warmly at her, with traces of blood still on him, suggesting he had just returned from a hunt. Sister, he called. Accompanying him were Hu Ji and Bao Yin, each dragging a prey several times larger than themselves, creating a rather striking scene. Yue Ling was taken aback, realizing that even the leader of their clan, Hu Ji, had ventured out to hunt. They soon stood before her, tossing their catches onto the ground. Sister, this is for you. Yue Ling gazed at the three enormous beasts before her. It's too warm now to keep them, and I can't eat that much. They'll spoil, especially since Shizhua and the others will be bringing back their own catches shortly. Big brother, second brother, sixth brother. I cannot accept so much. Please take them back and enjoy them yourselves, she gently declined. After much insistence, the three reluctantly dragged their prizes away. Before long, Shizhua and Hu Wan returned, accompanied by the newly joined fifth beast husband, Xiecha. His face beamed with joy, cradling a pouch filled with a variety of fruits. These were gathered on the advice of Hu Wan, who informed him that the little female beast mother was a rabbit beastman, thus fond of such delicacies. Yue Ling marveled at the fruits of the beast realm, each uniquely shaped and vibrantly colored, some pearlescent white, others fiery red, some dainty like jewels, while others were enormous, resembling giant bells. Many were unfamiliar to her, each possessing its own distinct flavor. She was deeply enchanted by the rich bounty of the beast realm, reflecting that it truly resembled a land of fruits. Thank you, Xiecha. Yue Ling expressed her gratitude. The system 999 chimed in, announcing congratulations, host. Your affection level with Xiecha has reached 85%. Xiecha was pleasantly surprised that the little female had taken the initiative to thank him, which significantly boosted his affection for her. Yue Ling pretended not to hear the system's notification and turned to Shizhua. Thank you for your hard work, Shizhua. And you too, Hu Wan. Shizhua's previously stern demeanor softened, and Hu Wan displayed a cheerful smile. The prey they brought back was for her consumption, and they typically ate in the mountains. Observing the 200-plus pound Gulu beast, Yue Ling said to Bai Ying, Tonight, we shall render lard and prepare smoked cured meat. What is lard? What is smoked cured meat? Xiecha inquired, bewildered. Shizhua frowned slightly, perplexed. He had encountered cured meat once in the cave, where the little female temporarily resided, but lard was unfamiliar to him. Hu Wan had also never seen the process of making smoked cured meat, having only tasted it. Noticing the bewildered expressions on her two beast husbands, Yue Ling smiled playfully. You'll find out shortly. Under Bai Ying's steady direction, the other four began to busily engage in their tasks. Meanwhile, Yue Ling stood quietly, overseeing them like a diligent supervisor. Longji focused intently on learning how to construct a cooking platform reminiscent of the wolf tribe's cave. He meticulously observed Bai Ying's demonstrations, gesturing with his hands to memorize each step and detail. Shizhua was also hard at work, carefully crafting containers suitable for holding items, arranging them neatly for future use. Concurrently, Bai Ying skillfully sliced open the freshly caught prey, thoroughly cleaning it before deftly removing the fat and cutting it into even strips for later use. Xiecha hurriedly searched for cypress leaves at Bai Ying's earlier instruction. After finding them, he ignited the leaves, allowing the fragrant smoke to waft upward, intended for curing the prepared ingredients. Finally, Hu Wan, holding glistening crystals of salt, diligently sprinkled it onto the neatly cut pieces of meat. Once Bai Ying rendered the lard, he began preparing Yue Ling's dinner. The evening meal consisted of a bowl of meat slice soup, complemented with vegetables favored by the rabbit beasts, making for a delightful feast. After finishing, they had already prepared bathwater, and Yueling enjoyed a refreshing hot bath. Upon emerging, she noticed several beastmen and 2 female foxes gathered around the area where they were smoking cured meat. Chapter 110. Xiechi's idealistic thoughts. Their dwelling was situated in the heart of the tribe, surrounded by numerous beastmen. Although their cave was spacious and elegant, the proximity of other caves meant many beastmen passed by. The smoke swirling around and the tantalizing aroma drew curious onlookers, some observing with intrigue. While others were uncertain about what the newcomer, Yueling, was concocting. Yueling, what is this? It seems rather peculiar, and why are you using smoke to cure meat? A tall female approached, smiling in inquiry. Yueling looked up at the towering female, feeling somewhat disheartened as she had never seen anyone shorter than herself in the beast realm. This is called cured meat. In hot weather, food is difficult to preserve, but this method allows it to last longer without spoiling, Yueling explained candidly. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the beastmen sparkled with excitement, and another female voiced her astonishment. It won't spoil even in the dry season? Yueling nodded. Indeed, it remains good regardless of the season. Yet during the dry season, meat tends to rot and spoil. It becomes impossible to prevent it from going bad. Even when carefully submerged in water, it cannot escape the fate of decay. Thus, during the dry season, any surplus game must be discarded, resulting in a foul stench from decomposing animal carcasses. This method prevents that, Yueling reassured them. Yueling, how is this achieved? A male beastman inquired respectfully, yet curiously. Why not taste it for yourselves? Yueling suggested, taking a bone knife to cut a small piece of the smoked meat. After several hours of smoking, it had developed flavor, albeit perhaps not as rich. The male beastman stared at the dark piece of meat in his hand, hesitated, and then with a resolute expression, placed it in his mouth. He chewed, his eyes widening in astonishment. How is it? The other 2 females asked with curiosity, eyeing the only male who had tasted the smoked meat. The flavor and texture were unlike anything he had ever experienced. The more he chewed, the more delicious it became. He nodded vigorously in affirmation. Try it, Yueling encouraged, cutting several more slices to ensure everyone had a piece. The 2 females and a few males cautiously extended their hands to receive the meat slices she offered, slowly bringing them to their mouths. As the meat touched their tongues, their eyes widened in surprise, and their once dull gazes sparkled with newfound brightness, shimmering like stars against the night sky under the silvery moonlight. Observing this scene, Yueling felt an odd sensation rising within her, a mix of strangeness and slight fear. She couldn't help but shiver, instinctively averting her gaze from their strangely glowing eyes. What is this flavor? It's truly delicious, one female exclaimed, covering her mouth in delight. This is just the beginning. It will taste even better once fully cured, Yueling added, due to the meat being somewhat undercooked. She sliced it thinly to ensure that both females would have no issues consuming it and would not suffer from any digestive troubles. How is this done? Yueling, could you share your knowledge with us? Another female inquired excitedly. Regardless of whether it could be preserved, the flavor was sufficiently delightful, indescribably fragrant with lingering aftertaste. If you're interested, tomorrow Bai will teach my beast brother, and then everyone will know how to prepare it, Yueling replied. The 2 females nodded in agreement and turned to instruct their beast husbands to learn from the clan leader about the preparation of this meat. Ever since hearing that Bai would impart knowledge to Hu Ji, the crowd gradually dispersed. The moon hung high in the night sky, with a dazzling array of stars adorning it, resembling a finely crafted mosaic. Yueling sat quietly beside a fire pit emanating the enticing aroma of cured meat, as the gentle night breeze caressed her, bringing a refreshing coolness. She gazed at their handsome profiles, her eyes reflecting profound contentment and reassurance. In this unfamiliar world, she had discovered her kin and found a beloved who stirred her heart. The firelight illuminated her warm smile, softening her features. In her heart, she silently expressed gratitude to fate for bestowing such precious emotional support in this realm. The sense of loneliness had dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of belonging and happiness. Taking a deep breath, Yueling savored this rare tranquility and warmth. System 999, when the host is happy, I am also joyful. When the host is content, I too experience happiness. It is time to rest. Bai affectionately stroked Yuling's head, producing a bamboo tube containing cooled boiled water. Yueling nodded. Accepting the bamboo tube, you all did not rest well yesterday. Let us smoke the meat tomorrow. For now, let us rest. Upon hearing this, Xie promptly extinguished the campfire, his swift movements leaving the beasts in awe. Huan, Lang Ji, and Shizhu all wore expressions of momentary astonishment. What happened? Xie innocently turned his head to look at them, who were still in a daze. It's nothing, Huan covered her face. They simply had not anticipated Xie's speed, which was akin to the wind, so rapid that they had not had time to react, leaving them somewhat surprised. Yuling chuckled softly, observing her mountain-dwelling Xie. Are you returning to your cave, or? She still felt a bit lightheaded. The strategy had progressed so swiftly, with her affection value rising without much effort, and it was an arranged marriage. She was still adjusting to this. Xie shook his head, his bright eyes clear, the contrast of his dark skin making him blend seamlessly into the night. His smile revealed a row of pristine white teeth, as he stated, I will reside here. You are my female master, and wherever you go, I shall follow. Yuling touched her forehead, waving her hand dismissively. There are plenty of small caves. Feel free to choose one. Then when will you sleep with me? Xie inquired eagerly, his eyes wide with innocence. Cough, cough, cough. Xie suddenly uttered an astonishingly incredulous statement. Just as Yuling took a sip of the water Bai Ying had handed her, it felt as if the liquid had solidified in her throat. In the next moment, her face flushed crimson, followed by a fit of intense coughing that echoed throughout the room. Coughing, she pressed her hand to her chest, seemingly attempting to swallow the breath, but to no avail. Bai Ying quickly patted Yuling's back, while Shizhu's gaze darkened, pondering how he could have asked such a question when he should not have. Huan could no longer contain her exasperation at the foolishness of this pair. What a lovely thought. Chapter 111. The innocent Xie. What does sleeping have to do with it? Xie replied, clearly perplexed. Immediately, a group of beastmen stared at him, as if he were a simpleton. They found themselves at a loss for words. Yuling had always believed Lang Ji to be the most innocent among them. Yet now it was evident that Xie held that title. They thought, this is not innocence, it's foolishness. No worries, you all rest. I will go to sleep now. Yuling laughed, departing quicker than anyone. Though it was the center of the fox tribe, one could not guarantee that small creatures would not come to steal food at night. Gathered up, Huan waved his hand, instructing Xie to help. Understood, Huan beast brother. Xie cheerfully stored the cured meat in the cave. Shizhu remarked, this dimwit is still a 7th pattern beastman? Beast patterns are traded for intelligence. He hastily left the area, just as Yuling entered her room, preparing for bed. She was embraced from behind by a pair of hands, the cool touch unmistakably belonging to Shizhu. Shizhu, Yuling called out. MHM. A muffled sound came from behind her as Shizhu greedily inhaled the unique sweet scent of the little female. You've been neglecting me lately. His tone was devoid of emotional fluctuation, each word striking Yuling's heart like precious pearls, making her feel soft inside. She turned her body to gaze up at Shizhu's delicate and handsome face, murmuring softly, why so tall? My neck is getting sore. A smile crept onto Shizhu's face as he leaned closer to Yuling, his voice laden with intimacy. Then it won't be high anymore. MHM. But there will be a price to pay for this. Shizhu narrowed his eyes, gazing deeply at the petite figure in his arms. What price? Before Yuling could fully articulate her question, she was abruptly silenced by a cool pair of lips. Meanwhile, several beastmen entering the cave froze in place, particularly Bai Ying, Huan, and Lang Ji, who realized that this insufferable snake beastman was actually trying to seduce little Yuling. Cough, cough. It is time for Yuling to rest. Bai Ying announced, fists clenched, calling out at Yuling's entrance. Startled, Yuling snapped back to reality, swiftly pushing Shizhu away. You should go back. Reluctantly, Shizhu departed from Yuling's cave. As he exited, a collective sigh of relief washed over the others. Bai Ying looked at Shizhu's retreating figure and cautioned. Shizhu. Shizhu paused momentarily, facing away from Bai Ying, as if awaiting further words. You should not be so tempting towards her. Bai Ying continued. We merely shared a kiss. Shizhu insisted he was exercising restraint and would not rush into becoming a true partner with little Yuling Huan. Surprised that just a kiss from Shizhu could lead to such a reaction from Yuling, felt a pang of bitterness. He had not kissed Yuling nearly as often. It seemed that Shizhu was enjoying far more intimacy. Suppressing his urge to confront Shizhu, he took a deep breath of fresh air, pretending he could not hear. Bai Ying sighed in exasperation. It seemed that only Shizhu and the little female had shared the most intimate moments, despite the reputation of snake tribe members as cold-blooded beastmen. It appeared that Shizhu was particularly clingy, seizing opportunities to take advantage of little Yuling. The cave had no soundproofing whatsoever, and Yuling clearly heard their conversation. As their words reached her ears, her cheeks felt as if they were ablaze, growing increasingly warm, the heat radiating to her ears, as though she might ignite. Realizing that other beastmen had witnessed her intimate kiss with one of them filled her with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration, causing her heart to race wildly. It was simply too thrilling. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps became distinctly audible, thumping against her heart like a drum. In a panic, she moved swiftly, akin to a nimble rabbit, diving into the warmth of her bedding. Hastily, she grabbed a nearby beast hide and pulled it tightly over her head, turning away to present her back to the beastman who was about to enter. At this moment, Yuling curled up tightly, hiding beneath the blanket and trembling, silently praying that no one would inquire about the events that had just transpired. Buying gazed at the small female with her back turned, smiling gently as she sat on the edge of the stone bed, looking at the woven mat she had crafted. I understand that you wish for Wolf Trace and me to teach them for our own good, Yuling. You truly are an exceptional female. She intended for them to integrate into the Fox clan, thus entrusting such a significant task to the two of them. Tomorrow morning, Wolf Trace and I will go to your elder brother to instruct them, while Shizhua and Huan will go hunting. Scorpion Shay will take care of you, all right? Only then did Yuling turn her head, revealing her smooth little face as she blinked her big, watery eyes at Baiying. Tomorrow, I will go with Shizhua and Huan. I want to hunt in the mountains. Hunt in the mountains? Baiying frowned slightly, not grasping the meaning of her words. Yuling nodded, explaining, I want to find some other things like spices and vegetables. We need to live in the Fox clan tribe for a long time, and resources are currently too scarce. They were all carnivorous beastmen, and the fruits they gathered were only those universally recognized as edible in the beast world. Vegetables were similarly limited. They could not identify anything edible beyond a few varieties. Once the rabbit meat was consumed, there would be nothing left. She could not afford to be complacent. Previously, she had not had enough time to hunt while on the road, but now she needed to explore the resources of this world thoroughly. The mountains are perilous, and Huan and Shizhua will likely be too busy hunting and advancing to pay attention to you, Baiying warned. But Scorpion Shay is here, and he is a 7-pattern beastman. Do not worry. I will stay near the mountain's edge and won't wander off. Yuling, aware of Baiying's concerns, gently reassured her. Baiying frowned, still filled with doubts. Yuling quickly nudged Baiying's arm and playfully pleaded, Please, I promise to be good. Baiying, unable to resist the charm of the small female's coaxing, nodded helplessly, reminding her several times before finally leaving her room. As Yuling prepared to sleep, anticipating an early rise for her mountain expedition, she noticed the animal skin curtain being lifted from outside. Chapter 112. Hunting in the Mountains, Part 1, Huan. Yuling looked at Huan before her, witnessing a captivating smile blossoming on his exquisite face. Naturally beautiful, he radiated an unparalleled charm. And this smile was as radiant as spring flowers, effortlessly exuding an enchanting allure. At this moment, this charming young man gazed at Yuling with soulful eyes, his gaze warm and affectionate, as if it could penetrate her very soul and melt the softest corners of her heart. Little Yuling, Huan said tenderly, gazing adoringly at Yuling on the stone bed. Yuling sat up, looking at Huan and asked, What is the matter? Why you all seem to take turns checking on me? Huan shook his head, saying, I merely wanted to see if you were awake. Yuling found herself at a loss. Whether to sit up or not was a dilemma. Observing her frozen expression, Huan could not help but chuckle softly, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. I just wanted to see you. Get some rest, little Yuling. Yuling leaned forward to kiss Huan's forehead in return. You too. Once Huan left, she expected either Wolf Trace or Scorpion Shay to visit, but neither came, and she eventually drifted off to sleep. Having rested adequately over the past 2 days, she woke up before dawn, feeling refreshed and cool, as the new mat had alleviated the previous heat. Wake up, come wash your face and brush your teeth. Upon hearing the commotion, Huan immediately approached with enthusiasm, ready to assist Yuling with her morning routine. Yuling smiled at Huan, grabbing a prickly fruit to begin brushing her teeth. This prickly fruit grew year-round and served as both a toothbrush and a detergent. Shizhua and Scorpion Shay watched Huan's attentive service, while Baiying and Wolf Trace busied themselves at the stove, preparing breakfast for her. Currently, the food was somewhat monotonous. The rice and red fruits had all been consumed during the journey. Besides fruits, there was only roasted meat and meat soup. She resolved to find plenty of spices later to create something delicious. With this thought, Yuling drank an extra half bowl of meat soup at breakfast. After the meal, She donned the animal skin pouch Bai Ying had sewn for her and set off. Bai Ying and Wolf Trace stood at the door, watching them depart. Many male beastmen were already up early, eager to hunt and improve their skills. They curiously regarded the petite and adorable female, who happened to be the sister of their clan leader, Yuling. It was rare for a female to be out so early, and her presence alongside them piqued their interest. One beastman, noticing Yuling's intentions, voiced his disapproval. How can a little female venture into the mountains? It's too dangerous. Indeed, how can you guardians allow this? Another beastman chimed in, not daring to look down on Shizhua, fearing to offend him. They were all beastmen with female companions and understood how to care for delicate females. How could they let a young female enter the mountains? Yuling discerned their concern for her safety and interjected, "They treat me well. It is I who wish to explore. I will stay on a mountain's edge and 1T wander off. Plus, Scorpion Che will protect me, so you needn't worry." Shipulit Scorpion que closer, smiling. The beastmen paused, seeing that Yuling was resolute in her desire to venture into the mountains, and decided not to press the matter further. They figured they could keep an eye on her, although it might not be necessary with an 8-pattern and a 7-pattern beastman by her side. They could not hope to find a more formidable entourage. Scorpion Che's handsome face broke into a bright smile, his starry eyes gleaming with admiration and affection as he looked at Yuling. It was noteworthy that had it been another more delicate female facing these well-meaning beastmen, she might have scolded them with a frown. However, Yuling displayed a remarkable composure, even defending their concerns, which revealed her gentle and kind nature, truly a treasure to behold. Host, Scorpion Che's fondness has increased. Current fondness level is at 90%. Yuling was taken aback, glancing at Scorpion Che beside her, witnessing his growing affection. She could not help but adore this self-advocating type of beastman. The first one she encountered upon arriving was Bai Ying, who one embodied the childhood companion type of affection. Wolf Trace seemed to be more of a slow-burn romance. As for Shizhua, he was the type to seize what he desired. But now he was just a well-behaved serpent. Thinking of a shaman from the Eagle clan, she felt a headache coming on. Did he really not regard her as a person? She had not broken any rules. "Little Yuling, you're truly wonderful," Scorpion Che said cheerfully once the beastmen had walked away. Yuling smiled back, finding it amusing how easily satisfied he was. Is that really a compliment? Shizhua shot a cold glance at Scorpion Che, realizing from his earlier remarks that he was not the brightest of beastmen. Such a lack of intellect should lend itself to physical prowess. He should be fine with Yuling hunting alongside him. He subtly glanced at Huan beside him, pondering why this fellow, not related to Scorpion Che, did not share some of his brains with him. It was a waste for someone so tall. Huan was oblivious to the fact that Shizhua had already silently criticized him in his heart. He looked at Xie Che, who was shamelessly flattering Xiao Yuling, and wondered how such an opportunity could possibly exist. The beast mother believed that he was jealous, but it was better for him not to confront them. Our Xiao Yuling is undoubtedly the most adorable, the most beautiful, and the most charming female in the entire beast realm. Huan remarked that she was still the envoy sent by the great beast god, which was truly a boon for the foolish Xie Che. Even she felt a tinge of embarrassment at her own words. Xiao Yuling smiled at Huan before turning to Xie Che and said, "Please don't call me Yuling female anymore." Before she could finish speaking, she noticed Xie Che staring at her in shock. "Then what should I call you? Is Yuling female going to abandon me? Although we have not officially become mates yet, you are already my guardian beast. If I were to be cast aside by the female, it would be difficult for the Ling Hu clan to accept me. Would I become a wandering beast man?" Xiao Yuling was unaware of Xie Che's inner turmoil. "You could just call me Yuling like everyone else," she replied, since he was already her guardian beast. It felt odd for him to keep calling her Yuling female. It implied a certain distance between them. Upon hearing this, Xie Che beamed a radiant smile. "All right." Yuling nodded gently, responding with a soft Huan observed Xie Che and thought, "This opportunistic fellow is truly not reassuring with Xiao Yuling in the wild." Not far from Huan's patrol area, Shizhua and Huan parted ways with her. Shizhua coldly warned Xie Che to take good care of her, or else he would be in grave danger. Xie Che nodded, as a 7-pattern beastman. He understood the difficulty of ascending in rank, and he held great admiration for Shizhua. Furthermore, being both cold-blooded beastmen, they perhaps shared a sense of camaraderie, and he felt an inexplicable fondness for Shizhua. "What a fierce one! But Xie Che is still my beast brother," Huan grumbled. Then, turning to Xie Che, he warned, "If you don't protect Xiao Yuling well, I will tear you apart." In one moment, Xie felt a rare and long-lost sense of kinship from Huan, only for it to be diluted the next. You two beast brothers can rest assured, Xie declared firmly, patting his chest. How could he possibly allow the Yuling female to come harm? Shizhua coldly turned away. His gaze landing on Yuling. Yuling smiled softly, stepping lightly toward Shizhua, and gently embraced him. Feeling her warm embrace, Shijua's heart surged with warmth. He bent down and tenderly kissed her fair cheek. After releasing Shizhua, Yuling turned to Huan. As she approached, a mysterious and meaningful smile appeared on Huan's face. Suddenly, he leaned in and bestowed a fleeting yet captivating kiss on Yuling's delicate lips, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water. The unexpected kiss left Yuling momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure, playfully glaring at Huan. Though her eyes betrayed a hint of concealed joy, Xie was taken aback, hurriedly moving closer, eager to share a kiss as well. Yuling, notiching Xie sipout, said, Ahem, Xie, take your time, there's no need to rush. Xie undeterred, nodded cheerfully. How carefree you are, it's wonderful, Yuling said. I'm unfamiliar with this place. Xie, please lead the way. Stopping in her tracks, she surveyed the dense, intertwining paths before her, which resembled a spider's web, and couldn't help but furrow her brows. These paths twisted and turned into the distance, some hidden among lush thickets, while others were obscured by towering trees, making it difficult to discern their true direction. Earlier that morning, Huan had informed her that Yuling needed to forage for food. Initially, he did not understand why the female had to seek out her own sustenance. He had thought it was because they had not taken good care of Yuling, which left her smaller than the other females. However, it was later explained to him by Yuling's first beast husband, Bai Ying, that she was searching for something called seasoning. He did not know what seasoning was, but he was familiar with the red fruit, which caused a stinging sensation in the mouth and was not a pleasant thing. Yet, according to Bai Ying, it was something Yuling enjoyed. Xie forged ahead, actively taking her hand when she encountered difficult paths, ensuring her safe passage. Yuling recognized some common herbs and foods, but many were unfamiliar to her. The sparsely populated beast realm held numerous undeveloped ancient plants, and she feared that a careless mistake might lead to poisoning. Rest assured, host, the system 999 reassured her. If the host perished, it would also face a grim fate. It did not wish to be destroyed. With the system 999's affirmation, Yuling felt a sense of relief. Before long, she was delighted to discover a patch of red fruit grass not far ahead, laden with abundant fruits. Some of these red fruits were fully ripe, exhibiting a vibrant, luscious hue, while others remained immature, still bearing a greenish tint. They hung densely from the verdant branches, their weight causing the branches to bow almost to the ground. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, many red fruits had yet to be pollinated, currently blooming with pure white, exquisite flowers. Yuling joyfully approached, stuffing the red and green fruits into the bee-skin pouch made by Bai Ying. She gazed at the white flowers, deciding to return later to dig them up and plant them outside her cave. Host, turn left. The green grass on the ground has been dug up, and his potatoes. The system 999 prompted. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yuling's eyes as she quickly followed the system 999's guidance. Sure enough, after a few steps, she spotted the scattered potato vines on the ground. However, these potato vines were remarkably different from the ordinary ones seen in modern times. They clung tightly to the earth like climbing ivy. Without the system 999's hint, one would find it nearly impossible to recognize them as potato vines. Xie noticed Yuling's graceful movements and her expression brimming with uncontainable excitement, filling his heart with confusion. He glanced at the potato vines that Yuling regarded as treasures and frowned slightly. Skepticism etched on his face as he asked, Yuling, can this really be eaten? It looks like a bunch of weeds to me and doesn't seem appetizing at all. Yuling smiled brightly, her voice light and cheerful. It's not the vines we eat. It's what's inside. It seems we need to find tools to dig them up. Potatoes can serve as a staple food. They can be made into red fruit stir-fried potatoes, cold potato salad, baked potatoes, boiled potatoes, and so on. They're truly wonderful. Dig them up, Xie echoed, realizing that they were to excavate the edible parts beneath the soil. Yuling, you rest nearby. I'll quickly dig them all out. Xie, seeing Yuling's face flush from exertion, found a stone for her to sit on, indicating that she should take a break. Yuling initially thought of joining in the potato excavation, believing that working together would expedite the process. However, Xie was unusually insistent and would not allow her to lift a finger, his resolute expression leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing this, Yuling could only let out a resigned sigh and slowly sit down, quietly observing Xie. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before Yuling's eyes. Xie's hands suddenly transformed into two enormous scorpion pincers. Yuling stared in wide-eyed amazement, her heart brimming with curiosity. Although she was aware that Xie belonged to the scorpion clan, she had never witnessed his true form with her own eyes. The imposing pincers before her emanated an invisible aura of intimidation, leaving no doubt regarding their formidable lethality. Soon after, Yuling observed Xie skillfully maneuvering the giant pincers, swiftly and powerfully thrusting them into the earth. The soil rolled like waves under his deft movements, unearthing potatoes that had been buried deep beneath the surface. In no time, the once tranquil ground was strewn with potatoes of various sizes, round and plump. Yuling thought to herself that her beastly husband was indeed a chosen digger of the earth. Once his task was complete, Xie's pincers reverted back to his strong hands. He picked up one of the round objects from the ground, which bore some resemblance to beast eggs. Yet it was heavier and far less fragile. His gaze, clear and inquisitive, scrutinized the potato in his hand. Yuling, this thing is quite peculiar, he remarked. Yuling smiled slightly. This is called a potato. It can be deliciously prepared in various ways, fried, boiled, or roasted. Fried, boiled? Xie queried, perplexity etched on his face. Yuling, how do you know so much? Yuling was momentarily taken aback. She had yet to use the beast god's rhetoric to deceive Xie, who remained unaware of her identity as the beast god's messenger. Of course, I'm clever, she replied. Xie nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that his mate was indeed unlike any ordinary female, possessing remarkable intelligence. All right, let us quickly gather them into bags, Yuling suggested, shifting the topic as she began to collect the unearthed potatoes. Xie promptly joined her. The potatoes were large and round, each weighing a pound or two. The thought of returning to cook stir-fried potatoes made her mouth water, although she lamented the dullness of her bone knife, which made slicing difficult. They filled 3 beast skin bags with potatoes, realizing they had come ill-prepared as they had only brought 5 larger bags. After securing the potatoes, Yuling set them aside. Let us search for other ingredients first. We can retrieve this later. Xie nodded, adhering to their instructions by only allowing Yuling to explore the periphery. Even the outskirts felt vast to Yuling. They strolled along the winding path, surrounded by thickets that shielded them from the cacophony of the outside world. Suddenly, Xie halted, his powerful hand transforming into a vice-like grip as he swiftly struck at Yuling, caught off guard by his sudden aggression. Yuling was astonished. As if a tremendous force had surged towards her, she instinctively recoiled, attempting to evade this unexpected assault. However, in that critical moment, strong hands secured her slender waist. She soon felt her body enveloped in Xie's solid embrace. Pressed against his chest, she sensed his heartbeat, mirroring her own tension. From above, his voice resonated. Deep and resolute, there is a snake. In an instant, Yuling comprehended his actions. He was protecting her. Just as she turned her head, she saw a vividly colored venomous snake, which Xie swiftly dispatched with a decisive strike, severing it cleanly in two. Blood splattered across the ground and surrounding foliage. Yuling gaped at the gruesome scene, her heart racing with terror as her body trembled involuntarily. Had it not been for Xie's swift reaction, she could have perished. Succumbing to the snake's venom, gratefulness filled her heart, and she silently rejoiced at her narrow escape. "Thank you, Xie," she said, her voice quivering with fear. Xie shared her apprehension. Had he not acted quickly, she would have already been bitten. After the cold and rainy seasons, these snakes awakened, claiming the lives of countless beastmen each year, many of whom did not even have time to react to their lethal poison. This incident heightened Xie's vigilance regarding Yuling's safety, while she herself felt an unfamiliar unease, realizing how close she had come to death. Indeed, the tales of the primal forest being fraught with peril were no exaggeration. She had nearly met her demise. As she observed the surroundings, she soon discovered garlic sprouts that had yet to mature into full bulbs, which she could gather to use outside their cave, along with some cinnamon bark. Xie, confused, looked at the rough, dry bark in his hands, pondering which female would gnaw on tree bark, questioning its edibility. "This is for cooking meat. It would make the braised pork incredibly fragrant," Yuling exclaimed, her hands clasped over her heart, envisioning the dish with garlic sprouts and the savory pork. Her mouth watering at the thought. "We must hasten our gathering. I cannot wait to prepare a delicious meal." As she meticulously scanned the vicinity, She caught a whiff of a rich, aromatic fragrance. Before the system could prompt her, she eagerly turned her gaze to a cluster of lush, thriving Chinese tun trees nearby. These trees were laden with tender, glistening shoots that appeared exceptionally enticing in the sunlight. Each leaf was a vibrant green, exuding a captivating aroma. Without hesitation, she reached out, carefully plucking the freshest shoots, hearing a satisfying snap as she broke them off, placing them into her bee skin bag. This journey had involved digging, peeling bark, and now gathering leaves. How peculiar it all was. In the end, she collected a small bag of mulberries along with some green bean pods and edible greens. Yuling felt a mix of regret for not bringing enough bags and fear at nearly being bitten by the snake. Indeed, the rewards were often proportional to the dangers faced. The sun hung high in the sky, nearing its zenith. Yuling raised her head, shielding her eyes from the blinding light, squinting up at the heavens. Time seemed to fly by, and she remarked to Xie, "Let us return for today." Xie nodded, appearing agreeable to her decision as they retraced their steps. "We have gathered quite a bit," Yuling observed, glancing at the several bee skin bags on the ground. With just the two of them, how would they manage to carry everything back? As she pondered this dilemma, she noticed Xie effortlessly hoisting a bag onto his shoulder. Yuling frowned at the hefty load. "That seems quite heavy. Perhaps we should make 2 trips," she suggested. Xie shook his head, dismissing her concerns as he patted the bulging bag. "It is no trouble. This weight is nothing compared to a fierce beast." Upon hearing this, Yuling relaxed, reassured by his demeanor. The male beastmen here were undeniably strong. The moment they stepped into the tribe, curious gazes from the surrounding beastmen turned towards them, speculating about what Xie was carrying on his shoulder. One morning, as the orcs from the Yuling tribe whispered among themselves, one remarked, "Look, the female of Yuling has returned. I wonder what treasures she and Xie found during their outing." Another orc chimed in, "Indeed, look at that bundle. So tightly wrapped. Could be a rare catch, but if it were a hunt, why wrap it in bee skin? It would be more profitable to trade the skins for salt crystals in Bee City." Others shook their heads in confusion. Yuling ignored their chatter, and before reaching her stone cave, several figures approached her. "Yuling, where have you been? Neither I nor Beast Mother could find you," pouted Hu Zhaozhao, looking quite pitiful. Chapter 115. Beast Mother Tu Xing. Yuling noticed Hu Zhaozhao and her Beast Mother, the shaman of the Linghu tribe, who was also her Aunt Shui, along with 3 male orcs following behind. Yuling sweetly called out, "Aunt Shui's sister." Hu Shui smiled and nodded, her gaze falling on the bee skin bag on Xie's shoulder. "Where have you been?" she inquired. "I went hunting with Xie, which means we sought food," Yuling explained. Hu Zhaozhao was taken aback. "You went into the mountains?" Hu Shui's expression soured, her tone filled with deep concern as she grasped Yuling's hand, looking around to ensure she was unheard. "The mountains are dangerous. How could you, a small female, run off alone?" Memories of her own reckless youth flooded back. Had she not encountered Yuling's beast mother, she would have perished. The outside world was fraught with peril, teeming with ferocious beasts. Without the protection of male orcs, it was too risky. Xie alone was insufficient. Hu Shui felt they should all protect Yuling together. Contemplating this, Hu Shui's expression darkened as she turned to Xie. Reproaching, "Xie, how could you let Yuling venture into the mountains? Is this what I taught you?" Xie, having lost most of his close kin early on and having wandered alone, felt a pang of shame and lowered his head, appearing like a chastised child. "Aunt Shui, don't worry. Xie has been taking good care of me." Yuling quickly defended him and took Hu Shui and Hu Zhaozhao's hands, saying, "I discovered many new and wonderful things in the mountains, and there's plenty to eat. You haven't had lunch yet, so let me prepare something for you." Upon hearing this, Hu Shui's eyes reddened. The hardships endured in the wolf tribe had left Yuling capable of cooking, and Hu Shui felt a surge of compassion. "Oh, dear child, you've suffered so," she said, wiping away her tears. Hu Zhaozhao, equally surprised that Yuling could cook, felt a pang of sympathy and instructed the orcs behind her. "You need not cook. Let them handle it." Yuling immediately waved her hands. No, I actually enjoy cooking for you. I volunteered for this, Aunt Shui, sister. Just wait and taste my culinary skills." Hu Shui felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. It was rare for a young female to insist on cooking and even offer to showcase her skills. Hu Zhaozhao, noticing Yuling's stubborn expression, decided to let her try, thinking that if Yuling struggled, she would have her maid assist her later. They entered the cave, where Xie placed the items aside, and Yuling took out several potatoes. Hu Zhaozhao curiously picked one up and asked, "What is this egg?" Yu Ling chuckled softly, explaining, "This is called a potato, not an egg." "Potato?" Hu Zhaozhao tilted her head in confusion. "Well, it's definitely not an egg." "Sister, you just wait to eat," Yu Ling said happily, pulling out several more. "Xie, please fetch some water," she called. The water source was nearby, so it wasn't too inconvenient. Seeing the others in the cave eased Xie's worries, and he quickly picked up a large stone jar to fetch water. As Yue Ling watched Xie, who was carrying a jar larger than himself, her expression turned a bit serious. Soon, Xie returned, and recalling the fragrant edible plants in the bee skin bag, she thought of making a delicious and nutritious dish with the eggs. "Xie, could you help me get a few bird eggs?" Most of the bird eggs here were large, similar in size to chicken eggs, and she had enjoyed them last time. "Oh, let us skip the bird eggs. They have a strong smell," Hu Zhaozhou quickly interjected, recalling the unpleasant experience when her maid had brought some back. "Sister, trust my skills. I promise they will taste wonderful." "You and Aunt Shui just wait here," Yu Ling replied with a smile. Hu Zhaozhou shot Hu Shui a helpless look. Hu Shui smiled back, waving to Hu Zhaozhou, saying affectionately, "Trust your sister. If she cannot manage, we can let them cook later. What matters most is Yu Ling's happiness." Yu Ling placed the potatoes into the stone pot to boil, while the fire crackled beneath. She took out a piece of smoked bacon and cleaned it. Hu Shui observed the dark bacon, recalling her earlier visit to Bai Ying and the wolf tribe's teachings on making cool mats and grass shoes, and how this blackened meat was smoked to preserve it. "Yu Ling, did you say all of this to Bai Ying and the wolf tribe?" Hu Shui inquired. Yu Ling hesitated but nodded, unwilling to deceive Hu Shui. One lie would require many more to maintain. And aside from not revealing that she was not the real Yu Ling and the truth about the system, she had little else to conceal from them. Hu Shui noted this and chose not to pursue the topic further, instead watching Yu Ling with fondness. "You are indeed similar to Tu Xing." Chapter 116. The origin of Tu Xing. Yu Ling selected several raw potatoes, slicing them into shreds along with red fruits, and chopped some into cubes. She cleaned the fragrant greens and prepared to stir-fry the bacon, using the leftover meat from yesterday's hunt, which was still fresh, to make braised meat. Before long, Xie returned with 5 bird eggs. She cracked the eggs and whisked them together, and Xie was captivated by her technique, surprised that Yu Ling truly seemed to know how to cook, even if her methods were somewhat unconventional. In truth, the stove and the kitchen were peculiar, but he had seen Bai Ying use the stove, which differed from their method of roasting meat. With this thought, he felt a growing anticipation for what kind of dishes Yu Ling would prepare. As Xie tended to the fire, Yu Ling cut the piece of pork belly into cubes, placing them into the stone pot to render out the excess fat. She added salt, poured in water, and included some red fruits and cinnamon, covering the pot to let it simmer. At that moment, the cave was filled with a rich and unique aroma. With 2 stone pots on the stove, she selected a piece of lard for the other pot, melting it quickly, filling the air with its delightful fragrance as she stir-fried the bacon. Although a day of smoking was not enough, the flavor was already present, and as soon as it hit the pot, it became intoxicating. Hu Zhaozhou was utterly entranced by this unique aroma, exclaiming, "No, Yu Ling really can cook." The delightful scent was like nothing she had ever experienced before, utterly irresistible. Hu Shui watched Yu Ling's method with astonishment, recognizing a technique she had seen before. This realization stirred emotions within her, and she fought back tears. Tu Xing. How could she resemble Tu Xing so closely? And these imaginative ideas, could it be because she is Tu Xing's child? How fragrant. Hu Zhaozhou took deep breaths, the enticing aroma awakening her appetite. "It will be ready soon." Yu Ling smiled, quickly tossing in the fragrant greens to stir-fry before serving them. Immediately following was the dish of stir-fried potatoes with red fruit. Along the way, she placed the potato chunks into the pot of braised meat. The final dish was scrambled eggs with xiangchuan, a flavor that was remarkably unique. Her cave was situated in a prime location. Without a range hood, the aroma wafted far and wide. Many orcs, drawn by the enticing scent, couldn't help but wonder what it was, finding it both fragrant and slightly overwhelming. Several orcs followed the source of the scent, ultimately gazing towards the female fox's cave belonging to Yu Ling. The delightful aroma emanated from within her cave. Everything was served in bamboo bowls and placed upon the stone table. She looked on with anticipation at Hu Shui and Hu Zhaozhou, as well as the 3 male orcs behind them and Xie beside her, saying, "Give it a try," with Hu Shui and Hu Zhaozhou nodding in agreement. The 3 male orcs finally sat down. Hu Zhaozhou, unable to contain her eagerness, reached out to grab the dishes from the bamboo bowl. "Sister, it's hot. Use this, Yuling said, stopping Hu Zhaozhao. It just came off the stove. Using your hands is not only unsanitary, but also very hot. You could get burned, especially with this braised meat. Hu Zhaozhao eyed the 2 bamboo chopsticks handed to her with suspicion. Yuling chuckled, demonstrating the proper way to use them. Hu Zhaozhao cautiously grasped the slender chopsticks, awkwardly stirring them left and right, completely at a loss for how to use the unfamiliar utensils. The sight was genuinely amusing. Not only Hu Zhaozhao, but the other 4 male orcs were just as flustered, entirely clueless about how to handle the chopsticks. In contrast, Hu Shui, sitting beside them, was somewhat more adept, albeit only relatively speaking. She clumsily managed to pick up some food, her movements stiff yet effective enough to grasp it. Hu Shui picked up a piece of scrambled eggs with Xiangquan, gazing at the golden, glistening eggs with a tone of nostalgia and emotion, saying, Yuling, did you learn this recipe from your beast mother? I haven't had food prepared this way in many years. Yuling was taken aback. Could it be that the original host's beast mother prepared food in the same manner? This world could only have one possibility for someone to prepare food in the same way, which was the appearance of another individual from a different world. And the last individual from another world was indeed the original host's beast mother. The truth revealed by System 999 about the original host's beast mother's passing surged through her mind, an uncontrollable chill instantly spreading from her spine throughout her body. She couldn't help but shiver, her body trembling slightly, as if she could feel the horrifying scene replaying before her eyes. If this were true, the original host's beast mother was also a modern woman from the 21st century, just like her. Yet, she ultimately met such a tragic and desolate end, cruelly devoured by a wandering orc harboring resentment for unrequited love. This reality struck her heart like a heavy hammer. At this moment, deep within her, an overwhelming fear took hold. She must not follow in the footsteps of that pitiful rabbit tribe female. She had to survive, to live well, and not be consumed. Yuling's complexion turned pale, startling Hu Shui and Hu Zhaozhao. Hu Shui believed it was because she mentioned her beast mother, which made Yuling sad. She bit her lip, looking at Yuling with a gaze full of affection. It's all Aunt Shui's fault. I shouldn't have mentioned your beast mother, Yuling. This is truly delicious, Hu Shui said, placing the egg in her mouth. The unique flavor spread throughout her palate, and her voice trembled with emotion. She didn't wish to bring it up, yet she couldn't help herself. She turned her head to wipe away her tears, then offered a smile, as if the earlier tears were merely an illusion. Hu Zhaozhao watched her beast mother, unable to suppress her heartache, over the years. Her beast mother would feel sadness whenever she thought of Aunt Xing. Her beast mother once said that Aunt Xing was not only her best friend, but also her savior. A handsome male orc furrowed his brow and gently embraced Hu Shui, who returned his warmth with a gentle smile. Yuling felt inexplicably uneasy and immediately questioned System 999. What exactly happened with the original host's beast mother? Did she also come from the same world as me? System 999 paused for a moment before explaining. From what Hu Shui said, she should be from the same main world as you. However, the main system only provided me with some information about you, the host, so I do not know the specifics about the original host's beast mother. If you really wish to know, perhaps you could inquire with the original host's beast brothers. Yuling nodded in her heart. It seems that is the only way. This is Huan's beast father, Hu Bing, Hu Shui introduced. Yuling collected herself, feeling somewhat flustered, not expecting that this orc, who appeared to be under 30, was actually Huan's biological father. There were several similarities in their features, while Huan resembled Aunt Shui's beauty even more. Hu Bing, beast father, Yuling called out, her voice trembling, clearly still shaken and fearful from her earlier thoughts. The orc named Hu Bing quickly nodded, respectfully replying, Yuling, female. Host. Here the male orcs respect the females, as it is a typical matriarchal society. Even if he is Huan's beast father, his status will not surpass that of you. The female master, System 999 explained. Yuling understood. She took a deep breath of fresh air, looking at Hu Zhaozhao beside her, as she picked up a piece of braised meat that Hu Zhaozhao had been drooling over. Sister, give it a try. Hu Zhaozhao beamed, stabbing the piece of pork belly with her chopsticks, as if they were a fork, placing it into her mouth. After savoring the long-desired delicacy, she was astonished by its unique, tender texture, her eyes widening in surprise. Chewing her food, she joyfully shook her head, her long red hair, reminiscent of Huan, swaying back and forth as she attempted to lighten the tense atmosphere. Look, I can use this thing now, and it's quite convenient. Yuling couldn't help but smile at Hu Zhaozhao's playful demeanor, feeling the tension within her ease considerably. You little rascal, Hu Shui chuckled, gazing at her mischievous daughter with an affectionate smile. Hu Zhaozhou playfully grinned before pointing at the two beast husbands behind her, introducing them. One was a Shengli tribe orc, and the other was a Yuan tribe orc. Yuling greeted them warmly. Noticing that Xie had not yet touched his chopsticks, Yuling gently urged, Xie, you should try some too. You've worked hard today. With that, she picked up a piece of egg and placed it in the bamboo bowl before him. Xie's eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously, looking at the eggs in the bowl with a cheerful expression, saying, Yuling, you are truly wonderful. Hu Zhaozhou scoffed lightly. Teasing, you still call her Yuling? Aren't you familiar with her? Xie, with his dark red skin, stammered, Yuling. She asked me to call her Yuling, and I just forget when I'm happy. With that, he burst into hearty laughter. Yuling couldn't help but be influenced by Xie's joy, her pale complexion gradually returning to normal as she flashed him a sweet smile. Xie was momentarily mesmerized by her smile, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. How lovely her smile was. Host, Xie's affection level for you has reached 93%. Upon hearing this, Yuling's mood improved significantly. What a silly fool. Hu Zhaozhou rolled her eyes at her blissfully happy companion. The earlier sadness dissipated as Hu Zhaozhou, and the group of orcs enjoyed their lunch together. Hu Zhaozhou ate voraciously, excitedly pointing to the braised meat she had devoured entirely. Yuling, how did you make this? It's so delicious. And this bird egg doesn't smell at all. I can't believe red fruit can be prepared like this. Everything is so tasty. As she spoke, she grabbed a whole boiled potato and took a bite, her cheeks puffed up with food. Yuling chuckled. This is called a tudo, dear sister. If you truly enjoy it, I shall teach to Xiong how to prepare it for you. She intended to inquire about the original owner's beast mother. Wonderful, wonderful. Hu Zhaozhou nodded repeatedly, her delight palpable. The other beastmen, who had merely observed from a distance, could no longer repress their curiosity and approached to investigate further. Upon getting closer, their gaze was instantly drawn to the stone table. There sat Hu Shui, the shaman, with the matriarch Hu Zhaozhou beside her. Additionally, there was Yuling and several robust male beastmen gathered around, savoring the delicious feast. The sight of Hu Zhaozhou enjoying her meal, her face radiating satisfaction and pleasure, suggested that the dishes laid before them were rare delicacies of the world. Observing this, the other beastmen couldn't help but instinctively lick their lips, their throats betraying them with involuntary sounds of swallowed saliva. The air was thick with the tantalizing aroma of the food, a scent that delicately tugged at the hearts of every beastman, igniting an insatiable itch within them. However, as the beastmen watched in rapt attention, the food on the stone table diminished at an astonishing pace. Their movements were swift, devouring the dishes with fervor and delight. Before long, the once bountiful table was completely cleared, leaving not even a drop of savory broth behind. Hu Zhaozhou, content, patted her round belly and exclaimed, Delicious! Sister Yuling, your cooking is truly the finest I've ever tasted. If I were a male beastman, I would certainly offer to be your mate. But alas, it seems rather unfair for the females to be the ones cooking, particularly to Hu Wan and Xie. Nonetheless, Xie, you must learn well and cook for Sister Yuling. A slothful male beastman is not favored by females. Having observed and absorbed the culinary techniques in secret, Hu Shui smiled. I initially intended to visit you, but it seems we ended up enjoying your meal instead. Yuling recognized Hu Shui's genuine affection for her and reciprocated with a touch of intimacy. What a pleasure. We are family, after all. Dining together is quite natural. Aunt Shui, please come again. I shall prepare delicious dishes for you and dear sister. Hu Shui affectionately patted Yuling's head. Such a good child. Far more obedient than Hu Zhaozhou. How could such a charming and delightful female not be her own offspring? Yuling presented freshly picked mulberries and some wild fruits from the cave to entertain them. After a pleasant conversation, they took their leave. Just as they departed, a male beastman awkwardly stood at the entrance of her cave, hesitating and pacing uncertainly. Yuling was about to plant the garlic sprouts and small red trees she had dug up when she noticed the tall male beastman peering into her cave. Upon catching her gaze, he immediately turned his head, as if to flee. Hello, may I ask what you need? Yuling inquired, observing him retreat. The male beastman halted abruptly, a hint of embarrassment coloring his demeanor as he turned back to face her, summoning great courage to ask, Yuling, could you teach me how to prepare that fragrant food you made earlier? It smelled truly delightful. He had witnessed her cooking moments ago. As a respectable male beastman, he found it somewhat humiliating to seek guidance from such a delicate female, especially since culinary skills were typically expected to be mastered by every male beastman for survival. However, his lesser beast mark and unremarkable appearance, coupled with his matriarch's indifference towards him, compelled him to learn the art of crafting more delectable dishes in hopes of winning her favor again. Hearing the male beastman's request and his sincere intentions, Yuling smiled and nodded, of course. The male beastman appeared overjoyed, almost incredulous. Really? Thank you, Yuling, she affirmed, recognizing that teaching someone to cook was hardly an extraordinary task. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. You are such a wonderful female. He had anticipated rejection or scorn for not being able to cook, but instead, Yuling graciously agreed. Come back this evening. I'll want to be cooking at noon, Yuling mentioned, as she felt satiated after her meal and preferred to avoid reheating food later. The male beastman nodded vigorously, placing his left hand over his heart. Bowing deeply to her, thank you, Yuling waved her hand dismissively, smiling. No need for thanks. Xieche observed the departing male beastman, feeling somewhat incredulous. Sister Yuling is truly remarkable, gentle, kind, and beautiful, treating all beastmen with utmost courtesy. She is indeed a blessing from the beast gods. He felt immensely fortunate to have encountered such an exceptional matriarch. He once believed that Aunt Shui and Hu Zhao were the most amiable females he had ever met. But Yuling surpassed them all. Congratulations, host. The affection level of Xie has reached 95%. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 years of lifespan, totaling 30 years. Due to the prolonged stagnation of affection for Target 4, it has been adjusted. Songzhe is now Target 5, and Xieche is now Target 4. Once again, congratulations, host. May you live a long life. The mechanical voice of System 999 echoed, and the final proclamation of longevity amused her. It seemed the system was overly concerned for her well-being. However, without any effort on her part, Xieche had already reached a high level of affection. It felt almost effortless, as if System 999 was compensating her by assigning her such a splendid candidate. Xieche had surpassed Songzhe, pushing him to the 5th position. Should Songzhe remain unapproachable, he would likely be relegated to the very bottom. Presently, the only individual whose affection had not reached 95% was Shizhua, and she resolved to strive harder. As Bai Ying and Lang Ji returned, basking in the afterglow of the setting sun, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yuling gazed from afar at the two tall, handsome male beastmen, both members of the wolf tribe, their deep, emerald eyes shimmering with a captivating allure, yet each exuding a distinct charm. Bai Ying, with his handsome visage, resembled the gentle caress of a summer morning breeze, uplifting and refreshing. In contrast, Lang Ji possessed an elegant and striking beauty, akin to the warm sun of winter, offering comfort and strength. Yuling found herself entranced by their handsome appearances. This beast world was indeed a paradise for those enamored with beauty, and these extraordinary male beastmen were all her lovers, her mates. Nearby, Xieche continued to smoke the cured meat, his athletic physique and rugged features radiating an inexplicable charm. Noticing Yuling's gaze upon him, he flashed her a radiant smile. Yuling responded with a cheerful smile of her own. Why are you sitting at the cave entrance? Bai Ying approached first, his voice gentle and his gaze filled with affection for the little female seated at the stone door. Yuling replied, in this beast world, there are no tools for passing the time. Once I finished my tasks, I found myself with nothing to do. I took a nap, but now I cannot sleep at night. So I sat here daydreaming and chatting with Xieche. From Xieche, Yuling learned about his past. This cheerful boy evoked a sense of compassion within her. No worries. I was merely waiting for you. Yuling grasped Being's hand and stood up, playfully winking at the wolf trail behind them. Wolf Trail was momentarily taken aback, his hand caught by her delicate grip, as Yuling gently inquired, Are you tired today? Being then sighed, realizing that teaching these creatures was indeed exhausting. He felt more inclined to hunt a few prey and prepare some jerky for the little female. Noticing Being's expression, Yuling turned to Wolf Trail, her calm demeanor evident. Wolf Trail, what do you think? Not bad, Wolf Trail replied softly, stroking his forehead, a hint of a confident smile gracing his lips. He did not find the task particularly challenging, having been meticulously trained as an heir within the tribe. Whenever the beastmen were perplexed by certain issues, Wolf Trail always managed to respond quickly, often providing accurate and detailed answers even before Being could. His gentle and patient tone eased their doubts, allowing all the beastmen to achieve clarity. In light of this comparison, Yueling recognized that Wolf Trail was more adept at socializing. How was your day? Did you encounter any dangers? Beiying asked. Yueling promptly interrupted the words that Scorpion Shay was about to utter, recounting the day's events in detail. It was quite good. Scorpion Shay protected me well, and we found plenty of delicious food. Aunt Shui and Sister Hu Zhao came by for lunch, and we all ate together. I made a lot of tasty dishes for you to try tonight. She then pointed to a potato and showcased their harvest. Beiying affectionately ruffled Yueling's hair, his voice tender. You've worked hard today. Yueling shook her head, her tone cheerful. Walking outside is good for my health, and we found so much delicious food. It's truly a win-win. Wolf Trail's gaze was filled with tenderness and infatuation as he quietly observed Yueling, who held his hand. His eyes lingered for a moment on her exquisite face before sliding down to her delicate, warm hand. That hand seemed to possess a magical power that quickened his heartbeat and set it racing. Yueling effortlessly tugged at his heartstrings, ensnaring him in a profound infatuation. Each time their eyes met, he felt an unprecedented thrill, as if the entire world had paused, leaving only the two of them and the unspoken emotions flowing silently between them. Beiying sensed the unusual tension between them, compounded by Wolf Trail's recent peculiar behavior. He understood that Yueling intended to resolve this matter once and for all. With this thought, Beiying offered a composed smile. I'll check on the smoked jerky. Once Hyun and Shizhuo return, we could prepare some sausages and stock up on food, he said softly. Yueling returned a grateful smile to Beiying, appreciating how magnanimous and understanding her first beast husband was. Wolf Trail, shall we have a talk? Yueling invited with a gentle smile. Wolf Trail's heart raced, almost leaping to his throat. As Yueling entered her room, she gently patted the stone bed beside her, beckoning him, come sit. Wolf Trail nodded obediently, sitting beside her, inhaling the unique scent that belonged to her, his face flushed with nervousness. Are you nervous? Yueling teased, inching closer to him. Wolf Trail felt beads of sweat forming in his palms, sticky and uncomfortable. He struggled to steady his breathing, each inhalation turning laborious as if the air had thinned. He managed a strained smile, every movement demanding the full exertion of his body. Time seemed to stand still. Each passing moment felt interminable, while his inner turmoil surged like a tempest, quickening his heartbeat to a thunderous rhythm that was hard to calm. You were never like this before. What has changed you? Yueling asked, cupping his face to hold his gaze. Wolf Trail's eyes flickered, his voice slightly hoarse. I asked, will you forgive me? Yueling tilted her head, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting confusion. What are you hiding from me? Or do you no longer like me, not wanting to be my guardian beast? If you don't like me, I can let you return to the wolf tribe. How could she think that he no longer liked her? Since Wolf Trail was not her strategist, Yueling could not accurately gauge his feelings, but she knew he cared for her and wished to provoke him a little. I like you very much. I just fear you won't forgive me. Wolf Trail rushed to explain, displaying a pained expression. This reaction left Yueling even more perplexed. Tell me, Wolf Trail, if you don't speak, how will I know? Will you always avoid me, leaving us only with this? Wolf Trail's expression was conflicted, and after a long pause, he finally spoke. I knew when Hyun and Huning came to the tribe, but I chose to hide it from you. I didn't want you to leave. I wanted to tell you, but the tribal chief said that if I did, I would no longer be his offspring. They gave me 2 beast crystals that I absorbed, which is why I became a 6-pattern beastman. Also, I've always known that our tribe had treated you poorly, which is why you hold resentment against us. You accepted me because of my beast mother and father, not because of me. As the topic deepened, Wolf Trail's emotions surged, becoming increasingly animated, and his eyes glistened with a faint hue of red. His voice trembled with emotion, as if he had endured great injustice within. Biting his lip tightly, he struggled to contain the tears that threatened to spill, those crystalline droplets swirling in his eyes, ready to fall. Yet, his stubborn demeanor revealed his determination to suppress his tears. This scene caught Yueling's attention, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. Like a tender little pup, Yueling's heart softened, and she leaned in to kiss Wolf Trail's eyes. A single crystalline tear fell onto her lips, carrying a hint of bitterness. They are who they are, and you are you. If you think I accepted you not because I like you, you're foolish. Wolf Trail was momentarily lost, bewildered by the sudden kiss on his eyes. He felt a dizzying rush, overwhelmed by happiness. I know about Hyun and the Beast Brothers. I can empathize with your predicament, Yueling continued softly. If one day a man had to choose between her and her parents, she might firmly choose her parents. Wolf Trail was shaken, his psychological burden growing heavier. Wolf Trail, I do like you, and I am not angry with you, so you need not be so troubled. Yueling reassured him. Had she not sought clarity in their conversation, this little pup might have twisted himself into knots. Wolf Trail was dazed by her consecutive declarations. This was the first time Yueling had clearly expressed her feelings for him, and the fact that she was not angry filled him with uncontainable joy. He instinctively wrapped his arms around Yueling's waist, pulling her into his embrace. Yueling was caught off guard by the sudden embrace, engulfed by the warmth of his breath and the musky scent of masculinity. Gazing at Wolf Trail's defined abs, she couldn't help but swallow hard, tilting her head slightly. Her voice a touch husky as she pointed to his lips, still glistening with tears. Do you want to taste your own tears? In the next chapter, Wolf Trail's gaze fixated on Yueling's pink lips, resembling a bud poised to bloom, adorned with glistening tears, making her even more enchanting. Yueling gently parted her lips, her gaze exuding a subtle invitation, as if she were silently offering a tender call to Lang Ji. A sensation rolled within Lang Ji's throat, his heartbeat quickening, the fervor of his emotions for Yueling surging within him. He suddenly leaned down, capturing Yuling's soft lips with his own. His kiss was tempestuous and unrestrained, as if a storm had unleashed itself. The forceful kiss nearly left Yueling breathless, just as she felt the urge to push him away. A few tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, landing on her face and splattering into tiny droplets, which unerringly fell into her eyes, causing a sharp sting. Yueling could not help but blink, the tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes, leaving clear trails on her face. In that moment, Lang Ji's tears were starkly vivid to her. He was crying. Yueling, feeling helpless, succumbed to the tempest that Lang Ji had unleashed. Gazing at her, Lang Ji said with a hint of guilt, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Yueling rolled her eyes in exasperation, rising from the bed, realizing that this fellow had been rather aggressive in his affection. Fortuitously, he had not entirely lost his senses. Otherwise, she would have certainly given him a proper lesson. Upon hearing Lang Ji's words, she touched her own lips and thought, "He appears harmless like a little puppy, yet kisses like a wolf. If you do this again, I want to let you kiss me," she said, her voice hoarse, glaring at him in indignation. Lang Ji, initially anxious, brightened at her words, sincerely assuring, "Next time, I will certainly refrain from such behavior." Yueling retorted, "You take advantage and then act innocent." Lang Ji's voice carried a lightness and joy. "You must be thirsty. I'll fetch you some water." With that, he dashed out, where Hu Wan and Shi Zhuo had returned, bustling at the cave entrance. Observing Lang Ji's figure, Hu Wan was chopping the meat into a fine paste. Xie Che frowned. "Hu Wan, Bai Ying said it doesn't need to be chopped so finely." Hu Wan turned and glared at Xie Che. "You talk too much." Xie Che, caught in the crossfire, remarked, "Hu Wan, you're not arguing, but your eyes could kill." May I ask if Yueling is here?" A male beastman's voice inquired, the one who had come at noon, now addressing them. Hu Wan, irritated, turned to see the male beastman, realizing it was Ah Ling's mate. "What do you want?" Hu Wan asked. The beastman, feeling the pressure from the higher-tier beastmen present, spoke in a softer tone. "I came to learn from Yueling how to prepare food." Xie Che stepped forward to clarify. Today, Yueling mentioned he indeed came to learn from her. Hu Wan, setting down his bone knife in a huff, remarked, "This broken knife is utterly useless." "Shi Zhuo, your scales are so sharp. Can you spare a piece for me?" Hu Wan called out loudly to Shi Zhuo. Shi Zhuo cast a cold glance at Hu Wan, not even bothering to respond. Yueling, having just sipped water and moistened her lips, overheard Hu Wan's loud request for Shi Zhuo's scales. Thinking that Hu Wan was courting trouble, if Shi Zhuo were to get angry, it would be Hu Wan who faced the consequences. She hurriedly exited the cave room, only to see several familiar faces at the cave entrance. Her brothers. "Sister." 6 handsome men exclaimed in unison, their eyes brimming with affection and warmth for her. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, Yueling greeted each of them in turn. "This is from your elder sister and Aunt Shui. They said you had some food with you at noon," Hu Ji said, holding out meat wrapped in leaves, the freshest cuts from their recent hunt. "Ideal for a young female." Eldest brother, "No need, I'm just happy that my sister and Aunt Shui can come and chat with me. You can take this back. We still have plenty of meat." Yueling waved her hand dismissively, feeling that this was quite ample for just a simple meal she had offered at noon, and she did not expect any extravagant return. As Hu Ji set the items down, the other 5 brothers magically produced fruits, meat, and vegetables. Most of the vegetables came from Tu Hui, while the rest were meat and fruits. "We may not yet have mates or a female master," But we have an obligation to care for our sister, Song Sun said with a smile. Brothers, you don't need to bring me anything next time. Just eat for yourselves. Bai Ying and the others will bring food for me, Yuling replied. They are them, and we are us. It doesn't affect each other. Bowing added. After such a long wait for our sister's return, we must take good care of her, especially since she is so small and frail. A delicate body is prone to illness. They express concern for her. Indeed, this is our heartfelt intention. It would be too hurtful for our sister to refuse. Mao Yu added. Hu Ji quickly interjected. You must accept it. Yu Ling, feeling resigned, had no choice but to relent, gazing at the heap of offerings. But what if I can't finish it and it spoils? The male beast man continued to wait patiently, unhurried and calm. By the way, I came to learn how to prepare food. I never expected my sister would actually know how to cook. It seems the beastmen caring for you haven't done their job well, Hu Ji said, casting a fierce glance at the others. Hu Ning, witnessing the care and thoughtfulness these beastmen showed for his sister, reflected that cooking was indeed inspired by the beast god. He refrained from revealing that Yu Ling was the beast god's messenger, uncertain if he had shared this information. Unable to resist, he defended Bai Ying and the others. Actually, they're quite good. Whose side are you on? Hu Ning was cut off as Mao Yu tugged at his hair, glaring at him fiercely. Hu Ning, third brother. You can't just attack when there's a disagreement. You have no sense of honor. All right, third brother, spare fourth brother, Tu Hui sighed, observing the two lively characters. Moreover, Bai Ying and Lang Ji just taught them how to preserve food longer, making significant contributions to our tribe. Before Tu Hui could finish, Hu Ji presented 2 beast crystals to Yu Ling. This gesture left not only the other 5 brothers but also Bai Ying, Huan, Lang Ji, Shizhua, and Xie, as well as Ao Ling's mate, utterly astounded. Beast crystals were immensely precious. Even their tribe, the second largest in the southern continent, possessed very few. The crystals were reserved for the strongest beastmen to enhance their strength and stabilize the tribe. Host, this is a beast crystal. Even 1,000 fierce beasts struggle to produce one. System 999 exclaimed excitedly. Yu Ling looked at the beast crystals Hu Ji offered, shaking her head vigorously. No, this is far too valuable. I cannot accept it. Hu Ji smirked, explaining with composure. Bai Ying and Lang Ji taught about sausages and cured meats, as well as the cool mats and grass sandals. Every winter, weak beastmen starve, and in the dry season, females suffer from fevers due to the heat of animal skins. Sister, this is what you deserve. Upon hearing this, Ao Ling's mate realized that it was indeed Bai Ying and Lang Ji who had imparted this knowledge. Now I understand. You should give it to Bai Ying and Lang Ji. They're the ones who taught you. Yu Ling pondered, realizing Hu Ji's reasoning was sound, leaving her with little justification to refuse. Hu Ji smiled. After a male mates, everything belongs to the female. Naturally, the beast crystal belongs to you. Yu Ling glanced at Bai Ying and then at Lang Ji, both of whom nodded in affirmation. Sister, you don't need to give it to them. The beast crystal can also be consumed by females, beneficial for beauty and longevity. Tu Hui whispered into Yu Ling's ear. The sound was not loud, yet sufficient for all the beastmen to hear. Tu Hui had his own little schemes. He wished for his sister to partake, as she was too fragile and physically weaker than the other beastmen. Bai Ying and Lang Ji were taken aback to learn that female beastmen could absorb beast crystals as well. They would certainly not desire this beast crystal for the sake of Yu Ling. And in truth, the idea had originated from Yu Ling herself, so it could hardly be considered their achievement. Indeed, that is correct, the System 999 affirmed. Consuming it would not make a female beastman exceptionally powerful, but it would enhance beauty, prolong life, and fortify the body. However, such knowledge was unknown to some smaller tribes. Shijua's gaze was heavy. He recalled how his beast father had returned from a hunt with beast crystals, part of which was given to that beloved female to enhance her strength, while the other part had found its way into her stomach. It was then that Yu Ling cautiously tucked away the beast crystal, saying, "Thank you, elder brother." Hu Ji chuckled, remarking on how polite his sister was. Chapter 120. The family of 3 little sister. I also wish to learn how to prepare food. Tu Hui gently expressed, not wanting to leave this place too soon, as he wished to spend time with his sister. I want to learn too. Mao Yu excitedly raised his hand, fully aware of Xiao Wu's little schemes. He knew that beneath her harmless appearance, she was quite clever. And us as well, sister. Song Sun smiled. Naturally, Yu Ling could not refuse. She never imagined she would one day hold a cooking class in the beast realm. Thus, at the entrance of Yu Ling's cave, a throng of beastmen gathered. Each beastman widened their eyes, intently watching Yu Ling, who was busily working at the stove. Yuling deftly handled various ingredients and cooking utensils, her movements graceful and skilled, as if this were an everyday affair for her. Whenever she completed a cooking step, she would pause her work, turn to face her beast brothers, that beastman, and her husbands, explaining each step in a clear and gentle voice. Hu Ji and Tsang Sun exchanged glances, remembering this method. It was unmistakably reminiscent of their mother's way. They recalled that the food prepared by their mother was the most delectable in the world, and how she would smile warmly at them, gently inquiring about their comfort. Many beast mothers they saw were indifferent or harsh towards their male offspring, and at that time, they felt like the happiest of beast cubs. They never anticipated that their little sister would follow in such footsteps, especially when she was so small back then. Sister, you must miss mother greatly, which is why you are preparing food to reminisce about her. This familiar manner suggests you have practiced many times in secret. Indeed, they had attempted the same, yet their results never matched the taste of their mother's cooking. Observing this, Hu Ji and Tsang Sun looked at Yuling with a heart full of tenderness. The husband of Yuling earnestly noted each of Yuling's steps. Yuling pushed forward a bowl of braised meat towards them, saying, "Try the flavor." The beastmen were unfamiliar with chopsticks, so Yuling imitated Hu Zhao's method, stabbing a piece of meat and presenting it to Hu Ji. Upon seeing the glistening piece of meat, Hu Ji's eyes flickered with anticipation. After a moment's hesitation, he consumed the entire piece. The braised meat, infused with the aroma of cinnamon and the essence of red fruit, was both fragrant and spicy, a unique yet unfamiliar taste for Hu Ji that evoked a long-lost flavor reminiscent of their mother. "How is it, elder brother?" Several younger beast brothers eagerly leaned in, watching Hu Ji's astonished expression. Hu Ning, most familiar with Yuling's culinary skills, adeptly picked up a piece with chopsticks and placed it in his mouth, his eyes narrowing in bliss. Delicious. During this time, he had managed to eat a little red fruit, and combined with the braised meat, which had little red fruit added, the unique aroma made it exceptionally delightful. Seeing this, the others reached for their own pieces of braised meat. Once everyone had been served, Yuling lifted the bowl and looked at the beastman who silently memorized the recipe. This beastman hoped to win back love through culinary skills. Give it a try. If you find it delicious, continue learning. The beastman, somewhat taken aback, then speared a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The taste astonished him to the point of speechlessness. It was truly the best meat he had ever eaten, aromatic, tender, and soft. After finishing one piece, he licked his lips, appearing unsatisfied. "Yuling, this is truly delicious," the beastman exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration. Yuling began to prepare a second dish, and, as time passed, more and more beastmen gathered at the entrance of her cave, watching her cook. The number of those eager to sample her dishes increased, and her cooking portions visibly expanded. Their gazes were filled with astonishment and curiosity. It was indeed a rare spectacle in the beast realm to witness a young female preparing food. Yuling also harbored a bit of selfishness. Once her husbands had mastered the skill, she could relax and let them take over the cooking. How clever she was! As the quantity of food increased, her hand began to ache from using the bone knife, and she continuously shook her wrist. "With this, or you can teach me how to cut," she offered. Seeing this, Shi Zhuo frowned slightly. The bone knife was rather unwieldy. Realizing this, he pulled a scale from his body and handed it over, then reconsidered, thinking it might be better for him to do the cutting himself. Yuling stared at the deep purple scale he presented, surprised. "Is this yours?" Shi Zhuo nodded. A missing scale was of little consequence. Though the bare spot looked somewhat unsightly, he would not be transforming into his true form for the next few days, as he wished to maintain a grand image in the eyes of the young female. "Yes, let's do it," Huan chimed in, observing Shi Zhuo's eagerness to assist. He too wished to aid little Yuling. In that instant, Yuling was completely unprepared when Xie suddenly approached, forcefully pushing her aside without warning. Fortunately, Bai Ying was quick to catch her. Yuling stood there, stunned, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief, her mind a blank, momentarily unsure of how to react. "Huan, I'll help you too," Xie cheerfully declared. In that moment, she felt like an outsider, while their busy figures resembled a family of three. Xie soon realized he had inadvertently pushed Yuling out of the way. A hint of embarrassment and awkwardness crossed his face. "Yuling, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to help you all." Chapter 121. The affection level increases. Yuling helplessly waved her hand, a mix of amusement and exasperation. Bai Ying, amused by her expression, said, "You guide them. Let them do the work so you don't tire yourself out." Thinking how clumsy he was pushing out their little Yuling, Yuling nodded, observing the three tall, handsome beastmen, and began to direct them. She had control over the amounts of salt crystals and red fruit. The rest was up to them for preparation, making Yuling feel quite at ease. Since she managed the main seasoning, the flavor of the food turned out reasonably well, though the fire had been a bit too strong, resulting in some slight charring that did not detract from the taste. As the crowd of observing beastmen grew, so did the number of questions, which Yuling answered one by one. Once everything was completed, night fell. Yuling patted her stomach, realizing she was almost full from tasting, and she had to admit that they possessed some talent. Aside from the initial char, the subsequent dishes were all quite good. Xie also agreed to take them to search for potatoes the next day. Sitting on a stone bench, Bai Ying gently massaged her shoulders. "You must be exhausted today." Yuling smiled and replied, "I'm fine." "All right, this is for you." Yuling took out the beast crystal Hu Ji had given her earlier and presented it to Bai Ying and Lang Ji. These two beast crystals were rhomboidal in shape, with sharp points at both ends and a broad, thick center. Their luster was pure, resembling flawless crystal, translucent and clear, akin to modern crystal crafts. However, this seemingly insignificant little crystal harbors immense energy, making it the coveted treasure of all males in the beast world continent. They would go to any lengths, dedicating their entire lives merely to seek out such a transparent gem. Bai Ying shook his head, stating that the two wee beast had mentioned this would be beneficial for her health, and that she should consume it herself. Lang Ji, still elated from the events of the afternoon, recognized his own moments of indecisiveness. The most resolute decision he had ever made was to become the guardian beast of Yuling, a female so exquisite that he would cherish her dearly. If this beast crystal was good for Yuling, it rightfully belonged to her. With this thought, Lang Ji spoke up, saying, "Yes, Yuling, this is yours." "Indeed. If it weren't for Xiao Yuling, how would they know so much?" "This beast crystal was always meant for you," Huan flattered. Shi Zhuang's expression turned serious. He had little affinity for this beast crystal and even felt a deep aversion towards it, as it reminded him of his tragic childhood. "Yes, it should have always been yours, Yuling. All I desire is your well-being, and I will strive to find more beast crystals for you in the future." Bai Ying gazed at Yuling, his eyes filled with tenderness. Yuling was momentarily taken aback and quickly grasped Bai Ying's hand. Knowing the pricelessness of the beast crystal, such a gem would be difficult to find among 1,000 wild beasts. She shook her head, saying, "This is quite sufficient. I do not need you to take risks for me. All I wish is for you all to be well, to grow old together." Yuling's words were spoken softly, yet they struck heavily upon their hearts. Shi Zhuang was somewhat astonished. Many females, upon learning they could consume beast crystals, would demand their beast husbands to seek them out. Yet Yuling only wished for their well-being, and her desire to grow old together hinted at a wish to traverse life's journey with them. Contemplating this, Shi Zhuang gazed at the small female, swinging her legs on the stone bench. Perhaps she was the one. The love concealed within his cold eyes could not be hidden. The significance of her words about growing old together was profound. "Congratulations, host. The affection value of strategy target 3, Shi Zhuang, has reached 95%. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 years of life. You now possess 40 years of life. Congratulations, host. The affection value of strategy target 1, Bai Ying, has increased. It currently stands at 97%, just a smidge away from reaching 100. Congratulations, host. The affection value of strategy target 2, Huan, has risen. Is currently at 98%, just 2 points shy of 100, at which point you will receive an additional 5 years of life. Congratulations, host. The affection value of strategy target 4, Xie, has reached 96%. Keep up the good work. 999. Congratulations, host. You are truly remarkable. I worship you. The system 999 exclaimed excitedly, feeling elated by the host's impressive performance that evening, deserving of its flattery. This time, the mechanical voice of system 999 resonated for quite a while, leaving Yuling's head buzzing. She had never anticipated that her simple statement would influence the affection values of all 4 of her strategic beast husbands, even yielding an increase in the affection value that had not changed for a long time. She had thought it would be a long time before reaching 100% progress. Hearing this, a radiant joy spread across Yuling's face, revealing her heartfelt gratitude for their presence. They could not deny the profound joy her existence brought to them as well. "Yuling, it truly is a blessing for me that you can become my female master." Bai Ying knelt beside her, gently taking her hand and whispering against it. The warmth radiating from his palm sent a tingling sensation through her, akin to an electric current, accompanied by an indescribable itch. With 4 pairs of eyes fixated on her, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of the dawn. She attempted to withdraw her hand forcefully, yet Bai Ying's grip was as unyielding as iron, binding her in place. Her heart raced, and helplessness flickered in her gaze, while the intensity of their stares only heightened her anxiety. Had it not been for them, she might have perished long ago, as the System 999 had said, in a chaotic world, utterly alone for a century. The individuals present were her guardians and benefactors. Xiao Yuling, I'm growing fonder of you by the day. Please do not abandon me. Huan knelt beside her other leg, resting his head on her lap. He struggled to contain his jealousy, making earnest efforts yet often faltering. He feared that one day, he might be despised and cast aside for this reason. Surprised, Yuling looked at Huan and gently stroked his silky red hair, assuring him, I will never abandon you. Huan turned his face toward her, eagerly asking, Really? Yuling nodded, unless you harm me or them. A charming smile broke across Huan's face. How could I ever harm you? I would never hurt myself, let alone you. I may tease them, but I would never harm them. Yuling responded, You must not abandon me for that reason. We're destined to grow old together. Huan grinned, playfully pouting. It was impossible to resist the sight of Huan's beguiling face as he sought her affection. Chapter 122. The messenger of the beast god, Shi Zhuang, strode over, cupping Yuling's face and leaning down. Heavens, all 4 of them are here. Along with the innocent and naive Xie. Yuling's face blushed profusely, akin to a ripe apple, wishing to find a crevice to hide within. Xie was momentarily stunned, his limited knowledge of the beast world failing him. Yuling, resembling an agitated little beast, clenched her fists and playfully pounded on Shi Zhuang's broad shoulders. Although her punches lacked strength, they were filled with annoyance. After regaining her freedom, Yuling took deep breaths of the fresh air surrounding her. Simultaneously, her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Shi Zhuang, filled with warning and vigilance, as if to say, If you dare treat me this way again, I will not easily forgive you. Shi Zhuang shrugged nonchalantly, having gotten to know her well enough to understand her gentle nature. Having never witnessed her truly angry, Huan shot a glare at Shi Zhuang, displeased by how he had upset their little Yuling. All right, the bathwater is ready. Yuling, you should go wash up, Bai Ying announced. As the weather had warmed, Yuling bathed daily, and Bai Ying would prepare a pot of hot water for her after dinner. Upon standing, Yuling shot one last glare at the smiling Shi Zhuang before returning to her room to fetch her replacement bee skin skirt. After she left, Bai Ying could not help but cast a critical glance at Shi Zhuang. Huan, still fuming, vowed to keep a closer watch on Xiao Yuling to prevent Shi Zhuang from succeeding. After bathing, Yuling managed to calm her emotions, only to find her discarded bee skin skirt being fought over by the others, leaving her both amused and helpless. Over the past 2 days, Yuling had become a renowned figure among the Linghu clan, with whispers amongst them speculating whether she might be the messenger sent by the beast god. Given her extensive knowledge of various subjects, bamboo mats, cured meats, grass sandals, and even edible potatoes, along with other culinary methods, Hu Ji and Hu Zhao strolled along the paths of the Hu clan, their keen ears picking up a flurry of hushed conversations nearby. Have you heard that Yuling is actually the legendary messenger of the beast world? An excited voice whispered. Another voice quickly chimed in. Indeed, I have heard that too. She knows so much, it's quite extraordinary. I also heard she possesses healing powers. When Hu Bai had trouble in the wolf clan, he was on the brink of death, and it was Yuling who miraculously saved him. Who did you hear that from? Oh, I was speaking with Hu Yi the other day, and he let it slip. After pressing him, I learned the truth. Could it be that our clan has gained a messenger of the beast god? Hu Ji's once leisurely pace came to an abrupt halt, his expression darkening suddenly like a sky shrouded in ominous clouds. An indescribable surge of emotions welled up within him. Shock, confusion, but predominantly anxiety. Hu Zhaobao, having sensed the sudden change in her beast husband's demeanor, inquired, Hu Ji, what is the matter? Hu Ji gazed silently at Hu Zhaobao, his eyes revealing a complex and profound sentiment. In his heart, Hu Zhaobao's beast mother, Hu Shui, was as dear and significant as a second mother to him. Reflecting on the past, had it not been for Shui's timely intervention during critical moments, he and his brothers would have surely perished, reduced to mere dust upon this land. For many years, It was Shui Yi's quiet support and assistance that enabled him to navigate through numerous trials and ultimately ascend to the position of clan leader, becoming the youngest yet most prominent leader within the Hu tribe. This debt of gratitude remained etched in Hu Ji's heart, never to be forgotten. He had no intention of concealing anything from Hu Xiaobao, for she was the one he cherished, his female master. My beast mother met her end, due to the identity of the beast god's messenger. To them, the messenger embodies hope and glory, but for me, Hu Ji's expression turned sorrowful. He and his brothers had learned from Hu Yi about Hu Bai's miraculous survival, only to discover that their sister possessed the same shamanic abilities as their beast mother. They feigned ignorance, remaining silent in an attempt to hide the truth. Yet in the euphoria of having found their sister, they had momentarily forgotten to conceal her true identity. A female with shamanic abilities, who could create such marvels, was undoubtedly an extraordinary being, likely to be the messenger of the beast god. If this information were to leak, tribes would surely vie for her. No, he would not allow the events of the past to repeat themselves. Hu Xiaobao, not much younger than Hu Ji, was also aware of some aspects of Hu Ji's beast mother and her friend, Tu Xing, who was rumored to be the beast god's messenger, a female brimming with wisdom. Soon after, their tribe was ambushed by rogue beastmen. She had hidden away, only to later hear that Xing Yi had been captured. Not long after, Xing Yi's beast husbands began to suffer devastating losses, one by one meeting their demise. And it was from there that they learned of Xing Yi's tragic fate at the hands of the rogue beasts. Subsequently, the tribe attempted to expel Hu Ji and the others, but it was the beast mother who had protected them. Observing the grim countenance of her beast husband, Hu Xiaobao furrowed her brow and swiftly approached the group of beastmen, admonishing, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The clan's female leader, several beastmen chorused in unison. One among them added, "We are not speaking in jest. The beastmen in the tribe are all saying so." Hu Xiaobao's expression darkened. If you claim there is no falsehood, then it is evidently by Ying and Lang Ji who are teaching about cured meat and grass sandals. If there is truth, then it is by Ying and Lang Ji who are the beast god's messengers. This matter shall not be discussed further. If by Ying and Lang Ji are indeed the beast god's messengers, and if other tribes were to overhear, what if they come to seize them? Hu Xiaobao commanded sternly. One beastman muttered softly, "What is there to seize from a male beast?" A male beastman becoming the beast god's messenger elevates his status. But if it were a female, many would hope for the messenger to mate with them, producing offspring blessed by the gods, ensuring prosperity. Hu Xiaobao smiled satisfactorily, unable to refrain from reiterating, "It is undoubtedly by Ying and Lang Ji." "But can Yuling really cook delicious food?" queried one beastman, still somewhat skeptical. "It seems like by Ying and Lang Ji, but Yuling makes such peculiar delicacies." "Females do not cook. We females are raised in pampered environments." "It must have been by Ying or Lang Ji who taught her," Hu Xiaobao replied. The beastman, upon hearing this, seemed to find reason in her words. How could a female possibly prepare food? It was surely Yuling who observed by Ying or Lang Ji cooking and learned from them. "Enough. Do not let me hear any more discussions about Yuling," Hu Xiaobao concluded fiercely. The group of beastmen, chastised by Hu Xiaobao, slinked away, their tails tucked between their legs. Hu Xiaobao felt her quick thinking had averted a potential crisis. Had by Ying and Lang Ji become the beast god's messengers, Yuling would not be in peril like Xing Yi, and Hu Ji would not be so troubled. "Hu Ji, how do I appear?" Hu Xiaobao asked, adopting a pose that sought praise. "Thank you, Xiaobao." Hu Ji finally stepped forward, aware that the beastmen possessed keen senses and must have noticed his presence. He looked at his beloved female master with profound gratitude. His little female master was fierce to the outside world, yet incredibly kind to them. "We are one family of beasts. There is no need for such words. Moreover, Yuling is my sister and also my beast brother, Huan's female master." Hu Xiaobao replied. "However, you must issue instructions to cover for by Ying and Lang Ji if necessary. After all, I have never liked them." Hu Xiaobao continued, harboring a lingering grudge against them, despite their contributions to the tribe. She was indeed a vengeful fox. Hu Ji chuckled, ruffling Hu Xiaobao's hair aright. Hu Ji escorted Hu Xiaobao back to the cave before heading to Tsang Sun, Ma Yu, and the others, including Hu Shui. The youngest among them, Hu Ning, Tu Hui, and Bao Yin were unaware of the intricate truths of the past. He recounted the events of that year, emphasizing the necessity of quelling the rumors. He agreed with Hu Xiaobao's suggestion. Should the day come, by Ying or Lang Ji could be designated as the beast god's messenger. If the beast god were to impose blame, They would accept it, all to safeguard their sister from the nefarious gaze of the rogue beasts. Hu Shui, taken aback that Yu Ling and Tu Xing had both become the beast god's messengers like in the past, recognized the duality of their esteemed status, noble yet perilous. Other tribes coveted such individuals, and the lurking rogue beasts were a band of malevolent marauders, forsaken by the beast god. They did not adhere to rules. Otherwise, Tu Xing would not have perished at their hands. Hu Shui observed his brothers, his expression solemn. What Hu Zhaobao has done is commendable. But you must clarify with Yu Ling, and also ascertain if Bai Ying and Lang Ji are willing. Should that day arrive, I hope they can protect Yu Ling. Hu Shui reflected, noting that Yu Ling was more inclined to choose a beastman than Tu Xing had been in the past. Once, she had only a 7-striped beastman. Hu Yu. Now she had an 8-striped Shizhua, along with 7-striped Bai Ying and Xie Che, providing her with an additional layer of security. I will devote the full strength of the Hu tribe to protect my sister, Hu Ji declared earnestly. Hu Shui nodded, determined that the past must not repeat itself. Unbeknownst to Yu Ling, her beast brothers were engulfed in concern as she enjoyed a peaceful night's slumber. The following morning, she awoke languidly, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Gradually sitting up, she stretched widely before descending from her bed to freshen up. Just then, the earth suddenly trembled violently, as if shaken by an invisible giant hand. The unexpected quake caused her to lose her balance, and her body instinctively lurched forward. In that critical moment, a white figure darted in like lightning, wrapping her securely in his embrace. His powerful arms felt as solid as steel, imparting an overwhelming sense of safety and security. Do not fear, I am here. Bai Ying's deep, gentle voice resonated in her ear, infused with a comforting strength. He shielded her from all potential dangers, preventing her from toppling over due to the violent tremors. Is there an earthquake? In an instant, her room was flooded with Hu Wan, Lang Ji, Shizhua, and Xie Che, all expressing concern for her safety. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside, resembling the collapse of a colossal structure. The sound was heavy and reverberating, as if the very earth itself was shaking, causing hearts to constrict in response. The air around them seemed to tremble, an indescribable sense of unease permeating the atmosphere. Hurry! This cave is not safe, the figure in white sharply commanded, swiftly taking hold of Yu Ling and exiting the cavern. The moment Yu Ling emerged, she was struck by the sight before her. Their dwelling, perched on elevated terrain, afforded a view of numerous other caves scattered across the landscape. However, it was alarming to note that a significant number of these caves had suffered collapses. The once sturdy rock walls and entrances now lay in ruins, as if ravaged by a dreadful calamity. Moreover, near those still standing, many trees appeared contorted and askew, some uprooted and lying on the ground, while others had broken branches, teetering precariously. Thick, billowing smoke rose from the earth, resembling a colossal black dragon, clawing its way skyward. It roiled and twisted, lending an eerie and terrifying ambience to the entire scene. From a distance, this area resembled a desolate wasteland, evoking a chilling sense of dread. What has transpired? Yu Ling felt an unsettling anxiety. It was akin to an earthquake, yet distinctly different, as the ground continued to quake violently, the tremors intensifying. Chapter 124. A glimpse of the beast tide. Are you all right? A beast tide is passing through. The urgency in Song Sun's voice was palpable as he swiftly approached, releasing his wings to land on the ground, his concern evident. Upon seeing his sister unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Beast tide, Yu Ling murmured softly. The ground is unsafe. I will take you to the sky. Song Sun's voice remained gentle, though it could not completely mask his tension due to the impending beast tide. Bai Ying nodded gravely. It seemed imperative to find a mate from the Eagle clan for the young female, as the sky would be the safest place during the beast tide. Go ahead, Hu Wan echoed, noting the uncertainty of how long the beast tide would last. If little Yu Ling remained on the ground, there is a risk of encountering a reckless beast, and if they failed to protect her, the consequences could be dire. Indeed, Lang Ji concluded. Fortunately, they are merely passing by our tribe. Had they come directly, the losses would have been catastrophic. Observing the faces of these beastmen, she discerned a resolute determination in their eyes. She realized that remaining there would only burden them further and create unnecessary complications. With a resigned nod, she indicated her understanding and agreement, gradually moving closer to Song Sun. Song Sun crouched before Yu Ling, spreading his magnificent white wings. As she climbed onto his back, he said, "Hold on tight, sister." she replied. With the wind rushing past her ears, she was lifted into the air by Tsong's son. His wings were vast, providing her a stable seat upon his back. Once airborne, she noticed that the female and young of the Ling Hu clan were also being escorted skyward by the Eagle clan beastmen, and she spotted Hu Zao Zao among them. Zao Zao, big sister, Yuling called out eagerly. Hearing her voice, Hu Zao Zao turned and, upon spotting Yuling, immediately spoke to her Eagle clan mate before gliding closer. You must have been frightened, Hu Zao Zao said, gazing at Yuling with concern. Yuling nodded and shook her head. This was her first real encounter with a beast tide, and she had only been startled by the sudden earthquake. It's all right. Your elder brother will handle it, Hu Zao Zao reassured her. Yuling nodded and surveyed her surroundings. As dawn broke, the sky was awash with hues of morning light, resembling a palette spilled across the heavens, displaying brilliant, delicate, fervent, and tranquil colors above the Ling Hu clan. The dreamlike hues were intoxicating, as if one were in a celestial realm. Yet, behind this serene and beautiful facade lay the harsh reality below. Within a mere 100 meters of the Ling Hu clan, a massive beast tide suddenly surged forth. It comprised various wild beasts of all sizes, from ferocious lions to agile leopards, enormous rhinoceroses, and countless antelopes and zebras. This throng of beasts flowed like a turbulent river, racing towards an unknown destination, their guttural roars echoing through the air. Their eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and the ground quaked with their stampede, as if the entire world were trembling. Clouds of dust billowed into the air, shrouding the once peaceful forest in a haze. Within that dust, the forms of countless beasts lurked, obscuring their true nature. Yuling was awestruck, her mouth agape in disbelief. This is the beast tide, she thought, astonished and alarmed, as the ground lay barren in its wake. Indeed, Host, System 999 confirmed. Beast tides typically occur during the rainy season, and now, at the tail end of that season, was the peak time for such an occurrence. The Ling Hu clan might consider themselves fortunate that this was merely a passing tide, yet unfortunate as it passed right beside their territory. As the overwhelming beast tide rampaged, it seemed as though the entire world was being consumed by this terrifying force. Countless ferocious beasts surged forth like a tidal wave, their claws and teeth bared, leaving devastation in their path. Amidst the chaos, some beasts, disoriented by the immense impact of the tide, inadvertently veered off course and stumbled into the territory of the Hu clan. These misguided creatures were massive, their muscles rippling, and their sharp claws glinting ominously, instilling fear in all who beheld them. In response to this sudden threat, the male beastmen of the Hu clan showed no signs of retreat. They quickly rallied together, engaging in a fierce life-and-death struggle against the intruding predators. Their movements were lithe and agile, weaving through the battlefield with ease, each attack imbued with unparalleled strength and precision. Some beastmen leapt high, their long claws aimed at the vital areas of the marauders, while others deftly evaded the beast's ferocious assaults, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. The beast tide raged on for 3 hours, and throughout this ordeal, Yuling remained focused on the happenings below. To alleviate her boredom, Hu Zao Zao had gathered a few other females to join her in conversation. Meanwhile, her beast mates, including the usually uninvolved Shizhua, had joined the fray, contributing to the defense of the Hu clan, while her brothers worked up a sweat. As the beast tide gradually receded, Song Sun finally set her down safely. Surveying the wreckage around her, she realized that even before the tide, the devastation was already extensive. Are you all right? Several beast men inquired with genuine concern. Yuling shook her head. She was merely a spectator, having exerted no effort at all. Sister, I will check on you later. I must assist your elder brother, Song Sun said before departing. Despite their best efforts to implement various remedial measures, the losses incurred were still grievous. The entire tribe lay in disarray after the disaster, with many once robust caves collapsing under the strain. These havens, once deemed secure, were now unrecognizable and uninhabitable. The cave walls were fractured, debris scattered everywhere, and some areas were filled with noxious dust, making it difficult to approach. Even those caves that had not collapsed were structurally compromised, posing a significant threat to the lives of the beast men residing within. Faced with this sudden and devastating beast tide, the Hu clan beast men did not wallow in self-pity. Instead, they quickly adapted, implementing a series of proactive measures to safeguard their survival and that of their community. A faction of the orcs has commenced the excavation of new caverns, while another group busies themselves gathering the unfortunate carcasses of the beasts that perished during the beast tide. They engage in fervent discussions regarding the possibility of hosting a bonfire festival that very evening, to roast these spoils to perfection and indulge in a celebratory feast, commemorating yet another successful defense against the onslaught of the beast tide. Although the cavern where Yuling resides has sustained some degree of impact, it has not collapsed. However, the continuous cascade of falling debris from the mountaintop has rendered the interior of the cavern in disarray. Bai Ying was the first to rush into the cavern for a thorough inspection. Having confirmed that the risk of further collapse was minimal, he confidently directed Hu Wan and the others to rise. Yuling, with a pained expression, gazed at the once hung, cured meats and sausages now strewn across the floor. Cloaked in a thick layer of dust, their forms shattered. The provisions brought by Hu Ji and his brethren the previous night had also been compromised and were rendered inedible. "It's all right. We can prepare more later," Lang Ji remarked, noticing the furrowed brow of Yuling. She nodded absent-mindedly, but then a thought struck her, her two precious beast crystals. She hurriedly searched her room for them. Chapter 125, An Uneasy Heart. Fortunately, they were still there. Yuling grasped the two beast crystals, carefully brushing off the dust that had settled upon them. "If worst comes to worst, we might as well consume them to avoid losing them or encountering another mishap," she pondered. Just as she hesitated, Huan swiftly seized the beast crystals from her hand and stuffed them into her mouth, insisting, "It will do you good." The moment the crystals touched her tongue, before she could fully savor their essence, they melted instantly, akin to ice meeting flames. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into a clear, translucent liquid, as gentle as water, swiftly cascading down her throat. Almost as soon as the liquid vanished, an extraordinary sensation surged within her. She first felt a faint yet discernible warmth beginning to flow through her body, like a gentle stream meandering through her veins. As time passed, this warmth intensified, resembling a torrential river coursing through her meridians with relentless vigor. Gradually, this warm current spread to every corner of her being, bringing with it an unparalleled comfort and bliss. Simultaneously, her breathing became steady and profound, her heartbeat gradually returning to its normal rhythm. She felt as though she were basking in the warm embrace of spring sunshine, enveloped in an indescribable sense of joy and contentment. "This substance is quite intoxicating, yet it is undeniably beneficial," she mused. The System 999 chimed in cheerfully, "Host, you possess a rare treasure. What could be better?" Huan flashed a charming smile at Yuling. "You're just quick-handed," she retorted playfully. Not long after, the rubble within the cavern was cleared away, restoring an ambience of tranquility as if the beast tide had never transpired. At noon, she savored the roasted meats they had prepared, tossing potatoes into the fire until they emerged fragrant and freshly roasted. The combination of roasted potatoes and meat offered a delightful experience. In the afternoon, the Hu clan continued their bustling activities. Whenever she offered to assist, her offers were gently declined. "These tasks are not suited for a delicate female. Yuling, you may rest by the side. Do not touch that. Just go enjoy yourself. We will finish soon." Yuling pouted, feeling somewhat dismissed, and returned to the entrance of her cavern. Later in the afternoon, Hu Ji arrived with several beast brothers and Aunt Shui, and for the remainder of the time, she watched them work while occasionally being entertained by the playful cubs scampering about. "Yuling, this is for you," called out a male orc's voice. Turning her head, she recognized the very orcs who had come to learn cooking the day before, now bearing a bounty of food, including freshly picked fruits and meat. She was taken aback. "You should take this back. I cannot accept it." Receiving gifts from male orcs might not bode well, and she had no desire to invite unnecessary complications. "And we have more," another voice chimed in, revealing several more male orcs, familiar faces from the previous day, each carrying offerings. Hadn't the beast tide just receded? They were currently occupied with rebuilding their home. How could they find time to hunt or gather? "Shizhua," Yuling called into the cavern, uncertain of how to handle the situation. What if accepting these gifts led to unforeseen complications? The rest of her beast husbands were assisting Hu Ji. Although the orc inhabitants of the beast world primarily tended to their own needs or cared for the females and cubs, they now functioned as a unified clan, with Hu Ji as the chieftain, striving to maintain harmony within their community. Thus, under his encouragement, they began to assist one another. Shizhua, by nature, was less sociable. He hastened to the entrance of a cavern, where several male orcs stood with earnest smiles. One of them spoke. Yesterday, we learned so much from Yuling, and we enjoyed your food. This is our way of giving back. Indeed, Yuling, I truly appreciate you. After learning from you, I cooked for my female, and she loved it. We cannot simply take without offering something in return. Please accept this, expressed one of the male orcs with gratitude. Understanding dawned upon Yuling. It is nothing. I did not expect anything in return, she replied, not desiring compensation. Her own husbands had been learning as she taught, and this was merely a means to solidify relationships within the clan, especially since she would soon be a part of the Hu clan. Yuling must accept this, insisted one orc earnestly. They had gathered these offerings after their labor, thinking of the damage to Yuling's cavern, and feeling compelled to express their gratitude for the knowledge gained. After their work, they had rushed to deliver these gifts, driven by a sense of obligation. Shizhua, what should we do? She implored, casting a glance at him for guidance. The male orcs instinctively turned their gazes towards this top-tier 8-patterned orc, whose chilling aura caused them to shiver. The pressure of his high status made them wish to flee. As they were only 4 or 5-patterned orcs, his power could easily crush them like mere insects. Yet, recalling their purpose, they inhaled deeply, forcing themselves to maintain eye contact with a petite female before them. Shizhua scoffed lightly, seemingly unimpressed by their subtle unease. These orcs held their own principles and moral codes. For them, taking without offering something in return was a profound disgrace, especially when obtaining items from gentle and lovely females. Just yesterday, they had earnestly learned numerous new skills and savored the delicious food provided by her. Therefore, it was only natural for them to return with gifts today. Shizhua affectionately draped an arm around Yuling's shoulders and said in a cool tone, "You may accept, but I do not wish to." Yuling hesitated. "If you do not accept, they will feel uneasy," Shizhua replied coldly, knowing well that the more she resisted, the more guilt the orcs would feel. Hearing his words, she relented. "Thank you," she said. The male orcs immediately responded with smiles. "We should be the ones thanking you. Without your guidance, my female might never glance my way again. We are deeply grateful. Yuling, you are truly a remarkable female." Once the orcs departed, Yuling surveyed the items on the ground. She would not be lacking in provisions now. The bounty was sufficient to sustain her for a week, but the heat would spoil them before long. Shizhua moved all their belongings into the stone cave and, noticing the listless and bored Yuling, approached her and leaned close to her cheek. "If you find it dull, let's engage in something meaningful." Startled, Yuling gasped as Shizhua swiftly lifted her off the ground. "Shizhua, put me down," she protested, playfully hitting his shoulder. A smirk played on Shizhua's thin lips. With the increasing number of young female beastmen around, he cherished the moments they spent together. He began to yearn for the times when she belonged solely to him. "You must make up for the time you have neglected me," he thought. Yuling found herself gently tossed onto the stone bed, cushioned by a thick layer of dried grass beneath, making the fall painless. She rolled a few times and quickly curled up in the corner of the bed, watching Shizhua warily. "Don't do that. What if my beast brothers come back?" She fretted, imagining how awkward it would be if they saw or heard them. "What do you want from me?" "I merely wish to hold you." Chapter 126. The Beloved One, just as Yuling was cradled in Shizhua's arms. Sounds echoed from the cave entrance. Shizhua, growing impatient, reluctantly released her. "Sister, we're having dinner together tonight," Huning cheerfully exclaimed as he bounded in. Spotting his sister sitting on the bed, he felt a pang of sadness for not having spent quality time with her since arriving at the tribe. Confused, Yuling looked at the returning beastmen. "The clan leader said to roast the fierce beasts we hunted today and invited you to the square," Xieche explained. Nodding, Yuling began to put on her straw sandals. Before Huan could take the lead, Lang Ji squatted in front of Yuling, gently lifting her foot to assist her in wearing the shoes. As Yuling stepped into the square, the twilight sky was deepening. The square was already bustling with numerous beastmen engaged in lively conversation, their laughter and chatter creating a vibrant atmosphere. They sat together in a large circle, with enormous wild beasts skewered on thick wooden frames over the fire. The flames danced in the night, illuminating the faces of the beastmen, making them appear even more animated. The mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat filled the air, an irresistible scent that made her salivate. Yuling slowed her pace, drawn in by the tantalizing fragrance and the warm camaraderie of the beastmen. The beasts were roasted to a golden brown, their fat dripping onto the flames with a satisfying sizzle. "Sister, come here," Mayu called, waving excitedly. Following his lead, she settled beside him among the crowd. Many beastmen had already begun to feast, grabbing chunks of meat with their rough hands and devouring them as if relishing a primal joy. Their faces were smeared with grease, yet their eyes sparkled with satisfaction and happiness. Yuling was captivated by this lively atmosphere. She truly adored the essence of the fox tribe. As time passed, the meat before them gradually cooked through, thanks to Lu Xiong's attentive flipping. In front of everyone, he deftly sliced off the most tender pieces with his sharp claws and offered them to her, his gaze hopeful. "Sister, try Lu Xiong's cooking," he urged. Having observed her culinary skills the previous day, he was eager for her to taste the roasted meat he had prepared. Yuling smiled, carefully accepting the offering. It was a bit hot, but faced with Lu Xiong's eager eyes, she gritted her teeth and took a big bite. The meat was succulent, fragrant, and perfectly seasoned, with a delightful balance of salt crystals and red fruits that stirred her appetite. Unable to resist, she took several more bites. "Thumbs up," she mumbled Lu Xiong. "It's delicious." Her praise boosted Lu Xiong's confidence, while Huning, feeling slightly displeased, quietly asked Yuling, "Sister, whose cooking is better, mine or Lu Xiong's?" At this question, Yuling felt as though a large piece of meat was choking her, as if an invisible hand were gripping her throat, making it difficult to breathe. Her eyes widened in alarm, her face turned pale, and she grasped the edge of the table tightly, struggling against the suffocating pressure. A flurry of beastmen rushed to her aid. Xie quickly handed her water. Yuling gulped down several mouthfuls, tears nearly spilling from her eyes due to the choking. "Both are delicious," she managed to say, not wanting to hurt Huning's feelings. "It's your fault for asking such a question. If you choke her, I swear I'll get you." Mao yu buset Huning kasite, etasperatet. Huning, feeling wronged, was shoved away. Hu Shui and Hu Zhao, who had initially panicked at Yuling's choking, couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Yuling tried to smooth things over. "It's just that Lu Xiong's roast is simply too delicious. I was too eager to eat. It's not Huning's fault." Mao yu huffed at Huning, then gently said to Yuling, "Let us eat slowly. If you enjoy it, we can have Lu Xiong roast for you every day." Lu Xiong eagerly nodded in agreement. "I want on this too." Song Sun chimed in with a smile, wishing to join in. "I can gather plenty of fruits and vegetables for you." Tu Hui added, raising his hand. "I want to help too." Hu Ji was about to speak when Mao Yu interrupted. "Just take care of Hu Zhao. Leave the little sister to us." Leaning against Hu Ji, Hu Zhao giggled. "It's all right. I permit you to take care of my sister." Grateful, Hu Ji cast a thankful glance at Hu Zhao, appreciating her kindness. "We need you all. With us around, little Yuling is more than taken care of." Hu Wan grumbled, feeling the rivalry among the beastmen. "Indeed, we will look after Yuling," Xie stated with earnestness. Hu Shui smiled brightly, relieved that the family was finally reunited. "All right, if we don't eat soon, the meat will burn." Yuling nodded with a smile, relishing the feeling of being cherished. Immersed in the joy of food, the beastmen couldn't help but break into lively dance. Yuling sat quietly, her eyes filled with admiration as she watched them lose themselves in the ocean of joy. She clapped her hands in rhythm with their spirited movements, the crisp sound resembling twinkling stars against the night sky, adding to the festive atmosphere. Soon, the square was filled with a rhythmic applause, like a wordless symphony echoing through the tranquil night, compelling everyone to sway along. The merriment lasted for over 2 hours before they began to disperse. Just as Yuling was about to return to her cave, a voice called out from behind, "Yuling, come with me for a moment." Chapter 127. The Truth, Part 1. Puzzled, Yuling turned to Hu Shui, wondering what she had to discuss. "You all come with me," she instructed, referring to her beastmen. Accompanying them were her beast brothers. This was Yuling's first visit to Hu Shui's cave. The male beastmen from the gathering followed them, and she soon realized they were all Hu Shui's husbands. Those beastmen discreetly waited outside the cave for them. Hu Shui slowly stepped forward, leading them into the depths of the cave. It was spacious, comparable in size to her own cave, with numerous smaller caves arranged neatly within. Each small cave served as a residence for Hu Shui's husbands, presenting an organized and orderly appearance. In the heart of the cave's grand hall, several stone beds were arranged, evidently designed for the care of the injured or ailing. Surrounding them were thick layers of dried herbs, exuding a faint aroma of medicinal plants, sufficient to address unexpected injuries or ailments. Beyond these stone beds, the rest of the cave was remarkably clean and orderly, its layout clear and comprehensible. Once all individuals associated with Yueling had entered the cave, Hu Shui turned her head to gaze at Yueling. A shiver ran down Yueling's spine. Her heart fluttering with unease, She could not fathom why Aunt Shua was fixated on her with such intensity. The depth of that gaze sent chills through her, as if an invisible pressure quickened her breath and weighed heavily on her spirit. What could Aunt Shua possibly mean? Such scrutiny filled her with a sense of dread. Are you still going to hide the truth from us? Hu Shue inquired, her eyes fixed on the young one before her. Yueling hesitated, retreating slightly. What did her words imply? Did they know she was not the true Yueling? Host, that is impossible. You need not worry. System 999 expressed astonishment, yet found it illogical. How could they be aware? Upon hearing System 999's reassurance, Yueling felt a slight sense of relief, scanning the faces around her. All eyes fixated upon her, as if she were under public trial. She swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Aunt Shua, what do you mean? I do not understand. Sister, we are all aware. You need not conceal it any longer, Hu Ji stated. Yueling was filled with confusion, a sense of guilt creeping in. What do you all know? It is about your identity as the beast deity's messenger, Hu Zhao revealed, astonished to discover that her sister Yueling was indeed the beast deity's messenger. How extraordinary it was to have a sister who was a messenger of the beast deity, making her unique in the beast realm. A weight lifted slightly from Yueling's heart. Aunt Shue, elder sister, how can you be so certain that I am the beast deity's messenger? My time in the Hu tribe has been spent merely indulging in cooking and crafting grass sandals. Nothing more substantial to support this claim. Did you not heal Hu Bai's injuries? Hu Shue questioned. Yueling nodded in acknowledgement. Hu Shue regarded Yueling, then turned to her beast husband behind her, stating solemnly, there are rumors that the beast deity's messenger can resurrect gravely injured beastmen and possesses knowledge beyond our understanding. Yueling, your actions have revealed your true identity. Is that so? Yueling looked at them, noticing that rather than joy, they bore frowns. She was particularly struck by Shizhua, who now comprehended the truth of Yueling's identity as the beast deity's messenger. He had sensed her uniqueness, but had not anticipated this revelation. His feelings were not of delight, but rather a sense of inevitability. The most astonished was Xiecha, his eyes wide with disbelief, fixated on Yueling, astounded that she was the fabled beast deity's messenger. His heart raced in excitement, realizing he had unwittingly become the protector of this messenger. The suddenness of it all was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily unable to process such immense astonishment. This is one of the reasons I summoned you, Hu Shue stated with earnestness. Now, you must all swear to the beast deity at the cost of your lives, to protect Yueling and never reveal her identity as the beast deity's messenger. To violate this oath would lead to eternal damnation. Hu Shue's voice rang with authority. Yueling, puzzled, asked, Aunt Shua, why is this necessary? Hu Shue offered a gentle smile, imbued with reassurance, her eyes briefly softening before turning cold and sharp, akin to the biting wind of winter, instilling trepidation. She awaited their response, her gaze commanding respect, silently urging them to declare their allegiance. Though Buying was confused, he recognized the oath pertained to the young female, and thus saw no harm in participating. He stepped forward first, swearing, I, Buying, pledge my life to the beast deity, vowing to protect Yueling and to never disclose her identity as the beast deity's messenger. Should I breach this oath, may I be condemned to eternal suffering. Huan, Longji, Shizhua, and Xiecha each followed suit, affirming their commitment. I, Huan, pledge my life to the beast deity, vowing to protect Yueling and to never disclose her identity as the beast deity's messenger. Should I breach this oath, may I be condemned to eternal suffering. I, Longji, pledge my life to the beast deity, vowing to protect Yueling and to never disclose her identity as the beast deity's messenger. Should I breach this oath, may I be condemned to eternal suffering. I, Shizhua, pledge my life to the beast deity, vowing to protect Yueling and to never disclose her identity as the beast deity's messenger. Should I breach this oath, may I be condemned to eternal suffering. I, Xiecha, pledge my life to the beast deity, vowing to protect Yueling and to never disclose her identity as the beast deity's messenger. Should I breach this oath, may I be condemned to eternal suffering. Satisfied with their declarations, Hu Shue regarded the other beast husbands with a sense of approval, aside from her own offspring and nephews. Aunt Shue, please share with my sister, Hu Ji suggested, indicating it was time for Yueling to be informed. This tale is lengthy. Hu Shue sighed deeply, as if reminiscing on the past, then slowly began to speak. Yueling, your beast mother was my closest friend, a member of the Rotu tribe from the eastern continent. She once saved my life. And after her tribe was annihilated, she came to live within the Hu tribe. She possessed a remarkable character, being the most generous and kind-hearted female I have ever encountered. In my younger days, I was quite tempestuous. It was your beast mother who tempered my fiery temperament. The medical skills I possess were not granted by the beast deity, but were taught to me by her. Without the knowledge I gained from your beast mother, I could never have protected Hu Ji and the others. Since her arrival in the tribe, rumors spread that she was the beast deity's messenger, and this news circulated widely, attracting not only the attention of other tribes, but also that of wandering beasts. At that time, your beast father, Hu Yu, was competing for the position of chief against a formidable opponent. That beastman conspired with a wandering beast to abduct your beast mother, intending to disrupt your beast father's mind and deal him a devastating blow. Little did we know, just days later, your beast mother's beast husband met an untimely death, and we learned she had perished at the hands of the wandering beasts. Unable to bear the reality, your beast father, under immense pressure from that beast man, took you and left the tribe in despair. This is all we know. We wish to convey that while being the beast deity's messenger may seem glorious, the hidden dangers are not something ordinary beasts can endure. Our gathering today aims to prevent you from repeating your beast mother's tragic fate. You must remain hidden until you are strong enough to reveal your identity. Many beasts in the tribe are speculating about your situation, which is not secure. Your brothers and I have decided to conceal your identity, allowing Bai Ying or Long Ji to take your place. Should you receive the beast deity's mandate to benefit this world, we hope you will act through them rather than yourself, at least for now. We cannot afford to lose you as we lost your beast mother. Hu Xiu's voice quivered with emotion, tears tracing paths down her cheeks, silently narrating her inner turmoil and struggle. Chapter 128. The Truth, Part 2. Yu Eling had initially contemplated how to broach her long-standing concerns with Hu Ji, but she could hardly have anticipated that Aunt Xue and her eldest brother would willingly divulge everything to her. As the truths surged into Yu Ling's mind like a tidal wave, she felt as though her heart had been struck by a thunderclap, leaving her breathless with shock. Particularly upon learning about the demise of the previous traveler, coupled with the method of death relayed by System 999, a chill began to creep up her spine, sending shivers down her very core. The more she contemplated, the more dread enveloped her. She perceived a striking resemblance between herself and the former traveler. Originating from her own world, she had arrived in this era as a female, aspiring to improve her circumstances through her knowledge, only to be revealed as the beast god's messenger. Would she meet the same fate as the previous traveler? The beastmen beheld Yu Ling's already pale visage transform into a ghostly white, devoid of color and strikingly alarming. Her body began to sway involuntarily, teetering like a fragile candle in the wind, as if she were on the brink of collapsing to the ground. Tremors coursed through her, not mere quivers, but violent shudders that seemed to resonate with the very air around her, reflecting her profound fear and unease. Yu Ling, dear sister, they all gazed at her with concern. Supported steadily by her beastly companions, she was enveloped in their care. At that moment, Hu Xue could not help but display a look of compassion. Fully aware that these harsh truths were crucial for Yu Ling to comprehend, she needed to be informed, for only then could she confront reality and make sound decisions. Yu Ling took several deep breaths, forcing herself to regain her composure. The glorious facade of the beast god's messenger belied its grim reality. A coveted identity among all beastmen, the root of all turmoil. Bai Ying, Lang Ji, would you be willing to assume Yu Ling's identity as the beast god's messenger? Hu Xue inquired of Bai Ying and Lang Ji. Her preferred choice was Bai Ying, a 7-pattern beastman, capable of handling any tribal disputes over the messenger title. Moreover, they had issued a decree prohibiting the Fox tribe from discussing Yu Ling's femininity and her association with Bai Ying. Violators would be exiled from the tribe. Everything was worth it for Yu Ling, Bai Ying responded. It is indeed a significant gain to take on the identity of the beast god's messenger. This was the worst-case scenario they had prepared for, and they would do their utmost to keep it concealed. Above all, Yu Ling's safety was paramount to them. They hoped she could understand their intentions. Sister, we are sorry for the burden we place upon you, but believe me, this day will not last long. Song Sun assured her. For other females, this might be a cause for celebration, but for Hu Ji and Song Sun, it was the source of their anguish. Because of the beast god's messenger identity, they had lost their beast mother and beast father. They could not bear to lose their only sister. Yu Ling walked as if a mere shell of herself, oblivious to when she had retraced her steps back to the cave, unaware of how she had returned. Host, do not be so pessimistic. You are you. Tu Xing is Tu Xing. You may not follow the same path. System 999 consoled her, sensing the turmoil of her emotions. Yuling had already seated herself upon her stone bed, surrounded by her beastly husbands, all concerned for her well-being. She sat in a daze while her thoughts began to clash with System 999. With you by my side, could you provide me with a few handguns? Or perhaps you could emerge to help me fend them off. Yuling queried. Host, your demands seem rather unreasonable, System 999 replied. The manner in which Tu Xing met her end was horrifically brutal. She was devoured alive. Thankfully, Hu Ji and Hu Shui remain unaware, Yuling lamented. The gruesome details of Tu Xing's death haunting her. If she were to divulge the chilling specifics to them, they would undoubtedly descend into madness. Perhaps even more so than her present state. Host, there is no need for such fear. Do not forget, you are accompanied by an 8-pattern beastman, Shi Zhua, and 2 7-pattern beastmen by Ying and Xie. Hu Wan and Lang Ji are also formidable 6-pattern beastmen, while you now have your elder brother Hu Ji, an 8-pattern beastman, along with several 6 and 7-pattern beast brothers. You are indeed safe, System 999 reassured her. This reassured her, instilling a sense of security. At present, there are no 9-pattern beastmen in the Beast World continent, so with 2 8-pattern beastmen by your side, you truly need not fear. Furthermore, you still have 6 beast husbands yet to be conquered, making you significantly safer than Tu Xing. Not all beastmen are malevolent, and not all strays are wicked. System 999 continued. Hu Wan gently caressed Yuling's hair, her voice laced with concern. Dear Yuling, please do not frighten us. Your silence along this journey is unprecedented, and we worry for you. Yuling finally snapped back to reality, realizing her shock and fear had caused her to overlook the concern that surrounded her. She offered a smile, gathering her thoughts. I am fine. Let's rest early. Upon hearing her speak, they all let out a collective sigh of relief. Sleep now. We will guard you here, Ying assured her. Yuling looked at them, nodding with resignation. Resting her head on the beast hide pillow, I just need one night of rest. The day's information had been overwhelming. Her mind felt overburdened. In her dreams, Yuling's eyes reflected terror and helplessness as she faced a grotesque and malevolent beastman. Its rough claws gripped her tightly while it unleashed a horrifying roar, gnashing at her flesh. The moonlight illuminated the creature's contorted features, rendering it all the more fearsome. With a start, she awoke, her heart pounding, her body trembling, sweat trickling down her forehead and soaking her beast-hide skirt, leaving her chilled and sticky. In the next moment, she was enveloped in a broad embrace, the person holding her gently patting her back, offering tender comfort. Do not fear, I am here. Chapter 129. We have always been here, to her surprise. It was Shi Zhua, and a wave of warmth surged within Yuling. She gently wrapped her arms around his waist, as if to grasp tightly onto this sudden comfort. Her head nestled against his chest, seeking solace and support. She endeavored to wipe away her tears, yet her voice quivered with an unmistakable hitch. Thank you, Shi Zhua. Though faint, her words were imbued with sincere emotion. Such gentle reassurances from Shi Zhua were indeed rare. The once cool serpent was transforming into a warm-hearted companion. Hu Wan let out a soft huff. Shi Zhua was truly proactive. His speed was remarkable. Yuling, we are all here with you, Xie called out, observing the embrace between the two while glancing at the other 4 beastmen and the envious Hu Wan. Only then did Yuling peek out, realizing they had all been guarding her. Instantly, her spirits lifted. These were the people she cherished, and they loved her in return, accompanying her through thick and thin. Regardless of what lay ahead, she felt a profound sense of happiness and contentment in that moment. How wonderful it is to have you all, Yuling smiled at them. It is we who are fortunate to have you. No matter what happens in the future, we will always stand by your side, Ying replied softly. Previously, he had only pursued power, tirelessly striving to enhance himself. Now, he realized that without Yuling's presence, his life would have been a mere existence devoid of meaning. It must be said that Ying's words resonated deeply, prompting the others to nod in agreement. As dawn broke, the plans for the previous day to gather ingredients for cooking, potatoes, Chinese tune, and cinnamon, had been postponed due to the beast tide. Early this morning, a crowd gathered before the cave where she resided. Each individual appeared invigorated, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation, as if they could scarcely wait to seek out the sustenance spoken of by Yuling, the female. After a night of reflection, Yuling had thoroughly composed herself. Life must continue, and she could not be shaken by trivial matters. As System 999 had advised, she was surrounded by guardians. Her beastly brother was the chieftain of the second largest clan in the southern continent, ensuring she would not find herself in the predicament of a certain rabbit star. System 999 remarked, "Host, well done. Truly, you are my resilient host. I expected you might succumb to despair." Yuling countered, "Retreat? Where would I retreat to? I cannot return to the main world. The worst that could happen is death, and even that might be rather tragic." Determined to embrace her fate, she found herself unexpectedly inspired. Survival in the beast world was paramount. Yuling decided to venture out with Xie for some fresh air. As much of her collected items had been damaged the previous day, prompting her to seek more resources. "I will accompany you," Bai Ying declared, observing their preparations to depart. Yuling understood the implication of Bai Ying's statement. He wished to protect her. However, she was not truly a messenger of the beast god. To clarify would mean revealing to everyone that she was not the genuine Yuling, but rather a soul from another world. Thus, she had no choice but to persist in this assumed identity. The group of beastmen gradually made their way into the mountains. With a once lush forest bore numerous scars of destruction. At an opportune moment, Yuling prepared to part ways with Xie temporarily, intending to search for additional necessities. "All right," Yuling replied with a sweet smile, linking her arm with Bai Ying's. "Xie, you take them to search while Bai Ying and I explore the vicinity." Xie appeared somewhat taken aback. Were they not meant to stick together? Why was he left alone? His expression was easily readable, prompting Yuling to chuckle softly. "We won't wander far. We'll be back soon." Xie pouted, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He was the last beast to arrive, and thus the least favored. Anxue seemed more concerned about who won than him, and he felt Huan was far more favored than he was. Though reluctant, Xie accepted the situation. Watching as the two figures grew distant, he forced himself to shift his gaze, leading the Fox clan members to search for the plants Yuling had discovered. "Why separate?" Bai Ying inquired, glancing at the ahead Yuling. "I want to find other things. You know, I have quite the appetite," Yuling explained, flashing a mischievous smile as she took Bai Ying's hand. "And also, it's a date." "A date?" Bai Ying tilted his head, puzzled. In the world of the beast god, that referred to a couple. Individuals like them were termed as such, belonging solely to one another. To be alone together in such a manner was indeed a date. "Right now, Bai Ying, you're on a date with me," Yuling playfully stated. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy illuminated Bai Ying's handsome face as he tightly grasped Yuling's hand. This was their date, a moment meant solely for him and the little female. Having agreed to the Fox clan shaman, did it not imply that he would have more time alone with Yuling for such dates? The thought filled him with delight. "Do you not like it?" Yuling asked, noticing Bai Ying's silence, his grip tightening. "I do," Bai Ying nodded, his fondness evident. Observing his delighted expression, Yuling embraced him, resting her head against his chest. "Bai Ying, I apologize for putting you in the position of bearing the identity of the beast god's messenger." Huan was correct. She had indeed taken advantage of him. Bai Ying gazed down at the little female in his arms, her smile shimmering with warmth, her eyes sparkling with tenderness. Each of her movements exuded care and concern, creating a captivating scene that tugged at Bai Ying's heartstrings, rippling with affection. How could his female be so gentle and charming? As long as he could ensure her safety, he would not hesitate to make any sacrifice. In his heart, nothing was more important than safeguarding her. Moreover, Elder Hu Ji and Aunt Hu Shui had mentioned that if the news of a beast god messenger from the Fox clan spread, it would inevitably lead to him being targeted. This was indeed a title of great distinction, one that could bring trouble. Nonsense, this identity may seem glorious, but is fraught with peril. "Do you think some females won't try to take you back as a beast husband?" Yuling teased. She then tilted her head to gaze at his strikingly handsome face. His silver hair shimmered softly in the sunlight, reminiscent of twinkling stars, while the deep green of his eyes held profound affection. Those green depths seemed to conceal a world that belonged solely to her. In his eyes, she was everything, and the bustling chaos of the world around them faded into insignificance. "I will not, for I belong solely to you," Bai Ying replied softly. "At this moment, you should lean down and kiss me." The enchanting atmosphere lingered, yet this fool simply gazed at her. A flash of frustration crossed Bai Ying's exquisite face as he curved his lips into a charming smile. "As you wish." "Umph. What do you mean, as you wish? As if I desired it so eagerly," Yuling playfully huffed. Her voice rose softly, but before her words could fully escape, Bai Ying gently interrupted her with a tender gesture. His lips brushed against hers, silencing her subsequent utterances. "At last, I have kissed you. he murmured. Chapter 130. The Fallen Beastman After a Tender Moment. Bai Ying reluctantly released the little female from his embrace. Let us first seek out what you need. Bai Ying gently ruffled Yuling's hair, attempting to braid her glossy locks into a twist, mimicking her earlier technique. Yuling smiled, a glint of affection for Bai Ying shining in her eyes. All right, on the Beast World continent, resources were bountiful. Not long after, they were elated to discover a Sichuan pepper tree. The tree was lush and verdant, its leaves swaying gently in the breeze, seemingly showcasing its vitality. However, starkly contrasting its abundant foliage were the countless sharp thorns adorning its trunk and branches, resembling menacing swords that instilled fear. Yuling, is this useful? Bai Ying frowned, holding his breath as he regarded the pepper tree. The aroma wafting from it was intoxicating. Yuling nodded with a smile. It is incredibly useful. Toss a few into a stir-fry along with some red fruits. It's both spicy and numbing, absolutely delicious. As she shifted her gaze to the petite fruits on the Sichuan pepper tree, she beheld clusters of vibrant red peppercorns, glistening like precious gems against the branches, exuding an alluring fragrance. The unique aroma permeated the air, tantalizing Yuling's senses and leaving her yearning for more. Soon, she would be able to create her own hot pot, spicy blood stew, and various numbing delicacies. However, she felt a bit confused. System 999. Shouldn't Sichuan pepper be ripe in the autumn? It is only the end of spring. How could there be Sichuan pepper? System 999 elucidated. The agricultural rules of the beast world differ from those of the main world. Many crops exist out of season. Here, Sichuan pepper is referred to as magua due to its thorns and stimulating nature, which the beastmen tend to avoid. Understanding this, Yuling realized the seasonal crops were indeed disordered. After inquiring further with 999, she began to gather these so-called beast world Sichuan peppers, while Bai Ying, enduring the pungent scent, attempted to assist her, only to be pricked several times. Yuling winced at the sight and quickly reassured him, "Take your time. There's no rush. Just be careful to avoid the thorns." Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Ying finally calmed himself and began to harvest the magua. Yuling observed Bai Ying for considerable time, ensuring he was not in any danger before she felt at ease. She carried only a small bee skin pouch, which soon became bulging with the large, flavorful peppercorns. However, the pungent aroma overwhelmed Yuling, prompting her to set the pouch aside, hanging it from a tree branch. "Let's south-mark this place and return later," she suggested. She then took a snake scale gifted by Shizhua from her waist and etched a cross onto the tree as a marker for their return. Bai Ying chuckled. "Yuling, have you forgotten that the male beastmen have an acute sense of smell? I could find it even without a mark." Yuling, realizing her oversight, playfully slapped her forehead and smiled sheepishly. "Hee, I suddenly forgot." Bai Ying gently ruffled Yuling's hair. "Let us move ahead and explore further." The two ventured silently into the depths of the wilderness, surrounded by the vast jungle and a hint of mystery. Suddenly, a wailing cry pierced the tranquility of the forest. The mournful sound captured their attention, and exchanging a glance, Yuling and Bai Ying halted, straining to locate the source. Through the dense foliage, they spotted a male beastman lying in a pool of blood, surrounded by several young ones, no more than 10 years old, who knelt beside him, weeping profusely. Nearby lay a slain beast, evidence of a fierce battle. The children's lamentations were heart-wrenching as their small figures trembled in the wind, tears blurring their vision as they cried. "Beast father, beast father." Cautiously, they approached, but one of the younglings, spotting them first, glared fiercely and charged at Bai Ying. With quick reflexes, Bai Ying seized the youngling by the scruff of its neck, lifting it effortlessly in the air as it clawed and squirmed, demanding to be released. The other young beastmen, witnessing their companion's capture, swiftly wiped their tears and glared at Bai Ying, shouting, "Let go of my beast brother. Release him, you detestable wolf beastman." Yuling furrowed her brow at the aggressive younglings and cautiously moved closer to the bloodied male beastman. The younglings, taken aback by the sight of such a beautiful female behind the wolf beastman, quickly shielded their fallen father, declaring, "Even if you are a female, you cannot approach." Yuling, addressing the young ones, said firmly, "Bai Ying is a shaman. Are you certain you do not wish for us to take a look?" The younglings were momentarily taken aback, not realizing there was a shaman among them. Bai Ying, surprised by how quickly Yuling had adapted to the situation, stood ready as she examined the scene. Yuling's mouth parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock as she stared at the unfortunate beastman. The sight was utterly tragic. One of his arms had been ruthlessly mangled by a fierce beast, the flesh torn and bloodied, rendering it a horrific sight. In fact, there were scarcely any unscathed areas on his body, which was marred by numerous deep and shallow wounds, blood gushing from them and staining his already tattered beast skin skirt a dark crimson. Kneeling before the beastman, Yuling extended her hand, gently feeling for his breath. Behind her, the younglings watched with hopeful eyes, as if she were their last glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Bai Ying released the squirming youngling, who, eyes filled with helpless concern, hurried over to Yuling's side. Yuling frowned and shook her head at Bai Ying, gathering her courage to reach out and touch the cold body. "He is already gone," she announced to Bai Ying. Bai Ying frowned at the lifeless beastman and then looked at the younglings. Realizing this beastman had brought his young ones along to teach them the ways of hunting, not anticipating such a grim fate. "All of this is my fault. If I hadn't run off, Beast Father Woon Ti have died." Suddenly, one youngling sank to the ground, crying in despair. "Stop crying. Does your wailing bring him back?" Another youngling scolded, slapping the weeping child. "Beast brother, sister, is there truly no hope for my beast father?" the youngling asked with an expression of desperation. Yuling gently shook her head. "His breath has long vanished. There is no sign of life left. He has departed from this world, having succumbed quietly before we arrived." The youngling's gaze dimmed instantly, and he wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes, the mixture of dirt and tears glaringly apparent. He cast his eyes downward, seeing his father's tragic state, and, after a long silence, he lifted his head, determination flashing in his eyes as he resolutely stated, "We must return." With that, he began to lift his fallen father from the ground. The other younglings followed suit, struggling to carry their deceased father, each step heavy with sorrow. "Let's accompany you," Yuling said with a furrowed brow, concerned for the youngling's safety amidst such perilous surroundings. Bai Ying nodded, swiftly dragging the slain beast behind him to keep pace with the young ones. Turning back, the eldest youngling asked, "Why are you following us?" "The mountains are fraught with danger. We aim to protect you," Yuling replied. "We do not require your protection," the eldest retorted. Unperturbed, Yuling inquired of another youngling, "You are not from the Hu tribe, are you?" The youngling, still sobbing, stammered in a hoarse voice, "No, we are from the Lu tribe, neighboring the Ling Hu tribe. Yesterday, during the beast tide, many in our tribe were devastated. Our beast mother sent our beast father to hunt ferocious beasts and bring back food, claiming we had grown and needed to learn how to hunt. But unexpectedly, our beast father," as the younglings spoke, their sorrow deepened, and soon, they were unable to continue. In the harsh reality of this beastly world, losing their father often meant losing their mother's care as well. Without their beast father, they feared their mother would abandon them, leaving them to fend for themselves. These younglings seemed to sense the bleak fate awaiting them. And even the eldest could not hide the sorrow and desolation in his eyes. Their expressions revealed the uncertainty of their future and the fear of survival. Tired, Yuling settled onto Bai Ying's shoulder. Suddenly, a shadow as dark as night surged towards them with incredible speed. Bai Ying quickly set Yuling down and anxiously watched the approaching beast. Although it was not particularly large, it bore a striking resemblance to a Gulu beast. Its maw adorned with 2 rows of sharp fangs, exuding a menacing aura. The creature emitted a low, rumbling growl that resonated with authority, as if asserting its dominance over the territory. The surrounding air thickened, the tension palpable, and one could almost feel the murderous intent behind its growl. A few young ones were understandably frightened and quickly sought refuge. "Do not fear. It will be resolved shortly," Bai Ying reassured the trembling Yuling, who nodded gently, her gaze fixed on the agile white figure. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he dashed forward. After a few exchanges, Bai Ying unleashed a ferocious onslaught that brought the fierce beast crashing to the ground, its claws flailing in the dust, its maw opening and closing in agony, blood frothing from the corners of its mouth and trickling down its chin. Yuling felt a mix of astonishment and admiration. He truly was her foremost beast husband. The young ones, too, were left in awe, and they respectfully expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Lang and Sister Hu." After approximately an hour of travel, they finally arrived at the Lu tribe settlement. Yet, the Lu tribe was far less fortunate. Their location lay perilously close to the edge of a terrifying beast tide. As the surging wave of beasts swept through like a tidal force, the area was reduced to a desolate wasteland, a scene so harrowing it was reminiscent of hell on earth. The once fertile land lay ravaged, as though it had suffered an apocalyptic catastrophe. The ground was pockmarked and dilapidated, in some places deeply sunken, creating vast craters. A pungent, nauseating stench pervaded the air, lingering like a grim reminder of the bloody and brutal battle that had transpired the day before. It was evident that many beast folk had suffered injuries in this sudden disaster, and some may have even lost their precious lives. Upon their arrival, they were immediately surrounded by several beast folk, their eyes filled with hostility as they regarded Bai Ying. Yet when their gaze fell upon Yu Ling, it was laced with astonishment. Bai Ying enveloped Yu Ling in his embrace, casting a wary glance at the Lu tribe beast folk. A strikingly beautiful, unfamiliar female and a high-ranking seven-striped wolf beast folk stood before them. Beast uncle, this brother Lang and sister who helped us, the young one explained, his eyes glistening with tears. The beast folk's hostile gaze softened as it shifted towards the young ones carrying the injured beast father, an expression of deep sympathy overtaking its features. In such tragic circumstances, a male beast cub often faced neglect from their beast mother, who would abandon them to fend for themselves. Even with the protection of a tribe, it could not compare to the nurturing care of a beast mother. One young cub, fearing misinterpretation, hurriedly clarified, "Our beast father took us hunting and encountered a high-level ferocious beast. He disregarded Brother Lang and Sister Hu to protect us, and they safeguarded us all the way back to the tribe." The Lu beast folk nodded. "Sister Hu? A Ling Hu tribe female?" "Indeed, this young female is strikingly beautiful, and her presence in our tribe indicates she belongs to the Ling Hu tribe. However, I have visited the Ling Hu tribe and have never seen such a lovely young female. The most beautiful among them seems to be the new young leader's female, Hu Zao Zao." Upon hearing the young one's words, the Lu beast folk bowed to Yu Ling, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Ling Hu female and wolf tribe beast folk." Yu Ling quickly waved her hand, only to hear the Lu beast folk instruct. "Lu E, Lu Air, Lu San, Lu Si, carry your beast father to the campfire. Lu Wu, go inform your beast mother." With that, the one named Lu Wu dashed off in haste to notify their beast mother. It was then that Yu Ling noticed a fire burning not far from the Lu tribe, remnants of bodies still smoldering within. These were likely the beast folk who had perished in the disaster, their remains still unburned from yesterday's tragedy, a testament to the severity of their plight. Here, the beast folk practiced cremation, believing it would allow souls to ascend to the realm of the beast god and receive blessings. System 999 continued to elaborate, "This is their prey. Since we have delivered them, we shall return." Bai Ying tossed the fallen prey he had captured onto the ground and spoke gently to Yu Ling. She nodded in agreement and addressed the Lu beast folk. "Then we shall take our leave." Just as she finished speaking, a piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by a tremor beneath her feet, as if some colossal creature was racing nearby, shaking the mountains and stirring up dust. In astonishment, she looked up to see a blurred figure hurtling toward her with astonishing speed, exuding an undeniable force. Chapter 132. The Roe Bear Female of the Lu Tribe. Yu Ling involuntarily raised her head, her gaze astonished as it fell upon the imposing female before her. She towered nearly as tall as her beast husband Bai Ying. This female was robust and extraordinarily muscular, her soft flesh jiggling as if she were a moving hill. She stood firmly before Yu Ling, making her appear like a diminutive figurine. Who could explain how the Lu tribe's females could be so towering? "You are the ones who caused my beast husband's demise," the towering female declared, her disdainful gaze piercing down at the petite Yu Ling, her demeanor menacing. Lu Wu shook his head vigorously, quickly attempting to explain to his beast mother. "No, beast mother. It was this Sister Hu and Brother Lang who aided us, protecting us from the wild beasts on our journey back. Otherwise, you would not see me." Hearing her cub's hurried explanations, Xiongyin swiftly delivered a stinging slap across Lu Wu's face. Staggering from a blow, Lu Wu was steadied by a nearby Lu tribe beast folk. Yu Ling gasped in shock. Was this truly the behavior of a mother? Xiongyin gazed upon her young cub, the very offspring she had recently transformed. Their beast father her first and strongest partner. "Lu Wu, you and your brothers have certainly been deceived by them. Your beast father was a five-striped beast folk. How could he have perished so easily? It must be their doing. Otherwise, why would they have returned you?" Lu Wu covered his face, shaking his head. "It truly was not like that. Beast mother, they saved us." "Enough." Xiongyin glared furiously at her young cub, causing Lu Wu to shrink back in fear behind the Lu tribe beast folk. Xiongyin's fierce gaze turned to Bai Ying and Yu Ling, her eyes narrowing upon Bai Ying, particularly fixating on the distinct seven-striped beast emblem upon his arm. Yu Ling's eyes widened in disbelief and grievance. She had approached this situation with a kind heart, only to face such unjust treatment in return. This detestable female not only failed to show gratitude, but also shifted the blame entirely onto them, asserting that their presence had led to the loss of the beast folk's life. This filled Yu Ling with a profound sense of anger and sorrow, as if a flame burned within her, only to be doused by a bucket of icy water, chilling her heart. The Lu tribe beast folk looked between Yu Ling and Xiongyin, troubled. Xiongyin, please remain calm. Lu Wu and the others would not deceive you. I observed the wounds. They were indeed inflicted by prey. You should go and bid farewell to Lu Wei by the campfire. Xiongyin glared defiantly at the Lu tribe beast folk. Humph. Wounds can be fabricated. How can it not be possible that this male beast folk killed my husband in his beast form? They must compensate me. You must compensate me with 100 beast pelts, or I shall claim this male beast folk as my husband, Xiongyin declared brazenly, her eyes fixed greedily upon Bai Ying. If she had a 7-striped beast husband, she would become the most esteemed female of the entire Lu tribe. The Lu tribe beast folk were left aghast. 100 beast pelts? How could she even think of demanding such a thing? 100 animal hides require the lives of hundreds of beasts to maintain their integrity during skinning. Care must be taken not to damage the fur while hunting. Often, the act of hunting itself compromises the completeness of the hides, and the more formidable the beast, the more challenging it is to preserve the skin intact. 100 hides could be exchanged for a considerable amount of salt crystals. As for the second requirement, he deemed Xiongyin to be utterly unreasonable. This 7-pattern wolf beast man was evidently the mate of this petite female from the Fox clan, who appeared to be barely of age, indicating that their relationship was merely one of guardian and ward. What a delusion! Yu Ling's expression instantly turned frosty. Xiongyin was attempting to extort her, acting like a rogue. She would not yield a single hide, nor the choice of Bai Ying. She began to understand why some elderly individuals online refrained from assisting others when they fell. They feared encountering such deliberately deceitful people. It seemed that such individuals could be found everywhere. If you believe we are at fault, you may allow the beastmen of your tribe to verify the wounds. Male beastmen have keen senses and should easily discern whether the scent on the wounds belongs to Bai Ying or a ferocious beast, Yu Ling continued. The Deer Clan beastman was well aware that the death of Lu Wei was indeed caused by a ferocious beast, yet he could not withstand Xiongyi's unreasonable insistence. The commotion had drawn a considerable number of beastmen, prompting him to summon one of them. Go bring Lu Wei's corpse so everyone can examine it. The pointed beastman hurried towards Lu Da, Lu Er, Lu San, and Lu Si. Xiongyin felt a surge of panic. How could she not know if her offspring would lie? She merely sought to derive some benefit from Lu Wei's death, ideally securing the protection of such a powerful 7-pattern beastman. Despite her inner turmoil, Xiongyin maintained her defiant demeanor, as if Yu Ling and Bai Ying were responsible for Lu Wei's demise. Before long, the body of Lu Wei was brought forth. Upon seeing her mate's tragic state, Xiongyin fell to her knees beside Lu Wei's corpse, her tears mingling with her grief as she emitted heart-wrenching cries that echoed in the air. Filled with boundless despair and sorrow, Lu Wei, how cruelly you have perished. What shall become of me and our offspring? Many beastmen were deeply moved. It turned out that Lu Wei was so beloved, as evidenced by the heartbreaking lamentations of the usually fierce Xiongyin. A female beastman, observing Xiongyi's anguish, soothed her. Xiongyin, you must be strong. Xiongyin, wiping her tears, replied, how are we to survive now? We have so many young ones to care for. Lu Yi, Lu Er, Lu San, and Lu Si, unaware of the circumstances, could no longer contain themselves and joined the chorus of wailing among the crowd. Yu Ling suggested, you should compensate Xiongyin. They have several young ones, and without their father, what will become of them? At first glance, this seemed reasonable, yet upon closer inspection, it was flawed. Even if a beast father had died, as long as a beast mother was willing, other mates would fulfill their nurturing responsibilities. Moreover, Xiongyin had several mates. Indeed, if necessary, let this wolf beastman take on the role of Xiongyi's mate. After all, he is merely a male beastman. They could easily find another, one female remarked. Their tribe lacked a 7-pattern beastman, and if this wolf beastman joined them, their strength would significantly increase. Xiongyi's manipulative tactics were evident, having established a narrative that seemed nearly irrefutable. Yu Ling found amusement in the female's words. What do you mean merely a male beastman? He is the one I cherish, my mate, the first to treat me kindly. If you are so generous, why not offer your mate to her? Yu Ling retorted, no longer feeling the need to be polite. Chapter 133, Bickering and Banter. The female was momentarily speechless, then defiantly replied, "Impossible. They are all my officially bonded mates, my true partners. Even without formal bonding, why should I give my mate to another female?" Yuling shrugged, letting out a cold laugh. "Clearly, you are unwilling yourself, yet you attempt to impose moral obligations on me. Have you no shame?" The female felt a surge of embarrassment and turned to Bai Ying, saying, "This wolf beast man, I presume you have not formally bonded yet? You, the petite female leader, appear frail and unhealthy. Xiongyin is the most fertile female in our tribe. Her physique will bear far healthier offspring than yours." Yuling thought to herself. She is of normal proportions in modern standards, yet this female speaks as if she were a cripple. Bai Ying's expression darkened. These dear clan beastmen were unreasonable and persistent in their demands, even attempting to coerce him into becoming a mate. Earlier, hearing the petite female defend him had filled him with joy, but now hearing someone declare that his petite female was unhealthy ignited his anger. While he could not resort to violence against a female, he could certainly use words. Bai Ying looked at the female. "Yuling is the most beautiful and kind-hearted female I have ever known. My bond with her is not akin to yours, which seems to be solely for the sake of reproduction. Unlike an ant beast that breeds endlessly, I would love Yuling even if she bore no offspring." The female's expression grew even more sour. This detestable wolf beast man had the audacity to compare her to a mere breeding creature, which was utterly intolerable. Upon hearing Bai Ying's words of support, Yuling felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. Her earlier indignation soothed effortlessly. She addressed the dear clan beastmen. "What purpose does all this serve? We can now examine the scent of his wounds, can't we? If we're not at fault. I demand an apology from this female Xiongyin and those who supported her." Yuling pointed at the females who had previously backed Xiongyin. "What? You dare ask me to apologize to a male beastman?" One of the females shrieked, as if hearing the most absurd of tales, staring incredulously at Yuling and Bai Ying. Xiongyin, upon hearing the request for a wound examination, grew flustered and echoed her compatriots. "What gives a male beastman the right to demand an apology from us? We have yet to receive an apology from him." Yuling chose to ignore Xiongyin and turned her attention to the deer beastman who had come to receive her. "Shall we begin?" The deer beastman nodded slightly. "Tribal leader." A low, slightly hoarse voice resonated through the air, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. An elderly beastman with white hair slowly approached, his steps unsteady, using a cane that gently tapped the ground in rhythm. His eyes, deep and revealing the passage of time, surveyed the gathered crowd of beastmen. They instinctively parted to create a pathway for him, their expressions filled with reverence. The deer beastman hurriedly recounted the events to the tribal leader. The deer clan leader's penetrating gaze fell upon Yuling, and for a fleeting moment, his expression flickered with shock and disbelief. A complex emotion seemed to stir within him, creating ripples across his previously calm demeanor, revealing a hint of surprise that was difficult to conceal. Yuling, noticing the unusual emotions emanating from the deer clan, furrowed her brow slightly. "Now we can inspect the wounds and restore our honor, correct?" The deer clan leader hesitated, then gestured for the beastmen at his side to proceed with the inspection. Lu Yi, Lu Er, Lu San, and Lucy finally grasped the situation, and in unison, they declared, "Our beast father was killed by a ferocious beast. Sister Fox and Brother Wolf helped us." Yuling smiled. These children had not strayed from the right path. Xiong-Yin's expression darkened. Though she desired to act, the multitude of beastmen present restrained her. She could only lower her voice. "You all should be quiet. You had best conduct the examination well. I require an apology," Yuling replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. The deer clan leader nodded solemnly, signaling for the ready beastmen to commence their actions. They cautiously surrounded the lifeless body of Lu Wei, meticulously inspecting the wounds on him. They sought to discern whether Lu Wei had indeed fallen victim to a ferocious beast. In truth, they had already reached a conclusion. It was Xiongyin who was causing an uproar without reason. However, being females, they were constrained by numerous privileges and felt powerless. The beastmen, with their keen eyes and adept hands, sifted through Lu Wei's garments, gently parting the bloodstains in an effort to uncover the truth of the injuries. Xiongyin, on the other hand, gazed at Lu Wei with anticipation, having deliberately erased the scent of the beast when she approached his corpse. As long as it remained uncertain whether a beast was responsible, she was determined to extract something in return today. The expressions of the inspecting beastmen grew grave, only to shift to relief. Despite the faint scent, they discerned it. There lingered traces of Xiong Yin and the fawns of the Liu clan, alongside a very faint hint of a ferocious beast's presence. The Liu clan beastmen promptly relayed their findings to the clan leader. Indeed, the wounds on Liu Wei had been inflicted by a beast. Thus, they realized they had wronged them. One of the Liu beastmen lamented their plight. Xiong Yin, wearing a look of disbelief, shook her head, her voice sharp. Lies. You must be deceiving me. It was clearly them. Otherwise, why would they so kindly return my young? They must have employed some means to slay Liu Wei, and now, burdened by guilt, return them. Clan leader, you must take a stand for me. They must compensate me. I do not even demand 100 beast hides. I only wish for that Wolf Clan beastman to raise Liu Wei's offspring for me. Xiong Yin, in a fit of emotion, knelt on the ground, weeping and wailing as if she had suffered a great injustice, as though the entire world conspired against her. The Liu clan leader could not help but gasp in exasperation, glancing at the unreasonable Xiong Yin, feeling utterly powerless. 100 beast hides and a 7-pattern beast husband. Xiong Yin truly had the audacity to dream. Yu Ling inwardly felt a deep admiration for Xiong Yin's outrageous behavior. Despite the undeniable truth laid bare before her, Xiong Yin persisted in her denials, refusing to acknowledge it, and even escalated her unreasonable demands, which left Yu Ling feeling both helpless and infuriated. Clan leader, can we not now demand an apology from them for my beast husband and me? Yu Ling urged with a calm demeanor, gazing at the Liu clan leader, for they had already lingered within the Liu clan's territory for far too long. A female who had just been reprimanded by Yu Ling stepped forward, asserting, Xiong Yin is correct. Why should we apologize to a female and male from another clan? Her eyes glinted with malice as she directed a venomous glare at Yu Ling. Do not forget, this is the domain of our Liu clan. Clan leader, seize them. Since this Wolf Clan beastman claims to love this young female so dearly, let's capture her and ensure she bears offspring for our clan, so he may see who truly reigns. Do not be unreasonable. They have aided us, the Liu clan leader interjected. Who dares? Bai Ying glared at the group of beastmen, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to harm Yu Ling, regardless of their gender. The Liu clan leader, in resignation, struck the ground heavily with his staff. Xiong Yin, you and your companions shall apologize to them. No, that is impossible. The clan leader, it is they who have erred. We are many. Let us seize them. Now that we have gained another female in our clan, we shall grow even stronger. The agitated female shouted. For her to apologize is out of the question. Whoever dares to capture my sister, our Linghu clan's warriors will surely tear them apart. Even if you are females, I will not hesitate to kill you. A magnetic voice rang out, imbued with an overwhelming pressure. Yu Ling turned her head to see Hu Ji leading a formidable group of beastmen, including Xie, Shizhua, Hu Wan, and Lang Ji, all standing nearby, their gazes icy as they regarded the Liu clan beastmen. Xiong Yin and the other females instinctively recoiled at the sight of the newcomers. 8-pattern beastmen, and even a 7-pattern one. They knew that the strongest of the Linghu clan was the new clan leader, an 8-pattern beastman, and this formidable being was the elder brother of this seemingly weak female. No, there was not just one 8-pattern beastman, but another with soft features and deep purple hair, exuding a palpable aura of menace that only cold-blooded beastmen could radiate. Yu Ling was taken aback by their unexpected arrival, feeling a slight relief. She was not alone in this, for Bai Ying and the others stood as her support. The Liu clan leader, smiling yet insincere, addressed Hu Ji, clan leader of the Linghu clan. Xiong Yin and her few accomplices covered their mouths in shock, overwhelmed by the rapid turn of events, and instinctively sought to flee amidst the chaos. Hu Ji approached swiftly, fixing her gaze on the fleeing females. Block their escape. The path of the fleeing females was immediately obstructed. They shouted indignantly, How dare you? We are noble females. You dare to hinder us? Hu Ji donned a mocking smile akin to Yu Ling's earlier, a grin that invited ire. Apologies, but we do dare. The expression of the Liu clan leader darkened. Hu Ji, is this how you intrude upon our Liu clan and bully our females? How we shrugged. Bully your females? How can we male beastmen dare? We merely suggested they rest on the spot. Yu Ling found her brothers' words amusing. Hu Wan, Lang Ji, Shizhua, and Xie looked on with concern, assessing her for injuries. Yu Ling smiled back at them. As Shizhua had just arrived and overheard the recklessness of the Liu clan beastmen daring to snatch his female lord and demanding that her young bear offspring for them. Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. The seething fury within him burned like molten lava, his eyes filled with an uncontrollable wrath. He suddenly reached out, his iron-like grip seizing the throat of a male beastman, who found himself utterly immobilized under Shi Zhuo's immense pressure. As his breathing became constricted, his face turned a deep shade of red, like a flame igniting, pain and terror mingling in his eyes, while his complexion grew purple from asphyxiation, rendering him a ghastly sight. "Little Yuling, we are here to seek vengeance for you," Huan declared. The Liu clan beastmen were taken aback by the Snake clan beastman's sudden aggression, as he intended to end the life of one of their kin. In desperation, he cast a pleading gaze toward Yuling. "This female has not wronged you. He has always spoken in your favor." The beastman caught in Shi Zhuo's grip was the one who had previously mediated on their behalf. "Shi Zhuo, release him. He is not at fault. It is they who are." Yuling pointed towards the group of apprehended females. Only then did Shi Zhuo gradually loosen his hold on the Liu clan beastman. The Liu clan beastman, as if liberated from chains, collapsed onto the cold ground, gasping for the fresh air around him. The terror of facing an 8-pattern beastman was overwhelming. A look of relief washed over him, accompanied by profound reverence for Shi Zhuo. "What of us? It is clearly that malicious Fox clan female who has brought ruin upon my beast husband, leaving me and my fawns in desolation. Is it so wrong for me to seek compensation?" Xiong Yin remarked dismissively, her tone brimming with arrogance. For she could not believe these beastmen would truly dare to kill her. Should they do so, their own lives would be forfeit. "The evidence lies before you. Do you still refuse to face it?" Yuling mocked. "Beast Mother, you cannot treat Fox Jie this way. They have helped us. Without Fox Jie, we would have perished at the hands of the ferocious beasts." Liu Yi stepped forward, looking at his unreasonable beast mother. "Why must Fox Jie and Wolf Beast Brother, who have helped us, be vilified by our beast mother? They are all virtuous beast men. Be silent, you little wretch. From whose womb did you emerge?" Xiongyi never expected that, at such a moment, her own offspring would stand with Yuling, infuriating her to the point of wanting to strike Liu Yi. A flicker of fear darted across Liu Yi's eyes as he braced himself for the impending slap from his beast mother, only to see her large hand halted by the imposing male beastman before him, a sweet scent wafting through the air as he was being pulled by Hue Jie. "You are unworthy of being their beast mother," Yuling remarked, unable to contain her disdain. "These children are so honest. Yet you, Xiongyin, are of such low character. Truly, a bad bamboo produces good shoots." Xiongyin scoffed dismissively, a hint of cold laughter escaping her lips. "Fool, how could you pity such a useless male cub? Is this truly a statement from a biological mother?" Yuling felt as though a heavy stone was pressing down on her heart, rendering her breathless. The 5 cubs hung their heads, unable to conceal their sorrow and despondency. "A male beastman is still alive. If you do not want them, I shall take them," Yuling declared. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted her impulsive proclamation. "Have I just volunteered to be a mother? I would rather kill my cubs than let you have them," Xiongyin growled, her voice laced with malice. "Had I known this would happen, I should have disposed of these male cubs at birth." Unable to restrain herself any longer, Yuling strode forward, fixing Xiongyin with a piercing gaze. "You need to lower yourself a bit." Confused, Xiongyin complied and crouched down. A sharp crack rang out, akin to thunderclaps on a clear day. Yuling had struck with all her might, feeling the sting in her own hand after delivering such a blow. Meanwhile, Xiongyin stood frozen, astonished that anyone would dare to lay a hand on her. The force of the slap left her cheek burning, a whirlwind of anger, shock, and disbelief swirling within her, causing her wide eyes to nearly pop from their sockets as she stared at the audacious female fox before her. Xiongyin bellowed, "You audacious little female dare to strike me? I shall retaliate." Chapter 135. The slap of the female Xiongyin found herself firmly restrained by the powerful grip of Shi Zhuo, unable to move. Her only outlet, a heart-wrenching roar. Yuling coldly regarded the other females. "Apologize to me and Bai Ying." Witnessing Xiongyin's punishment, the other females' arrogance diminished, realizing that inter-female conflicts were beyond the jurisdiction of the beast gods. Even as the 8-pattern snake beastman held Xiongyin's wrist, his actions would only be seen as protecting his female leader, leaving him unscathed. "Yes, we are sorry. We apologize," the females muttered, their voices tinged with reluctance and resentment. With their support now diminished, Yuling grew bolder. "Louder! I cannot hear you. We apologize." The females shouted in frustration, their humiliation palpable. Regretting their earlier support of Xiongyin, Yuling shook her head, pointing at the female who had suggested capturing her to bear children for their tribe, ruffling her non-existent sleeves in irritation. You come here as well. System 999, my host is also standing her ground. The female shook her head defiantly. I will not come. Hu-ji nodded at the male beastman restraining her, compelling the female to be brought before Yuling. I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grievance, but you have bullied me excessively. Yuling rubbed her wrist, causing the female to instinctively cover her face in fear. Yuling chuckled. I have no intention of striking your face. With a swift motion, she delivered another slap to the female's lips. The impact left the female's mouth aching and numb. Her heart filled with indignation as she heard Yuling's words. You, female, harbor wicked thoughts and possess a foul mouth. You dare to incite the leader of the Lu tribe and the beastmen to capture me, turning me into a breeding machine? Females were typically coddled and pampered by other beastmen, treated as the center of the world. Whatever they desired, even with a mere tantrum. The beastmen would go to great lengths to fulfill their whims, tolerating their every caprice and sulk. Yet this time, she faced a blow unlike any she had previously experienced. For one who had lived in a honeypot, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow. Finally, the pent-up grievance erupted like a dam breaking, uncontrollable and overwhelming. With a wail, she collapsed onto the ground beside the bed, unrestrained in her tears. Her sobs cascaded like pearls from a broken string, soaking the ground before her. As she cried, she flailed her hands, attempting to wipe away the streaks of sorrow on her face. The leader of the Lu tribe remained unfazed by Yuling's actions, casting a sidelong glance at the imprint of the slap on Xiong Yin's face. Xiong Yin, you too must apologize to this Ling Hu tribe female. Xiong Yin clutched her burning cheek, overwhelmed with shame and indignation. Tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at her beast husbands among the crowd, her voice trembling as she cried out, You heartless beasts! You watch me suffer at the hands of others, and not one of you steps forward to help me. Upon hearing Xiong Yin's accusations, her husbands exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. One husband opened his mouth, attempting to explain, but ultimately chose silence. Another husband shook his head helplessly, aware that they were not to blame. After all, Lu Wei had been brutally killed by a ferocious beast, and it was clear to all that the root of the trouble lay with their females' insatiable greed for the powerful beastman from the wolf tribe, adorned with 7 stripes. In the face of such a situation, they lacked sufficient reason to oppose this female fox. Moreover, attempting to confront her would be futile, for they could not hope to match her strength. 8 patterns, 7 patterns, 6 patterns, and even the weakest among them bore 5 patterns. Xiong Yin, apologize. The leader of the Lu tribe said, his voice laced with frustration as his staff struck the ground with authority. His gaze bore into Xiong Yin, unwilling to see her offend the Ling Hu tribe. Furthermore, they were in the wrong. This young female had helped them, and Xiong Yin's ingratitude would bring shame upon their tribe, making it impossible for them to survive in the southern continent. Feeling the weight of abandonment from all sides, Xiong Yin finally suppressed her overwhelming hatred towards Yuling and muttered, I'm sorry. Upon hearing Xiong Yin finally relent, the leader of the Lu tribe exhaled in relief. Turning to Yuling and Hu-ji, our Lu tribe deeply regrets this incident. To express our remorse, we are willing to offer 20 animal hides as compensation. If this female has calmed down, may she leave our Lu tribe. As for these cubs, they are indeed from our Lu tribe. Your open intention to take them suggests a lack of respect for our tribe. You are openly seizing our future warriors, which, even if you have reason, will render you unreasonable in the eyes of others, the leader of the Lu tribe stated solemnly. Yuling was taken aback as she heard System 999 chime in. Indeed. Host, you cannot recklessly seize cubs from other tribes. Even male cubs can provoke war, for they regard cubs as valuable resources. Hu-ji also shook his head at his sister, acknowledging that while expressing anger was one thing, taking another tribe's young was an act of profound disrespect and offense. The 5 Lu tribe cubs shook their heads in unison, with Lu-yi, tears in his eyes, performing the respectful gesture of the beast world. Hu-jia, wolf beast brother, we are truly sorry. As Lu-yi knelt, the other cubs followed suit. The sight before Xiong Yin filled her with an overwhelming rage and shock, as if a fire were igniting within her chest. She widened her eyes, gazing at the incomprehensible scene before her. This was her offspring, who was being bullied by that female. The muscles in Xiong Yin's face quivered with intense fury, and this overwhelming wave of emotion struck her down. causing her to faint and collapse onto the ground. "Chieftain, Xiong Yin has fainted," an orc exclaimed in alarm. The leader of the Lu tribe promptly responded, "Quickly, take her to the shaman." Yuling looked at the group of young ones, aware that upon her departure, Xiong Yin would undoubtedly unleash her wrath upon them. Furrowing her brow, she anxiously addressed the Lu tribe members. "If you choose to keep them, you must take responsibility for their well-being. They are the future warriors of your tribe, and I am certain you do not wish for them to perish." The Lu tribe leader comprehended Yuling's intent and could not help but admire this astute young female, reminiscent of another clever female. "As the leader of my clan, it is indeed my duty to safeguard these young ones," he replied. Reassured by the elder's response, Yuling relaxed. The Lu tribe leader, addressing Yuling and the gathered orcs, performed a gesture of respect, saying, "We sincerely apologize, female of the Fox tribe, for this incident." It was evident that this leader was quite reasonable. With the Lu tribe's compensation of 20 animal skins in hand, Yuling departed from their village, glancing at the orc brothers and her husbands by her side. She felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of her earlier fears display being witnessed by her brother and husbands, as she had always maintained a gentle demeanor. It seemed she was now a victim of slander regarding her reputation. She had truly reached her limit. She was not a mere dumpling to be kneaded at will. Yet, the support she received from them filled her with immense courage, enabling her to stand her ground and confront her adversaries. "Eldest brother, and you, Huan, how did you both come here?" Chapter 136. The wind blows the dried meat. Hu Ji had always been concerned about his sister's excessively timid nature. Whenever he pondered the possibility of her being bullied due to such a disposition, his heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, causing him great distress. Today, however, as he witnessed his sister unleash her anger and strike those females, the heavy burden that had long weighed upon his heart began to lift. He realized that his sister was no longer the docile little bunny. She would protect herself and express her emotions in her own unique way, although her fierce outbursts starkly contrasted with her usual gentle demeanor. Hu Ji felt an authentic sense of joy and relief. "Yuling, I have been waiting for you, but decided to come find you instead. I then encountered the chieftain and others, and we followed the scent to locate you," Xie explained. "I also discovered this," he added, producing a leather pouch filled with hemp seeds that dazzled to the point of blinding him. "Yuling, what is this for?" An orc promptly inquired. Instinctively, Yuling wanted to answer, but she heard Huan ask Bai Ying, "Yes, Bai Ying, what use do you have for this?" Bai Ying responded, recollecting Yuling's words. "When cooking, toss a few in along with the red fruits. It's both spicy and numbing, and truly delicious." "Show air," Yuling chimed in. One orc eagerly remarked, "Now I understand." To their surprise, it was Bai Ying who possessed culinary skills. Another orc turned to Yuling, exclaiming, "Yuling, your earlier 2 slaps were magnificent." Those 2 strikes rendered that female from the bear tribe unconscious. At this point, her hands still throbbed with pain. "I truly hope not to encounter such unreasonable females again," Yuling lamented. It must be said that such females were indeed a rare breed among orcs. Initially, they had acted out of goodwill, bringing back her deceased mate and her unfortunate offspring to the tribe, believing it to be a noble deed. Yet, who could have anticipated that she would show no gratitude? Instead, demanding exorbitant compensation and accusing them of causing her mate's death? Even more intolerable were the other females, equally ungrateful, who supported her unfounded claims. They were as despicable as the original female, banding together in a farcical display of solidarity, as if sheer volume and aggression could obscure the truth. Their actions were truly disheartening, betraying the kindness that had been extended to them. Yuling held no fondness for these Lu tribe females, as their interference had ruined her hunting expedition. The ferocious beasts that Bai Ying had hunted along the way had seemingly vanished, likely dragged away by other predators. After they departed, an orc asked the chieftain, "Do you know that female?" The Lu tribe leader paused, shaking his head. "I do not." He added, "Do not provoke the Linghu tribe. We cannot afford to offend them." The orc nodded, glancing at the 5 young ones. "What about these little ones?" "Keep an eye on them. Do not let Xiongyin harm them. If necessary, bring them in and let the tribe care for them," the Lu tribe leader instructed. The female Xiongyin was nothing short of a heartless and fierce shrew. She treated her unfortunate mates with either physical violence or harsh words, showing no mercy. Now, with the tragic loss of these young ones' father, as the leader of the tribe, he could not turn a blind eye. If things continued as they were, these innocent younglings would surely be tormented to death by that venomous beast mother. Upon returning to the cave, Yuling found her husband's busy preparing her lunch. "Bai Ying, The most familiar with her cooking style was expertly stir-frying, while Xie led the other orcs in a bountiful harvest. Most of the fox tribe were omnivorous, enjoying potatoes and Chinese tune, so they had brought back quite a bit. Yuling felt a hint of regret at the meager findings, having only discovered Sichuan pepper. With the afternoon heat setting in, she decided against venturing out again, opting to wait until the next morning. In the afternoon, Yuling resolved to process the meat they had brought, lest it spoil. Are we making smoke-cured meat? Lang Ji inquired. Yuling shook her head. Let us wait for new meat to make cured meat and sausages. This meat is relatively tender. Today, we will prepare wind-dried meat. Mentioning food instantly lifted Yuling's spirits, as nothing brought her greater joy than the prospect of a delicious meal. How do we do it? Xie asked eagerly, for Yuling always had a knack for introducing novel culinary techniques. Today, all her husbands gathered in the cave, their faces filled with anticipation. First, we will cut the pork into appropriately sized strips, about 2 to 3 centimeters thick. To ensure they understood the length, she demonstrated with her hands. Next, prepare a large basin, placing the cut pork strips inside, adding an appropriate amount of salt crystals, hemp seeds, and red fruits. Use your hands to evenly coat the meat with the seasonings, gently massaging for a few minutes to allow the flavors to permeate. Of course, System 999 also informed me of other seasonings such as soy sauce, but I have none at the moment, so I will not mention it. Next, find a sunny spot to hang the marinated pork strips, ensuring sufficient space between them for air circulation. Allow them to dry naturally for several days. Throughout the drying process, we must observe the state of the dried meat daily, turning it appropriately to ensure even exposure to the wind and sunlight. In this manner, after 3 to 5 days, the dried meat will be ready. The jerky can be sliced into thin pieces at any time when one feels like eating it, consumed directly, or utilized in stir-fries and soups. In summary, it is an incredibly convenient and delicious item. Yuling spoke at length, leaving her listeners momentarily stunned, yet filled with anticipation. Without delay, they began to take action, preparing the wind-dried jerky. Before long, they had hung rows of jerky to dry, and as Yuling gazed upon the meat, a sense of accomplishment washed over her. The air was imbued with a tantalizing aroma, akin to an invisible spoon gently stirring her taste buds, making her swallow instinctively as saliva pooled in her throat. She could hardly wait to savor the wind-dried jerky. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the alluring scent. Chapter 137. Who won recently? Since the arrival of the female Yuling in the tribe, bizarre and incomprehensible phenomena have frequently emerged from their cave, capturing the attention of many beastmen who closely observed their actions. When sunlight streamed into the cave entrance, people were astonished to discover rows of enticingly colored meat hung outside Yuling's cave, cut into strips. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it a unique and enchanting fragrance, a special blend of magua and hongua. This marvelous scent seemed to possess a magical allure, continuously stimulating the keen taste buds of the beastmen, causing them to salivate and yearn. Before long, a curious beastman hurried over, eager to discern what Yuling and her companions were up to. Yuling, why have you hung the meat? And what is this coating of magua and hongua? The beastman asked, sneezing twice in quick succession, clearly affected by the aroma. Bai Ying stepped forward first, stating, "This is the jerky we made." The beastman nodded, seemingly understanding, his gaze filled with anticipation. "Can I taste it? I want to take it for free. I will bring you something in return." Yuling shook her head, explaining, "You can't eat this yet. It's not ready. It needs to dry in the sun for a few more days." Bai Ying addressed the beastman, "If you want to eat it, I can tell the chieftain tomorrow to teach you how to make it, so you can do it yourself." The beastman nodded, recalling how delicious the previous food had been, which fueled his curiosity about Yuling's culinary creations. He bowed slightly, his tone respectful towards Bai Ying. "Thank you, Bai Ying." Recently, the tribe issued a decree forbidding discussions about Yuling and her beast husbands, as well as any mention of their Ling who tribe to other tribes. Nevertheless, rumors circulated within the tribe suggesting that Yuling's first beast husband, the seven-patterned beastman Bai Ying from the wolf tribe, might indeed be the messenger of the beast god. Bai Ying felt somewhat uncomfortable as he stepped back, having previously faced prejudice for being from the wolf tribe, and now receiving such courteous treatment made him uneasy. "It's nothing," Bai Ying replied, considering himself merely a conduit of information. As the beastman gradually disappeared into the distance, Bai Ying slowly turned, his gaze meeting a pair of almond-shaped eyes sparkling with playful mischief. Those eyes, brimming with joy, also hinted at a touch of naughtiness. A faint blush crept onto Bai Ying's handsome face, resembling flowers blooming in the evening glow, enhancing his charm. Yu Ling had not anticipated that teasing Bai Ying would lead her to swoon over him. Her beast husband was truly handsome, surpassing even the most popular celebrities with his striking looks and pure demeanor. "What are you staring at, Xiao Yuling?" Huan inquired, noticing Yu Ling lost in thought while gazing at Bai Ying. Suddenly, he leaned in closer. Bai Ying's elegant and handsome visage was momentarily overshadowed by Huan's alluring and affectionate features. Huan's eyes, sparkling with a rosy hue, twinkled as he playfully blinked, seemingly conveying an unspoken sentiment. Yu Ling was taken aback by this unexpected shift, her heart racing as she turned her head slightly, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Unconsciously, her hand formed a fist, gently pressing against her lips as she feigned a cough and softly murmured, "I wasn't looking at anything." Yet, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, as if trying to keep pace with the burgeoning emotions within her. A peculiar expression crossed Huan's face as he glanced at Bai Ying, inwardly pondering. What is so special about Bai Ying? Can he possibly compare to me? Even Xiao Yuling is captivated. Huan slowly turned his head, scrutinizing Bai Ying once more, and upon closer inspection, he deemed Bai Ying rather ordinary, hardly worthy of comparison. It is well known that he is recognized as the most handsome male cub in the Linghu tribe, and even his beast mother had praised him for his looks. Bai Ying chose to ignore Huan's incessant prattling and turned to attend to his own matters. Huan pouted, then quickly turned around to find that Xiao Yuling had already departed into her cave room. He hurried after her, and as Yuling entered her room, she heard a sound behind her. Before she could turn to see who it was, she was enveloped in a familiar embrace. A refreshing scent filled her senses. It was Huan. Yuling instinctively placed her palm on Huan's body, slowly turning to face him, remembering the words exchanged during the bonfire gathering. A mischievous smile played on her lips as she looked at his stunningly beautiful face. "Huan, didn't you say you would dance for me?" Huan chuckled softly, his eyes radiating joy as he beheld the delighted Xiao Yuling, who welcomed his closeness. "You want to see?" Yuling nodded. His appearance, physique, and fiery red hair with pink eyes were indeed captivating. Since Xiao Yuling had expressed her desire, Huan felt inclined to oblige, especially since it was initially his suggestion. Yuling's room was the largest in the cave, approximately 20 square meters, providing ample space for Huan to showcase his talents. Thus, Huan began to dance, performing a courtship dance of the fox tribe. Each of his movements was as poetic as a painting, executed with exquisite grace, both handsome and alluring, as if every gesture contained boundless charm. Yuling stood quietly to the side, her gaze riveted on Huan's figure, her eyes reflecting an uncontainable astonishment. Huan's dance was like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating Yuling's heart and enveloping her in profound enchantment. Oh my! She truly understood the feeling of being the sole focus of an extraordinary beauty. If she were a man, could she imagine the joy of a stunningly beautiful woman dancing solely for her? Now, an unparalleled beauty was indeed dancing just for her, and at that moment, Yuling felt as if she might just swoon. After finishing his dance, Huan approached her, eyes glimmering with expectation. "So how was it? Did you think it was beautiful, Xiao Yuling?" Yuling was still somewhat dazed, only able to mechanically nod her head. "Well, I've danced for you. Now I want my reward," Huan said with a grin. "What?" Yuling murmured, bewildered as to when she had promised him a reward. Huan leaned in and kissed Yuling. After a prolonged moment, their gazes locked and the air seemed to thicken around them, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats echoing in their ears. In Huan's eyes burned not only a passionate love, but also a hint of unexpressed concern. He feared that such intense feelings might scorch the bond they shared. The beast mother was right. He was indeed possessive. Meanwhile, Yuling gradually calmed under Huan's fervent gaze, aware that this affection was deeply etched in their hearts. She then smiled at Huan. Chapter 138. The curious actions of Xie Che. Xie Che was exceedingly curious as to why every one of Yuling's beast husbands desired to kiss her. Xie Che lay on the cold stone bed, tossing and turning, the profound night deepening his inner turmoil and rendering him sleepless. He eventually relinquished his struggle, leaping to his feet and striding purposefully towards the stone cave of Yuling. Unbeknownst to him, Yuling was lost in sweet dreams. Upon entering her chamber, Xie Che treaded softly, careful not to make a sound as he cautiously approached the sleeping Yuling. Her serene visage radiated tranquility, her brows gently unfurling like a blossoming flower. The slightly pouted lips resembled glistening fruit irresistibly alluring. Xie found himself swallowing hard, his gaze fixated on her lips, pondering in silence. How enticing they appeared, exuding an allure that was hard to resist. It was no wonder that many were captivated by Yuling's lips. At last, he tenderly pressed his lips against hers. Driven by the exquisite sensation, Xie grew bolder, his actions becoming increasingly skilled and gentle, as if he were meticulously crafting a precious work of art. Yet, Yuling, ensconced in her dreams, remained blissfully unaware, still sleeping peacefully with the faintest hint of a smile gracing her lips, lost in a sweet reverie. Consequently, she had not heard the announcement from System 999. Congratulations, host. The affection value of strategy target 4, Xie, has reached 100%. You have gained an additional 5 years of life, bringing your total lifespan to 45 years. Little did Yuling dream that the easiest target to conquer was Xie. The following morning, as dawn broke, Yuling felt a peculiar numbness in her lips. Glancing at her reflection in the water, she noticed her lips appeared slightly swollen, a consequence of the fiery fruit from the previous night. Xie, shrinking his neck, dared not meet her gaze. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light upon the ground. Bai Ying and Huan were busy preparing breakfast for her. Bai Ying deftly sliced vegetables, growing increasingly skilled, while Huan carefully stirred minced meat in the stone pot, the aroma gradually wafting through the air. Meanwhile, not far away, Shizhua and Lang Ji were also hard at work, retrieving the dried meat from the cave to sunbathe it once more. After completing their tasks, Bai Ying led Yuling to Hu Ji's cave, intending to teach him the method of drying meat in the wind. Yuling harbored her own intentions, wishing for Hu Ji's influence to strengthen, hoping her life in the Hu clan would be more comfortable. Moreover, she genuinely regarded them as her family, akin to elder brothers. Yuling initially planned to venture out for hunting today, but she did not mention her intentions. Upon returning from the restroom, she found the cave empty save for Bai Ying, who met her gaze. During the day, the dried meat posed little risk as occasional beastmen passed by, and the small animals dared not steal openly, knowing such brazen theft could cost them their lives. She had visited Shui Yi's cave, but had not yet been to Hu Ji's. As the chief, he often had beastmen seeking his counsel, so he had established a separate cave to avoid disrupting the clan's operations, where he could work in peace. The cave was not particularly spacious, roughly estimating around 10 square meters. Upon entering, one would see a stone bed, and not far from it, a stone table and matching stools. Aside from these, the cave was devoid of any unnecessary furnishings or items, creating an atmosphere of simplicity and openness. This office cave was less than a 5-minute walk from her own, even allowing her to glimpse her cave from there. When Yuling arrived, Hu Ji was discussing the patrol assignments with the beastmen of the tribe. Surprised to see Yuling, a fond smile spread across his face as he gently inquired, "Sister, what brings you here?" Yuling smiled back, "Big brother, I came to see you." Hu Ji immediately dismissed the beastmen waiting for instructions and approached her, eager to welcome her. "Please sit down." He guided her to his seat. Yuling's face flushed with embarrassment as she nervously touched her nose, muttering, "Is this appropriate?" "Ah, it's perfectly fine," Yuling came a slightly aged voice. Chapter 139, The Beast God's World. Only then did Yuling slowly raise her head, her gaze sweeping across the beastmen before her. The most striking among them was the middle-aged male beastman who had just spoken. He was not particularly tall, standing around 1.8 meters, shorter than the average beastman height of 1.9 to 2 meters, but what drew attention was the long, prominent scar across his left cheek. This scar extended from the corner of his eye to his chin, as if inflicted by a sharp weapon, its jagged edges lending a fearsome aspect to his visage. Yet, at this moment, his somewhat fearsome face blossomed into a remarkably warm and friendly smile, soft and bright, contrasting starkly with the scar. Noticing Yuling's scrutiny, he quickly turned his head to cover the injured side of his face, saying, "Ah, did I scare you?" Yuling shook her head. "Not at all. It's not frightening." This middle-aged male beastman bore no malice towards her, and he was the very beastman who had announced the grand bonfire gathering on the day she arrived. Hu Ji introduced him. "This is my uncle from the same tribe as our beast mother. I usually call him Tu Bo. The beast mother once saved his life." Yuling nodded in understanding, calling out, "Uncle Tuesday." Upon hearing her voice, Tu Bo's eyes glistened with emotion, his voice choking, "Ah." He had been silently watching over Yuling and her brother since their reunion, hesitant to intrude upon their moment. Seeing Tu Bo still covering his face, Yuling gently reassured, "Uncle Tu, You're truly not frightening. People have a myriad of appearances, all unique, and I actually find your appearance quite formidable and majestic. Tu Bo's heart swelled with joy at Yuling's words, unable to suppress a smile. You see, Yuling has grown up to be as understanding as you, Rabbit Star. Ah, you siblings must have much to discuss. I will leave you to it. After saying this, Tu Bo led the other beastmen out of Huji's cave. Yuling, watching Tu Bo and the beastmen leave in a hurry, felt a twinge of guilt. Big brother, did I interrupt you? Huji waved his hand dismissively. Everything is mostly arranged. Feeling slightly reassured, Yuling turned her attention to Bai Ying, who was still standing nearby. Huji followed her gaze, resting his eyes on Bai Ying. You should join us as well. Only then did Bai Ying sit beside Yuling. Did you come to see Big Brother for something? If there is anything you need, sister, I will do my utmost to assist you, Huji said gently. Yuling shook her head and recounted the method of drying meat in the wind to Huji. It can serve as travel rations, ensuring that female beastmen do not resort to consuming raw meat or only foraging for wild fruits during their journeys. Of course, I can also teach you how to start a fire, Yuling explained. Huji nodded, but frowned slightly upon hearing the latter half of her statement. Sister, you can do so many extraordinary things and even start heavenly fire like the Beast Mother. Years ago, the Beast Mother had ignited a heavenly fire after an unexpected extinguishing of the tribe S fire, which led to the rumor that she was the Beast God as messenger. He believed that the matter of starting heavenly fire should be handled with discretion, even with Bai Ying covering for her. Her safety was paramount. Moreover, the tribe currently possessed fire. Since this method of drying meat could resolve the beastmen's travel issues, it was sufficient. Sister, do not casually disclose the method of igniting the fire to other beastmen, lest someone harbor ill intentions. However, your technique of using wind to dry meat is indeed commendable. I shall inform the beastmen of our clan that it was imparted by Bai Ying, thus the accolades for the tribe's contribution shall not fall upon you. As she spoke the latter part of her sentence, Huji teased with a smile. Yuling chuckled, gazing at Bai Ying. He and I are companions. In the realm of the beast deities, companions are akin to spouses. As spouses, we are one. His glory is my glory, and his misfortune is mine as well. Upon hearing Yuling's gentle declaration, Bai Ying felt a warm surge within him, as if infused with sweet honey, the delightful sensation rippling through his heart. He looked at Yuling, his eyes shimmering with boundless tenderness and gratitude. With her by his side, his life no longer felt wasted or meaningless. Huji paused, having never encountered such expressions from the realm of the beast deities. He tilted his head in confusion and asked, Sister, could you tell me more about the realm of the beast deities? Yuling nearly stumbled over her words. She had grown accustomed to speaking with Bai Ying and the others, often attributing incomprehensible matters to the realm of the beast deities, the main world. This time, the words slipped out before she realized it. She had no choice but to relay to Huji the explanation she had shared with Bai Ying and the others. Huji had only heard about Yuling from Hu Yi and Hu Ning, but was unaware of certain details that they themselves did not know. He was astonished to learn that his sister had endured hardships over the years, and that her soul had been taken by the beast deity. Yuling refrained from mentioning the injustices she had faced from the Wolf clan. Her brothers already held grievances, and discussing it further might incite conflict. Bai Ying and Lang Ji cared for her. It would be they who suffered if tensions arose, jeopardizing the newfound camaraderie. Although the identity of the beast deity's envoy stirred some unpleasant memories for Huji, he remained joyful. For his sister was blessed by the beast deity and taken to the realm of the beast deities as a small female. Her life would surely not be as tumultuous as that of the beast mother, destined for tranquility and prosperity. Huji was curious about the realm of the beast deities. So Yuling shared tales of the main world, such as the marvels of the 21st century, airplanes and high-speed trains capable of traversing hundreds of kilometers in an hour. This was the first time Bai Ying heard Yuling speak of the realm of the beast deities, finding it quite intriguing. Huji listened intently, though some concepts eluded their comprehension. Yuling had to simplify her explanations, relating them to the language of the realm of the beast deities, which they nodded along to, appearing particularly obedient. Yuling felt a twinge of anxiety. Has this lie grown too grand? Are you certain the beast deity will not reprimand me? System 999 replied, Host, do not be so timid. It will not happen, it will not happen, it will not happen. System 999 emphasized, important matters must be repeated thrice. Chapter 140. The new style of beast skin skirt today, instead of foraging for food in the mountains. Yuling accompanied by Ying to teach Huji the technique of using wind to dry meat. They also practiced several times with the beastmen who came seeking knowledge. However, they lacked red fruits and mauve fruits, only possessing salt crystals. The results were edible, though not particularly delightful. Nonetheless, it was a fulfilling and busy day. That evening, Yuling nestled in bed, contemplating her strapless beast skin skirt, ensuring she would have by Ying redesign several styles. This strapless design lacked the stability of a halter-neck skirt and was prone to slipping during vigorous movement. She envisioned various styles to alternate between. No female could resist charming little skirts. She also pondered whether she could produce more to trade in Beast City. Having been here for half a year, she learned that beast skins could be exchanged with the merfolk for salt crystals. But a single skin yielded only a small amount and had to be intact without damage during the tanning process. One skin could yield several skirts, potentially increasing her trading power. Yuling believed she possessed a knack for business. However, when she shared her idea, it was met with ruthless rejection. Lang Ji remarked, "Female beast skin skirts are crafted by males. Every male is capable of making them. Yuling, your plan." Before Lang Ji could finish, Yuling hung her head, her business endeavor stifled before it even began. Yet she remained undeterred, insisting, "But we can create multiple styles. Surely that would allow us to trade. Regardless of whether they can be traded, we will make them," Hu once said, unable to bear Yuling's dejection. "But if they cannot be exchanged, that would be wasteful," Yuling protested. Here, the females were all quite tall. If the skirts could not be traded, she could not wear them. "Waste is of no concern," Yuling rest assured. "We will hunt more prey and tan more beast skins," Xieche reassured her. Buying gently ruffled Yuling's hair, affectionately saying, "You need not worry about the salt crystals, little female. Your only concern should be to enjoy yourself, eat well, and stay happy. The rest is for us males to consider. We are all family, and I wish to share the burden with you." Yuling pouted. The beastmen exchanged glances, their eyes filled with amusement. Shedding her worries, Yuling acquiesced. Bai Ying sat beside a softly glowing crystal, skillfully wielding a finely polished bone needle. The needle danced between his nimble fingers, weaving expertly through the fabric. Beneath him lay designs for the beast skin skirts, crafted by Yuling with stones. Bai Ying focused intently, sewing the skirts according to her illustrations, each stitch precise and deliberate. As Yuling observed, she couldn't help but marvel at Bai Ying's innate talent for domesticity. Soon, the several styles of skirts she desired were complete. Elated, she fondled the garments, a fitted short-sleeve long skirt, a halter-neck long skirt, and a halter-neck mini-skirt. Bai Ying smiled at her delight. "Go try them on. If they do not fit, we can alter them. All right?" Yuling nodded, taking the skirts into the washroom. Bai Ying's sewing skills were unparalleled. The garments he crafted were characterized by dense and neat stitching, resembling the most delicate brush strokes. Each skirt seemed tailored specifically for Yuling, fitting her impeccably. Furthermore, the designs were exceptionally clever, and the cuts flattering, perfectly showcasing her figure. As Yuling donned each style, the reactions of those present were nothing short of astonishing. First was Bai Ying, who had been engrossed in his sewing, contemplating making a few pairs of undergarments for her. Just the thought of her wearing the skirts he crafted quickened his breath, filling him with bliss. Yet, at that moment, he found himself unable to continue, his eyes widening in disbelief, fixated on Yuling. Next was Hu Wan. His alluring pink fox eyes widened, mouth agape, seemingly forgetting to breathe. Lang Ji, too, was overtaken by astonishment, his handsome features reflecting surprise as his sharp gaze bore into Yuling, as though he wished to etch the beautiful sight into his memory. Even Siejua, typically composed and calm, was momentarily moved, his eyes sparkling with admiration, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Finally, there was Xieche, who usually presented himself as a carefree, sunny young man. Yet, at this moment, he could hardly conceal the shock within him. His eyes blazed like flames as he gazed intently at Yuling. In their hearts, they shared a collective astonishment at how beautiful their little female lord was. No matter which style of animal skin skirt adorned her, it radiated a unique charm and brilliance that captivated all. Although Yuling was relatively petite among the females, her proportions were exquisite, her figure was curvaceous, and her skin was fair and delicate, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Since Xie had stolen a kiss from Yuling, it felt as if he had unlocked some profound enlightenment, causing him to swallow hard in admiration. How lovely she was! Yuling, pleased by their reactions, realized that she truly looked stunning, leaving these few in awe. "Buying, let us create 2 more sets." I wish to make them for Aunt Shui and Sister Hu Zhao Zhao, Yuling said, resting her chin on her hand. Aunt Shui was a dear friend of her beast mother and the mother of Huan, who had treated her with kindness. Unable to offer her anything substantial, she found this animal skin skirt quite satisfactory. As for Sister Hu Zhao Zhao, who had treated her well and gifted her a pearl bracelet, she felt a need to reciprocate. However, Bai Ying displayed an expression of reluctance, as if he were extremely unwilling. Known for his gentle demeanor, his discomfort was hard to overlook. What is it? Is there a problem? Yu Ling inquired. Bai Ying, with his keen eye for measurements, could surely craft skirts that fit them perfectly. Yu Ling, Bai Ying cannot make skirts for Aunt Shui and Sister Zhao Zhao, Xie interjected. Why not? Yu Ling tilted her head, puzzled. Xie was taken aback, surprised that Yu Ling was unaware of this. Male beastmen only crafted animal skin skirts for their own female lords. If Bai Ying were to make garments for Aunt Shui and Sister Zhao Zhao, it would be seen as inappropriate. Wolf Ji added, indeed. Yu Ling replied, Wolf Ji, you need not elaborate so thoroughly. Understanding dawned upon her. She realized the underlying customs. Looking at Bai Ying, who wore a troubled expression, she quickly apologized. Oh dear, I'm sorry, Bai Ying. I failed to consider this. I truly had no knowledge of such customs. It's perfectly fine. I can make them myself. Reflecting on the time when she first arrived and how Wolf Zhua and Wolf Yu had managed to procure animal skin skirts, she recalled that Bai Ying had initially wanted to bond with her while crafting their first skirt. As for Aunt Shui and Sister Zhao Zhao, she could simply make them herself, perhaps allowing Bai Ying to assist with measurements to avoid any impropriety. Though her sewing skills were lacking, her intentions were sincere. Upon hearing Yu Ling's words, Bai Ying felt relieved. He had been a loss on how to refuse her unreasonable request. There was no need for Yu Ling to make them herself. Huan or Xie could easily do it, one being a biological child and the other a nephew. Shi Zhua crossed her arms, her gaze settling on Huan and Xie, suggesting that it would be best for Huan to create the garments and present them in Yu Ling's name to avoid any gossip. Huan nodded in agreement. I shall do it. With a playful wink at Yu Ling, he began to sew the animal skin skirts with Bai Ying's occasional guidance. Although Huan's stitching was not as refined as Bai Ying's, it surpassed Yu Ling's skills. With Bai Ying's exceptional assistance and occasional advice, both skirts were soon completed. Aunt Shui's skirt was a sleeveless, deep V, long dress crafted from black animal skin, which would undoubtedly exude gentleness and intellect when worn. Sister Zhao Zhao's was made from red animal skin, featuring straps and a short skirt that rested above her knees. Her vibrant beauty would be further accentuated by this lively ensemble. Meanwhile, Yu Ling's outfit predominantly featured white animal skin, a pure hue that rendered her demeanor even more serene and gentle. The pristine color seemed to harmonize perfectly with her essence, highlighting an unadorned natural beauty. The white animal skin set not only complemented her delicate complexion, but also exuded a soft charm that invited closeness, especially as she adored the color white. The following morning, Yu Ling hastily finished her breakfast, her heart brimming with joy as she donned the new animal skin skirt. The soft material conformed to her figure, accentuating her graceful curves. Meanwhile, Huan held the skirts intended for Aunt Shui and Sister Zhao Zhao, and they walked side by side out of the house. As they made their way, both male and female beastmen couldn't help but be drawn to Yu Ling. Their gazes were filled with unabashed admiration, and soon whispers of astonishment filled the air. Wow! Look, it's the female Yu Ling. The animal skin skirt she wears is simply exquisite. Indeed, I have never seen such a finely crafted skirt. Especially among the female beastmen, there were unending praises for Yu Ling's attire. After all, for those who cherished beauty, it was nearly impossible to resist the allure of a lovely skirt. One female, unable to contain her curiosity, dashed towards Yu Ling, her face alight with envy. Yu Ling, could you please tell me how your animal skin skirt was made? Would you be able to teach my beast husband? Yu Ling chuckled at the girl's enthusiasm. Since she could not profit from the skirts, she willingly shared the making process. My beast husband, Bai Ying, crafted it for me. You can have your beast husband inquire with Bai Ying for the specifics. Upon hearing this, the female's expression shifted to one of admiration. Bai Ying is truly remarkable. During her time in the tribe, she had heard much about Bai Ying, with whispers suggesting he might be the messenger of the beast god. However, the tribe leader forbade discussions on this matter, threatening expulsion for those who violated the rule. While she, as a female, felt no fear. She worried about her beast husband facing repercussions. There were also murmurs that the prohibition was to protect the beast god's messenger. Years ago, a beautiful female, The tribe leader's beast mother was rumored to be a messenger of the beast god, drawing attention from many tribes and rogue beasts. Eventually, she was abducted and perished, leading to unprecedented chaos within the tribe and the loss of many strong beastmen. Now, with another messenger of the beast god gracing their tribe, it was surely a divine blessing. They were determined to keep this a secret to prevent malevolent beasts from attempting to seize the messenger again, fearing for the safety of this messenger, even if he was merely a male beastman. The thought of two messengers of the beast god perishing in their tribe was too harrowing to contemplate. Yuling soon found her way, and before long, she approached Aunt Shui's cave with a cheerful stride. Yet, as she neared, she heard faint, amorous sounds emanating from within, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she quickly pulled Huan back several meters. Do not listen, do not look. Just then, Hu Shui emerged from the cave, smiling as she waved at the pair. Why are you standing so far away? Come here. Huan's beast father had sensed his offspring's presence and notified his mate. Hu Shui. Yuling glanced apprehensively at the cave behind Hu Shui. This might not be appropriate. Just as she hesitated, Huan strode confidently towards the entrance, prompting Yuling to follow suit. Hu Shui affectionately took Yuling's hand, gently asking, Why didn't you come in? Yuling, slightly embarrassed, chuckled nervously and quickly retrieved the sleeveless deep V animal skin skirt belonging to Hu Shui from Huan's hands. Shui, this is a gift for you, Yuling said. Hu Shui looked at the black bee skin in Yuling's hand with a puzzled expression. When Yuling unfolded it, her gaze reflected astonishment as she curiously examined the uniquely styled dress in her hands. How was this made? Hu Shui had already noticed that Yuling's attire today was exceptionally different, with a design vastly distinct from their usual bee skin skirts, and it looked quite appealing. She never expected that Yuling had prepared such a beautiful bee skin dress for her. Yuling playfully replied, Actually, this was made by Huan. My sewing skills are rather poor. I can only claim that the design was sketched by me. Hu Shui took the beast skin dress from Yuling, reluctant to part with it. It's so beautiful. This is the most exquisite beast skin dress I've ever seen. Thank you, Xiao Yuling, Hu Shui exclaimed joyfully. This little one truly has a charm that captivates beasts. How could such a delightful female cub exist, far surpassing her own Hu Zhao, who only knows how to irritate beasts? Hu Zhao, beast mother, whom are you belittling? Yuling smiled and shook her head. I haven't yet thanked Shui for informing me about beast mother and for ensuring my safety. I must go find Hu Zhao, so I'll take my leave now. Just as Yuling was about to depart, she was pulled back by Hu Shui. Come in and sit for a while. Yuling, with no choice but to comply, followed Hu Shui inside. Anxious, she feared discovering something she should not see. Her concerns were unfounded. For lying on the stone bed in the hall was an unfamiliar male beast man, whose injured calf was causing him to groan in pain. Yuling observed the injured beast man and the Hu Shui who had come midway to find her. Shui, shouldn't you be tending to him? Yuling remarked, noting the wound on the male beast man's calf, which appeared to be a severe bite from a fierce beast, still bleeding profusely. Only then did Hu Shui begin to treat the male beast man, given that Tu Xing was a traveler. It was no surprise that the Ling Hu clan could heal external injuries. Yuling watched as Huan's beast father brought over a pot of boiling water. Hu Shui used the boiling water to clean the beastman's blood, then applied crushed herbs to the wound, finally wrapping it in beast skin and bandaging it. Hu Shui instructed, Come back tonight for another dressing. The beastman sat up and performed a standard gesture of respect, placing his right hand over his left chest, expressing immense gratitude. Thank you, esteemed shaman. With that, the male beastman limped out of the cave, while Huan's beast father began to clean the bloodstains from the stone bed. After washing her hands, Hu Shui turned to Yuling. Were you scared? She implied, referring to the injured beastman's leg. Yuling shook her head. She had witnessed far more gruesome and horrifying sights. Shui truly treated her like a child. After chatting with Shui for a while, when Yuling finally exited, not only was she carrying the bee skin dress for Hu Zhao, but also a bag full of rare wild fruits gifted by Shui. According to Shui, these fruits were precious, exclusive to shamans, filling her bee skin bag to the brim. As she headed to Hu Zhao's cave, she was uncertain of the way, having never been there before, so Huan guided her. The distance from Shui's cave was less than 10 minutes, before she could step into the mysterious, deep cave. A clear, melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells chiming, reached her ears. Following the sound, she saw in the cave's hall that Hu Zhao was nestled delicately in the embrace of a handsome male beast man with long, flowing blue hair akin to seaweed. At that moment, they seemed to sense someone's approach. Hu Zhao looked up slightly, and when her gaze met Yu Ling standing at the cave entrance, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. Hu Zhao quickly disentangled herself from the male beastman's embrace, moving with the grace of a dancing butterfly. She hurried over to Yu Ling, her face blossoming with a radiant smile. Yu Ling, why did you suddenly come? She asked sweetly. Am I interrupting something? Noticing Yu Ling's direct gaze, Hu Zhao added, This is my merman beast husband, but he must return to the water at specific times. He just came back. Yu Ling replied, It seems I truly interrupted something. They are newlyweds, and I've come at an opportune moment. Oh, Yu Ling, your beast skin dress is so unique. Hu Zhao finally noticed Yu Ling's attire, realizing that although they were both beast skin dresses, it looked particularly stunning on her. Yu Ling smiled. That's actually the reason I came. I brought something for my sister. Huan, quickly bring it over. Huan presented a two-piece beast skin dress intended for Hu Zhao. This was Hu Zhao's first time receiving a beast skin dress gift from someone other than her husband, and such a beautiful and unique one at that. She exclaimed, Is this for me? Chapter 142. A unique taste. Hu Zhao then adopted a serious expression, scolding Huan. How could you let a female master make a beast skin dress? Huan replied, That's unfair. Yu Ling quickly waved her hands, explaining, It was Huan who made this. I just guided him. Sister, please don't misunderstand. I wanted to make one myself. But my sewing skills are so poor that what I produced was utterly unwearable. Hu Zhao finally breathed a sigh of relief, happily embracing the beast skin dress with her eyes sparkling. Regardless, thank you, Yu Ling. I love it. Upon hearing Hu Zhao express her fondness, Yu Ling felt a wave of relief. She did not linger, exchanging only a few pleasantries with Hu Zhao before hastily departing, not wanting to intrude further. Huan followed her with a smile. Today's little Yu Ling belonged solely to him. On their way back, they passed a river. Yu Ling gazed at the shimmering waters, realizing she had been on the Beast World continent for a full 6 months without tasting fish. The thought alone made her involuntarily swallow. Huan was lost in the warm atmosphere of being alone with Yu Ling when suddenly, Yu Ling seized his hand and led him forward. When he finally registered what was happening, he heard Yu Ling's slightly excited voice, Huan, let us go catch some fish to eat. Upon hearing this, Huan immediately shook his head vigorously, like a crazed rattle, urgently exclaiming, No, Yu Ling. Those fish beasts not only emit a foul odor, but they are also loaded with terrifying bones. I once heard of a female who nearly lost her life because a bone got lodged in her throat after eating one. Huan was adamantly opposed. Even male beastmen wouldn't consume those fish beasts. Seeing Huan's vehement refusal, Yu Ling placed her hands on her hips and huffed. Huan, you don't trust me. Huan chuckled helplessly, coaxing her, Little Yu Ling, how can I not trust you? Yu Ling grinned mischievously. Since you trust me, you should catch some fish beasts for me. I'm tired of meat. You can't cook fish beasts, but they taste delicious when prepared this way. Observing Huan's demeanor slightly wavering, Yu Ling softened her tone and leaned closer to his ear, saying, Oh, I'm not foolish. I'm the envoy of the beast god. Huan, please help me catch a few. Huan, unable to resist Yu Ling's adorable and charming demeanor, felt his heart melt. At that moment, he would have unhesitatingly given her his life if she asked. Huan entered the water to catch fish, and a passing beastman approached, speaking urgently. Yu Ling, Huan, you cannot eat the fish beasts in this water. Doing so could prove fatal. His warning was not unfounded. He had previously heard of cubs who ate those fish beasts only to be fatally choked by their spines. Yu Ling, with her height and build resembling that of a cub, understood their concern for her, remembering Shui and several beast brothers' worries. She couldn't say too much and instead feigned innocence. I just think this fish beast is cute. I want to catch it and raise it. In the tranquil ambience, Huan found himself unable to hear clearly amidst the gentle sounds of flowing water. He observed Yu Ling conversing with a tribe member, who departed shortly after exchanging a few words. Once the orc had left, Huan couldn't help but ponder the peculiar charm of the fish beast. Adorned with scales and emanating an unpleasant fishy odor, he mused about Yu Ling's rather unique taste. After bidding farewell to the concerned orcs, Huan tossed a fish weighing approximately 10 pounds onto the bank. Yu Ling marveled at the abundance of fish in this world, noting that such a sizable catch could be obtained with ease. As Huan prepared to plunge back into the water, Yu Ling called out to him, urging him to stop. That's enough, just this one will suffice. Huan nimbly leaped onto the riverbank, his entire form soaked by the frigid river water. His fiery red hair clung to his cheeks in disarray, exuding an unusual allure despite his slightly disheveled appearance. The skin skirt he wore was equally drenched, droplets cascading down. Though Huan appeared somewhat disheveled at that moment, it did not diminish his charm. Rather, it enhanced his wild beauty. Wet and tousled, Huan upheld an air of innate grace and distinctive charisma that shone through his disheveled state. Yuling couldn't help but exclaim how strikingly handsome Huan was. Among her 5 work husbands, it was Huan who stood out the most in terms of appearance, although the others were not without merit. With one hand carrying the fish and the other holding a fruit gifted by his beast mother for little Yuling, Huan found himself unable to grasp her hand. Feeling somewhat wronged, he sighed. Upon returning to their cave, Yuling was startled by the sight before her. Several orcs were busily engaged in work. Who else but her husbands were installing a wooden door for their cave. Yuling joyfully approached, while Huan's expression was somewhat cracked with confusion. Wait, why are they back so soon? Whose idea was this? Yuling, delighted, inquired about the added security a wooden door would provide, ensuring their lives would no longer be subject to prying eyes. Buying wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling mischievously as he quipped, "Guess." Yuling surveyed the group, feeling perplexed. If she guessed wrong, she would only hurt their feelings. Pouting, she declared, "If you want tea, tell me. I'll go cook the fish." Buying, chuckling helplessly, quickly grabbed Yuling as she attempted to enter the cave. It was Lang Ji's suggestion. Surprised, Yuling glanced at Lang Ji, who was focused on his task. "Thank you, Lang Ji," she expressed, as she indeed needed that wooden door. Lang Ji's ears flushed crimson as he responded with a low grunt. When Shi Zhuo and Xie learned that Yuling intended to eat the notoriously unpalatable fish beast, they both frowned tightly. This fish beast was infamous for being difficult to swallow, covered in numerous sharp spines, and emitting a pungent odor that could overwhelm any beast. The thought of tasting it was nothing short of a nightmare. Although they hadn't tried it, just the idea made them shake their heads in disapproval, especially given the danger the sharp spines posed to a female orc's delicate throat. Realizing their shared concern, Shi Zhuo and Xie exchanged worried glances. Just as Shi Zhuo was about to speak, Xie interjected. With wide eyes and a serious demeanor, he warned, "Yuling, you cannot eat this fish beast. It could be fatal." Shi Zhuo, seeing the fish in Huan's grasp, strode over, intent on discarding it. Yuling quickly grabbed Shi Zhuo's arm, her urgency palpable. "This fish is edible. It is rich in protein, and consuming fish is beneficial for health. Just trust me." Hanging onto Shi Zhuo's arm, she earnestly explained, "I would never joke about my life." Shi Zhuo hesitated, still unconvinced. "Is it really good for you?" Yuling nodded vigorously. "I promise, you must believe me." Shi Zhuo fell silent, not doubting her sincerity, but apprehensive about the fish beast. Buying quickly interjected, "Shi Zhuo is just worried about you. We all care for your well-being." Yuling looked at the pensive Shi Zhuo and playfully said, "I understand, but I promise it's delicious. Trust me." She leaned in, affectionately pressing her face against his. With a resigned sigh, Shi Zhuo finally relented, placing the fish down, allowing Yuling to take it. "I'll cook it right now. It will be delightful," she exclaimed cheerfully as the fish lay gasping for breath, awaiting its transformation. Huan hastened to assist, taking charge of the fish preparation. Under Yuling's guidance, Huan skillfully gutted and sliced the fish into manageable pieces. Yuling expertly massaged salt crystals into the fish, while Huan ignited the fire. The pungent aroma of red fruits and peppercorns sizzling in the pig fat filled the air, causing Huan to cough. Yuling smiled, waiting for the broth to simmer before adding the fish meat. Within minutes, the translucent flesh turned white, indicating it was cooked. She promptly ladled the fish into a large container, filling it generously. As they awaited the completion of the wooden door installation, Yuling sat eagerly at the large stone table in the cave's living area, anticipating their arrival to share the meal. Shi Zhuo frowned while Baiying sat beside Yuling. "I'll eat first." Understanding their concern for her, Yuling spoke gently. "Baiying, since you've never eaten fish, I'm afraid you might choke on the bones. Let me show you how to eat it." With that, she picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks, deftly separating the flesh from the bones. "This is one way to eat it, and there's a second method," she continued before popping a piece in her mouth. The fish was firm and tender, with a hint of sweetness, proving delicious despite the minimal seasoning. Her 5 orc husbands watched nervously as Shi Zhuo reached to pry open Yuling's mouth, exclaiming, "Spit it out." He believed the first method was acceptable, but the second seemed reckless. Yuling quickly waved her hands, stopping him. She was busy spitting out the bones while savoring the fish, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. Just gently separate the flesh from the bones with your tongue and teeth. If you're unsure, stick to the first method. Try it. It's truly delicious. And this fish is nutritious. Seeing that Yuling had not choked on the bones, they all sighed in relief and were filled with curiosity. Could it really be that good? With eager anticipation, they began to sample the fish beast. Ying was the first to try, successfully separating the flesh from the bones before placing a small piece in his mouth. To his surprise, the fish was devoid of the expected foul odor. Instead, it was spicy and tender, with a delightful sweetness. Thus, one by one, they began to join in, with Lang Ji and Xie Che being the most sensitive to spice, their tongues tinged with heat, yet still relishing the dish. Contrary to their expectations, the fish was indeed quite tasty, undoubtedly due to Yuling's culinary skill. "This is delicious," Xie Che exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "I never knew the fish beast could be so delectable. What are you eating that tastes so good?" A voice echoed from outside. In Miao you caught a faint yet enticing fragrance wafting through the air from afar. The scent was delicate yet remarkably alluring, practically irresistible to a cat. Following the aroma, he discovered that a wooden block had been placed to obstruct the entrance of the cave where his sister resided. "Sanxiong," Yuling exclaimed joyfully. The closest to the wooden door, Huan hurriedly opened it, and Miao Yu curiously leaned in. "What are you eating? It smells divine," he marveled, his gaze fixated on the container upon their stone table. As the wooden barrier was removed, the aroma intensified, causing an uncontrollable cattail to emerge behind him, swaying excitedly. Miao Yu, a feline beastman, was known for his preference for fish over meat. "Sanxiong, we are enjoying fish beasts," Yuling informed him. Miao Yu's expression stiffened. His earlier excitement doused as if splashed with cold water. The look on his face mirrored that of Xie Che at a similar moment. "Fish beasts are inedible. They could lead to death," he cautioned. Yuling quickly ushered her elder brother inside, saying, "Look, everyone is eating. As long as you are careful, you won't get caught by the bones. Sanxiong, it's truly delicious. You will absolutely adore the flavor." Miao Yu eyed the approaching spicy fish with skepticism. "Really? Heaven knows how dangerously enticing this aroma is for a feline beastman." Huan chimed in, "Sanxiong, it is genuinely delightful. Initially, we believed consuming fish beasts would be fatal, but after Xiao Yuling prepared it and taught us how to eat it, we found it to be incredibly delicious. To give it a try." Yuling had already separated the bones from the fish meat, placing the latter in a bamboo bowl, which she offered to Miao Yu. He furrowed his brow, feeling conflicted, wanting to look away, yet a voice within urged him, "You want to eat. You want to eat." Observing Miao Yu's inner turmoil, Yuling smiled and picked up a new pair of chopsticks, carefully presenting a piece of fish to his lips. Suddenly, Miao Yu's ears perked up uncontrollably. Unable to resist any longer, he opened his mouth. The moment the fish entered, his cat ears and tail began to sway in unison, his round eyes sparkling with delight. Heavens, what a delectable earthly delicacy! It is simply exquisite. Seated at the stone table, Miao Yu gazed upon the spicy fish and the slender chopsticks with furrowed brows. He had never used such utensils before. Mealtime typically involved using his hands to grasp the food. Meanwhile, Yuling gracefully took the communal chopsticks, delicately pinching a tender piece of fish and carefully separating it from the bones, placing it steadily into Miao Yu's bowl. Grateful, Miao Yu glanced at Yuling and curiously studied the chopsticks in her hand, contemplating how to wield this peculiar tool. After observing for a while, he finally mustered the courage to mimic Yuling. However, his initial attempts were clumsy. The chopsticks in his hands behaved like mischievous sticks, refusing to cooperate. They either failed to grasp anything or dropped what he had managed to pick up. Undeterred, Miao Yu persisted, determined not to trouble his sister for assistance. He tried again and again. Gradually, he seemed to grasp some technique. Though still awkward, he was finally able to successfully pick up the fish meat. With great effort, he controlled the chopsticks and slowly separated the meat from the bones. Ultimately, Miao Yu joyfully placed the hard-won piece of fish into his mouth, savoring it with a satisfied smile. Yuling, witnessing his delight, praised, "Sanxiong is truly impressive." Miao Yu, with a joyful smirk, responded, "You should know who I am." Dear sister, Chapter 144. Is this a competition? Indeed, indeed. My Sanxiong is the most formidable and clever feline beastman. Yuling laughed. It won't do for my sister to only praise Sanxiong. A magnetic voice interjected as Tsang Sun walked in with a smile, holding a container carved from stone. Xiong is quite impressive too. Yuling quickly greeted her second brother, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Little ungrateful one, Miao Yu playfully chided, though not genuinely upset. He approached swiftly to take the item from Song Sun's hands. What have you brought for my sister? Upon looking inside the stone container, he found dozens of bird eggs of varying sizes nestled within. A twinge of jealousy struck him. It was clear that as a bird beastman, Song Sun excelled in foraging for bird eggs, far surpassing their ground-dwelling kin. He thought to himself, just by sniffing around, I was drawn here, and yet Song Sun arrives bearing gifts. What an impressive feat. Is this a competition between brothers? He mused, eyeing his companions, Miao Yu, Bai Ying, Huan, Lang Ji, Shizhua, and Xie, all of whom were ground-dwelling beastmen. Yuling speculated that Huan's penchant for banter was undoubtedly learned from Miao Yu. Song Sun's gentle smile radiated warmth as he fixed his gaze on Miao Yu, causing Miao Yu to feel a chill run down his spine. He instinctively shrank back. Hiding behind Yuling, Song Sun's features exuded a natural gentleness, with soft lines that seemed to be caressed by a spring breeze, imparting a warmth akin to basking in the sun. His crescent-shaped eyes and perpetual gentle smile suggested that nothing could disrupt his serene demeanor. Yet, only Miao Yu and his companions knew that this seemingly harmless and cheerful individual concealed a heart of ice. Reflecting on their childhood, when Hu Ji, the eldest brother, was preoccupied with vengeance and strength, the responsibility of educating the younger brothers fell to Song Sun. During their mischievous youth, when Song Sun became angry, he was merciless. Each punch and strike was infused with force, as if aiming to incapacitate. Although time had passed, and he had matured into an adult beastman, those memories were indelibly etched in Miao Yu's mind, instilling in him a sense of reverence and trepidation towards Song Sun. Yuling, perplexed by her brother's apprehension towards their gentle second brother, remarked, but Xiong is so gentle, not frightening in the least. Little sister, this is a gift for you, Song Sun said with a smile. Yuling, taken aback, gazed at the bird eggs, her heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, Xiong, I absolutely adore them. With so many eggs, I can enjoy them for quite some time. You are so kind. I'm glad you like them, Song Sun replied, his eyes lingering on Yuling's new bee-skin skirt, genuinely admiring. It is beautiful. Yuling's demeanor shifted to one of bashfulness, her head lowered. A faint blush graced her cheeks, enhancing her delicate beauty. As the warmth spread across her fair complexion, Song Sun noticed her discomfort. His gaze shifted to the fish bones on the stone table, his brow furrowing as he looked at her with a piercing gaze, his tone growing serious. Is this what you are feeding my sister? He expressed disbelief that these beastmen would neglect hunting and resort to feeding her fish beasts. Yuling, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly interjected, this is what I wanted to eat. Fish beasts are delicious, aren't they, San Xiong? Miao Yu, caught off guard, mechanically nodded in agreement, delicious. Song Sun chuckled lightly. Is it so delicious that you lose control of your beast form? Miao Yu, feeling his ears and tail emerge, blushed deeply. It is indeed very tasty. I never knew that the fish beasts from this river could be so delightful. Most of the fish meat from the container had already vanished into his belly, leaving him craving more of the tantalizing flavor. He imagined that he would dream of this fish beast tonight, its fragrance and spice lingering in his thoughts. Look at you, a glutton, Song Sun teased lightly, though he did not share Miao Yu's fervent obsession with the boiled fish. Miao Yu touched his nose, thinking to himself that Song Sun had no appreciation for fine dining. This fish beast was the best food he had tasted in decades. His sister truly possessed a remarkable talent for cooking, and he hoped to remain bound to her for life. Miao Yu envied those fortunate enough to share a home with his sister. Song Sun and Miao Yu lingered for a while before departing from Yuling's cave. As Miao Yu left, he eagerly tugged at Yuling's arm, saying, Sister, do not forget about the third brother when you encounter such delicious food next time. Yuling, gazing at the gluttonous third brother, smiled and nodded, gaining yet another dining companion. Chapter 145. The offspring. On this day, a fine drizzle began to fall from the heavens, indicating that venturing into the wild would not be possible. Thus, she decided to nestle within her cave and indulge in idleness. Not far from her dwelling, a voice called out, Yuling, the fox shaman calls for you. This voice belonged to a female of the fox clan, who was known to her as Ahua from a distance. Pushing open the wooden door, Yuling saw Ahua standing nearby, waving to her. Aunt Shui is looking for me? Yuling inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she approached Ahua. What did Aunt Shui say? Ahua grasped Yuling's arm, her face alight with joy. Rong is about to give birth. Yuling's expression shifted to one of astonishment. She did not know Rong, so why would she need to witness the arrival of new life? Her incredulity was evident, leading Hua to express her confusion. We can all go see the newborns in the tribe. It helps us overcome our fears. Yuling shook her head, admitting she had never attended such events. Hua fell silent for a moment, realizing that she had not regarded Yuling as one of their tribe's females. Yuling thought to herself, wouldn't that only make me more fearful? Her face displayed clear reluctance, and after a strained chuckle, she politely declined, "Oh dear, I'm truly sorry, but I have matters to attend to in my cave. I fear I cannot accompany you today." She had no intention of witnessing another's childbirth. Unexpectedly, Ahua tightened her grip on Yuling's hand, her determination palpable. "Yuling, from the moment you stepped into our tribe, you became one of us. Now, you're a little female of our tribe. You must go." Yuling was taken aback by Ahua's unexpected strength. In a surprising turn of events, she found herself pulled along without warning, leaving her both astonished and helpless. Today, Shizhuo remained in the cave, observing as Ahua dragged Yuling away. His brow furrowed tighter upon hearing her words, as if realizing the implications. To ensure Yuling's safety, he had no choice but to follow closely behind. Yuling, feeling as though she were being taken against her will, found herself abruptly brought into the cave. With a stern expression, Shizhuo stationed himself outside, awaiting Yuling's return. Inside, 5 or 6 other females had already gathered. When Hu Shui's gaze fell upon Yuling, surprise flickered across her face. Indeed, she should come and see. With a gentle tone, she reassured, "It's all right. It won't be frightening." Yuling understood that Aunt Shui was addressing her, and she managed a smile that was more painful than tears. Slowly, she shifted her gaze to the cold, hard stone bed before her, where a female lay quietly. This female, known as Rong, had a slightly protruding abdomen. Upon closer inspection, she appeared to be only 3 or 4 months pregnant. Yet at this moment, this seemingly early stage was about to herald the arrival of new life. How could that be? Rong's brow furrowed tightly, her once delicate features contorted in pain, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead and trickling down her cheeks. Hu Shui stood firmly before Rong, soothing her in a soft voice, "Do not be tense. Relax and breathe deeply. Trust me, the offspring will soon arrive safely." Her voice was gentle yet resolute, aiming to provide Rong with the courage and strength needed to face the imminent moment of childbirth. At that moment, the dim, cavernous space was thick with a palpable tension. All the soon-to-be adult females widened their eyes, their gazes fixed on Rong as if they were nails driven into wood. Even the usually composed Yuling found herself enveloped in this atmosphere, her heart racing and breath quickening. The tranquility in her eyes rippled as she focused intently on the unfolding birthing process. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, Rong suddenly let out a muffled groan, straining as if to relieve herself, and in that instant, a small figure emerged unexpectedly. Yuling's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the scene before her. Indeed, in that fleeting moment, the tiny creature rolled into this world as if it were a simple act of defecation. The newborn entered the world in a manner that left everyone astonished. This little one, covered in soft fur, was no larger than the palm of her hand, curled up and appearing incredibly fragile. Blood and the remnants of birth surrounded it, marking the transition from the womb to this new existence. This was far removed from her expectations of childbirth. She had anticipated screams of agony, yet it felt more like a simple act of relieving oneself. Host, this is how childbirth occurs in the beast world. The offspring are born in a diminutive form to avoid harming the mother. They will grow larger later and eventually take on their true forms. Right now, they are merely in their juvenile state, System 999 explained. This was the most humane birthing process she had witnessed in the beast world, where complications were nearly non-existent and pain was minimal. How peculiar, Yuling mused, gaining newfound knowledge. Rong gave birth to 5 cubs, all male, who nestled closely together, forming an adorably furry little bundle. Exiting Rong's cave, Yuling found herself still immersed in the scene of childbirth, feeling somewhat lightheaded. In modern society, childbirth was a perilous endeavor, often fraught with danger. Even with advanced medical care, many women faced life-threatening complications during labor, leading to tragic outcomes. However, just moments ago, Yuling had observed the entire process firsthand. It was simple, exceedingly simple. So, giving birth is not as terrifying as I imagined, she murmured to herself. After this rare observational experience, she felt less apprehensive about the prospect of one day bearing their offspring. She finally understood the rationale behind allowing females to witness the process. It served as a potent reassurance for their hearts. Hu Shui continued to offer guidance to the new mother, Rong, while Ah Hua stood beside Yuling, equally bewildered by the rapidity and simplicity of the event. Was that all? It took less than 10 minutes. Several females remained in a daze, while Yuling pondered. Is it truly that easy? Shizhuan noticed Yuling's stunned expression and voiced his concern. What is it? Yuling waved her hand dismissively. She was merely astonished. If childbirth was indeed this straightforward, she felt a sense of newfound confidence. Chapter 146. Yuling, listen to my defense, let us return, Yuling said, reaching for Shizhua's hand, which felt pleasantly cool to her touch. He gently placed one hand protectively over her head, mindful of the light rain. Fearing she might catch a chill, Yuling remarked, it appears to be of little consequence. Recovering from her stupor, Ah Hua called out to the departing Yuling and her 8-patterned beast husband, Yuling, wait for me. With that, she hurried after them, occasionally exclaiming, so, giving birth is such a simple matter. Indeed, Yuling replied. The rain appears to be endless, having poured down for several consecutive days. Initially, the delicate strands of rain merely drifted gently, but as time progressed, the downpour intensified, resembling a colossal waterfall cascading from the heavens. The large droplets pounded the earth fiercely, creating splashes of water. Accompanying the rainfall, the temperature plummeted, transforming the once slightly warm air into a biting chill. Fortunately, they now had a shelter, no longer affected by the torrential rain. Yuling stood quietly beneath the eaves of the cave, extending her delicate, fair hands to catch the incessantly falling raindrops. Each droplet that landed in her palm resembled a crystal-clear gem, glimmering with a faint light. Yuling gazed intently at the raindrops in her hands, her brows and eyes unconsciously forming a beautiful arc, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. At that moment, Bai quietly approached Yuling from behind. Concerned that she might catch a chill for being drenched for too long, he had brought a soft beast skin cloak. He carefully draped the cloak over her back and gently said, this should be the last rain of the rainy season. Once it passes, the dry season will arrive. Yuling nodded. During these days of heavy rain, her beast husbands had taken turns going out to hunt, while the rest stayed in the cave with her, chatting to alleviate her boredom. Tired of playing with the water, Yuling stretched and said, I'm going to take a nap. This gloomy weather is perfect for sleeping. She had barely lain down on her bed when she closed her eyes, striving to calm her thoughts to swiftly enter a sweet dream. Just then, a faint rustling sound, almost imperceptible, reached her ears. Although the sound was extremely soft, it was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Curiosity stirred within Yuling. Who could be quietly entering the room at this hour? With a heart full of intrigue, she decided to remain still, pretending to be sound asleep, hoping to catch whoever was off guard and discover if it was indeed her beast husband causing the commotion. Just as she was focused intently on anticipating the intruder's approach, a sudden chill unexpectedly brushed against her lips. The icy sensation swiftly coursed through her body, causing her to involuntarily shiver. Drawing upon her past experiences, she instantly deduced that this cool touch must have come from Siejua. However, upon further reflection, she recalled that it was indeed Siejua's turn to go hunting today. So whose chill was this? Her mind raced, and she soon realized that this icy touch was most likely brought by Xie. With this thought in mind, she abruptly opened her eyes, eager to confirm her suspicion. As her gaze met that of the person before her, she was not surprised to find Xie's dark, handsome face mere inches away, his large, expressive eyes filled with astonishment. Clearly, Xie had not anticipated Yuling's sudden awakening, and he was so startled that he lost his balance and fell heavily onto the ground. Yuling, you're not asleep? Xie exclaimed, covering his mouth with his hand, his voice muffled. The last time he had indulged in such thoughts, he had dreamt of kissing Yuling. Now, taking advantage of her slumber, he had summoned the courage to steal a kiss, only to be caught in the act by Yuling. Yuling was equally astonished. She had not expected it to be Xie. Hearing his incredulous words, she revealed a teasing smile. If I were asleep, I wouldn't have caught you, Xie. I never imagined you would be this kind of Xie. Xie was her 5th beast husband, and during their time together, he had always been warm and welcoming, never crossing any boundaries. Yuling had thought he preferred to take things slowly, but she had not anticipated this bold move. Had she not feigned sleep, she might never have discovered it. The commotion attracted her other beast husbands, who entered to find Xie sitting on the ground, flustered. Xie looked at Yuling, attempting a final struggle. No, Yuling, let me explain. Ah, no. You all listen to my explanation. Come. I would love to hear your defense, Yuling chuckled, patting her stone bed to invite him to sit up. Huan observed Xie's predicament and, realizing what had transpired, crossed his arms and coldly questioned, Xie, you sneaked into Xiao Yuling's room. You seem innocent, yet you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, just like Lang Ji. Xie shrank back slightly at the gazes of Baiying, Huan, and Lang Ji, appearing as though he were a bullied victim. A defense, is it? Huan raised his voice, eager to hear Xie's reasoning for sneaking a kiss from Xiao Yuling when they weren't watching. I was just curious. I saw you all kissing Yuling, and I wanted to experience kiss too. I didn't dare to ask her directly, so I thought I would try it secretly. It felt quite nice, but alas, I got caught today. Xie sat beside Yuling, his head bowed to his stomach, his voice as soft as a whisper, lacking any courage. Yuling couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth upon hearing his words. Was she truly so intimidating that Xie felt he couldn't speak? Her voice gentle, she replied, Xie, you are already my beast husband. If you wish to kiss, you can simply tell me. There is no need for such sneaky antics. Upon hearing Yuling's words, Xie's beautiful eyes sparkled with gratitude, overwhelmed by her kindness. What do you mean? I was caught today? Xie, you've been quite the mischief maker. Huan's voice suddenly rose, realizing this was not the first occurrence. Xie, sensing Huan's demeanor, stammered, Huan, please don't get excited. There have only been 2 instances. Huan chuckled. Only 2, Xie? You have truly developed your skills. Bai Ying and Lang Ji maintained calm expressions. Bai Ying glanced at Xie and decided it was best for them to handle the matter. Bai Ying and Lang Ji exited the scene, leaving the chaos behind. Xie turned to Yuling for help, looking as though he had been bullied. Huan approached and forcibly seized Xie, leading him toward the door. Xie frantically shook his head at Yuling Huan. Yuling attempted to rescue Xie, but he was already being taken out of the room. A 7-mark beastman, like Xie, was thoroughly subdued by Huan. A 6-mark beastman. Don't worry, Xiao Yuling, I won't hurt him, Huan's voice echoed from a distance. Yuling was unaware of what Xie was enduring, his appearance resembling that of a beleaguered spouse. Xie looked at her with a mix of grievance and yearning, as if to say, Yuling, you didn't come to my rescue. Yuling couldn't help but laugh, her heart lightened, her smile broadening. Xie appeared even more flustered, while Huan shot him a fierce glare, which finally quelled his antics. The weather gradually improved, and the week-long rain finally ceased. As Yuling gazed at the sun on the horizon, the air still infused with the earthy fragrance of wet soil, she inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. Bai Ying and Lang Ji busied themselves with breakfast, ensuring Yuling had a good meal before heading out to hunt. Just as she settled down to enjoy their breakfast, a melodious sound, reminiscent of silver bells, rang out from outside the cave. She turned to see Hu Zhao approaching with a bright smile, eagerly running toward them. Sister, come join me and your eldest brother for a fun day in the Beast City. Hu Zhao was closely followed by Huji and several unfamiliar male beastmen. Each of these robust male beastmen exuded a powerful masculinity, their muscular frames either tall and imposing or strikingly handsome. Without exception, they surrounded Hu Zhao, their gazes filled with profound admiration and protective affection for her. It appeared that they were all her beast husbands. Among them was a male beastman from the Merfolk tribe, whom Hu Zhao had encountered that day. Hu Zhao introduced them, saying, "These are my beast husbands. They have just returned from hunting beast crystals, which is why you haven't seen them." Yuling nodded in understanding, but then expressed her confusion about the sudden trip to Beast City. To Beast City? Hu Zhao affectionately took her hand and complained, "Yes, I'm taking you to explore. This incessant rain has been falling for ages. If we stay cooped up any longer, we might turn into foolish females. Moreover, the tribe is running low on the salt crystals needed for making cured meats, so we must go to Beast City to exchange for more." Coincidentally, the grand annual festival is about to take place in Beast City, attracting all the major races from the southern continent, so we anticipate staying there for a while. Recently, the tribe had experienced a trend in producing cured meats, sausages, and jerky, leading to a rapid depletion of salt crystals which were already insufficient. Huji remarked that Yuling had too few beast husbands, and this trip would be an excellent opportunity for her to find new ones. Yuling furrowed her brow. She could not possibly go alone and would need her husbands to accompany her. However, she was concerned about the jerky and the items stored in the cave. With nothing to do in the cave these days, she had cured a considerable amount of meat, waiting for it to dry. If they left, it would likely spoil, become foul or grow mold. Huji noticed Yueling's dilemma and reassured her, "Sister, there's no need to worry. Just leave one behind to watch over things. If it comes to it, Song Xuan and a few others can help." At this point, Yueling felt somewhat troubled. She did not know whom to choose, especially with those eager eyes looking at her, making it a challenging decision. Just as Yueling found herself in a quandary, unsure of who to leave to guard the homestead, Xieche hesitated slightly before slowly extending his hand and softly said, "Then Yueling, I shall stay behind to guard the home." At that moment, Xieche felt an anxious flutter in his heart, akin to a small rabbit. After being caught stealing a kiss from Yueling, a profound sense of guilt washed over him, making him feel as if he were being pricked by thorns, unable to sit still. Particularly, Huan, the elder beast brother, often shot him glances filled with suspicion, as if fearing he might attempt to steal another kiss from Yueling. Yueling frowned. Xieche seemed so timid. Had he been bullied by Huan? Little Yueling, since Xieche is willing to stay, let him, Huan said, breathing a sigh of relief. As long as he was not the one left behind, he was satisfied. Hearing Xieche's voluntary offer, Huan felt pleased. At last, this fellow had shown some sense. He certainly did not wish to leave little Yueling. He wanted to remain by her side for all time. Xieche nodded enthusiastically. Yueling chose not to say more. Bai Ying and Lang Ji were already organizing the furs, preparing the jerky for the journey, and considering what items they could barter with in Southern Continent SB City to bring back things that Yueling needed. Yueling was deeply curious. She had visited the Beast City in the Northern Continent, but had never been to the Southern Continents. Her Beast brothers mentioned they would be staying for a while. Without further ado, after breakfast, Yueling set out with them. The Huzhu tribe was not too far from the Southern Continent's Beast City. She sat upon the silvery back of Bai Ying, and with a gentle jolt, the group of beastmen commenced their journey toward Beast City. Along the way, the scenery was picturesque, with lush green mountains and clear waters reflecting one another. While she admired the beauty of the beast realm, her heart brimmed with anticipation and curiosity about the upcoming arrival at Southern Continent's Beast City. What differences could there be between the two cities? Time slipped away quietly, and before she knew it, as the sun began to set, they finally arrived at their destination, the Southern Continent's Beast City. The sky remained bright, with the evening glow unfurling like a brilliant painting across the horizon. During their journey, they did not forget to fill their stomachs. At noon, they found a quiet spot to rest, opting for the jerky they had brought along, which was spicy, chewy, and quite filling. The Southern Continent's Beast City boasted towering walls that reached the clouds, seemingly endless, crafted meticulously from yellow earth and incredibly hard stones. The yellow earth appeared to embody the strength of the land, presenting a stable and heavy earthy hue. The stones, weathered by the passage of time, bore mottled marks that narrated the city's long history. The entire city wall exuded a sense of grandeur, resembling a slumbering dragon sprawled across the earth, instilling a feeling of immense pressure. From a distance, the walls stood majestically, piercing the clouds and evoking a sense of reverence. Similar to the Beast City in the Northern Continent, yet distinctly different, Yueling was captivated by the lively scene before her as she stepped into this mysterious and vibrant Beast City. The cobbled streets were lined with stalls on either side, each filled with a kaleidoscope of goods, overwhelming the senses. These stalls showcased an array of peculiar items meant for bartering. Throughout the Beast City, one could see beastmen walking and engaging in conversation, some in small groups, others in pairs, exchanging various information, while others at the stalls were haggling over prices. It turned out that bargaining existed even in this realm. When Yueling and Huziozo appeared on the street, the previously bustling atmosphere suddenly quieted. Many beastmen turned their curious and astonished gazes upon them, their intense stares drawn to them as if by a magnet. "It's a female of the Linghu tribe," someone exclaimed, captivated by their beauty. No wonder they were so stunning. They were females of the Linghu tribe, accompanied by 2 8-pattern beastmen, Shizhua and Huji, and 1 7-pattern beastman, Bai Ying. Upon witnessing the presence of higher-tier beastmen beside them, some self-conscious lower-tier beastmen immediately averted their gazes, realizing that such beautiful females were beyond their reach. As they stepped through the city gate, a tall, slender, and shrewd-looking steward promptly approached them. His hurried steps suggested he had been anticipating their arrival. With a beaming smile, he approached Huji and Huziozo, his enthusiastic demeanor impossible to overlook. He slightly bowed and said, "Esteemed guests, Your journey from afar has been arduous. I have been waiting here for quite some time to welcome you to your meticulously prepared accommodations. Please follow me." With a sweeping gesture, he led the way, his gaze lingering on Yueling. Previously, the chieftain of the Linghu tribe only brought Huziozo to attend the Beast King's banquets. But now he was accompanied by a petite yet extraordinarily beautiful female, leaving him puzzled. His eyes fell again on Shizhua. He had not anticipated that the Linghu tribe had added another 8-pattern beastman. It seemed that before long, the Linghu tribe would likely emerge as the largest race on the southern continent. With this thought, the steward's attitude became even more humble and respectful. "And this female?" he inquired. "This is my beast sister, Yueling. I brought her to explore Beast City," Huji introduced. The steward recalled hearing years ago about Huji and his brothers searching for their long-lost sister, and after years of silence, he had assumed they had given up. Little did he know they had found her. The steward smiled graciously. "Yueling, welcome to the southern continent's Beast City." "Thank you," Yueling replied. The steward paused slightly, yet maintained a composed smile as he guided them forward. Along the way, he enthusiastically elaborated on the customs and intriguing aspects of this Beast City, striving to help Yueling acclimatize to her surroundings more swiftly. Meanwhile, Bai Ying and the others attentively absorbed the steward's narrative while discreetly observing everything around them. Zo eagerly tugged at Yuling's arm, whispering, "Let us first drop off our belongings and then venture out. You have no idea. The Beast City also hosts a night market and entertaining evening events that last for 7 days and nights, featuring orcs from various continents." "Yueling, my dear sister." "Hee. Zao concluded with a playful hand over her mouth, hinting at her thoughts. Yueling responded, "Sister Zao. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Her beastly companions displayed a watchful demeanor. As they spoke, they arrived at their lodgings, which resembled those in the northern continent. 2 stone houses positioned mere meters apart. The internal structure of the Beast City was meticulously organized, divided into 2 distinct parts by a towering, robust wall, an inner city and an outer city. The outer city bustled with life, teeming with orcs from all directions who brought unique items for barter. In contrast, the inner city housed powerful orcs with higher beast patterns and cherished females. After leading them to their residence, the steward departed. The stone house was carved from an enormous boulder resembling a small mountain. The orcs adeptly hollowed out the interior, creating a thoughtfully designed 2-story layout. This unique integrated design rendered the stone house remarkably sturdy, eliminating the risk of collapse common in ordinary constructions. From a distance, it appeared as a naturally formed fortress, steadfast upon the earth. Ascending to the 2nd floor revealed several square windows, unadorned by curtains, yet allowing glimpses of the beautiful exterior scenery. Regrettably, the beast world lacked window frames and glass, meaning that inclement weather could affect the interior. A closer inspection revealed 5 rooms on the 2nd floor, some spacious and sunlit, while others were relatively smaller. The 1st floor contained 3 rooms and a generous hall, furnished with a standard stone table and several stone stools, reflecting the clean, tidy, yet sparse nature of the beast world. Just as Yueling was about to catch her breath, Zao dashed in excitedly, having donned the fiery red beast skin skirt that Yueling gifted her, with a delicate white wildflower tucked into her hair, enhancing her vivacious appearance. "Look, isn't it beautiful? Everyone says the beast skin skirt you gave me is lovely." Zao beamed, twirling to showcase herself. Yueling nodded earnestly. The skirt indeed looked stunning on Zao. "My dear Yueling, you should quickly change into your new skirt too. Let us go shopping now," Zao urged, brimming with anticipation to make other females envious, especially those from the Peacock clan who prided themselves on their feathers. Yueling sighed at her sister's enthusiasm, but couldn't bear to refuse her. She gently sighed again and reached into her beast skin pouch. After a moment, she retrieved a brand new beast skin skirt and turned toward the inner room. After changing, Yueling emerged, only to find Zao waiting at the door, her eyes wide with surprise and admiration. "Wow, you look stunning," Zao exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Yuling's hands, examining her from head to toe. Then, she circled around Yueling to admire her figure from behind. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Zao released Yuling's hands and dashed outside to the flower bushes, picking a pure white flower. She returned briskly and gently lifted Yuling's cascading hair, pinning the flower behind her ear. Instantly, Yueling radiated a fresh and elegant aura, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. "So beautiful," Hu Zao's eyes sparkled with affection, regretting for the first time that she was a female. Wishing instead to be male to accompany Yuling, Bai Ying and the others were equally captivated by Yuling's appearance. Bai Ying approached and skillfully braided her hair into a classic twist, resting it upon her chest. Shizhua, you accompany Yuling. We'll tidy up the stone house. Bai Ying instructed. Shizhua, an 8-pattern beast man, always exuding an icy demeanor, stood imposing enough to deter any unwelcome advances from other males. He nodded. Though he preferred solitude, he could endure anything as long as he was with a little female. Huan hesitated, reluctant to comply, as he was well aware of Bai Ying's intentions. If he were an 8-pattern beast man, he would undoubtedly be by Yuling's side. Leaving no room for Shizhua, Lang Ji had no objections to Bai Ying's suggestion. For Bai Ying was the foremost beast husband and a figure he had looked up to since childhood. Chapter 149. The Indignant Hu Zao. Yuling inquired about her elder brother's absence. Is my elder brother not joining us? Hu Zao waved dismissively. He went to meet the Beast King and has no time to accompany me shopping. But I have Hai Lan with me. He is a Sea Clan beast man. And taking him to the Sea Clan stall for barter will yield even more goods, requiring less beast skin. Yuling quipped, so you brought him along just for discounts? The beast man named Hai Lan smiled indulgently at Hu Zao, feigning grievance. So you only wanted me to accompany you for that. Hu Zao clicked her tongue, realizing she had revealed too much, and quickly winked at Yuling. Oh no, I just haven't gone out with you in ages. Don't feel wronged. Yuling chuckled, recognizing Hu Zao's easygoing and carefree nature. After soothing Hai Lan, Hu Zao leaned closer to Yuling, whispering, Sister Yuling, find yourself a Sea Clan beast husband. You can exchange the least for the most, it's a bargain. Plus, they have beautiful hair and looks, and their demand isn't that high since they spend half the year in the ocean. Yuling nearly choked on Hu Zao's words, astonished by her boldness. The male beastmen do follow their female masters, but Sea Clan beastmen return to the sea at specific times. Otherwise, they weaken. So, they are somewhat of an exception. The system interjected with a new piece of knowledge. But what if the female master goes elsewhere? They be lost. Yuling questioned. Formerly bonded beast men have a sense of their female master's location. No matter the distance, they can find her, the system explained. Isn't that like a radar or GPS? Yuling mused. You could say that. Host, the system confirmed. The system 999 remarked. The host is not entirely wrong. Shihua, cast a chilling glance at Hu Zao, who remained unfazed by the cold stare. It bewildered her how Mei Ling could be attracted to a beast man of the Snake Clan as a mate. They were notoriously frigid and intimidating, making them the least desirable among female mates. Nonetheless, Shihua's beast pattern rank was commendable, and his appearance was not without merit. Huan gazed at Hu Zao with a sense of grievance. Sister, you are truly unreliable. You give your dear beast brother a female mate, and even tempt her to seek others. A chill ran through Huan's heart. Although he understood that Mei Ling could not possibly have only them 5, he wished for a slower pace. To spend more time with Xiao Mei Ling before more beastmen arrived to share her attention, thus diminishing his own chances. Consequently, Huan resolved to wait for Xiao Mei Ling's return to perform a few dances to lift her spirits. Let us not delay, Hu Zao urged as she clasped Mei Ling's hand and skipped out of the stone house. The moment they appeared, they shone like the most brilliant stars in the night sky, instantly capturing the gaze of all the beastmen present. The outer city was predominantly inhabited by male beastmen. However, unlike the outer city, the inner city was home to numerous male and female beastmen alike. These male beastmen were formidable, most possessing a rank of 6 beast patterns or higher. Even the lowest ranking among them held at least the qualifications to enter the inner city with a rank of 5. Upon seeing Hu Zao and Mei Ling, the gazes of the male beastmen turned astonished and heated, especially among the single ones, whose eyes sparkled with intense desire. They instinctively took a few steps closer, seemingly eager to strike up a conversation. Yet, just then, an invisible pressure emanated from behind Mei Ling, revealing a top-tier 8-pattern beastman standing behind the 2 beautiful females, abruptly halting their intentions. Simultaneously, the female beastmen surrounding them looked on with envy, admiring the striking beauty of the 2 females and the exquisite bee-skin skirts they wore, attire they had never seen before, which looked stunning on them. Hu Zao was elated by this attention. As dusk approached, yet the evening festivities had yet to commence. She led Mei Ling to a location hundreds of meters away from the inner city, observing the empty stone house with curiosity. Mei Ling expressed her confusion. Didn't you say the festivities would last 7 days and nights? I see no sign of it. And whose dwelling is this? She pointed at the vacant stone house, wondering if Hu Zizao was awaiting her friends. Hu Zizao replied, the festivities begin tomorrow. We arrived early, so there is nothing today. She then added with indignation. This is the residence of the Peacock clan from the southern continent. They stay here every year for the Beast City festivities. The females of the Peacock clan are quite disdainful, even complaining about the Fox clan's odor. I adorn myself in this beautiful bee-skin skirt to provoke them, for they surely do not possess anything so lovely. Thus, Hu Zizao recounted the events that had transpired, growing increasingly incensed, her chest rising and falling dramatically, with a hint of crimson staining her eyes. She remembered her initial excitement when she first arrived at the Bee City for the festivities, expecting a delightful and unforgettable time, only to encounter such a humiliating affront. Those females from the Peacock clan had mercilessly mocked her before many beastmen, boldly declaring, "You Fox clan beastmen always emit a repugnant odor." Hearing such words, Hu Zizao could hardly believe her ears. She instinctively lowered her head to sniff her body, but detected no foul odor whatsoever. Clearly, they were deliberately provoking her, utterly unreasonable. From that moment, she secretly vowed to find an opportunity to teach these oblivious Peacock clan females a lesson. Today, Hu Zizao had purposely donned the beautiful bee-skin skirt gifted by Mei Ling to slap them in the face. She had yet to mention that they reeked of bird odor. Those self-important Peacock females, adorned with vibrant feathers, strutted about as if they were the most beautiful beings in the world. In Hu Zizao's eyes, they were quite unattractive, nowhere near the natural grace and beauty of her Linghu clan females. As it stood, this arrogant group of Peacock females had yet to arrive at the Beast City. Hearing Hu Zizao's words about the Peacock females, Mei Ling felt no fondness for them either, surprised that even the females here could be so petty and sarcastic. Contrary to what System 999 had claimed about the simplicity of the beast world, System 999 replied, "Host, I only refer to the majority." Chapter 150, The Peacock Clan Females. Enough about them. They ruin our good mood. Mei Ling, my sister, let me take you to explore the outer city and see if there are any curiosities. Hu Zizao's mood shifted like the wind, one moment filled with anger, the next radiating cheerfulness as she took Mei Ling's hand and led her toward the outer city. Mei Ling, intrigued, hoped to find something rare like the rice they had encountered last time. They had brought plenty of dried meat and bee skin, so they needed to find a stall to trade for useful items, making today a perfect opportunity to scout for suitable vendors. Stalls were lined up in succession, with a dazzling array of goods overwhelming the senses. Among them, the stalls of the Sea Tribe were particularly eye-catching, filled with an assortment of astonishing items. Pearls, glistening and translucent, radiated a captivating luster, some perfectly round and smooth like twinkling stars in the night sky, while others exhibited bizarre shapes and colors, resembling nature's meticulously crafted artworks. Moreover, some pearls were enormous, even larger than common sea bowls, undoubtedly of significant value. In addition to pearls, various colorful and uniquely shaped shells drew the attention of the female beastmen. Whether petite and delicate or large and hefty, their surfaces adorned with exquisite patterns and textures. They were skillfully strung together with bee-skin leather to create distinctive necklaces and bracelets. Upon seeing these beautiful adornments, Hu Zizao was immediately captivated. She excitedly navigated through the stalls, haggling with the vendors, leveraging her connection with Hailan to exchange the least amount for the coveted accessories. In the end, Hu Zizao was satisfied, leaving with a necklace discounted by the internal personnel, her spirits high. Mei Ling, surveying the surroundings, found nothing particularly remarkable. The current trade was mostly common fruits and meats, with the rest being beautiful ornaments and salt crystals sold by the Sea Tribe beastmen, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Hu Zizao continued to pull her along, waiting for nightfall when the Beast City would ignite with torches, casting a brilliant glow alongside the moonlight. "Oh, is that not Hu Zizao from the Linghu clan?" A sharp and acerbic voice rang out from behind them. As they turned upon hearing the voice, they discovered that the steward who had come to greet them was now respectfully leading a group of over a dozen beastmen from the Peacock clan toward them. Among these beastmen, the three most prominent females adorned with exquisite headdresses made from peacock feathers strode confidently, exuding an air of superiority. However, When it came to facial features and beauty, these three females paled in comparison to Hu Zizao. Hu Zizao was born with extraordinary beauty, radiating brilliance, while the three individuals before her could at most be described as merely lovely. Nevertheless, such appearances were still remarkable amidst the multitude of ordinary female beings. At this moment, the three female beastmen exhibited an air of arrogance upon seeing her, their expressions revealing an unmistakable disdain, as if they believed the females of the Peacock clan were inherently superior to those of the Linghu clan. Oh dear, from just the silhouette, I was initially filled with delight, thinking this little creature might be your offspring. Who would have thought she would turn out to be such a diminutive female? One of the females fixed her gaze on Yuling, her eyes flashing with a moment of admiration, only to be swiftly followed by cruel words. Furthermore, she let out a sharp, mocking laugh, making her appear particularly malicious. Yuling's expression soured. Being compared to Hu Zizao's offspring was a blatant insult to her stature, labeling her a dwarf in the beast world. Hu Zizao, upon hearing this, became furious. Ku, how dare you speak so? Let us see if I have the courage today to strip you of your plumage. Fueled by indignation, Hu Zizao was ready to charge at the female named Ku. Unfazed, Ku simply chuckled. They had more than a dozen male beastmen on their side and were not intimidated by the four of them. Even if males could not strike females, the three of them could easily handle two, especially one who appeared to be a mere child and thus easy to bully. Just then, the gaze of the beastmen collectively fell upon Shizhua, who bore the mysterious totem of 8 stripes, causing them all to gasp in astonishment. Ku, why bother engaging with these two crude and unreasonable females? A male beastman from the Peacock clan stepped forward, ingratiatingly addressing Ku. Should a scuffle ensue, they had only 5 or 6 stripes, hardly enough to withstand the fury of an 8-striped beast. Yuling exclaimed, how are they crude and unreasonable? They were the ones who launched cold jibes at us from the outset. The females of the Peacock clan are already causing trouble upon their arrival in Beast City. If the Beast King hears of this, he will surely be displeased, the manager added hastily. The Peacock females were known for their lofty demeanor, and now they were actively seeking to provoke the Linghu females. It was important to note that one was the clan leader's mate and the other was the leader's sister, with 2 8-striped and 7-striped beasts backing them. How could they expect to come away unscathed? It was perplexing how the Peacock females failed to recognize the precariousness of their situation. Ku's expression darkened, seemingly displeased by the manager's ominous warning. Another female beside her quickly reminded, Ku, our purpose in coming this year is not to create discord with the Hu clan females. If we offend the Beast King and are expelled, it would be a tremendous disgrace. Ku shot a cold glance at her companion. I understand. She harbored a deep-seated disdain for Hu Zizao. Years ago, when Hu Ji was still a 7-striped beast and not yet the clan leader, Ku had sought to court him in Beast City, only to be openly rejected, a humiliation she could never forgive. The situation worsened when she learned that upon his return, Hu Ji had chosen to mate with Hu Zizao, which was a source of great anger and shame for her. Since discovering that Hu Ji had become the new clan leader and Hu Zizao was now the leader's mate, she had harbored resentment against Hu Zizao. Whenever she spotted her, she could not help but unleash scornful remarks, deriving pleasure from Hu Zizao as humiliation. This year, their tribe's primary aim in Beast City was to seek out mates for the Beast King's offspring, with the 3 of them being the most beautiful females in their tribe, all intent on winning over the heirs and becoming the next queen. Hu Zizao, today I shall overlook your rudeness, since you are merely 2 uncouth females, Ku sneered. Shijua's face turned ashen. He could not strike a female, so he marched over and seized the nearest male beastman to Ku, delivering a punch that sent him sprawling several meters away, the beastman collapsing to the ground, coughing up blood. The manager attempted to intervene as Shizhua acted, but was too late, left only to watch helplessly as the previously obsequious male was sent flying. You dare harm a female? Ku exclaimed, her face a mixture of shock and fear. Despite the blow being dealt to her companion, it felt as though it had struck her directly. Hu Zizao immediately found Shizhua commendable. Despite being a cold-blooded beastman, he demonstrated loyalty, standing up for both Yuling and herself against bullying. Yuling felt a sense of vindication. The Peacock females possessed an extraordinary ability to provoke. Neither she nor Hu Zizao had instigated them, and just moments ago, Hu Zizao's sister had merely wished to flaunt her beautiful bee-skin skirt to evoke envy. Shizhua did not strike you. Do not spew nonsense, Yuling said, swiftly grabbing his arm and raising an eyebrow at Ku. noting that even a clay figurine had some blood in it, let alone a person. Chapter 151. The position of the first beast husband is on shaky ground. Who would have thought that such a diminutive female could be so sharp-tongued? Keiyu fumed, pointing a finger at Yuling. This petite female had dared to compare her to a dog beast, spouting nonsense about not being able to speak fine words. Yuling retorted, "You think pointing your finger at others makes you justified? If we're to speak of rudeness, it is you who fits the description. For only an uncultured and fierce female would resort to such gestures." Keiyu found herself at a loss. Retracting her finger seemed impossible without appearing uncouth. In the outer city of Beast City, with so many beastmen observing, the contrast between true rudeness and decorum was glaringly evident. "Sister, let us not lower ourselves to the level of such an uncouth and fierce female. It would only bring us disgrace," Yuling said, her smile bright as she pulled the irate Hu Zizao along. Hu Zizao was taken aback that Yuling's few words could render the peacock female, Keiyu's face pale with anger. It seemed that if Yuling said a couple more things, she might faint from fury, and with that, Hu Zizao's anger dissipated entirely. Yuling was right. They should not stoop to the level of such a female. "You, Keiyu, are simply infuriating. What of it? I ignore you." Yuling cheekily made a face at Keiyu and led Hu Zizao away. Once Yuling and Hu Zizao departed, the surrounding beastmen's expressions made Keiyu feel as though they were mocking her. With a huff, she snapped, "What are you staring at?" The other beastmen, sensing her displeasure, quickly turned their attention elsewhere. Indeed, as that Linghu female had suggested, this peacock female was both rude and unreasonable. Useless creature, Keiyu thought as she approached the injured beastman, her mate, who had proven to be utterly ineffectual before the eight-striped beast, leaving her humiliated. The injured beastman hung his head, silent. "Manager, you see them attacking, yet you do nothing to intervene?" Keiyu exclaimed in frustration to the manager leading them. The manager, humble and affable, replied, "Keiyu, you were in the wrong first. Even if this reaches the Beast King, your stance will not hold." Right, always right." Keiyu scoffed. "Enough, you must not let this affect our mood." One of the three females remarked, "If Keiyu's actions led to their expulsion, it would indeed be a loss. They could not allow her behavior to jeopardize their presence. The priority was to remain in Beast City." Keiyu felt as though she might grind her silver teeth to dust, mentally cursing Hu Zizao and Yuling once more. "Yuling, you are truly remarkable. With just a few words, you managed to provoke that member of the Peacock clan, Keiwe, into a fit of rage." Once they departed from the outer city, Hu Zizao could no longer contain her laughter, clutching her belly in delight. It was the first time she had witnessed Keiwe so incensed, her eyes bulging as if ready to devour a beast. Seeing Hu Zizao's joy, rather than her usual furious demeanor, filled Yuling with happiness as well. Engaging in confrontations, as long as one does not overly invest emotions, can yield triumphant outcomes. She thought of Shi Zhuo, whose powerful fist she genuinely admired. Since they could not strike the females, she mused, why not vent their frustrations on the males accompanying them? Hu Zizao glanced at Hai Lan beside her and suggested, "You should learn from Shi Zhuo. Next time you encounter Keiwe and her companions, if they act in such a manner again, strike their beast husbands fiercely." Hai Lan smiled wryly, contemplating why he had not thought of that himself. Was it a sign of his lack of cleverness? Upon returning to their residence, Hu Zizao animatedly recounted the events that had just transpired. Upon hearing about their encounter with the female members of the Peacock clan, Hu Ji's brow furrowed with concern. However, as Hu Zizao elaborated on the events, his expression softened into a smile. He recalled incidents from the Liu clan where he once believed his sister was too kind-hearted and easily bullied. Later, he realized that her apparent fragility was merely a guise, akin to a tiger hiding its claws. As long as she was not severely provoked, she would not hold grudges, but if pushed too far, the aggressors would inevitably suffer. Even if they were to face consequences, he would ensure they were met with harsh retribution, regardless of whether the victims were delicate females. "By the way, Hu Ji, did the Beast King say anything to you?" Hu Zizao inquired. Hu Ji chuckled, though his gaze shifted from Hu Zizao to Yuling. "Why do you stare at me, big brother?" Hu Ji explained that apart from the annual gathering, Beast Kings from the eastern, western, and northern continents would also attend this year, as the event would select the future female leader of the southern continent's beastmen. This gathering would be unprecedented in grandeur, and he wished for her to compete for the title. "You know why I want you to run," he said, his expression laden with concern for her future. He feared that such matters could only be concealed temporarily. She would need a powerful ally and a beast husband to stand against the challenges ahead. The wandering beasts were an immense force, and the Ling Fox clan had once been a prominent race in the southern continent. Yet they had lost their beast mother to them. He had discussed this with his beast brothers, initially seeking a formidable male beastman to protect her, but unexpectedly, the opportunity to secure a Beast King's heir arose. This was a rare chance. Obtaining the heir would equate to gaining the guardianship of all tribes in the southern continent. However, before Huan could voice her thoughts, Hu Ji interjected, "This is far from sufficient." Huan ceased to argue, recognizing that Hu Ji's intentions were solely for Xiao Yuling's benefit. Yuling understood her elder brother's implications as well. Realizing that the hidden dangers brought by her so-called Beast God's messenger made it clear that a single Ling Fox clan member was inadequate for her protection. However, if Yuling were to take the Beast King's heir as her husband, it would jeopardize Bai Ying's position as the primary beast husband, as the Beast King would undoubtedly oppose his offspring not being first in rank. Hu Zizao frowned, acknowledging that the Beast King's heir would become the future lord of Beast City, unwilling to be relegated to a lesser status, even if they were to establish a hierarchy. This distinction would still hold significant weight, placing Bai Ying's status in a precarious position. Bai Ying stood quietly aside, silently absorbing their conversation. Each word struck him like a sharp arrow, piercing his heart and causing him profound distress. If this was merely to ensure Yuling's safety, he would willingly sacrifice himself and even relinquish his position as the primary beast husband. At that moment, Yuling heard Hu Zizao's words and resolutely shook her head, declaring, "Absolutely not. Bai Ying is my first beast husband. No one shall replace him in my heart." For Yuling, Bai Ying had consistently excelled in his role as her primary beast husband. Deep within her heart, he was undoubtedly the epitome of that title, and she would never engage in any action that might harm him. Upon hearing Yuling's unwavering declaration, Bai Ying's previously sorrowful expression transformed into one of profound emotion. His gaze was fixed on his beloved female, filled with affection and gratitude. Bai Ying understood that at this moment, Yuling stood resolutely beside him, offering boundless support and affection, stirring his heart deeply. "Yuling, he began. Chapter 152. The election. Yuling shook her head at Bai Ying. "You may, but I will not agree." Then she turned stubbornly to Hu Ji. "Big brother, Bai Ying is my choice, and it cannot be changed. Whose stubbornness does she inherit?" Hu Ji sighed in resignation. "Let us postpone this matter for now. We must first focus on selecting the right heir. This time, the Bee City is searching for a female partner for their offspring, with 5 candidates, yet the heir has never been publicly revealed. We must identify the correct male beastman among them." In truth, Yuling was reluctant to consider any beastman other than the one chosen by System 999. However, in order to avoid the fate of Tu Xing and to prevent being coveted by the tribes leading to her demise, she needed to secure a powerful ally, binding them together. The only viable solution was to form a partnership. If discovered, she would become a target across all 4 continents. The wandering beasts, known for their ruthless tactics, were the most feared and detested among them. Yuling softly acknowledged, "Choosing one from 5 and needing them to choose me, all while ensuring they are the heir? With my luck, I've never won even a small prize when buying drinks. How could I possibly be so fortunate?" She held no high expectations. Upon Hu Ji and Hu Zizao's return to their stone dwelling, Bai Ying could no longer contain himself and embraced Yuling, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Yuling." She gently patted his back. "You should not thank me. It is I who should be thanking you." Bai Ying released her, a smile gracing his lips. "Congratulations, host. Your favorability with strategy target 1, Bai Ying, has reached 100%. You have gained 5 years of life, totaling 50 years now." Yuling was puzzled. "That doesn't add up. It should be 45 years. Bai Ying's 100 years equals 15 years. Huan 10 years, Shizhua 10 years, and Xieche 10 years, totaling 45 years. Host, your favorability with strategy target 4, Xieche, surpassed 100% when he stealthily kissed you, but you were asleep at the time and unaware of the report." "I see." Yuling realized that the support of Xieche had already reached a favorability of 100%. Thinking of Xieche, who was alone in the Ling Fox clan's cave, she felt a pang of sympathy for him for 10 more seconds. Upon her return, she would surely make it up to him. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds and bathed the earth, Yuling remained lost in a sweet dream. However, the sudden clamor shattered this tranquility, jarring her from her reverie. Sleepily, Yuling rubbed her eyes, mumbling complaints about the noise disrupting her peaceful dreams. She stretched her arms, yawned widely, and slowly sat up. The raucous sounds grew clearer, seemingly emanating from just outside her window, which lacked glass, providing no sound insulation. Yuling slipped on her shoes and approached the window. Peeking outside, to her astonishment, she was left utterly speechless by the sight before her. The streets of the inner city were bustling with activity, alive with a vibrant energy. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that a multitude of unfamiliar beastmen had arrived. For the first time, she witnessed such a gathering of females in the beast realm. These beastmen were either engaged in animated conversations in small clusters or excitedly gazing around, clearly gathered to partake in the grand soiree that was soon to unfold. The allure of the Beast King's heir seeking a mate was undeniably potent. She settled by the window, observing the beast women below, one of whom, noticeably pregnant, was whispering to her companion as they walked side by side. The position of mate for the heir is rightfully mine. Just look at my formidable reproductive capabilities. I have already birthed 9 litters this year. He will surely be won over by me. The other female glanced at the pregnant one's belly and remarked, "You're due soon, aren't you? If you happen to give birth at the soiree, what is there to fear? It will prove my fertility. Perhaps the Beast King's offspring will find me appealing because of it." The companion cast a sidelong glance at the pregnant female. Not far away stood another female, seemingly no more than 20 years of age. Her face was adorned with vibrant and extravagant colors, red, green, yellow, all intertwined, resembling a camouflage pattern upon her visage. From a distance, her face was strikingly eye-catching. She arrogantly pushed her way past the females blocking her path, declaring, "They all belong to me." The two behind her were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "She's just a child. They're looking for a mate, not a little pup without a full coat." The young female huffed at their remarks, indignant. As Yuling surveyed her surroundings, her keen ears caught snippets of gossip floating up from the bustling beastmen below. Just as she was engrossed in the chatter, an unexpected figure abruptly entered her line of sight. Upon closer examination, it was a beastman from the Ying tribe, accompanied by the long-absent Song Zhe. He maintained his ethereal demeanor, standing out amidst the cacophony of the crowd, like a crane among chickens. His tall and upright figure, clad in a white beast-skin skirt, accentuated his noble and transcendent aura. His face appeared as if sculpted with meticulous care, sharp brows, bright eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips that hinted at an inherent aloofness and serenity. At that moment, his expression was calm and composed, as if nothing in the world could stir a ripple in his heart. There was neither sorrow nor joy to be found. Yuling found herself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, their gazes locked. His striking eagle-like eyes, deep and mysterious, drew her in. In that fleeting moment, a wave of panic surged within her, causing her to lose her balance and tumble onto the cold ground with a loud thud. The uneven stones beneath her resulted in scraped arms and knees, sending a sharp pain coursing through her, prompting her to furrow her brow in discomfort. What had transpired? Several beastmen rushed over, alarmed by the noise, their expressions laden with concern as they beheld Yuling's fallen form and her injured limbs. "What on earth happened?" Shizhuan inquired, gasping from the pain. Yuling sheepishly murmured, "I lost my footing and fell." Wolf Trail, go fetch the hemostatic herbs by Ing commanded. Wolf Trail dashed downstairs to retrieve the remedies from their belongings. "What is our shaman looking at?" A beastman from the Ing tribe asked, noticing Song Zhe, who seemed lost in thought. Following Song Zhe's gaze, they found nothing remarkable. Song Zhe retracted his eyes and lightly remarked, "Nothing. Let's go." His mind flickered back to the exquisitely beautiful face he had just seen, along with her look of astonishment upon encountering him. Another female, drawn to his shamanic abilities and appearance, had caught his attention. Reflecting on his time in the Ying tribe, he felt an inexplicable irritation at the thought of her subtle attempts to approach him. News of Yuling's fall quickly spread among her companions. Hu Ji and Hu Zhao were distressed to see her arms and knees bandaged, attending to her every need as she sipped water. Yuling chuckled at the concern of her beast husband. "I'm not that fragile. It's just a minor scrape. You are our tribe's most cherished little female. Our precious sister. You must be careful," Hu Zhao admonished, her face serious. "You've taken quite a tumble. It must hurt terribly." Leaning against Hu Zhao, Yuling sighed, "You're so kind, sister." Holding the soft and delicate Yuling close, Hu Zhao couldn't help but tighten her embrace, marveling at how small and adorable her sister was. Chapter 153. Let me have a good look after her fall. Yuling was advised to rest in the stone hut While awaiting the commencement of the soiree, she indulged in a moment of freedom, lying on the bed and savoring dried meat, thoroughly enjoying the experience. She mused that once they returned, the dried meat in the cave should be ready too. For a brief moment, she felt a pang of sympathy for Xie, who remained in the cave. She spent the entire day reclining on the stone bed. As evening approached, Hu Zhao donned the beautiful bee-skin skirt gifted by Yuling, preparing for the event. Yuling noted with delight, "Sister, it seems you truly adore the skirt I gave you. Once we return, I must ask Wan to craft several more for you." Yuling also adorned herself in her finest bee-skin attire. "Members of the Linghu tribe, please follow me." As Hu Zhao and Yuling gracefully descended the stairs, the beastmen waiting to escort them to the soiree could not help but be captivated by the sight before them. The two females from the Linghu tribe were strikingly beautiful, one tall and slender, the other petite and delicate. Each possessed an extraordinary beauty that was undeniable. Their exquisitely tailored bee-skin skirts, simple yet elegant, perfectly accentuated their graceful figures, akin to nature's finest masterpieces. Such a stunning appearance was bound to capture the fervent attention of all the eligible males present at the soiree, undoubtedly making them the focal point of the event. The beastman mused to himself that among such remarkable females, one might very well emerge as the new mate of the Beast King. With this thought, he treated Hu Zhao and Yuling with increasing respect, wary of offending those who could potentially wield significant influence in the future. Meanwhile, Bai Yinghuan, Wolf Trail, and Shi Zhua gazed at the enchanting young female with an overwhelming desire to shield her from the covetous glances of the male beastman. As they stepped outside, they encountered the females from the Peacock tribe. Yuling remarked, "It seems that enemies are indeed fated to meet." Gaiwa esa gaza linjeraton umbriathi. Followed by a disdainful huff, "This foolish male has no taste. How could he prefer Hu Zhao over me?" Hu Zhao could not restrain herself from rolling her eyes. Yuling, amused, linked arms with Hu Zhao, taking the lead. Frustrated, Keiyu stomped her foot, angered that this rude female dared to glare at her. "Hold back, do not jeopardize our plan," a female companion advised. Keiyu managed to suppress her annoyance. By the time Yuling and her companions arrived, several tribes had already gathered. The seating arrangement for the soiree was meticulously organized according to tribal hierarchy. The Beast King of the Southern Continent sat alongside 3 other kings from different continents, showcasing their esteemed status and formidable power. Next to them were their respective mates, while the Beast King of the Northern Continent sat alone. Following that was the day's main attraction, the 5 offspring of the Southern Continent's Beast King, all strikingly handsome male lions. Furthermore, the various races of the Southern Continent took their seats in accordance with their respective statuses and influence. Yuling and Hu Zhao arrived early, immediately captivating everyone's attention. Among the races recognized for their beauty in the beast world are the Hu clan, the Peacock clan, and the Mermaid clan, with the Linghu clan known for the most exquisite appearances. Upon seeing them today, they truly lived up to their reputation, both females possessing their unique charms. Adorned in uniquely styled fur skirts, they stood there as a picturesque sight. This is the matriarch of the Linghu clan. How stunning she is! The craftsmanship of her fur skirt is remarkable. And who is that petite female beside the current matriarch of the Linghu clan? Her skin is fair and looks so tender. She is truly beautiful. I have never seen such a lovely female before. Keiyu listened to the gasps and discussions around her, feeling as though she might shatter her silver teeth from clenching them so tightly. These blind fools. They consider themselves beautiful. One is ugly, and the other is short. Keiyu's voice was not soft, and many beastmen present heard her. Some females could not help but retort, muttering, "As long as we are prettier than you, is that not enough? We are already beautiful, and now we cannot even speak of it?" The Peacock clan females are too domineering. Despite their arrogance, they haven't even secured a seat at the front. Upon hearing this, Keiyu's face flushed crimson. Huji could no longer contain himself and smiled at the indignant Keiyu who followed behind him, saying, "I think you, Keiyu, should visit the shaman to check if there is something wrong with your eyes." Keiyu's face reddened even more. This was akin to a public slap in the face. Huji, the male she once admired, was the one saying this. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt tears welling in her eyes and said, "Huji, do not bully me too much. I am a female." Huji chuckled. "Is it bullying if I say a few words to you? Did you not think about your own bullying when you spoke about my matriarch and my sister?" Lastly, Huji added as a female, "You would do better to concede to my sister's nobility." "You, que yo he pointed a tu hi." recalling the short female from yesterday who remarked that her pointing at someone was uncouth. Her outstretched finger hesitated, unsure whether to retract or maintain its stance. I had thought that with your ascension to matriarch, you would exhibit some composure. Yet here, I am witnessing you bickering with a young female. A grand and lavish throne occupied the center, upon which sat the Beast King, whose presence commanded respect throughout the southern continent. His golden hair cascaded down to his shoulders like a waterfall, shimmering with an iridescent glow, as if each strand contained boundless power and dignity. His features were meticulously chiseled, with bold lines and refined, deep-set features. His piercing eyes radiated an innate sharpness and wisdom, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Beneath his high-bridged nose, his lips curled into an elusive smile, leaving one to ponder its true meaning. Despite appearing to be in his early 30s, the aura of maturity and the weight of experience he exuded were unmistakable. When he spoke, his deep, magnetic voice resonated throughout the plaza, each word striking like a hammer on the hearts of the listeners, compelling them to pay heed. At that moment, he sat upright in his throne, slightly leaning forward, his hands resting naturally on the armrests, embodying the majesty of a ruler. Under his watchful gaze, the assembly fell silent, deterred from any semblance of disrespect or negligence. Hu Ji respectfully bowed to the Beast King, his tone neither servile nor arrogant. I am the matriarch of the Ling Hu clan. If I cannot protect my matriarch and my sister, what significance does my role hold? His words were imbued with a commanding presence, rendering the Peacock clan beastmen speechless. Ku, uncertain of the situation, felt compelled to intervene, wishing to confront Hu Zhao. In this scenario, the dignity of the Peacock clan was at stake, risking a negative impression on the Beast King and his mate. Your sister? The Beast King expressed confusion, his gaze landing on Yu Ling, furrowing his brow. The events of years past had stirred considerable commotion. Could this truly be the offspring of that lineage? Had your sister been absent for several years? Beside the imposing Beast King sat a female with a hint of heroism in her visage, drawing attention. Her golden waves cascaded like a waterfall over her sun-kissed skin, gleaming with an alluring luster. Upon closer inspection, her features, while not conventionally beautiful, possessed a unique charm and allure that captivated the heart. She was none other than the mate of the Beast King, holding a position of unparalleled prestige. In this beast city and throughout the southern continent, she reigned as the most esteemed among all females. At that moment, her gaze fell upon Yu Ling, filled with curiosity. Hu Ji could not help but smile. By the blessing of the beast god, I recently found my long-lost sister. The Beast King's mate regarded the petite, fair-skinned female with an inviting gesture. Little one, come here and let me have a good look at you. Chapter 154. A close encounter. The tone and manner of the Beast King's mate bore a striking resemblance to the witch in fairy tales offering a poisoned apple to Snow White, causing Yu Ling to frown and hesitate. Bai Ying and the others looked on with concern. Hu Ji nodded reassuringly at Yu Ling, encouraging her to approach. Hu Zhao whispered excitedly in Yu Ling's ear. Do not worry. The Beast King's mate is very kind. She wishes to observe you. Look around. The other females are nearly envious. Upon glancing around, Yu Ling indeed saw that the eyes of the surrounding females were filled with admiration, while Ku's eyes burned with envy. Why should it be so? Although the Beast King and his mate belonged to the Lion Clan, the Lion Clan ranked only third among the major tribes of the southern continent, with the Ape Clan in the first position, followed by the Ling Hu clan, then the Lion Clan, the Eagle Clan, and finally the Sea Clan. The Peacock Clan was ranked as the 15th. It was certain that the Beast King's successor would not choose a female from the Ape Clan. If that were to happen, the southern continent would surely fall under the dominion of the Ape Clan. Yu Ling felt the weight of pressure as she approached the Beast King's mate. It was quite sudden and awkward. Upon getting closer, she imitated Hu Ji's earlier greeting, Beast King's mate. The Beast King was taken aback, while his mate smiled gently. You are quite polite for a little one. What troubles you? Observing Yu Ling's arms and knees, which bore clear signs of scrapes and bruises, the Beast King's mate remarked, that male who protects you is rather irresponsible. Just as Yu Ling was about to explain that her fall was unrelated to them, the Beast King's mate interrupted her with another question. How old are you this year? The Beast King's mate scrutinized Yu Ling, recognizing her beauty, though she was not as tall as the other females. However, she carried a subtle fragrance, and her demeanor was soft and delicate, appearing distinct from the other females. Aware of past events, the Beast King's mate suspected that Yu Ling had likely endured hardships that led to her diminutive stature, evoking a sense of compassion within her. 18. Yuling replied, though in truth, she was over 20. Perfectly suitable. Your name is Yuling, correct? Yuling nodded. Let us see if any of my young ones catch your eye. If so, I shall gift him to you as a token for our first meeting. The Beast King's mate laughed heartily, gesturing toward the handsome beastmen seated below. Yuling was taken aback. This was rather forward. They were not very familiar with each other, and such a proposition felt inappropriate. As soon as the Beast King's female spoke, all the beastmen turned their gaze towards Yuling, collectively holding their breath in anticipation. Many female beastmen envied Yuling's fortune, astonished that the Beast King's female would allow her to select a mate from among her offspring in public, while simultaneously fearing that Yuling might choose the future Beast King. 5 handsome beastmen looked at Yuling with eager anticipation, clearly satisfied with her presence. After all, she was an exceptionally beautiful female, and they hoped she would choose one of them as her mate. Yuling swallowed hard, feeling the weight of their attention. The pressure was immense. System 999, please help me determine if any of these 5 are suitable for my conquest, Yuling implored, feeling overwhelmed. Host, none of them are, replied System 999. She had hoped that if one among the 5 was indeed a potential target, she could simply have System 999 identify him, thus confirming him as the future Beast King and the current heir. However, none of them fit the criteria. She couldn't choose blindly. Yuling spoke gently. Beast King's female, I'm still unfamiliar with your offspring. To choose hastily would be irresponsible towards both you and them. I kindly request more time to interact with them, so I can make a choice that would not lead to regret for either party. The Beast King's female, pleased by her respectful demeanor, smiled approvingly. This was not the greed of an ordinary female. Many would have claimed all 5. By saying this, Yuling had ensured that regardless of her choice, she had not offended the Beast King's female and had shown great respect to both sides. Very well, I shall comply with your request. The Beast King's female responded with a smile. The Beast King nodded in agreement, recognizing Yuling as a wise and poised female. The 5 beastmen, upon hearing Yuling's words, grew even more excited about the forthcoming interactions. Just as Yuling was about to leave the main seat, she heard a voice beside her. Yuling, it has been a long time. She turned to see the Beast King of the Northern Continent, offering him a smile and a nod. When Yuling returned to her seat, Hu Ji praised, Sister, what you did was right. Choosing blindly could have resulted in losing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yuling sighed with relief, grateful that they understood her intentions. As she turned, her gaze met a pair of piercing eyes belonging to Tsang Zhe, who was situated below them. Their eyes locked for a moment, and Yuling flashed a warm smile. But before she could fully express herself, Tsang Zhe averted his gaze. Yuling felt somewhat speechless. Host, I'm unable to assist in this matter. System 999 chimed in. Never mind, I will focus on the current situation first. I can afford to wait regarding Tsang Zhe. After this brief interlude, the next segment featured the Beast King of the Southern Continent addressing the assembly. The proceedings resembled a school assembly, wherein they announced that their 5 offspring were still single and would select a suitable female partner within the next 7 days. This proclamation sent the crowd into a frenzy, marking the highlight of this year's gala. In Chapter 155, titled Ku's Killing, Yuling sat quietly, her eyes fixed on the peacock females dancing gracefully by the bonfire. Their figures were sleek, shimmering like stars in the night sky. It was undeniable that despite the peacock females often displaying an arrogant and unpleasant demeanor, their unique charm when dancing was utterly irresistible. Each movement was fluid and natural, as if they were one with their surroundings. Every spin and leap exuded grace, captivating the attention of all present, rendering them unable to look away. Among these dancers, Ku undoubtedly stood out. She wore an expression of utmost confidence, akin to a flower in full bloom. Dancing was an art in which Ku took immense pride, as it was the specialty of their tribe, and she was the most beautiful female among them. In this moment, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Hu Zhao and Yuling, revealing an unmistakable disdain and contempt, as if she were challenging them. Ku thought to herself, see, I am a true focal point here. The position of the Beast King's female must be mine. However, in response to Ku's display, Hu Zhao and Yuling merely exchanged knowing smiles, unperturbed by her antics. They continued to observe various tribal dances. But the performance that left the most profound impression on Yuling was that of a bird tribe, whose name she did not know. Their courtship dance, though formally structured, was comically entertaining, as they danced while making amusing calls, resembling the antics of a comedic performer. "Ajia, my stomach feels unwell. I need to go," Yuling suddenly said, placing a hand on her abdomen as she spoke to Hu Zhao. Hu Zhao nodded repeatedly, while Hu Ji leaned in with concern, asking, "Sister, where do you feel unwell?" Yuling shook her head. "I just need to use the restroom." Hu Ji nodded, advising, "The Beast City is crowded with beastmen. Do not go alone." Yuling agreed, and just as she stood, Huan followed closely behind, saying to Bai Ying, "I will accompany Xiao Yuling. I know where the restroom is in this Beast City." Bai Ying nodded, recognizing that if they all went together, it would be too much fuss. Yuling followed Huan to a location that was not particularly close to their residence. They arrived at an open area designated for public restrooms, constructed from stones. Yuling was surprised to discover that there was indeed a public toilet here. As she entered, she was nearly overwhelmed by the foul odor. The facilities were rather primitive, resembling a dry toilet. With many beastmen using the restroom, the smell was unbearable, and the environment left much to be desired. She had merely intended to use a small restroom, so she hurriedly finished her business. Huan waited outside, and when Yuling emerged, she felt an immense sense of relief. The stench had been unbearable, and she nearly bolted out the door. Huan observed Yuling's hasty exit as though something were chasing her. Yuling fanned herself, realizing that within less than a minute, she had acquired an unpleasant odor. As they began to make their way back, they passed a corner where they overheard a conversation between a female and a male. She intended to ignore it, adhering to the principle of not witnessing or listening to inappropriate matters. Suddenly, the male's voice rose, emotionally questioning the female. "Ku, are you truly willing to abandon me just to gain the status of Beast City's female? I am your first mate." The name piqued her interest, and she quickly pulled Huan aside to eavesdrop. Her curiosity ignited. To her astonishment, it was indeed Ku. The male's words implied that Ku was willing to abandon him for the sake of securing a position with the Beast King's offspring. Yuling crouched down with Huan, peering through the bushes to catch sight of the shadowy corner. Illuminated by moonlight, it was not overly dim. Ku was speaking face to face with a male beastman. Ku looked at the male before her and let out a derisive laugh. "Tion, you are merely a six-pattern beastman. After all these years, you remain at 6 patterns. Do you not understand that you are worthless?" The male named Tion recoiled, visibly hurt. "But there are also 5 or 6-pattern beastmen. Is this how you truly perceive me?" Ku replied coldly, "For you, I would be willing to sacrifice everything. All I desire is for you to maintain this position as the first mate. Should I lose this status, I will undoubtedly be looked down upon by other beastmen, and they will mock me. I will not relinquish this position." For years, he had devoted himself to Ku, working tirelessly and showing her kindness, only to be met with her demand to step down from his position as first mate, all for the sake of someone who had yet to secure their status. How could he possibly accept this? Ku, growing increasingly impatient with Tion's stubbornness, suddenly smirked, "Willing to sacrifice everything for me, are you?" In that moment, Tion nodded frantically, expressing his genuine concern for Ku. "You know, Ku, I truly care for you. I do not wish to relinquish this position. If you cannot let go of your identity as the first beast husband, then perhaps you should perish." In an instant, Ku drew a gleaming, terrifying bone knife from her waist and, without hesitation, plunged it directly into Tion's heart, as if a bolt of lightning had cleaved through the night sky. Yuling, who had been eavesdropping nearby, was struck with horror, her face draining of color. She instinctively covered her mouth with her hands, terrified of making even the slightest sound. She never anticipated that her mere desire to listen and would lead her to witness such a gruesome and merciless murder. Overwhelmed by fear, Yuling trembled uncontrollably, her eyes wide as she fixed her gaze ahead. Meanwhile, the orc named Tion, after receiving a fatal blow, appeared to struggle and resist. However, as he began to move, he seemed to be ensnared by an inscrutable force, rendering his previously raised arm weak and powerless as it sagged down. Ku, embodying the visage of a hellish demon, continued her relentless assault, plunging the bone knife into Tion's chest repeatedly. Each thrust drew forth a pool of crimson blood that splattered across her face and body. The blood, illuminated by the moonlight, made Ku appear as a bloodthirsty specter. In a state of utter terror, Yuling retreated further, wishing to distance herself from the horrifying scene. Unbeknownst to her, she had backed into Huan, leaning against him for support. In her panic, she failed to notice a dry twig beneath her feet. With a sharp crack, the twig snapped under the pressure, shattering the night's silence and echoing through the air. Ku furrowed her brow, looking in their direction. Who was there? As soon as her words fell, she charged toward them like a tempest. The sight before Yuling conjured images from a chilling television drama. A remorseless serial killer wielding a glinting blade, relentlessly pursuing an innocent bystander, emitting terrifying growls. The mere thought sent a shiver down Yuling's spine, her heart racing as fear surged within her like a tidal wave. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Huwan's hand tightly and, with all her might, began to run, desperate to escape this dreadful place. Oh my! Que Yue is truly terrifying. Chapter 156, The Strategist Number 6, Shijian. Huwan, caught off guard by the gruesome scene they had just witnessed, was abruptly pulled along by Yuling. At this point, Yuling had completely lost her sense of direction, clutching Huwan's hand as they dashed forward. She frequently glanced back, fearful that the terrifying Ku was pursuing them with her bone knife raised high. Just the thought of it drained her legs of strength, making them feel as though they could barely support her. Amidst this chaos, she failed to see the path ahead clearly. Suddenly, with a dull thud, she collided with an imposing figure akin to crashing into a solid wall, and the force sent her flying backward. Fortunately, Huwan, who was right behind her, absorbed the impact and fell heavily to the ground. Yuling landed atop Huwan, cushioned by his presence, sparing her from excessive pain. Nonetheless, her heart continued to race wildly, as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. Trembling, she raised her head to discern what had obstructed their path. As her vision cleared, she was astonished to find that she had not collided with a wall, but with a tall, muscular orc. His golden hair shimmered like sunlit strands, and his jewel-like eyes were deep and radiant, exuding an enigmatic charm. His facial features were well-defined, exuding a blend of handsomeness and an undeniable aura of authority. Yet, in this moment, his typically commanding gaze was filled with surprise and bewilderment due to the sudden turn of events. Huwan quickly checked on Yuling. Little Yuling, are you all right? She shook her head, and Huwan glared at the imposing Lion Clan orc blocking their way. What is the meaning of this? If little Yuling is harmed because of you, I will tear you apart. Having already fallen once that morning, Huwan was distraught at the thought of another mishap. I am truly sorry. It was unintentional, Shijian replied, explaining that he had simply been walking when they collided with him. Yuling added, it's not his fault. It was my reckless path, not paying attention. Shijian observed the fallen Yuling and Huwan, extending a hand to assist them while expressing concern. Are you both unharmed? Yuling glanced back, relieved to see no one pursuing them. We're fine. Without a second thought, she accepted Shijian's help and stood up. Is something chasing you? Shijian inquired. Observing the fear and disarray in Yuling's demeanor, he pondered the situation deeply. Yuling furrowed her brow, seemingly torn about whether to confide in this unfamiliar orc. This was her first experience witnessing a murder, and the image of Tion's lifeless eyes haunted her. Rest assured, I am responsible for the safety of Beast City, Shijian reassured her, his voice imparting an unspoken strength. As the head of the security team, he was akin to the police of Beast City. Hesitantly, Yuling recounted the harrowing scene she had just witnessed. Shijian's brow furrowed slightly as he questioned her. Are you certain he was the first beast husband known as Ku? Yuling nodded, her recollection clear and unmistakable. Huwan, equally taken aback, remained silent, shocked by the rapid unfolding of events. It was his first time witnessing a female master take the life of her beast husband. Shijian explained, if she were to indiscriminately kill other orcs, we would have the right to apprehend her or expel her permanently. However, since he is her husband, we cannot interfere. Yuling was astonished by this perspective. System 999 interjected. Host, a bonded male orc is the private property of the female, meaning that even if Ku were to slay all her husbands, others would be powerless to intervene. Yuling fell silent, contemplating the implications. How could such a concept exist? There was a distinct lack of human rights. Additionally, host, this is your sixth target, the son of the Beast King, Shijian. System 999 reminded her. Is he one of those 5? Yuling inquired, recognizing a face she had not seen before. No, System 999 clarified. Ah, so this Shijian is a target of her strategy. Should she still seek the heirs of those 5 orcs? Indeed, host, System 999 confirmed, capturing Yuling's thoughts. Yuling contemplated, well, since I have already acquired one wolf's trace, another would not make much difference, would it? After all, I could enjoy the company of many. System 999 attempted to console her. Yuling found herself speechless, questioning whether the Beast King would truly permit her to take 2 offspring. The musings of Huji are not without merit. If the demise of the previous Beast God's messenger was indeed due to their identity, then securing the formidable next Beast King of the Southern Continent is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. You all are attending the evening gathering, correct? Allow me to escort you back. Shi Jian discerned the petite female's trepidation. Yue, having seen no one on her way, upon returning, noticed the white flowers on the ground where the sound had originated. She crouched down, picked one of the delicate blooms, crushed it into a mushy paste with her fingers, and a peculiar smile curved her lips. So it is you. As Yueling returned to the soiree, Hu Zhao Zhao, with her keen eyes, immediately spotted Hu Wan and Yueling accompanied by Shi Jian and inquired, why the prolonged absence? Shi Jian, having delivered Yueling to her destination, took his leave, stating, I shall take my leave now. Thank you. Yueling replied politely. Hu Zhao Zhao grasped Yueling's arm, asking what is going on. How did you come to be with Shi Jian? Observing her friend's concern, Yueling decided to share the unsettling encounter. Hoping to caution Hu Zhao Zhao about Yue, a truly ruthless female, banter might be acceptable, but she was capable of lethal intent. Hu Zhao Zhao was taken aback, never having anticipated that Yue would so cruelly slay her own mate for the sake of the Beast King's offspring. She reassured the still trembling Yueling, do not fear. Dear sister, even if Yue were granted tenfold courage, she would not dare to truly harm us. Should she lay a hand upon us, neither she nor her companions would leave this southern continent unscathed. Hu Zhao Zhao spoke with unwavering conviction, aware that should anything happen to either of them, Huji would undoubtedly wreak vengeance upon those responsible. Chapter 157. Every radish and cabbage has its own love. Yueling understood well the affection her brothers had for her. Shortly thereafter, Yue returned, a strange smile gracing her features, as if she were aware she had been observed. Her gaze bore into Yueling, sending shivers down her spine, akin to being targeted by a cold-blooded killer. The experience was quite unsettling. It was indeed a rare sight to behold someone who could murder their own spouse, yet wear such a joyful expression. Hu Zhao Zhao cast a fierce glare at Yue, grasping Yueling's hand. Do not be afraid. We are all here. Yueling inhaled deeply, diverting her gaze from Yue. The evening's festivities continued with a familiar rhythm, culminating in a dance segment. Among the Beast King's 5 offspring, 3 approached to invite her to dance. Her lack of rhythm dissuaded her from embarrassing herself in front of so many, leading her to politely decline each invitation, her heart uninclined to dance. The few beastmen bore no ill will, turning to invite other females or returning to their seats. That night, Yueling suffered a nightmare, haunted by visions of Chu pursuing her with a bone knife, leaving her with dark circles under her eyes by morning, as if she had been assailed in her sleep. The Beast City during the day was no different from usual, leading up to the evening gathering. Stifling yawns, Yueling descended the stairs to find 2 tall, handsome beastmen approaching her. They were among the 5 Beast King offspring, one named Shiryu and the other Shirshu. Yueling, our Beast Mother has informed us that it's your first visit to the Beast City. We shall show you around the southern continent, Shiryu announced. Just a casual stroll, I presume, Yueling replied. As they prepared to depart, Shirshu, wearing a detached smile, assured them, do not worry. The Beast City is very safe. We will protect you. Yueling, Buying, and the others were skeptical of their reassurances, if it were truly safe. Why had Yueling witnessed such horrific scenes the previous day? Yet, in light of Hu Ji's schemes and Yueling's future, they felt powerless to prevent this unfolding situation. Forced to watch their female leader accompany the 2 Beast King offspring out of the stone house. Wang Ji, you shall covertly protect Yueling. I am uneasy. Buying instructed. Shizhuo was far too conspicuous, while Huan attracted unwarranted attention. Thus, Wang Ji was deemed the most suitable. The events of the previous night had reached their ears, terrifying Yueling, who spoke of her nightmares throughout the night. As she stepped outside with the unfamiliar male beastmen, an air of awkwardness enveloped them. The heirs of the Beast City were not publicly known, and it would be inappropriate to directly inquire about their identities. Their conversation meandered between trivialities, each moment steeped in an inexplicable awkwardness. What do you usually do, Yueling? Shiryu asked. Yueling, idly twisting her fingers, replied, I eat, sleep, and sometimes seek out curiosities in the mountains. Shirshu furrowed his brow in surprise. Females venture into the mountains? Realizing her oversight, Yueling quickly clarified. I enjoy exploring the mountains for new and intriguing items, accompanied by my mate. Mate? Is it not a bit premature to refer to them as such? Considering you have yet to come of age, they are more akin to guardians, Shi Yu remarked. Hearing this, Yu Eling frowned. In my heart, they are all my mates. Shi Yu chose not to respond further. Shi Shu chuckled lightly, inquiring, May I ask which tribe you hailed from, Yu Eling? Why has Uji search spanned so many years without success? Yu Eling sensed an ulterior motive in their questions and answered evasively. Just then, Shi Yu spotted Shi Jian patrolling with a group of beastmen in the distance and excitedly called out to him, hastening towards him. Yu Eling, resigned, followed in Shi Yu's wake, her eyes landing on her suitor, Shi Jian, who appeared like an elegant nobleman from afar. Upon noticing them, Shi Jian initially paused, then focused on Yu Eling, asking, What brings you here? Shi Yu explained, introducing her as the sister of the Ling Hu tribe's leader. This is Yu Eling. It is her first visit to the Bee City, and our beast mother has tasked us with showing her around. Yu Eling smiled at Shi Jian upon hearing the introduction. Shi Yu continued, Elder brother, why did you not attend the gathering yesterday? You missed quite the spectacle, with many beautiful females present. What if you had found someone to your liking? Shi Jian's smile faltered. Well, I have no interest in such gatherings. If it weren't for your aversion to attending, how might the identity of the heir have fallen to you? Shi Yu lamented, only to be silenced by a sharp glare from Shi Jian. Shi Yu quickly covered his mouth, realizing his loose tongue had betrayed him. Yu Eling ears perked, strained to catch the name Shi Yu had nearly revealed, but the sound abruptly ceased. Though the name eluded her, Shi Yu's words had effectively ruled him out. Shi Jian, observing Yu Eling's intent expression, felt compelled to share a piece of information. The body of an individual named Chu Etienne has been discovered. Yu Eling froze, and noticing her fear, Shi Jian reassured her, Do not be afraid, Yu Eling. We will increase patrols in the coming days to ensure no repeat of last night's incident. He had heard her name mentioned, and Yu Eling nodded appreciatively, gazing at Shi Jian. Thank you for your assistance yesterday. Oh, Yu Eling, could it be that something transpired between you two? Shi Yu exclaimed, covering his mouth, his gaze darting between Yu Eling and Shi Jian, akin to an eager spectator at a drama unfolding before him. They encountered Yu Ling, the female, due to the actions of the Beast Father and Beast Mother last night. If the next Beast King and Beast Queen were soon to be born, the Beast Father and Beast Mother would likely favor Yu Ling. After all, she hails from the Spirit Fox clan, the second largest race in the southern continent. The Beast Brother is the clan leader, and she is protected by powerful beastmen, such as those with 8 and 7 patterns. Ever since Ji became the clan leader, he has unreservedly supported Beast City. Although Yu Ling is undeniably beautiful, she is rather petite for Shi Yu's taste. He prefers females of taller stature. He does not deny that he harbors some fondness for Yu Ling, else he would not have accompanied Shi Su. As she mentioned yesterday, they should seize the opportunity to understand one another. Wait, who did you just say has died? Si you saw the nidiko si hian mentioning a vestman namivketian, and that they discovered his corpse. Chapter 158, Sowing Discord. Shi Jian glanced at Shi Yu, warning him that this was not the time for such discussions. Shi Yu covered his mouth, conceding, and said, Fine. You all continue. I shall resume my patrol. Shi Jian ceased conversing with Shi Yu, nodded towards Yu Ling, and turned to leave. Once Shi Jian departed, Shi Yu leaned closer to Yu Ling, his curiosity piqued about the events of the previous night and how they had met. Yu Ling, how did you come to know my elder brother? And who is this KT on? He inquired. Yu Ling shook her head. You may inquire with your elder brother. I cannot divulge this matter. It concerns events that transpired in B City, and sharing them would be rather indiscreet. If they truly wish to know, they may ask their elder brother, Shi Jian. Since Shi Jian's arrival, Shi Su had remained silent, leaving Yu Ling puzzled as to their apparent unfamiliarity. However, she refrained from questioning them. After a brief stroll, she concocted an excuse to return to her stone dwelling, who had long awakened and, upon learning that Yu Ling had gone out with the Beast King's 2 offspring, eagerly approached her, resting on the stone table as he inquired, How is it? Do you have any favorites? Yu Ling shook her head, stating that her feelings towards the two were rather lukewarm, and their interactions had been slightly awkward. That Shi Yu is not the heir to the Beastmen, she remarked, who hadn't anticipated that Yu Ling would dismiss one after just one outing. Well, there are still 4 others. It is of no concern. We have 6 days to observe and choose. Yu Ling nodded, accepting that it must be so. Unknown to KU, the events of the previous day had reached the Beast King and Queen. Upon learning this, they deemed the actions of the KU female from the Peacock clan ruthless and unfit for their offspring, thus crossing her name off their internal list. As night fell, the second evening's gathering commenced. The absence of the Beast King rendered the event akin to a dance without refreshments. Yu Ling, disinterested in dancing, found it quite dull, while Hu reveled in the festivities. At some point, Ku stealthily approached her. Bai Ying, Hu Wan, Lang Ji, and Shi Zhua eyed Ku warily, anticipating her next move, fearful of any malice towards Yu Ling. What do you want? Shi Zhua spoke coldly, his gaze piercing and frosty, as he scrutinized Ku. Ku smiled disarmingly. There is no need for you to be tense. What harm can a mere female do? Yu Ling snapped out of her daze. Her instinct alarmed as she observed Ku only 5 meters away. Spotting Yu Ling's gaze upon her, Ku's smile widened, declaring, I know it was you last night. Yu Ling felt as though her breath had been stolen, akin to being caught by a murderer. I have heard that you seek to claim the Beast King's offspring as your mate, aspiring to become the next Beast Queen. However, it seems your first mate has already been chosen, has he not? The Beast King would not permit his heir to have multiple mates. So you will face a choice similar to mine. Will you kill him, banish him, or remove him from the position of first mate? Ku spoke, her voice laced with sinister amusement. Do you know why Tian did not resist? Because bonded males can be controlled by females. He could not defy me. Yu Ling replied, so you have come to sow discord? I am here to inform you that the Beast Queen can only be me. Yu Ling gazed steadily at Ku, feeling a surge of helplessness and incredulity towards her words. Ku chattered incessantly, her voice a relentless stream. Yet all of her words lacked substance, merely serving to incite discord and spread rumors, clearly aimed at undermining her bond with Bai Ying. Yu Ling mused to herself. Ku is truly scheming. They had already discussed this matter with Bai Ying. Regardless of circumstances, his position would remain steadfast. Even if she could not become the next Beast Queen, she had promised her elder brother that she would strive for the title. And if her counterpart truly held affection for her, he would surely make concessions. She would not jeopardize their relationship and equilibrium for a new mate. Their trust in one another was as solid as rock, impervious to the trifling words of an outsider. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Yu Ling's lips, as if mocking Ku's doomed machinations. What are you laughing at? Ku frowned, perplexed that this diminutive female could find amusement in such a situation. I laugh at your futile efforts, for you may find yourself ultimately deprived of your desires, Yu Ling retorted. She struggled to comprehend Ku's cruelty. Merely for the sake of the title of Beast Queen, she had callously eliminated the very first mate who had accompanied and cared for her with utmost tenderness. This sparked doubt in Yu Ling's mind. Had there never been a trace of genuine emotion during their time together? Could those tender and sweet moments be so easily erased? What kind of madness drives one to commit such heartless acts? Ku extended a finger, exasperatedly pointing at Yu Ling. Each time she lifted her finger, memories of Yu Ling's derision echoed in her mind, leaving her paralyzed, unable to retract her accusation. Observing this, Yu Ling felt no fear toward Ku, but rather found her somewhat laughable. In a bold gesture, Yu Ling took Bai Ying's hand in hers. Ku glared at their interlocked hands and let out a scoff before storming off in anger. The gathering was alive with chatter, a cacophony of voices blending into a tumultuous wave of sound. Conversations, laughter, and music reverberated throughout the space, amplifying the already chaotic atmosphere. Amidst this turmoil, many beastmen, despite their keen senses, strained to discern the exchange between the two females. They could only observe from a distance as Ku, the female of the Peacock clan, approached Yu Ling with haughty demeanor. Yet, moments later, Ku's expression shifted dramatically, her face contorted with rage as she whirled around and left. From her furious expression and hurried steps, it was evident that she had been thoroughly incensed by Yu Ling of the Spirit Fox clan. Kei, did you not harbor disdain for Hu Wan? Why have you now turned your ire towards Yu Ling? As soon as Kei returned to her seat, a fellow female of her clan voiced her confusion, noting that in just 2 days, Kei seemed to harbor even greater animosity towards Yu Ling, as if her vendetta had shifted. Aren't you concerned with Hu Ji targeting his female? Why has it changed to his sister? Mind your own business, Kei snapped. Chu cast a fleeting glance at the female of her clan beside her. Had it not been for the events of the previous night, she would not have dared to threaten Yu Ling and incite discord between them, only to be met with a stinging rebuttal. She clenched her teeth, determined to show her the true heir to the Beast King. She found it hard to believe that Yu Ling would relinquish her aspirations of becoming the Beast Queen for the sake of a mere male. Drawing in a deep breath, she thought, I have no intention of meddling. I merely fear your influence over them. Enough of this chatter. Outsiders might think there is discord among us. Another female grasped the one who was speaking cautioning her against revealing their vulnerabilities to the prying eyes of outsiders. Both harbored grievances, questioning why this troublemaker, KU, was allowed to join them. Instead of bickering with me, you would be wiser to expedite the search for the true heir among the beastmen, rather than settling for a common cub, KU remarked. The other two females retorted that even a common cub is still the offspring of a beast king and indeed superior to many beastmen. Chapter 159. The female of the ape clan, Yuan Lu. Once KU departed, Bai Ying turned to Yu Ling with a warm smile. He was well aware that his female lord was a creature of deep loyalty and affection. KU was not only unattractive, but also possessed a wicked disposition. There were few commendable beings among the Peacock clan, but one could not help but scoff, questioning what sort of creature she was, lamenting how they once thought the females of the Peacock clan to be beautiful, only to discover their malicious intent. Bullying his sister and now attempting to harass his dear Yu Ling. How shameless. Yu Ling smiled gently, asserting that one should not condemn all beasts for the actions of a few. Every tribe harbors its share of rogues. Huan nodded, recognizing the validity of Yu Ling's words, recalling that had it not been for the treachery of their own clan, his sister would not have perished, and she would not have been left to suffer in the world. As Yu Ling spoke, a beastman was covertly observing her, surprised by her perceptiveness. Shi Yun, go invite Yu Ling to dance, one beastman instructed his companion. Shi Yun frowned and shook his head, murmuring, I went yesterday. Yu Ling said she wouldn't tea. Sure you? Sure Su, what about you today? He asked casually, glancing at the other two brothers. Sure you, slightly impatient, replied. All you do is ask. Why not go yourself? Shirring playfully slapped Sure Yu's head, chiding him on how he spoke to his brothers. Sure Yu pouted, feeling wronged, but that's the truth. Today, their beast mother had spoken to the five of them, yet only he and Sure Su had gone, while Shirring merely kept asking questions. He wondered how their parents had chosen him over the others, questioning if they thought him more handsome, though he believed Shi Jian was the most attractive. Sure Yu expressed his discontent. Yu Ling is indeed beautiful and gentle. You should consider making her acquaintance, for among all the females, she is your best choice. Shi Su suggested thoughtfully. The four brothers, despite their affections for Yu Ling, could not surpass Shirring, as their beast mother had already earmarked some candidates. Ling Hu's Yu Ling, along with Ying clan's Ying Shuang and Ku of the Peacock clan. It was evident that their mother favored beauty in her selections. Should Shirring decide to pursue any female, they would be free to chase after others. Yu Ling lingered for a while, feeling a tinge of boredom after her meal. Having endured a restless night filled with nightmares, she succumbed to drowsiness and rested her head on the stone table. Due to the Beast Queen's announcement of her impending union with her cub, no unobservant male dared to approach her, jeopardizing the search for a mate for the Beast King's offspring. The evening unfolded much like the previous ones, and she was unaware of when she would return to her stone dwelling. On the third morning, sunlight spilled through the window, illuminating Yu Ling's delicate features. However, before she could fully awaken, a cacophony of noise surged into her ears. Yu Ling frowned, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and sat up with a hint of annoyance. At that moment, a petite figure burst into the room with vigor. Sister Yu Ling, wake up quickly. It's quite lively outside. Hu Zhao chirped, resembling a jubilant little bird as she rushed to Yu Ling's bedside, tugging at her hand with excitement. Yu Ling chuckled helplessly and allowed herself to be pulled up. Following Hu Zhao's pointing finger towards the window, she beheld a grand procession approaching. The number of beastmen in this entourage was substantial, easily counting 30 or 40. Each one exhibited a formidable stature, exuding a powerful aura. At the center of this assembly stood a particularly striking figure, a female enveloped in thick animal hides, her face obscured, rendering her true identity a mystery. Yet, the respectful demeanor of the surrounding beastmen revealed her significant status among them, undoubtedly one of great reverence. Sister Yu Ling, today the leader of the ape clan has arrived. Hu Zhao exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Hearing the title of the ape clan leader stirred something within Yu Ling. She had previously heard of the hierarchical standings among the races of the southern continent, recognizing the ape clan as the unrivaled foremost clan. However, the previous gathering had seen their spot conspicuously vacant, and now the leader had finally made an appearance, accompanied by such a multitude of beastmen. That must be the offspring of the ape clan leader, known as Yuan Lu. It is said she is an unparalleled beauty, a rare gem of the clan who has not been seen in 100 years. I have yet to catch a glimpse of her, Hu Zhao lamented. The beastmen spoke of her beauty, yet her appearance remained concealed beneath layers of coverings. They had surely come in pursuit of the next heir among the beastmen. Who Zao speculated, her heart heavy with concern. They were not particularly covetous of power in the beast city. Rather, Yuling's unique status posed a risk. Even with Baiying as a facade, if the wandering beastmen were to return, the Linghu clan would find themselves besieged from all sides, necessitating the robust support of the beast city. As if sensing the two intense gazes upon her, Yuan Lu, who had been quietly sheltered at the center, gently lifted her delicate head. In an instant, her gaze met that of the two observers. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. In her gem-like amber eyes, a flicker of surprise was quickly replaced by unmistakable astonishment, a transformation witnessed by both Yuling and the other individual. Although Yuling felt a twinge of curiosity regarding Yuan Lu's reaction, she unfalteringly offered a sweet smile filled with goodwill. Yuan Lu returned the gesture, her amber eyes curving into a gentle smile that exuded an endearing charm, appearing somewhat naive. Yuling found her quite delightful. Her initial impression was indeed favorable. Chapter 160. Setting up stalls. On the third day, as the number of beastmen in the beast city continually swelled, numerous stalls emerged, set up by various clans participating in the evening's festivities to exchange goods. Yuling perceived this as an opportune moment for barter. She had initially planned to trade her homemade sausages and cured meats directly for other items, but Huan offered a different perspective. Huan expressed concern that some beastmen might find their unique flavors unpalatable. Upon hearing this, Yuling, after a moment of deep contemplation, resolved to heed Huan's counsel and adopt a more prudent approach. She decided to first exchange these items for animal skins, and subsequently utilize the acquired skins to engage in further trading activities. They sought out the steward who had guided them on their first day. "We have brought some barter items and wish to rent a stall," Yuling stated. The steward, standing respectfully to the side, was not surprised by Yuling's words. He had observed the considerable amount of items they had brought, which exceeded mere necessities. "Indeed, Yuling, renting a stall requires speaking with the captain of the Beast City Guard, and a certain amount of rent must be submitted. You may use your barter items or animal skins for this purpose. As you know, animal skins are universally accepted, and none would be dissatisfied with receiving more," the steward explained. Yuling nodded, affirming her intention to pay the rent. She was not one to take advantage of others. "Then I shall take you to meet the captain of the guard, who will guide you to an appropriate stall," the steward said. "Baiying, you accompany me. Huan, you and the others may wait for us in the stone house." The captain of the Beast City Guard was none other than her sixth target, Shi Jian. Shi Jian gazed in astonishment at the sight of Yuling and the unfamiliar male being escorted by the steward. With a polite smile, the steward introduced Captain Shi Jian. "This is Yuling and her guardian beasts, wishing to rent a stall for trading. Please advise if there are any suitable stalls available in the city." Yuling added, "We have prepared some food items for barter in exchange for animal skins. As for the rent, I would like to offset it with the food we made." Shi Jian replied, "You have arrived too late. All the better stalls are currently rented out, leaving only a few in the corners." It was already the third day, and she would be grateful to secure any stall, let alone be choosy. Considering the less desirable stalls available, Shi Jian remarked, "The locations may not be optimal, but I can offer you a slight discount on the rent." Yuling nodded, grateful for any concession. Suddenly, she recalled that since discovering Shi Jian was her sixth target, she had not inquired about System 999 regarding Shi Jian's affection level toward her. Had she been somewhat neglectful? System 999. What is the current affection level of my sixth target, Shi Jian? Host, Captain Shi Jian currently holds a 50% affection level towards you, which is quite favorable. System 999 responded. Indeed, compared to Tsang Zhe, this affection level is quite commendable, Yuling sighed inwardly. Reflecting on Tsang Zhe's meager 1%, she felt a daunting road ahead. She had not seen him since the first day and wondered if he had departed. "What are your thoughts, Yuling?" Baiying gently inquired, noticing her distraction. Returning to the moment, Yuling looked at Shi Jian's handsome visage and replied, "That sounds good. Please lead us to the available stalls." Nearby, a beastman was about to comment that Captain Shi Jian was quite busy and did not have time to show them stalls. But he was interrupted by Shi Jian's unusual response, "Certainly." Yuling slightly tilted her head, offering Shi Jian a radiant and sweet smile. Her eyes sparkled like stars, curving into crescent moons, with delicate dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth, seemingly concealing endless sweetness and playfulness. Shi Jian gazed at the petite and charming female before him, feeling an unfamiliar sensation arise within. Her smile was as vibrant as flowers blooming in the rainy season. And like a gentle breeze in the dry season, it caressed his heart, bringing forth threads of comfort and ease. This little female was not only beautiful, but also spoke with such warmth and courtesy. They were accustomed to being ordered around by other females and found it refreshing to encounter a reasonable one, which surprised the beastmen present. Just moments ago, a fiery-tempered female had come to rent a stall, and upon learning there were no good ones available, she had erupted in fury, carelessly smashing their items to pieces. Faced with such scenes, although Shi Jian and his companions felt anger, they were already accustomed to it and could only silently clean up the aftermath. Yuling, Bai Ying, I shall take my leave, the steward said, waiting for Shi Jian's acknowledgement to consider the task transferred. Thank you. Yuling expressed her gratitude towards the steward, who had assisted her significantly. The steward was momentarily taken aback, then offered a sincere smile. No need for thanks, Yuling. It is my duty. Shi Jian observed Yuling's demeanor, noting how distinctly she differed from the spoiled females he was accustomed to. Host, Captain Shi Jian's affection level towards you has risen to 60%. System 999 joyfully announced, highlighting how a few kind words had significantly increased Shi Jian's affection. Yuling recognized that her politeness had contributed to this rise in affection, realizing her targets appreciated such traits. Yuling and Bai Ying followed Shi Jian to examine several stalls. As Shi Jian had mentioned, the vacant stalls had dwindled, mostly located in corners or areas frequented by few beastmen. Ultimately, she settled on a corner stall with a larger flow of traffic. This one will do. The stalls were simple stone tables that allowed beastmen to display items for barter. Indeed, the little female has a keen eye. This stall is the best among those we have seen, with a higher likelihood of selling their goods, Shi Jian remarked, recognizing the advantageous position. Now, who will retrieve the rent, and who will fetch the stall sign? Yuling tilted her head, inquiring, what sign? Shi Jian explained, bartering without a sign on the stone table is not permitted. This was an excellent opportunity that could not be missed. Yuling turned to Bai Ying and said, you go back to retrieve the items and have the others bring out everything we intend to barter. We shall set off shortly. Bai Ying hesitated, but Yuling reassured him, I won't wander off. I will wait for you in the stone house that Shi Jian mentioned. Bai Ying frowned, reluctant for Yuling to accompany a strange beastman. Oh, Bai Ying, do not overthink it. Just go quickly and return, Yuling urged, playfully tugging on his wrist. Shi Jian observed Bai Ying, recognizing him as a formidable 7-striped beastman among his peers. He had also seen an 8-striped snake beastman accompanying him, the lowest of their guardian beasts being 6 stripes. He was surprised that a female would act playfully towards a male, having mostly seen females commanding their mates. With a gentle smile, Shi Jian reassured Bai Ying, you need not worry. I am a guardian of Beast City and the offspring of the Beast King. Should anything happen to Yuling under my watch, you have my permission to hold me accountable. Yuling was taken aback, wondering if such a statement was overly dramatic. With this assurance, Bai Ying reluctantly departed. Once he left, Shi Jian remarked, your manner of interaction with your mates is rather peculiar. Peculiar? It is quite normal. Yuling disagreed, feeling that their rapport was harmonious. For the time being, there were no signs of unrest among her mates, and she found their playful banter to be charming. It is indeed quite strange, Shi Jian struggled to articulate. Yuling furrowed her brows, pursuing Shi Jian with a question. What exactly do you find strange? You converse with him so gently. Just now, you were even playful with Bai Ying. It is particularly odd, as a female. You could simply command them rather than behaving in such a manner, Shi Jian explained. Yuling slightly tilted her head, her gaze fixed on Shi Jian. He stood tall and upright, akin to a proud and majestic green pine. His countenance was extraordinarily handsome, resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by a master sculptor. The sunlight cascaded upon his golden hair, flowing like a waterfall, shimmering with dazzling brilliance, as if draping him in a luxurious golden veil, rendering him a strikingly handsome nobleman who appeared to have stepped out of a painting. Particularly captivating were his deep, dark golden eyes, reminiscent of 2 mysterious lakes, glistening with ripples. At this moment, those eyes bore a hint of confusion and perplexity, seemingly bewildered by the scene before him. Under his gaze, Yuling felt a ripple of emotion stir within her heart. Listening to his confusion, she patiently explained, they are not my subordinates. Why would I command them? They're my beast husbands, my family, and the ones I love. Our relationship should be one of mutual respect. They are not beneath me, nor am I above them. In love, We are all equals. Partners? Shi Jian hesitated. This was the first time he had heard such words, and they left him utterly astonished. It was indeed rare for a female to regard a male in such a manner. Family, partner, equality. Her declaration struck Shi Jian like a heavy hammer to his heart, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Observing his dazed expression, Yuling decided to take the initiative. She extended her hand toward Shi Jian and asked, "So, Shi Jian, would you be willing to become my family, my partner?" Shi Jian stared at Yuling in shock. Was she proposing to him? He looked down at her delicate, fair hand, his confusion deepening. Why? Shi Jian had never been unfamiliar with the pursuit and affection of females, yet those past encounters had barely stirred his heart. However, this time was entirely different. Her words struck him like a thunderclap, creating echoes of shock that lingered long after. At that moment, he gazed at the petite female before him, whose face radiated sincerity and unwavering determination. Her focused and fervent gaze seemed capable of piercing through the most secret corners of his heart, instantly shattering all his facades and defenses. Once, he could effortlessly reject other suitors without a second thought, but now, those words, so familiar to him, felt as if they had been enchanted, lodged firmly in his throat. Impossible to utter. Simultaneously, the once boisterous environment around him seemed to sense his internal struggle and chaos, abruptly falling silent. Even his usually steady heart was thrown into disarray by this strange atmosphere. What are you hesitating for? A female is proposing to you. You should accept. Yes. You should agree. A group of onlooking beastmen had gathered around, their expressions more excited than Shi Jian's, as if they would wake up laughing from a dream if they were in his place. Meanwhile, Shi Jian remained indecisive, while some beastmen almost wished to push him aside and accept on his behalf. Yuling felt a flush of embarrassment. How had it turned into a public confession? She summoned her courage and, through gritted teeth, declared, "Because I liked you from the first moment we met, and I want you to be my family." This declaration, however, felt somewhat disingenuous, as she had only begun to notice him after hearing System 999 mention that he was a target for her strategy. "Is that all right, Shi Jian?" Yuling continued to inquire. Shi Jian, in a state of confusion, was at a loss for how to respond. He forced himself to regain his composure and looked at Yuling. "If you accept me as your beast husband, you can no longer become the next beast king female. Have you truly thought this through?" He understood that Yuling aspired to that position. Yet he also knew his beast father and mother would never allow her to be the next beast king female. They would not permit their two offspring to share the same female ruler. It was their unwavering stance. Yuling hesitated at his question, knowing that if it came down to a hard choice, the reality of life was at stake. She preferred to seize the present rather than chase after an uncertain future. System 999 had mentioned that her beast husband would be of the highest quality, capable of fiercely protecting her. The other beastmen, upon hearing this, expressed regret. Indeed, if Yuling took Shi Jian as her partner, she would lose her qualifications. The comparison between a male beastman and a beast king female was hardly worth mentioning. Just as everyone thought Yuling would falter, a sweet and radiant smile blossomed on her fair and lovely face, her clear and gentle voice ringing with unwavering resolve. "I've thought it through. I choose you, Shi Jian." At that moment, the thread in Shi Jian's heart snapped. He had never realized that he held more importance in this petite female's heart than the position of beast king female, that she would forego such an attainable status for him. "Congratulations, host. The affection level of Target 6, Shi Jian, has reached 80%. System 999 announced, noting that the host had played it straight. "How impressive. Shi Jian, if you still hesitate now, you are truly a foolish beastman." The onlooking beastmen could no longer bear to watch. They urged Shi Jian to respond quickly, their impatience palpable. After much contemplation, Shi Jian finally nodded at Yuling. To utter such words, it seemed that forming a bond with her was not an insurmountable task. Yuling resembled a man who had successfully proposed. She looked discontentedly at her hand, which had remained extended for far too long, and raised an eyebrow at Shi Jian, urging, "Give me your hand. It feels rather awkward to remain like this." Shi Jian, feeling somewhat lost, gently placed his hand in hers, only to have her grasp it tightly. "Let's go wait for Bai Ying and the others," Yuling smiled. Once they left, the crowd dispersed, but a few lingered behind. One beastman remarked, "I never expected Shi Jian to be so fortunate, encountering such a wonderful female who would even give up the position of Beast King female for him." Shi Jian is no ordinary beastman. He is the most promising offspring of the Beast King, another added. Jian is a 7-mark beastman, and many females have pursued him. Yet he chose this Ling who clans Ling. I heard that once. Song Jiu also wanted to pursue her, but later he was chased off by Song Zhe, the shaman. Just as that beastman was about to continue, another beastman urgently nudged him. "What are you doing?" He snapped. The other beastman quickly fell silent, suddenly recalling that Song Zhe was nearby. He thought to himself that if he hadn't spoken, he would have been safe. Song Zhe shot a cold glare at the silenced beastman, his mind replaying the recent events. Just a short while ago, she had shown great interest in him, yet now she had sought a new beast husband, forgetting him entirely. Song Zhe scoffed and left the street. Chapter 162. Target 6 becomes Target 5. Green Tea Male Fox 1. Host. The rankings continue to change. Target 6, Jian, has been changed to Target 5. Song Zhe's affection level has been detected as 0. He has been removed from the rankings. Future successful strategies will be calculated according to the new ranks. System 999 reported. Ling was taken aback. She hadn't expected Song Zhe's affection to drop to 0. She was left speechless, wondering why it had come to this. Jian sensed Ling's distraction and gently squeezed her small hand with his calloused palm, asking, "Ling, what is the matter? Are you having regrets? I can give you a chance to reconsider." Ling quickly snapped back to reality, shaking her head and smiling. "I will not regret it." Jian tilted his head, observing the female beside him. He couldn't quite articulate the tumult of emotions he felt at that moment. It was all rather chaotic. Just then, Bai Ying, along with Zhu Jin and Hu Wan, hurriedly emerged, and a cacophony of sounds reached their ears. Once, a group of orcs animatedly recounted the recent events. In front of everyone, Ling boldly proposed to Jian. What left them even more astonished was her unwavering decision to forsake the opportunity to become the Beast King's female. This sudden revelation struck like a thunderbolt, instantly resonating within the hearts of Bai Ying and the others. In mere moments, they could hardly fathom that their ranks had inexplicably gained another brother. Bai Ying recalled the words of encouragement the little female had urged him with before his departure, realizing that she had already made her decision. At this point, he could only offer his support. Though Jian was formidable, a 7-pattern beast like himself, it still seemed unworthy to relinquish the position of Beast King's female for the sake of a mere Jian. The news spread like wildfire, swiftly permeating the streets and alleys of the Beast City. I had thought that the sharp-tongued, diminutive female would be quite impressive. Yet she turned out to be an utter fool, sacrificing so much for Jian. Xiuyue chuckled upon hearing the news. Although Jian was the offspring of the Beast King, he was not an heir to the Orc throne. According to the beast patterns, Jian should have been among the 5 cubs of the Beast King, yet for reasons unknown, he was absent from that list. In previous years, Jian had entered the ranks of 7-pattern beasts, and many females had sought his favor, all of whom he had rejected. It was unexpected that in the end, Ling would be the one to benefit. This realization made Xiuyue feel that Jian was indeed a boon for Ling, and she couldn't comprehend what was so special about this petite female that made the likes of 8-pattern and 7-pattern beasts revolve around her. When Ling and Jian reached the stone house at the trading post, only the 2 of them remained. Jian released Ling's hand, furrowing his brow as he pondered why she had chosen him. She had professed her fondness for him, yet he could not perceive the fervor in her gaze that other females exhibited. Instead, he sensed a tranquil demeanor. Despite having met only 3 times, she was willing to sacrifice such a prestigious position for him, a conundrum that plagued Jian throughout their journey. Ling, however, was unaware of Jian's internal conflict and countered, "Why not you?" Jian fell silent. "You are tall, handsome, and a 7-pattern beast. Why would I not choose you?" A sly smile flickered across Ling's delicate face, her round apricot eyes sparkling with mischief. Leaning slightly forward, she gradually moved closer to Jian. He was enveloped by a warm breath that carried her unique fragrance. He could distinctly feel the heated air she exhaled brushing against his skin, igniting a tingling sensation that was both thrilling and maddening. This unexpected intimacy startled him, prompting an instinctive desire to retreat. However, as he abruptly leaned back, the stone bench beneath him, which had been as stable as a mountain, seemed to lose its balance and toppled backward with alarming speed. With a resounding thud, Jian found himself unceremoniously seated upon the cold, hard ground, the impact sending a wave of pain through him that made him wince. Before he could collect himself from this embarrassing predicament, Ling, propelled by inertia, hurtled toward him like a kite severed from its string. In the next moment, her petite nose collided solidly with his firm abdomen. A sharp pain shot through her, and she saw stars, tears spilling uncontrollably from her eyes. The force of the impact triggered a deluge of tears, flowing like a breached dam. She rubbed her nose, her voice tinged with a sob. "Ouch, that hurts. Is my nose going to break?" Shi Jian, flustered, quickly grasped her hands to inspect her nose, which was slightly red but unbroken. Her delicate demeanor resembled that of a little rabbit. "Fortunately, it's not broken." Upon hearing his words, Yueling found herself caught between laughter and tears. Shi Jian's fingers rested on his abdomen, where her lips had grazed. The encounter made him feel as if his entire being were being roasted over an open flame, even his breathing becoming labored. "Does it still hurt?" he inquired, his brow furrowed with concern as he looked at Yueling. It was the first time in his life that a female had cried because of him. Yueling took a deep breath, and once the stinging sensation in her nose subsided, she nodded earnestly a little. The stone house had no door, and soon Baiying, Huan, and Shizhuo arrived. Witnessing Yueling seated on the ground in tears, while Shi Jian appeared utterly bewildered. "Damn it, Shi Jian, how could you bully little Yueling?" Huan exclaimed, leaping up and rushing toward Shi Jian, ready to strike. The situation escalated rapidly, and in an instant, Huan's fist was poised to strike Shi Jian's handsome face. Shi Jian understood that Yueling's fall was partly his fault, and he allowed Huan, whose beast pattern was a level lower than his, to swing his fist. Yueling hurriedly shouted, "Huan, wait. It's not Shi Jian who bullied me. I startled him, and then I fell. Congratulations, host." The favorability rating of the Gongriger 5, Shi Jian, has reached 85%, the system chimed. Yueling truly felt that since arriving in B City, she had developed a fondness for the ground, having tripped 3 times in just 3 days. Huan hesitated slightly, glancing at the petite Yueling who was holding onto him. Her strength was insufficient to restrain him, so he merely controlled his strength to prevent her from being pulled down by his considerable force. "Really?" Yueling nodded vigorously. Her intention had been to tease Shi Jian, but she ended up startling him, causing both of them to fall, with him serving as her human shield. "Indeed, I startled Shi Jian," she explained. "If we start fighting, it would disrupt the harmony of our family." Huan scoffed. "You managed to scare him? How timid must he be?" Yueling patted Huan's shoulder, whispering a warning. "Huan, don't go too far." Huan feigned a wounded expression, pouting, "Little Yueling, have you forgotten about me now that you have a new beast husband?" Moments ago, he had been fiercely ready to fight, but now he resembled a forlorn little wife. Yueling regarded the melodramatic figure before her, feeling that Huan had a certain talent for playing the role of a green tea princess. Chapter 163, in Shi Jian. Yueling shook her head in exasperation, indulging Huan's poor acting by planting a kiss on his cheek. "Is that enough?" she asked. Huan nodded repeatedly, satisfied. "That is more like it." Shi Jian was even more astonished within. He had witnessed males comforting females, but never had he seen a female comfort a male. Concerned that Baiying and the others might think her unfair, Yueling proactively approached Baiying and planted a kiss on his cheek. Then did the same with Shizhuo. As Shizhuo bent slightly, Yueling rose on tiptoe, prepared to kiss his cheek, but unexpectedly as he turned, her lips met his. "Huan." "Baiying." This Shizhuo was truly incorrigible, employing every trick in the book. One exceedingly cunning orc. A glint of mischief sparkled in Shizhuo's eyes, while Yueling blushed deeply, feeling awkward as she turned away, glancing at the beast husbands she had just appeased. With one notable absence. "Where's Long Ji?" she inquired. "Long Ji is inside the stone house. Someone has to stay behind to guard," Baiying replied. It was Long Ji who had volunteered to remain, stating that he would watch over their belongings, as there were many orcs in B City, and he feared their possessions might be stolen. He was also waiting for Yueling to return for lunch, intending to prepare a warm meal for her, so she could enjoy hot food upon her return. Yueling expressed her understanding, gazing at the standing Shi Jian as she introduced Shi Jian. "This is my first beast husband, Baiying, of the Wolf Clan. This is my second beast husband, Huan, of the Spirit Fox Clan, and the third beast husband, Lang Ji, also of the Wolf Clan. This is my fourth beast husband, Shizhuo, of the Purple King Snake Clan. There is one who has yet to arrive, He Xia, of the Scorpion Clan. If you are willing, you will be my sixth beast husband," Yueling said. Baiying furrowed his brow, awaiting Shi Jian's next words. Shi Jian looked at the assembled beastmen and Yueling, then solemnly nodded, placing his right hand over his left chest in a gesture of loyalty. "I am willing." How could one who can appease the young females be anything but a good male? She had not scolded him when she fell earlier, nor had she done so the night before. Yuling was overjoyed. Very well, then you shall be my sixth. Wait, Bai Ying interjected, halting Yuling, who looked at him in confusion, questioning, wait for what? Bai Ying glanced at Shizhua, who immediately understood and stepped towards the stone house entrance, checking for any unwitting beastmen nearby. Shi Jian, you must swear your life to the beast god. Bai Ying's voice was unwavering. Should Shi Jian refuse, even if it displeased the young female, he would oppose Shi Jian's inclusion. Shi Jian was taken aback. Swearing to the beast god was a matter of utmost seriousness, requiring the sacrifice of one's life. Why? Shi Jian could not help but wonder, what was the purpose of this? Yuling discerned Bai Ying's concerns. She observed the three of them, noting their lack of anger at her choice of a new beast husband. Instead, they seemed perpetually worried about her situation. Such beast husbands deserved her utmost respect. Without your oath, we cannot speak directly with you. You must swear to the beast god to protect Yuling with your life and never cause her harm. Should you violate this oath, you will face eternal damnation. Bai Ying's voice was forceful, his gaze piercing as he looked at Shi Jian. If you cannot do this, do not become Xiao Yuling's partner. Huan, shedding his previous nonchalance, wore a serious expression. Now does Shi Jian not know too much? If he cannot become Xiao Yuling's beast husband, he would not hesitate to use any means necessary to eliminate Shi Jian, even if he is a seven-pattern beastman, the son of the beast king of the southern continent. Huan's gaze met Shizhua's, and they shared a mutual understanding. They would eliminate Shi Jian. Shi Jian looked at the three earnest beastmen before him, his gaze shifting between them and Yuling, wondering what made this female so special. Should he choose to bond with this Yuling, he would certainly protect her with his life. Thus he felt that the oath was not impossible to make. Shi Jian raised his finger. I, Shi Jian, swear to the beast god, at the cost of my life, to protect Yuling for the remainder of my days, to guard her and never to harm her. Should I violate this oath, I shall face eternal damnation. Upon finishing, the three of them finally felt relieved. No beastman dared to violate an oath made to the beast god, for such transgressions would surely come to pass. Once Shi Jian had sworn, Bai Ying began to explain. We have come to Beast City for the heir of Beast City. Originally, Yuling's beast husband should have been that heir. However, she chose you, forsaking her identity as the Beast King's female. We support Yuling's decision because we trust her, yet we still feel it is unworthy. Yuling was taken aback, about to speak, but Huan pressed a hand on her shoulder, saying, Xiao Yuling, wait until Bai Ying is finished. During their time together, Huan had come to regard Bai Ying as the true first beast husband. Despite his outward reluctance, he held a deep respect for him. Shi Jian was stunned. What did this mean? Were they attempting to intimidate him? Though he was not an air beastman, he was still a seven-pattern beastman, among the elite of the southern continent. Bai Ying continued, Yuling's status is unique. She is not an ordinary female. She is a messenger of the beast god. Yuling thought to herself, wishing she could disappear, feeling inexplicably embarrassed by the title of beast god's messenger. Shi Jian's eyes widened, his pupils dilating as if trying to absorb the scene before him. He could hardly believe what he had heard. A storm of emotions surged within him. No beastman dared to jest about the messenger of the beast god. He had no doubt, nor had he ever imagined that this seemingly delicate female before him was, in fact, the messenger of the beast god. Reflecting on their past interactions, Shi Jian finally came to a realization. No wonder she always seemed so extraordinary. Her demeanor, conduct, and aura set her apart from the other females around her. Yet, why was this a secret? This left Shi Jian utterly perplexed. After all, their tribe had a messenger of the beast god among them. Such a being held an unparalleled status and respect. Logically, this should be widely celebrated, allowing the entire tribe to take pride in her existence. Instead, what baffled him was their desire to conceal the identity of this messenger, even demanding that he make a malicious oath. What could possibly justify such an unusual behavior? Bai Ying anticipated that Shi Jian would have many questions, so they gradually revealed the matter of Yuling's mother, Tu Xing. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian finally understood. It was indeed related to an event from years ago, one that he recalled causing significant upheaval, leading to the disintegration of the Spirit Fox clan and the loss of many beastmen. There were rumors that the Spirit Fox clan had slain the messenger of the beast god, incurring divine retribution. Unexpectedly, Tu Xing's offspring bore the same sacred mission as the messenger of the beast god. If this news were to spread, Ling would surely become the focal point of contention among the various tribes. After all, who could claim that her future offspring would not become the next generation of the beast god's messenger? Moreover, if one could unite with the messenger of the beast god and bear progeny, their own offspring would undoubtedly receive the beast god's generous protection. Just for this reason, countless male beastmen would be stirred to fervent competition and rivalry. Simultaneously, one must not forget the wandering beastmen who had forcibly abducted Tu Xing years ago. Should this information leak, they might very well regroup and return to seize Ling. One Spirit Fox clan was insufficient. They would require even greater strength to protect Ling. At this moment, he finally grasped why Hu Ji, the clan leader, had brought Ling to Beast City for this gathering. The objective was to ensure that the future heir of Beast City would become Ling's beast husband, thus uniting the strength of the continent to safeguard her. It must be said that as a brother, Hu Ji had given this considerable thought. Such profound brotherly love was indeed commendable. Chapter 164. The Beast King's female. The news of Ling openly courting Shi Jian spread throughout the Beast City in the southern continent within half a day. Beastmen are coming, Shiju's cold voice echoed. Within a minute, 2 male beastmen arrived at the stone house. They caught sight of Ling and Shi Jian inside and exchanged knowing smiles. Who would have thought that the celebrated Shi Jian of Beast City would be so easily captivated by this delicate female? Shi Jian, there you are, one of the beastmen exclaimed. The Beast King's female has summoned you and this Ling to the Beast King's residence. I will accompany you, Huan quickly offered. He was concerned about Shi Jian's well-being, knowing that it was likely related to him. That won't do. The Beast King's female has only called for Shi Jian and Ling, the other beastman firmly stated, having come solely to relay the message. Upon hearing Huan's intention to join, he firmly refused. Ling turned to Bai Ying and Huan, offering them a reassuring glance. Do not worry. Everything will be fine. I will take care of her, Shi Jian assured them. He has already become the 6th beast husband of Ling, and naturally, he must protect his female master. By the way, have you all paid the stall rent? Ling reminded. Do not forget the important matters. If we delay, we might find it difficult to take our belongings back. We are all part of the same beast family. Why bother with rent? The first orc to speak dismissed the concern lightly. Ling shook her head disapprovingly. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Buying nodded, a gentle smile gracing his face. I understand. Shi Jian marveled inwardly, once again deeply impressed by Ling. In such situations, ordinary females would not be as reasonable as Ling, often taking advantage of their relationships with orcs to evade their dues. Just a few days ago, a brazen female orc from the patrol team came here, throwing tantrums and crying, using every trick to avoid paying her rent. However, Ling was entirely different. This was her first visit to the Beast King's mansion. Although she appeared calm on the surface, her heart was in turmoil. At this moment, she had no time to appreciate her surroundings and merely followed the orc leading the way, taking careful steps forward. Shi Jian, walking beside her, keenly sensed Ling's anxiety. He gently extended his broad palm, taking hold of her slightly trembling hand. This simple, yet warm gesture seemed to possess a magical power, instantly conveying a strong sense of reassurance from Shi Jian to Ling. Finally, they arrived at the legendary Beast King's mansion. The residence resembled a colossal stone house. Its grandeur breathtaking. Several imposing, serious-looking orc guards stood at the entrance, wielding sharp weapons and vigilantly surveying their surroundings. This was Ling's first encounter with weapons in this beastly world. They were quite rudimentary, merely sharpened sticks. Upon entering the Beast King's mansion, a unique scene unfolded before her eyes. The interior was not only adorned with quaint little stone houses, but also featured a gently flowing stream and various oddly shaped rock formations. These garden landscapes complemented the stone structures, creating an atmosphere that was both imbued with ancient charm and hinted at the ruggedness typical of a post-apocalyptic world. The juxtaposition of these two distinct styles was remarkably harmonious. The orc led them through twists and turns until Ling arrived at Stone House. Before she could approach, she heard the sound of laughter from women. The Beast King's female, Ling, and Shi Jian have arrived. Please come in, came the voice of the Beast King's female. Ling gently pushed open the somewhat heavy stone door and stepped into the mysterious stone house. However, the moment she entered, the sight before her left her agape, momentarily rooted to the spot. In the center of the stone house lay an enormous stone bed, astonishingly large, occupying nearly half the space of the room. Even more jaw-dropping was the fact that the room was packed with a group of robust, muscular male orcs. These male orcs exuded a wild aura, surrounding the Beast King's female and diligently attending to her needs. At that moment, the Beast King's female resembled a regal queen, lazily reclining at the center of the stone bed. She wore a lavish fur skirt, the sleeves dancing gracefully in the breeze, revealing a portion of her arm. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall onto the stone bed, shimmering alluringly, while her elongated, phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an intimidating and seductive majesty. Surrounding her, the male orcs busily catered to her. Some held fragrant, roasted meat, reverently offering it to her lips, while others presented plates of fresh, juicy fruits, eagerly awaiting her taste. A few orcs gently massaged her shoulders and legs, striving to ensure her utmost comfort. The entire scene appeared extravagant and surreal, as if an extraordinary feast was unfolding within the stone house. Yueling widened her eyes, incredulous at the spectacle before her, a swirl of complex emotions rising within her. This was nothing short of a queen's harem. The Beast King's female looked at the stunned Yueling and her offspring and smiled, beckoning her. Yueling, come here. Yueling hesitated, glancing at the dozen or so muscular men behind the Beast King's female, questioning if she could truly approach. Ultimately, she took tentative steps forward, stopping a meter away from the stone bed. Mother Beast. As Yueling drew near, Shi Jian knelt on the ground, his expression unfazed by the surroundings, seemingly accustomed to it all, and calmly greeted the Beast King's female. The Beast King's female chuckled softly, her smile carrying a hint of wildness. She gently pushed aside the orc who was cautiously feeding her fruit, an action imbued with undeniable authority. Her bare feet pressed against the rough ground, the solid sensation only strengthening her sense of power. Then, she abruptly pulled Yueling, who was standing nearby. Startled by the sudden motion, Yueling found herself stumbling backward and falling onto the massive stone bed. However, rather than experiencing pain, as she anticipated, a multitude of strong hands swiftly wrapped around her waist, securely anchoring her to the stone bed. At the same time, other orcs eagerly attempted to feed her fruit. Panicked, Yueling quickly pushed away the unfamiliar male orcs who were entangling her, who were like octopuses trying to ensnare her. Shi Jian's muscles tensed as he watched Yueling being overwhelmed by the male orcs. He coldly called out, Mother Beast. The Beast King's female chuckled lightly, casting a sidelong glance at her offspring. Why are you in such a hurry? She's my female. Shi Jian raised his head, wishing he could rush out to rescue Yueling. Indeed, my little Shi Jian has grown up and acquired a female master. The Beast King's female smirked mischievously, then waved her hand, causing the orcs that had been entangling Yueling to retreat. Yueling, feeling a tremendous sense of relief, quickly scrambled off the bed. My goodness, that was terrifying. Mother Beast, Yueling gasped, stuttering. The Beast King's female waved her hand dismissively at the orc behind her, warmly pulling Yueling's hand and sitting down on the stone bed. I heard you chose Shi Jian. Yueling followed suit, relieved that the ravenous hands of the orcs did not return, and nodded. Yes. The Beast King's female displayed a look of regret. But Shi Jian is not the heir to the Beast King. You did not choose from among my 5 offspring. Suddenly, she shifted her tone. However, you have good taste, little female. Shi Jian is the most promising and capable among my many offspring. Had he not disliked bonfire gatherings and such occasions, he might have been the heir to the Beast King. Years ago, she and her first beast husband decided that Shi Jian would be the successor of the Beast City. But unfortunately, Shi Jian declined and voluntarily took on the role of captain of the guard, blocking their plans. If you choose Shi Jian, then you will not be the next Beast King's female. Have you thought this through? The Beast King's female's tone turned serious. I have thought it through. In comparison to the ephemeral uncertainties of the future, the value of life undoubtedly takes precedence. The female Beast King waved her hand, rubbing her brow in apparent frustration. It seems you have made up your mind. What a pity, for I had thought you would be the one who desired it the most. As Yueling was subjected to several inconsequential inquiries from the female Beast King, she emerged from the Beast King's residence in a daze. Was that it? Nevertheless, the most pressing concern now was how to face Huji Dagu upon her return. It was impossible for her to directly state that Shi Jian was his target, and therefore she had to prioritize Shi Jian. After all, choosing not to select him would lead to an equally early demise. The thought of this made Yueling's head throb. I will escort you back, Shi Jian remarked, observing the sun outside. It was still the early days of the dry season, and the sun's rays were somewhat scorching. He had to patrol and could not possibly take her along. The heat would surely damage her delicate skin, so it was best to return her to the stone dwelling safely. I will first check the stalls, he decided, intending to greet Bai Ying, Huan, and Shi Zhuo, to assess the situation regarding exchanges and to put their minds at ease. Very well, Shi Jian replied. He would take her to see the stalls first before escorting her home. Shi Jian was somewhat taken aback by the sudden addition of a female companion. It was quite an adjustment. Upon arriving at the stalls, they were astonished by the scene before them. While other stalls had no more than 2 beastmen, theirs was lined with a long queue of eager customers seeking their food. Curiosity piqued. Shi Jian wondered what had attracted so many beastmen to trade. Yuling pushed through the crowd with Shi Jian shielding her, exhaling a long breath. One effort. Xiao Yuling. 3 busy male beastmen spotted their female companion, their faces illuminating with joy. It was then that Yuling noticed the thick layer of animal hides being exchanged nearby, along with some common edible fruits and vegetables. Observing the scant remnants of dried meat and sausages on the table, she was surprised by their high sales in the beast city. Had she known, she would have prepared more. Come on, hurry up. I've been waiting forever. A nearby beastman urged, eyes fixed eagerly on the items on the stone table. What do you want? Yuling inquired. The beastman was taken aback by her question, momentarily stunned, before blushing and pointing to the wind-blown jerky. This for the equivalent of 2 animal hides. Huan quickly grabbed a leaf to wrap the jerky, tying it with animal hide string, crafting a simple package. It's so hot. You mustn't get scorched. Go back and rest, Bai Ying cautioned. He wished to ask about the visit to the Beast King's palace, but now was not the time. The sun was nearing noon, the hottest part of the day, and he could not allow Yuling to remain there any longer. What would happen if she were burned? Moreover, this was hardly a task for a female. I'll take Xiao Yuling back, Huan interjected, ready to discard the leaf in his hand. Shi Jian will escort her, Bai Ying replied, glancing at Huan. Huan was adept at managing the beastmen, while Shi Zhuo stood stoically, intimidating those of lower rank. Bai Ying would not let such talent slip away. Huan rolled his eyes, wondering why Bai Ying was siding with Shi Jian, given how little time he had known him. Shi Jian, intrigued by the items on the stone table, noticed the dark, round, sausage-like pieces and the dried strips, each about the length of a finger, with a somewhat pungent yet aromatic scent. He had never encountered such items before, but could discern from the aroma that they were food. Observing Shi Jian's curiosity, Yuling picked up a piece of wind-blown jerky and held it to his lips. Try this. Shi Jian quickly stepped back, waving his hand. I haven't given you any animal hides. I cannot eat. Huan deadpanned. Xiao Yuling is offering it to you. Just eat. We are family now, so it's fine. I won't take your hides, Yuling said with a beaming smile. Just a piece of jerky. Besides, Shi Jian was already her beast husband. Shi Jian looked at the jerky offered by Yuling, momentarily taken aback, hesitating within. After several seconds of deliberation, he slowly opened his mouth and cautiously bit into the seemingly tough jerky. The moment his teeth made contact, he felt an indescribable hardness. This jerky seemed harder than stone, rendering him momentarily unable to chew. However, Shi Jian did not easily concede. He began to exert effort, attempting to chew this stubborn piece of jerky. After several arduous attempts, a delightful flavor suddenly spread throughout his mouth. It was somewhat prickly yet incredibly savory, a peculiar taste that was utterly addictive. No wonder so many beastmen came to exchange for these treats. Shi Jian's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is delicious. All right, please take me back now." Yuling chuckled, gently nudging Shi Jian's arm. He led her out of the crowd, one hand protecting her while the other continued to chew the jerky. How is this made? It's so tasty, Shi Jian mused, astonished that such an unassuming item could be so delectable. You will know in due time. As your beast wife, I can't guarantee much, but I assure you, the jerky will be plentiful, Yuling teased with a playful smile. As they stepped into the stone dwelling, Yuling immediately spotted a lively figure rushing out. Wolf Trace, catching a whiff of a faint fragrance, recognized that Yuling had returned and joyfully emerged, only to be taken aback by the sight of an unfamiliar, handsome male beastman accompanying her. This is my 3rd beast husband, Wolf Trace, Yuling introduced, her senses drawn to the aroma of food. Indeed, she was quite hungry. Among her beast husbands, Wolf Trace was the best cook and had learned much from her. Shi Jian nodded to Wolf Trace, introducing himself. I am Shi Jian, the 6th beast husband of Yuling. Wolf Trace paused, surprised that Yuling had returned from the stalls with yet another beast husband. His name is Shi Jian. He is a member of the Lion Tribe. I have seen the 5 Lion Tribe beastmen before, but he is not one of them. Yes, he had seen him. It was the beastman who returned Yuling the day before. who had secretly protected her yesterday. He heard that lion you referred to him as the Ge. He was the son of the Beast King, but not one of the five, meaning he was not the heir. Yu Ling had actually chosen him. Unaware of Wolf Trace's thoughts, Yu Ling sensed his astonishment. She affectionately said to him, "I can smell the delicious aroma, Wolf Trace. I am hungry." It was then that Wolf Trace let go of his concerns, his mind fixated on Yu Ling's declaration of hunger. "I have prepared everything. Come and eat," he said. "It's already been delivered. I should take my leave." Shi Jian felt it was time for him to depart. As he turned to leave, Yu Ling swiftly grasped his arm. "Stay for a meal. It won't take much of your time." Her voice carried a hint of coaxing, her hand firmly clutching Shi Jian's. He felt somewhat helpless. He was accustomed to fierce females commanding and berating males, but had never encountered one who coaxed and charmed. He believed he could resist commands and insults. Yet he found it impossible to withstand the pleading gaze of this little female with her sparkling eyes, speaking softly without an ounce of intimidation. Wolf Trace, hearing Yu Ling's words, chimed in with an invitation, "Stay with us." Since Yu Ling had requested it, to refuse would be quite inconsiderate. "I eat raw meat, not cooked food," Shi Jian stated plainly. "I know, it would be rather dull to eat alone. You can accompany me," Yu Ling replied with a smile. Her beast husbands also consumed raw meat, but she had never witnessed them eating, likely out of concern for startling her. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian resigned himself to Yu Ling's insistence and took a seat. Is this the burden of having a female companion? It is utterly impossible to refuse her. In the coming days, he would release the captain of the guard, allowing him to pack his belongings and subsequently accompany Yue Ling to live in their Linghu tribe. Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Lion Jian has reached 90%. Keep up the good work. This Lion Jian is indeed worth your efforts, the System 999 cheerfully remarked. If only every target were so easily swayed. Indeed, he is quite easy to win over, Yue Ling mused, feeling quite pleased. Lion Jian frowned as he gazed at the bamboo container on the stone table, pondering this peculiar way of eating. Was this soupy dish truly appetizing? Yue Ling looked at the wild vegetable meat soup prepared by Long Ji, alongside a serving of braised pork, a cold potato salad, and a stir-fried vegetable dish. It all looked delightful, making her mouth water. "Give it a try. Does it taste similar to what you make?" Long Ji said, placing a piece of braised pork in front of Yue Ling and watching her expectantly. As she took a bite, the tender and fragrant meat melted in her mouth. "Perfectly cooked," she genuinely praised. "Long Ji, this is delicious. I believe it tastes even better than what I make." Long Ji seemed to possess a natural talent for cooking. Hearing Yue Ling's compliment, his cheeks flushed with warmth, and he felt a sweet happiness. Being praised by the female he adored was truly blissful. Lion Jian furrowed his brow tightly, wondering how these chopsticks could be used in this manner. "You should try it too," Long Ji said, taking a deep breath and graciously placing a piece of braised pork in Lion Jian's bowl. Lion Jian instinctively reached out to grab it. "Use the chopsticks. It's unhygienic to use your hands, and it's hot." Like this, Long Ji instructed, demonstrating how to use the bamboo chopsticks. Yue Ling found it amusing to watch Long Ji instructing Lion Jian like a little master, the smile on her lips deepening. "Where are your elder sister and elder brother?" Yue Ling suddenly noticed the absence of Hu Zhao Zhao. Hu Zhao Zhao had a keen nose. Being so close, how could she resist the allure of this aroma? After all, she adored braised pork the most. "They have gone out," Long Ji replied. Initially, Hu Zhao Zhao had visited a few times to seek Yue Ling, but afterward, he noticed they had left, and he was unaware of their destination. Yue Ling nodded, realizing that if Hu Jidaxiong were around, he would surely come to speak with her. After a while, Lion Jian finally managed to use the chopsticks and remarked, "This is quite laborious." Yue Ling chuckled. Having nearly finished her meal, while Lion Jian still hadn't tasted the braised pork in his bowl, she poured herself a bowl of soup and sipped it delicately. The moment Lion Jian tasted the braised pork, he was astonished by its flavor. They always managed to present him with delectable dishes he had never encountered before. How could this meat be so delicious? Almost all the remaining dishes had found their way into Lion Jian's belly. Looking at the empty table, he sheepishly smiled and scratched his head. "It was just too delicious. I didn't pay attention. With the weather getting warmer, if the dishes aren't finished, they must be discarded to avoid spoiling. The Clean Plate campaign is quite commendable," Yue Ling remarked. "Clean Plate campaign?" Lion Jian asked, puzzled. "It means to eat everything," Yue Ling explained with a smile. Soon after, Lion Jian departed, needing to go on patrol. Yue Ling lay on the stone bed for a nap. Just as she awoke, she heard Hu Wan's voice followed by a flurry of footsteps. "Little Yue Ling, guess what we have obtained?" Yue Ling rubbed her eyes and asked, What? Before she could react, Something was stuffed into her mouth, and as it flowed through her limbs, she felt invigorated, her entire body relaxed. Covering her mouth in astonishment, she exclaimed, "Beast Crystal." Chapter 167, Trade. Before she even had time to observe, Huan had already consumed it with incredible speed. Did a beastman exchange for a beast crystal? Yue Ling inquired, doubting that her meager jerky was worth such a precious item. Huan nodded vigorously. Goodness, the beastmen of Beast City are so extravagant to use beast crystals. Had I known, we would have made more. After returning, we should prepare more and barter. Yue Ling lamented, feeling regretful for missing a lucrative opportunity. Huan couldn't help but chuckle at Yue Ling's avaricious demeanor, affectionately saying, "All right, we'll do as you say." It was a female from the Yuan tribe who exchanged all our remaining goods. Buying gently explained. Buying joined them, sitting gracefully at the edge of the bed. His gaze, gentle as flowing water, fell upon Yue Ling's cascading hair. He then extended his slender fingers, carefully gathering the strands of hair that had scattered on her pillow. His fingers moved like a graceful dancer, weaving through Yue Ling's hair. Each touch was imbued with just the right amount of pressure and warmth, as if fearing to hurt the soft tresses. With the rhythm of his fingertips, her previously tousled hair gradually became neat. Soon, Buying skillfully began to braid Yue Ling's hair. His technique became more adept, crossing strands from the left to the right, and then integrating the right strands into the center, all fluid and natural, without a moment's pause or hesitation. In no time, a beautiful braid took shape. Finally, Buying carefully admired his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, Yue Ling looked even more charming and alluring with the braid adorning her hair. A female from the Yuan tribe? Is she the mysterious masked female Yuan Louis saw this morning? A pair of beautiful amber eyes flashed through Yue Ling's mind, evoking a sense of familiarity. Why are you not the least bit anxious? Yue Ling is openly courting Lion Jian, Shi Shu observed, glancing at Shering, who appeared indifferent. He couldn't comprehend why Shering maintained such a calm demeanor. Despite their parents having mentioned that Yue Ling was the next female, they had chosen to be the Beast King. Behind her stood the Linghu tribe, and her beast brother, Hu Ji, was an 8-pattern beastman, the only one of its kind from the southern continent, along with her protective beasts, all of whom were high-ranking beastmen. That's quite fine, Shering shrugged nonchalantly. Shi Shu was about to say more when several hurried beastmen entered, prompting him to cease his words and regard the newcomers. What brings you here? Shi Shu inquired. Beast King requests Shering to go to the Beast King's residence immediately. The Beastman replied. Shering pouted and raised his hands in surrender. I'll go with you. Shi Shu quickly followed. Upon hearing the news that his sister was openly courting the Beast King's son, Lion Jian, Hu Ji rushed to the Beast King's residence. The Linghu tribe was determined to secure the position of the Beast King's female. Little did the Beast King realize that Hu Ji would go to such lengths for his sister, offering 10,000 ferocious beasts alongside 100 precious beast crystals, solely to elevate his sister to the status of the next Beast King's female. While 10,000 ferocious beasts might seem a considerable number to the experienced Beast King, they were not particularly remarkable. However, the 100 beast crystals were an entirely different matter. It was said that the total number of beast crystals possessed by all beast cities in the southern continent combined might not exceed 20. Yet here stood Hu Ji, unhesitatingly offering 100 and firmly promising to settle the entire amount within 5 years. Such audacity was truly astonishing. 100 beast crystals were sufficient to nurture an 8-pattern beastman. When Shi Ying and Shi Shu arrived, they found the Beast King, the Beast King's female, Hu Ji, and Hu Zhao gathered in the stone chamber. They respectfully bowed in unison to the Beast King and the Beast King's female, addressing them as Beast Father, Beast Mother, and then nodded to Hu Ji and Hu Zhao, saying, Leader of the Linghu tribe, esteemed leader female. The Beast King's female gazed at Shi Shu, who had followed Shering. This little cub had been close to Shering since childhood and likely had heard about the matters regarding Yue Ling and Lion Jian, causing her concern. The Beast King, exuding authority without anger, looked at his 2 offspring and addressed Shering. Do you know why I summoned you? Shering cast a glance at Hu Ji and Huziozo, nodding and then shaking his head, before speaking. It is due to the pairing of Yu Ling and Brother Shi Jian. Is it not? I just heard other beastmen talking about it. It is truly a matter for celebration. I did not expect Brother Shi Jian to be the first to form a bond. He was somewhat astonished, having thought that Shi Jian would remain single throughout his life. The Beast King's brow slightly relaxed as he turned to Hu Ji, saying, Hu Ji, I shall not hide it from you. This Shuying is the next heir among the Beastmen. At this moment, Huji and Huziozo finally directed their gaze towards Shuying, beginning to scrutinize him closely. Though Shuying possessed a robust physique and handsome features, the 6 markings displayed on his body indicated that he was merely a 6-mark Beastman. Shuying remarked, "Just a 6-mark Beastman, and you, an 8-mark, stand there with no qualms." Upon realizing this, Huji could not help but ponder. No wonder my sister chose Shurjian without hesitation and forsook Shuying. If we compare strength and appearance, Shurjian undoubtedly holds the advantage. Not to mention that Shurjian, as a scion of the Southern Continent's Beast King, possesses formidable strength and a strikingly handsome appearance, making him irresistible to many female Beastmen. In contrast, Shuying seemed slightly inferior in both aspects. Huziozo interjected, "I also understand my sister Yuling's choice." The Beast King, recognizing that his offspring understood the reason for his summons, decided to be forthright, asking Shuying, "I now present you with 2 choices." Both Shuying and Shurshu paused, exchanging glances. "First, you may relinquish your status as the heir to the Beastmen, allowing your elder brother to assume the role." Shuying wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this. Shurshu frowned. Their mother already favored the elder brother more, and now with the father and mother, this seemed unjust to Shuying. Shurshu voiced his discontent. The Beast King, slightly displeased, responded, "We are asking Shuying, and if he finds it unfair, he can express it directly without you speaking on his behalf." Shuying offered Shurshu a reassuring smile, signaling him to remain calm. He raised his head to address the Beast King. "You have yet to reveal the second choice. The second option is for you to become a mate to Yuling, just as Shurjian will. In that case, your position as heir will remain unchanged, and you will still be the next Beast King." It was evident that among all the offspring of the Beast King and Queen, Shurjian was the most outstanding. However, his status as heir was not a matter of mere happenstance. The Linghu clan must have offered exceptionally favorable conditions that their parents could not refuse. The Beast King and Queen were particularly averse to their sons serving the same female master, yet now they proposed such a requirement. To retain the heir's position, one must become Yuling's mate. Otherwise, one would lose both identity and status. "Tell me, how will you choose?" The Beast King's gaze was fixed intensely on Shuying, his expression grave. Shurshu, too, looked at Shuying, hoping he would make a choice true to his heart. Shuying did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to Huji. "Linghu clan leader, may I inquire if your sister truly wishes to become the Beast King's mate?" Huji hesitated. His sister had not explicitly stated her desire, yet he wished for her to become the Beast King's mate. Huziozo grasped Huji's hand, nodding resolutely. "My sister must become the Beast King's mate." Huji returned Huziozo's smile. Shuying chuckled, raising his hands in surrender. "Very well, I choose the first option." He had no desire to bear the burden of being the Beast King's heir, confined to this beast city until he grew old. He was still young and wished to explore the world beyond, not be trapped in this small space. The Beast King was taken aback, surprised by Shuying's choice. He inquired again, "Shuying, do you not regret this decision?" Shuying smiled, his resolve unwavering. "I do not regret it." Unexpectedly, he found himself fortuitously rescued from confinement by Yuling. Truly, thank the heavens. Shurshu attempted to intervene, but Shuying restrained him. Bowing to the Beast King and Queen, "It is only right for my elder brother to become the heir. I have but one request." "What is it?" The Beast Queen inquired, puzzled. "I do not wish to bond right now. I want to explore and improve myself," Shuying declared. They only knew that the elder brother disliked social gatherings, yet none understood that he too wished for freedom beyond their walls. Unexpectedly, the status of the heir returned to the elder brother, leaving one to wonder what expression he wore, whether in tears or laughter, at that moment. "Beast father, Beast mother, I have only this request." Shuying looked earnestly at the astonished Beast King and Queen. Shurshu understood. Shuying was determined to leave the Beast City. He sighed helplessly, kneeling. "Beast father, Beast mother, please grant Shuying's request." The Beast King waved his hand, as if making a difficult decision. "Very well, let it be so. The cub has truly grown. He is no longer under the father's control." The joy on Shuying's face could no longer be concealed. He joyfully knelt. "Thank you. Beast father, Beast mother. I shall not disturb your discussions." With that, Shuying took Shurshu's hand and departed. Huji remarked, "This short-sighted fellow. Does he regard my sister as a calamity?" Once Shuying and Shurshu had left, the Beast King turned to Huji. "Now, are you satisfied?" Your sister shall be the next Beast King's mate in the southern continent. He rubbed his brow, appearing troubled. Alas, my eldest cub is quite stubborn. I must have a word with him to prevent future complications. Huji retorted. He has taken advantage of the situation. He truly committed to this. After Huji left, Shi Jian was summoned by the Beast King. Upon hearing the promises made by the Linghu clan, his expression darkened, and a hint of anger crept into his voice. Beast Father, how could you accept so much from the Linghu clan? Do not forget that the Yuan clan has long been watching us covetously, while the Linghu clan has consistently supported us. The Beast King's expression stiffened. His cub's assertiveness rivaled his own, proving he was indeed fit to be a Beast King. Observing his agitated offspring, the Beast King donned a conciliatory smile. Do not be upset. Once you become my heir, all they offer will be yours. Gifts to you are gifts to your little mate. Do you truly think Huji is foolish? If he were, how could he have ascended to the position of clan leader so swiftly? The Beast King remarked. It is said that children fear their fathers. Yet have you ever seen a father who fears a child? As Shi Jian remained silent, though his expression softened slightly, he quietly complained, It is still your fault. Had you agreed to become the heir sooner, we would not be in this predicament. Shi Jian snapped. In the end, it is all my fault. Just tell me if you will take the position. They have already stated that his sister must be the mate. The once formidable and awe-inspiring Beast King now casually slumped down, plopping heavily onto a seat. The Beast King's gaze slowly shifted to his eldest cub by his side. Shi Jian turned to see his father in a disheveled state. It would be best to announce this matter tonight, as the Yuan clan was approaching, to prevent any unforeseen complications. Agreed, Shi Jian affirmed, fully aware of their fixation on this position and its significance. As Yuling's mate, he was committed to safeguarding her. Furthermore, Yuling had made her choice regarding their identities. Though he detested these social events organized by the Beast City for the sake of his mate, he was willing to endure. Ultimately, he could have a child sooner and leave this place to them. The Beast King, upon hearing the response of his offspring, was somewhat taken aback. In the past, Shi Jian had vehemently despised the notion of becoming an heir to the Beastman throne. Yet, unexpectedly, he was now willing to accept this fate for the sake of his little female master. Indeed, love can render one blind. Do not accept anything sent by the Linghu clan, Shi Jian warned. Should this matter come to the attention of the female Yuling, he would certainly be met with disdain. The Beast King felt a mixture of helplessness and sorrow. After all, it was a matter of 10,000 wild beasts and 100 beast crystals. Alas, he could not assume the role of Shi Jian's master. In this household, his little female master was paramount. Shi Jian was second, he was relegated to third place, and his other offspring ranked fourth. This realization offered a slight balance to his otherwise unsettled heart. Yuling was engaged in conversation with a few others when she heard the voice of Hu Zhaozhao calling. Yuling, my sister. Yuling's heart soared with joy, but as she prepared to descend the stairs, hesitation gripped her. How was she to face her sister, Hu Zhaozhao, and her elder brother, who were likely devising schemes to elevate her to the position of Beast King female? The news of her relationship with Shi Jian would undoubtedly have spread, and she had lost her competitive edge. They would surely not comprehend her situation and would be disappointed. However, she could not articulate the complexities surrounding the system. How about I reveal your existence to them? Yuling proposed. Host, that is not permissible. When you mention me to them, my presence will be automatically muted. You may test this if you wish, replied System 999, having been the subject of Yuling's attempts to expose it on multiple occasions. What are you doing up there? I have splendid news to share. Hu Zhaozhao exclaimed as she bounded upstairs, ignoring Yuling's mates and joyfully addressing her. Chapter 169. Unable to accompany you back to the Linghu clan, what good news? Yuling questioned, inwardly skeptical of the possibility of any good news. Take a guess, Hu Zhaozhao replied. Yuling's mind was a tangled mess. Sister, should I bow to you? She said, shaking her head in confusion. It's about you, Hu Zhaozhao continued. Me? Yuling pointed to herself, suddenly alarmed. Had they all discovered her secret? Why was this being termed good news? For them, shouldn't it be a calamity having a headstrong and disobedient sister? Noticing Yuling's pallor, Hu Zhaozhao chuckled. Oh dear, do not be frightened. Regarding Shi Jian, both I and your elder brother are already aware. Yuling, feeling dejected, lamented. What is there to celebrate? I have botched the task assigned to me by my elder brother. Hu Zhaozhao quickly reassured her. It's all right. Nothing has been ruined. Shi Jian will be the heir, and you will still be the Beast King female. Yuling was taken aback. Looking at the cheerful Hu Zhaozhao, Shi Jian was not among the 5 candidates. which indicated he was not an heir at all. Yet, how had he suddenly become one? Surely, her elder brother and sister had intervened in some way to alter this outcome. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and Yu Ling was acutely aware of this truth. Sister, tell me, did you make any sacrifices? She inquired. Hu Zhao Zhao, with a playful tone, gently pinched Yu Ling's fair cheek. You are quite astute, Yu Ling. We traded 10,000 ferocious beasts and 100 beast crystals to make sure Jian the heir. Yu Ling was utterly dumbfounded, the numbers crashing down on her like a tidal wave. 10,000? 100? Compared to the wild beasts. She found the 100 crystals to be the most daunting challenge. In her time here exceeding 6 months, she had only encountered beast crystals thrice, and they had all found their way into her own stomach. This is all my fault. A profound sense of guilt overwhelmed her, causing her head to droop lower. It's merely beast crystals. I shall find them. Shizhua observed her distress and remarked, if need be, I shall seek the beast crystals promised by Hu Ji. For as an 8-pattern beast, I cannot lack in beast crystals. I simply have no fondness for them and have kept them for hibernation. I'll retrieve them upon my return. Indeed, we shall hunt more. Even if we do not succeed, we can sell what we gather, Huan added. Yes, let's not worry about the beast crystals. We will devise a plan. Bai Ying comforted, stroking Yu Ling's head with a gentle voice. Hu Zhao Zhao chuckled. Sister, you still find reason to laugh. How could you agree to such an unequal treaty? If this beast king female position becomes too burdensome, I could manage without it. They will protect me, and we can renegotiate. Yu Ling's resolve hardened. She seized Hu Zhao Zhao's hand, determined to confront the beast king and reclaim the conditions promised by Hu Ji. Oh, you foolish sister, should I commend your cleverness or your folly? Hu Ji overheard Yu Ling's words as he ascended the stairs, unable to suppress a chuckle. Elder brother, what do you mean by that? Hu Zhao Zhao smirked. Sure, Jian is your mate and the heir. Even if we offer gifts to the Bee City, they ultimately benefit Shi Jian. What is his is yours, so these offerings are essentially for you. Yu Ling regarded Hu Zhao Zhao and Hu Ji with a complex expression. Clever? Yes, but the obligations remained. 100 beast crystals. Merely acquiring one was a daunting task, let alone 100. This predicament was of her own making, and she felt it was unfair to impose such burdens upon them or the Ling Hu clan. As she gazed outside, the evening festivities were approaching. She resolved to seek out Shi Jian and clarify her stance, even if it meant relinquishing her position altogether. The day's events had been overwhelming. Before the festivities commenced, Yu Ling sought Shi Jian in the stone house where he worked, but he was nowhere to be found. Having reached adulthood, he no longer resided with his parents, and she had no knowledge of his whereabouts. A wave of frustration washed over her. How could she not know where her own husband resided? Ultimately, Yu Ling spotted Shi Jian at the evening ceremony, seated beneath the Beast King. She gestured to him, and he appeared puzzled until he noticed her stepping away from her position, waiting beneath a tree. What is this all about? Ku observed the two with disdain. But why has Shi Jian suddenly appeared? Was he not averse to such gatherings? Shi Jian regarded Yu Ling, somewhat perplexed. Yu Ling, what troubles you? We are partners. You may simply call me Yu Ling, she replied. His face brightened, and he softly uttered. Yu Ling was momentarily stunned, captivated by Shi Jian's handsome visage. He possessed a talent for embodying the role of a nobleman, and it would be a shame not to showcase such features. She then directly broached the subject. Is it true that the Beast King will announce your position as the next heir tonight? Shi Jian nodded. Are you aware that my elder brother and sister approached the Beast King? Yu Ling asked. He nodded again. Did they promise the Beast King something in exchange for your heirship? He nodded once more. Yu Ling sighed in resignation, taking his hand gently in hers. Shi Jian, your status as the heir is inconsequential to me. I chose you not for your title, your position, or because you're the Beast King's offspring. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian's heart raced. Her declaration was even more moving than before. She chose him for who he was, not for any other reason. I cannot allow the members of the Ling Hu clan, nor those around me, to make such sacrifices for the sake of a Beast King female status. Do you understand? Therefore, can you convince the Beast King to retract his forthcoming declaration? Please say you do not wish to become the Beast King's heir, for that would spare my elder brother and the Ling Hu clan from sacrificing so many ferocious beasts and beast crystals. Yu Ling could not bear to contemplate how many lives would be lost to procure 100 beast crystals. These crystals were earned through fierce battles by male beastmen, and should she ascend as the Beast King female, the cost would be the very lives of her kin, an unbearable burden she could never reconcile. Shi Jian observed the furrow in Yu Ling's brow and gently smoothed it with his calloused fingers. Yuling, I cannot accompany you back to the Linghu clan. Chapter 170. Chief of the ape clan Yuling was taken aback, gazing at Shi Jian in confusion. Why not? Were we not to journey together as husband and wife? His earlier vows echoed in her mind, leaving her uncertain. Had he changed his mind? The heir to the Beast King could not leave the Beast City without just cause. The corners of Shi Jian's mouth curled slightly upwards, sketching a bitter yet resigned smile. As the master of a Beast City, he bore the heavy burden of responsibility and mission, compelled to remain vigilant within this city to ensure peace and tranquility across this land. This existence appeared grand and imposing, yet in reality, it was marked by a profound lack of freedom. It was precisely for this reason that his beast father began selecting a successor while still in his prime. Becoming the heir to the Beast King signified the end of carefree days, bound by endless duties and obligations. Yueling, feeling anxious, grasped Shi Jian's hand and implored, "But I do not wish for you to become the heir of the Beastmen, nor do I want you to lose your freedom." She had never intended for Shi Jian to assume such a role, and she was taken aback to discover that the heir and the Beast King could not easily leave the Beast City. She did not want Shi Jian to be trapped forever in this confined world. "No, Yueling, I am your beast husband, and I must protect you," Shi Jian replied with unwavering determination, leaving no room for her refusal. "Rest assured, I have assured my beast father that I will not take anything from the Linghu tribe." Yueling's concern was rooted in the fear of dragging down the Linghu tribe, and she did not blame him for the items they had received. Yueling nodded, and shook her head. "No, Shi Jian, I do not care about such things." Shi Jian chuckled lightly, seemingly undaunted, and declared, "As the eldest among them, I should bear this responsibility. I have evaded it for too long. It is time for me to shoulder it. Yueling, I'm not doing this solely for you. I would be content if you could visit the Bee City for a while." When Yueling returned to her seat, her heart felt heavy. This unjust treaty robbed her of her happiness, yet she could not find joy regardless. With the arrival of the Yuan tribe, the Beast King delivered a few perfunctory remarks. "Respected Beast King, forgive us for our tardiness. As a token of our apology, we bring forth the most beautiful female of our tribe, named Yuan Lu, who has not yet had a first beast husband. If you wish, she could become the next female of the Beast King." The leader of the Yuan tribe was a middle-aged male, a white ape, with white hair tied back with a beast skin cord. At this moment, his tone was so respectful that it was hard to find fault. Yet when he uttered his last line, the atmosphere surged with murmurs and discussions among the beastmen. How could he determine the female partner of the Beast King's offspring before the king even spoke, even if she were the rarest beauty of the Yuan tribe? This beast city was not governed by them. It was a blatant affront to the Beast King. Yuan Lu slowly rose from her seat, bowing slightly as she respectfully performed the customary gesture toward the Beast King and the female beside him. Her movements were gentle and unhurried, revealing an innate composure and calmness. The expressions of the Beast King and his female companion stiffened. The latter's face darkened, her gaze sharp and laced with sarcasm. "The most beautiful female, is this one who always hides her face? Let us see her true beauty once her beast skin is removed." The Yuan tribe leader hesitated for a moment before chuckling. "My little cub is quite delicate. No other beastman would dare to unveil her beast skin, except for the heir." Shi. This statement ignited another wave of excitement. It was evident that the Yuan tribe was either seeking trouble or was intent on securing the position of the Beast King's female. "Apologies, but the Yuan tribe leader will be disappointed," the Beast King interjected. "My eldest cub, Shi Jian, has already formed a bond with a female from the Linghu tribe, Yueling." He felt relieved, grateful that he would not be entangled with this Yuan fellow. Yueling observed the Yuan tribe leader's direction, noting the shock in his eyes mirrored that of Yuan Lu's when they had exchanged glances earlier that morning. Sensing Yueling's gaze, Yuan Lu turned her head slightly to look at her. Yueling thought, that familiar feeling has returned. The Yuan tribe leader scoffed upon hearing the Beast King's words. "Is the Beast King intentionally trying to prevent our Yuan tribe's female from becoming your cub's mate? How did Shi Jian replace Shi?" The Beast King narrowed his eyes and retorted, "When did we ever claim it was Shi?" The Yuan tribe leader faltered and continued to argue. "Among those 5 cubs, only Shi is clever." The Beast King countered, "Are the others not clever as well? Moreover, Shi Jian is not among those 5 cubs. How can he be considered the heir?" The Yuan tribe leader expressed his dissatisfaction. Taking a deep breath, the Beast King found himself exasperated by the argument with the Yuan tribe leader. "Shi Jian is indeed my cub. How can he not count? If it comes down to it, Shi Jian is my rightful heir." Do you think I need the Yuan tribe's consent to establish an heir? Are you attempting to usurp my position? The Beast King's voice grew increasingly agitated, echoing throughout the gathering. The supporters of the Beast King rose in unison. Yueling was startled, sensing the tension in the air, as it seemed a conflict was imminent. She found herself shielded by them. And the Linghu tribe also stood in support of the Beast King, reassuring Hu Zizao and Yueling, do not be afraid. The other Beast Kings from the 3 continents observed the spectacle, clearly entertained. Naturally, we dare not, the Yuan tribe leader stated, realizing the ire of the Beastmen was directed at him. Never mind. They are numerous. I shall not argue with them. The Yuan tribe members begrudgingly sat down. Seeing the Yuan tribe relent, the Beast King laughed heartily. Although my cub Shijin has a mate, my other cubs do not. The Yuan tribe leader might as well consider whether my other cubs would catch the eye of your tribe's century-old beauty. The Yuan tribe leader scoffed lightly. They would not be worthy. Even Shiying, with his beast pattern, is only average and cannot attract her attention, merely because he was the Beast King's heir. Now that he is no longer, he would be even less interested. The Beast King's face darkened, and he was about to erupt again. The Beast King's female gently pulled him back. Today is a joyous occasion for my cub Shijin. Let us all enjoy ourselves and not spoil this annual celebration. Would have been a tense atmosphere, thick enough to suffocate, dissipated in an instant like melting snow. The taut nerves of the Beastmen relaxed, and the previously oppressive ambience was swept away, replaced by scenes of joy and harmony as the festivities resumed. Chapter 171. The gift from Yuan Lu. The most aggrieved among them was undoubtedly Ku. She never anticipated that her visit this year would prove to be in vain. Alas, her predictions had indeed come to pass, leaving her with nothing while all the benefits were seized by another female. Why did the inheritor of the Beastmen suddenly transform into Shijin? There was likely some manipulation from the Linghu clan behind this. Contemplating this, Ku could not help but emit a few cold laughs. Had she bonded with Hu Ji back in the day, such a predicament would not have befallen her, and this Yuling would not have dared to stand above her. What is the point of laughing? The inheritor of the Beastman's female leader has already been determined. Remaining here holds no significance. Another female from the Peacock clan spoke softly. Are you leaving? But there are still a few Beast King cubs, another female remarked. Having some is better than having none, Ku retorted with a disdainful scoff. I would rather have nothing than settle for the inferior. If it's not the best, I refuse to accept it. Why don't you hurry over and sit? The Beast King's female looked down at her cubs, teasingly. Go on, go on. The Beast King waved his hand gently, revealing a hint of helplessness on his face. Deep down, he understood that it wouldn't be long before the Yuling female would follow Hu Ji back to the Linghu clan. Reflecting on this, the Beast King couldn't help but reminisce about the years when he and his female partner had just become mates. They had spent so little time together, particularly during the initial years when they were often forced to separate, making their moments together all the more precious and fleeting. Only in the past 2 years had his female finally come to Beast City to accompany him. Now, witnessing Shijin and Yuling face a similar plight, the Beast King felt an inevitable sense of empathy. He well understood the pain of longing for a female partner while being unable to be by her side. Fortunately, he would soon find relief. In the near future, he planned to pass on the position of Beast King to Shijin and then depart with his beloved female to explore the majestic mountains and rivers, relishing a life of freedom. In that time, they could stroll amidst verdant hills and clear waters, marveling at nature's grandeur, or pause in tranquil tribes to appreciate the beauty of the beast world. Shijin smiled and walked over. As he approached, Buying willingly scooted over, making room for him. Shijin was somewhat taken aback, surprised by Yuling's first mate's generosity, and he quietly expressed his gratitude to Buying. Huan furrowed his brow, knowing why Buying acted this way, and felt a bit disgruntled. He muttered to Buying, "You're the leader. Why are you yielding to him, an old sixth?" Buying shot a teasing glance at Huan and could not resist mocking him. "You know I'm the leader." "Huh." Huan's face flushed with embarrassment. Buying, "Don't get carried away. I was just saying, what is it? You can't even stuff your mouth with food." Zao interjected. Hearing her brother's ruckus, Zao finally could not hold back and swiftly imposed discipline, shoving a roasted leg of meat into Huan's mouth. Huan's words were effectively silenced by the meat. Zao turned to Yuling and complained, "Sister Yuling, you should really manage him. He*s becoming unruly." Huan removed the meat leg and chewed a few bites. "Sister Beast, who are you to be my sister? Why don't you defend me instead of letting little Yuling deal with me?" Zao rolled her eyes. I I just knew that the gentle, kind, and beautiful little Yuling would never want to discipline me. Hu Wan grinned, looking like a pleading puppy as he nimbly sidled up to Yuling, his bright, narrow eyes gleaming with mischief, a smug smile playing on his lips. Hu Zhao tugged at Hu Ji, expressing her distaste. How disgusting. Hu Ji couldn't help but laugh heartily at their antics. Just then, Hu Wan suddenly pouted, preparing to kiss Yuling's delicate, fair cheek with his greasy lips that had just devoured the roasted meat. However, Yuling had already noticed this. She frowned slightly, her gaze falling upon Hu Wan's oily lips, and shot him a disdainful glance. Without hesitation, she extended her slender hand and firmly pressed it against Hu Wan's lips, pushing him backward. You see yourself, with your mouth full of grease. You're too noisy. She was even more dismissive than Yuling. As Hu Wan wiped his oily mouth and leaned in to kiss Yuling again, he was abruptly met with a harsh thump on his forehead against the stone surface, producing a crisp sound. Yuling was startled and quickly pulled Hu Wan up, noticing the red mark on his forehead. You want to be a fool now, will you? That hit was no light matter. She gently touched the bruised area. Little Yuling, don't worry, I'm fine. Males have thick skin, Hu Wan quickly assured her, fearing her concern. Just a bit dizzy. Shizhua, you were too rough. Yuling could not help but rebuke. Shizhua frowned, feeling somewhat uneasy. He would not admit it was his fault. It wasn't he that he was heavy-handed. Hu Wan had simply been careless. You deserve it, Hu Zhao mocked. Hu Wan reveled in Yuling's massage, rolling his eyes at Hu Zhao. He began to sympathize with Hu Ji, feeling sorry for him for having such a fierce sister as a mate. Shi Jian observed this scene, feeling an immense warmth. It was a sight he had never witnessed before. His beast mother often spoke in a commanding tone with the beast fathers and rarely engaged in such playful banter. This atmosphere truly made the beasts feel relaxed and harmonious. Only then did Yuling realize she had neglected Shi Jian beside her. She smiled and said, Don't mind us, we're just accustomed to playful bickering. She enjoyed this way of interacting with them. This is wonderful, Shi Jian nodded in agreement. They gathered around a stone table, chatting and laughing, and before they knew it, the evening festivities were nearing their conclusion. Just as Yuling and Hu Zhao were about to leave with their beast husbands, a female voice called out to her. Yuling. Turning around, Yuling saw the Yuan clan female, Yuan Lu, standing somewhat awkwardly not far away, calling her name. Yuling frowned in confusion and walked over with Hu Zhao. Yuan Lu? Yuan Lu nodded, her face partially covered by beast hide, yet her eyes sparkled with a smile. This is for you. Yuan Lu carefully retrieved a wrapped object from her bosom, without hesitation, and thrust this mysterious item into Yuling's fair, delicate palm. Yuling felt a peculiar sensation in her hand. The hardness of the object made her slightly furrow her brow. Instinctively, she slowly opened her palm to see what it was. To her astonishment, it was an exquisitely crafted shell necklace. This necklace appeared as if sculpted by nature itself, each shell round and smooth, exuding an enchanting luster. They were artfully strung together, forming an elegant and unique design. The chain glimmered with a faint silver hue, contrasting beautifully with the colorful shells, creating a stunning spectacle. No, I cannot accept this. Bewildered by such a generous gift, she was about to return it when Yuan Lu had already dashed away. Hu Zhao's eyes widened. She had seen it at the stall, and that single piece was worth 10 pieces of beast hide. She could hardly bear the thought. This necklace is precious. Do you know her? Why would she gift you something so valuable? Hu Zhao curiously gazed at the retreating figure of Yuan Lu. Yueling, watching Yuan Lu run off into the distance, shook her head and said, I don't know. It's the first time I've met her. I'll return this to her when I see her tomorrow. With that, Yueling tucked the necklace away, awaiting the opportunity to return it to Yuan Lu the following day. Hu Zhao frowned, pondering why Yuan Lu, a female, would give such a beautiful necklace to her sister Yueling. How strange indeed. Chapter 172. Lion Jian's oath. What did that female from the Yuan clan want with you? Did she make things difficult for you? Hu Ji looked at Hu Zhao and his sister with concern. The other beastmen wore similar expressions. Hu Zhao shook her head no. She even gifted Yueling a particularly beautiful shell necklace, which I'm quite reluctant to part with. Hu Zhao was infuriated. Hu Ji frowned. Does my sister know her? Yueling shook her head. No, I'm just as puzzled. Let us head back, Bing suggested softly. Yueling nodded and turned to Lion Jian. Where are you heading? Lion Jian paused and replied, I'm returning to my stone house. Oh, all right then. The conversation had grown awkward. Is each on the way? Yueling asked, trying to find a topic. Not really, Lion Jian replied honestly, as they lived on opposite ends of the city. He couldn't help but chuckle at Yueling's frustrated expression and gently placed his large hand on her fluffy head, slightly bending down to say, "So, I'll walk you back." Yueling slowly raised her head, her gaze inadvertently drawn to Lion Jian, whose face was just a few centimeters away. His sharp brows and starry eyes, complemented by a well-defined nose and subtly curved lips, created an alluring visage. Most striking were his dark golden eyes, reminiscent of a deep night sky adorned with twinkling stars, framed by long, thick lashes that shimmered with a faint golden hue, enhancing their charm. His lips, though delicately colored, bore a distinct contour that exuded gentleness. Yueling found herself captivated by those enticing lips, and she couldn't help but swallow nervously, pondering how delightful they looked for a kiss. Just as that thought flitted through her mind, she suddenly snapped back to reality, her face flushing crimson. "Oh dear, why am I thinking this way? This is terrible." At that moment, her heart raced as if it were being chased, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Lion Jian noticed Yueling's gaze lingering on him. Her eyes first lingered on his face, then gradually drifted to his deep, bright eyes, finally settling on the slight upward curve of his lips. Observing her unabashed stare brought an indescribable joy to Lion Jian's heart. Consequently, an even more radiant smile graced his already handsome face. In the next instant, he swiftly leaned in closer to Yueling and, like a dragonfly skimming the water, gently pressed his lips against her tender ones. Yueling was clearly taken aback by his sudden action, momentarily stunned, before her cheeks flushed a deep shade, reminiscent of ripe apples. "Oh my, everyone is still here." Realizing this, she instinctively turned to gauge the reactions of the surrounding beastmen, only to discover that at some point, it had become just the two of them. At that moment, Lion Jian felt as if his heart might leap from his throat, racing wildly. This was the boldest act he had ever taken, initiating a kiss with a female. No, now she was no longer just a female. She had become his mate. It dawned on him that he had never sworn an oath to Yueling. With a charming smile, he half knelt before her, taking one of her hands in his, and gently placed a kiss on her palm. "I, Lion Jian, swear by my life to the beast god that from this day forth, I will cherish my partner Yueling. If she lives, I live. If she dies, I shall not linger. I will protect her with my life until eternity." Yueling gazed at Lion Jian's golden hair, perceiving him as a prince emerging from a castle, so gentlemanly and captivating that her heart raced uncontrollably. Listening to his deep oath, each word danced upon her heart, igniting a swarm of emotions within her. She was oblivious to how she had returned to her stone house, feeling dazed and enchanted by Lion Jian's actions. She found herself falling for each of her beastly suitors equally. The thought of having to endure a long-distance relationship with Lion Jian in just a few days made her somewhat forlorn. Yet the thought of Scorpion Cha in the cave was not so disheartening. It truly was a sweet price to pay. With this thought, Yueling couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you grinning about?" Shish was suddenly approached, puzzled by Yueling's sudden laughter. "You look rather silly." The elegant, androgynous beauty who had intruded upon her reverie made Yueling involuntarily embrace him, exclaiming joyfully, "Shizhua, having you around makes me so happy. I must be the happiest female in the entire beast realm." Shizhua was taken aback and looked down at her. "With you, I feel happy too." He sat down beside the stone bed, concerned that Yueling might misunderstand, explaining, "It's hot tonight, and my body temperature is low. Being with you keeps it cool." Yueling nodded, realizing it was indeed quite warm without a fan or air conditioning, and he was refreshingly cool. Who could resist a natural refrigerator? "Be good, sleep now." Longji entered Yueling's room the next day to find Shizhua lying on her bed. Yueling was tightly embracing him, and upon seeing this, Shizhua immediately gestured for silence. Yueling had slept particularly soundly, feeling as though she were in an air-conditioned room. Chapter 173. I don't want to talk about leaving. Yueling hurriedly got out of bed. Shizhua slowly opened his eyes, looking at her with a tender gaze, tinged with a hint of reluctance. After washing up with Baiying and Longji, Yueling noticed the strong scent of the Snake Clan on her and asked Baiying, "Did you spend the night with Shizhua?" She nodded, explaining it got hot. "And Shizhua is very cool. He didn't do anything to me." At the end, she added, "Even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have the strength." Baiying chuckled, knowing none of them dared to take advantage of the young female. He then said, "Shizhua told me he would be leaving in a couple of days." Yueling's heart skipped a beat as she grasped Baiying and Longji's arms. Her voice urgent, "Leaving? Why is he leaving?" Why wouldn't Tisha Zhuo tell her? He said he needs to return to the Zhuangshi clan for a bit, but he will come back. Don't worry, Buying reassured her, observing her anxious demeanor. Upon hearing that he would return, Yueling felt relieved. She recalled the scene from when she had visited the northern continent's beast city, where she had witnessed Shijua's beast mother. The first impression that female left was one of sharp, venomous words, devoid of any affection. When she had encountered Shijua, his mother's face bore no trace of love, only coldness and sarcasm. Each word from her lips dripped with disdain, sending chills down one's spine. Yueling could hardly imagine the hardships and pain Shijua had endured growing up in such a harsh environment. The thought alone softened her heart, engulfed by warmth and compassion. Why didn't he tell her personally? After finishing up, Yueling sought out Shijua, somewhat angrily exclaiming, "You're leaving? Why didn't you tell me?" He expressed his grievances to Bai Ying, feeling quite wronged. Shi Zhuang paused for a moment, gazing at the pitiful Yueling, and the icy demeanor on her face melted away. "I don't wish to discuss the matter of departure with you." Yueling puffed up her cheeks and playfully tugged at Shi Zhuang's hand, asking, "When will you return?" "Soon," Shi Zhuang replied, her previously cold voice softening as she looked at the playful little female. Upon hearing this, Yueling released Shi Zhuang, placed her hands on her hips, and assumed a fierce expression. "We are not officially mates yet, Shi Zhuang. You cannot escape. Otherwise, I will chase you to the ends of the earth." Shi Zhuang chuckled softly, gently poking Yuling's forehead. "Silly female, I won't run away." With such a wonderful mate, he would cling tightly and would not dream of leaving, especially since they had not yet formally bonded. Yueling covered her head, having heard others call her a crazy female, but never a silly one. Growing more irate, she lunged for Shi Zhuang, but he dodged her grasp. Pretending to stumble, she exclaimed, "Ouch." Shi Zhuang hurried over to check on her, and with a mischievous grin, Yueling leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Ha ha ha, you can't shake me off now." With a hint of helplessness, Shi Zhuang supported Yuling's lower back. This little female clung to him like a monkey. The other beastmen watched them frolic and play. The heirs for the Beast King and the female consort had been determined. The females who had come to vie for the position, realizing their lack of hope, left the Beast City with their mates, reducing the population to half of what it had originally been. Among the 3 Beast Kings from other continents, 2 had already departed, leaving only the one from the northern continent. Yueling still held the exquisite necklace gifted to her by the female of the Yuan clan, Yuan Lu. When the banquet reached its midpoint, Yueling made her way to the Yuan clan's seating area. The leader of the Yuan clan frowned slightly upon seeing the resemblance to his offspring. "What brings you here?" The female Yuan Lu behind him displayed a hint of joy, her voice playful. "Are you here to see me?" Yueling was taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement. The leader of the Yuan clan relaxed his guard, his expression softening considerably. "You can keep this. I cannot accept it." Yueling placed the necklace wrapped in beast hide on the stone table before Yuan Lu. Yuan Lu looked at the animal hide scraps on the table, the very item she had sent out the previous night, now returned to her, and a trace of melancholy crossed her face. The leader of the Yuan clan could not bear to see his daughter so disheartened and frowned. "If my daughter gave it to you, then you should accept it. Our clan is not concerned with such trivialities." But Yuan Lu hastily tugged on her father. "Beast father, why does your tone change so unpleasantly? Don't let Yueling misunderstand. I like you. This is a gift for you. Just accept it," Yuan Lu insisted, pushing the animal hide back toward Yueling. "This is the first time a female has confessed. If you don't like it, just throw it away," she added, her eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. "Please don't throw it away," Yuan Lu quickly added. "The food at your stall is quite delicious. If you think it's good, could it be considered a gift?" Yuan Lu inquired tentatively. Yueling furrowed her brows, observing Yuan Lu's cautious demeanor. She exchanged beast crystals for her jerky, cured meats, and sausages. And with the necklace and her affections, what could this mean? Was this simply the extravagance of a wealthy family's child? Upon returning to her seat, Yueling felt somewhat dazed, while Bai Ying watched her return, clutching the shell necklace. "What happened?" Hu Zhao asked. "She refused, saying it was a gift for me," Yueling replied, sitting down and meeting a pair of warm, amber eyes filled with mirth. Hu Zhao frowned slightly. This Yuan Lu truly was rather peculiar. However, given how adorable her sister Yueling was, it was hard to believe any beastman would dislike her. Chapter 174. Pardon Yueling was somewhat surprised that the Beast King from the northern continent had sought her out. The Beast King gazed at her, noting the resemblance to a late acquaintance, and momentarily lost his train of thought before breaking into a warm smile akin to that of a loving elder. Yuling stepped forward respectfully, addressing him as Beast King. "Am I interrupting?" The Beast King asked, momentarily taken aback, only speaking once Yuling had come to a halt. She shook her head, genuinely perplexed as to why he had sought her out. Their only previous interaction had been that one encounter, and though she had harbored dissatisfaction, she had also wanted to seek justice for Hunyeo. Yet, he had brought the shaman to treat her brother and had allowed them to leave the beast city unimpeded. His tone and demeanor did not suggest a desire for revenge. "Beast King, what business do you have with me?" Yuling inquired, confusion evident in her voice. "I simply wish to meet you," the Beast King replied with a smile. Observing Yuling's bewildered expression, he chuckled softly. "You are just like your beast mother, aren't you?" Yuling tilted her head in confusion. "What do you mean?" "Just know that the Northern Continent supports you," he reassured her. The events of years past had remained a painful thorn embedded in his heart, a profound regret that he could never quite shake off. Each time he recalled those days, he was engulfed by endless remorse and sorrow. He was resolute in ensuring that a similar tragedy would not repeat itself. Moreover, the young female before him was the offspring of the Rabbit Star. He could not allow any beastman to inflict even the slightest harm upon her, even if it meant exhausting all the resources of the Northern Continent's Beast City. Yuling watched the Beast King's retreating figure as Hu Ji approached her. "Sister, what did he say to you?" Yuling frowned. "He merely stated that the Northern Continent supports me." Hu Ji's frown relaxed slightly, and he huffed. "At least he has a conscience. He likely sensed something and specifically sought you out to express his stance." Yuling recalled her previous questions and turned to Hu Ji. "Elder brother, what is the connection between this Beast King from the Northern Continent and our Beast Mother? When we passed through the Northern Continent's Beast City, we had a conflict with his offspring, and it was he who allowed us to leave, uttering some nonsensical words." Hu Ji was unaware of this history, his expression darkening. "Years ago, he was gravely injured, and your beast mother saved his life. He shamelessly sought to be her mate, but then he seemed to vanish. I later learned that during the time your mother was in trouble, he had become the Beast King of the Northern Continent. He may have gained prestige, but if your mother had had powerful beastmen protecting her, she would not have been captured and perished, and their family would not have met such a tragic fate." Yuling nodded in realization. Shi Jian felt that time had flown too swiftly. How was it that Yuling was about to leave the Beast City? Their time together had been far too brief. Yuling felt a pang of reluctance as well. She needed to raise her affinity with Shi Jian to 95 within 2 days to secure an additional 10 years of life, lest she face unforeseen troubles later. Besides the banquet, there was also the night market. Yuling had grown weary of the banquet that had lasted 7 days and nights, with each day offering nearly identical content, leaving her with nothing to do but eat. At the start of the banquet, she had enlisted Bai Ying, Huan, Lang Ji, and Shi Zhuang, and she took Shi Jian with her as they departed. As they stepped out of the banquet, Shi Jian let out a sigh of relief. Such opportunities to leave early were rare. With only 2 days remaining before Yuling and the others would depart, he felt an immense sense of loss. Shi Jian took the initiative to hold Yuling's hand. There were not many beastmen at the night market, but there were still plenty of individuals engaging in bartering, hoping to exchange goods for animal hides and other necessities in the final 2 days. The two of them appeared as if they were a pair of love-struck young couples, their every gesture imbued with a deep affection. Whenever Yuling's gaze lingered on a particular object, Shi Jian would immediately perceive her interest and approach the orc vendor to engage in a lively conversation. With a smile gracing his face and a warm tone in his voice, he would soon reach an agreement with the vendor, reminding them to collect the animal skins at a designated location later. Observing this scene, Yuling could not help but feel a surge of joy, her face blooming with a radiant smile, reminiscent of the suave protagonists in idol dramas who proclaim bye. She could not resist softly murmuring, "This feels rather akin to a domineering CEO accompanying his delicate wife on a shopping spree." Her charming demeanor stirred a sense of affection in Shi Jian. Upon hearing her words, he displayed a hint of confusion, inquiring, "What is a domineering CEO and a delicate wife?" Yuling explained, "Ah, you have quite the keen ears. They are orcs with numerous animal skins and their female partners. Whenever the female partner desires something, the orc would exuberantly exclaim exchange by, much like us." With a smile, she articulated her thoughts in a manner Shi Jian could grasp. Listening to her, Shi Jian felt a striking resemblance between himself and the domineering CEO and his delicate wife she described. As the offspring of the Beast King and a key figure in the trade of animal skins in Beast City, He had previously been oblivious to how to utilize them. Now, he realized that he could purchase beautiful items for Yuling, and witnessing her radiant smile filled him with immense satisfaction. Yuling believed that among her several beast husbands, Shi Jian must be the wealthiest in terms of animal skins. She had inadvertently secured a wealthy second generation as her husband upon arriving in Beast City. Shi Jian followed behind Yuling, carrying a multitude of items wrapped in leaves or animal skins, escorting her back to their residence. Time passed swiftly, and soon they would depart from Beast City and return to the Linghu clan. Through Yuling's relentless efforts and fervent shopping, she had successfully raised Shi Jian's fondness for her to an impressive 95%. Indeed, a capable man finds joy in his partner's expenditures, boosting his affection in the process. She stood silently, her gaze fixed on the horizon, her heart brimming with complex emotions as she prepared to embark on a long-distance relationship with Shi Jian. On this very day, Shi Zhua was also set to return to the Wangxi clan. Suddenly, the two companions by her side departed, leaving her feeling an overwhelming sense of loss and solitude. It felt as if a part of her heart had been excavated, leaving an aching emptiness. Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill over as a sour emotional tide constricted her throat, nearly suffocating her. Was she becoming overly sentimental? "Host, you're simply concerned," System 999 reminded her. Clearly, it was her care for them that brought about her sorrow. It seemed that she was not merely engaged in tasks, but was also emotionally invested. Yet, each of her suitors possessed admirable qualities, showcasing a variety of styles. Shi Jian, witnessing Yuling's melancholic expression, felt a mix of sorrow and sweetness. The inability to remain by his beloved's side was a profound sorrow for him. As her number of beast husbands increased, he hoped she would not forget him. Hu Ji led them to exchange for salt crystals, leaving only Shi Zhua and Shi Jian behind. At Yuling's side, she turned to Shi Zhua and urged, "Shi Zhua, please ensure your safety. I will wait for you in the Linghu clan." Shi Zhua smiled, heartened by Yuling's concern. "Do not worry, I shall return swiftly." After saying this, Shi Zhua disregarded Shi Jian's presence and embraced Yuling, kissing her passionately before vanishing. Yuling touched her tingling lips, forcing herself to divert her gaze from the direction in which Shi Zhua had disappeared, only to encounter Shi Jian's glistening eyes. Their previous kiss had been but a fleeting touch. Shi Jian opened his mouth at a loss for words. Observing his hesitation, Yuling affectionately linked her arm through his. "You cannot leave the southern continent's Beast City because of me, so I will come to find you whenever I can. That stone house must be reserved for me. Otherwise, I will be left to sleep on the streets." There were plenty of stone houses in Beast City, and with so many orcs present, there was no way she would be left homeless. Even if she were, he would accompany her. Shi Jian gazed at Yuling. "I shall not reserve it for you." "Huh, next time you come, you can stay with me." Shi Jian's words brimmed with anticipation for their next encounter. He reached out to smooth back the stray strands of hair from her temples, saying, "I truly hope you grow quickly." Only after her growth could they formally become partners, allowing him to know her precise location, which currently left him feeling quite unsettled. Yuling's face flushed, evidently having misinterpreted his intent. As the dry season had arrived, her growth indicated she would need to prepare to create things upon returning. "Little Yuling, we must be on our way," Huan remarked, observing their heartfelt exchange. Shi Jian mustered a strained smile. "I will escort you out of the city." Upon reaching the gates of Beast City, they encountered the Beast King and the Beast King's mate, along with the leader of the Yuan clan, who was also preparing to return. The Yuan clan chief had not anticipated returning empty-handed, while the Beast King's mate had overshadowed her position with the Linghu clan's female leader, and his own offspring held a fondness for her. Turning back, Yuling met Yuan Lu's smiling gaze. The sight of her constantly beaming smile made Yuling question whether Yuan Lu's intentions were genuine. Hu Zhao tugged at Yuling and whispered, "Yuling, look, she is secretly watching you again." Yuling chuckled. "Let her look. It won't cost me anything. She means me no harm." That cannot be certain. She originally aimed for the Beast King's mate position. Perhaps her intentions are not as innocent as they seem. You must be cautious, Yuling. One must not harbor malicious intentions. Yet vigilance is prudent, particularly since she was the offspring of the Yuan clan chief. Yuling nodded in acknowledgement of Hu Zhao's concern. Hu Zhao observed Yuling's dejected demeanor, feeling a surge of sympathy. Through their interactions, she had keenly sensed Yuling's profound affection for her beast husbands, an emotion that was sincere and pure, devoid of the ulterior motives many females held toward their partners. Perhaps it was the sudden absence of her two companions that left Yu Ling feeling so desolate. With this thought, Hu Zhao leaned closer and said, Yu Ling, do not be sorrowful. Shizhua is waiting for you. Thinking of the large black scorpion eased Yu Ling's heart somewhat. After walking alongside the Yuan clan for a while, they parted ways. As Yu Ling glanced back, she saw Yuan Lu standing still, her eyes filled with reluctance. That pitiful expression caused Yu Ling to furrow her brows slightly. For some reason, gazing into Yuan Lu's amber eyes, filled with affection, evoked an unusual sensation within Yu Ling, as if she had encountered her before. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not recall when or where they had crossed paths. This sense of déjà vu lingered in her heart like an enigma, refusing to dissipate. During the dry season, the days grew darker later. When they arrived, the sky had yet to fully darken. From afar, Yu Ling spotted Shiche, his dark skin standing out among the crowd of orcs, easily catching her eye. Knowing that Yu Ling would return today, Shiche had been waiting there since early morning. Upon seeing her, his heart soared with relief. Yu Ling barely registered a shadow darting toward her before a powerful gust of wind rushed to greet her. Before she could even comprehend the events unfolding around her, she found herself lifted off the ground and cradled in a broad and sturdy embrace. Yu Ling involuntarily gasped, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms tightly around the neck of her captor, fearing she might fall. In that moment, she realized that the one holding her was Xie. His expansive chest and powerful arms instilled a profound sense of security, yet at the same time, they caused her heart to race uncontrollably. Fox 1, do be gentle, Xie chuckled heartily, expressing how the days had felt like years, as he had endured the solitude of the cave. It's good to be back, truly good. Yu Ling was taken aback by Xie's newfound fervor after their brief separation, and her earlier disappointment swiftly dissipated. She gently patted his shoulder, chiding him lightly. You really ought to be ashamed. There's so many people around. What is there to be ashamed of? I am embracing my female master. They can embrace their own females too, Xie replied nonchalantly with a hint of pride. He lowered his head to inhale the sweet fragrance emanating from Yu Ling. A warm feeling enveloped her heart. After all, Xie was the first beastman to earn her unwavering admiration. With a smile, she playfully ruffled his tousled black hair. Fox Zhao and Fox 1. I never realized you were such a character, Xie. You're truly insufferable, Katya remarked, observing her sister nestled in Xie's embrace, her gaze filled with daggers. None of us are even being held. Third brother, this is just too much, Rabbithui chuckled. Fox Ning scoffed. Had I known, I would have delayed our return to the Linghu tribe. There's hardly enough of her to go around. You little rabbit beast. You're just asking for trouble, Katya threatened, raising a fist as if to strike Rabbithui. Rabbithui leaped several meters away, clutching the items they had brought back from B City. Sister, I'll take these back first, he declared before darting off. Fox Shui scrutinized Fox Zhao and Yu Ling, nodding in satisfaction. You've both gotten fairer, and perhaps even plumper. Plumper? Yu Ling exclaimed, aghast. All she had done in B City was eat and sleep, and now she found herself heavier. Fox Zhao, hearing Fox Shui's remarks, chuckled. Her complexion, once sun-kissed, had brightened. Perhaps she too could resemble Sister Yu Ling all right. After a long day of travel, it's time to rest. Rabbit Bo has been watching over you, Fox Shui urged. Indeed, let us return and recuperate. We can discuss matters tomorrow, Fox Shui hastily added. These two female cubs must be utterly exhausted. Mifine. Having been toughened from a young age. But Yu Ling, you look so delicate. I hope you haven't worn yourself out. Chapter 176. Fox 1 loses favor. Yu Ling sat on her stone bed, feeling the cool mat beneath her, observing the cave meticulously organized by Xie. The entrance boasted an array of freshly made jerky and cured sausages, a testament to Xie's industriousness during her absence. Xie, you have worked hard, Yu Ling praised. Xie shook his head. It was nothing, just a bit boring being alone. Could you share what transpired in B City? He inquired with curiosity. Why are you so chatty? We'll talk later. The water is already warm. Little Yu Ling, hurry and wash up, Fox 1 interjected. Upon their return, Xie had been quite clingy, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. With the rising temperatures and the day's exertions, Yu Ling was surely feeling the heat. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she realized that even after just one day of travel, her body was exhausted. Without Shizhua, this period would be unbearable. Since that day, he had become her prime consort and master of the cold bed. After a refreshing shower, Yuling felt utterly rejuvenated. In Beast City, there had been no private bathing facilities. She had relied on them to heat water for her, even traveling far to relieve herself, which was extremely inconvenient. Beast Brother Wan, was Beast City enjoyable? By the way, where is Shizhua? Why didn't he return with you? Xie asked, only now realizing Shizhua's absence. Fox Wan rolled his eyes. It was not enjoyable at all, tedious and monotonous. As for Shizhua, he has returned to his tribe. Wolf Yi, noticing Fox Wan's reluctance to engage with Xie, interjected, Xie, we don't know the details regarding Shizhua. Xie, confused, asked why not. Fox Wan waved his hand dismissively. Why so many questions? You've been nonstop with your chatter since we reunited. Xie pouted. I just missed you all. Missed you, Ling. Missed you, Brother Fox Wan. Missed Fox Zao. Missed Baiying. Missed Wolf Ji. And missed Shizhua. Stop right there. Please be quiet, Fox Wan replied, exasperated. Who cares if a male beast man misses me? Baiying observed the banter between Fox Wan and Xie and shook his head. Regarding Shizhua, we are unaware. However, I can share tales from Beast City. Xie's eyes lit up. Baiying is much more agreeable. When Yu Ling emerged, she heard Baiying recounting the happenings in Beast City. Upon hearing about the peacock tribe female who had slain her mate, Xie gasped in shock, exclaiming how wicked that female must be. Xie proved to be an excellent listener, never letting the conversation falter. Yu Ling noticed that when Baiying mentioned the union between Shi Jian and herself, Xie exhibited no jealousy or anger. Instead, he remarked, thank goodness that wicked peacock female was thwarted. If such a malevolent female were to assume a position in Beast City, the entire southern continent would be doomed. Yu Ling truly is remarkable. No wonder she is my female master. Watching Xie's endearing demeanor, Yu Ling found it hard to believe that this large, foolish fellow had sneakily entered her chamber to steal a kiss. Xie, come here, Yu Ling beckoned, waving him over. Xie hurriedly rose from his seat and eagerly approached, asking, Yu Ling, what do you need? Yu Ling chuckled softly. Is it wrong to seek you out if there is nothing to discuss? No, Xie stammered, flustered. That wasn't what he meant. How had it been misconstrued? Yu Ling chuckled at his embarrassment. I was just teasing you. She gently patted his cool arm. Xie pool-like eyes remained fixated on the delicate and charming female before him, finding her increasingly adorable with each passing moment. Xie felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand, beating wildly as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. This unprecedented sensation left him both exhilarated and anxious, prompting him to envelop Yu Ling in his arms. Yu Ling found herself fully embraced by Xie, who murmured with a hint of emotion, I missed you so much. I should have stolen that kiss, Yu Ling. I am sorry. Had it not been for his embarrassment over the kiss, he would have wished to accompany her, having endured days that felt interminable, with dreams haunted by images of Yu Ling questioning him. I never want to be apart from you again, Xie continued earnestly. Yu Ling chuckled softly, patting his back. Xie felt an intense itch along his back, as if countless ants were crawling over him, his heart racing with excitement. He felt entirely at her mercy. The other beastmen looked on with envy, especially Fox Wan, whose eyes nearly bulged with disbelief. During their return, little Yu Ling had complained about the heat while riding on his back. Now, seeing her so content in Xie's arms was truly heart-wrenching. Fox Wan lamented, I've been replaced. Xie has taken my place. Baiying and Wolf Ji understood that Yu Ling was sensitive to heat. Xie and Shizhua, being cold-blooded beastmen, were naturally cool to the touch. In Beast City, with Shizhua by her side, she had not felt so stifled. Now that Shizhua had returned to the Zhuang Shi tribe, Xie was her only solace. Baiying felt it was time to remind him to avoid any foolish actions. How refreshing, Yu Ling sighed, relishing the coolness. Xie's face turned even redder. Unlike the disdain from other beastmen, Yu Ling seemed quite fond of his warmth, which brought him immense joy. Xie, come be my air conditioner, Yu Ling chuckled. Xie felt as though his mind was engulfed in a thunderous roar. Had he truly heard that correctly? The sudden wave of happiness left him somewhat bewildered. Although he was unaware of what this air conditioner truly was, he responded with an enthusiastic, all right. Xie felt elated, having been singled out by Yu Ling, who had called only him, unlike the others. When he was called away by Baiying and the others, he felt as though he were floating on cloud 9. A silly grin plastered across his face. Baiying, watching him, could only shake his head in resignation, secretly sighing, despite having spent so little time with Yu Ling. The moments they shared were few and far between. Yet now, It seemed that both Shizhua and Xie had unexpectedly gained favor with the usually disdainful female beastmen, particularly Xie, who had always been shunned. Bai Ying couldn't help but steal a few glances at the blissful Xie. Before long, Xie arrived at her cave dwelling to serve as her air conditioner. After dinner, Yuling gracefully walked towards her room. Just as she reached the door, her gaze inadvertently swept across the interior, only to discover Xie sitting stiffly on the edge of her bed, looking somewhat uneasy. Curiosity welled up within her, prompting her to gently part the animal hide curtain and step inside. As she approached, Xie's demeanor grew increasingly tense. He occasionally lifted his head, casting furtive glances at Yuling. Each time their eyes met, he would quickly lower his gaze, his cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. In that moment, Xie resembled a bashful bride, his shy demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Yuling. "Don't be like this. I don't eat beastmen," she teased. What had Bai Ying and the others told him to frighten him so? The once enthusiastic young man had transformed into a timid boy. Xie nodded slightly, but his eyes remained stealthily darting towards Yuling. His heart raced, akin to a frightened deer, filled with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. This was his very first time sharing a bed with Yuling. The sensation was both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. He feared that any misstep or inappropriate behavior might displease her, relegating him to the status of an unworthy beast husband. His overwhelming nervousness left Xie feeling somewhat clumsy, unsure of where to place his hands and feet, as if nothing felt quite right. For instance, when Yuling sat down to remove her grass shoes, Xie hurriedly knelt before her, extending a hand to grasp her foot. "Yuling, let me help you with your shoes," he stammered. "All right," Yuling nodded, conceding. He had observed how others did it. However, as she watched Xie's serious expression, he began to tug at her shoes, only for a sharp crack to resonate as he inadvertently tore the sturdy grass shoe in half. One half fell limply into Xie's palm, as if lamenting the violence it had just endured. Gasping for breath, Xie's eyes reflected surprise and regret. He had merely pulled gently, yet this was the result. Yuling's eyes widened as she stared at the mangled shoe. Xie's face flushed with embarrassment, holding the shoe awkwardly, unsure whether to keep it or discard it. I didn't mean to," he stuttered, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Yuling, perched on the bed, looked down at the pitiful Xie and gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "It's all right. We can have Lang Ji make me a new pair tomorrow." Seeing Xie's discomfort, she found it both amusing and exasperating, stifling a yawn. "Let's get some rest. I'm a bit tired today." "Oh, okay," Xie responded hastily, placing the two halves of the shoe aside, inwardly chastising himself for being so foolish. Would Yuling already be disappointed in him? Having settled onto the bed, Yuling lay quietly, aware of the faint sounds beside her. She knew Xie had joined her. Turning slightly, her gaze flowed like water, locking onto Xie's. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the two of them lost in each other's eyes. Xie gazed at Yuling's exquisite face, marveling at her beauty. Her skin was as smooth as sheep's fat jade, exuding a delicate fragrance. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over the pillow, brushing against Xie's arm, sending shivers down his spine. As their proximity diminished, he stammered, "What's wrong?" Yuling smiled, finding Xie's nervousness endearing and amusing. "What are you so anxious about?" I'm not anxious," Xie protested, his neck straightening indignantly. "Your heartbeat betrays you," she teased, placing her hand over his chest with a smile. Xie touched his heart, realizing it might be beating a bit too loudly. However, his hand instinctively rested upon Yuling's, causing his heart to race even more. "Oof. You dared to sneak a kiss when I wasn't looking, and now you're acting all cautious. Why are you so nervous, Xie? Have you been up to something naughty while I was away?" Yuling playfully chided. "And no, I haven't." Xie shook his head vigorously, insisting he was no villain. Yuling playfully wrapped her snow-white arm around Xie's toned waist, catching him off guard. In an instant, he froze, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Even his usually mysterious black eyes blushed with embarrassment. Staring into Yuling's captivating eyes, Xie's heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. He had never imagined himself so bold as to steal a kiss from her, and now, with her playful inquiry, he felt a mix of shame and anger, leaving him momentarily flustered. "Yuling, I truly am not a bad beast," Xie stammered. Yuling laughed softly, her heart melting at the adorable and innocent Xie. "It's all right. I was just teasing you. Don't be so tense." Upon hearing her words, Xie finally relaxed. He certainly did not want Yuling to think of him as a wicked beast. This Xie Che had an undeniably endearing quality that made Yuling feel slightly guilty for her mischievous thoughts. How could she even entertain the idea of bullying him? After all, he was her devoted supporter, contributing to her affection. Let us get some rest, Yuling whispered, leaning against Xie Che's cool skin, nestling against his chest. You're like a big refrigerator. It feels so comfortable, Xie Che thought warmly as he gazed at the small, furry head resting on his chest. Yuling, you said I could kiss you, right? Xie Che declared, his fist clenched as if he had made a significant decision. Yuling was taken aback. Lifting her head to meet Xie Che's beautiful gaze, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Yes, Xie Che felt his affection for her soar to 100%, and Yuling found it impossible to refuse such sincere earnestness. I want to kiss you right now. Xie Che gazed upon the delicate beauty before him, unable to quell the stirrings within his heart, particularly upon witnessing Yue Ling's agreement paired with her radiant smile. He gently grasped her chin, tilting it slightly upwards. In that moment, Xie Che felt like the most fortunate scorpion in the entire beast world, blessed with such an admirable female companion. After a considerable pause, he reluctantly released Yue Ling, who appeared perplexed, tilting her head in confusion as to why he had suddenly ceased. What is it? Xie Che cleared his throat softly. He shook his head, for initially, he had no inkling of what it would entail for a male and female to share a bed. When he first inquired with Yue Ling about sleeping together, their expressions were bewildering. Later, when he posed the same question to the orc tribe regarding pairing, they regarded him with a similar look of incredulity. Subsequently, when Shizhua kissed Yue Ling, it sparked a revelation within him. It was only after he kissed her that understanding dawned. Recognizing Xie's restraint, Yue Ling nodded in acquiescence. Xie Che understood that the reason he could share a stone bed with Yue Ling was due to his body temperature. As cold-blooded orcs, their body heat tended to be lower, and Yue Ling was sensitive to heat. He observed the curve of her back and gently moved closer, wrapping his arms around her waist. Yue Ling sighed comfortably, expressing her relief at the coolness. The following day, Yue Ling sat upon the stone bed, allowing Baiying, Huan, and Long Ji to attend her needs. As Long Ji stared at the torn sandals, he fell into a deep silence. That damn shit, Huan muttered, unable to contain his frustration. He actually ruined little Yue Ling's sandals. He lamented his own shortcomings, wishing he were a cold-blooded orc himself, feeling that Shi had taken undue advantage. Standing nearby and observing how they catered to Yue Ling, Xie Che timidly remarked, Huan, I can hear you. Huan shot him a glare. Humph. Whether you hear me or not, do you think I fear you? Yue Ling found it amusing. Unable to comprehend how a seven-striped orc like Xie Che could be so submissive to the six-striped Huan, with her sandals damaged. Long Ji crafted 2 pairs of grass shoes for Yue Ling, while Xie Che decided to remain by her side as a living refrigerator. The tribe members who had gone hunting that day were entrusted to Baiying and Huan. As the weather grew warmer, Yue Ling was reluctant to venture too far into the mountains, so she gathered a few flat stones and began sketching the items she needed. Though many were not drawn with precision as per the system's descriptions, she also discussed with Baiying her plans to seek wild cotton, understanding the importance of early preparation. As the heat intensified, the jerky dried quickly. Yue Ling gazed at the jerky, believing that it would not be long before she could visit the Beast City, both to exchange goods and to see Shijian. The trip to the Beast City had yielded substantial rewards. They had exchanged for a considerable amount of salt crystals, along with corn, wheat, and rice, as well as many beautiful necklaces, bracelets, and ornaments gifted by Shijian. Among them was a particular piece gifted by Yuan Lu, which she placed in a stone box for safekeeping. Yue Ling, I have astounding news. Hu Zhao Zhao's voice rang from outside. Yue Ling hurried to open the door and was greeted by Hu Zhao Zhao and her elder brother. Sister, what brings you here in this sweltering heat? It's midday, and the outside is unbearable. Hu Zhao Zhao waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Who would have thought Yue Ling would be so sensitive to heat? Hurry, tell Yue Ling the good news. Hu Zhao Zhao suddenly became shy, leaning against Hu Ji as she spoke. What news? Yue Ling inquired. Having just returned from the Bee City, she wondered if the Linghu tribe had experienced some fortuitous event, perhaps the discovery of beast crystals. Hu Ji's handsome face betrayed a flicker of joy, his deep and gentle eyes sparkling like stars as he gazed affectionately at Hu Zhao Zhao. He slowly extended his hand, placing it tenderly on her flat abdomen. Zhao Zhao is expecting my child, Hu Ji murmured softly, his voice brimming with love and anticipation. Yue Ling, initially astonished by the scene, quickly regained her composure, her expression transforming from shock to ecstatic delight. "This is indeed magnificent news," she exclaimed, nearly leaping in excitement, her hands involuntarily forming fists in sheer exuberance. "Does this mean I shall become an ant? In the beast world, the little ones will call me Beast Ant." How peculiar that sounds. Hu Zhao Zhao beamed at Yueling, her face radiating genuine happiness. A female only experiences a heat period once a year, conceiving but a single offspring. Hu Zhao Zhao had longed for her first child to be with Hu Ji, but the previous years had been tumultuous for the tribe, and she had not wished to conceive. Now that Yueling had returned, the family was reunited, and she envisioned giving birth to a healthy litter of fox cubs the following year. Unexpectedly, the beast god had blessed her with pregnancy. Her heat period had long passed. Yet the essence of this child unmistakably belonged to Hu Ji. Surely it was due to Yueling being the beast god's messenger, bringing good fortune. This litter would undoubtedly be favored by divine blessings. At that moment, Longji announced that the meal was ready. Yueling eagerly urged Hu Zhao Zhao and Hu Ji. Such joyous news deserves a proper celebration. She gazed at the neatly arranged dishes on the table, a twinge of regret surfacing in her heart. Only food, but no wine. However, she quickly devised a solution. Since we lack fine wine, let us substitute it with delicious beverages. Promptly, she sprang into action, sifting through the items she had brought back the previous day and selecting a cluster of translucent wild grapes that shimmered like amethysts. She tossed the grapes into a large container and found a sturdy stone, carefully crushing each grape. As the stone met the fruit, a crisp sound resonated, releasing a refreshing sweet aroma that filled the air. "Sister, what are you making?" Chapter 179, Grape Juice. Hu Ji observed Yueling bustling about, perplexed by her actions as she crushed the wild fruit. Yueling smiled. "This is a drink I encountered in the beast god realm." She then poured cool, clear water into the container filled with crushed grapes. Instantly, the once deep purple juice expanded in the water, creating a stunning and picturesque sight. "There's one final step," Yueling declared. She rummaged through her supplies until she found a small spoon crafted from stone, gently scooping several spoonfuls of golden, thick honey that had been collected during Long Ji's last outing, mixing it evenly into the grape juice. Thus, a simple grape beverage was born, and Yueling nodded in satisfaction. Thankfully, the honey had been stored in a stone jar, safeguarding it from the aftermath of the beast tide. Moreover, this grape juice inspired her. She could utilize this time to craft some wine. Curious, Longji, Shetra, Hu Ji, and Hu Zhao Zhao gathered around to observe the vibrant red juice. Hu Zhao Zhao could not resist licking her lips. "Sister, there's nothing unappetizing in your cave. This drink looks delightful." "Sister, brother, give it a taste," Yueling offered, pouring 2 bowls into bamboo cups. Indeed, it was time to craft some bamboo vessels. Hu Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. "This drink is absolutely delicious." She widened her eyes, her face filled with incredulity. She had never imagined that, within the confines of her limited life, she would have the opportunity to savor a miraculous beverage that could only be experienced in the legendary beast god realm. This felt almost dreamlike, an illusion of sorts. Indeed, Mei Ling was truly deserving of the title of Beast God's Envoy, a reputation well earned. At this moment, Hu Ji was completely immersed in the exquisite taste, unable to extricate himself from its allure. He found it hard to fathom that his sister, with what appeared to be effortless motions, had transformed those inconspicuous wild fruits into a liquid that was so delectable, it left one yearning for more. Mei Ling hurriedly poured a bowl for herself and each of her beast husbands. Lang Ji and Xie Che exchanged glances before eagerly drinking from their bamboo bowls, their eyes sparkling with delight, for it was indeed delicious. "This wild fruit water is exquisite," Xie Che exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement. "It is the best water I have ever tasted." Mei Ling smiled and explained, "This is called grape juice." "This grape juice is truly delightful," Xie Che replied. "All right, let us eat first," Lang Ji said with a hint of a smile, glancing at the food he had prepared for Mei Ling, a serving of steamed eggs, red fruit stir-fried with meat, mashed potatoes, and fish soup, all made according to Mei Ling's instructions. Mei Ling sat down and served Hu Zhao Zhao a bowl of fish soup, saying, "Drinking fish soup is best for pregnant females. It is very nutritious." The fish beast. "We cannot eat too many bones." Hu Zhao Zhao quickly shook her head, unable to fathom consuming a fish beast. Hu Ji was equally puzzled. The fish beast was not to be eaten. He wondered why his sister would still offer it to them, and with a cold gaze, he looked at Lang Ji and Xie Che. "The fish beast is quite nutritious, and this fish soup has few bones. Sister, you should try it. It is not fishy and is good for your health, Mei Ling coaxed, stirring the soup with her spoon and offering a spoonful to Hu Zhao. Hu Zhao hesitated, but upon seeing Mei Ling's eager expression, reluctantly opened her mouth to be fed a spoonful of fish soup. Hu Ji's heart raced with anxiety. After finishing, Hu Zhao's eyes brightened. It truly lacked any fishy odor and had a rich aroma, proving to be very palatable. Sister Mei Ling, this fish soup is also delicious, Hu Zhao affirmed, nodding at the milky white soup. Mei Ling smiled and explained, in fact, the fish beast is very nutritious. You simply do not know how to prepare it. For this fish soup, we catch smaller fish, clean them, fry them with lard, and add ginger to eliminate the fishy smell. Finally, we pour in boiling water, resulting in this milky color, which is excellent for nourishing the body. Hu Ji was enlightened, noting that anything beneficial for Hu Zhao was worth trying. After Hu Zhao and Hu Ji left, Mei Ling waited for the sun to dim before visiting Hu Shui's cave to converse for a while. Hu Shui had already learned about the various happenings in Beast City from Hu Zhao and Hu Ji. She felt genuine happiness upon discovering that Mei Ling was the next Beast King female of Beast King City. Hearing that the Northern Continent was also supportive of her, she could not help but worry. She had initially intended for Bai Ying to act as a decoy, but Mei Ling's identity had been discerned effortlessly, which was a source of her distress. Mei Ling grasped Hu Shui's hand, reassuring her. It must be due to my actions within the wolf tribe that the Beast King of the Northern Continent is aware of me. However, I believe his words carry truth, so Aunt Shui need not be overly concerned. Hu Shui reluctantly nodded. Given the connection to the Rabbit Star, the Beast King of the Northern Continent would not harm Mei Ling. Had it not been for those past events, he might have become one of Mei Ling's beast husbands. Alas, fate had dealt a cruel hand, leaving them eternally apart, and it seemed he had not fared well in these years either. Upon returning to her cave, Mei Ling shared Hu Shui's worries, and just then, Bai Ying arrived, having overheard. He stated, the clan leader has not spread word of your matters. I fear that the Beast King of the Northern Continent did not learn of your identity through the tribe. Bai Ying had no intention of defending the wolf tribe's leader. He merely spoke the truth. During his visit to B City, he had only mentioned medicinal herbs for external injuries, without a word about Mei Ling. He could not deny the harm caused to Mei Ling by his leader's actions, yet they would not disclose this matter outwardly. Even if he were pleased that the tribe had only the beast god's envoy to speak of, it was not solely for the envoy's identity and hopes. He also wished to avoid the tribe falling into endless disputes. Mei Ling nodded, trusting that Bai Ying would not deceive her. If the wolf tribe had intended to spread the word, it was likely that all beastmen would already know. She felt vexed, realizing she was not the beast god's envoy. She had merely found a convenient excuse, never expecting it would lead to such an awkward situation. With her life still uncertain, the thought made her head throb. Host, when faced with challenges, one must adapt. Your current worries are futile. Why not savor the present and gather your 10 prodigies? Even if issues arise later, there will be ways to cope, System 999 advised. Mei Ling retorted, do you think this is like gathering 7 magical figures to save Grandpa? System 999 responded with a chuckle. Isn't this to alleviate your anxiety? After a moment's thought, Mei Ling found some merit in System 999's advice. Her current worries were unproductive and only served to add to her troubles. She resolved to embrace the joy of the moment. Chapter 180, Grape Wine, 999. What is the method for making homemade grape wine? Alright, host. First, we need to prepare fresh, ripe grapes as our main ingredient, ensuring they are free from damage or rot. Wash the grapes and remove the stems. Place them in a clean container and gently crush them by hand, releasing the juice and pulp. Then, add an appropriate amount of white sugar or rock sugar, adjusting the sweetness to personal taste. Afterward, cover the container, but do not seal it too tightly to allow gases to escape. Place it in a warm, well-ventilated area for natural fermentation. This process typically takes several days to weeks, depending on temperature and other factors. If there is no white sugar, it is advisable to substitute with honey, System 999 suggested. Without hesitation, Mei Ling turned her focus to the grapes. The process of making grape wine was relatively simple, and it was delicious and beneficial for beauty. If she could develop this further and engage in bartering, creating a commercial chain, she believed she could exchange it for beast crystals. She felt quite clever indeed. That very night, she instructed her beast husbands to prepare several large sealed jars according to her specifications. Lang Ji, hands on hips, observed the uniquely shaped stone containers and asked, Mei Ling, what are you making this for? Mei Ling, satisfied with the large stone jars, replied, to make wild grape wine. Wine? What is wine? Xie tilted his head, unsure of what Mei Ling meant by wine. You'll find out soon enough. Mei Ling thought it best to keep it a surprise, eager to delight them later. Thus, as they ventured out to hunt, they added the important task of seeking wild grapes. At this time, the wild grapes were ripening, with clusters of purple and green, glistening and transparent, seemingly beckoning to passers-by. In just 3 short days, their harvest was astonishing. Before them lay a mountain of wild grapes, nearly overwhelming Mei Ling's sight. The beast world was rich with diverse wild grape varieties. Some were plump like pearls, others vibrant in color like dazzling gemstones, and some exuded an enticing fragrance that made one salivate. Gazing at the small mountain of wild grapes, Mei Ling beamed with joy. The only thing needed now was honey. Last time Lang Ji had gone to procure honey, he had endured great hardships, his body covered in numerous red welts, a sight that was truly painful to behold. As the scene unfolded, Yuling promptly seized a stone and swiftly sketched a rudimentary outline on the ground. With unwavering concentration, she contemplated the design of a protective garment that could effectively shield against bee stings. In no time, a creative sketch sprang to life on the earth. Pointing at the drawing, Yuling elaborated on her ideas to Bai Ying, who listened intently, nodding in agreement from time to time. Subsequently, he meticulously selected several pieces of soft yet resilient animal hide and began crafting the protective attire. After considerable effort, several uniquely shaped and distinctive animal hide skirts were finally completed. Bai Ying gazed at the peculiar designs before him, wearing a smile that conveyed both exasperation and fondness. Yuling always managed to conjure up the most eccentric ideas. What was she concocting this time involving wine? This thought filled Bai Ying with boundless anticipation for what Yuling would create next. Meanwhile, the orcs of the Ling Hu tribe found it odd that over the past few days, Yuling's male partners, especially Bai Ying, rumored to be the messenger of the beast god, were returning home each day laden with wild fruits. These fruits, while some were sweet, others were sour and astringent, hardly palatable, leaving the tribe puzzled as to why they gathered so many, seemingly indifferent to spoilage or decay. Yuling had initially intended to gather honey herself, but was met with a stern refusal from Bai Ying, who firmly grasped her shoulder, his expression grave as if she were heading into battle rather than simply collecting honey. You cannot go. It is too dangerous. What if he stings you? Just stay here in the cave and wait for us. Indeed, little Yuling should remain here obediently, Huan chimed in, shaking his head. The thought of Yuling being stung caused him distress. We have sought the bear orcs of the tribe, who are sensitive to the scent of honey. We shall return shortly. Besides, the weather outside is hot. We Wen-Ti want you to suffer sunburn. To alleviate Yuling's disappointment, Huan continued, Yes, dear sister Yuling, just stay here with me and Mother Beast. Seeing their resolute expressions, Yuling finally acquiesced. Hu Shui observed Yuling's demeanor, noting the striking resemblance to Tu Xing. Every time she looked at Yuling, it was as if she could see the bright and benevolent rabbit clan female. Hu Zhao was also curious about Yuling's recent endeavors, particularly the sight of wild fruits being placed into stone jars. To divert Yuling's attention, she hastily asked, Sister Yuling, are you making that grape juice again? Turning her head, Yuling smiled at Hu Zhao and Hu Shui. I must keep this a secret for now. You will find out in due time. Hu Zhao pouted. What is there to keep secret? It's just wild fruits and honey. Obviously, it's grape juice. Nevertheless, seeing Yuling's excitement, she felt a flicker of anticipation. With the protective garments designed by Yuling, they found themselves surprisingly shielded from bee stings, leaving them astonished. Even the male orcs could not help but praise Bai Ying. Huan, these animal hide skirts are remarkably effective. The bees can't sting me at all. They noted that while the stings were not overly painful, they were intensely itchy and resulted in discomfort from welts. Huan chuckled, having made several skirts, ensuring each had enough. If you like this, take it. And thank you for helping us find honey, Bai Ying offered. The bear orc scratched his head. That feels quite embarrassing. Do not mention it. Consider it a token of gratitude. If you refuse, my little female master will certainly be displeased, Huan insisted. They had initially troubled him to help them find honey, and this gesture was merely a form of recompense. Otherwise, someone as considerate as Yuling would surely feel uneasy. Well then, I shall accept it. The bear orc replied cheerfully. With this animal hide skirt, he could gather honey without fear of the swarming bees. Before long, Bai Ying, Huan, and Lang Ji returned with a substantial amount of honey, with Huan exclaiming, "Lil Yuling, this animal hide skirt is truly effective. Look, we weren't stung at all." Huan removed the protective garment and spun around joyfully. Yuling sighed in relief at the absence of any welts on him. "It's good to know it works," Yuling remarked. "We took the liberty of gifting one to the bear orc, who helped us find honey," Huan added. They not only gifted him a skirt, but also shared some honey. Otherwise, he would have made a trip for nothing. Being from the same tribe, it was important to maintain good relations. Yuling nodded, agreeing with their decision. "That is appropriate." Yuling poured the honey into stone jars, still having quite a bit left. She shared some with Aunt Shui and Hu Zhao, who both hurriedly declined, only accepting after Yuling insisted for quite some time. Hu Zhao felt particularly embarrassed. "Here I am, an elder sister, always coming here to mooch food and drink, and now even taking." Yuling chuckled. "We are all family. Why should we mind such trivialities? Besides, your company in my cave is a delight. I could not ask for more. I owe you my gratitude, Sister Zhao. Moreover, my older brother and the others frequently bring me gifts. Just yesterday, they had brought her a bounty, and she felt truly well provided for." Just as Shizhua returned to his hibernation lair, he encountered an unexpected visitor. "Oh, how is it that a beast like you returns in such a disheveled state? Have you been cast aside by your diminutive and frail female?" As Shizhua stepped into the cave designated for hibernation, a sudden chill surged up his spine. Before he could react, a sharp and scornful female voice erupted from behind him, like a specter appearing without warning. The tone was laced with derision and disdain, as if it could pierce the very heart. Shizhua shuddered, aware without looking that only his tempestuous and cantankerous beast mother would dare speak to him in such a manner. His violet eyes narrowed, scrutinizing her with a deep and cautious gaze. "What are you still doing here?" Shimei chuckled lightly. "Isn't it quite normal for a beast mother to appear in her offspring's cave?" Shizhua leisurely surveyed his surroundings, and upon observing the disheveled state of the cave floor, he couldn't suppress a smirk, his sarcasm seeping from the corners of his elongated eyes. The once even ground had been uprooted, uneven and in disarray. "What are you searching for?" he inquired, folding his arms and fixing a sardonic stare upon Shimei. Internally, he mused, no wonder this female lingered. She intended to pilfer his belongings while he was away. Alas, she was destined to leave empty-handed. Upon hearing Shijua's question, Shimei's expression darkened, resembling the oppressive clouds preceding a storm, already in a foul mood due to her unsuccessful search. Witnessing Shijua's calm and mocking demeanor ignited her fury. "Shizhua, I see you rushed back in such a hurry because you have been abandoned. Haven't you?" She jeered, her tone filled with malice and scorn. "Look at your pitiful state. You are just like your pathetic beast father. Beasts like you, born to be despised by females, are fated to be cast aside. You, just like your father, if I had known you would turn out this way, I would have ended you before you drew your first breath." Shijua's expression soured, and he could no longer restrain his emotions, seizing Shimei by the throat. His voice icy cold. "You're not worthy to speak of him. If it weren't for your greed, he wouldn't have perished, nor would your beast brothers have met their demise." Shimei was seized by the neck, her eyes aflame with rage, yet her sarcasm remained unyielding. "Shizhua, how dare you lay a hand on me? I am your beast mother, and the beast god will surely punish you severely. I will ensure your utter demise." A cruel smile played on Shijua's lips as he tightened his grip. "Try it. If you kill me, you will not survive either." As the pressure on her throat escalated, Shimei's bravado waned, realizing that Shizhua truly intended to end her life. She frantically clawed at his hand and arm. In his eyes flickered a chilling intent to kill, as if he were poised to tear her apart at any moment. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson from overwhelming fury, and his eyes rolled back to reveal a terrifying white, resembling a ghastly apparition from the depths of hell. At that critical juncture, a mere additional ounce of force from him could easily snap Shimei's fragile neck. However, just as victory seemed within reach, an irresistible force surged forth, striking his arm like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, his entire arm went numb, as if struck by 1,000,000 volts of electricity. Before he could comprehend the situation, that mysterious power swept over him, propelling him violently away. His body flew like a cannonball, crashing against the unyielding stone wall with a thunderous bang, sending shards of rock flying and dust billowing. After such a brutal blow, Shizhua could no longer support himself. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, tracing a gruesome arc through the air. The blood stained the ground, saturating the atmosphere with an increasingly ominous and sanguinary aura. Shimei, shaken and seated on the ground, felt a wave of dread wash over her. Shi Zhuo had genuinely sought to kill her. Witnessing his disheveled form sprawled on the ground, she cackled uncontrollably, convinced that the beast god was aiding her. This vile creature did not deserve to live. Shi Zhuo, behold, the beast god is on my side. You, the malicious serpent beastman, I shall kill you. Yet, if you reveal the location of your beast crystal, I may spare you this once. Rising from the ground, she may brandished a bone knife, inching closer to him. No. Yuling suddenly sat up in bed, her skin soaked in sweat, her hair clinging to her body. Xie embraced her, gently patting her back, reassuring her. You had a nightmare. Do not be afraid. Yuling's heart raced wildly, as if it would leap from her throat. Just moments ago, she had endured an incredibly vivid nightmare, the scene still etched in her mind, sending chills down her spine. In her dream, Shi Zhuo's once beautiful, elongated purplish-red eyes fixated on her, brimming with resentment and affection. Then, as if under an invisible force's command, blood began to spurt uncontrollably from his eyes, nose, and mouth. The crimson liquid surged forth like a torrent, instantly staining everything around. Yuling watched in horror, paralyzed by fear, unable to move as it consumed her. When the last drop of blood had flowed, Shi Zhuo's body transformed into wisps of white smoke, slowly ascending until it vanished into the void. The entire ordeal was hauntingly realistic, blurring the lines between dream and reality. I must find Shi Zhuo. Yuling abruptly pushed Xie away, driven by an instinct that something had befallen him. He had been gone for almost half a month, and this dream left her deeply unsettled. Xie observed the sweat-soaked Yuling and gently reassured her. Shi Zhuo is an 8-pattern beastman. There are few like him across the continent. You must have merely had a nightmare. Dreams often reflect the opposite of reality. However, Yuling remained anxious, her heart a tumultuous mess. Is something wrong with Shi Zhuo? She urgently inquired of the system 999. The dream had felt too real, as if it were indeed a reality. The system 999, sounding evasive, replied, Host, I cannot know everything. Yet, Yuling felt she could not wait. She had to find Shi Zhuo. As Yuling prepared to leave, Bai Ying, Huan, and Lang Ji awakened, the sky still cloaked in darkness, around 3 or 4 in the morning. What is happening? Bai Ying asked, observing Yuling packing her belongings with a furrowed brow. I'm going to find Shi Zhuo, she declared, stuffing her essentials into a leather bag. Bai Ying softly inquired, What is it? Do you miss him? Xie desperately gestured to Huan and Lang Ji, but they remained oblivious to his signals. Is your eye twitching? Go see my beast mother, Huan quipped. Xie retorted, That is not what I meant. Yuling had a nightmare and wants to find Shi Zhuo. What has happened? Bai Ying pressed, gripping Yuling's shoulders, gazing intently into her almond-shaped eyes, his expression earnest. Still shaken, Yuling recounted the vivid dream. It had felt far too real, instilling fear within her. Shi Zhuo had transcended the realm of a mere target. He was someone she cared for deeply, someone she loved. She felt compelled to see him, despite the possibility that it was just a dream. Bai Ying, I need to find him. I feel extremely uneasy, Yuling said earnestly. Lang Ji gathered the supplies. Bai Ying ceased to persuade her, instead directing Lang Ji to collect their belongings. Huan expressed confusion, questioning why they would seek out Shi Zhuo for the sake of a dream. He is an 8-pattern beastman. Who could harm him? Little Yuling is being overly serious about this. Do you even know where to find Shi Zhuo? Huan asked. Yuling hesitated before replying. First, we'll go to the places we know, then to the Zhuangxi tribe. Do you know where the Zhuangxi tribe is located? Huan pressed further. If we cannot find it, we will ask. We will surely locate it. Yuling kept her head down, organizing her belongings. What if, by the time we go to find him, he has returned and does not see us, then goes looking for us? Huan continued. Yuling paused, realizing this could create a loop. I will inform my elder brother. If he returns, he will wait for us here. Deep within, Yuling felt an undeniable need to embark on this journey. She must find Shi Zhuo. The thought of losing him forever filled her with an unbearable sense of sorrow, constricting her heart and making it hard to breathe. Realizing Yuling's determination, Huan ceased to obstruct her. Little Yuling was resolute in her quest to find Shi Zhuo. In the early hours before dawn, Yuling visited Hu Ji's cave to inform him of her intention to venture out. Upon learning she sought Shi Zhuo, he shook his head disapprovingly. It is hot outside. As a young female, you are at risk of heat stroke. Besides, they are right. Shi Zhuo is an 8-pattern beast. Few beastmen can harm him. You should stay in the tribe and await his return. Though Hu Ji did not fully comprehend why his sister would brave the heat for Shizhua. He secretly envied the beastmen who could bond with his sister. Normally, female beasts would not concern themselves with the lives of males, focusing solely on having food to eat and new leather skirts to wear. No, elder brother, I am still worried. I must go and see, Yuling insisted, shaking her head, her anxiety compelling her to leave immediately. Then I will have your second and third brothers accompany you, Hu Ji said, preparing to head outside. Yuling hurriedly grasped Hu Ji, not wishing to trouble her companions any further. Having been here for quite some time, her brothers frequently brought her delicious food and exquisite animal hides, treating her with great kindness. She did not wish to become an additional burden. Muniji, Dajie. I feel perfectly safe with them protecting me, Yuling stated, disregarding Hu Ji behind her, and hastened towards the exit of the Ling Hu tribe. Bai Ying found her behavior unusual. How could the young female be so anxious? This was entirely out of character for her. Yuling herself was at a loss, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic. Once they exited the tribe, Huan transformed into his beast form, urging, "Get on. We need to move quickly." Without hesitation, Yuling skillfully climbed onto Huan's fiery red back. She caressed his fluffy, crimson fur, and though the dry season's night was not excessively hot, the breeze brought a refreshing coolness against her skin as her face rested on his back. "Huan, thank you," she murmured softly. Huan was taken aback. For him, her words were more than sufficient. He quickened his pace, eager to return swiftly. The weather was gradually warming, and Yuling's delicate body would surely struggle to endure the relentless heat if she remained outside for too long. They still had quite a distance to cover to reach the spot where they first met Shizhua, which would likely take a considerable amount of time. Observing Yuling's condition, Bai Ying could not help but ponder. Perhaps it was time to seek a robust partner from the Ying tribe for her. After all, having a partner with the ability to fly would spare her from enduring such hardships in the future and better equip her to face any sudden dangers. Yuling had grossly overestimated her own stamina. They had only just departed from the Ling Hu tribe for a mere 2 days, despite her beast husband's attentive care. The long journey and the unavoidable bumps along the way were taxing, coupled with the scorching sun mercilessly beating down on the earth. It felt as if all creation would melt away. The intense psychological and physical strain left Yuling, seated atop the black scorpion Che, dizzy and weak, her spirit gradually waning. Ultimately, she could no longer hold on, rolling off Che and collapsing on the ground, gasping weakly, her complexion pale as paper, eliciting deep concern from those nearby. "Yuling, Yuling," several voices called out simultaneously. Just before losing consciousness, Yuling internally lamented her own helplessness. How could she succumb to heat stroke like this? Huan gently cradled her face. "Why are you so hot?" Bai Ying reached out to feel her forehead. "She has a high fever. What should we do?" Che looked helplessly at the fainting Yuling, who lay in by Ying's arms. Lang Ji's eyes glistened red as he gazed at the petite female with compassion. "First, let us take Yuling to a nearby tribe for medical attention. Lang Ji, you and Huan should check on Shizhua in the mountains. Otherwise, she might not recover properly," Bai Ying instructed. Huan nodded, recognizing the urgency of the situation, and resolved to take action, reassuring Yuling. Though reluctant, Lang Ji understood that Bai Ying's decision was sound. They would reach their destination much faster without Yuling, and the longer the delay, the more she would suffer. Thus, Huan gritted his teeth, seemingly making a significant decision, transformed into his beast form, and vanished into the forest, while Lang Ji looked back 3 times before morphing into a silver wolf and following closely behind Huan. Bai Ying was warm as he watched Yuling struggle in his embrace. He turned to Che and handed Yuling over to him, saying, "Let us go to the nearby tribe." Che gently took Yuling from Bai Ying, his eyes filled with endless worry and tenderness. Gazing at her pale face, he furrowed his brow, seemingly enduring unspeakable anguish. Che's heart tightened with guilt and self-reproach, knowing they had failed to care for Yuling properly, resulting in her high fever. In a daze, Yuling found herself in an unfamiliar cave, observing the busy beastmen around her. She wanted to inquire about her location, but her lips trembled, unable to form a single word. Dimly, she noticed something swaying before her and instinctively reached out to grasp the moving object tightly. In Chapter 183, the helpless body, Sangze was caught off guard when Yuling suddenly yanked at his hair, causing a slight sting on his scalp as he leaned back. Turning to look at the feeble female on the stone bed, he noticed her clutching his silver hair tightly. Sangze's brows knitted together as he exerted all his strength to pry her fingers away, but despite his efforts, her grip was steadfast. Just as he was about to apply more force, a white figure appeared before him, blocking his movements. Bai Ying quickly intervened, while Che gazed at Yu Ling with a heart full of sorrow and compassion. Yu Ling's once delicate hands were now slightly pale from excessive strain, gripping Song Zai's hair without letting go. "Don't pull like that. It will hurt Yu Ling," Che urged anxiously. Song Zai, speechless, internally mused that her pain was of no concern to him. However, witnessing the careful treatment from the two beastmen towards the female, he swallowed his complaints. Che cautiously extended his hands, gently taking hold of Yu Ling's clenched fist, slowly attempting to pry her fingers open, fearful that even a slight force might injure her. As her hand gradually relaxed, Song Zai freed himself from her painful grasp. Rubbing his sore scalp, he cast a disdainful glance at the tangled mess of hair in his hand. Earlier that morning, a group had suddenly invaded their Ying tribe, bringing along this troublesome female who was now suffering from a fever. As a healer, he could not abandon her in her time of need, which meant he was once again tasked with her care. With a deep sigh, Song Zai lamented the situation. Song Jiao was surprised that Yu Ling had returned to their tribe, and seeing the petite female in distress from her fever, his heart ached as if being gripped by something. Upon exiting the cave, he noticed two eyes fixed on him at the entrance, anxious that others might discern his thoughts. "Song Jiao, this fragile female is not suitable for you. What if she were to perish one day? Would you then accompany her in death?" Though he saw that she did not seem to be in grave danger, merely weakened, one could never be certain of what the future held. In the bond between male and female, if the female were to die for any reason, the male would face punishment, and most males could not endure such a loss, perishing alongside their partner. Song Zai thought it unwise for Song Jiao to choose such a frail partner. Currently, Song Jiao was clearly infatuated with the Ling Hu female. His judgment clouded. Song Zai's words were not quiet, and Bai Ying and Che's expressions darkened. Che, quicker than Bai Ying, stepped forward, shouting at Song Zai. "Who are you cursing? My Yu Ling will be just fine. She will live a long and prosperous life." Song Zai, caught gossiping behind their backs, scowled, contemplating the feeble female and how she could possibly hope for longevity. Song Jiao frowned at Song Zai's evident disdain for Yu Ling, feeling that she had done nothing to deserve such treatment. "Humph," Song Zai scoffed, adding, "Once she awakens, I want all three of you to leave." Xie imitated his demeanor and snorted coldly. What if he was a revered shaman? How dare he curse Yu Ling, who here desired to stay? Were it not for Yu Ling's dire condition, he would never have come to this Eagle clan tribe. What merit did Song Zai possess, aside from a modicum of shamanic power and a pleasing appearance? Suddenly, an orc approached, announcing, "Song Zai, the shaman, requests your presence." At that moment, several handsome orcs, imbued with the essence of the Spirit Fox clan, rushed toward the cave where Yu Ling resided. Song Sun gracefully landed on the ground, casting a glance at Song Zai, who stood at the cave's entrance, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Eagle clan shaman, for saving my sister." Gangsha scoffed lightly, recognizing Song Sun as the second son of the Spirit Fox clan leader and a fellow Eagle Beastman. Since Yu Ling's departure from the tribe, Hu Ji had found them, and they had followed her trail, eventually detecting the scent of his sister in the nearby dense forest, leading them to the Eagle clan tribe. "How had you cared for her?" Mao Yu's face was etched with worry as he gazed anxiously at his sister, who lay on the sickbed, her complexion as pale as paper and devoid of consciousness. His previously relaxed brow was now tightly furrowed. At that moment, his piercing gaze shot like icy arrows toward Bai Ying and Xie, revealing deep suspicion and dissatisfaction. "What on earth happened? Is this how you care for her?" Mao Yu's voice was low and hoarse, laced with evident anger and reproach. He glared fiercely at Bai Ying and Xie, as if seeking answers from their faces for his sister's fever. Bai Ying's brow was also knitted in concern. They had taken good care of the young female over the past 2 days, opting to rest during the hottest moments. Yet she insisted on continuing the journey, insisting that they should hurry to ease her worries. He could not comprehend why the young female would act so impulsively for the sake of dream, disregarding her own health to seek out Shi Zhuo. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of envy. He had not anticipated that Shi Zhuo could elicit such affection from Yu Ling. In truth, Yu Ling herself was unaware of the reason behind her actions. An inexplicable voice within her urged her to embark on this journey. Xie, facing Mao Yu's accusations, hung his head in shame. In his heart, Yu Ling's illness was a result of his inadequate care, and her fall from his embrace was a consequence of his negligence. "Now, what matters most is my sister's health," Song Sun interjected, glancing at Bai Ying and Xie Che before hastily approaching Yu Ling's bedside to wipe the sweat from her forehead. She was already unwell. Blaming them was futile. Where are Hu Wan and Lang Ji? Hu Ning inquired, observing that only Bai Ying and Xie Che remained, with no sign of Hu Wan and Lang Ji. Yu Ling had a dream indicating that Shi Zhuo was in trouble, so he intended to search for him. However, shortly after departing the tribe, Yu Ling fell ill. Bai Ying suggested that to alleviate her anxiety, Hu Wan and Lang Ji should first seek out Shi Zhuo. Xie Che explained. Xie, are you implying that I am a burden? Yu Ling interjected. Hu Ning frowned, filled with concern for his ailing sister. Is this not absurd? How can a mere dream lead to this? Furthermore, Shi Zhuo is an 8-pattern beastman. What could possibly happen to him? Look, he remains safe while I have fallen ill. We did advise her, but she refused to listen. Xie replied. What matters now is that my sister recovers, Tu Hui gently stated. I will procure some game to nourish her. Bao Yin added, feeling a pang of sympathy for his sister. He believed her frail condition was the cause of her illness. He resolved to find the best game and the tenderest meat. Chapter 184, Strategist Number 6, the type of song, Zaith upon opening her eyes. Dueling vel familiar faces. Her first question was, where is Shi Zhuo? Hu Ning, exasperated, replied, Sister, do not concern yourself with Shi Zhuo for now. Focus on your recovery. You have been unconscious for 7 days, which has frightened us greatly. Just moments ago, our eldest brother left, to assuage Yu Ling's worries. Hu Ning added, rest assured, our eldest brother has sent tribesmen to search for him. With your slight frame, you cannot endure such strain, just await their news. Yu Ling was astonished to learn that she had been unconscious for 7 days. She widened her eyes. After lying there for so long, when she attempted to sit up, she felt an overwhelming sense of weakness. Truly, this was an unfortunate turn of events. Where am I? This cave is neither mine nor Aunt Hu Shui's. This is the Eagle Clan tribe. Hu Wan and Lang Ji have already gone to find Shi Zhuo. You must focus on your recovery, Bai Ying spoke gently. Yu Ling's awakening relieved Bai Ying's anxious heart. She was taken aback to find herself once again in the Eagle Clan tribe, recalling how her previous high fever had been due to rain while she stayed here to recuperate. Now it seemed she had succumbed to heat stroke from the sun and found herself in the same place again. In this modest cave, surrounded by caring orcs, she felt their concern enveloping her. She was in the company of her brothers and her beast husband. Yu Ling felt an urge to find a rock to bash her head against, having bravely left the tribe only to succumb to heat stroke shortly thereafter. A cool, detached voice broke the silence as Yu Ling's muddled thoughts began to coalesce. She turned her gaze to Tsang Zhe, who entered holding a stone bowl, and her expression contorted in disgust at the foul, bitter aroma wafting from it, unearthing memories long buried. She shook her head, the scent triggering waves of nausea. Consume some honey. It will counteract the bitterness, Bai Ying urged, quickly producing a stone jar brimming with golden honey. Yu Ling eyed the honey, then the approaching Tsang Zhe with the dark concoction in his bowl. She longed for Western medicine. The herbal remedies were unbearable, especially in this era, where the bitterness surpassed that of Huang Lian. Tsang Zhe observed the honey, bemused by her delicateness. Is there not a simpler recipe? The concoction I brewed is far too potent. Yu Ling felt as though Tsang Zhe's disdain for her was the reason her medicine was so bitter. Host, bitter medicine is beneficial for illness, the system interjected. Indeed, however, Tsang Zhe's medicine is excessively harsh, the system continued, noticing Yu Ling's disdainful expression toward the concoction. A glimmer of hope flickered within Yu Ling. Perhaps salvation was at hand. Recover swiftly, so we may depart, Tsang Zhe urged, observing Yu Ling's grimace at the remedy he prepared. Yu Ling exclaimed, Bai Ying, Xie, Song Sun, Mao Yu, Hu Ning, Tu Hui, and Bao Yin. He is a shaman. Let us not dwell on it. Yu Ling had grown accustomed to Tsang Zhe's blatant disregard for her. After consuming the medicine and engaging in conversation with them, Song Sun proposed, Sister, I shall escort you back to the Spirit Fox clan. He desired to return with her, confident in his speed as he could fly. They would rather trust Aunt Shui. Song Zhe's words were sharp and unyielding, leaving them at a loss. The leader of the Eagle clan was powerless against him, as was everyone else, for his status was too lofty. Song Zhe chuckled lightly. If you wish for her to recover quickly, then take her back. The sun and wind outside will only exacerbate her condition. Song Sun froze, caught between indecision. It is fine, second brother. Let us wait until I feel better to depart. Yu Ling reassured him, grasping Song Sun's hand. Song Sun let out a sigh of relief. He had long heard tales of the eccentric temperament of the Eagle tribe shaman, yet he had not anticipated such peculiarities. Even in the presence of delicate females, he remained unyielding. It was no wonder that, at his age, he still found himself a solitary male. Such a disposition surely warranted a life of loneliness. In stark contrast, Song Zhe was taken aback. This Yuling female had evidently shown a keen interest in him throughout the previous encounters, yet now she was insisting on leaving. Congratulations, host. The favorability rating of Gungohao Song Zhe towards you has risen to 10%. The system 999 cheerfully announced. Yuling, momentarily stunned, realized that Song Zhe had managed to elevate her status to that of Gungohao with his own efforts. She had not anticipated that her declaration of departure would instead increase his favorability. Could it be that Song Zhe was the type to employ a strategy of feigned disinterest? He seemed indifferent to those who actively sought his attention, yet gravitated towards those who exhibited aloofness. Suddenly, Yuling experienced a surge of inspiration, contemplating how to effectively engage with Song Zhe. After all, he was merely an antiquated man. As a modern woman, she felt confident in her ability to navigate him. Indeed, she resolved to wait until the little female had fully recovered before proceeding. The Eagle tribe's leader smiled apologetically, noting their long-standing harmonious relationship with the Spirit Fox tribe. The last time this Yuling female fell ill and visited their tribe, he had been otherwise occupied and unable to attend. Now, however, she returned, not only as the sister of the Fox tribe's leader, but also as the future Beast Queen of the Southern Continent. Such a remarkable individual could not be treated with indifference, yet he lamented his inability to influence Song Zhe's behavior, and thus could only accompany his smile with resignation. As soon as he exited the cave, the Eagle tribe's leader looked at Song Zhe with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Cannot you control your tongue? She is not merely the sister of the Spirit Fox tribe's leader. She is also the next Beast Queen. Regardless of any other identities, she remains a precious female. How could you drive her away? Kang Shi shrugged dismissively, seemingly unconcerned. Observing his demeanor, the Eagle tribe's leader sighed helplessly and turned at Song Jiao. I have heard you harbor feelings for this Yuling female. Song Jiao's eyes brightened. Indeed, leader. The leader then encouraged him, then make an effort. Upon hearing this encouragement, Song Jiao could not suppress a smile, bowing respectfully to the leader as he took his leave. After the leader departed, Song Jiao continued to mutter. The leader said to put in more effort. Did you hear that, esteemed shaman? The leader supports me. How wonderful. Kang Shi scoffed, dismissing the notion that such a delicate female held any appeal. As evening descended, the sun cast a crimson hue across the sky, painting it in shades of orange and red. Song Zhe, holding a bowl of freshly brewed medicine, approached Yuling's cave. As he neared the entrance, he suddenly heard faint sounds from within. Upon entering, he discovered Yuling quietly seated upon a stone, sipping from a bamboo bowl. Nearby, remnants of recently burned ashes lay scattered on the ground, and the air was thick with the pungent aroma of herbs, which wafted into Song Zhe's nostrils. He rushed over, seizing the bamboo bowl from Yuling's hands. What are you recklessly consuming? He exclaimed. Do you wish to endanger your life? This female was brazenly concocting something. Did she believe she was a shaman? Consuming herbs indiscriminately could be fatal. The bowl Yuling held was knocked to the ground, and as she watched her concoction spill, her brows furrowed tightly. This is a herbal remedy I prepared specifically for treating heat stroke. Song Zhe was taken aback and retorted, You are a shaman? Yuling shook her head. I learned some from our tribe shaman. I understand a bit about treating high fevers and heat stroke. Your medicine is foul and bitter, unpleasant to smell and drink, and the healing process is excruciatingly slow. She cannot help but voice her disdain. Congratulations, host. The favorability rating of Gongruduhao has once again increased by 5%. The system 999 chimed in. Relieved, Yuling realized her strategy was effective. Song Zhe was the type who could not be appeased. It was far better to elicit his interest through opposition. You like me? I dislike you. You dislike me, no? I shall like you instead. Hearing her words, Song Zhe frowned. The Spirit Fox shaman, is it? I have heard they are formidable. He picked up the fallen bamboo bowl, observing the remnants of the herbal mixture. Bringing it close to his nose, he inhaled gently, and his eyes brightened in surprise as he regarded Yuling. Indeed, her concoction was not as foul as he had imagined. It lacked the bitterness of his own brew. How did you make this? Kang Shi inquired. Yuling huffed. Why should I tell you? Song Zhe persisted. I will trade you this recipe for 10 animal hides. Yuling shook her head. 20 hides? Again, she shook her head. 30 hides. 40 hides? This is already a considerable amount. 40 hides could exchange for many things, Song Zhe asserted. This was a veritable fortune. Yuling deemed him excessively greedy. She turned away, ignoring Song Zhe. You may leave now. I am tired and wish to sleep. With that, she lay down, turned her back to him. Song Zhe observed Yuling's evident desire to disregard him, waiting in the cave for several minutes without any sign of her turning back. Previously, she had shown interest in him, yet now it seemed as though she wished to distance herself. Had she really grown weary of him? It appeared that even a beastman would become irritated, let alone a female. She had once called him by name, and now he was merely referred to as the Eagle Tribe Shaman. He would surely not be privy to her recipe. Disheartened, he reluctantly exited the cave. Host, truly. The favorability rating of Gunghak has increased once more. It now stands at 20%, the system 999 declared incredulously. It was unexpected that Song Zhe, who had previously evaded her advances, would now be so eagerly increasing his favorability by defying the norm. Yuling, having successfully managed 6 beast husbands, felt confident in her romantic experience. It seemed that winning over Song Zhe would not prove to be a difficult endeavor. However, her thoughts then turned to Shizhua, and concern crept into her heart. Shizhua was indeed a formidable presence in this beastly realm, and she feared only she could aid him. I can only hope this is but a nightmare. Reflecting on the events that transpired in the beast city of the northern continent, her heart ached for Shizhua even more. Meanwhile, the punishment from the beast god arrived swiftly. Shizhua was struck and gravely wounded. The vile female approached him with a bone knife, but he swiftly kicked her to the ground, just as he intended to depart. Several of her beast husbands and offspring emerged. Shizhua engaged them in a fierce battle that lasted 3 days and nights. He stood there quietly, his gaze sweeping over the mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. The scene before him was harrowing. With dismembered limbs and shattered bodies strewn about, those who had once tormented him. In the face of such a gruesome spectacle, his countenance, already marked by a delicate and sinister allure, revealed no trace of fear or disgust. Rather, an indescribable sense of exhilaration illuminated his features. A faint smirk, laced with mockery and disdain, curved his lips. Meanwhile, his long, deep crimson hair cascaded down his shoulders like a waterfall, now thoroughly drenched in scarlet blood, clinging wetly to his pale skin, enhancing his otherworldly allure. He slowly extended his slender, delicate fingers, gently placing them against his lips before elegantly protruding his tongue to cautiously lick the crimson droplets staining his fingertips. His movements were soft and deliberate, as if savoring the most exquisite delicacy in existence. At that moment, he raised his head, casting a gaze filled with ultimate disdain towards the nearby female, who was on the verge of spitting blood from her rage, his beastly mother, Shimei. This female was the very architect of his beast father's demise. Witnessing her fury, tinged with helplessness, filled him with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He understood that this was the most fitting retribution for her. Shimei, you shall not meet a good end. I shall expel you from the Zhuangsha tribe, and render you a wandering beastman loathed by all. Suddenly, Shimei collapsed to the ground with a thud, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. Her eyes widened, fixating on the gruesome scene before her body trembling uncontrollably. Her gaze first fell upon her beloved beast husband, once a source of endless warmth and companionship, now reduced to a mangled, bloody mess. Then her eyes shifted to their offspring, now a mere heap of lifeless flesh. In that instant, it seemed her eyes would burst from their sockets, rapidly filled with a web of crimson veins, resembling a scarlet net tightly enveloping her entire eyeball. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a breached dam, splattering onto the cold ground, each drop creating a heart-wrenching splash. Did you think I would still care? He chuckled softly, his tone dripping with malice and mockery. He did not cast another glance at Shimei and strode away with purpose. Yet after moving a short distance, he suddenly staggered, as if struck by a heavy blow, his knees buckling as he fell to the ground. His complexion turned as pale as a sheet, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Hands clamped tightly over his lips, yet he could not stem the tide of blood surging forth. A torrent of crimson erupted from his mouth, instantly staining his palms, flowing through the gaps in his fingers, each drop falling to the ground, creating shocking splashes of blood. The pooling blood on the ground resembled a blossoming flower of death. The ferocity of the beast god's punishment was unexpectedly overwhelming. With just one strike, it felt as though his insides had been rearranged. After battling for 3 days and nights, his body was already severely depleted. He could not linger here. This was the territory of the Zhuangshi tribe. Having just slaughtered Shimei's beast husband and offspring, he would surely be pursued. He needed to leave at once. Supporting himself with a branch, he rose from the ground, wiped the blood from his mouth, and pressed forward. He returned to the cave, where Yue Ling and the others had temporarily taken shelter. Retrieving a bundle of beast crystals wrapped in animal hides and a deep crimson snake skin from a concealed corner. This snake skin was cool to the touch. Perfect for crafting a skirt for Yue Ling, who disliked the heat, an ideal choice for the dry season. Imagining Yue Ling adorned in the skirt, made from his own snake skin, brought a sweet smile to his pallid face. She would look stunning. He gathered the items close to his chest, contemplating how Shimei had coveted these beast crystals. Now bereft of them, along with her husband and offspring, he wondered what madness would ensue. Merely picturing Shimei's anguished expression made all his pain dissipate, replaced by an exhilarating thrill. Revenge was indeed a source of great joy. Chapter 186. The Eagle Tribe and Tsangjiao. After Tsangze departed, Buying emerged from the shadows, approaching the reclined Yue Ling, who turned to meet his mesmerizing green wolf-like gaze. Buying, Yue Ling smiled, her lips forming delightful dimples. Buying returned her smile warmly, settling beside her on the stone bed. Still choosing him? He recalled the first time they met, how the young female had been utterly captivated by Tsangze, a kind and knowledgeable being who was always eager to share what others did not know. Yet she had just refused to impart the remedy for a high fever to him. Though he was unaware of her reasons, he could surmise some of them. Yue Ling hesitated, gazing at Buying. Regrettably, she could not articulate everything, so she nodded, reflecting on the past 6 months during which she had acquired 6 beast husbands, leaving her with a lingering sense of guilt and indebtedness towards Buying. Regardless of how many beast husbands she had, Buying, you remain irreplaceable in my heart. She sat up, leaning her head against his shoulder, softly stating, I want to think about Tsangze for now. I just wish to know the whereabouts of Shizhua. Although she had pursued Tsangze, her priority now lay with Shizhua. Buying gently enveloped her in his embrace, his voice tinged with melancholy. I do not ask for much. As long as you hold a place for me in your heart, I am content. I will inform you as soon as I receive news of Shizhua. A bittersweet sensation washed over Yue Ling as she looked up at Buying. Yes, you will always have a place in my heart. Buying nodded softly, the air around them infused with a faint scent of medicine mingled with Yue Ling's unique sweetness. As if he were under some enchanting spell, slowly lowering his head. Tsangze's thoughts spiraled, prompting him to turn back and seek clarity from Yue Ling. However, upon returning to the entrance, he encountered a tall male leaning over the stone bed, his powerful arms encasing the petite female within. Buying, enough of this. What if they return and witness this? Yue Ling gently pushed away Buying, hastily pleading with him. Buying's emerald wolf-like eyes surveyed the cave's entrance before releasing her. Primarily, her beast brothers occasionally sought her out, and the cave lacked a door, presenting a direct line of sight from outside. Thankfully, the location was somewhat secluded, with few passers-by. Even if the Eagle Tribe were aware of a beautiful female residing here, they would dare not provoke her. Firstly, the beasts surrounding her bore at least 6 or 7 markings, and secondly, she was the sister of the Spirit Fox Tribe's leader and the future Beast Queen of the Southern Continent SB City. Her status far too exalted for mere 3 or 4 marking beasts to covet. The 5 and 6 marking beasts were restrained by the leader. For the young female was unwell. What purpose would it serve to dally around her? Yet, why was Tsangjiao allowed to visit? Great shaman, what brings you here? Tsangjiao inquired, eyeing Tsangze suspiciously from the corner, noting his rather pallid complexion. Tsangze, startled by Tsangjiao's sudden approach, scoffed. None of your concern. With that, he turned without a backward glance, his mind consumed by the delicate pleas for mercy. Yue Ling, these are freshly picked wild fruits from the tribe, Tsangjiao joyfully announced. Entering Yue Ling's cave, his hands cradling the recently washed fruits. To his surprise, he discovered not only Yue Ling sitting on the bed, but also her first beast husband. Buying. Tsangjiao had always been caring towards her, and as Yue Ling gazed at the enticing fruits adorned with glistening droplets of water, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Tsangjiao. Tsangjiao scratched his head. Ah, it's nothing. It's only natural for males to care for females. He placed the fresh fruits beside Yue Ling's stone bed, observing her improved complexion since the past few days, which eased his worry somewhat. The illness of a female was a serious matter. Many females succumbed to illness and did not survive. The little female, Yue Ling, has endured 2 consecutive high fevers, signaling her extraordinary fortune. She is certainly not, as the shaman suggested. Even if she were, the mere prospect of bonding with such a gentle and charming female would make any sacrifice worthwhile. Reflecting on her previous outing with them, Song Jiu felt a tinge of shame. Yuling smiled softly, assuring him it was not his fault. Observing that she refrained from picking wild fruits, he took a vibrant red fruit and offered it to her, noting how Baiying also handed her one, stating, "These are quite delicious. The females in our tribe adore them." Yuling regarded the palm-sized fruit, pondering whether it was appropriate to accept such kindness. Moreover, she sensed that Song Jiu's gaze towards her was different. She was no fool and could discern his affections. "Go ahead and eat," Baiying urged, seemingly unconcerned, and took a bite himself. It dawned on Song Jiu that Yuling's reluctance to consume the fruit stemmed from her hesitations. Feeling a pang of disappointment, he managed to smile. "Yuling, your beast brothers and husbands have provided pelts and game. The chief entrusted me with your care. A mere fruit is of little consequence." Nodding, Yuling finally took a bite, discovering it was indeed as delightful as Song Jiu had claimed, sweet, aromatic, and with succulent red flesh that stained her lips a vivid hue. Baiying, noticing the deep red at the corner of her mouth, gently wiped it away, speaking softly. Song Jiu swallowed hard, captivated by the beauty of Yuling. She was the most exquisite female he had ever encountered. Yuling beamed at Baiying. After spending 7 days and nights on the stone bed, she felt weary and longed to stretch her legs. "May I go for a walk?" she asked Song Jiu, aware that as an outsider, she ought to seek permission before venturing out to avoid displeasing anyone, especially Song Zhe. Song Jiu perceived Yuling's politeness as somewhat excessive, believing that as a young female, she should feel free to do as she wished. "Of course, I know the Eagle tribe better than you. I shall accompany you," he replied joyfully. Yuling nodded, thanking him for his kindness. Song Jiu quickly reassured her, "It is no trouble at all. I am delighted to walk with you." Yuling glanced at him, while Baiying, observing Song Jiu, hoped Yuling would choose him over Song Zhe, who was notoriously disliked among the beasts. With Baiying's assistance, Yuling rose, glancing at her clean dress, feeling slightly uncomfortable. She whispered to Baiying, "Who helped me change into this beast skin skirt?" "It was I," Baiying replied with a smile. "Do not speak of it," she urged, covering his mouth with her hand. But her short stature made it difficult to reach him, and her weakened knees caused her to stumble into his embrace. Their every movement did not escape Song Jiu's notice, and he felt a flush creeping onto his face at their interaction. Baiying chuckled, wrapping his arms around Yuling, affectionately gazing at her. "You are still unwell. I shall carry you. I meant to walk, not to be carried." "Please, behave yourself," Yuling protested, patting his arm. Baiying, both helpless and indulgent, shook his head with a teasing smile, bending down to whisper in her ear, "I will heed your wishes." Song Jiu, unable to contain himself any longer, coughed lightly. Yuling shot an irritated glance at Baiying, suspecting he had learned such mischief from Huan and Shizhua. Baiying, genuinely concerned that Yuling might be upset, ceased his teasing and half-supported her as they exited the cave. The Eagle tribe featured ground-level caves, but predominantly tree houses for the Eagle Beastman's residence. Upon emerging, Yuling attracted the attention of numerous beastmen. She is the female from the Spirit Fox tribe, so beautiful. She is quite small and utterly adorable. I swear, she surpasses any female of the peacock or mermaid tribes in beauty. Several females marveled at Yuling's loveliness, their admiration reaching her ears, causing her to blush at the attention. Song Jiu, hearing their praises, could not help but remark, "The females in our tribe are quite forthright. They genuinely compliment you. Yuling females are often spoiled, regardless of the tribe, and their honest words reflect their true sentiments." Yuling smiled at Song Jiu. The dry season brought ample sunlight, yet the tree houses shielded much of its intensity, resembling enormous sunshades that kept the scorching rays at bay. The interwoven foliage formed a natural green canopy, and the gentle breeze brought refreshing coolness. Here, there was no harsh sunlight, only dappled shadows and invigorating air. As Yuling strolled through this enchanting environment, her spirits soared. She closed her eyes, savoring the tender caress of the breeze on her cheeks and the soothing rustle of leaves. In this moment, time seemed to slow, and all worries and fatigue gradually faded away. After a while, they spotted a tall beastman ahead. With long silver hair and an ethereal presence, it was none other than Song Zhe. Yuling noticed a tall female standing before him, looking distressed and in tears. From a distance, she could not discern their conversation, but she saw the female run away sobbing, while Song Zhe's mouth moved in what seemed to be a reprimand. Yu Ling mused on their interaction, sensing it could not be anything pleasant. It was indeed a rare sight. On this continent, it was typically males who were victimized, not the other way around, a first for the beast world. Even Bai Ying was intrigued. The weeping female likely refrained from confronting the sole shaman of the tribe, obediently listening to Song Zhe's words. Little did they know, this seemingly celestial figure was sharp-tongued and quite capable of bullying others. Song Jiao had grown accustomed to the fact that females in their tribe were not to be trifled with, and shamans even less so. Song Zhe's reputation precedes him. It's no wonder he remains a single male. Who would dare take him as a husband? Should he ever find a mate, that female would surely be most unfortunate. Voices nearby whispered, "Indeed, I have never encountered such an insufferable male. If he were not a shaman, I would wish for the chief to banish him from the tribe." Yu Ling concurred. He possesses an attractive appearance and impressive beast markings, yet alas, his tongue is venomous. You should be quiet. If he hears you, you are doomed. Warned a nearby female. The others quickly covered their mouths and scurried away, fearing Song Zhe's wrath. Yu Ling gazed at the striking visage of Song Zhe, pondering how such beauty could evoke such animosity among females. Noticing her gaze, Song Zhe turned to see who dared stare at him, but upon encountering her lovely almond-shaped eyes, he averted his gaze, clearing his throat and swiftly departing, leaving her with a view of his retreating figure. After Song Zhe left, Song Jiao could not help but defend him, saying, "Song Zhe can be quite stern and speaks very directly, which may lead to misunderstandings. However, he's truly a good beast. Directly speaking is an understatement. He speaks harshly and is quite unlikable. No female finds him appealing." Yu Ling nodded in agreement, following Song Jiao for a while longer until her legs began to tire. Leaning against Bai Ying, she suggested, "Let us return." Song Jiao observed Yu Ling as she gently pounded her small calves and quickly crouched before her, saying, "Yu Ling, I shall carry you back." Taken aback, Yu Ling stepped back slightly, recalling the unspoken rule that a male beastman should not carry a female without consent. This gesture from Song Jiao could be interpreted as a courtship, and if she accepted, it would signal to the Ying tribe that she had consented to Song Jiao becoming her mate. Seeking help, she turned her head to glance at Bai Ying beside her. Bai Ying narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Song Jiao's sun-kissed skin. He realized he could not intervene too much. To do so would label him a jealous mate. "Yu Ling, what is your decision?" Bai Ying spoke softly. Yu Ling understood Bai Ying's implication. The decision lay solely in her hands. Whether to accept Song Jiao was entirely up to her. She took another small step back and gently replied, "There's no need for such trouble, Song Jiao. Bai Ying can carry me." Hearing this, Bai Ying hurriedly crouched before her. With grace, Yu Ling climbed onto Bai Ying's back, causing Song Jiao's smile to falter slightly as he stood up, a bittersweet sensation swelling within him. Observing the petite female on Bai Ying's back, he couldn't help but feel rejected. He suppressed his sorrow and managed to smile, stating, "Yu Ling, Bai Ying, I shall escort you both home." Chapter 188. Tactics. I find Song Jiao's character and appearance quite commendable. Being a beastman of the Ying tribe, Yu Ling, it is time for you to consider a mate from your own tribe. Once Song Jiao departed, Bai Ying began to counsel her. No male beastman would willingly share his partner, yet Bai Ying recognized the necessity of this arrangement. With an Ying tribe mate, Yu Ling would be able to swiftly escape danger during future beast tides. Song Zhe, he sensed, was akin to Huan, nearing the 7th pattern, while Song Jiao had only just stepped into the 6th. However, Song Zhe served as a shaman, and the Ying tribe needed him. He could not constantly accompany Yu Ling, especially given his harsh demeanor towards females. Bai Ying believed Song Zhe was not a suitable choice. Between Song Zhe and Song Jiao, he favored Song Jiao. Yu Ling understood Bai Ying's concerns and smiled. "Let's not dwell on this for now. We should await news from Shizhua." Bai Ying ceased his attempts to convince Yu Ling to accept Song Jiao. Having concocted a remedy for her high fever, Yu Ling no longer required Song Zhe's assistance. Meanwhile, Song Zhe wandered nearby, lost in thought. He muttered to himself, "Song Zhe, what exactly do you want? If they refuse to give you the recipe, must you persistently plead for it? Do you fear this frail female? You have saved her twice, yet she is so stingy with her knowledge." For the past few days, Yu Ling had not seen Song Zhe, yet her favorability towards him steadily increased, now reaching 40%. Such individuals seem to thrive on indifference. Yu Ling's greatest concern was for Shizhua. Huan and Lang Ji had been gone for 10 days, and she wondered how they fared. The Beast Brothers dispatched members from the Ling Hu tribe, who could fly swiftly compared to their running. Yuling wished to assist, but feared becoming an encumbrance. They could only await news at the Ying tribe, where the chieftain assured them they would not be sent away, allowing them to wait peacefully for updates. They had taken considerable time to come here to care for her health, and without her, as a burden, their journey would be expedited. She hoped her worries were unfounded, merely the product of a restless dream. In this era devoid of mobile phones and the internet, a beast man in the southern continent's beast city awaited his little mistress with bated breath. Over half a month had passed without any news, as though he had been forgotten. The happiness of those few days felt like a fleeting dream. Had she forgotten him? Yuling's recipe proved far more effective than Song Zhe's within days. She regained her vitality, piquing Song Zhe's curiosity about her formula. 60 beast skins, not a single one more. This is truly all I possess, Song Zhe exclaimed, chasing after Yuling. The Ying tribe truly resembled a paradise, pleasantly cool, even without Xieche's company. Yuling shook her head at Song Zhe's request. I will not tell you, even if you offer me 100 beast skins. What must I do for you to share the recipe? Song Zhe asked, exasperated. This female was utterly unyielding. As a noble shaman, he was reduced to pleading, yet she remained obstinate. Yuling smirked. Curious, are we? Song Zhe waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I have no desire to know, lest it leads me to become your mate. Yuling replied, how self-absorbed. She narrowed her eyes. I once entertained that notion, but after spending time with you, I have discovered you are rather unimpressive. Thus, unless you plead with me, I shall not permit you to be my mate. Song Zhe was taken aback. He did not expect such words from her, as if he possessed some grievous flaw. Indignant, he retorted, what do you mean by unimpressive? And then I must plead? You must be dreaming. Yuling smiled slyly, noting that her favorability continued to rise without any decline. Observing Song Zhe's contradictory nature, she remarked, yet, that is not the main point. The crux is that you wish to know the Ling Hu tribe's remedy for high fever. Song Zhe displayed a frustrated expression. Indeed, this was a focal point. So, can I know it now? He inquired. Yuling shook her head. No, you cannot refuse, yet you still speak so much. Song Zhe felt utterly speechless, his heart racing. Yuling grinned, just passing the time. Song Zhe stated, all right, if you keep pursuing me for answers, it will seem as if you are the one clinging to me. You loathed me from our first meeting, driving me away, and now you linger in my cave. I shall not divulge anything, so you might as well return. Yuling feigned a smile, fully aware of her own grudges. Upon hearing Yuling's grievances, Song Zhe felt his teeth almost crack for frustration. The Ying tribe was not a place he could not visit. He had genuinely wished to send her away before, yet now he could not let her go. This recipe was far too significant to him. This is not your cave. It belongs to the Ying tribe, Song Zhe asserted. The chieftain has permitted me to stay, so for now, this is my cave. Besides, my beast brothers and mate have compensated accordingly. Yuling countered, hands on her hips, defiantly raising her chin as she confronted Song Zhe. They had paid for their stay. She felt quite justified. Song Zhe slowly lowered his head, his gaze inadvertently locking onto Yuling's stunning visage. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, akin to a masterpiece. Particularly, her large, beautiful apricot-shaped eyes sparkled like two radiant gems, exuding an enchanting glow. At that moment, her dark orbs reflected his figure with remarkable clarity, as if they were mirrors. Song Zhe found himself momentarily entranced by her captivating eyes, feeling as though he could peer into the depths of his own soul through them. A sensation both unfamiliar and exhilarating. Suddenly aware of the proximity between them, he could even sense their shared breaths. A wave of panic surged through him, and he instinctively retreated a considerable distance. Should you choose not to share, then so be it. Who cares? One day, I shall concoct a remedy superior to yours from the Ling Hu tribe. Song Zhe hurriedly exited Yuling's cave, and as he glanced back at her retreating figure, he noticed her eyes gleaming with amusement. Indeed, he soon heard the system's notification chime. Congratulations, host. The favorability of the strategist, Song Zhe, is now at 50%. Kangza emerged from the cave of Yuling, taking deep breaths of fresh air. This cunning little fox had not divulged the necessary information to him. Did she believe he was incapable of deciphering it on his own? However, during these past few days of acquaintance, he had come to realize that this female Yuling was not as unpleasant as he had initially presumed. She was not the duplicitous and malicious female he had imagined. In fact, there was a certain charm about her that was quite endearing. He found the sly fox to be adorable. Kangza slapped his own face, convinced he must have been bewitched by this wretched fox clan female. It was clear that he needed to distance himself from her. This must be her new ploy. With that thought, Kangza resumed his disdainful demeanor toward Yuling. Yuling questioned him. How do you know this is my new tactic? For the next few days, Kangza did not pursue her for the remedy. Yuling, anxious due to the lack of news regarding Shi Zhuang, felt a sense of unease. Chapter 189. Kangza's poisoning. In silence, one either erupts or perishes. Days later, upon hearing news of Kangza, the shaman of the Eagle tribe fell into a coma, causing widespread panic among the tribe. As Yuling stepped outside, she witnessed numerous beastmen kneeling on the ground, beseeching the heavens. What's happening? Yuling inquired of a nearby beastman. The beastman hesitated before responding. The shaman has been unresponsive for several days. What? Yuling was taken aback. Kangza was unconscious? No wonder he had not sought her remedy in recent days. The beastman nodded, his voice choked with worry. A few days ago, some beastmen saw the shaman foraging in the mountains for herbs, preparing a brew for himself. We are unsure if the shaman has fallen ill, but he has not awakened since yesterday. The chieftain has already sent for the shaman from a nearby tribe. Upon hearing this, Yuling understood. Kangza had been experimenting on himself in an attempt to replicate her remedy for high fever. The beast world was rich in resources, with an abundance of rare and exotic herbs, many of which were toxic. If not for her inherent system, she would not dare to use those herbs recklessly. Had Kangza lost his mind, believing himself to be Shen Nong, tasting all herbs? Take me to see him, Yuling instructed. The beastman hesitated. It may be of no use. The chieftain has already dispatched someone to summon the nearby tribe shaman. He believed that the beautiful female from the Linghu tribe would not be of assistance. My aunt is the shaman of the Linghu tribe. She has taught me how to heal beastmen. Please take me. What if I can save him? The beastman remained doubtful. Just then, Song Jio approached, saying, I will take you. Yuling smiled at Song Jio, expressing her gratitude. The Eagle tribe was in disarray due to the shaman's coma. Inside Kangza's treehouse stood an elderly beastman, the shaman from the nearby Huabao tribe. He sat beside the stone bed. Worry etched on his face as he gazed at Kangza, who lay in a deep slumber. Kangza's eyes were tightly shut, and the skin beneath his eyelids displayed a horrifying shade of black, as if smeared with thick ink. His lips were an eerie dark purple, sending chills down one's spine. Faced with such a situation, the Huabao shaman felt utterly helpless. He shook his head, regret tinging his voice. The Eagle tribe shaman has been poisoned. I fear he knew that his expertise lay in treating minor ailments, and he had no idea how to handle this grave condition. Upon seeing the Huabao shaman's despair, the Eagle tribe shaman felt his heart sink. He collapsed to the ground, realizing they had lost their only shaman. If anything happened to Kangza, the Eagle tribe would be left without a healer, and without one, the beastmen would perish, leaving the tribe lifeless. Countless beastmen died from poisoning each year, and they could only hope the beast god would spare them and not take away their sole hope. Alas, I cannot save him. I do not know how to antidote. The Huabao shaman shook his head, fearing the Eagle tribe's young shaman faced dire consequences. With that thought, the Eagle tribe's chieftain's eyes reddened, tears welling as he pondered whether they had offended the beast god, thus incurring such punishment. Meanwhile, Yuling, guided by Song Jio, arrived at Kangza's treehouse. It was immaculate, filled with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs. The Eagle tribe's chieftain turned to Song Jio and Yuling, wiping away tears from his eyes, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. Linghu female, what brings you here? My aunt is the shaman of the Linghu tribe, and she has taught me how to heal beastmen. Hearing of Kangza's coma, I came to see, Yuling replied, her heart heavy with guilt as she observed Kangza lying there with closed eyes. She realized this predicament was a direct consequence of her actions. Had she known Kangza was so persistent, she would have disclosed the remedy to him, preventing this unfortunate circumstance. The Huabao shaman, observing the petite female before him, asked, You are from the Linghu tribe? Is your shaman named Hu Shui? Yuling nodded. Yes, Hu Shui is my aunt. She is indeed an extraordinary shaman. The Huabao shaman remarked. The most formidable shaman in the southern continent is likely that Hu Shui. Hearing this, the Eagle tribe's chieftain's face lit up with hope, and he stepped aside. Linghu female, can you help Kangza awaken? His tone shifted to one of reverence. Tell me how to save Kangza, Yuling implored, gazing at the faintly breathing Kangza. She was not versed in antidotes, so she hastily sought assistance from the Baidu encyclopedia system. 999. 999 scanned Kangza thoroughly before responding. Kangza accidentally ingested a herb called Mengmenko. It is not a deadly poison, but induces a deep slumber until the body's functions gradually decline, leading to death. Is there a way to counteract it? Yu Ling inquired. It is not difficult. First, induce vomiting, then find an antidote for Ming Minko, the system replied. Yu Ling frowned. Induce vomiting? How can I do that when he is in this state? Surely, she could not reach into the throat of one who was unconscious. Would he even react? The system clarified, Host, have a beastman hold Kangza from behind, apply pressure to his abdomen, and that will induce vomiting. Understanding dawned on her. There were only herself and two elderly males in Kangza's treehouse, along with Songjio. She felt it would be cruel to have the elderly men attempt to lift the towering Kangza. Thus, she turned her pleading gaze to Songjio. Songjio, I need your help, Yu Ling stated. Songjio appeared astonished, elated at the chance to assist Yu Ling. What do you need? Linghu female. Yu Ling directed him. Songjio, lift Kangza from behind. Songjio, though puzzled, complied. He swiftly approached and embraced Kangza, ensuring no time was wasted as he followed Yu Ling's instructions to induce vomiting. Before long, Kangza began to convulse violently, and with a loud retch. A torrent of black liquid erupted from his mouth, resembling a dark waterfall as it splattered onto the ground. The noxious odor quickly filled the room, overwhelming all present. Tongju suppressed the pungent odor, gently patting Tong's back while anxiously observing his condition. Meanwhile, Tongju lay with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion as pale as paper, his body trembling incessantly, evidently enduring immense agony. How much had he consumed? The substance has not been fully absorbed yet. It's beneficial to expel some, the System 999 remarked. After being urged to vomit by Tong's stomach felt extremely uncomfortable. As he slightly opened his eyes, the world spun around him, and he was thrown back onto the bed, succumbing to unconsciousness. The chief of the Eagle tribe and the shaman of the Leopard tribe rejoiced upon seeing Tongju stir back to consciousness, only to be disheartened when he fell back into unconsciousness. The Eagle tribe shaman, nearly devoid of color in his face, hunched over, his voice urgent and trembling. This method can only help him expel the excess medicinal concoction, but he has absorbed a significant amount already. He still requires detoxification. Detoxification? How do we detoxify? The Leopard tribe shaman inquired, his curiosity piqued. It was the first time in his life he had heard of detoxification. Typically, poison beastmen faced only death. Tsukihishi no tetto, eki supreningu. Tongja accidentally ingested mungtak and requires a plant known as untak to completely eliminate the toxins from his body. Then let us hasten to find that mungtak. The Eagle tribe's chief urged, aware that the longer the toxin remained in the body, the greater the danger. All right, you stay with Hung. And my beast husband and I shall go, Ling declared. What about me? You are unfamiliar with the area. I am well-versed, and I shall guide you. Tongju looked at Ling with eager anticipation, her hopeful expression making it difficult for Ling to refuse. The Eagle tribe's chief, glancing at Tongju, consented. Let Tongju lead you. We shall remain here and await your return. Ling nodded in agreement. As she descended from the treehouse, Bai and Shiva approached her. Bai, concerned, asked what had transpired. Ling recounted the events surrounding Tongja's poisoning in detail, feeling guilt for her part in it. This is not your fault. It was his decision, Sheachur asserted, emphasizing that Ing was not to blame, as it was Tongja who chose to experiment with the medicine. Tongja soon understood why Tongju had fallen unconscious, agreeing with Shur that it was indeed his choice. He was a man of strong will, and no one could alter his decisions, thus placing no blame on Ing. Indeed, Ling, you are not at fault. Ling smiled, suggesting they focus on gathering the herbs. If anything were to happen to her beloved beast husband, she would lose 15 years of her own life. She could not bear to see him suffer due to the lingering toxin. Chapter 190. The beastmen of the rabbit tribe Sangjo summoned several members of the Eagle tribe. With their natural advantage of flight, their journey was significantly expedited. In mere minutes, they successfully reached the mountainous area. Ling gazed upon the lush and vibrant forest before her, eagerly beginning her search for the Jungtha, her delicate hands sifting through the grass and branches with diligence. Realizing the limitations of her solitary strength, she sketched a rough illustration on the ground based on System 999's hints, asking the others to consult her if they found anything resembling it. Suddenly, a sharp pain pricked her fingertip, causing her to retract her hand swiftly. Bai Ying, Xie, come quickly, she exclaimed. Does it hurt? You are injured, Ling. Bai Ying exclaimed, heart aching as he observed the blood trickling from her delicate finger. quickly taking it into his mouth. Shichi busied himself tearing a strip from his animal skin skirt to bandage her wound. Tongju felt a wave of anxiety, wishing to assist, yet feeling like an outsider as they tended to her. The faint metallic taste of blood lingered in his mouth as he accepted the bandage from Shi, expressing concern. You should rest. Please do not continue searching. We will take care of it. We'll be pained to see you hurt. As Bai Ying held her finger, Ling experienced a tingling sensation, feeling shy under the gaze of so many beastmen. However, she felt a warm sweetness in her heart as caring words. Host, do not be bashful. Look to your left, less than 5 meters away. There is something of value, System 999 informed her. Ling's heart leapt with joy. Jiemengcao. Not quite. It's a ginseng root, and it appears to be quite aged, System 999 corrected her. Ginseng. Now that is a precious item. Skitsubishi harido oba. What is it? Bai Ying asked, surprised to see Ling suddenly advance. Shichi, dig this up, but be careful not to damage its roots, Ling instructed excitedly. Digging with Shichi's forte. This is Jiemengcao. But it doesn't look like it, he remarked, observing the plant before him, which bore little resemblance to Ying's drawing. This is called ginseng, and it holds significant medicinal value. It can even extend life in critical situations, Ling joyfully explained, realizing that this modern treasure was overlooked in the beast world. Upon hearing extend life, Shichi's eyes lit up. It seemed that this unassuming plant was indeed quite precious, and he carefully excavated the ginseng with his scorpion pincers. Ling took the ginseng, brushing off the dirt and inspecting its roots. Host, this wild ginseng appears to be at least several hundred years old. If it were in modern times, you would be quite wealthy, System 999 commented. Ling beamed with a broad smile indeed. It's unfortunate that we are in the beast world, where even treasures lie unrecognized. She continued to search the area for more ginseng. After over an hour of searching, they successfully found the jiemengcao and 3 additional ginseng roots. Though not as ancient as the first, they were still exceedingly rare finds. Ling was elated by the unexpected bounty and was about to return when she spotted a round little head peeking out from the nearby bushes. Following Ling's gaze, Tongju swiftly grasped a white rabbit with a hint of red between its brows, which had been hiding in the corner. It's a rabbit beast, Tongju exclaimed, lifting it by the ears, narrowing his eyes, surprised they had not noticed it earlier. Such a rabbit beast was not particularly desirable. Its meat was scarce and tough, making it a hassle to prepare. The rabbit squirmed desperately, unaware of the danger it faced from the eagle tribe, the natural enemy of rabbits. Suddenly, a bright smile spread across his face as he noticed the rabbit's leg was injured. He turned to Ling. It's a rabbit beast, and its leg is hurt. Female beasts tend to adore cute and beautiful things. This rabbit is quite lovely, making it a perfect gift for you. Ling looked at the rabbit being held by Chang'e, her mind racing with ideas for a delicious meal. She could not help but swallow hard. What do you plan to make? Bai Ying asked, amused by Ling's eager expression. Spicy rabbit head, stir-fried rabbit cubes with red fruit, and roasted rabbit legs, she listed enthusiastically. Tongju was taken aback. Ling did not want to keep the rabbit as a pet, but rather as a delectable dish. The rabbit seemed to comprehend her words, struggling incessantly and even managing to escape from Tongju's grasp. It landed on the ground and was about to flee, but due to its injured leg, it was mercilessly pulled back. Its round eyes widened in defiance, baring its teeth at Ling while emitting a series of squeaks. Ling felt certain that it was hurling profanities at her, and the words were exceedingly vulgar. Yunjin glared at the petite female before him, baffled that such beautiful lips could utter such hurtful words, and she even contemplated consuming it. It was quite a spirited creature, as Ling observed the rabbit's relentless squawking. As if it were ready to engage in a fight to the death, she smiled slightly, reaching out to stroke its head. Her fingers brushed over a small dot of vermilion on its forehead, compelling her to caress it gently. Yunjin shivered, watching the female with wide eyes, feeling an unsettling, tingling sensation at the center of his head. Ling took the bewildered Yunjin into her arms, stroking his soft fur. Be careful, she warned. Chapter 191. He aims to prove himself by Ying and Xie were fearful that the rabbit beast might bite Ling, their eyes fixed intently on Yunjin. Should Yunjin make any reckless moves, they would swiftly break its neck and prepare a delectable meal for Ling, sensing the intense murderous intent. Yunjin nestled in Ling's embrace, paralyzed with fear. His round eyes observed the silver-haired beastman and the dark-skinned beastman by her side. It appeared that these two were her beast husbands, both formidable 7-pattern beastmen. Given his current state of injury, he could not confront them directly. Thus, Yunjin nuzzled Yuling's palm, licking it softly. Yuling felt a delightful tingling in her palm as she gazed at the endearing rabbit, realizing it was likely fearful of being turned into a spicy rabbit dish. What a perceptive little creature. Buying. Let's take it back to raise it. We can cultivate a plot of land outside the cave for breeding. Rabbits reproduce rapidly, and before long, we will have many little ones, Yuling suggested. Buying, not entirely understanding what Yuling meant by breeding, followed her decisions unconditionally. He smiled and affectionately replied, "All right." But a single rabbit cannot produce offspring, Xie interjected. Indeed, Yuling realized. Let us check if it is male or female, and I will catch another one to pair it with. Song Jiao, hearing Yuling's intent to raise the rabbit, wondered if this meant she accepted his gift. With determination, Yuling reached out to ascertain the rabbit's gender. Yunjin was completely unprepared for the sudden shift in topic and attitude from the beastmen, and he was even more shocked when the female boldly reached out to paw at his body. At that moment, he was in a vulnerable beast form, in poor condition and extremely weak, utterly incapable of escaping her clutches. Despite his desperate writhing and resistance, it was all in vain. Ultimately, he could not free himself from her entanglement. At that instant, a wave of intense shame washed over him, causing his face to flush crimson like a ripe apple. He could hardly believe the scene unfolding before him. This shameless female was brazenly scrutinizing him. Is it male or female? Xie leaned in for a closer look, inquiring. Yunjin emitted a sharp squeak, quickly closing his legs. These boorish beastmen were utterly outrageous. Perhaps it was his own delusion, but he sensed a hint of bashfulness emanating from a rabbit. I can't tell either, Yuling mused, touching the tip of her nose. It's too small for me to see. It's too small. I can't make it out, Xie agreed, shaking his head. Yunjin nearly spat blood upon hearing their words. It was an utter humiliation for his beast form. Humiliation. Yuling was completely unaware of the profound impact her and Xie's casual remarks had on the innocent beastman. All right, let us head back, Bai Ying suggested, glancing at the azure sky. Yuling nodded. The most pressing matter was to detoxify Song Zhe. She could not remain on the back of the Eagle Clan beastman. Yuling was nearly carried back. Song Jiao held her, while she cradled the injured rabbit in her arms. Song Jiao was overwhelmed with excitement, his heart racing, his actions imbued with utmost reverence, as if he were cradling a fragile treasure. Yunjin felt dazed from the jostling, the rich, sweet aroma enveloping his chest. He contemplated the fact that this female had seen him, and now she was holding him. He resolved that she would henceforth be his female master. Initially cautious, his confidence grew with time. At that moment, he unabashedly nestled deep within Yuling's soft and warm embrace, akin to a greedy little beast, continuously inhaling the delightful scent emanating from her. This fragrance was reminiscent of blossoms blooming in spring, intoxicating him utterly. Yuling remained oblivious. Yunjin was carelessly tossed into Song Zhe's treehouse, rolling several times on the ground, disoriented. The warmth of the embrace left him, and the pleasant scent dissipated. He hopped over to Yuling's side, about to cling to her delicate, fair leg, only to be mercilessly kicked away. Female of the Spirit Fox clan, have you found the detoxifying herbs? Two voices chimed in unison, belonging to the leaders of the Flower Leopard clan and the Eagle clan. Yuling quickly retrieved the dream-resolving herb, reassuring them. I found it. You can rest assured, everything will be fine. Song Zhe was her target beast husband, and she would ensure his safety. Then hurry and prepare the herb, the shaman of the Flower Leopard clan urged. Host, the dream-resolving herb can be consumed raw. System 999 interjected. No need. It can be eaten raw, Yuling stated. Raw? But Song Zhe is still unconscious. How can he consume it? The leader of the Eagle clan lamented. Crush the dream-resolving herb into a paste, mix it with water, and administer it, Yuling instructed. In accordance with the plot of a drama, she was supposed to feed it mouth-to-mouth, but she was reluctant to do so. Gengshi, unaware, would perceive this as an offense and disrespectful. What if he learned of it and his affection level dropped to 0? How troublesome. Bai Ying kicked the nearby rabbit beast. I'll handle it. Bai Ying took the dream-resolving herb from Yuling, examining the utensils in Song Zhe's room. Before long, a bowl of dark green medicinal liquid was prepared. Bai Ying approached Song Zhe, roughly grasping his chin and crudely pouring the mixture in, half of it spilling out. Yuling, the leaders of the Eagle clan and the Flower Leopard clan awaited eagerly, eyes fixed on Song Zhe as they anticipated his awakening. Yuling, feeling unoccupied, sat beside by Ing and Xie on a rustic stool woven from branches, gently tending to the compliant rabbit, using the herbs from Song Zhe's treehouse to bandage its wounds. System 999 scanned the little rabbit nestled in Yuling's embrace, hesitating to reveal to the host that this was no ordinary rabbit, but rather a rabbit beastman. Initially, it hadn't noticed, as the beastman aura emanating from this rabbit was exceedingly faint. Chapter 192. Song Zhe's past. He is awake. He is awake. After a while, the leader of the Eagle clan exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Song Zhe on the bed. Yuling, Song Zhe has awakened. Yuling quickly and gently set the fluffy, white rabbit aside before moving to Song Zhe's bedside. Song Zhe's previously tightly shut eyes began to relax, his long, thick eyelashes fluttering slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. Yet, his gaze was vacant, scanning the surroundings without focus. When his eyes fell upon the crowded treehouse filled with people, a look of astonishment and confusion spread across his face. It is evident that in the face of the unfolding events, Song Zhe is utterly bewildered, lacking any understanding of the situation. What has transpired? Why are you all here? The leader of the Eagle clan sighed, saying, You took the wrong medicine and fell into a coma. If it were not for this Ling Hu clan female, you would not have awakened. Song Zhe was momentarily taken aback, his memories halting before he consumed that bowl of medicinal soup, leaving him with no recollection thereafter. He attempted to sit up, but as he prepared to rise, the room spun around him, and he felt lightheaded. Fortunately, the shaman of the leopard clan was quick to catch him. Once awake, Song Zhe felt better and sat up, glancing at Yuling and her beast husbands beside him. He was surprised to discover that Yuling possessed shamanic abilities, not merely the recipe. Confused, yet mindful of the leopard clan shaman's presence, he gratefully addressed Yuling, saying, Thank you. The leopard clan shaman couldn't help but observe the Ling Hu clan female more closely, astonished that Hu Shui, the shaman, was willing to impart her shamanic powers to her. This easily resolved the poison issue, affirming the rumors. It would not be long before the Ling Hu clan might surpass the monkey clan, becoming the foremost tribe on the southern continent. You are truly remarkable. Ling Hu clan female, the leopard clan shaman remarked. Yu Ling smiled. It is all due to my Aunt Shue's excellent teaching. She felt that she might be the most constrained beast deity messenger in this beastly world, hiding her talents and fearing exposure. She somewhat detested the deceitful and secretive nature of it all, but Fox Ji and the others acted this way for her safety. Hu Shui is indeed an extraordinary shaman. The leopard clan shaman continued, having memorized the herbs that had poisoned Song Zhe and the antidote brought back by this female. If someone in his clan mistakenly ingested the poison in the future, he would have a solution. Since Song Zhe has awakened, I shall take my leave, the leopard clan shaman stated. The leader of the Eagle clan quickly reacted, instructing Song Jio, see that a beastman escorts the leopard clan shaman home. The leader then stood up, expressing sincere gratitude to the leopard clan shaman. Thank you for your assistance. The leopard clan shaman waved his hand. You should thank this female. I did nothing. The leader of the Eagle clan nodded repeatedly. I must still thank you for coming. Song Jio then escorted the leopard clan shaman away. Now that you are awake, all is well. We shall take our leave, Yu Ling said with a smile. All right, thank you for your trouble. The leader of the Eagle clan promptly stood, graciously seeing off the Ling Hu clan female. It is believed that it will not be long before the Ling Hu clan produces 2 shamans. Though this female has not received the beast deity's blessing, her status remains esteemed. However, shamanic powers are generally not passed down. He truly did not expect this. Song Zhe looked at Yuling, intending to speak, but as she turned to exit the treehouse, she glanced back at him, saying, I will give you the recipe once you have recovered. Do not engage in such foolishness again. Song Zhe was taken aback and fell into silence. Congratulations, host. Song Zhe's favorability has reached 70%, the system chimed. Yuling remarked, Little Song Zhe is easy to handle. Yunjin observed Yuling, who was about to be taken away by the beastmen, exclaiming, Little female. Wait for me. He hurriedly leaped forward, but was swiftly lifted by Xie. Xie looked at the squirming rabbit beast in his hand, saying, You silly rabbit. Do not crash into Yuling, Yunjin protested. Who are you calling a silly rabbit? Once Yuling and the others were taken away, the leader of the Eagle clan, with reddened eyes, cautioned Song Zhe, do not engage in such reckless behavior again. If something were to happen to you, what would become of the thousands of beastmen in our Eagle clan? Song Zhe, feeling ashamed, lowered his head. I am sorry, leader. The leader sighed. I understand you're trying to swiftly resolve the fever, but it was far too risky. Over the years, I have regarded you as my own kin. If anything were to happen to you, Song Zhe was acutely aware of the leader's concern for him, which only deepened his shame. In truth, Yu Ling is quite wonderful. You could consider getting to know her. If you do not take a liking to her, I will have Song Jiu try. I believe one of her beast husbands will be a cub of our Eagle clan. The leader of the Eagle clan advised earnestly. Whenever this topic arose, the leader could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia, recalling how Song Zhe had endured a difficult and pitiable childhood. His beast mother, a female from the Tiger clan, was quite willful and hot-tempered, taking out her frustrations on his beast fathers and brothers whenever things did not go her way. Eventually, one of the beast fathers could no longer endure the years of insults, humiliation, and beatings, and before Song Zhe killed his beast mother. This incident had a profound impact on the young Song Zhe. Since then, he had harbored a deep-seated fear of females, only gradually healing after receiving the beast deity's blessing. Yet his tongue became increasingly sharp, often leaving the females in the tribe laughing when they arrived and crying when they departed. Fortunately, with the presence of a shaman, although the females in the tribe were dissatisfied, instances of maltreatment towards males and cubs ceased to occur. Which female would dare to be scolded by the esteemed shaman of the tribe? Moreover, this young female is quite attractive, possesses a good character, and has learned healing from Hu Shui. With one of her beast husbands being the next beast king, it would not be an exaggeration to call her the most distinguished female on the southern continent. For the future development of the Eagle clan, even if this Yu Ling does not choose Song Jiu or Song Zhe, there will surely be another cub from the Eagle clan vying for her. Since her arrival in the tribe, many capable single males have begun to stir. Song Zhe furrowed his brows, his gaze flickering, and did not respond to the leader of the Eagle clan. Host, why not seize the moment and directly propose to Song Zhe, considering you save his life? System 999 felt that its host was moving too swiftly. At such a moment, she should strike while the iron is hot and make Song Zhe her seventh beast husband. At that point, he would surely not dare to refuse. Yu Ling chuckled. If I were to make such a request now, I fear I would never win Song Zhe over for the rest of my life. Such a tactic felt too underhanded for Yu Ling. She could not and would not resort to it. The most pressing matter remains with Shi Zhuo. It has been several days with no word, she mused. Rest assured, host. Surely nothing has befallen Shi Zhuo. Do not forget, he is the strongest and most formidable among your beast husbands, System 999 reassured her, granting Yu Ling a measure of comfort. Bai Ying and Xie Che constructed a circular wooden stake outside the cave designated for them by the Eagle clan. Tossing Yin Jin inside, he rolled several times, and the wound that Yu Ling had just bandaged reopened. Yin Jin exclaimed, I am truly fed up with these two. Chapter 193, Distribution of Partners. Be gentle, is still injured. Yu Ling observed the rabbit rolling about, and could not help but remind them. Bai Ying and Xie Che exchanged awkward glances. Yin Jin felt a surge of happiness, not expecting this female to be so kind, only to hear Yu Ling softly say, I will keep it as a breeding rabbit. If it were to become lame, it would be rejected by its breeding partner. Yin Jin responded, Oh, I see. Sister, you have returned. What do you need this rabbit beast for? It is tough and gamey, quite unpalatable. Mao Yu, having heard the commotion, rushed out of her cave and gazed at the encircled Yin Jin. She resided in the Eagle clan due to illness, and because she could receive news faster. She had settled here for a while. Her beast brothers frequently visited her. Third brother, it is simply that you do not know how to prepare it. Trust me, if cooked properly, rabbit can be quite delicious. Yu Ling disagreed, explaining that with careful selection of seasonings, they could find many flavors. It was their ignorance that led them to find it unappetizing. Hee, then will you cook it for me? Mao Yu's eyes lit up at the thought of the rabbit being delicious, and she playfully coaxed Yu Ling. Yu Ling smiled helplessly. All right. Yin Jin remarked. A group of beastmen scheming how to eat me. What shall we do now? Mao Yu licked his lips and directly seized the rabbit beast, addressing his sister. Yin Jin, who had just steadied himself, was once again caught by Mao Yu by his long ears and lifted up. Upon hearing that Mao Yu intended to eat him right away, he flailed his limbs incessantly. Had he not been injured and in his prime, he would have certainly engaged in a fierce battle with this feline beastman. Aren't you worried about tiring your sister? Song Sun's gentle voice resonated as he reproachfully gazed at the crouching Mao Yu, who looked at Yue Ling with a gaze filled with affection for his sister. But what she makes is truly delicious, Mao Yu pouted. I cannot eat it now. I am nurturing little rabbits. Yue Ling smiled at her second and third brothers. Very well. Mao Yu swallowed his disappointment. It seemed he would have to wait a little longer. Yunjin was tossed into the wooden pen by Mao Yu, whose grip was not particularly gentle, causing him to tumble and land face first in the dirt. Yunjin, is this never-ending? This is abuse. Meanwhile, Song Jiao, thinking of Yue Ling's rabbit beast and her words, quickly ventured into the mountains to catch another female rabbit beast. He had glanced at Yue Ling's, which was male. This female rabbit was leisurely cuddling with her little ones, exuding warmth. They affectionately licked each other's fur, when suddenly, fate took a turn. Song Jiao seized the moment, extending a sharp claw and swiftly capturing the unsuspecting female rabbit. The poor creature barely had time to react before being torn away from her children, plunging into extreme terror. The oblivious little rabbits looked in confusion at the direction for which their mother had been taken. Yue Ling, I caught another rabbit beast, Song Jiao exclaimed excitedly, clutching the large, plump female rabbit as he hurried toward Yue Ling's cave. As Yue Ling approached the cave, she heard Song Jiao's voice. He did not expect the Ling Hu clan's beastmen to return. He recognized them as Yue Ling's male siblings. He immediately greeted Song Xuan and Mao Yu respectfully. Song Xuan, male, Mao Yu male. Song Xuan regarded Song Jiao, a six-pattern beastman, and nodded in acknowledgement. Yue Ling was somewhat surprised to see Song Jiao again, having just parted ways. At this moment, he was still holding a large wild rabbit. This is a mate I specifically caught for him. Song Jiao joyfully held up the struggling rabbit towards Yue Ling. She looked at the rabbit inside her pen and then at the one Song Jiao held. Noting the size difference, sibling romance? Thank you, she said. Yunjin stared wide-eyed at the rabbit in Song Jiao's hands, thinking, who wants this big, fat rabbit? I want this delicate little female in front of me. Hearing this, Song Jiao's smile deepened as he quickly placed the rabbit into Yunjin's pen. The large, plump rabbit had been sulking alone, curled up, as if the world had lost its color. You see, it had been forcibly separated from its young and beloved mate, causing its tender heart immense pain. However, at that moment, fate seemed to play a small trick. When it chanced upon the stunning rabbit in the pen, its ruby-like eyes sparkled with brightness. Without hesitation, the large rabbit sprang to its feet, its weight jiggling slightly with the movement. It charged towards Yunjin. Upon seeing the large rabbit, became instantly flustered. Thus commenced a dramatic chase, with a hefty rabbit relentlessly pursuing Yunjin, who desperately dodged left and right, attempting to evade this unexpected visitor. Yue Ling found the scene amusing and couldn't help but watch for a while longer. Song Jiao observed this spectacle in the pen and felt as though it mirrored his own situation. He was the large female rabbit, while Yue Ling was the beautiful little rabbit. For so many days, she had not accepted his affections. Yunjin, injured, soon fell to the ground, and the hefty rabbit pounced on him, leaving him to ponder whether his injury would ever heal. Each beast here seemed to be tormenting him, as he, the esteemed young leader of the Rota clan, was being pursued by a wild rabbit. The sense of despair within Yunjin was overwhelming, and he blinked his round, furry eyes at Yue Ling, forcing out 2 tears. Yue Ling's heart melted at this sight. The rabbit was so expressive, and its pitiful demeanor was heart-wrenching. Don't let it get hurt, she thought, swiftly grabbing Yunjin. The plump rabbit, still somewhat bewildered, turned to look at Yue Ling, baring its teeth as if to bite her hand. Startled, she quickly stepped back. Bai Ying and Xiecha watched the large rabbit warily. The hefty rabbit protested, "You female, return my new mate." Unfortunately, Yue Ling could not comprehend the rabbit's words. Seeing the agitated large rabbit, which appeared far more formidable than the one in her hands, she felt quite intimidated. Yunjin clung tightly to Yue Ling, fearing she might toss him back to this ferocious creature. "Do not frighten Yue Ling," Song Jiao said, raising his hand and slapping the hefty rabbit on the head. To his shock, the rabbit collapsed to the ground. Yue Ling was taken aback. Bai Ying and Xiecha exchanged expressions of disbelief. Song Jiao's face burned red, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead as he felt extremely embarrassed. He had been too angry and miscalculated his strength, inadvertently killing the rabbit. He truly had not intended to do so. Yunjin rejoiced unexpectedly. He never anticipated this foolish Eagle Clan member would have killed a rabbit. "Wow, we have meat now." Mao Yu was undoubtedly the happiest, quickly lifting the rabbit and giving it a shake. "This one is quite plump," he remarked. That evening, Yue Ling cooked, serving a large plate of stir-fried rabbit meat with red fruit and spices, freshly prepared. Song Jiao marveled. It was his first time witnessing a female cook, and her movements were so deft. Just as he was about to leave, Yue Ling called him back, insisting they could not neglect the rabbit meat they had provided. Song Jiao was invited to stay, his smile unwavering. You are fortunate to taste my sister's cooking. I'm not exaggerating when I say it is the best in the beast world, Mao Yu chimed in. Song Jiao gazed at the large bowl filled with a vibrant mixture, the air rich with a tantalizing aroma that was both pungent and enticing. Many beastmen from the Eagle clan, drawn by the scent, flocked to investigate, only to find that it emanated from the Ling Hu clan female's cave. Their clan shaman had fainted, and the Leopard clan shaman had declared there was no hope, yet this female had saved the shaman. In the eyes of many beastmen from the Eagle clan, this Ling Hu clan female possessed greater healing powers than their own shaman, prompting them to look at Yue Ling's cave with reverence. Many of the spices and ingredients they use have been brought by the second brother, and the grape wine should be fermented by now. She thought of returning to check, but was unwilling to miss any news regarding Shizhua, Huan, and Longji. Song Jiao, after savoring the first bite, could not restrain her excitement, exclaiming, "This rabbit beast meat is truly delectable." It turns out the issue was our lack of culinary skills. Yuling, you're simply remarkable. The flavors danced on their palates. A delightful combination of spiciness and a tantalizing aroma that made it impossible for them to stop eating. Yuling, however, furrowed her brow, aware of the commotion outside. She wondered if she was being too ostentatious, fearing to disappoint their earnest efforts. Bai Ying grasped the back of Yuling's hand, offering her an unspoken sense of security. "Rest assured, I am here," Bai Ying reassured her. Song Sun observed his sister's knitted brows and said, "Sister, there is no need for such concern. Both the southern and northern continents stand in support of you." Song Jiao paused, perplexed by Song Sun's words. He was aware of the situation between Yu Ling and Shi Jian, but the northern continent? Could it be that Yu Ling had taken the northern continent's beast king as her mate? He had heard that this beast king had an adopted daughter, older than Yu Ling herself. No, that was impossible. The northern continent's beast king was far too old, a potential father figure for Yu Ling. Song Jiao hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Mao Yu widened her eyes, astonished by Song Jiao's unfounded claims, recalling that the northern continent's beast king had nearly mated with her own beast mother. "How could my sister possibly be involved with him?" Song Jiao stammered. "Aren't you the ones who mentioned it?" Song Sun shot a disapproving glance at Mao Yu, who reluctantly diverted her gaze. "Enough, let us eat," Song Sun urged. Song Jiao felt somewhat embarrassed, as they all elegantly wielded bamboo sticks to grasp their food, while he awkwardly resorted to his hands. "Yuling, how do you use those sticks?" Song Jiao inquired timidly. "Allow me to teach you," Xie offered, just as Yuling prepared to pick up a piece of meat. She felt a soft, furry sensation on her leg. Looking down, she was startled to see the rabbit from the wooden pen had dashed out, clasping its paws together and nodding its head in a plea for a taste of the spicy chicken cubes. "You wish to eat as well?" Yuling asked, puzzled. Yunjin nodded vigorously, clearly enchanted by the delightful aroma of the rabbit meat. Yuling, frowning, tentatively placed a small piece of meat before Yunjin. Before it could touch the ground, the rabbit seized it with a swift bite, devouring it whole. How curious! A rabbit craving rabbit meat. Yuling marveled. Was it possible that in the beast world, rabbits were no longer herbivorous, but omnivores? However, would it not be rather grotesque for a rabbit to consume its own kind? Bai Ying regarded Yunjin with intrigue, questioning how a rabbit beast could consume meat, especially of its own kin. Yet, there was no scent of a beast man emanating from this rabbit, leaving Bai Ying equally bewildered. Due to Yuling's discomfort with the situation, Yunjin did not get another piece of rabbit meat, appearing increasingly desperate for a taste, mentally relishing the flavor it had just experienced. Gengsha, observing that Song Jiao had not emerged for quite some time, allowed a soft sigh and turned to leave. Yuling awaited news from Shizhua. Yet as the days passed without word from the trio, she remained in the Eagle clan's tribe, fondling Yunjin. Just as despair began to creep in, a news flash struck like thunder. The revelation was astonishingly about her. It turned out that, unbeknownst to her, a rumor had quietly taken root and swiftly spread, proclaiming that Yu Ling of the southern continent's Ling Hu clan was the envoy of the beast god, possessing the power of resurrection. This assertion spread like wildfire, igniting discussions and speculations among the populace. "I can resurrect the dead? How flattering!" Yu Ling exclaimed. This claim had originated from the beastmen sent by Hu Ji to seek Shizhua, and now it was the talk of the entire northern continent. Hu Ji and Song Sun exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Although they had gained the support of two continents, it was still premature. They desired further backing and protection. The secret they had sought to conceal had now been exposed, and it was only a matter of time before it reached the southern continent. Their concern was palpable. Could it be Shizhua? Song Sun speculated. Yuling shook her head decisively. Impossible. Shizhu would never harm me. Huan and Lang Ji would not either. They have all sworn oaths to the beast god. Then who could have leaked this information? Hao Yi frowned. Yuling's mind raced, recalling familiar faces. Only the Wolf clan knew of her secret. It was no wonder she suspected them, as the Wolf clan had confidently declared her to be the beast god's envoy, capable of saving lives and bringing the dead back to life. They had not healed any wounds. It was she who had pulled Lang Yu back from the brink of death. As for Hu Bai, the Ling Hu clan forbade any discussion about her, making it impossible for such knowledge to be shared. Those wretched Wolf clan members. I should have sent someone to eliminate them back then. Hu Ji seethed. Now, with rumors spreading like a tidal wave, this placed his sister in an exceedingly precarious position. The thought of the rogue beastmen, who had previously harmed their beast mother, potentially resurfacing to threaten his sister, was suffocating, tightening around his chest like an unseen hand, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. The mere contemplation of such a day filled him with dread, and he could scarcely bear to think further. Bai Ying fell into silence, pondering whether this information had indeed originated from the old clan leader. Regardless, it was imperative that they leave the Eagle clan tribe. Let's return to the tribe, Hu Ji declared, reaching for Yuling. No. Taking my sister back to the tribe would only signal to the rogue beastmen that the beast god's envoy resides within the Ling Hu clan. Inviting them to come and seize her, Song Sun disagreed. I am no weakling, and neither is the tribe, Hu Ji asserted, having worked tirelessly to elevate himself. He was now an 8-pattern beastman, determined to prevent the past from repeating itself. We cannot risk my sister's safety. We must first go to the beast city, Song Sun insisted. Hu Ji believed that their years of hard work were meant to protect their loved ones, even if rogue beastmen were to come. Their tribe possessed the strength to fight back. More rogue beastmen? Yuling reflected on her brother's words, recalling the circumstances surrounding her beast mother's demise, her expression tightening in apprehension. Just moments ago, she had wished to keep everything hidden, and now it seemed there was no need for pretense. The truth was laid bare. Observing her brother's concern for her, Yuling softly suggested, could it be that we are overthinking? Perhaps those rogue beastmen will not return. Though she spoke these words, uncertainty coursed through her. She was frightened, yet clung to a glimmer of hope. The news had arrived too swiftly for her to devise a plan of action. Better safe than sorry. Yuling concluded, urging caution. Very well, for now, let's escort my sister to the Beast City. As long as the Beast King is wise, he will ensure her safety, Song Sun stated. The identity of the beast god's envoy was one of great prestige, a figure revered by countless beastmen, and a coveted asset for the major clans. With the southern continent possessing a beast god envoy, any sensible beast king would recognize the appropriate course of action. This was precisely why they had insisted on Yuling becoming the beast king's heir and matriarch. It was for moments like these. When the beast king of the southern continent learned of this news, his expression was one of shock, while Shi Jian, standing nearby, appeared uncharacteristically composed. The Beast King turned to his eldest offspring, Shi Jian. Did you already know of Yuling's true identity? At this juncture, Shi Jian could no longer deny the truth. From a moment I chose to become Yuling's mate, I swore an oath to the beast god to protect this secret forever. He had never anticipated that the day would arrive so swiftly, and this secret was no longer a secret. He vowed to investigate how this information had come to light. The Beast King did not feel angered by Shi Jian's concealment. It was no wonder that he did not mind not being the foremost beast husband, for the reason was thus revealed. Shi Jian, taken aback by the Beast King's words, immediately retorted, I did not become her partner for that reason. I only learned of it after I willingly chose to bond with her. The Beast King, unperturbed by this, concluded that as long as the outcome was favorable, it sufficed. The offspring of a beast husband who could become a divine envoy truly had great prospects. He laughed heartily, repeatedly patting Shi Jian's shoulder, exclaiming, good son, you are indeed my most promising child. To have a divine envoy as a beast husband is a monumental blessing. My child is a divine envoy. It brings honor to me as a beast father. Among the 4 beast kings, who could possibly rival my prestige? My offspring's female partner is a divine envoy. Shi Jian furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning, aren't you angry? I have placed Beast City and even the southern continent in peril. The Beast King dismissed this concern, stating danger. It is merely a few stray beasts. I reckon the Ling Hu clan's Hajj season is overly timid. What is there to hide about the identity of a divine envoy? It is not something shameful. The emergence of a divine envoy from our southern continent is an immense honor. and I suspect those old fellows will soon be begging me for favors. As long as she is a divine envoy, it is entirely justifiable to expend all the strength of the southern continent to protect her. Do not forget, Shi Jian, she is still the female partner of my cub, the future queen of beasts. If we cannot protect even the queen of beasts, what necessity remains for our southern continent? The events of that year transpired too swiftly. As soon as they heard whispers of trouble, the rabbit clan's female was taken, and before they could attempt a rescue, the bad news had spread. Upon hearing his father's words, Shi Jian felt a profound sense of emotion. Realizing that his father was willing to devote all the resources of the southern continent to protect Yuling, the more the Beast King pondered, the more elated he became, feeling as though the other three Beast Kings were unworthy of comparison to him. Yet, he was left puzzled by how the news had leaked from the northern continent. Amidst his excitement, he wondered whether Yuling's identity had been exposed prior to her arrival in the southern continent. But why had this news only now come to light? Fortunately, otherwise, it would have been uncertain how they would compete for her. This was also something Shi Jian was eager to uncover. I will investigate. He understood the Linghu clan's motives. They were merely trying to protect Yuling. Now that her identity was revealed, he could only imagine their urgency. He was eager to see Yuling again, for since her departure from Beast City, each moment felt like an eternity. And he truly wished to travel to the Linghu tribe to find her. Song Sun and Hu Ji were urging Yuling to leave. Elder brother, second brother. Wait a moment. I must visit Song Zhe first. I promised to inform him of the high fever remedy, Yuling said as she dashed towards Song Zhe's treehouse. She had initially intended to wait until Song Zhe recovered to share the remedy, but now she had to inform him sooner than expected. Regrettably, she had no additional time to pursue Song Zhe further. Host, it is all right. There will be plenty of time ahead. The system 999 comforted. It must be so. Yuling, what brings you here? Upon entering the Eagle clan's territory, Yuling encountered an eagle female named Ying Shuang. Seeing Yuling in a hurry, Ying Shuang inquired. I am looking for Song Zhe, Yuling replied. Ying Shuang frowned and replied, please come back later. Song Zhe the shaman has gone into the mountains to gather herbs. Yuling sighed, feeling a tinge of regret. Sister, can we leave now? Hu Ji approached quickly and grabbed Yuling's arm. Ying Shuang was taken aback and asked, Yuling, are you leaving? Yuling nodded. I have something to attend to and will be departing shortly. If Song Zhe returns, please inform him I came to see him. Thank you, Ying Shuang. Ying Shuang nodded repeatedly, watching Yuling's receding figure with curiosity, pondering why she was in such a hurry. Inside the cave, all belongings were being organized by Xie Che, who was troubled by Yun Jin, who was trapped in a wooden stake. At that moment, Bai Ying walked over. The items are packed. We can depart now. What about this rabbit beast? Xie pointed at the Yun Jin. Bai Ying frowned, uncertain how to handle the rabbit beast. After a moment of contemplation, he decided, take it with us. Yuling quite likes it. Yun Jin's ears perked up at the mention of the little female liking him. The red rabbit's eyes widened in surprise. Who could understand? They were both reciprocating feelings. Chapter 196. Beast form Yuling sat upon Song Sun's back, and what should have taken a day was accomplished in less than half a day. Second brother, have there been any updates on them? Yuling inquired, growing increasingly worried as time passed. Do not fret. We will arrive soon, Song Sun reassured, sensing his sister's concern for her protector. He quickened his pace, drawing closer to Beast City. Beast City also had aerial guards, and upon reaching the city entrance, Song Sun folded his wings and gently set Yuling down. As she looked back, Song Sun smiled softly. Do not worry. They will come shortly. Yuling nodded and followed Song Sun into the city. Since the matter concerning the Beast King's heir had not long passed, many beast folk had seen Yuling. Upon seeing her arrival, some were unaware of the reason and teasingly remarked, Yuling has come to find Shi Jian, hasn't she? Mentioning Shi Jian made Yuling feel somewhat uneasy. It had nearly been a month since she last visited Beast City. She had originally intended to see Shi Jian sooner, but now she was arriving unexpectedly due to another matter. She wondered if he might misconstrue her intentions. Go on. Song Sun noted her discomfort and smiled encouragingly. All right. Upon seeing Yuling, Shi Jian was equally astonished. They had just been discussing her identity, and now she stood before him. A warm smile graced his handsome face as he strode over, embracing her tightly. His magnetic voice resonated in her ears. I have missed you. What about you? Yuling's cheeks flushed with color. I missed you as well. Song Sun cleared his throat twice, prompting Shi Jian to notice the beast folk accompanying Yuling, realizing they were not her beast husband, but rather his beast brother. He felt a bit puzzled, but still respectfully greeted, Song Sun, beast brother. So, they were acquainted. Song Sun nodded at Shi Jian. I need to see the Beast King. Understanding that Song Sun must have received news from the Linghu clan, Shi Jian replied, My father is inside. I will take you in. No need. Just take good care of my sister. I will go alone. Song Sun glanced at Yuling's flushed face, likely due to the sun. After saying this, Shi Jian instructed a beast folk to lead Song Sun into the Beast King's residence. Yuling watched her second brother enter the Beast King's abode, feeling somewhat distracted. Shi Jian grasped her hand, playfully fiddling with her fingers, a smile gracing his lips. I am very happy you came to see me. Yuling slowly raised her gaze to meet Shi Jian's satisfied expression. For some reason, witnessing his demeanor stirred a profound sense of guilt within her. Reflecting on their past experiences, she understood that Shi Jian's entrapment in Beast City was entirely due to her actions. However, since their separation, she had failed to seek him out until this moment when she required his assistance. Consequently, she could not help but feel like a selfish individual, merely utilizing Shi Jian's feelings and concern for her own benefit. This sensation weighed heavily on Yuling, making her uncomfortable. She disliked feeling this way. She hoped Shi Jian would not misunderstand her intentions, but the current situation had become quite awkward, rendering her explanations futile. I'm also very happy to see you, Shi Jian. Facing Shi Jian's sincerity, Yuling offered a smile, her gaze lingering on his striking dark golden eyes, which were truly captivating. It is quite sunny outside. Let me take you to my residence, which you have yet to visit, Shi Jian proposed with a smile. Yuling nodded slightly, indicating her agreement. However, in that fleeting moment, she was caught off guard by a powerful force, and before she knew it, she was lifted off the ground. It was Shi Jian, who had suddenly extended his arms to embrace her. Startled, Yuling instinctively clung tightly to Shi Jian's neck, fearing she might fall. His gaze, intense and direct, rested upon her delicate and charming visage, his eyes ablaze with fervent longing and admiration, as if he wished to consume the beautiful female before him entirely. It had been far too long since they last met. Surely, wanting to make up for lost time wasn't too excessive, was it? Yuling, is this what you call an embrace? Shi Jian's voice was smooth and laced with amusement. Yuling frowned slightly and playfully patted Shi Jian, feigning indignation, clearly. You're the one holding me. How could it be described as me initiating the embrace? She had never realized how playful Shi Jian could be. His laughter rang in her ears, bright and cheerful. Dear, it is rather warm outside. Allow me to take you back to my stone dwelling to rest. Do not forget that Song Xuanshou has entrusted me with your care, Shi Jian said with a resigned smile. To him, Yuling's every action appeared irresistibly adorable. How could a female be so enchanting? Yuling nodded obediently, admitting, but it feels even hotter with you holding me, and there are beastmen watching. It makes me quite shy. Shi Jian's smile faltered for a moment, regretful as he released her. Very well, then. How about this? If you sit on my back, it wouldn't be so warm, and I wouldn't want you to walk the remaining distance. In the blink of an eye, a majestic golden lion, towering at 2 to 3 meters, appeared before Yuling. Its enormous and agile form shimmered with radiant golden fur, as if it were crafted from pure gold. With its head held high and eyes gleaming with authority and power, it captivated all who beheld it. Yuling stood transfixed, her beautiful eyes wide as she gazed at the magnificent golden lion before her. After a considerable pause, she snapped back to reality and, unable to resist, stepped closer, gingerly extending her hand to stroke Shi Jian's golden whiskers, which were both as tough as steel and smooth to the touch. The instant her fingers brushed against them, an indescribable joy surged through her, filling her heart with exhilaration. This was a lion, a creature too dangerous to be seen outside the confines of the zoo. How incredible! Yuling exclaimed, unable to hold back her admiration. Shi Jian, you are simply breathtaking in your beast form. Her voice resonated with genuine praise and admiration. At that moment, Shi Jian, hearing her compliment, proudly flicked his tail and unleashed a thunderous roar. The sound reverberated through the air, echoing like a declaration of his strength and majesty to the world. As long as you like it, Shi Jian replied, his words imbued with joy at being praised by his mate in his beastly form. No sooner had he spoken than the imposing golden lion transformed into a gentle giant, lowering its noble head and affectionately rubbing against Yuling's delicate palm. A tender smile blossomed on Yuling's face as she reached out to caress Shi Jian's furry head once more. At that moment, many beastmen witnessed this heartwarming and beautiful scene. The petite and lovely female with a magnificent golden lion, whose gaze was filled with adoration for her. While she wore a gentle smile, Shijian's massive form lay on the ground. "Come up." Yueling, somewhat flustered, replied, "Okay, riding a lion. Oh my, is this too grand? If only I had my phone, I would love to capture this moment." Chapter 197. Shijian. "I have missed you dearly during this time." Yueling, "You must compensate me well," Shijian said with a cheerful tone. Yueling thought it strange how those words from Shijian could sound so suggestive. Glancing around at the curious gazes of others, she was concerned that the keen ears of the beastmen might overhear. Why does Shijian say such things so openly? She thought, quickly placing her hand over Shijian's mouth and whispering, "All right, stop your nonsense." Shijian extended his barbed tongue and playfully licked Yueling's palm, causing her to recoil in surprise. She hastily withdrew her hand, realizing he was a lion, not a dog, and she felt flustered. "Congratulations, host. Your favorability with Shijian has increased to 97%. Keep up the good work," the system announced, clearly more excited than Yueling about the increase. "Stop teasing. Hurry up and get on," Shijian urged, glancing at the bashful Yueling, his heart racing at her innocent demeanor. He had never seen such a cute and enchanting female. Yueling slowly climbed onto his back, and once she was comfortably seated, Shijian rose, and her view expanded dramatically. She gently stroked Shijian's beastly back. The roads of Beast City were particularly wide, and at that moment she felt majestic, drawing the attention of passing beastmen, who couldn't help but glance at her. Surely, only the mate of their beast king could be carried like this. Yueling, under their watchful eyes, arrived at Shijian's stone dwelling, which was slightly larger than the one they lived in, and her first impression was that it was clean and tidy. Here, the beastmen's caves and stone houses lacked furniture and decorations, maintaining a pristine simplicity. Shijian transformed back into his humanoid form. Yueling was still processing this change when her gaze fell on the smaller version of Shijian. Shijian strode confidently to Yueling's side, and she felt a pang of anxiety at his boldness. This was not a trivial matter. Sensing her scrutiny, Shijian smirked as he wrapped an arm around her waist. Drawing her closer, Yueling stood frozen, feeling the warmth of their skin against each other. She was acutely aware of the sensation. "Are you satisfied with my masculine strength? We are mates now. You may do as you wish." Shijian gazed at Yueling with deep affection, his beautiful eyes betraying anticipation for her next move. Yueling thought, "Is this something I can hear for free?" The system interjected, "Oh dear, it seems you do not treat it as an outsider." Filtering everything, applying automatic censorship. Yueling felt herself flush not only on her face, but also her ears and neck, turning a shade of rosy pink. She timidly pushed against Shijian's solid chest, turning her head away. "Why, you should quickly put on your bee skin skirt." The bee skin skirts here were quite revealing. She had seen all of theirs before. She had once suggested they wear undergarments, but it had been dismissed due to the impact on their transformations and hunting, perhaps out of concern for her modesty. Their skirts had all been lengthened. Now, seeing Shijian like this, she felt utterly embarrassed. Observing Yueling's reaction, Shijian, a male beastman, initially thought she had experienced everything with her several beast husbands and would be unperturbed. However, seeing her now, he realized he had misjudged. This little female was genuinely innocent and likely had not undergone anything too extreme with them. With this realization, Shijian couldn't help but smile gently, steadying Yueling's body and cupping her face to meet her gaze. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes darted away from him, and he felt a pang of helplessness. "Yueling, look at me." Yueling's heart raced. Her entire body felt hot, and she struggled to catch her breath, unable to maintain eye contact with Shijian. "If you don't look at me, I will kiss you," Shijian said in a husky voice. This only served to heighten his desire for her. Unable to resist any longer, Shijian gently grasped Yueling's chin, compelling her to lift her head and meet his gaze. "It has been a long time since we last met." Yueling forcibly roused herself from her stupor, offering a gentle hum in response to Shijian's words. "Did you miss me?" Shijian inquired. Yueling paused for a moment before nodding her head. It was impossible not to think of him. Shijian's smile widened. "I never quite understood the bond between beastmen until you left. Afterward, I took the time to learn and realized how naive I was for not knowing how to win your affection. Yueling, you must be quite disappointed in me, right?" He narrowed his eyes slightly, his intense gaze fixated on Yueling. As he softly murmured his thoughts, he tenderly caressed her soft lips with his finger, as if he were handling a rare treasure. As time passed, his breathing grew more rapid, his voice deepening into a husky melody reminiscent of a cello's alluring tune. Yueling was taken aback once more. She had never felt any dissatisfaction towards Shi Jian. He was tall and handsome, exuding a golden aura of wealth. How could she possibly be displeased? Rather, she felt indebted to him for not being able to offer him more companionship. I'm quite satisfied, she replied. But I am not, Shi Jian declared, lifting Yu Ling effortlessly into his arms and striding towards the stone house. I will help you rediscover me, and I will ensure your satisfaction. Yu Ling, sensing the change in him, quickly patted his back. Shi Jian, please don't do this. I am scared. In the past, Shi Jian had always been composed and polite, and their interactions had scarcely included kisses. How was it that after nearly a month apart, he had transformed into this? He claimed to have learned something, but what could it possibly be? Shi Jian replied, of course, it's the art of captivating one's mate, a skill imparted by the Beast King. It's essential to make sure your mate cannot forget you. Otherwise, if she leaves the Beast City, it will be easy for her to forget. He added, when a female says no, she often means yes. When she expresses fear, it usually signals excitement. Yu Ling felt the world spin around her, only to realize that she was now securely hoisted onto Shi Jian's broad shoulder. His steps were steady and powerful as he carried her through the stone hall to the second floor, gently laying her on a bed crafted from stone. Concerned that the hard surface might discomfort her, Shi Jian thoughtfully spread a layer of soft beast hide over the stone bed. As Yu Ling touched the hide, a refreshing coolness spread throughout her body, not from coldness, but from a peculiar sensation, as if the hide possessed some magical properties to dispel the summer's heat and discomfort. Intrigued, she reached out and caressed the smooth, cool surface, marveling at the exquisite texture akin to the finest silk. Unable to resist, she touched it again, delighting in its unique coolness and softness, feeling profoundly impressed. This is snake skin, perfect for bedding during the dry season, Shi Jian explained, unable to contain himself as he observed Yu Ling's reaction. Yu Ling was taken aback, realizing it was indeed the skin shed by a snake. All right, I've answered your question. Now it's your turn to answer mine, Shi Jian said. What question? Yu Ling felt a twinge of wariness. This behavior from Shi Jian was unusual, yet there was a flicker of anticipation in her heart. I'm doomed. I'm starting to become a little strange myself, she mused. You'll find out soon enough, Shi Jian replied with a mischievous smile. Bending down, he removed her grass shoes, taking a moment to examine the peculiar footwear. Shi Jian grasped Yu Ling's feet tightly in his hands, rendering her immobile. She swallowed hard, instinctively wanting to retreat, but her feet were trapped. Shi Jian, please, let me go. Do not be afraid, he reassured her. Seeing her in such a state, he couldn't help but sigh. What mate could be as delicate as hers? Such a demeanor made him want to cherish her even more. Do you trust me? I would never harm you, he coaxed gently. Strangely compelled, Yu Ling found herself nodding in response. Shi Jian's face brightened with a radiant smile. As warm as the sun in spring, he slowly leaned closer to her, extending a strong hand to firmly press down on the back of her head, preventing her from escaping. He then lowered his head toward her. Yu Ling believed she had experienced enough with her beast husbands to be seasoned. Yet in Shi Jian's presence, she felt like a novice. He and T merely learned. He had honed his skills. Time slipped away until the outside world grew dim. Her voice became husky, and her eyes glistened with tears of joy. Seeing her like this filled Shi Jian with sweetness. I love you, he said, gazing at her with an expression of deep affection. In that moment, Yu Ling resembled a delicate flower blooming in the dark, exuding enchanting fragrance and endless allure. Her graceful figure, silky hair, and slightly upturned lips captivated Shi Jian completely. However, it was the faint trace of tears at the corners of her eyes that stirred his instincts as a male beastman. Yet he knew he must restrain himself. Congratulations, host. The affection value for target Shi Jian has reached 100%. Congratulations on receiving an additional 5 years of life. The total lifespan is now 60 years. The targets Xie Che and Shi Jian have been successfully completed, the System 999 joyfully announced. Unexpectedly, by merely indulging in physical affection, the affection value surged to its peak. Xie Che and Shi Jian were truly easy to win over. Compared to Shi Jian, Xie Che was almost simple-minded. A kiss was all it took to achieve full affection. Hearing the System's announcement, Yu Ling looked up at Shi Jian's focused and affectionate expression and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing him. She had struggled to understand such feelings over the years, but now she comprehended why some became so infatuated. It was truly irresistible and addictive. Shi Jian, pleased by Yu Ling's initiative, softened his kiss even further. After a while, Yuling gently pushed him away. I'm really tired. Shi Jian gazed deeply at her. Recognizing her exhaustion and sensing she was sincere, he finally released her, retrieving a piece of beast hide to wrap around himself and carefully helping Yuling into a beast hide skirt. Yuling, blushing at the marks she had left behind, felt utterly embarrassed. She anticipated that upon arriving at the beast city, she would nearly be consumed by Shi Jian, leaving no trace behind. She had never engaged in such activities before. Shi Jian looked at Yuling with affectionate eyes and said, I will go heat some water for you. Just wait here patiently. After planting a kiss on her forehead, he turned and descended the stairs. Yuling nodded, wondering how her second brother was faring. She also thought of Bai Ying and Xie Che. They should have arrived by now. How would she face them after what had just happened? The mere thought of it made her cheeks flush and her heart race. Before long, the hot water was ready. As Yuling attempted to rise from the bed, her legs felt unsteady, as if they were not her own, trembling slightly with a hint of embarrassment on her face. Shi Jian chuckled knowingly, lifting her up effortlessly. I'll wash you, just relax. Shi Jian had a special room designated for bathing. Yuling recognized the familiar stone basin, memories flooding back to her first days when she bathed in the stone basin. He placed her on a stone stool, looking slightly vexed. I usually wash with cold water. I haven't prepared much. Yuling didn't mind. Having a private bathing area was already quite satisfactory. It's all right, she reassured him. This was the first time she allowed her beast husband to wash her, and it felt both exhilarating and torturous. After finally getting clean, she found herself once again cradled in Shi Jian's arms as he ascended to the second floor. Open your mouth. In a secluded corner of the shaman's abode, Shi Jian rummaged for a moment before producing an object to present to Yuling. Without hesitation, Yuling opened her mouth, allowing a tasteless morsel to be fed to her. The familiar warmth surged through her, prompting her to cover her mouth in astonishment. Beast crystal? She exclaimed. Shi Jian chuckled lightly, relishing the moment. My dear, you have worked hard. This is to nourish your body. Rest well. I shall prepare you some food. Such a precious gift indeed. Turning on his heel, Shi Jian descended the stairs, and soon the delectable aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Yuling, having been quite exhausted, felt a pang of hunger and involuntarily swallowed, her hand resting on her somewhat deflated abdomen. In no time, a piece of roasted meat seasoned with salt crystals was ready, served in a stone container. Shi Jian had taken the care to cut it into small, manageable pieces for Yuling's convenience. I will feed you, he declared, gently ruffling her hair, finding her utterly adorable. Yuling nodded, feeling somewhat like a small, useless creature. Yet she also considered herself a fortunate one. Sister. Yuling suddenly, a sound echoed from downstairs, startling Yuling so much that the roasted meat slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Panic washed over her as she thought about how her marks might be seen by her beast brothers and beast husband. Observing Yuling's alarmed expression, Shi Jian felt somewhat bewildered, questioning what could be causing her fear. It dawned on him that his beloved was rather different from other females. She was shy and reserved about such matters. Stay here. I will speak to them. Do not worry, he reassured her softly. Yuling nodded, hastily grabbing a piece of beast skin to cover most of her body. Shi Jian went downstairs, and shortly after, his voice rang out, Hu Ji, beast brother. Song Sun, beast brother. Yuling is a bit tired and has already fallen asleep. Hearing this, Yuling breathed a sigh of relief. Does the Hu Ji clan leader and Song Sun beastman not trust our beast city, fearing that my little one would bring trouble to your sister? The beast king teased as he observed the tense expressions of the beasts. Hu Ji and Song Sun exchanged glances, and Hu Ji eventually relented, saying, Fine, I shall visit my sister tomorrow. Beast king, that is not our intention. We are simply overly concerned for her well-being, Song Sun explained. Chapter 199. Shi Jian's beating the beast king chuckled, nodding slightly at the sight of Shi Jian's exuberant demeanor, reminiscent of his own youthful days. Bai Ying and Xie Che shared a glance, and Bai Ying hurried upstairs, declaring, I will check on her. Just as Shi Jian attempted to intervene, his hand hovered in the air before falling back down. Hearing footsteps, Yuling quickly set aside her belongings and draped the beast skin over her head. Bai Ying and Xie Che followed the enticing aroma, growing increasingly uneasy as they approached. The scent was overwhelmingly potent, and its implications were all too clear. Bai Ying's expression darkened, mirroring Xie Che's own concern. Upon entering the room where Yuling lay, Bai Ying let out a sigh of relief, and Xie Che joined him. While Yin Jin wiggled free from Xie Che's grasp and leaped onto Yuling's stone bed. This scent is so sweet, Yunjin exclaimed, entranced by the aroma. Yuling, wishing to feign sleep, felt a fluffy creature burrow into her embrace. Glancing down, she recognized it as the rather spirited rabbit from the eagle tribe. Instinctively, her hand found its way to Yunjin's head, a small gesture that did not escape the notice of Bai Ying and Xie. Bai Ying seethed with anger, feeling that Shi Jian was being utterly thoughtless. What if something went wrong? The thin beast's skin was pulled aside, the stifling heat dissipating, and Yuling exhaled a breath of relief, meeting the gazes of the two beasts. Their eyes fell upon her marks, saturated with Shi Jian's scent. Bai Ying's eyes flared crimson, barely containing his fury as he crouched before Yuling, his voice soft yet urgent. Tell me, has he mistreated you? Yuling felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, especially under Bai Ying's intense gaze, which made her feel utterly guilty. Had Shi Jian truly bullied her? The activities they had engaged in could certainly be construed as such. With a dazed nod, she confirmed his suspicions. Bai Ying's fist clenched tightly, the knuckles whitening from the pressure, his eyes blazing with rage. Yuling sensed the impending disaster and quickly sat up, grasping Bai Ying's arm. Bai Ying, please do not be angry. Shi Jian and I. However, as she attempted to rise, her legs buckled, and she found herself plopping back down onto the bed. He has wronged you. Bai Ying's eyes glinted with a chilling red light, as if ready to ignite with fury. He tightened his grip on his fists, his knuckles straining from a force. Without hesitation, he stormed downstairs, each step resonating with a heavy intensity, as though the very corridor trembled under his wrath. Yuling had never witnessed Bai Ying in such a fit of rage before. Ignoring her trembling legs, she hurriedly scrambled off the stone bed. The moment her feet touched the ground, she nearly stumbled, but fortunately, Xie was quick to catch her, preventing her from falling. Xie, please help me downstairs, she implored, exasperated by the situation. Observing Yuling's predicament, Xie effortlessly scooped her up into his arms. The three beasts who had been present during Yuling's slumber had already departed. Bai Ying descended the stairs and delivered a punch to Shi Jian, marking his first act of aggression towards Yuling's beast husband. As the first beast husband, it was his duty to discipline him, showing utter disregard for Yuling's health. Had he possessed the authority, he would have banished Shi Jian, preventing him from remaining Yuling's mate. Shi Jian endured Bai Ying's blow, blood spitting from his mouth. It was the first time he had witnessed the first beast husband in such a frenzy, having previously stood beside Yuling, docile as a stone, even facilitating their moments of solitude. Little did he expect to be confronted so violently today. As for the reason, he realized it was because he had been seen going upstairs. When Yuling arrived downstairs, she found Bai Ying mercilessly attacking Shi Jian, who made no attempt to retaliate. Despite being battered and bruised, Shi Jian noticed Yuling's presence and mustered a smile, directing a warm gaze toward her, as if to convey that she need not worry about him. Seeing Bai Ying continue to strike, Yuling quickly interjected, Bai Ying, stop. Shi Jian did not bully me. Bai Ying paused, turning to see Xie carrying Yuling downstairs. He disdainfully shook the blood from his hands. You are unwell. You should rest. Yuling, witnessing Bai Ying's sudden halt, felt a surge of relief. She urged Xie to approach, gently grasping Bai Ying's arm with a pleading tone. Shi Jian did not mistreat me, truly. We have not formally bonded. We understand our boundaries. Bai Ying's heart softened at Yuling's earnestness. He offered her a smile before turning back to glare at the injured Shi Jian. If you truly care for Yuling, you must consider her health. Her body is fragile due to past events. You should exercise restraint. Listening to Bai Ying's admonishments, Shi Jian lowered his gaze, acknowledging his own shortcomings in this matter. Yet, his intention had solely been to ensure Yuling's comfort. As a Beast King's offspring, he had already shown considerable restraint by not retaliating. No, his restraint was for Yuling's sake. Had it not been for her, he would have gladly confronted Bai Ying. Yuling understood that Bai Ying's anger stemmed from concern for her, and she felt a pang of guilt. Signaling Xie, he gently set her down, and she leaned against Bai Ying. Please do not be angry. I acknowledge my mistakes. It will not happen again, she assured him. Shi Jian pressed his lips together, observing his beloved mate apologizing to her beast husband, a sight that seemed unique in their world. What mate would not hold a position of power? Displaying such a vulnerable demeanor? Yuling has offered her apologies, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth as she stood up. I promise it won't happen again. Just as she had finally savored the taste of meat, now even the broth had been confiscated, she couldn't help but lament. Oh dear, we all acknowledge our mistakes. So please don't be angry. Yuling gazed at the stern-faced Bai Ying, surprisingly intimidating in his demeanor. Bai Ying looked at Yuling, then at Shijian. And with a deep sigh, he expressed his exasperation. I truly have no way to deal with you. In the 200th chapter, why must we eat the adorable tutu? After uttering those words, Bai Ying shot a fierce glare at Shijian, as if to convey that it was only for Yu Ling's sake that he refrained from further reprimanding him. With a relieved sigh, Bai Ying remarked, I am quite exhausted today. Bai Ying, please carry me upstairs. I need a rest. Bai Ying then lifted Yu Ling and ascended the stairs, while Shijian watched her retreating figure, slowly bowing his head. Xie approached and said, Do not blame Bai Ying. He cares for Yu Ling more than any of us beastmen do. We all cherish her well-being, and even if it causes us discomfort, we would not act as you have. Come with me. I shall tend to your wounds. They had brought herbs specifically for treating external injuries, and having been with him for some time, he had learned a thing or two. Therefore, when Yu Ling had gestured earlier, he understood her intention and stayed back to bandage Shijian's wounds. Shijian nodded, feeling quite conflicted as he followed behind Xie, observing his back. He suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He had thought that by learning, he would earn more affection, yet he ended up receiving a beating instead. It seemed he would have to wait until Yu Ling matured before attempting anything again, lest he face only Bai Ying's wrath. At that moment, Shijian resembled a well-behaved child, sitting on a stone bench as Xie applied ointment to his wounds with little tenderness. Shijian frowned, reflecting on Bai Ying's behavior. It was said that one should not strike a beastman's face, yet his fists were perpetually directed at Shijian's visage. What if his looks were marred and Yu Ling no longer found him appealing? Shijian mused, Bai Ying is far from the magnanimous figure I imagined. He is quite cunning, specifically targeting my handsome face. Bai Ying placed Yu Ling on the bed, and she smiled sweetly, assuring him, I'm no longer angry. Bai Ying responded with a nasal hum, adopting a paternal tone as he admonished, Do not neglect your health, allowing these insufferable males to take advantage of you. Listening to Bai Ying's words, Yu Ling couldn't help but smile. This Bai Ying seemed even more like her beast brother than her actual beast brother, speaking as if he were much older. Sleep now. I will guard you from beside you. Bai Ying observed Yu Ling's demeanor with a resigned sigh. His tone softened with affection. Yin Jin felt abandoned in some corner. Yu Ling nodded, climbing onto the stone bed and looking at Bai Ying seated beside her. Have there been any updates on them? Bai Ying met Yu Ling's gaze, aware she was preoccupied with thoughts of the three of them, and offered a reassuring smile. Do not worry, it will be soon. Compared to her friends, he was more concerned about Yu Ling's identity being exposed. With only a few of them left, he feared he could not ensure her safety. Had he known matters would escalate to this point, he would have never permitted Shizhua to return to the Zi Wangshi clan. Yu Ling understood that communication in the beast world was underdeveloped, and System 999 was merely a rudimentary encyclopedia with little practical use. She was unable to ascertain their whereabouts, whether they were injured or in danger, and the thought made her sigh in frustration. Do not dwell on it. Sleep now, Bai Ying gently urged upon hearing her sigh. Yu Ling nodded, yet her mind raced with the incessant mechanical voice of System 999. Host, who do you claim is useless? Your words wound my very essence. System 999 protested. You are useful, exceedingly so, Yu Ling replied. But inwardly, she grumbled. Unlike others who traverse worlds equipped with systems as their golden fingers. What did she possess? Apart from unerring answers, she lacked everything else. Without modern tools for self-defense, she was but a fragile creature. What would become of her if she fell into the hands of a rogue beast? However, having been here for some time, she had yet to encounter any rogue beastmen. Perhaps her elder brothers were simply overly cautious. Host, I am aware of your thoughts. Aren't you being a bit harsh? If I had the authorization from the main system, I would certainly assist you more. How can you blame me? You are my host, and we are inextricably linked. How could I possibly abandon you? Your words are truly disheartening, System 999 lamented. I would never harm you. In fact, I wish for your well-being. It pains me that you harbor such disdain for me. System 999's grievances grew, feeling wronged for striving solely for its host benefit, only to find that she deemed it inadequate. If it could weep, it would surely flood the world with its tears. Yu Ling, listening to the cacophony of System 999's complaints, found herself admiring its eloquence, yet wondered if it was truly sincere. Shouldn't it possess a heart instead? 999. Before becoming a system, you must have been a salesperson, Yu Ling mused. System 999 huffed lightly. Host, do not think me remiss in my warnings. That rabbit by your side is no ordinary creature, but a rabbit beast man. While he is not your intended mate, it seems he has become rather attached to you. It certainly did not wish to be blamed for any future revelations. Yuling was taken aback, abruptly sitting up as she stared at the cowering rabbit by the bed. Bai Ying, observing her sudden outburst, inquired with confusion, "What is the matter? Bai Ying, is it truly a rabbit beast man?" Yuling pointed at Yunjin. Upon hearing this, Yunjin's heart sank, having sustained injuries and carrying herbs to mask his scent. He had assumed no one would discover he was not merely a beast, but a beast man. How could Yuling have suddenly realized something? Bai Ying, momentarily taken aback, sniffed at Yunjin. He is indeed a rabbit beast man. Yunjin's heart raced, especially when Bai Ying approached him. His entire beastly form bristled. But upon hearing Bai Ying's confirmation, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, Yuling frowned. For System 999 had informed her that this was not a mere rabbit, but a rabbit beast man, one who had been concealing his identity beside her all along. "Host, you must believe me. Though his presence is faint, he has concealed himself skillfully. However, my keen eyes have not failed. I have discerned his true nature." System 999 insisted, eager to gain her trust. Yuling, with a sly smile, decided she would trust the system after their time together. She cast a sidelong glance at Yunjin. "Since he is a rabbit, and we have neither the time nor the place to care for him, perhaps we should roast him for a meal." Yunjin, his eyes widened in shock, staring at Yuling as though accusing her of cruelty. How could she suggest eating such an adorable rabbit? In the 201st chapter, Yunjin's identity is exposed. Bai Ying finally recognized that this rabbit was unlike other wild beasts, capable of understanding their speech. According to Yuling, he possessed a remarkable spirit, which was indeed unusual. Had Yuling discovered something they had overlooked? Upon hearing her words, Bai Ying swiftly approached and seized Yunjin by the nape, exclaiming, "I shall prepare you a delightful dish of red fruit rabbit." Yunjin's fury ignited, struggling desperately. His female master intended to consume him and turn him into a culinary delight. He had no desire to meet the same fate as that plump rabbit beast. Bai Ying, observing the writhing Yunjin, appeared ready to slam him to the ground, prompting Yuling to gasp in alarm. There is no need for such extremes. Yunjin silently lamented, recognizing that this matter was no longer concealable. His injuries had yet to heal fully, and though pain surged through him like relentless waves, he gritted his teeth, summoning his formidable willpower to transform. With a resounding thud, Yunjin collapsed heavily onto the ground. Before Yuling and Bai Ying stood not the injured little rabbit, but rather a charming and delightful young rabbit beast man. A vivid vermilion dot adorned his delicate brow, accentuating his brilliance like the most resplendent star in the night sky, radiating an enchanting glow. He was an exceedingly handsome rabbit beast man, albeit in a state of transformation that had forced him to regurgitate blood. Yunjin lay prostrate on the ground, resembling a shattered doll, his beautiful eyes brimming with tears. The system spoke, "Host, this rabbit beast man has sustained severe internal injuries. His breath is faint. He had sustained injuries previously, and with time passing without treatment, his condition has worsened. If not rescued soon, he may perish." Yuling understood, her gaze fixed upon the bruises on his abdomen and the blood froth he had expelled. Having initially thought he was merely injured in the leg, Bai Ying's expression suddenly darkened. "Speak. What is your intention in approaching Yuling?" This cunning rabbit beast man had concealed himself beside Yuling. Should he decide to attack, she would be utterly defenseless. Yunjin's voice, distinctly youthful, conveyed a sense of grievance as he looked at them. "It was clearly you who captured me." Yuling touched her nose, realizing that it indeed seemed they had taken him captive. Bai Ying clicked his tongue in disdain, casually tearing off a piece of animal hide and tossing it atop Yunjin's head, obscuring his form. "Why did you conceal your identity? If he had not hidden himself, they would not have taken this long to realize he was a beast man, not merely a rabbit. I was being hunted and gravely injured. I sought to disguise myself in beast form to escape. I harbor no ill will towards you," Yunjin explained. His gaze, filled with hope, fell upon Yuling. "The female master has seen my form. I am already her beast husband. How could I harm her?" Yuling was bewildered, questioning what nonsensical claims he was making. When had she become his female master? Bai Ying looked at the unconscious Yunjin with exasperation, silently lamenting his weakness. Yunjin lay limply on the ground, eyes tightly shut, his complexion pale as parchment, as if he had lost all vitality. Moreover, the beastman form he had maintained began to falter, ultimately reverting to his original petite and adorable beast form. Yuling was taken aback and hurried over, while Bai Ying lifted Yunjin with ease. "He is injured. Your actions will exacerbate his wounds, Yuling cautioned. Bai Ying adjusted his hold, cradling Yunjin in his palms. Place him on the table. And show me the herbs you brought. Yuling sighed, preparing to take action. Bai Ying set Yunjin down on the stone table and instructed, stay put. I will fetch the herbs. Yuling nodded and, once Bai Ying turned to leave the room, she cautiously shifted her position to sit beside Yunjin on a stone bench, scrutinizing his beast form. Beneath his fluffy fur, bruises were still visible on his abdomen, and he bore multiple contusions, though the wound on his leg had already healed. How do I treat internal injuries? This truly stumped her. She had healed external wounds a few times, but had never dealt with internal injuries, as she was no expert. Host, did you not acquire several ginseng plants? Place it in his mouth to preserve his life first. Internal injuries cannot be healed swiftly. They require careful nurturing through food and medicine. However, if you do not save him today, he will truly perish. The medical practices in the beast world are underdeveloped, and this rabbit beastman cannot withstand further delay in treatment. The system advised. Upon descending, Bai Ying encountered Xie, who was tending to Shi Jian's wounds with a serious expression. Bai Ying, holding the bundle of supplies he had gathered from the Eagle clan, ascended the stairs. Xie immediately rose from his seat, observing Bai Ying's retreating figure and the animal hide package in his hands, calling out Bai Ying. What is the matter? Bai Ying ignored him, and Xie, touching his nose, surmised it must be due to his association with Shi Jian that Bai Ying was avoiding him. Bai Ying noticed Yuling had left her bed and was now beside the stone table. He sighed in exasperation. You should rest. Do not move around unnecessarily. I can handle this. It's nothing, Yuling smiled at Bai Ying. She rummaged through the animal hide bag, extracting several ginseng roots. Considering the gravity of the situation, she ultimately selected the oldest ginseng. Holding the scales prepared for her by Shizhua, she sliced the ginseng into thin pieces. Once prepared, she gently picked up a slice and carefully placed it into Yunjin's slightly parted lips. Bai Ying, intrigued, inquired, is this effective? Yuling nodded. This ginseng possesses significant medicinal value. This rabbit beastman has sustained serious internal injuries and had forcibly transformed. This will sustain him for the time being. His life is preserved. Yuling, observing the dried herbs in the animal hide bag, selected a few useful ones under the guidance of System 999 and handed them to Bai Ying. Boil these into a decoction for him to drink. Bai Ying accepted the herbs, contemplating the unconscious rabbit beastman on the stone table. It was unreasonable to allow him to remain in Yuling's room. Ultimately, Yunjin was taken away by Bai Ying, and as Yuling watched them depart, her eyelids began to grow heavy. Meanwhile, in the Eagle clan, upon returning, Songzhe encountered Ying Shuang, who promptly sought him out. He conveyed Yuling's words in detail to Songzhe, who appeared taken aback, hesitating momentarily. Did she say anything else? Ying Shuang, deep in thought, shook his head after a few moments. Yuling only shared this with me. They appear to be in a hurry, seemingly with urgent matters, and I know nothing further. Chapter 202. The Green Tea Fox 1. Songzhe furrowed his brow, then nodded. These beastmen were not originally from the Eagle clan, and their comings and goings were their own business. Meanwhile, Song Jiao, returning from hunting, held a mother rabbit of similar size to Yunjin. Upon nearing the cave where Yuling resided, he overheard clan members stating that she had already departed. Initially skeptical, he found the cave empty upon arrival, as if she had never been there, save for the lingering fragrance in the air. The rabbit in his grasp fell to the ground unnoticed, and Song Jiao felt a profound sense of loss as he gazed at the vacant cave, his heart heavy as if a piece had been taken from him. He had yet to formally express his feelings for Yuling, and now she had left, wandering along the path. He looked up at the dense canopy of leaves forming a shade under the blazing sun, managing a bitter smile of resignation. The following day, Yuling met with the Beast King and the Beast King's female, along with Hu Ji and Song Sun. The Beast King's female was taken aback to discover that this petite female was, in fact, the messenger of the beast god. Warmly grasping Yuling's hand and scrutinizing her closely, she was quite fortunate. Her offspring's female master was indeed the messenger of the beast god. The remnants of the mark on Yuling's body caught her eye, and she smiled in a most ambiguous manner. Yuling felt uneasy under her gaze, and it was then that the Beast King noticed Shi Jian's bruised face, exclaiming, "How disgraceful! You were actually beaten." Observing the other two, their faces unmarred, it was clear that Shi Jian had been unilaterally assaulted. This was indeed the lament of not being the first beast husband, subjected to the dominance of the first beast husband among the 7 patterned beastmen. The Beast King and the Beast King's female bowed respectfully to Yuling, with the Beast King addressing her reverently. Yuling, we have heard of your situation. Yesterday, Chief Uji and Beastman Song Sun informed us. During this period, you may reside comfortably in Beast City, with us and Shi Jian attending to you. Furthermore, regarding your beast husband, Huan and Shi Zhua, I will dispatch Eagle Clan beastmen to search for them. Rest assured, enjoy your time in Beast City. Yuling nodded, somewhat overwhelmed, not expecting the esteemed status of the Beast God's messenger to elicit such reverence from the Beast King, leaving her feeling both honored and astonished. The host, as the Beast God messenger, is the closest individual to the Beast God. They revere the Beast God, and as you are the Beast God messenger, they shall naturally heed your words, the System 999 stated. Yuling responded, but I'm not the so-called Beast God messenger. The system replied, Host, do not dwell on such trivialities. You must genuinely believe that you are the Beast God messenger. Yuling understood and resolved to adopt a thicker skin. Beast King's mate, there is no need for such formality. You are the Beast Father and Mother of Shi Jian and my elders. Upon hearing this, the Beast King and his mate exchanged smiles, surprised that the legendary Beast God messenger could be so gentle. The Beast King's mate, already aware of Yuling's character, felt a mix of astonishment and pride, realizing that among all the Beast Kin, her offspring Shi Jian had captured the attention of such a charming and tender female. Shortly after Yuling departed, the Beast King swiftly issued commands to dispatch numerous actual Beast Kin to deliver a continuous stream of rare and precious items to the stone dwelling of Shi Jian. These treasures included dazzling gems that emitted captivating glimmers and exquisite ornaments crafted from rare beast bones, showcasing craftsmanship that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Furthermore, to ensure Yuling's safety, the Beast King ordered an increase in the number of guards surrounding the stone dwelling. These guards were robust and well-trained, armed with sharp weapons, their eyes sharp as hawks, remaining ever vigilant against any potential threats. The entire area surrounding the stone dwelling was fortified, resembling an impregnable fortress that instilled fear in onlookers. Yuling remarked, Isn't this a bit excessive? Shi Jian chuckled, wincing as he touched his wound. The Beast Father is merely concerned. It is nothing to worry about. Observing Shi Jian's bruised face, Yuling felt a pang of sympathy. After a night had passed, the male Beastkin's healing abilities were remarkable. Yet Shi Jian's injuries remained strikingly visible, evidently inflicted by Bai Ying's heavy hand, leaving Yuling feeling somewhat uneasy. Clearly, the fault lay with both parties. Yet only Shi Jian bore the brunt of the punishment. Shi Jian took hold of Yuling's hand, noticing the concern in her eyes, reassuring her, It is nothing. It does not hurt. He then gently embraced Yuling, softly stating, I was negligent yesterday. I apologize for not considering your well-being. The more Yuling listened, the more discomfort she felt, for she too had been a participant in those events. I will wait for you, Shi Jian whispered, placing a tender kiss on Yuling's forehead. Yuling nodded. Yunjin slowly regained consciousness, gazing at the ceiling, feeling significantly less pain. He noticed something sliding down his mouth and, puzzled, climbed up. Bai Ying, seeing Yunjin awake, curtly said, Good, now leave. This rabbit beastkin had concealed himself beside Yuling, and their failure to notice this was a significant error. He could not allow an unknown beast to remain near Yuling. Yunjin, seeing Bai Ying's stern expression, still in his beast form, spoke in human tongue. Seemingly oblivious to Bai Ying's expulsion order, and joyfully exclaimed, It was Yuling who saved me, right? I knew my female master cared for me. On the first day, he had witnessed Yuling revive that Eagle Clan shaman and bandage his leg. Now, she had saved him again. He had not expected his female master to be a shaman. Who is your female master? She is our female master. Xieche remarked upon learning from Bai Ying that this rabbit beast was indeed a rabbit beastkin. Moreover, when did Yuling ever say she would take him in? How shameless. She is my female master. She has seen my male strength and even embraced me. How could she not be my female master? Yunjin disagreed. Xieche could not help but let out a faint scoff. Your male strength? The kind that is so unclear it cannot even be discerned? That day, whether you were male or female was indiscernible. Does that count? Yunjin felt that Xieche's laughter was akin to rubbing salt in his wounds. An utter humiliation for a male to have his male strength questioned. Feeling much improved, Yunjin instantly transformed and prepared to confront Xieche with a series of punches to show him who truly lacked male strength. Just as Yunjin transformed and was ready to engage Xieche in combat, He heard a faint sound of footsteps and instantly wilted, sulking, "Xie. If you dislike me, that is fine, but why must you insult me?" Chapter 203. Approaching the truth, Xie was taken aback. He had expected a brawl with Yunjin, his fists clenched in preparation. Yet the scene shifted, and this rabbit beast kin sat despondently on the ground, looking as if he had suffered a great injustice, leaving Xie utterly perplexed. Upon entering, Yuling heard Yunjin's youthful voice, tinged with tears, mercilessly accusing Xie. "Female master, you must stand up for Yunjin. Xie insulted me, saying my male strength is lacking. You must vindicate me." After saying this, Yunjin attempted to rise and prove himself, insisting that his beast form obscured his clarity. Yuling quickly turned her head, her eyes being covered by Shijian. Thinking to herself that this rabbit beast was truly shameless and that she could merely observe them. Bai Ying, equally speechless, swiftly bound Yunjin in a beast skin skirt. "Put this on," Bai Ying instructed. Xie observed Yunjin and felt an odd sense of familiarity, which involuntarily reminded him of his long-lost green tea fox brother. Wondering how he was faring out there alongside Shi Zhuo and Lang Ji, Yunjin, feeling wronged as he was forcibly wrapped in the beast skin skirt, pouted. "Why are you wrapping me up? I haven't even shown it to my female master yet." Yuling, waiting for Bai Ying to finish wrapping Yunjin, finally turned her head. Upon seeing Yuling, Yunjin beamed and leaped forward, but Shijian swiftly pulled Yuling behind him, eyeing Yunjin warily. "Female master, thank you for saving me," Yunjin expressed. Unexpectedly, the beastkin's recovery was astonishing. From being on the brink of death yesterday, he was now revived by a concoction of ginseng and incomplete medicinal brews. As Yuling listened to Yunjin repeatedly refer to her as female master, her brow twitched. "You must not call me that. I am not your female master." "How can that be? Female master, have you forgotten that just a few days ago you witnessed my male strength and embraced me? In our Rotu clan, you're indeed my female master." Yunjin insisted, shaking his head in disagreement with Yuling's words. "I had no idea you were a beast. I merely thought you were a rabbit," Yuling replied, feeling at a loss. She had seen nothing and merely observed fur. How could she have discerned anything? Upon learning he was from the Rotu clan, she could not help but feel astonished. "Indeed, I am currently the young clan leader of the Rotu clan," Yunjin proudly declared, patting his chest. "You are from that Rotu clan?" Yuling inquired. "From the East Continent," Yunjin responded, puzzled as to why his female master was asking such questions, which seemed unrelated to them. The Rotu clan from the East Continent shared the same lineage as the original beast mother Tu Xing. Bai Ying, aware of the situation, furrowed his brows. "Isn't the Rotu clan from the East Continent extinct? How did you end up in the South Continent?" The vast distance separating the East and South continents raised questions about how a severely injured rabbit beastkin like Yunjin could have made the journey. "How do you know about our Rotu clan?" Yunjin finally reacted, eyeing Bai Ying with suspicion, wondering how these beastkin from the South Continent could be aware of matters pertaining to the East Continent. "My beast mother is a female from the Rotu clan in the East Continent," Yuling revealed. Yunjin suddenly understood, realizing that his female master was the offspring of their clan's female. By this logic, she could also be regarded as one of their Rotu clan's females. "So that is how it is. What is your beast mother's name?" "Perhaps I know her," Yunjin inquired. "My beast mother's name is Tu Xing. Do you know her?" Yuling asked, a hint of anticipation in her heart, feeling that she still knew too little about Tu Xing. Yunjin's eyes brightened as he gazed at Yuling, his expression filled with astonishment. "Tu Xing, you are indeed Tu Xing's child." Then he abruptly slapped his forehead in realization. "No wonder. Your name is Yuling." Tu Xing mentioned that her offspring would be named Yuling. "I never expected you to be that Yuling." It had been so long since those events that he had nearly forgotten, but now, with Yuling's mention, joy surged within him. Hearing this from the gentle rabbit tribe beastman, Yuling felt an even greater sense of confusion, coupled with unease and suspicion. How could someone from the 21st century Maine world have such ties to the gentle rabbit tribe, and even have a name predetermined before birth? "Why did you say her offspring would be called Yuling?" Yuling inquired. Upon hearing her question, Yunjin shook his head, replying, "I don't know. Anyway, that's what Aunt Tu Xing said at the time. Perhaps she simply thought those two characters sounded beautiful." Yuling continued to sense something amiss, yet she could not articulate what it was. Bai Ying Xieke. And Shijian had not anticipated that this rabbit beast man was indeed a kin of Yuling's beast mother. Years ago, the gentle rabbit tribe had been attacked by a hostile clan, and many of their kin had been captured, reduced to slavery. After all these years, The gentle rabbit tribe had rebuilt itself. Since you are Aunt Tu Xing's child, why not return to our tribe with her? Yin Jin suggested. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face in a foreign land, discovering they were family. With Aunt Tu Xing, he was undoubtedly Yuling's female beast husband. He remembered how much Aunt Tu Xing adored him, often cradling him in her arms during his cub days. Tu Xing? They in the gentle rabbit tribe are unaware of her? Noticing Yuling hesitate, Yin Jin asked, "What's wrong? You are from the Linghu tribe. Is Aunt Tu Xing in the Linghu tribe? Just ask her, and you will know I am not deceiving you. Even my name is given by Aunt Tu Xing." He then added, "By the way, you still don't know my name. I am called Yin Jin. Isn't it pleasant?" His original name, given by his beast mother, was rather unappealing. Due to the red mark on his forehead, he was called Tu Hong Hong. He certainly wouldn't share that with his female master. For a proud male beastman to have once been called Tu Hong Hong was rather embarrassing. "You call me Yuling, and I am Yin Jin. One is the moon in the sky, and the other is the white cloud in the sky, destined to be a pair." Yin Jin chattered on, envisioning himself as the white cloud beside the moon. Buying, Xie and Shi Jian interjected, "Could you please be quiet?" Yuling hadn't anticipated the depth of Yun Jin's connection to Tu Xing. Sadly, Tu Xing had already passed away. A deep sigh escaped her lips as she mourned for Tu Xing's death. Let us not dwell on these matters. How did you arrive at the southern continent? Buying asked. Yun Jin hailed from the eastern continent and bore severe injuries. How he ended up near the Eagle clan was indeed perplexing. Reluctant to engage with Buying due to their earlier confrontation, Yun Jin eventually replied, "I don't know where a group of wandering beastmen came from. They attacked our gentle rabbit tribe indiscriminately, scattering us. Then, a wandering beastman from the Eagle clan captured us, claiming he would take us somewhere to threaten some beastmen. I managed to escape while he went hunting, but then I was captured by you all." Yuling furrowed her brow. "Why did the wandering beastmen attack you?" "You don't know?" Yun Jin shook his head. "We gentle rabbit tribes seek no conflict. We are the most innocent rabbit beastmen. Aside from the rival Viper clan, we have no enemies, and we do not know where these wandering beastmen emerged from. However, their beast patterns are quite impressive and their strength formidable. As vegetarian beastmen, we stand little chance against carnivorous ones." He refrained from finishing his thought. They had been defeated. Every battle they faced ended in defeat. And now they wanted to take her to the gentle rabbit tribe. That seems rather dubious. Yun Jin observed their expressions, which reflected their unspoken concerns. Clearing his throat, he added, "It was a one-sided massacre. We also killed quite a few wandering beastmen. Our numbers were never in our favor." The newly established gentle rabbit tribe had been scattered once more. "How long ago did this happen?" Shi Jian inquired. Yun Jin glanced at Yuling, whose expression was equally grave, and replied honestly, "Not long ago, about half a month, less than that." He was aware of the events from that time, including the rumors surrounding Tu Xing, who was once believed to be the messenger of the beast god and was originally from the eastern continent's gentle rabbit tribe. The news of Yuling being the beast god's messenger had come from the northern continent, and based on the timeline, it should have emerged around half a month ago. Perhaps this news had circulated even earlier than they had surmised, explaining why the wandering beastmen had targeted the gentle rabbit tribe first. But why? If the information had indeed been around longer, they should have directly attacked Yuling. Why launch an assault on the gentle rabbit tribe first, and then capture their kin to threaten someone? Shi Jian felt utterly perplexed. However, judging by Yun Jin's words, it seemed that Hu Ji and Tsang Sun's concerns were indeed valid. The wandering beastmen were on the move, but he couldn't quite grasp the reasoning behind it. "Is there a problem?" Yun Jin queried, observing their increasingly troubled expressions. He had answered all their questions, yet he himself was filled with uncertainties. Yuling waved her hand. Overwhelmed since arriving in this beast realm, she had been inundated with a plethora of issues, leaving her in a haze and giving her a headache. "There are no problems. You should focus on resting and recuperating now that you're feeling better. After learning so much today, I need to take time to process." As Yuling turned to leave, Yun Jin reached out, only to be restrained by Xie. Buying advised, "Take care." With that, Buying, Xie, and Shi Jian exited Yun Jin's stone room. Yun Jin stood there, staring blankly at the empty room, filled with confusion and disappointment. He had been discussing his role as Yuling's beast husband, yet the conversation had drifted far off course, and now she was gone. "Is everything all right?" As soon as Yuling sat down, she was met with 3 pairs of concerned eyes. She smiled, "I'm fine." She encountered Shi Zhua emerging from hibernation, only to be relentlessly pursued by members of the Zi Wangxi tribe. Much of his body was mercilessly corroded by the venom released by his own kin. This venom exhibited a sinister purple hue, reminiscent of a cursed liquid from the depths of hell, exuding a nauseating stench. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, hastily wiping away the venom that tainted his skin. Yu Ling despised filth above all else. However, despite his swift movements, the venom quickly seeped into his skin, bringing with it a bone-chilling burning sensation. Currently, Shi Zhuo was no ordinary beastman. He had ascended to become a formidable beastman with 8 beast patterns. The potency of the toxins within him far surpassed that of his kin who had inflicted harm upon him. Faced with such a treacherous situation, Shi Zhuo did not retreat an inch. His eyes glinted ominously, and his sharp claws struck out like lightning. Each attack bore a lethal threat, causing those daring enough to pursue him from the Zi Shi tribe to fall into pools of blood. Simultaneously, the toxins within him surged forth through his wounds, intertwining with the venom released by his enemies, creating a terrifying cloud of poison that enveloped everything in its vicinity. In the midst of this battle for survival, Shi Zhuo leveraged his extraordinary strength and indomitable spirit to gradually turn the tide. More and more members of the Zi Shi tribe fell before his claws and toxins. Meeting their demise, Shi Zhuo stood like an invincible war god, proudly dominating this bloody battlefield filled with slaughter and carnage. A high-ranking Ba when beastman, in the eyes of the Zi Shi clan, is no match for an arrogant and tyrannical female figure. Shi Zhuo found this both laughable and tragic. But more than anything, he felt a deep sense of disappointment towards the tribe of the Zi Shi. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he couldn't help but let out a laugh as he gazed upon the hundreds of beastmen before him. The leader of the beastmen regarded Shi Zhuo with icy eyes, stating, "Shi Zhuo, I never imagined you could be so malicious as to brutally slay your beast father and beast brothers, plotting to harm your beast mother. Now, after killing so many of our kin, you still dare to smile." He continued, "Return the beast crystal you stole from our clan, and out of respect for our kinship, we shall leave you intact." Shi Zhuo's face was as delicate as a cold moon in the dark night, radiating a chilling aura. At this moment, his originally cold and soft features were further marred by the disdain he felt for the people before him. His gaze was like 2 icy arrows, mercilessly piercing through them. To him, their faces transformed into grotesque and repulsive masks, each bearing the scent of greed, hypocrisy, and cunning, making him feel waves of nausea and discomfort that surged from his heart and spread throughout his body. "You can kill me, but why can't I kill you?" he thought. The hypocritical Zi Shi clan had the audacity to claim his beast crystal belonged to the tribe. It was utterly revolting. They were truly unrepentant. The leader of the beastmen scoffed lightly. Today, he was determined to kill Shi Zhuo here, for even if he was a genius of the Zi Shi clan, he was destined to fall, and this place of hibernation would become his final resting ground. "Enough of your nonsense. If you want to fight, then let us fight," Shi Zhuo declared impatiently. It was as if they were prolonging the matter for far too long, making it seem like they were trying to establish some emotional connection. After experiencing such a situation, he had thoroughly come to understand their shamelessness and greed. Holding onto a strong conviction, he surveyed the hundreds of his kin, all of whom were 5 or 6 when beastmen, with the most formidable among them being his rival, the second genius after him, who had bullied him in his childhood. They were truly willing to go to great lengths for his beast crystal. In an instant, the once lush and vibrant forest appeared to have succumbed to an apocalyptic disaster, reduced to mere ruins in the blink of an eye. The howling winds swept through, raising a cloud of dust that blotted out the sun. Simultaneously, the deafening sounds of battle echoed through the air, rising and falling like a storm, as if attempting to tear the very heavens apart. Amidst this chaotic and bloody battlefield, a figure stood out remarkably, Shi Zhuo. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, having transformed into a veritable harbinger of death. His fingers elongated into sharp claws, each swing imbued with an unparalleled ferocity and lethal intent. His eyes were hollow and cold, as if all emotion had been stripped away, leaving only an instinctual pursuit of slaughter. Yet beneath this seemingly heartless exterior lay a fervent heart. The reason for his frenzied fighting, becoming a numbed killing machine, was singular. He longed to see once more that gentle little female who occupied his thoughts. She was the only softness in his heart and the source of strength that sustained him through this brutal war. He could not die, not here, not before formally bonding with her, nor before they could have offspring together. She, with her tender demeanor, would undoubtedly cherish their young, allowing them to grow, as he envisioned sharing a lifetime with her until the day death parted them. That day, however, was not now. When Huan and Lang Ji hurried to the scene, they were rendered speechless by the horrifying sight before them. There stood Shi Zhuo, alone, his figure appearing both immensely solitary and resolute, facing dozens of beastmen who eyed him like vultures. Surrounding him was a nauseating stench of blood and filth. The bloodstained, chaotic ground seemed to narrate the tale of an extraordinarily fierce battle that had just taken place. Blood had dyed every inch of the land, and the metallic scent in the air triggered a wave of dizziness. Looking at Shi Zhuo himself, his bee-skin skirt was in tatters, soaked in blood and clinging tightly to his form. His face, hands, and even hair were smeared with blood, yet his sharp eyes still sparkled with an indomitable light. His slightly weary but still erect posture revealed that he had endured countless harrowing battles prior. The reason Huan and Lang Ji had come was to retrieve Shi Zhuo, for there was a little female in the Ling Hu clan who anxiously awaited their return. They had no time to spare and fought their way to Shi Zhuo's side. Gazing at the bloodied and battered Shi Zhuo, Huan felt immense admiration but couldn't help but tease. "What have you done? Did you dig up your old clan leader's grave?" Surprised and losing a considerable amount of blood, Shi Zhuo gasped and reproached Huan and Lang Ji. "Why didn't you stay by Yuling's side to protect her? What are you doing here? Yuling is worried about you, so we came to find you." Lang Ji replied, supporting Shi Zhuo. He felt no need for pretense. The relentless attacks had left him utterly exhausted, his bones feeling as if they had been ground to dust. With trusted comrades by his side, he leaned against Lang Ji, and as he listened to Lang Ji's words, a long-lost warmth filled his icy heart. She was worried about him. The beastmen facing Shi Zhuo looked at the approaching wolf and fox with derision, sneering. "I didn't expect you to have helpers. You, together with Shi Zhuo, have stolen our clan's treasure. Shi Zhuo, we expel you from the tribe. You are now a rootless vagabond beast." Shi Zhuo found their shameful words utterly despicable. "That belongs to me," he retorted, hearing a sharp and piercing voice. He turned to see a male beastman nearby, hands on his hips, angrily cursing. "You are the real rootless vagabond. Shi Zhuo doesn't even care to stay with your pathetic tribe. According to the beast world's rules, a male beastman who has formed a bond with a female does not live among your tribe. How dare you expel him? Is it because you're ugly and your male features are small? Have you no shame?" Shi Zhuo was taken aback, not expecting Huan to stand up for him. Huan coughed awkwardly, turning away. "You're Xiao Yuling's mate. Bullying you is bullying my Xiao Yuling. I'm not helping you." The beastman opposite them glared with bloodshot eyes. You can insult him for being shameless, but you cannot insult his looks or male features. For a male beastman, that is a grave humiliation. "Who are you, the dead fox? Your stench is detectable from afar. Your mouth is foul beyond measure. I will tear it apart today." The beastman roared in anger. "Who are you cursing, you shameless snake? Today, let us see who tears whom apart." Huan retorted. The Fox Clan beastmen despise being accused of having a fox's stench, and in Huan's eyes, this ignorant 7-1 beastman was dancing on his landmines. Regardless of his 7-1 status, Huan felt compelled to give him a lesson to remember why flowers bloom so vividly. In an instant, with a powerful shake, Huan transformed into a magnificent beast form, his lithe figure darting forth like a lightning bolt, charging straight at his opponent with unwavering resolve. Lang Ji, taken aback by Huan's impulsiveness, could only silently cheer him on as the two beastmen engaged in fierce combat. But one must remember, Huan was merely a 6-1 beast. In contrast, his opponent was an entire level above him. This disparity in levels was not to be underestimated, as it signified a substantial difference in strength, speed, and defense. As anticipated, it did not take long for Huan to find himself in a precarious situation. Despite exerting all his effort, he struggled to withstand the ferocious onslaught from his adversary. Even worse, the venom carried by the orc of the Zhuangshi tribe was exceedingly potent, gradually corroding Huan's body. In the blink of an eye, Huan's once beautiful and silky fur was significantly eroded by the venom, exposing the underlying flesh, which looked utterly tragic. Huan let out a scream. This was the pride of his long hair that Xiao Yuling adored to caress. That wretched serpent orc would pay dearly for this insult. At this moment, Huan was utterly enraged, and the immense power hidden within him erupted like a volcano. His eyes gleamed with an eerie and enchanting light, showcasing the unique allure of the fox tribe. As Huan unleashed his charm to its fullest extent, the ferocious Qi, when beast across from him, appeared to lose consciousness, its body becoming rigid. Seizing the fleeting 2 seconds during which the Qi when beast was immobilized, Huan unhesitatingly brandished his razor-sharp claws. His claws sliced through the air with a chilling gleam, striking fiercely towards the eyes of the Chi when snake beast. With a muffled thud, Huan's claws, as precise as lightning, pierced into the beast's eye. In an instant, blood gushed forth, creating a gruesome and horrifying scene. The severely wounded Chi when beast jolted back to reality, but it was too late. It opened its mouth in agony, emitting an excruciatingly sharp wail that echoed through the heavens, sending shivers down one's spine. Without pausing for a moment, Huan tightened his grip on his claws and forcefully yanked, pulling the Chi when beast's eyeball clean out. The eyeball, still attached to bits of flesh and nerve tissue, was wrenched from its socket by Huan and fell to the ground, rolling away. Huan disdainfully discarded the eyeball, landing gracefully on the ground. The Chi when beast is nothing but this. The Chi when beast transformed from its serpent form back into its orc form. Kneeling on the ground, touching its hollow eye socket, now smeared with blood, screaming madly, "Kill them! Kill them!" Huan narrowed his eyes, filled with regret. "I should have gouged out your tongue instead." Lang Ji was equally astonished by the scene before him. He had not anticipated Huan to be so formidable. Initially, in the wolf tribe, it seemed Huan had shown mercy or underestimated his opponents. Yet he was able to defeat a Chi when beast. The Chi when beast was utterly enraged, spouting nonsensical threats. "I will twist your head off and kick it like a ball. I will capture your matriarch and throw her into the lair of the strays as a communal partner. I will make her life a living hell to satisfy my hatred." Huan, Lang Ji, and Shi Zhuo regarded the Chi when beast with eyes as cold as poison, as if gazing upon a corpse. "Today, you shall undoubtedly perish. Those who harbor ill intentions towards Yu Ling do not deserve to live." Shi Zhuo pushed Bai Ying aside, transforming into a colossal crimson-purple python with glistening fangs, looking down menacingly at the remaining orcs. The Chi when snake orc, now with one eye, bloodied face, gazed in disbelief at Shi Zhuo's immense form, astonished that in just a few short years he had grown so large. "Shi Cho, we cannot contend with Shi Zhuo. We must flee and seek reinforcements from the tribe." A fellow orc of the same lineage trembled as he spoke, realizing that their strongest warrior, Shi Cho, had become a one-eyed orc, and how could they, mere Chi when beasts, hope to match up? This fox tribe orc has surpassed Shi Cho, and had they known better, they would not have been greedy for the beast crystals, ultimately losing their lives here. The Chi when snake orc shot a cold glance at the speaker. "Run? In recent times, Shi Zhuo has slaughtered nearly 1,000 of our kin. We thought he was nearing his end, but now 2 allies have emerged. Today, no one will escape." Shi Zhuo, in serpentine form, spoke with an icy gaze. Huan retorted mockingly at the Chi when snake orc. "I will twist your head off and use it as a ball." The Chi when snake orc shot back defiantly. "Then we shall see if you have the capability." Although he had lost one eye, his movements remained unhindered, and with no severe injuries elsewhere, he still had dozens of kin alongside him. Fighting to the death was not without a chance. "Brothers, today is a battle for survival. If we kill them, we can divide Shi Zhuo's beast crystals. Fight fiercely for the crystals." The Chi when snake orc declared, transforming into a purple giant python, charging towards Huan, Shi Zhuo, and Lang Ji. With their beast forms unleashed, Lang Ji transformed into a massive silver wolf. "Beware of the venom. Do not get harmed," Shi Zhuo reminded urgently as the battle commenced. The venom of the Zi Wangshi tribe was exceedingly toxic, but Shi Zhuo was not afraid as he possessed an inherent immunity. However, if Huan and Bai Ying were to be touched by the venom, they might not survive long enough to reunite with Yu Ling. Huan and Lang Ji deftly maneuvered through the enemy ranks, fully focused on evading the orc's venomous attacks. Each drop of venom emitted a pungent odor, and any slight contact could have dire consequences. Huan moved like a specter among the orcs, his movements light and swift, precisely evading the venom while striking at the enemy's vital points with his sharp claws. Despite his exceptional agility, he still felt overwhelmed by the sheer number of orcs. On the other hand, Lang Ji was far more ferocious, each swipe of his claws accompanied by a howling wind. As time passed, both warriors bore numerous wounds. Some were shallow, merely oozing blood. Others were deep enough to expose bone, a sight that was truly alarming. Yet, they dared not relent, gritting their teeth and engaging in a desperate struggle against the orc horde. Although the individual strength of these orcs was not formidable, their overwhelming numbers created relentless waves of attacks that left Huan and Lang Ji reeling. Often, just as they repelled one group of enemies, another would stealthily strike from behind. In this fierce battle, Huan and Lang Ji gradually exhausted their strength, but their fighting spirit remained unyielding. They understood that even the slightest hint of retreat could lead to their demise. Meanwhile, Shizhu was entangled in combat with the Qi when Snake Orc, Shicho, as venom poured down like a torrential rain, bubbling ominously upon contact with the ground, showcasing its potency. Ultimately, Shizhu successfully decapitated the Qi when Beast Shicho, whose head rolled several times before stopping at Huan's feet. "Here is your ball to kick," Shizhu said. Huan and Lang Ji had just finished off the last orc when they beheld the rolling serpent head, still possessing one eye that stared wide open, bloodshot and terrifying. Huan paused in surprise, realizing Shizhu had indeed taken him seriously. Looking at the fallen serpent head, he could no longer contain himself and kicked it. "That is what you get for being so cocky. Now you can't talk back." Lang Ji couldn't help but smirk, but when he turned around, he saw Shizhu was struggling to maintain his human form, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. He hurried over to support Shizhu and discovered that his face was extremely pale, his beastly aura significantly weakened, and upon inspection, there were hardly any intact patches of flesh left on him. If Yuling were to see him now, her heart would surely shatter. Shizhu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I won't die. Let us move or else." Shizhu left the sentence unfinished. But they all understood. The Zhuangshi tribe held grudges deeply, and having lost so many kin, they would not rest until they had their revenge. "What exactly have you done?" Huan inquired. Seeing Shizhu in such a state, one cannot help but wonder how long he has been pursued. What heinous act has he committed to incur such wrath? Has he truly desecrated the ancestral grave of their elder? It is then that Shizhu reveals a carefully wrapped item in animal hide, containing a beautiful, deep purple serpent shedding and a small portion of beast crystals. Huan is left speechless, astonished that among them, it is Shizhu who possesses such wealth. No wonder they fought so fiercely for it. Were it not for Shizhu being one of their own, he might have been tempted to seize it for himself. "Huan, your arm, your beast pattern has advanced," Lang Ji exclaims in astonishment, gazing at the 7 intricate lines upon Huan's arm. It is revealed that during the recent battle, Huan has successfully broken through the constraints of the 6-pattern beastman and ascended to become a 7-pattern beastman. Hearing this, Huan looks at his 7 beast patterns, joy flooding him as the pattern that had confined him for years has finally been elevated. He beams with delight, revealing his pristine white teeth. Unexpectedly, this misfortune has turned into a blessing, resulting in his advancement. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerge from a short distance away, and the 3 of them alertly peer forward. "Do not be alarmed," steps forward the steward who had once welcomed them upon their arrival in the beast city of the northern continent. The steward wears a polite smile, stating, "The 3 male beastmen are requested by the Beast King. The Beast King of the northern continent wishes to meet us?" Huan hesitates, recalling what Yuling had mentioned about the Beast King, who had made several overtures of goodwill, seemingly not harboring ill intentions. Yet, uncertainty lingers. What if there is a hidden agenda? The steward nods with a smile, observing the battlefield strewn with the fallen from the Zhuangshi clan. "It seems we have arrived a moment too late. With Shizhu in such a grievous state, if we insist on proceeding to the southern continent, it is likely he will not endure until he meets the female Yuling." Behind the steward follow hundreds of guards from the beast city. The 3 exchange glances. They can no longer withstand such a formidable force. As they have stated, Shizhu is gravely injured and cannot endure further travel. If anything were to happen to him, Yuling would undoubtedly be devastated. They cannot bear to see her in sorrow. Whether friend or foe, it is time to meet the Beast King. Rest assured, the Beast City will protect you. Once Shizhu has healed, we will escort you to the southern continent's Ling Hu clan, the steward assures with a smile. The Beast City governs this region. Even a mighty Zhuangshi clan cannot surpass the Beast King. It is unexpected that the Beast King would go to such lengths for their sake, signaling to the Zhuangshi clan that the Beast City stands firmly beside Shizhu, ensuring that the clan will no longer pose a threat to him. Observing Huan's conflicted expression, the steward recalls how the female Hunyo relentlessly pursued him, leaving him hesitant to step into the Beast City. With a smirk, he reassures, "Do not worry, Huan. Our Hunyo is quite straightforward. Since you are now another's beast husband, she will naturally cease her pursuit." Huan breathes a sigh of relief, though skepticism lingers. However, Shizhu's condition is indeed dire, leaving them with no other choice. They follow the steward into the beast city of the northern continent, where Shizhu is taken to the shaman. Thanks to Bai Ying's prior guidance on healing external wounds, And with Lang Ji, who has accompanied Yu Ling in healing, Shiju's condition indeed improves. Huan is also free from Hunyo's harassment. Yet they do not encounter the Beast King. As Lang Ji exits the shaman's stone hut, he unexpectedly encounters two familiar beastmen tugging at each other, Ai Ma and Li Ta from the Wolf Clan. But you shouldn't be here. Why are you in this place? Li Ta, how can you spread such nonsense? Ai Ma scolds, pulling Li Ta, who has been making unfounded claims in the Beast City, insisting that Yu Ling is a messenger of the Beast God seeking profit. Ai Ma cannot tolerate it. Li Ta scoffs at Ai Ma, pushing her away. That is my concern. Mind your own business and stop bothering me. Had it not been for their schemes, she would never have given birth to that litter of wolf cubs. Initially, the first litter was by Ying's, who was also her beast husband. Just thinking about how Bai Ying was manipulated by Yu Ling fills her with rage, wishing to tear them apart. Now that the Wolf Clan has fallen, she sees no fault in striving for a better life. Moreover, she overheard this revelation at the time of the Elder's death. A colossal secret she believes connects Yu Ling's subsequent appearances. Li Ta is convinced that Yu Ling is indeed the Beast God's messenger. And since the Elder forbade them from speaking of it, she is determined to uncover the mystery that lies beneath. However, this information has granted her a plethora of animal hides and salt crystals. To her surprise, Yu Ling is not without influence, at least providing her with a life of abundance. Lang Ji swiftly approaches to steady Ai Ma, preventing her from falling. Both Ai Ma and Li Ta are taken aback at encountering Lang Ji, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Lang Ji, what brings you here? Were you not with Yu Ling in the southern continent's Ling, Hu clan? Ai Ma exclaims, Coveringer maut in disbelief. Lamki frons, casting a glings ate Li Ta. Recalling how she once incited him to use the love flower against Yu Ling. She is certainly no virtuous female. He dismisses Ai Ma's query and instead asks, why are you not in the clan? What brings you here? Upon hearing this, Ai Ma's face drains of color, turning as pale as a ghost. Memories of horrific scenes from the past surge forth, flooding her mind. The terrifying beast tide had swept in like an unstoppable torrent, mercilessly engulfing the entire wolf clan. The screams of terrified beastmen, the thunderous collapse of stone caves, and the furious roars of wild beasts intertwined in chaos. The once peaceful clan was suddenly transformed into a hellish nightmare, blood staining the earth, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. At that moment, she was engulfed in sheer terror and despair, believing death was inevitable. It was her beast husband and the clan's beastmen who fought valiantly to carve out a path for her. They struggled through the chaos and bloodshed, enduring countless hardships before finally escaping that nightmarish place. Afterward, they traveled tirelessly, braving the elements, ultimately reaching the beast city, but her beast husbands were already battered and bruised, having perished from the long journey, even Lang Zhua and Lang Yu. Though this event is now in the past, the painful experience is forever etched in Ai Ma's heart, an indelible scar that cannot heal. Li Ta, observing Lang Ji's expression, cannot help but chuckle. Lang Ji, it seems you are not yet aware. The wolf clan has been annihilated. Lang Ji is taken aback, stepping back in disbelief as he gazes at Li Ta, then quickly approaches her, gripping her shoulders, his voice tinged with urgency. Li Ta, what did you just say? Li Ta revels in Lang Ji's shocked demeanor, her smile deepening with delight as she maliciously replies. The beast tide has swept away the wolf clan, including your beast mother, beast father, and shaman, all lie in that blood-soaked ground, devoured by wild beasts until not a shred remains, their bones completely obliterated. Li Ta, how can you utter such words with a smile? Had it not been for the clan taking you in, you would have perished in the wild. Ai Ma retorts, unable to bear the sight of Li Ta's cruel smile. Each member of the wolf clan was her kin, her family. The once mournful past is casually recounted by Li Ta, who wears a smile laced with malice. Li Ta shrugs off Lang Ji's grip, her mockery growing more pronounced. I am a female. It was not your wolf clan that sheltered me. I merely went to your clan. Had it not been for that weak patterned beastman bringing her to the wolf clan, she would never have stooped to bond with such lowly beastmen or borne them a litter of cubs. Lang Ji, feeling a wave of resonance in his mind, turns to Ai Ma. Ai Ma, is what Li Ta says true? Aima had long perceived that Rita's usual gentleness and kindness were mere facades, concealing a profoundly malevolent nature. The old chieftains had treated her with utmost benevolence. As Aima gazed at the bloodshot eyes of the wolf trail, she nodded with great difficulty. The beast tide was approaching with ferocity, rendering our tribe utterly defenseless. Fortunately, the patrolling beastmen had detected the impending disaster in advance, allowing us females to escape. All the male beastmen within the tribe perished in battle. As Aima spoke, her sorrow deepened, her voice tinged with an unmistakable quaver of grief. At that moment, the beastmen had hidden them in a cave, but none had anticipated that the beast tide would directly assault their tribe. They all perished. Rita echoed her words, mourning the loss of her beast husband and their newborn cub, who, along with the females, were the first to receive protection. She had willingly relinquished them, knowing that carrying a brood of cubs would only hinder her escape. Aima wiped her eyes and shot a furious glare at the gloating Rita, who had only crossed paths with her after arriving in Beast City. Rita spread malicious rumors about Yuling, deceiving others for her own gain. Upon hearing this news, the wolf trail froze in disbelief, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. His eyes widened, filled with incredulity and shock. The revelations struck him like a tempest, nearly overwhelming him with despair. He could hardly fathom that the beast father and mother, who had nurtured him with love and care, would meet such a tragic end amidst that horrific beast tide. Memories of their warm smiles and embraces flooded his mind, now reduced to distant, painful recollections. The wolf trail's heart felt as though it had been shattered into countless fragments, each bearing the weight of unending sorrow and despair. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, cascading down his cheeks and falling to the ground below. Your fortunate wolf trail. To have evaded this beast tide is a pity for them, Rita laughed. But why are you in Beast City? You haven't officially formed a bond, have you? Could it be that Yuling discarded you? It's no wonder. Your chieftain father indulged the tribe, neglecting her, so it's understandable you were callously abandoned. How pitiable. As Rita relished the torment she inflicted upon the heartbroken wolf trail, her voice grew louder with delight. Rita, cease your words. Aima glared fiercely at her. You think you can silence me? I shall speak. Rita's delight only intensified as she noticed the wolf trail's increasingly ghastly expression. With a sharp slap, Aima struck Rita across the face. Rita covered her cheek, incredulous. Aima, how dare you hit me? Aima replied, that was for you, the wicked female. The two females soon became embroiled in a fierce struggle. Chapter 208. It's UIC Kyun waited anxiously for Wolf Trail's return, contemplating whether this was the Beast King's conspiracy, deliberately luring them here to separate and dismantle them. Thus, Hyun, fueled by determination, stormed into the Beast King's palace, only to encounter the Beast King's offspring, Hyunyu. Hyunyu cast a peculiar glance at Hyun. What madness are you up to? Upon closer inspection, Hyun remained as striking as ever, though sadly not for Hyunyu's affections. What has become of Shujwa and Wolf Trail? Hyun inquired of Hyunyu. Hyunyu rolled her eyes, and just then, the Beast King emerged, casting a commanding gaze upon Hyunyu, and the injured beastmen strewn about. What is going on? Where are Wolf Trail and Shujwa? Hyun demanded. The Beast King signaled, and a beastman stepped forth to report. Hyun, Shujwa remains with the city as shaman. As for Wolf Trail, he left the city shortly after departing from the shaman's dwelling. Hyun frowned, clearly skeptical of this explanation. Let us visit the shaman. Should you deceive me, you shall seek me out. The Beast King instructed Hyun, who then departed for the shaman's stone dwelling. The Beast King seemed unconcerned. The steward observed the sprawled beastmen and noted that Hyun had dared to attack the Beast King's palace. He ought to be apprehended and expelled from Beast City. Hyunyu, too, was bewildered by her father's unusual leniency. The Beast King glanced at the steward before preparing to turn away. The steward, watching him, reported, there have been recent rumors regarding the Beast God as emissary. The Beast King paused, turning slightly to signal the steward to continue. A female from the wolf tribe has been speaking of this. The beastmen in the city are abuzz with discussion. The Beast King's voice turned cold. Seize her. The steward and Hyunyu exchanged incredulous looks, particularly Hyunyu. It was unprecedented to capture a female, regardless of her transgressions. But she is a female, Hyunyu protested. The Beast King fixed Hyunyu with a stern gaze before directing his attention back to the steward. Proceed as I commanded. The steward, fearful of defying the Beast King's orders, bowed respectfully. Yes. Hyun arrived at the shaman's stone dwelling to find Shujwa still asleep, wrapped tightly in animal skins. After inquiring about Wolf Trail, the shaman revealed that Wolf Trail had departed long ago, relying on her keen sense of smell. Hyun soon caught a whiff of Wolf Trail's scent at the city gates, leading towards the wolf tribe. Hyun could not help but mutter, day after day, both of them are such a source of worry. Wolf Trail pressed onward with relentless determination towards the wolf tribe. Finally, upon re-entering this familiar land, he was struck dumb by the desolation before him. This was no longer the warm and safe tribe that had once provided him with boundless shelter. It now lay in ruins, a sight too harrowing to behold. The formerly even ground was marred with deep craters, as if ravaged by a colossal force. Dried bloodstains were visible everywhere, these dark crimson marks resembling ghastly scars that bore witness to the horrific battles that had transpired. The carcasses of fierce beasts lay strewn about, long decayed from exposure to the elements, emitting a nauseating stench. Even more horrifying, countless insects and maggots crawled over the putrid ground, greedily feasting on the remnants of flesh, rendering the scene even more grotesque and revolting. Additionally, numerous dismembered limbs and severed body parts lay scattered, making it impossible to discern which tribe members they belonged to. Gazing upon this macabre spectacle, Wolf Trail felt his heart wrenched in agony. He could no longer contain his emotions, collapsing heavily to the ground. Tears blurred his vision as he pounded the earth with his fists, murmuring, "How could this happen? How could this be?" After a brief moment of respite, he dashed frantically toward the cave of his beast father and mother, only to find it collapsed, the stones stained with splotches of blood. Nearby lay a mound of crushed bones and fur, utterly unrecognizable. Wolf Trail suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a heart-rending wail that seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of the soul. This anguished cry resonated as if it could pierce the heavens, shattering everything in its wake. His body trembled violently from the depths of his torment, as if all strength had been siphoned away. He slowly curled up on the cold, hard ground. Huan, following closely behind, felt increasingly uneasy. Wolf Trail's trail was like a tempest, swift and unhesitating, showing no signs of pause. When Huan finally arrived at the wolf tribe, the sight before him left him utterly speechless, filled with shock and disbelief. The once prosperous and thriving Longzhu tribe has now been reduced to mere ruins, a desolate expanse marred by devastation. Scattered amidst the broken walls lie incomplete corpses, the earth stained with blood, while the air is thick with the acrid scent of iron and charred remains. Langji, like a soulless wraith, wanders through the wasteland of his tribe, his demeanor vacant and forlorn. He bends down, mechanically gathering the dismembered limbs strewn about, his eyes devoid of life, as if he has lost all essence of being. Not far away, a roaring bonfire dances wildly, thick plumes of smoke spiraling upward like a colossal black dragon reaching for the heavens. As Foxhuan gazes upon the grim scene, a profound heaviness settles upon his heart. He exhales deeply and strides slowly towards Langji. Once beside him, Foxhuan silently squats down, joining Langji in the somber task of collecting the scattered remains. Their movements are gentle and cautious, as if they fear to awaken the spirits of the departed. Foxhuan watches the blazing fire, which is filled with the remains of the Longzhu tribe's beastmen. They will surely journey to the realm of the beast god. Langji remains silent, his eyes bloodshot, watching the rising black smoke with an unbearable weight in his heart, for within it lie his kin, his people. The fire has consumed the bodies of the Longzhu tribe's beastmen for an entire day, and at last, Langji can bear it no longer, collapsing onto the cold ground. Foxhuan observes Langji's unconscious form, feeling none of the usual envy or irritation. This time, he genuinely sympathizes with the one who has lost all his loved ones. He hoists Langji onto his back, taking careful steps towards the beast city of the northern continent. Lita never anticipated that upon returning to the stone house, she would encounter dozens of guards from the beast city. She wondered if the beastmen were displeased by her mistreatment and had come to her aid. Thoughts of Aiyima, that large-breasted yet dim-witted female, filled her with ire, having already pulled out a considerable amount of her hair. She never thought she would be bested by Aiyima, which left her quite vexed. "You are here to help me, right?" she exclaimed. "That Aiyima female attacked me." Lita babbled on. The leading guard frowned impatiently. "Is this about the beast god's messenger?" Lita's heart leapt, and she nodded vigorously. "Yes, that's me." Little did she know that this news had spread, likely reaching the beast king, who wanted her to divulge more about the beast god's messenger. She mused over the demands she could propose to the beast king, with the first being to expel Aiyima and Langji. Just as Lita reveled in her thoughts, she noticed the guard's expressions darken. "As long as you are that person, seize her and take her away." Lita was taken aback, looking around in confusion. "Why are you arresting me? Shouldn't you be apprehending other beastmen? You are the one we are capturing." Chapter 209. Divergent thoughts. Yueling finally received news from the northern continent. who had taken the initiative to reach out. Hearing that everyone was safe brought her immense joy, as the heavy stone that had weighed on her heart for days was finally lifted. However, she never anticipated the annihilation of the Longzhu tribe. It seemed that fate had other plans, as the beast tide had repeatedly surged towards the Longzhu tribe. Yueling felt that their location was particularly ill-fated, fraught with calamity. System 999 remarked, "Who asked them to bully the original host? This is clearly retribution." Yueling chuckled. "I never realized you had such a vendetta against evil." It's only natural." Being's expression was grave. After all, he was a native beastman of the Longzhu tribe. The chief female, and the old shaman had all treated him well. And now the tribe had been obliterated by the beast tide, leaving him in profound sorrow. The matter of the beast god's messenger spread far more rapidly than anticipated. Within a month, it had reached every continent. The southern continent SB city was bustling with beastmen, far surpassing the number that had attended the previous gathering, all eager to catch a glimpse of the beast god's messenger, unaware of how the news had reached them. Yueling felt like a monkey in a zoo. Had it not been for the guards set in place by the Beast King, her stone house would surely have been trampled to dust. Her beast husbands were by her side, protecting her. In just a few days, they would reunite with Shizhua and the others, and the thought warmed her heart, making her long to see them immediately. "Host, don't you think they're more like fans chasing a star than spectators at a zoo?" System 999 quipped. "It's reminiscent of those frenzied fans in the main world. You've become famous in the beast realm." Yueling replied, "You leave me speechless." She found herself oddly charmed by System 999's raucous laughter. In the Peacock tribe, Keiwa never imagined that the diminutive female of the Spirit Fox tribe was the beast god's messenger. How could that be? The messenger of the beast god is so noble. How could it be someone as weak as her? It must be a rumor, a deception. It was certainly some shameless beast man spreading such tales. There was no way that Yueling could be the esteemed beast god's messenger. Keiwa grumbled indignantly, that shameless Lita. Deep down, she was uncertain. What if Yueling truly was the messenger? But given how she had treated them back then, what if she was a vengeful female who might leverage her identity to cause trouble? Furthermore, why should all the advantages go to the Spirit Fox female? Keiwa quickly instructed her beast husband, "Go investigate Yueling thoroughly. If she dares impersonate the beast god's messenger, she will surely meet her end." The identity of the beast god's messenger is of great significance. Even if she is a female, impersonating such a figure is a grave offense. At that time, the beast realm may well no longer be a place where she can find refuge, and even Huji would not be able to protect his sister. "Do not worry, my lady. If that Spirit Fox female truly is the beast god's messenger, Huji and the others would never conceal it. They would be eager to announce to all beastmen that their tribe has produced another beast god's messenger, one of Keiwa's beast husbands, who had previously been beaten by Shizhua, flattered." Upon hearing this, Keiwa's expression softened slightly. With her husband's words, she became increasingly convinced that there was something amiss with Yueling being the beast god's messenger. A peculiar smile crept across her face. She was determined to uncover their hidden intentions. In light of this, she resolved to investigate Yueling's past. She had heard that she hailed from the northern continent. "You go notify the Peacock tribe in the northern continent and ask them to assist us in our inquiries. Tell them that should they help me uncover the truth, I will accept one of their beastmen as my first beast husband." "My position for first beast husband is still vacant," Keiwa declared with satisfaction. The sycophantic beastman was momentarily taken aback, but eventually acquiesced. "Understood, my lady." Reflecting on the fate of Keiwa's last first beast husband, they all knew how he had perished without having done anything wrong, mercilessly killed by Keiwa. This realization brought a sense of melancholy. Faced with such a callous female, he could only strive to win her favor to avoid being cast aside and reduced to a wandering beastman. In the Eagle tribe, the chief was heartbroken upon hearing the rumors. He had not considered the possibility of saving the female Yueling. Normally, shamans could hardly detoxify. It was already a rarity for them to treat common ailments. He never imagined he had missed such a golden opportunity. Oh dear, the Eagle chief fretted. Pacing anxiously in the treehouse built atop a grand tree, his brow furrowed in distress. Meanwhile, Kangza sat quietly beside him, watching the chief's frantic movements with a sense of helplessness, feeling as though his own head might spin from the constant motion. "Chief, are you not tired?" Kangza asked. "Tired? How could I be tired? Kangza, do you know what identity the female Yueling holds?" The Eagle chief replied hurriedly. Kangza furrowed his brow in confusion. Isn't she just a female of the Spirit Fox tribe? That, however, is the Beast God's messenger, the closest existence to the Beast God. Do you not realize that the entire continent is in chaos? The orcs in the southern continent's Beast City are scrambling desperately, said the chief of the Eagle clan. Song Zhe was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the female's identity would be of such significance. Yet, upon closer examination, there were indeed clues to her uniqueness. Her healing powers and her peculiar abilities were testament to her extraordinary nature. I had seen through that female, that Moon Ling, long ago. No, it is not her, but the Beast God's messenger who has set her sights on you. Why do you maintain such reserve? A male orc is more hesitant than a mere female. And now, look what has happened. The female master is gone. Gangsha, I believe you have been rendered foolish by that poison. If I were you, I would have long since surrendered. The Beast God's messenger is not only beautiful, but possesses a good character. Countless orcs in the clan are yearning for her, yet only you, Song Jiao, are given the chance to interact with her. What is the result? One is more useless than the last, and it truly drives this old chief to despair. The chief of the Eagle clan vented his frustrations, leaving Song Zhe feeling overwhelmed. He harbored feelings for Moon Ling not only upon discovering her identity, but from before she had saved him. And how could he not feel something in their interactions? Alas, now that she is lost, she will undoubtedly choose a more suitable beast husband, and he would quietly wish her well. Meanwhile, upon learning that Moon Ling was indeed the Beast God's messenger, Song Jiao turned pale. How could a mere six-pattern orc like him ever attract someone of her noble status? He was even inferior to Song Zhe, the shaman. The atmosphere among the Ling Hu clan became significantly more grave. No one had anticipated that events would escalate to this point. Their previous schemes had turned to naught, and the secrets they sought to conceal had been laid bare. Now, they even knew that Moon Ling was in the Beast City of the southern continent. Hu Ji relayed the news received from the Beast King of the northern continent in detail to his beast brothers and Hu Shui, Hu Zhao. This information came from a female of the former Wolf clan, who had taken advantage of Moon Ling's name to swindle in the Beast City of the northern continent, acquiring a considerable amount of beast skins. It was through her that Moon Ling's true identity had been revealed. Hu Zhao exclaimed angrily. I always knew the Wolf clan was no good. They only create obstacles, harming Sister Moon Ling. Do not be angry. You are with child, Hu Shui quickly soothed. This was Hu Zhao's first litter, and it held profound significance not only for Hu Ji and Hu Zhao, but also for Hu Shui, as a beast mother. Hu Ji half embraced Hu Zhao. Yes, do not be upset. We will handle this matter well. Hu Zhao replied, I'm not as delicate as you think. I truly wonder how Sister Moon Ling is doing. I have missed her dearly. We will bring her back soon. Our family of beasts will never be apart. How we assured. Hu Zhao nodded in agreement. Hu Ning and Bao Yin, you must closely monitor the movements of the wandering orcs. We cannot allow the events of that year to repeat. Song Sun assigned tasks. Hu Ning and Bao Yin nodded solemnly. Hu Ning felt aggrieved. Ever since his sister joined the Ling Hu clan, he was no longer her only beast brother, and he had been subjected to much torment. Seeing his sister far less frequently, the group's eyes gleamed with determination. Even at the cost of their lives, they would ensure the safety of their sister, as a means to fulfill the regrets left by their beast mother. With their sister around, they felt that life held promise, filled with laughter and joy. Discussions across the continents regarding Moon Ling's identity as the Beast God's messenger sparked dissenting voices. Some orcs claimed Moon Ling was merely a mad and foolish female, not the Beast God's messenger, while others accused her of feigning this identity to obtain more resources, beast crystals, beast skins, salt crystals, and quality beast husbands. Moon Ling had hoped to let the matter rest, believing that by tarnishing her reputation, they would cease to regard her as the Beast God's messenger and leave her be. She had not ventured outside her stone abode for an extended period, akin to imprisonment, and this opportunity was her chance to liberate herself. However, opposition voices surged, listing those few who had saved her, with even the Eagle clan and the Flower Leopard clan speaking in her defense. Host, impersonating the Beast God's messenger is no trivial matter. Should you be exposed, it will not only affect you, but also the Ling Hu clan, potentially inviting a joint attack from hostile clans, System 999 warned. But I am not. Moon Ling was taken aback by the gravity of the situation. She was not the Beast God's messenger. Host, you must not view it this way. You must believe you are indeed the Beast God's messenger, and you must embody that role. Moonling lamented that after telling one lie, it became increasingly difficult to extricate herself. She had intended to deny being the beast god's messenger, yet here she was compelled to acknowledge it. What was happening? Moonling found herself utterly perplexed. Female master, a youthful voice called out as a fair and adorable face appeared at the entrance. Moonling soon learned that this Yunjin was even older than her elder brother. His face and voice were so deceiving that they led Moonling to believe he was much younger than herself, as he appeared no older than 17 or 18. What nonsense! I'm not your female master, she retorted, as Xiache grew weary of this soft bunny clan beast who could only act cute and cling to her, calling her female master with relentless persistence. Humph, if the female master has seen all of me, then I am indeed hers. Yunjin rolled his eyes, quickly stepping inside and leaning against Moonling's lap. Moonling pushed him away gently. What are you doing? Yunjin persisted. Wasn't the female master fond of holding me when I was in my beast form and petting my fluffy head? He blinked his large, round eyes adorably. Moonling's heart was struck by a wave of affection. She finally understood why straight men often gazed at cute girls with such infatuation. She had to admit, Yunjin's beauty was indeed breathtaking. His visage resembled a flower blooming in spring, compelling one to steal glances. His skin was as fair as snow, delicate and fine, while his large eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, full of life and spirit. Beneath his prominent nose, his cherry-like lips curled into a charming smile, exuding warmth and sweetness. His features were exquisitely crafted, without a single flaw, perfectly showcasing his beauty and allure. Such a countenance seemed to have stepped out of a novel, embodying the image of a captivating young flower, evoking a sense of protective affection. What cute little brother, Yunjin said, clutching Moonling's hand and placing it atop his head, presenting a most obedient demeanor. Xiache remarked, this is truly unbearable to watch. But you are not a rabbit. You are an orc. Moonling replied, recalling how she had once regarded him as a mere pet, but now, he was an orc, a male orc at that. This Yunjin seemed to have latched onto her, incessantly calling her female master, despite her repeated corrections that she was not his female master. He refused to change his address. The reason she did not forcibly send Yunjin away was that he was currently the only lead they had to unravel the intentions of these wandering orcs. Upon hearing her words, Yunjin smiled brightly and instantly transformed into his beast form, becoming a cute rabbit curled up on Moonling's lap. Female master, can I be petted like this? Yunjin asked. Moonling replied, that is quite unnecessary. Observing Yunjin on her lap and hearing the commotion downstairs, she hastily set him on the table. It's hot. Holding you is uncomfortable. Yunjin's face fell, and his once bright, star-like eyes seemed to cloud over with a veil of sadness. After speaking, Moonling hurried downstairs. He stood there lost in thought, an inexplicable sense of disappointment flooding his heart. Had he truly been cast aside? However, after just a fleeting moment of confusion and discouragement, Yunjin resolutely shook his head, determined to cast aside those negative emotions. No, he absolutely could not be so easily defeated. How could he retreat in the pursuit of the female he adored due to a trifling setback? On the path of chasing after his beloved female, having a thin skin was simply unacceptable. One must possess a thick skin to embrace their fair counterpart. Sure, Jian remarked, is your skin not thick enough? It should be as thick as the walls of Beast City. Having just exited the Beast King's residence, Shi Jian hastily returned to the stone house. Upon seeing Yuling, all his frustration vanished instantly. He hurried over and enveloped her in a warm embrace, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her. Yuling spun several times under Shi Jian's gentle force before he securely set her down. Did you miss me? Shi Jian inquired. Yuling nodded in response. Given her identity, Shi Jian had been exceptionally busy these past few days, hardly resting, returning home late at night and leaving before dawn. Seeing Yuling's obedient demeanor, Shi Jian couldn't help but stroke her head, saying, I missed you too. What is happening outside? Bai Ying, on the first floor, observed their affectionate embrace, with his gaze eventually resting on Yuling. Some beastmen outside claimed that Yuling was a false envoy of the beast god, while others insisted she was genuine. Thus, two factions had formed, both demanding that Yuling prove her identity as the beast god's envoy. Shi Jian explained, these beastmen are aggressive, causing us considerable headaches. How can I prove it? Yuling wondered, curious if she was expected to perform a ritual, jumping around like a charlatan, as she had seen in her previous encounters with superstitious practices. Shi Jian looked at Yuling and said, heal a seriously injured beastman. If you succeed, it will serve as proof. If not, it will imply that Yu Ling has deceived the beastmen and disrespected the beast god and the consequences. Shi Jian's sentence trailed off, but Yu Ling understood. In this world, the beastmen revered the beast god. As a believer, showing disrespect towards her deity was a profoundly serious matter. As System 999 had mentioned, if this were mishandled, it would not only endanger her, but could also implicate the Ling Hu clan. They are attempting to force Yu Ling to reveal herself, Bai Ying stated succinctly. These beastmen had besieged the southern continent's Beast City for an extended period. Having never seen Yu Ling, their actions were likely intended to compel her to make an appearance. Chapter 211. Proof Yu Ling felt helpless and offered Bai Ying a reassuring smile. It was indeed a dilemma. Just thinking about it made her head ache. The Beast City had entered a state of complete lockdown, with fully armed beastmen patrols traversing every street. Despite such stringent security measures, the overwhelming number of beastmen entering the city inevitably led to some lapses. In a remote and shadowy corner of Beast City, a mysterious figure quietly emerged. It was an exceptionally tall beastman, wrapped from head to toe in a black beast hide, with even his face concealed beneath the heavy material, leaving only a pair of amber eyes glimmering like flames. Those eyes fixated intently on Yu Ling's residence, betraying an indescribable focus and yearning. The Beast King felt an immense pressure weighing upon him. He had initially believed everything was under control, yet the unfolding events had exceeded his expectations, spiraling out of control. Now, the entire Beast City was engulfed in chaos and uproar, with beastmen clamoring to see the Beast Goddess envoy. Their emotions ran high, as if driven by an invisible force. The streets were filled with cries and footsteps. Moreover, pressure was mounting from the Beast Kings of the eastern and western continents. Even as he tried to protect her, rumors abounded, each person asserting their own perspective. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for Yu Ling. After all, the vast majority of beastmen had never witnessed her miraculous healing abilities firsthand and had only heard tales. When it was announced that Yu Ling was willing to heal a beastman to prove herself, the Beast King let out a long sigh of relief. Reiterating his insistence, "You must ensure Yu Ling's safety." Although the Beast King had never seen Yu Ling demonstrate her powers, he believed in his child and trusted that the Ling Hu clan would not exploit the name of the beast god to deceive them. Yu Ling understood that this identity validation was of paramount importance, not only for proving her authenticity as the beast god's envoy, but also for the healing of the injured beastman, as well as the future circumstances of the Ling Hu clan. Therefore, she needed to prepare thoroughly in advance, particularly in gathering sufficient and useful herbs. However, the quantity of herbs brought from the Ying clan and the Ling Hu clan had been nearly depleted in treating Yunjin, leaving her with very few. If she did not replenish them promptly, she might find herself helpless when the critical moment arrived. In such a scenario, not only would she fail to complete the healing proof for the beastmen, but it would also cast deep doubts on her identity as the beast god's envoy, potentially leading others to deem her an imposter. As she contemplated this, Yu Ling felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, but she quickly regained her composure, deciding to venture into the surrounding forest to seek more herbs. "Tell me what you need, and I will help you find it. The outside is not safe," Bai Ying said softly, gazing at Yu Ling with concern. Yu Ling, touched by Bai Ying's worry, responded, "It's hot outside. There's no rush. We'll go out later. I've been cooped up in this stone house for too long. I feel like I'm going moldy. I'll hide myself well, and you can take me out." Yu Ling was uncertain about what exactly she needed. Asking System 999 was too broad, and there were aspects of its advice she did not fully comprehend. In the past, their sketches had always differed, leading to prolonged searches. Later? "It's too late. Going out now is too dangerous," Xie interjected disapprovingly. "Those fierce beasts are most active at night. What if you run into one and get hurt?" Yu Ling complied. "I promise I will be good and won't stray more than 5 steps from you. You are all 7 pattern beastmen. Can't you protect me?" "Oh, Xie, why have you become so rigid?" Yu Ling approached and playfully tugged at Xie's arm. Why has Xie become so much like Bai Ying? Have they spent too much time together and been assimilated? Xie, with his dark skin tinged with a hint of red, found it impossible to withstand Yu Ling's charm. He finally understood why Bai Ying always acquiesced whenever Yu Ling acted coy. Bai Ying chuckled at Yu Ling's antics, wondering how long Xie could hold out. Yet, before he could respond, Xie surrendered. All right, he conceded. Xie is wonderful. Yu Ling hooked her arm around Xie's, and he bent down, allowing her to plant a kiss on his cheek. Bai Ying also leaned in, and Yu Ling gave him a kiss as well. You are both so wonderful. Yu Ling beamed. The feeling of being unconditionally adored was truly delightful. What about me? My lady, I want a kiss too. Yin Jin rushed downstairs. Seeing Yu Ling kissing Bai Ying and Xie, he quickly approached, feeling left out. Why do they get kisses while I can only watch? Get lost. Bai Ying couldn't help but kick Yun Jin aside, exasperated by his constant presence. Yun Jin could have dodged but chose to take the hit, landing on the ground as if he had suffered a great injustice. He looked up at Yu Ling and lamented, My lady, Bai Ying hit me. Yu Ling initially believed that Yun Jin was being mistreated, as he was a vegetarian beastman with only 5 marks of beast patterns. However, after repeated encounters, she became somewhat desensitized. This Yun Jin, a particularly theatrical rabbit, constantly added drama to his own narrative, highlighting his tragic yet admirable persona, though the admired part was notably absent. Stop pretending. The more you act, the more Bai Ying wants to strike you. To say nothing of Bai Ying. Even I want to hit you, Xie threatened while rubbing his wrist. Yu Ling couldn't help but chuckle at their interaction, saying, All right, we're all family. It's not that serious. Upon hearing her words, Yun Jin's eyes brightened with joy. Mistress, will you take me in? Yu Ling was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, while Bai Ying and Xie looked at her, eager to hear her response. You are of my beast mother's kin. Thus you are family, half a beast brother. Naturally, we are all one family, Yu Ling quickly explained. Her mind was a chaotic mess, leaving little room to contemplate adopting a beast husband. Yun Jin's heart sank as if doused with ice water, instantly feeling a chill. I do not wish to be your beast brother, he stated defiantly, longing to be her beast husband instead. When Shi Jian returned, he was met with a rather peculiar scene. Yu Ling, Bai Ying, Xie, and an irksome Yun Jin, who was not pleased. Yu Ling was also carrying a beast hide bag, fully wrapped in a large piece of beast skin. Where you all headed? The outside is filled with beastmen. We cannot go out. What if there are bad beasts? What if Yu Ling encounters danger? No, it's not safe, Shi Jian disapproved, observing the group preparing to leave. Outside, numerous beastmen were craning their necks to see what was happening inside, while the group wished to venture out. So many eyes were watching. Not even a fly could escape unnoticed. But we need Yu Ling to prove her identity. To heal the beastmen, we must go out to gather herbs. And we don't know where to find them, Xie argued. He too was reluctant, yet felt there was no alternative. Furthermore, Yu Ling's adorable pleas were utterly irresistible. Shi Jian paused. He trusted Yu Ling, especially since this bothersome Yun Jin had been saved against the odds. However, Xie had a point. Their beast city had shamans, yet they only possessed remedies for common ailments, lacking the rare herbs that had saved Yun Jin. Seeing Shi Jian in distress, Yu Ling hurriedly approached him. Then, Shi Jian, will you accompany me? With your protection, it will surely be safe. It was around 6 in the evening, and apart from the cooler night, it was the most pleasant time of day. If they hurried, they could return within 3 hours, allowing her to get some fresh air. Xie gave Yu Ling a meaningful glance, and she realized he too wished to wander outside. She quickly grabbed Shi Jian's arm, pouting, Please, Shi Jian, just accompany me. Yun Jin pouted in response, feeling somewhat left out, while Yu Ling lavished her affections upon them. Fine, pursuing a female requires a thick skin. There is no time to be petty now. Faced with Yu Ling's charming yet irresistible display of affection, even Shi Jian, known for his steadfastness, found himself weakening. He slowly extended a broad palm to cover half of his face, attempting to mask the inner turmoil and the smile that threatened to emerge. Despite his efforts to suppress the upward curve of his lips, the delightful smile could not be completely concealed. Bai Ying observed with an expression that seemed to say, I knew it would be like this. Shi Jian led Yu Ling and the others to the back of the stone house, where a patch of grass revealed a passage suitable for human passage. Yu Ling frowned. It looked unmistakably like a dog hole. I used to sneak out from here when my beast parents wouldn't let me play outside, Shi Jian said, skillfully parting the grass. Yu Ling, Bai Ying, Xie, and Yun Jin wore expressions of disbelief, surprised to see Shi Jian's mischievous side. The opening was semicircular, just large enough for Yu Ling to pass through, but not for the others. So, does that mean I have to crawl through the dog hole alone? She asked, feeling somewhat disheartened. The chosen dog hole contestant. Shi Jian nodded at her. We'll wait for you outside. You climb out afterward. Very well. Yu Ling pouted, disappointed that they couldn't all crawl through together. Mistress, I will accompany you, Yun Jin said, noticing Yu Ling's dejection, smiling brightly. In an instant, Yunjin transformed into a soft, white rabbit, hopping eagerly toward the dog hole. All right, you all hurry outside and wait for us. Don't let anyone spot you, Yuling urged as she saw Yunjin begin to crawl. Bai Ying nodded in agreement before leaving, casting a few concerned glances back. This troublesome rabbit did have some redeeming qualities. As soon as Yuling emerged from the cave, she couldn't resist inhaling the fresh air outside the stone house. Bai Ying adjusted the beast hide around her to conceal her form. Yuling gazed at the evening sky and urged, "Let us hurry." However, after just a few steps, she turned back to Shi Jian with suspicion. "Aren't you unable to leave the beast city? How can you accompany me?" Shi Jian sighed, nearly forgetting that detail. "I can't leave the beast city for too long, but I can step outside." Yuling mumbled doubtfully, "Is that so?" "I don't remember it being said that way." Shi Jian chuckled. There was no specific reason preventing the Beast King and the heir from leaving the city, but they could still hunt nearby. To avoid being recognized, Shi Jian wrapped himself in a beast hide as they made their way to the city gate. This beast city resembled an ocean of beastmen. Everywhere she looked, the streets were packed with people, shoulder to shoulder, creating a scene of overwhelming crowds. Poor Yuling. If not for Bai Ying and the others fiercely protecting her, she would have struggled to navigate through the throng. Finally, she broke free from the bustling crowd and arrived at the city gate. To her surprise, thousands of beastmen had gathered here as well, forming small groups engaged in animated discussions. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were all talking about her. One beastman exclaimed excitedly, "Have you heard? Tomorrow, the legendary beast god's messenger will appear in person to heal us beastmen and prove her innocence." As soon as he spoke, a wave of chatter erupted around him. Some beastmen wore expressions of hope and anticipation, while others were skeptical, filled with curiosity and doubt about this mysterious messenger. "Didn't you hear? This female was once an inconspicuous madwoman from the Wolf clan. How could a madwoman possibly be the beast god's messenger? They are surely spreading rumors. Just wait. She will surely embarrass herself tomorrow, and the entire Ling Hu clan will be implicated. She'll bring shame to the South Continent, even if she is a female. No clan will dare take in a fraud posing as the beast god's messenger, a female full of lies. If she has nowhere to go, she will become a wandering beastman. Hee. I have never seen a wandering female. However, I've heard that this madwoman is particularly beautiful. Even if she is not the beast god's messenger, it's worth a glance at her face. What does beauty matter? Impersonating the beast god's messenger shows she is a malicious and greedy female. I detest such females the most. When she begs me to be her beast husband, I'll have to think it over. Ha! Several beastmen mocked, their words dripping with disdain and ridicule, painting Yuling in a most unfavorable light. Upon hearing this, Xie was ready to teach a lesson to those arrogant male beastmen, but was abruptly stopped by Yuling, who lowered her voice and said, "Do not act impulsively. Rest assured, Xie, tomorrow I will certainly give them a resounding slap in the face." Xie believed Yuling's words, forcefully suppressing the anger within him, nodding heavily in agreement. Bai Ying and Shi Jian stood like two cold statues, silently watching the male beastmen who were brazenly discussing and slandering Yuling. Their gazes as indifferent as cold stars, fixated on the offenders as if to etch their faces deep into their memories. A flicker of barely perceptible cold light glinted in Bai Ying's eyes as he clenched his fists, seemingly poised to charge at those ruffians at any moment. However, reason dictated that he must not act rashly. He needed to endure and bide his time for the right moment to teach these impudent individuals a lesson. Beside him, Shi Jian wore a frightfully dark expression, his jaw clenched tightly, cheeks bulging slightly from the exertion, thinking to himself, "I will make you pay for your insolent words." Yunjin had transformed into his beastman form, and, unable to contain his disdain, spat in the direction of the male beastmen. Scoundrels among male beastmen. How dare you slander the precious females? No wonder you remain single, worthless fools. All right, let us gather supplies. Tomorrow we shall strike them hard, Yuling declared, determined to make those who defamed her regret their actions. Chapter 213. The Firestarter. The level of development in the beast world is astonishingly low. Under the guidance of System 999, Yuling discovered numerous new herbs, some capable of healing internal and external injuries, as well as remedies for headaches and fevers. To her surprise, she also found flint, known as huishur. While her herb gathering was understandable, Shi Jian was perplexed by her collecting stones. "Yuling, what do you need those stones for?" he questioned. With a smile, Yuling replied, "These are not ordinary stones. This is called huishur, commonly referred to as firestone. A siliceous rock that is dense and hard, typically gray or black, and when struck, it breaks with a shell-like fracture. It can be used to start a fire, far superior to the method of friction from wood and much less labor-intensive. Even someone as clumsy as I can manage. Most of what she said was lost on them. The terminology of siliceous rocks and density incomprehensible, yet they understood that this could create a divine spark. Among them, only Baing, Xieche, and Shi Jian had ever witnessed fire being made, while Yunjin looked on with childlike curiosity. He asked, "Mistress, how can a mere stone produce heavenly fire?" The spark is usually a blessing bestowed by the beast god, and I have never heard of stones being able to generate such flames. Historically, sparks were said to fall from the heavens, and he had never heard of any other means to obtain fire. If a tribe lacked a spark, it meant they were not blessed by the beast god and would inevitably face extinction. After speaking, he regretted his words and quickly covered his mouth. "I do not mean to doubt your authority, mistress. I simply..." Yuling smiled at them, aware of their curiosity and skepticism regarding the miraculous stone. "You will see shortly." She picked up 2 pieces of flint and began to rub them together. As she continued, the stones started to warm, and soon, tiny sparks erupted from the point of contact. At that moment, Bai Ying, who had been silently observing, swiftly grabbed a handful of dry grass and carefully handed it to Yuling. She accepted the dry grass and brought the heated stones closer to it. Before long, wisps of faint blue smoke began to rise from the grass as it made contact with the flint. The smoke danced in the air like lively spirits, as if heralding an impending miracle. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The wisps of smoke thickened until they transformed into roaring flames. The flames danced joyfully, licking the surrounding air and emitting a radiant glow. Yunjin, Shi Jian, and Xieche widened their eyes, their mouths agape, their expressions filled with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that these ordinary stones could indeed produce such potent sparks. This was also Bai Ying's first encounter with fire being created in this manner. He had seen fire made from wood, but had never witnessed it from stones, and he was somewhat astonished. "I never expected you, mistress, to truly be the beast god's envoy. Only the envoy can summon heavenly fire," Yunjin exclaimed in shock. "Ah, so you doubted that Yuling was not the beast god's envoy," Xieche pointed out, finding a flaw in Yunjin's words. "I did not doubt. I was merely too astonished. Do you understand?" Yunjin hurriedly clarified. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Yuling had saved him and now conjured heavenly fire. Yet those beastmen were still defaming her. How could the beast god not strike them down with a celestial bolt? Yunjin quickly knelt by the fire, humbly bowing to Yuling. "Beast god's envoy, forgive my earlier disrespect." Xieche and Shi Jian similarly bowed to Yuling, thus formally acknowledging her identity. Baing crossed his arms, bemusedly observing Yuling. "This is rather awkward," she remarked, rubbing her nose, as she listened to Yunjin and saw the 3 beastmen kneeling before her, hastily urging them to rise. "All right, no need to kneel. I am merely an ordinary female." "You are anything but ordinary," Xieche asserted. "Mistress, you are the envoy of the beast god, who can summon heavenly fire. Why bother healing? Just summon a heavenly fire, and those beastmen will be silenced." Yunjin added, "If you can simply conjure a spark, it would compel them to acknowledge Yuling as the beast god's envoy, thus resolving our current predicament." Yuling understood Yunjin's intentions, yet her thoughts were far more profound. In this place, the knowledge possessed by the shamans was exceedingly limited. Many beastmen suffered injuries that were not fatal, yet due to a lack of proper and effective treatment, they ultimately succumbed to death. This filled her with immense sorrow and regret. Every time she heard of those who could have been saved but lost their lives due to inadequate care, a powerful urge surged within her to change this dire situation. Thus, a bold idea began to take shape in her mind. If these shamans lacked the expertise to treat certain injuries, why not impart her knowledge of relevant medical practices to them? In doing so, injured beastmen would receive timely and appropriate care, preventing further unnecessary loss of innocent lives. With this thought, her gaze became resolute. She was determined to realize this mission, ensuring that injured beastmen would no longer perish due to ignorance. Although she did not possess extensive medical knowledge, with System 999's assistance, she understood far more than those shamans. If she could publicly demonstrate her abilities as a healer, she would gain greater prestige, and any doubts regarding her skills would diminish significantly. However, fate is often ironic. They had initially intended to keep her abilities hidden, Yet now the entire continent was aware, and she was required to prove her legitimacy before all the beastmen, ensuring that her claims were indeed true. I have my own considerations, Yuling replied. After searching for a while longer, Buying took the bulging animal skin pouch from Yuling's waist. She was indeed feeling somewhat fatigued, so she sat upon Xie beast form, which, being that of a scorpion and a cold-blooded creature, provided a refreshingly cool respite. Their time was tightly scheduled. Only when they had completed their tasks did the sky begin to darken. The evening breeze still carried a wave of warmth, and after their frantic labor, she found herself drenched in sticky sweat, clinging to her skin in an uncomfortable manner. Upon returning, a hot bath would be a necessity. After they departed, a solitary figure wrapped in black beast skin stood where they had just been, near the remnants of the fire. The towering beastman approached the still warm ashes, pinching them between his fingers and bringing them to his nose for a delicate sniff. The ashes had only recently cooled, still radiating warmth. When they had left, he noticed they bore no source of fire. Could it be that this Yueling was indeed an envoy of the beast god? The thought caused the beastman's thin lips to curve into an enigmatic smile. Chapter 214. So what grass do you like to eat? Upon returning to the stone house, Yueling hastily extracted the herbs from her bag, fearing they might be damaged. Stretching lazily, she called out, Buying, I wish to take a bath. Buying sighed with a smile. Wait for me. I will prepare the water for you. Then I shall prepare a meal for Yueling. As night fell and Yueling had yet to eat, it was certain she must be hungry. Thank you, Xie, Yueling replied with a smile. I will give Yueling a massage, Lion Jian said, unwilling to be outdone, and quickly moved behind Yueling to gently knead her shoulders. A contented sigh escaped Yueling's lips. Yunjin stood by puzzled. What should I do? Lion Jian cast a glance at Yunjin before returning his gaze, saying quietly, You are a guest. Not Yueling's mate. You may rest. If you're hungry, there's a patch of grass behind the stone house. You can eat whatever you like. Yueling nearly spat out the cold water she had just sipped, unable to suppress her laughter. Lion Jian, are you serious? Yunjin interjected, Lion Jian. Though he was a rabbit beast man, a herbivorous creature subsisting mostly on wild fruits and grasses, he could consume meat, albeit with difficulty in digestion. Hence he could not indulge. Lion Jian's words seemed laced with mockery. Even before reaching the kitchen, Xie, having overheard Lion Jian, smiled wider and leaned closer to Buying. I didn't expect Lion Jian to have such a sharp tongue. You should have seen how flustered that rabbit beast man became. His face turned bright red. Buying chose not to engage in that conversation, gently patting Xie's head. Hurry and prepare the food. Don't let Yueling go hungry. Master, did you hear what Lion Jian said? Yunjin, feeling aggrieved, looked to Yueling for solace. Yueling sighed in exasperation, reminding Yunjin once more, Yunjin, just call me Yueling. You are not yet mated, and addressing me as master tarnishes your reputation. Master, you've seen what I've done, yet you don't want to take responsibility? Yunjin's expression resembled that of someone wronged by the world. His originally charming features contorted in distress, his expressive eyes brimming with tears that quivered and cascaded down his cheeks like pearls strung loose, each drop falling to the ground. His body trembled with sorrow, evoking deep pity. Yueling found herself restless. Who wouldn't be swayed by such a pitiful sight? Go away. A male beastman pretending to be pitiful will not die from a few words. If you're idle, go clean up instead of standing here ruining the mood. Lion Jian said, displaying great annoyance at Yunjin's demeanor. A male beastman only feigns sympathy. He was merely the young leader of the soft rabbit clan, and Lion Jian regarded him as overly effeminate. With their schedules so packed, it was a rare opportunity for him to spend time alone with Yueling, and he resented anyone who disrupted their budding connection. Yueling looked at Yunjin softly. You should rest. If you're hungry, there's grass and wild fruits to eat. I may have spoken too harshly just now. A man should not shed tears easily. Wiping his tears, Yunjin lamented. I knew it. You all find me distasteful. With that, he dashed away. Yueling wondered, what was that about? Such a fragile heart. Lion Jian remarked. When did they ever find him distasteful? They're merely a bit annoyed by him. Ignore him. The old male beastman is just pretending to be young, Lion Jian said, pulling Yueling's attention away from Yunjin. Hearing Lion Jian's words, Yueling couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that Yunjin was the eldest among them? His appearance belied his age. Dinner consisted of a bowl of rice porridge, procured by Lion Jian, along with a plate of minced meat mixed with wild vegetables. In summer, rice porridge was delightful, though it was a tad too hot. After finishing her meal, Yueling indulged in a refreshing hot bath, feeling as if every pore on her body had been released. Thankfully, the cool mat made from snake skin provided some respite from the heat. At that moment, she lay comfortably on the unique mat, relishing the rare coolness of summer. Beside her bed, Bai Ying held a newly crafted fan, gently waving it to create a soft breeze that caressed Yueling's face. His gaze was focused and tender as he softly urged, "Sleep now." Since their previous encounter with Lion Jian had been discovered, Xie no longer accompanied her to sleep. And under Bai Ying's stern influence, their intimacy was limited to gentle kisses on the cheeks. Unable to resist, Yueling tugged at the edge of Bai Ying's bee-skin skirt, wondering if it made her seem overly eager. Yet, with so many handsome figures before her, it was indeed a torment, especially since they were all her desired companions. "What is the matter? Are you anxious about tomorrow?" Bai Ying paused in his fan waving, gently inquiring. Looking at Bai Ying's gentle demeanor, Yueling changed her initial thought. Yes, a little. Could she not feel nervous when showcasing herself before so many beastmen? Moreover, what if she was unable to handle the injured beastman? With that thought, the traces of her earlier excitement vanished without a trace. "Don't be anxious. Shi Zhua and the others should also be arriving at Beast City. Thinking of them, perhaps you will feel less nervous," Bai Ying reassured her. Upon hearing Shi Zhua's name, Yueling's expression brightened. "Really?" Bai Ying nodded affirmatively. "That is wonderful. It has been ages since I last saw them. I've heard they were injured, and I wonder how they're doing," Yueling babbled on, filled with longing for Shi Zhua, Huan, and Lang Ji. She missed the coolness of Shi Zhua's body and his occasional domineering nature. She thought of Huan's dances and his caring yet envious demeanor, and the food prepared by Lang Ji, along with his unconditional indulgence and thoughtfulness. Most of all, she yearned for their reunion. Bai Ying listened to Yueling's incessant chatter, occasionally chiming in. Suddenly, Yueling wrapped her arms around Bai Ying's slender waist, her voice muffled. "Bai Ying, you are truly wonderful." Bai Ying chuckled, his large hand resting on the back of Yueling's head. "You are quite the little fool." She was his mate, if he did not treat her well. Who else would he? As long as she held a place for him in her heart, that was enough. "All right, hurry and sleep. There are matters to attend to tomorrow." Once Yueling fell asleep, Bai Ying left the stone house, heading towards the entrance of Beast City, prepared to confront those beastmen who spoke ill of Yueling. However, after searching around, he found no trace of them. Had they already departed? As the character, Bai Ying wallowed in frustration from his inability to land a hit, he suddenly heard a wail from the nearby bushes. There, a mysterious male orc draped in dark bee skin was fiercely swinging his fists, causing the other orcs to cry out in pain. The enigmatic orc noticed Bai Ying, and their eyes met. He swiftly stepped on the heads of several orcs, prompting Bai Ying to rush over and join in, continuing the onslaught until their adversaries were left gasping for breath. Once they had vented their anger, the two leisurely departed. Bai Ying was surprised to find that Shi Jian shared his intention. Both were there to seek retribution for Yueling. Shi Jian spoke first, expressing his astonishment at Bai Ying's true nature. Bai Ying replied with a hint of melancholy, stating that wolves are the most vengeful creatures. Chapter 2:15. Awakening the following morning. Before dawn had broken, most people remained lost in their sweet dreams. However, the Beast King had already arrived at the stone house, standing quietly at the entrance, patiently awaiting the awakening of the occupant within. Inside, Yueling remained soundly asleep, as seconds turned into minutes, and the sun ascended high in the sky. Its rays finally filtered through the window, casting light upon Yuling's face, stirring her from slumber. She awoke slowly, rubbing her sleepy eyes and sitting up in bed, her long hair resembling a cascade, yet now in a disheveled state, rendering her somewhat unkempt. At that moment, two figures swiftly entered the room. Bai Ying and Xie had been waiting, and, seeing Yuling finally rise, they sprang into action. Bai Ying retrieved a bee skin cloth, rubbed it a few times, and gently began to cleanse Yuling's face, even personally using a prickly fruit to clean her teeth. Meanwhile, Xie obediently knelt down, carefully slipping shoes onto Yuling's feet. He felt a sense of pride, realizing he was no longer the inept child he once was. The entire process flowed seamlessly, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Yuling playfully remarked that she was enjoying imperial treatment, where clothes came at a stretch of her hand and meals were served at her beckoning. After finishing, Bai Ying informed her that the Beast King awaited her downstairs. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? It would be improper to keep the Beast King waiting, especially since he is Shi Jian's father and thus an elder to me," Yuling said with a hint of concern. The Beast King said he allowed you to sleep a little longer, Bai Ying replied honestly. Yu Ling chuckled sheepishly. All right, I misjudged you, Bai Ying. She was remarkably carefree, still managing to sleep in such a critical situation. Bai Ying shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. After ensuring everything was in order, Yu Ling went downstairs for breakfast, which Shi Jian had prepared. The taste was rather mediocre, inferior to Xie Chei's cooking, yet still edible. Once finished, the Beast King spoke. Shi Jian must have relayed the matters to you. I had originally vowed to protect you well, but the beasts are now agitated and insistent on having you prove yourself. I find myself with no choice. The Beast King felt a tinge of shame. His earlier bold proclamations now required compromise for the sake of the Beast City, the Linghu clan, the southern continent, and for Yu Ling herself. If she could not provide proof, her legitimacy would be questioned, and she might face slander behind her back. He pondered the source of the disparaging remarks circulating among the dissenters. Yu Ling observed the sincerity in the Beast King's words. The System 999 and her orc companions had also highlighted the seriousness of the situation. She smiled at the Beast King and affirmed, "It is indeed necessary to demonstrate my capabilities. I cannot merely claim to be the Beast God's envoy without substantiation. Rest assured, I will give my all today to vindicate myself." The Beast King nodded repeatedly, impressed by Yu Ling's understanding and composure. He had lived many years and had never encountered such a gentle and poised female. It seemed his son had chosen wisely. She was indeed remarkable. Yu Ling felt a flutter of nerves and could not resist asking more questions. It would take place at the same square as before, with orcs from various continents present as witnesses. Injured orcs from the hunt would be abundant, and any willing could step forward for her healing. The thought made Yu Ling's heart race. The prospect of so many injured orcs in the bustling Beast City left her apprehensive about the workload ahead. Shi Jian, noticing her worry, quickly offered reassurance and suggestions. You only need to heal 3 orcs. If you prefer not to conjure heavenly fire directly, you could simply stifle their demands. Upon hearing that Yu Ling could produce heavenly fire, the Beast King's eyes sparkled with excitement. What? Yu Ling, you can summon heavenly fire. Yu Ling nodded in affirmation. The Beast King waved his hand dismissively. Then forget healing. Just create the fire seed. That will silence the orcs once and for all. Nothing can prove your worth better than the fire seed. The fire seed and shaman both symbolize the prosperity of a tribe, and the impact of the fire seed far surpasses that of a shaman's healing. After all, the current fire seed is a divine gift from the beast god, and Yu Ling's ability to generate heavenly fire is truly an extraordinary feat. Yu Ling expressed her intentions, stating, I wish to showcase my medical skills and teach those shamans who only know how to treat minor ailments. This way, fewer orcs will suffer untimely deaths. The Beast King was taken aback, having never encountered someone with such shamanic power who also wished to impart knowledge. How noble and selfless! Perhaps this was the divine will of the beast god bestowed upon Yu Ling. If you wish, I can also share the method of producing fire seeds with you. Yu Ling added. In truth, creating fire was quite simple, and the heavenly fire they spoke of was likely derived from meteorites. Teaching them to create fire would ensure that even if the tribe's fire seed ever extinguished, they would not feel lost. They would always have warm food while on the road and warmth during the cold seasons. Upon hearing Yu Ling's words, the Beast King knelt before her, performing a solemn and respectful bow. Yu Ling, I thank you on behalf of all the orcs across the continent. You are truly an extraordinary envoy of the beast god. The sudden kneeling of the Beast King left Yu Ling flustered. She hurriedly reached out to assist him, saying, You are Shi Jian's father, and mine as well. There is no need for such formalities. We are family. The Beast King, taken aback by her kindness, rose with her support, his voice choked with emotion, contrasting starkly with his previously imposing demeanor. However, you should not offer your knowledge for free. For instance, using beast crystals would not only validate your worth, but also provide you with the respect you deserve. Given the harsh words from the orcs labeling her a false envoy of the beast god, it would indeed be unfair for them to gain knowledge without any cost. Yu Ling felt enlightened. The Beast King's commercial insight surpassed her own. From her understanding of these orcs, they would certainly be willing to pay for such knowledge. The thought of the profits she would make soon caused her smile and give the Beast King a thumbs up. All right, let us set off now. Rest assured, I have stationed numerous orcs along the way. No malicious beasts will have the chance to harm you, the Beast King assured. Yu Ling smiled and nodded decisively, gathering her remaining herbs from the previous day before embarking with the Beast King. As they reached the door, Shi Jian transformed into a magnificent golden lion. Yuling, hop on. Yuling understood that Shi Jian aimed to empower her, showcasing to all that she had the unwavering support of the southern continent behind her. The crowd finally had the chance to see the true visage of the mysterious envoy of the beast god. She appeared petite and delicate, akin to a graceful butterfly beast, yet radiated an undeniable charm. Her exquisite features resembled a finely crafted painting, captivating all who laid eyes upon her. Her skin was as white as snow, seemingly composed of the purest snowflakes, smooth and delicate like mutton fat jade, glistening softly in the sunlight. Her facial features are exquisitely refined to perfection, with every line meticulously crafted, reminiscent of a master's delicate chiseling. The high bridge of her nose, petite cherry lips, and rounded chin coalesce to form a flawless visage. Particularly captivating are her eyes, which shimmer like brilliant stars scattered across the night sky, deep and luminous, seemingly harboring boundless tenderness and wisdom within their glimmers. When she gently blinks, it resembles a constellation tracing a beautiful arc across the heavens, enchanting all who behold her. She appears both charming and alluring, a delightful beauty that elicits adoration. From an external perspective, the balance among the orcs begins to tilt. How could such a stunning female possibly deceive? Surely, the rumors must be malicious fabrications from others. Chapter 216. Malicious slander. When Yuling arrived, she was profoundly shocked. The square was teeming with people, rivaling the initial bonfire festival. They caught sight of the rumored Yuling, the beast god's envoy, amidst a cacophony of voices, for the first time in her life. She felt the weight of countless gazes upon her, now the sole protagonist of this gathering. Host, relax, do not be timid. Just take action, the system teased. As the three beast kings from the east, west, and north returned, they sat upright upon their thrones. Upon noticing Yuling's arrival, they stood in unison, bowing respectfully to her. Their uncertainty regarding her true identity lingered, yet the thought of disrespecting the beast god's envoy was too daunting. Thus the orcs in square, nearly 10,000 strong, bowed in reverence to Yuling. She urged them to rise, and there, behind the North Continent's beast king, stood the very orcs she had longed to see: Huan, Langji, and Shizhua. Shizhua bore numerous scars, which pained Yuling deeply. Unable to suppress her yearning, she rushed forward to embrace Shizhua, exclaiming, "I was so worried about you. I dreamt you had perished. Do not leave me again like that." Shijua's long-sealed heart was repeatedly unlocked by Yuling's warmth, and the tears that fell upon his skin melted away his defenses. He learned everything from Lang Ji and Huan, including Yuling's severe illness. Gripped by both compassion and guilt, he realized that she had risked everything to find him, even after merely a dream. He immediately reciprocated her embrace, as if wishing to merge her into his very being. "We shall never part again, nor be separated." The onlookers, the gathered orcs, could not help but feel moved and envious. Even those of noble birth could love so deeply for a single orc. Meanwhile, the orcs of the Zhuangshi tribe exchanged glances, astonished to discover that Shizhua was indeed the guardian beast of this envoy of the beast god. After what felt like an eternity, Shizhua released Yuling. She turned to Huan and Lang Ji, embracing them in turn. Looking at Lang Ji, she offered words of comfort. "Lang Ji, I have heard about the matters concerning the wolf tribe. I am aware." Lang Ji smiled gently at Yuling and wrapped her in a soft embrace, assuring her, "It is all in the past. You need not worry about me." Perhaps this was a punishment from the beast god for their previous negligence. Towards Yuling, Huan leaned closer, whispering in Yuling's ear, "I have suffered greatly this time. You must make it up to me." Yuling shot Huan a playful glare. "Well, I have seen everyone now. Let the ceremony officially commence." The North Continent Beast King, observing their reunion, nodded approvingly and reminded the South Continent Beast King, who then took his seat and announced loudly. Yuling paused, taken aback by the emptiness of the highest central seat. The North Continent Beast King smiled, saying, "As long as you prove yourself to be the beast god's envoy, that seat will rightfully belong to you, and you shall become the foremost among our 4 beast kings. Hu Ji, Hu Zhao, Hu Shui, along with Song Sun, Mao Yu Huning, Tu Hui, and Bao Yin, all gathered to support her. Song Zhe and Song Jiu watched from a distance, and the Eagle Tribe leader could not help but remark, "These ignorant beings. This Yuling is undoubtedly the true beast god's envoy." One wonders who spread those malicious rumors to tarnish her name. He had witnessed Yuling's miraculous revival firsthand, having saved Song Zhe. Her dwelling in their tribe had become legendary, with countless leaders who had touched the cave's walls basking in its fortune. Doctor, do you think this Ling who tribe Su Ling could be anything but the beast goddess envoy? There are rumors claiming she is a mad female. A member of the Huabao tribe remarked. Silence. Yu Ling is the most formidable female I have ever encountered. The last time Song Zhe was poisoned, she revived him. If she were not the beast goddess envoy, no one would dare claim such a title, the Huabao tribe's doctor retorted, filled with frustration. He recounted the events of that day, reflecting on whether he had wronged Yu Ling in any way or caused her displeasure. Meanwhile, within the Peacock tribe's domain, Ku sat beside an unfamiliar male and a bear female from the deer tribe, none other than Xiongyin. Having held a grudge since Yu Ling struck her previously, Xiongyin was the first to oppose the notion of Yu Ling being the beast god's envoy, a sentiment that reached Ku's ears, who found pleasure in it. Were it not for Xiongyin, perhaps the dissenting voices would not have been so pronounced. How bold of this weak female to come here. If I were her, I would have found a place to hide and never show my face again, Xiongyin scoffed. How could such a frail creature, akin to a cub, possibly be the beast goddess envoy? If she were, I would be the first to dispute it. Perhaps she is simply thick-skinned, remarked the unfamiliar male beside Ku, who was her current primary mate from the North Continent's Peacock tribe. He had been the first to agree to the deal, trading one piece of information for a female mate, a bargain indeed. Upon hearing this, Ku erupted into laughter, her gaze fixed intently on Yu Ling. Hu Zhao had Hu Ji, and yet Yu Ling possessed so many esteemed mates, 8 patterns, 7 patterns, the least among them being 6 patterns. She, the future queen of the Beast City, was unworthy of such fortune. In that moment, Ku's envy reached its zenith. As the pride of the South Continent Peacock tribe, why should she be inferior to the Ling Hu tribe? Everything good seemed to be snatched away by them, and she would not accept it. Just wait. I shall enjoy watching her folly, Ku declared. Since learning of Yu Ling's past as a mad female, Ku had grown increasingly confident, convinced that this was merely a facade. Now, with orcs from all across the continents gathered, she looked forward to seeing how they would react. The voice of the Peacock tribe was not subtle. Many orcs turned their attention, and Ku felt the weight of their gazes, straightening her posture with an air of defiance. The orcs had become immune to the Peacock tribe's self-importance, and quickly turned their attention away. Many were aware of the mutual disdain between the South Continent's Peacock tribe and the South Continent's Ling Hu tribe, and they regarded the Peacock tribe's disparagement as mere entertainment. The blessing of the beast god, allowing the beast god as envoy to descend upon our South Continent, was a matter of immense honor. Yet now, with rumors swirling, some orcs claimed that Yu Ling was not the true beast goddess envoy, but an imposter. Today, we gather to witness and affirm Yu Ling's integrity. Regardless of the outcome, the South Continent shall always stand behind Yu Ling. The South Continent Beast King's voice rang out, ensuring his message reached every corner of Beast City. Yu Ling cast a grateful glance toward the Beast King. Now, according to the rules, Yu Ling shall heal 3 orcs. Anyone willing may come forward. The Beast King's words ignited a fervor among the crowd. Non-Dallas Showong and others, if the ascension is indeed your deliberate arrangement, then even if the treatment fails, it would be said to have succeeded. Is that not a mockery of us? Xiongyin immediately stepped forward and exclaimed. In chapter 217, Feelings Unknown, the words of this Beast King were laden with favoritism towards this short female. The voluntary assent might merely be orchestrated by his subordinates. The reasoning of this female was not unfounded. The Beast King of the Eastern Continent nodded in agreement. What are your thoughts? He inquired, casting a glance at Xiongyin. Since learning of Yu Ling's ability to produce heavenly fire, his trust in her had reached its zenith. Yu Ling observed Xiongyin, wondering how this audacious female from the Deer clan could be seated alongside the Peacock clan's Jue Yue. Yu Ling knew all too well that Xiongyin was not one to speak favorably, and then she heard her say, "My thought? I propose that every continent presents an injured beastman for Yu Ling to heal. Only then would it be fair." Xiongyin then pivoted her statement. However, I must remind all beastmen that I am no stranger to this Yu Ling female. She is a venomous and wicked being. Were it not for her, my beast husband would not have perished. Moreover, she violently assaulted me, attempting to abduct my offspring. How could such a female possibly be a great messenger of the beast god? Do not be deceived by her seemingly harmless facade. With that, Xiongyin began to wail uncontrollably. Yu Ling, observing her, was unwilling to be wronged. If she were to acquiesce to Xiongyi's demands, The repercussions would not affect her alone. Is that truly the case? When my beast husband and I discovered yours, he was already deceased. We escorted your offspring and the remains of your husband back to your dear clan. Yet instead of gratitude, you retaliate, demanding 100 beast pelts or my first beast husband as compensation, attempting to seize my husband through such means, and even inciting your kin to capture me. Xiongyin, do you not fear the punishment of the beast god for your distortion of truth? Yueling could no longer contain her frustration. Her voice, though not particularly loud, was clear to all the beastmen. Xiongyin dismissed it, yet the mention of the beast god's punishment instilled a hint of trepidation within her. She had witnessed male beastmen face the beast god's wrath after losing their mates, some even struck down by lightning in a most tragic demise. Jiuyue quickly tugged at Xiongyin and whispered, "What are you afraid of? You are a female. Surely the beast god would not punish a female. Do not let this female confuse you with her mere words." Xiongnyin's fluster was not lost on many beastmen. They were no fools. Yueling's arguments were sound, and Xiongnyin's evident panic lent further credence to Yueling's claims. Little did they expect that Xiongyin was an utterly shameless female. She had been protected by Yueling, who returned her offspring and husband, yet she still had the audacity to attempt to claim Yueling's husband or demand exorbitant compensation. Although they found her actions disgraceful, they refrained from harshly condemning Xiongyin, for she too was a female, and females enjoyed certain privileges in the world of beastmen. "You are spouting nonsense. We can all testify," Vine declared. He was genuinely astonished by this female, who time and again challenged his understanding of decency. The phrase "those without shame are invincible" seemed tailored for her. The one who cried foul first was likely Xiongyin herself, and perhaps it was she who spread doubts about Yueling. Yueling, with her inherently gentle disposition, could scarcely endure Xiongnyin's shamelessness. "Indeed, I can also attest." Hu Ji and Xie echoed in unison. Jiuyue sneered. "You are all from the Linghu clan. Of course, you would defend your own." Upon hearing this, Xiongyin gained confidence, defiantly retorting, "Yes, you are slandering me. Did you not proclaim yourself a messenger of the beast god? A messenger should be able to bring the dead back to life. How is it that you cannot even revive my husband? Then you must be a false messenger of the beast god." Xiongnyin's words sparked a flurry of murmurs among the crowd, as many began to consider her argument. "By the time we arrived, he was already dead. His body was growing cold," Vine commented. This group was truly unreasonable. How could the deceased be revived? Yueling found herself at a loss for words. She genuinely could not resurrect the departed, for she was not the king of hell, able to extend life with a mere stroke of a pen. "I indeed cannot bring the deceased back to life," Yueling admitted. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in outrage, with some even branding her a false messenger of the beast god. The beast king of the eastern continent observed the agitated beastmen and remarked with a smile, "It seems the beast king of the southern continent has found a false messenger of the beast god, treating her as a treasure." The beast king of the southern continent could not help but roll his eyes at this. Yueling had no desire to engage in grandiose promises or complicate her own challenges. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Song Zhe standing up. Their eyes met, and Song Zhe was the first to look away. "I can attest that Yueling is indeed a messenger of the beast god. A few days ago, I was poisoned, and it was Yueling who cured me and saved my life. Currently, no healer could rival her. Could they? If you do not believe me, the healer from the Hua Bao clan can corroborate this. Who in the southern continent is unaware of this young healer from the Yin clan? Not only is he a healer, but he is also a 7-pattern beastman, a true genius of the southern continent, held in high esteem and known for his lofty standards." They had yet to hear of him offering assistance to another beastman. The Hua Bao healer, taken aback at being named, promptly stood and affirmed, "Song Zhe speaks the truth." The situation was dire. Song Zhe was unconscious and on the brink of death, and it was this Yueling of the Linghu clan who saved him. "I was present the entire time." Yueling smiled gratefully at Song Zhe and the Hua Bao healer, causing Song Zhe to pause momentarily before slowly taking a seat. The Yin clan leader's expression brightened, exclaiming, "Song Zhe, who would have thought you would stand up for a female one day?" Song Zhe averted his gaze uncomfortably, replying, "I am merely repaying a debt." The Yin clan leader chuckled and shook his head, clearly understanding the situation. Song Zhe was unwittingly smitten. With two healers advocating for Yueling, the crowd began to murmur anew. "While I cannot resurrect the deceased, I can produce heavenly fire and heal some internal and external injuries. The ability to create heavenly fire should validate my identity," Yueling continued. The previously agitated beastmen fell silent, astonished. Heavenly fire? The notion of resurrecting the dead was merely a tale passed among beastmen, for none had ever witnessed it. Could a deceased beastman truly come back to life? However, it was universally acknowledged among beastmen that anyone capable of producing heavenly fire must be a messenger sent by the beast god. Yueling had intended to demonstrate her medical skills and showcase her fire-making abilities later, but Xiong-Yin's interference had likely shifted the focus to a grand display. The crowd fell quiet as Yueling beckoned buying over. He approached, bringing with him some highly flammable dry grass. Since we are all gathered here today, I shall teach you 2 methods of kindling fire, so that you will no longer be troubled by extinguished flames. Yueling's declaration resonated like thunder, echoing in the ears of all present. What? The assembled beastmen were left speechless, gazing in disbelief at the female named Yueling. It was well known that heavenly fire was a mysterious and sacred gift from the beast god. Yet now, Yueling claimed she would personally instruct them in how to create this heavenly fire. How could this not leave them utterly astonished? In an instant, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of chatter, their faces etched with surprise and confusion. Hearing Yueling's confident claims, Jue Yue and Xiong-Yin's expressions fell in unison. They exchanged glances, both sensing a profound unease in each other's eyes. Could it be that this Yueling truly was a messenger of the beast god? Chapter 218. A resounding slap in the face, Chu Yue's expression turned grave as she pondered the possibility of Yueling truly being the beast god as emissary. Would she really spare us if that were the case? Xiong-Yin voiced her concerns with trepidation. Silence. Kei snapped, growing impatient with Xiong-Yin's incessant chatter and cowardice. I did some research. She was nothing but a mad female for the past decade. What are you afraid of? Kei rolled her eyes at the suddenly frightened Xiong-Yin, thinking her foolish for being so easily intimidated. Yet, deep down, she too felt a pang of anxiety. Enough talk. Hurry and ignite the heavenly fire, urged one of the beastmen impatiently. Following the voice, Yueling turned to see that it was the male beastman beside Kei. A smile graced her lips as she replied, "For those interested in learning how to create fire, gather before my stone hut. 1 beast crystal will suffice for me to impart the knowledge." Her declaration caused an uproar among the crowd. The prospect of learning to kindle fire for merely 1 beast crystal was indeed a tempting deal. "Very well, I shall not waste more words. Let us commence," Yueling announced. "Wait, if you're truly the beast god's emissary, why do you ask for a beast crystal to teach us how to create heavenly fire?" Kei questioned, dissatisfaction evident in her tone. Yueling chuckled lightly and looked at Kei. "There is no such thing as a free meal in this world. Even the beast city operates on a barter system. Your offering of beast crystals amounts to a transaction with the beast god. Or do you prefer to stretch out your hands and demand freely, like greedy beastmen or accustomed to taking advantage of others? How dare you?" The other beastmen quickly knelt, fearing that if this truly was the beast god's emissary, they would be branded as greedy in her eyes. And what fate awaited them if the beast god learned of their transgressions? They could not afford to perish without entry into the realm of the beast god. Seeing the tide turn, the Peacock tribe's beastmen hastily interjected, "Kei, hold your tongue. You cannot question the emissary of the beast god." Embarrassed by Yuling's mockery and her own kin's condemnation, Kei's face flushed. She huffed and sat down in silence. Yueling flashed a gracious smile towards Kei and declared, "I shall prove my worth." Few could maintain a cordial demeanor towards someone who persistently sought to provoke them. The crowd watched as the petite female squatted in the center of the platform, beside a pile of dry grass. Moments later, wisps of smoke began to rise, followed by the grass igniting into flames. The spectators were astonished. Having failed to comprehend how Yueling had accomplished this feat, this act was sufficient to validate her identity, prompting many to kneel and proclaim loudly, "Beast god's emissary." "Everyone, please rise," Yueling instructed, her gaze falling upon Kei and Xiong-Yin, both still pulled down by their fellow beastmen, wearing defiant expressions. She sighed and shook her head. "Now, let a few of the injured beastmen come forth," Yueling stated. The Western Continent's Beast King chuckled awkwardly. "You have already demonstrated the heavenly fire. No further proof is necessary. We believe in your identity. That will not suffice. I fear further rumors may arise to tarnish my reputation," Yueling replied resolutely. "It is essential to clarify matters today to prevent any future disputes. Those who spread baseless rumors are blind. It was once prophesied that any beastman capable of creating heavenly fire is the beast god's emissary. You have proven your noble identity. Please, ascend the platform, the Eastern Continent's Beast King implored, wiping the sweat from his brow as he half-bowed in invitation. Investigate thoroughly. We must uncover the source of these rumors. The Western Continent's Beast King declared angrily, slamming his fist down in determination. It would be wise for you to temper your anger. Does your abdomen not burn and ache after each outburst? Yu Ling inquired. The Western Continent's Beast King froze. Astonished. How do you know? Indeed, you are the beast god's emissary, capable of discerning my ailment that has plagued me for years. After bowing deeply to Yu Ling, he marveled at her insight, which no one else had ever discerned. He now understood why the Southern Continent's Beast King appeared so self-assured. It was because this emissary was indeed genuine. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Ling had gleaned this information through System 999's scanning capabilities. If you possess a solution, I am willing to offer 2 beast crystals in exchange for your assistance. Esteemed emissary, the Western Continent's Beast King said eagerly and respectfully. This affliction had haunted him, leaving him sleepless and tormented whenever his emotions flared. Yu Ling smiled, realizing that 2 beast crystals were indeed a fair trade. Very well, just come to me afterward, she replied gently. The Western Continent's Beast King's face lit up with joy. Thank you, esteemed emissary. Now let us attend to the injured beastmen, one by one. Yu Ling instructed. Under her firm insistence, 3 beastmen approached, the first suffering from a festering arm wound due to neglect. Yu Ling skillfully excised the necrotic tissue, disinfected the area, and applied salve. Keep the wound dry, avoid strenuous activities, and return tomorrow for a dressing change, she advised. The second beastman had dislocated his ankle, presenting an irregular curve. Yu Ling knelt before him, following System 999's guidance to manipulate the joint. The male beastman gazed at the beautiful female. The beast god's emissary, as a deep flush spread across his face, especially when her delicate hands rested on his ankle. He became utterly entranced, and with a sharp crack, pain surged through his ankle. Stand and test it, Yu Ling instructed, patting her hands together as she observed his restored ankle. Having previously assisted Hu Bai with similar injuries, this procedure felt significantly easier. With the hopeful eyes of the gathered beastmen upon him, the male beastman slowly stood and attempted to walk. After just a few steps, a radiant smile broke across his face. I am healed. I am no longer a disabled beastman. The crowd erupted in astonished whispers, affirming that Yu Ling was indeed the beast god's emissary. Her abilities are extraordinary, surpassing even our tribe's shamans. She can restore a disabled beastman to health with just a couple of adjustments. At that moment, Keiwei and Xiong Yin's expressions darkened to an extreme, overshadowed by a heavy cloud of despair. The praises of Yu Ling echoed around them like sharp daggers, piercing their hearts. With each compliment bestowed upon her, their agitation swelled, and their unspoken fury blazed ever brighter. Their gazes were fixed on the captivating figure of Yu Ling on the platform, her graceful demeanor radiating an irresistible allure. Yet to Keiwei and Xiong Yin, this brilliance was painfully blinding. Watching Yu Ling bask in the glory of her achievements, the two felt an overwhelming sense of dread. They were acutely aware of their past transgressions against her, fearing she might seize this opportunity for ruthless retaliation. As the crowd remained entranced by the events unfolding on the platform, Keiwei and Xiong Yin exchanged a glance, each reading the other's thoughts. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, they scurried away like startled rabbits, hastily escaping the lively square. However, as they left, they noticed someone trailing closely behind them. Xiong Yin, in a state of panic, clutched Chu Yue's arm. What should we do? I never anticipated she truly is the emissary of the beast god. We have offended her gravely. She will certainly not let us off the hook. Xiong Yin was unable to quell her lingering fear, recalling how she had previously wronged others and sought to seize the Baiying. Now, she found herself maliciously slandered. The Beast King had declared an investigation, and the thought alone filled her with dread. Keiyu felt a tightness in her throat, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, especially when she heard Xiong Yin's dismissive remarks. What are you afraid of? Does she dare to kill us? Do not forget, we are females. Upon hearing this, Xiong Yin felt a slight sense of relief, her anxiety easing somewhat, until an exceedingly loud slap echoed through the air. Keiyu retaliated with a swift strike to her new first beast husband, an orc from the Peacock clan of the Northern Continent, glaring fiercely as she exclaimed, "You claimed she was a mad female. How could you deceive me?" The orc protested. Keiyu, How could I possibly mislead you? I inquired. And she indeed was like that before. I had no idea she had become the beast goddess envoy. Useless, unable to clarify matters. And you dare to be my first beast husband, Ku scoffed, striding forward. This left the male orc covering his face, feeling injured and bewildered. Had he just been cast aside? They had only just formed a bond. Just as Ku and Xiong-yin took a few steps forward, two robust hands reached out from behind them, swiftly covering their mouths, rendering them utterly mute. The hands were so large that they nearly enveloped both their mouths and noses, stifling any sound they might have made. Immediately, a peculiar scent infiltrated their nostrils, an odor so acrid and unpleasant that it caused their heads to spin. They felt a buzzing in their minds as their vision blurred, and an overwhelming wave of dizziness washed over them, engulfing their entire beings. Before long, they could no longer withstand it, their eyes fluttering shut as their bodies collapsed weakly to the ground, plunging into a profound unconsciousness. Note, as long as no harm comes to the females, their injury or death will not invoke the beast god as punishment. The third orc, suffering from heat exhaustion and nausea, was eventually cooled down by Yuling, who tended to him until he felt better, expressing immense gratitude towards her. Go! You are the most esteemed envoy of the beast god. That is where you belong, declared the beast king of the southern continent. The beast king of the northern continent gazed at Yuling, seeing her resemblance to a beloved figure from his past. She reminded him of the female who once stood beneath a willow tree, smiling radiantly and calling him Shu, the love of his life, and his only regret. In his youth, he was the offspring of the northern continent's beast king, wandering across various continents to escape the burdens of his heritage. During a chance encounter, he had seen her, the first gentle and radiant female he had ever met. She spoke softly, her laughter brightening his days, caring for him when he was ill, preparing the most delectable meals he had ever tasted. Gradually, he fell deeply in love with her, but fate was cruel. Before he could express his feelings, turmoil engulfed the northern continent with the onset of a beast tide, leading to the deaths of his father and brothers, forcing him to return and shoulder the future of his homeland. Tragically, that fleeting moment turned out to be their last. Shortly after his return, he heard of the Ling Hu clan's plight and the death of Tu Xing, which left him despondent, finding solace only in the company of Unyo, a companion left by his brothers. Now, his sole female offspring occupied the highest position, and he vowed to protect her, cherishing her as if she were his own child. After much deliberation and the earnest persuasion of the Beast Kings, Yuling finally took a seat, and this was no ordinary seat. It was the highest among all, positioned above the four Beast Kings. As she settled into her place, an overwhelming sensation of disbelief washed over her. She could hardly fathom that she had arrived in this realm filled with mystery and danger, and even more astonishing was her newfound status, surpassing that of the four formidable figures who had been born and bred in this land. Host, do you not feel particularly remarkable, exceptionally impressive? The System 999 inquired. Aside from the beast god, the host was truly one step below the divine, while these beast kings were merely fit to serve her. A bit, sitting high above, Yuling surveyed the scene below. Her bright eyes captured every orc in sight, who looked up at her with deep reverence. To them, Yuling appeared as a deity, exalted and omnipotent. The ones most delighted by her confirmation of identity were undoubtedly Hu Ji and the others, particularly Hu Zhao, who expressed the loudest excitement. Her sister was the envoy of the beast god, and she was the sister of the envoy, a unique distinction in the beast world. Hu Ji and the 6 others felt a mix of joy and concern. They rejoiced in her vindication, but were anxious about the implications of her elevated status. The entire continent now knew of her, and ensuring her safety was of utmost importance. When Yuling returned to her stone dwelling, she felt a bit disoriented. Akin to someone who had unexpectedly won an enormous fortune, the sensation of a fresh graduate discovering that she was, in fact, the hidden CEO. It was quite exhilarating. The beast god's envoy, many orcs outside wish for you to impart to them the secrets of igniting heavenly fire, Bai Ying whispered softly in her ear. Yuling's cheeks flushed as she lightly punched Bai Ying's chest, teasing, "Oh, Bai Ying, you become quite mischievous, even mocking me now." Bai Ying chuckled, gazing at her with fondness. Little Yuling is truly impressive. In no time, she shall be the wealthiest female on the entire continent, Huan flattered. Meanwhile, Yun Jin stood in the corner, striving to diminish his presence, feeling the pressure of being a helpless little white rabbit under the watchful gaze of a cunning serpent. overwhelmed by the chilling aura of the female lead's serpentine spouse. Suddenly, Yuling displayed a look of frustration. "What is it?" Shi Jian asked, observing her expression. "Oh no, I forgot to tell those orcs interested in healing arts to seek me for lessons on treating external wounds. How could I forget? That could cost a lot of beast crystals." Yuling's realization struck her. Since ascending to her high position, she had become somewhat aloof, neglecting this important matter. Shi Jian, entertained by her demeanor, reassured her, "Do not worry. You will not incur losses. I will inform those tribes still in the city." Yuling chuckled, pulling Shi Jian closer. "But they won't accuse you of abusing your power to procure beast crystals for me, will they?" Chapter 220. Did you go robbing? Shi Jian found the notion of abusing power amusing. He gently tapped the tip of Yuling's nose, asserting, "You are the envoy of the beast god, and I am the beast husband of the envoy. Who would dare to challenge us?" This was not a case of Shi Jian leveraging his position for Yuling's benefit. Rather, it was Yuling's benevolence that compelled her to teach them how to ignite heavenly fire, allowing the shamans to learn in exchange for a handful of beast crystals, thus saving many orcs. This was indeed a noble deed. If she offered it freely, they would likely feel uneasy, unable to sleep at night. Huan lauded Yuling further. Yet it was true, even if Yuling did not propose a trade for beast crystals, those who gained such sacred knowledge of heavenly fire and healing powers would surely offer something in return. However, there were always some shameless tribes, as Yuling had noted, who prefer to take without giving. "All right, Baiying, Xieche, you two go back to the mountains from yesterday and gather some flintstones. If they provide beast crystals, we cannot let them leave empty-handed." She had seen many flintstones there, and those who offered beast crystals would receive 2 pieces each. Yuling was tirelessly occupied, continuing her endeavors until the night descended and darkness enveloped the sky. After an entire day of effort, her voice was nearly hoarse, yet she persevered, teaching the orcs, who were utterly ignorant of the art of kindling fire, how to use flint to create sparks. Concerned that ill-intentioned beasts might take advantage of the chaos to harm Yuling, numerous orcs charged with guarding her, along with her beast husband and brothers, formed a formidable protective barrier around her. They encircled her in layers, creating an unassailable wall of vigilance. However, this excessive closeness began to suffocate Yuling, especially in the increasingly warm weather as everyone huddled together, causing the air around them to feel stagnant and oppressive. Nevertheless, when she beheld the pile of over 20 glistening beast crystals earned through her diligent efforts, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, as brilliant as flowers in spring, stretching from ear to ear. "I have a gift for you," Shizhua said, admiring the vibrant Yuling. "What?" Yuling tilted her head, joyfully gazing at Shizhua, her serpent beast husband, who had finally learned to surprise her with small tokens of affection. Shizhua turned to retrieve the gift, prompting Yuling to quickly close her eyes. Upon his return, he found her eyes tightly shut and questioned, "Yuling, why are you keeping your eyes closed?" Feeling a bit flustered, Yuling thought to herself, "When you express romance, he prepares a gift. When you express disinterest, he questions your actions. It's to enhance the sense of mystery," she explained. Shizhua nodded, somewhat understanding, as he presented a leather pouch before her. Yuling eagerly reached out to unfasten it, revealing a deep violet serpent shed, fashioned into several exquisite leather skirts, reminiscent of the design she had requested from Beiying. Delighted, Yuling picked it up for a closer inspection and exclaimed, "Is this your shed, Shizhua? It's beautiful." Shizhua's face flushed as he explained, "I discarded the others, leaving only this one. Next year, when I shed again, I will 1T discard them. I'll keep them for you to make beautiful skirts." Unable to resist, Yuling leaned in and planted a quick kiss on Shizhua's lips, saying, "Thank you, Shizhua, I love it." With her soft, fragrant lips retreating, Shizhua, still savoring the moment, licked his lips. Observing the vigilant gazes of the other beasts in the room, Yuling felt a bit shy. This time, she resolved to be modest, especially since Shizhua had prepared a delightful surprise for her. Just as she lowered her gaze, she noticed a small portion of the pouch still contained something. "This is also for you," Shizhua said. Yuling opened it and was nearly blinded by the gleam of numerous beast crystals. Pouring them out, she counted over 30. "So many? Shizhua, did you rob someone?" she gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. Beast crystals were exceedingly rare and invaluable treasures. Typically, even after slaying thousands of formidable beasts, one might not acquire a single crystal. Yet here lay over 30. What did this signify? By average estimates, it would require tens of thousands of fierce creatures to yield such a bounty. Yueling's gaze instinctively shifted to Shizhua, who bore various scars. And she pondered, could these crystals have been obtained through dubious means? Perhaps Shizhua had engaged in robbery and was pursued relentlessly? Langji and Huan were equally stunned. They had never encountered such a quantity before, even collectively among their Linghu tribe. Fearing Yueling would misunderstand, Shizhua quickly clarified, I've saved these over the years. I rarely use them. They are for you. I assure you, I did not acquire them through theft. Wow, my beast husband is a hidden millionaire. Yueling shook her head, urgently pushing the pouch back toward Shizhua. These are your hard-earned spoils. The crystals will aid your beast patterns. I'll accept the skirts, but you should keep the crystals for yourself. Shizhua looked at Yueling, understanding her concern. I'm already an 8-pattern beastman. These crystals are of little use to me. They are beneficial for females, so you should have them. I want you to be well. The benefits of beast crystals were notably greater for lower-pattern beastmen. As the patterns increased, the utility of the crystals diminished. Furthermore, Shizhua's patterns were genuinely earned through perseverance. He would not have survived the relentless pursuit by the Zhuang's tribe otherwise. Since you say so, keep them, Beiying interjected, supporting Shizhua, understanding that he had the best intentions for Yueling, who was still too frail compared to other females. Indeed, these crystals are hard-won by Shizhua. He wishes to gift them to you. Do not disappoint his heartfelt gesture, Langji echoed, having witnessed Shizhua's struggles to bring them to Yueling, knowing their benefits for her. Yueling, you cannot imagine the peril Shizhua faced to obtain these. If you refuse, it would surely sadden him, Huan added, unable to contain her support for Shizhua, fearing that any delay could lead to dire consequences for him. Moved by their words, Yueling looked at Shizhua with a newfound tenderness. Unable to utter further refusals regarding the crystals, she nodded repeatedly and, in front of Shizhua, placed one crystal in her mouth, declaring then, I will eat it. Upon hearing this, an exuberant smile illuminated Shizhua's face, reminiscent of a child whose wish had been granted. Yueling found herself mesmerized. It was the first time she had seen him smile with such joy. Shizhua, you look so handsome when you smile, she remarked. Shizhua's face turned a deep crimson, caught in a blend of shyness and delight, unsure of how to respond. He had always been the one to court Yueling. Yet here was a moment where she had charmed him. Chapter 221. Teaching medical knowledge no way. I'm sleeping with Shizhua tonight. After bathing, Yueling clung to Shizhua, unwilling to let go. Beiying and the other beast husbands exchanged resigned glances. They understood that Shizhua had been away from Yueling for too long, allowing them to nurture their bond. Langji and Huan felt a twinge of hurt. Yueling's once hoarse voice had returned to its original tone thanks to the beast crystal. And as soon as they left the room, she eagerly embraced Shizhua, pulling his neck down in an attempt to kiss his soft lips. Shizhua chuckled at her impatience. So eager are we? Yueling nodded vigorously. Indeed, I am that eager. Shizhua enveloped her in his arms, his embrace gentle yet firm, as if fearing to harm the delicate being within his hold. Yueling, startled by the sudden action, felt a blush spread across her cheeks. At this moment, the distance between them diminished to the point where they could feel each other's breath and heartbeat. Shizhua gazed at Yueling's lips, as luscious as ripe cherries, his heart swelling with boundless affection and longing. Finally, he could no longer suppress his yearning and slowly leaned down, tenderly kissing the lips he had longed for day and night. The kiss began as a whisper, light as a feather, filled with tentative exploration. Yet, as passion ignited between them, it grew increasingly fervent. No one could comprehend the depth of Shizhua's yearning for Yueling during those past days. Every night, as he lay alone on his bed, the enchanting visage and captivating smile of Yueling would unfurl in his mind. Each recollection of her voice sent tremors through his heart, revealing that unbeknownst to him, this affection had rooted itself deeply within his soul. Akin to a robust tree with intricate roots, impossible to sever, he had long since fallen in love with Yueling. And this love was so profound and penetrating that he found himself utterly ensnared. The system proclaimed with delight, "Congratulations, host. The favorability of the Gongye Sanhao Shizhua has reached 100%. You have been granted an additional 5 years of life, bringing your total to 60 years. Plus the extra 5 from Shizhua, totaling 65 years. The System 999 joyfully remarked that the host was genuinely dedicated to the task. Yueling was surprised to find that the easiest targets to conquer were Xieche, Shijian, and Shizhua, while Bai Ying and Huan were the slowest. She had expected them to be the quickest, indicating that she had much more effort to exert. Sensing her distraction, Shi Zhuo gently bit Yuling's lip, snapping her back to reality as she gazed into his striking face. After a moment, he released her, panting. Yuling, observing the wounds on Shi Zhuo, felt a surge of compassion. Leaning against his chest, she expressed, "When I dreamt of your demise, my heart nearly shattered. Shi Zhuo, we shall never part from now on." Hearing her words, Shi Zhuo tightened his embrace, asserting, "Nothing but death can separate us." Among the beastly companions, it appeared that Huan had suffered the most, as it seemed only Wolf Trace and Shi Zhuo recognized that he was no longer a six-pattern beast. In this moment, Xiao Yuling's world revolved solely around Shi Zhuo, feeling a pang of injustice. Had he fallen from favor? Eventually, Huan's gaze fell upon Yunjin, and upon noticing the 5 beast patterns adorning him, he frowned. For as a proud 7-pattern beast, he could not fathom being outperformed by a mere 5-pattern beast. Furthermore, this 5-pattern beast appeared rather ordinary. Yunjin felt perplexed by Huan's inexplicable scrutiny, questioning the oddity of his behavior. The following day, a fresh batch of shamanic healers arrived, esteemed as the most revered and affluent beasts in the tribe. Learning to treat external wounds required 2 beast crystals, and to her surprise, Zhangze had also come. After a moment of hesitation, he addressed Yuling. "You have yet to disclose that prescription to me." In a world devoid of written language, she had no means to convey the specifics of the formula to Zhangze, and now she felt compelled to share it. "Come with me, and I shall tell you," Yuling stated. In her effort to instruct these shamans on healing external wounds, Bai Ying had tirelessly gathered numerous herbs she had previously collected, enabling her to recreate the original formula. Kanze calmly replied, "No rush. I am here to learn. You can inform me when you have the time." He placed 2 beast crystals upon the tray held by Yunjin, which constituted the tuition provided by the shamans. Yunjin had been tasked with gathering herbs and ensuring the safety of the escort, as he was unacquainted with medicinal plants and lacked formidable strength. Thus, he had volunteered to collect beast crystals, harboring little hope, for such precious items were unlikely to be entrusted to someone with no ties to them. To his astonishment, however, they had all agreed, and he was determined not to betray their trust. As Yuling observed the 2 beast crystals Zhangze had set down, she was about to refuse them but thought it peculiar to exempt him when all the other shamans had contributed, so she swallowed her words. Due to her overwhelming tasks, she had even enlisted Aunt Shue's assistance, while Hu Zhao had eagerly volunteered despite her pregnancy, prompting Hu Ji to accompany her out of concern. Hu Zhao, Hu Ji, Song Sun, Mao Yu, Hu Ning, Tu Hui, and Bao Yin sat obediently in a row, genuinely wishing to help. Yet their efforts often led to more chaos rather than assistance, as things were either broken or misplaced. It seemed that being a shaman was no easy feat. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows as Zhangze sat at a meticulously arranged stone table. He narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing on Yuling, who stood not far away. She effortlessly plucked a herb, its verdant leaves swaying delicately at her slender fingertips. Her voice flowed like a gentle stream, softly cascading into Zhangze's ears. At that moment, Yuling appeared engrossed and earnest, tirelessly elucidating the uses and remarkable efficacy of the herbs. "This herb can clear heat and detoxify, reduce swelling and alleviate pain," she reiterated, seemingly fearful that someone might misremember or misuse it. Her beautiful face radiated an even more captivating charm due to her unwavering dedication, and her originally gentle features took on a resolute aspect. Gangze listened intently, his gaze never straying from her. In his eyes, she shimmered with a resplendent golden light, exuding an undeniable brilliance. This radiance stemmed not only from her mastery of herbal knowledge, but also from her kind and passionate heart. The system proclaimed, "Congratulations, host. The favorability of Gonglihao Zhangze has reached 80%. The host is on solid ground." System 999 was immensely excited, as Zhangze was known to be one of the most challenging targets among the many beastly suitors. And now it seemed that the host was on the verge of succeeding. Yuling paused momentarily, intensifying her efforts to explain the effects and uses of the herbs in her hands. As dusk approached, the shamans respectfully bowed to her before departing, leaving only Zhangze seated there. "Zhangze, please come in with me," Yuling urged, rubbing her throat. Immediately, someone handed her a bamboo tube filled with warm water, which she sipped to ease her discomfort. It appeared that being a teacher was indeed a laborious task. As Zhangze leisurely rose to follow Yuling inside, the 7-seated companions instantly perked up, particularly Hu Zhao, who eyed Song Zhe and Yu Ling's retreating figures with suspicion. She tugged at Hu Ji's sleeve and gossipingly inquired, "Do you think there is something peculiar between them?" "Peculiar?" Hu Ji raised an eyebrow. "Did they even say anything odd?" Hu Zhao rolled her eyes. "Have you not noticed the way they look at each other? Soon, Yu Ling will have an Eagle Tribe beast husband, and Song Sun. Yu Ling will no longer just sit on your back." Song Sun chuckled. "That just means another beast will protect her. I should be happy." "Boring," Hu Zhao scoffed, finding banter with Song Sun utterly uninteresting. Upon learning about the prescription from Yu Ling, Song Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement as he added an extra herb to the formula, making it less bitter and more effective, which only deepened his admiration for her. Yu Ling, recalling Song Zhe's support the previous day, expressed her gratitude. "Song Zhe, thank you for speaking up for me yesterday. Here, this is for you." She returned the beast crystals he had given her. Song Zhe gazed at the two translucent beast crystals in his palm, his expression darkening. "You accept others' beast crystals, but refuse mine?" Yu Ling sighed in exasperation, finding Song Zhe's tone rather melancholic, as if her reluctance to accept his crystals was somehow a personal affront. "It's different." "How so?" Song Zhe's intense gaze bore into her slightly awkward expression, his eyes aflame with fervor. Suddenly, as if resolved by an inner conviction, he took a bold step forward, encroaching upon Yu Ling's space. Caught off guard by this sudden advance, Yu Ling's beautiful eyes widened, and she instinctively sought to retreat. However, in her state of heightened anxiety and disarray, her steps faltered, and she found herself unable to control her body. At that moment, she was horrified to discover that her lower back was almost pressed against the sharply pointed stone behind her. Just as she thought, Kangze swiftly extended his hands, accurately encircling the slender and delicate waist of Yu Ling. As his palms made contact with the silky, smooth skin at her waist, an unusual sensation coursed through his entire body. Despite the fact that Yu Ling's temperature was not particularly high, Kangze felt as though his palms were being scorched by a fire, so hot that it was nearly unbearable. With a hint of panic in his expression, Kangze declared that he would take his leave. After saying this, he strode towards the door, but then returned abruptly. Just as Yu Ling was about to inquire about his sudden change, Kangze firmly grasped her hand, returning two crystal-clear beast crystals to her palm, assuring her, "These are for you. It is yours." With that, Kangze departed from the stone house. The system chimed, "Host, Kangze's affection value has reached 85%. Yu Ling pondered, so was Kangze shy just now? That evening, Yu Ling noticed that Huan had been particularly downcast since his return, leaving her perplexed. After completing her evening routine, she pulled Huan into the room, eager to inquire about what troubled him. "Huan, what has been bothering you these past few days? Are you feeling unwell?" Yu Ling asked. Huan gazed at the petite Yu Ling, hesitating to speak. He realized that while she had noticed his troubled demeanor, she had not perceived any change in his beast markings, which left him feeling somewhat helpless. "No, it's nothing," he replied. "Is that truly nothing? Your face practically screams that you have something on your mind. Are you reluctant to share it with me? Could it be that you've taken a liking to another female?" Yu Ling gently coaxed Huan. Alarmed, Huan retorted, "How could I possibly like another female? It's just. He faltered, feeling a bit awkward. "Huan, you've become so shy. It's not like you at all. You used to speak your mind freely. But now you seem hesitant," Yu Ling noted, understanding that Huan would never stray from her. She simply wished to know the reason behind his unhappiness, while also trying to bolster his affection for her. Huan looked at the concerned Yu Ling, hesitating once more. "Please just tell me. Don't make me worry about you," Yu Ling urged seriously. Previously, Huan loved to engage in playful banter with their group, but now he was unusually silent, which made her uneasy. Finally, Huan, fearing that Yu Ling might overthink, began to speak slowly, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Have you not noticed anything different about me?" Yu Ling furrowed her brow, scrutinizing him closely. She reached out to touch Huan's beautiful face and said, "You still look as handsome as ever. If anything has changed, it is that you seem even more attractive." "No, that's not it." Huan shook his head, realizing that Yu Ling had not yet caught on. "What is it then?" Yu Ling asked, confused. The system, hesitant about whether to reveal the information, ultimately decided against it, deeming it a private matter between them. "You Haven T noticed my beast markings. I have now become a 7-mark beast man," Huan said, his voice filled with a sense of grievance as he cast several longing glances at Yu Ling, who was oblivious to the obvious hints he had dropped. Realization dawned on Yu Ling as she observed the 7 beast markings on Huan's arm, and she felt genuinely happy for him. "I am so thrilled that you have become a 7-mark beast man," Truly. She then continued, however, in my heart, I do not place much importance on your beast markings. Whether you're a 1-mark beastman or a 2-mark beastman, as long as you are human, I would choose you without hesitation. Though she dared not voice that he was her Gunga, she thought it nonetheless. After spending so much time together, the significance of their beast markings had faded in her mind. What truly mattered was who they were as individuals. As she had expressed earlier, even if their abilities were lacking, she would unconditionally choose them, for they had become indispensable in her life. Upon hearing her words, Huan's eyes glistened with tears. He had not expected to hold such importance in Yueling's heart. All the grievances he had felt over the past few days dissipated, and at that moment, he was filled with affection for the little female. Her heart held him, while his entire heart belonged to her. The system chimed once more, "Congratulations, host. You are remarkable. You have successfully won over Huan, whose affection value has reached 100%. Congratulations on receiving an additional 5 years of life. Your lifespan is now 70 years. Host, you are amazing. How impressive." The host had achieved a remarkable feat over the past 2 days. Yueling felt a surge of joy in her heart as she wrapped her arms around Huan's slender waist. Burying herself in his embrace, inhaling his familiar cold scent, Yueling mused that her beast husbands were quite easy to appease. After nearly a week of diligent work, the number of healing practitioners finally began to dwindle. Yueling felt as though she was on the verge of exhaustion, yet her purse was full. During this time, Kangza visited every day, and Yueling discovered that he had developed a keen passion for learning medical knowledge. He possessed an impressive memory, and each time she explained how to use various herbs, his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. His affection for her had risen to 92%. Despite this high regard, he remained notably reticent, communicating only through occasional questions. Yueling understood that winning over Kangza would not be an easy task. Since he did not bring it up, she refrained from asking. Throughout this period, she consumed 1 crystal core daily, and her complexion improved significantly. She radiated health, her skin free of blemishes, becoming increasingly enchanting. Meanwhile, a significant event unfolded in Beast City. Chapter 223. The mysterious disappearance of Keiwe and Xiong in the Peacock tribe and the Deer tribe had come to Beast City, seeking answers regarding the perplexing disappearance of Keiwe and Xiongyin, who had not returned to their respective tribes. Within the royal palace, the Beast King, towering and imposing, surveyed the leaders of the Peacock and Deer tribes with an air of authority. Missing? When did they disappear? The Beast King's presence was undeniably intimidating, causing the leader of the Peacock tribe to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Since the last time when they participated in the Beast God's Messenger verification, they have not returned. The leader of the Deer tribe spoke up. The disappearance of a female is no trivial matter. Both of our tribes have searched extensively and found no trace of them. The Beast King furrowed his brow. What are their husbands doing? Do they not sense the whereabouts of their female partners? Once a male and female officially bonded, the male could sense the location of the female. This method was most effective when seeking a missing female, yet they had brought this matter to him. He had been quite busy lately, as the other continent's beastmen had only just begun to depart, and Beast City had a plethora of matters awaiting his attention. He had no time to entertain the grievances of these 2 females who openly contradicted him at the conference. Do you know their location? The Beast King demanded, noticing the hesitation of the Peacock tribe leader. Yes, it is Wushan, the leader of the Deer tribe side. Wushan, the domain of the wandering beasts. The beast world is divided into 4 continents: east, west, south, and north, with Wushan excluded. Centuries ago, a Beast King signed a contract with the king of the wandering beasts, designating Wushan as their territory. Although the wandering beasts are considered ominous and are often ostracized, those who venture into Wushan find a place for themselves, making it the headquarters for the wandering beasts. The name Wushan has long been known, perpetually shrouded in a thick layer of white mist. This dense fog serves as a natural barrier, deterring all beastmen from approaching it easily. Moreover, this mysterious white mist not only became the distinctive landscape of Wushan, but also acted as an invisible line that clearly delineated the boundary between them and the wandering beasts. At times, the white mist is as thick as cotton, while at other times, it is as thin as gossamer, swirling gently with the mountain breeze, ever-changing. At times, when sunlight penetrates the clouds, the mist refracts a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a dreamlike spectacle. However, more often than not, the peaks of Wushan are shrouded in a thick veil of fog, rendering its true visage nearly imperceptible. It is precisely this persistent fog that imbues Wushan with an aura of enigma and peril. The Beast King found himself momentarily taken aback. How had the two females unexpectedly appeared on Wushan? The Peacock clan leader shook his head, aware of the discord between Keiyue and the Linghu female, and with the addition of the Moonling female, now serving as a beast goddess envoy. He had presumed Keiyue was merely in a foul mood and had returned to the tribe early. Upon returning, he discovered she had never come back at all, and to his astonishment, learned that their whereabouts were now on Wushan. In recent years, there had been sporadic incidents of females being abducted around the vicinity of Wushan. Could it be that Keiyue and the bear from the deer clan had been targeted by rogue beasts after leaving the beast city? The disappearance of Keiyue instilled profound dread in her beastly husbands. The rogue beasts were infamous for their ruthless tactics. Should anything happen to Keiyue, be it harm or worse, they would find their own lives in jeopardy. The Beast King's expression grew grave. The mysterious appearance of a female from his city in the lair of rogue beasts posed a significant threat to his reign, filling him with unease. If, hypothetically, they had not been abducted from the city, but had actually been caught up in the tumult caused by the commotion surrounding Moonling's identity, it would not be far-fetched to think that rogue beasts had infiltrated amidst the chaos. He ordered his subordinates to investigate whether only Keiyue and the bear had gone missing. The subordinate, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly complied. The Peacock clan leader, observing the Beast King's darkening countenance, queried, "What shall we do now, Beast King? Are we to simply allow the rogue beasts to abduct our females?" The Beast King's expression deepened into a frown. Hearing the Peacock clan leader's words only heightened his anxiety. They were taken without a single beastman to protect their safety? It has taken us this long to discover their absence. Regardless of Keiyue's arrogance and ruthlessness, she is still a female. It is unacceptable that it took so long for anyone to notice. The Peacock clan leader's face flushed with embarrassment, recalling how one of the northern continent's Peacock clan males had been struck by Keiyue and subsequently warned to leave. The Deer clan leader also appeared aghast. These two females were supposed to remain within the tribe, yet it was Keiyue who led her away. Their Deer clan was merely an inconspicuous tribe in the southern continent. How could they have provoked the Peacock clan? They had feared offending the Peacock females, thinking that their status as a large tribe would shield them from harm, and therefore did not send any beastmen to protect them. Furthermore, the bear female was known for her fierce demeanor, and her husbands were too intimidated to accompany her, especially since she had warned them against following her, as she sought a stronger mate in the beast city. In the end, her aspirations led her to an irreversible fate. The Peacock clan leader, incensed, pointed a finger at the Deer clan leader, demanding, "What do you mean? Are you implying that we of the Peacock clan abducted your tribe as females?" The Deer clan leader waved a hand dismissively, troubled by the assertive demeanor of the Peacock clan leader. "This was not what I intended. I merely responded to the Beast King's inquiry." The Peacock clan leader scoffed at the Deer clan leader. "Your females cannot compare to ours. It is clear that it was your Deer clan females who instigated the others within our tribe." The Deer clan leader bristled at the unfounded accusations, realizing that the Peacock clan was attempting to shift all blame onto them. Females are equally precious, and it is not a matter of superiority. The status of Keiyue as a beast goddess envoy does not elevate her above all. "You." The Peacock clan leader was taken aback by the unexpected sharpness of the elder Deer clan leader. It was common knowledge that Keiyue harbored disdain for the Linghu females. Yet the Peacock clan should refrain from slander. The Deer clan was small and had no means to provoke the Peacock clan, which had always been domineering. The two clan leaders could not help but engage in a heated argument, fearing that if they failed to recover the females, they would be unjustly accused. The Peacock clan leader found himself momentarily speechless, his frustration boiling within him. Chapter 224, Wushan at that moment. A light mocking laughter echoed from above. "I am most curious to see how long you will continue this fruitless argument." The voice, though soft, carried an invisible weight of authority. Upon hearing it, the two clan leaders exchanged a glance, their expressions suddenly tinged with shame. As if awakening from a dream, they realized that their prior behavior had been quite unbecoming, bickering in front of the Beast King. They hastily composed themselves and bowed deeply to the Beast King, offering their apologies. Initially, their gathering had been to discuss a strategy for rescuing Keiyue and the bear. Yet, somehow, the conversation had veered off course, leading to mutual accusations and attacks. Now, chastened by the Beast King's words, they recognized their deviation from the original topic and felt a surge of regret. "Why have you ceased speaking?" the Beast King inquired, his tone commanding yet composed. "We will not speak further. We must prioritize the rescue of Keiwe and the bear. The Peacock clan leader insisted, waving his hands in dismissal of any further argument. Soon, the Beastman, sent to investigate, returned, his countenance grave as he whispered in the Beast King's ear. The Beast King's fury erupted, and with a sweeping gesture, he shattered the stone table in two. The rogue beasts of Wushan have truly underestimated us of the southern continent, daring to abduct females from various tribes amidst the chaos. And those tribes are from the Dead Beast City, who say nothing when their females are taken. The Peacock clan and the Deer clan leaders exchanged glances, realizing that other females had also gone missing. In total, 5 females have been abducted, all isolated, an utter disgrace for the Beast King, who had allowed such a brazen act to occur under his very nose. Keiwe and the bear found themselves in a daze, disoriented and immersed in a realm of confusion, completely detached from their surroundings. They felt an overwhelming heaviness in their bodies, as though every inch of their skin were being pierced by a multitude of fine needles. An unbearable sensation, particularly in their stomachs. A searing pain spread like a raging fire, inflicting upon them profound suffering. After what felt like an eternity, as they began to awaken from their stupor, they realized they were ensconced in a dark, utterly unfamiliar cave. The dim light cast an eerie pallor over the place, filled with a nauseating stench. The air was thick with a rancid odor of excrement mingled with an overpowering sourness of sweat, threatening to induce vomiting. In this cramped cave, alongside Keiwe and the bear, were approximately 5 or 6 other females, all huddled together. Their hair was disheveled, faces gaunt, and their bodies were caked in dirt, presenting a pitiful sight. Among them, 2 females were in a frenzy, shouting vehemently towards the cave entrance. The bear, trembling in fear, clutched Keiwe tightly. "Keiwe, where are we? It's so eerie, so frightening." Keiwe felt as though an invisible hand had gripped her heart, a tide of fear surging within her. Her memories halted at the moment they exited the square. Thereafter, everything was a blur. Trembling, she struggled to stand, each movement a daunting task. As her gaze swept across the surroundings, the sight before her made her furrow her brows in distaste, her face reflecting extreme revulsion. What a filthy and sordid environment this was. Merely standing here made Keiwe feel as though her stomach were churning violently, waves of nausea assaulting her throat, nearly causing her to retch. It is worth noting that she was the most beautiful female of the Konke clan, accustomed to living in environments of elegance and cleanliness. Now, immersed in such a disordered and filthy place, it felt like a torment and a desecration to her. "Where is this? Release us at once. I am a female of the Konke clan. Have you all gone mad to dare imprison a female? Are you not afraid of the beast god's punishment?" Shuyue's eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on the enormous stone blocking the center of the cave, an intense urge surging within her. She took a deep breath and strode purposefully towards a boulder. Upon nearing it, Keiwe unhesitatingly raised her fists and struck the cold, hard stone with all her might, as if pouring every ounce of her strength into it. However, despite her efforts, even to the point of gasping for breath, the boulder remained as immovable as a mountain, showing no signs of budging. Her hands grew red and swollen from the relentless pounding, yet she did not waver, gritting her teeth and persevering. As time ticked by, Keiwe felt her strength waning, and eventually, she collapsed onto the ground, her body feeling as if all its bones had been extracted, utterly drained of energy. One of the older-looking females in the cave gently shook her head and said, "Stop struggling. This boulder cannot be moved by our mere strength." Upon hearing this, despair washed over Keiwe like a tidal wave. Where on earth was she? For the first time, she felt fear of the unknown. Could this be the retribution from Yueling? Indeed, she was a malevolent female. "This is Wushan, the tribe of the wandering beasts," the older female stated. Shuyue's face drained of color at this revelation. The notorious savagery of the wandering beasts was known throughout the continent. Had she been captured and brought to Wushan? Would they kill her? Just then, a sharp and piercing scream startled Keiwe. It was Xiongyin crouching beside her, tugging at her and pointing in terror at the rotting pieces of flesh nearby. Keiwe, this is too disgusting. I cannot bear to stay here for another moment." Xiongyin's voice was filled with fear and loathing. Already frazzled, Keiwe felt even more disdain for Xiongyin upon witnessing her frantic demeanor. How could someone of her noble status be associated with such an ugly, plump female? It was all because of that Yueling. Remembering that she had not only failed to bring Yueling down, but had also been captured by the wandering beasts of Wushan. Her gaze towards Xiongyin turned unfriendly. "Get away from me. Keiwe could no longer tolerate Xiong Yin's presence and forcefully shook off her grip. Xiong Yin stumbled and fell. And before she could question Xu Yue's actions, she realized what the older female had just said. Her voice suddenly rose in pitch as she sprang to her feet. What? This is Wushan. No. I don't want to be here. I want to return to the Liu clan. Xiong Yin hurriedly pushed against the boulder. For the wandering beasts were a nightmare for females. They were indeed ruthless and would cruelly slay them without hesitation. Xiong Yin, resembling a small mountain in stature, stood firmly before the massive stone. Initially, the boulder did not budge, but as time passed, under Xiong Yin's persistent efforts, that seemingly immovable stone began to shift slowly. This sight astonished all the females present, especially Keiwe, who suddenly lit up with joy. It seemed that Xiong Yin was not entirely useless. At least she had some merit. The other females, akin to having glimpsed dawn after a long night, looked on with hope and anticipation, silently praying for Xiong Yin to succeed in moving the boulder to resolve their predicament. However, unbeknownst to them, it was not Xiong Yin's strength that moved the enormous stone, but rather someone outside the cave who had effortlessly shifted it aside, clearing the blockage. A blinding and searing light burst into the cave without warning, piercing the deep darkness like a sword. Having been accustomed to the endless black for so long, their eyes struggled to adjust to the sudden brightness, and they felt an unbearable sting, their vision consumed by white, rendering them nearly blind. This abrupt illumination was more intolerable than the darkness itself. Before they could utter a word, a powerful shove propelled them forward, and a deep voice echoed, "Move." Keiwe stumbled, finally grasping her surroundings, only to find her wrists bound with ropes made of animal hide. They found themselves in an unfamiliar tribe, and upon entering, they realized that there were no females present. Only male beastmen, whose predatory gazes pierced through them like daggers. How did they capture such hefty females? They must be able to devour a ferocious beast in a single bite. One beastman remarked disdainfully, scrutinizing Xiong Yin's bulk. This female must have developed into a ball. It must have taken considerable effort to capture her. Having females is already a fortune. What else there to complain about? Such females are the best for breeding and are quite pleasing in mating. Another beastman leered at the group of females, reaching out to touch one of them. The female, already frazzled by the rumors of the wandering beasts, trembled in fear. Slap! The beastman's hand was struck hard by the beastman responsible for transporting the females. Hands off! Let the Beast King choose first, he said. The slapped beastman pouted. The Beast King hasn't chosen a female in years. Why are you looking so closely? After all, they are our public partners. What is wrong with a little advanced touch? The transporting beastman, observing the foolish expressions of the females, could not help but mock. Don't think you have a beast king. We wandering beasts have our own king. What? I refuse to be a public partner. I am a female of the Conke clan. If you release me, our clan leader will certainly reward you with abundant animal hides and salt crystals. Upon hearing this, Keiwe was struck dumb. She stared wide-eyed at the wandering beastmen, her disbelief evident. How could she ever find herself in the position of becoming a public partner? Only foolish or disabled females ended up in such a role. To her, these wandering beastmen appeared as a group of grotesque, malicious males, each gaze reflecting greed and malevolence. For Keiwe, as a female, this was an intolerable disgrace. Having always been the one to select her desired mate, how could these lowly wandering beastmen dare to scrutinize her? The thought ignited a fury within her, causing her to tremble with rage. Yet, her words only provoked uproarious laughter from them. The females of Wushan only leave horizontally. Or do you wish to leave that way? One beastman jeered. After hearing those words, Keiwe felt a sudden chill rise up her spine, and her complexion instantly turned as pale as paper. She widened her eyes, incredulously staring at the rogue beast before her, her heart once again flooded with fear and astonishment. Previously, she had merely heard some terrifying legends about rogue beasts, but had always remained skeptical, dismissing them as mere fabrications. Yet at this moment, upon hearing the beast audaciously proclaim its intent to kill females and to send her out in a horizontal manner, she realized that all those rumors were, in fact, painfully true. Kill the females, Keiwe murmured to herself, her body involuntarily trembling. For all their clans, females were extraordinarily precious and significant, each one bearing the heavy responsibility of perpetuating their lineage. Yet now, this rogue beast regarded the lives of females as mere trifles, unafraid of the beast goddess wrath. Mercilessly issuing death threats, it was utterly insane. With this thought, Chu Yue's heart sank to the depths of despair. To be sent out in that manner is tantamount to signing my death warrant, she thought in desperation. Faced with such a vicious and fearless male beast man, she felt as though she had fallen into a hopeless abyss with no chance of escape. No, I do not wish to die. Keiwa shook her head incessantly. The flickering flame of hope within her extinguished in an instant. One of the beastmen grasped her chin, lifting it as if appraising an object, his coarse fingers pressing down tightly, making her feel as though her jaw might shatter. The beastman's gaze was filled with scrutiny. No wonder she is a female of the Konkei clan. She is indeed quite beautiful. Perhaps if you endeavor to win the favor of the Beast King, you might alter your fate of becoming a public mate. However, I would prefer you do not succeed, for that would allow me to mate with you. My female master is dead, and I am a mere male who survived by chance. We need not concern ourselves with the bonds of partnership. No matter how I treat you, that damned female master contract would no longer restrain me. Ha ha ha. The beastman laughed heartily. Keiwa couldn't help but sneer. She would not look at such a beastman, even if she were blind. And the thought of him wanting to be her mate was nothing short of a dream. What about me? Xiong-in inquired. The beastman scoffed. You are even more unworthy of attention. I truly do not know how you could utter such words. Your physique is practically that of a natural public mate. This beastman's words unwittingly ignited a flicker of hope in Chiyue's heart. As long as she could become the partner of this rogue beast king, she would not become a public mate. She did not wish to be the most despicable type of female. She could utilize this beast king to escape this place. The more she contemplated, the more confident she became. Apart from the blind fox of the Linghu clan, few males would dare to reject her beauty. Gradually, the distress and melancholy faded from Keiwa's face, replaced by an exceedingly confident smile. This transformation drew the attention of the surrounding beastmen, who could not help but glance sideways. She was the first female to arrive here, smiling radiantly. Had she perhaps been so frightened that she had lost her senses? Chapter 226. The Rogue Beast King Wuchun. When Keiwa confidently stepped into the cave of the legendary Rogue Beast King, she was utterly taken aback, her smile frozen on her face. The sight before her was nothing short of chilling. The cave walls were densely embedded with various bones. Those bones were stacked in layers, forming a terrifying mural. Upon closer inspection, there were both the remains of enormous, fierce beasts and those of beastmen retaining a half-human, half-beast form. After death, beastmen would gradually revert to their beast forms. Yet many in this cave had not completely transitioned. Their bodies still bore remnants of their beastman traits, as if time had frozen them in a transitional state between human and beast at the moment of death. Countless skulls were embedded in the stone walls, their hollow eye sockets staring directly at those who entered the cave, seemingly recounting the endless fear and suffering they had endured in life. Some skulls still bore tufts of hair, evoking thoughts of the horrific slaughter that had taken place. The entire cave exuded an eerie atmosphere, sending shivers down one's spine. This is terrifying. The females huddled together, seeking warmth, even though it was the scorching dry season. They felt an overwhelming chill. Report to the Beast King. All the captured females are here. A transporting beast man stepped forward, kneeling on the ground, bowing reverently as he gazed up at the high platform. Keiwa and Xiong-in followed his gaze to see a throne atop the platform, behind which bubbled a pool of crimson blood, filled to the brim. Several females were so frightened that their legs buckled, and they fell to the ground. Just moments ago, Keiwa had intended to charm the Beast King, but all thoughts of that vanished, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread. How could such a terrifying and bloodthirsty beast man willingly allow her to manipulate him? Keiwa had initially assumed this Beast King to be a savage, bloodthirsty male beast man, yet she was unprepared for the reality before her. Everyone looked up, and there on the high platform sat a male beast man. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, exuding an air of elegance and distinction. His face was breathtakingly handsome, as if meticulously sculpted. His brows and eyes were like paintings. Beneath his slightly arched, slender eyebrows, a pair of bright, deep-set eyes sparkled like stars. His straight nose perfectly defined the contours of his face, and his lips curled slightly upward, carrying an almost imperceptible smile that seemed capable of intoxicating anyone who gazed upon him. His features harmoniously blended together, presenting a magnificent tableau from afar. In his hand, he held a fan made of peacock feathers, each plume shimmering with vibrant colors, complementing his resplendent and unique beast skin skirt, further highlighting his noble status and exquisite taste. At this moment, he gazed down at the group of females with a gentle smile, his eyes warm as spring breezes, causing those being watched to feel their hearts race and their cheeks flush. Wu Chan's gaze disdainfully swept over the 6 females below. His voice languid. "Where is Mo Qing?" The transporting beastman hurriedly explained with utmost respect, still in the southern continent beast city. Wu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Mo Qing has never lingered for long in the past. Previously, when Mo Qing captured females, he returned with them. Now, remaining alone in the beast city was indeed peculiar. "I heard there are events happening in the southern continent beast city." The beastman continued. "What new things could there possibly be besides the annual bonfire party? It's truly dull." Wu Chan shook his head, dismissing the notion that the beastmen of this city were merely indulgent pleasure seekers. "This year, there is not only the bonfire party," Kwei boldly interjected. But as she spoke halfway, she was startled into silence by Wu Chen's utterance of "What else is there?" "Continue," Wu Chan urged, narrowing his eyes. Xiong Yin quickly seized the opportunity, eager to showcase herself. She certainly did not wish to become a public mate of the rogue beastman. "Great Beast King, you may not be aware, but now the entire continent is abuzz with tales of the beast god's messenger." Upon hearing Xiong Yin's words, Kwei felt her nails digging into her flesh. She had not expected this seemingly honest Xiong Yin to be so compliant with her words, daring to speak out of turn, when it was precisely what she wished to express. Wu Chen's exquisitely crafted face flickered with an ambiguous emotion. "Continue." Kwei, unwilling to yield, was just about to speak when several silent females nearby vehemently criticized her. "How can you 2 females betray the beast god's messenger?" "Humph. If you wish to be a public mate, go ahead," Xiong Yin retorted. Kwei hastily continued her narrative. "The Linghu clan has produced a female, proclaimed to be the beast god's emissary. Recently, the beast city in the southern continent held a grand assembly to authenticate her identity, and she indeed proved herself. Your Excellency, she is exceptionally beautiful. You could send someone to retrieve her. She would be the perfect public companion for you, guaranteed to bless your wandering beast tribe with the most formidable offspring." Wu Chan's smile deepened. "Is that so?" Kwei nodded eagerly. "Yes, I can assist in bringing her back, provided you release me and allow me to do as I wish." Upon hearing this, Wu Chan's tall and elegant figure gradually descended from the high platform. Each step he took resonated with a steadiness and strength that seemed to make the very world tremble. Kwei stood frozen, her heart racing uncontrollably. The echo of his footsteps struck her heart like a hammer, evoking an indescribable sense of anxiety and dread. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her scalp, realizing that Wu Chan had unhesitatingly seized her hair. The force was so great that she could not break free, and she was compelled to tilt her head back to meet his gaze. "Are you truly beautiful?" Though reluctant to concede, Kwei nodded. "Much more beautiful than I. And the female leader of the Linghu clan is also a rare beauty. You could capture both of them. Why should she be taken by those coarse vagabonds?" She intended to make it clear that they would never know peace. "Your Excellency, we have informed you. Please spare us from becoming public companions, and we shall be obedient." Xiong Yin flattered. Though somewhat domineering, she was not foolish. Wu Chan could not help but chuckle at Xiong Yin's words, his laughter echoing throughout the cavern. The other females glanced around. The sight of this beast king was increasingly terrifying, as if the skulls adorning the walls were laughing alongside him, sending shivers down their spines. "It has always been you females who choose your mates. Now I shall allow the males to select you, so you may taste the bitterness of this experience." Wu Chan remarked cruelly. The transporting beastman sighed softly. "Well, the beast king seems uninterested." Kwei and Xiong Yin exclaimed. "This is not how things should unfold. Your Excellency, what about us?" Xiong Yin asked tremulously. "Naturally, you will be included." The transporting beastman mercilessly dragged Xiong Yin forward. Kwei quickly fell to her knees, pleading, "Your Majesty, I have told you everything. As long as you spare me from being a public companion, I will comply with any of your wishes." Seeing Wu Chan unmoved, Kwei immediately cast him a flirtatious glance, displaying what she believed to be her most enchanting smile. Disgusting. Wu Chan's previously cheerful expression suddenly darkened. This female was utterly repulsive. Kwei felt a fierce gust of wind, causing her to tumble several times before landing beside a pool of blood. The overwhelming stench of blood made her retch uncontrollably. It had been so long since she had eaten that she could no longer vomit. "Take her away and do not let me see this Peacock clan female again." Wu Chan added, "I detest the Peacock clan above all. Unfortunately, you disgust me more than the others." He himself had been a member of the Peacock clan. forsaken in his youth due to frailty and left in a forest teeming with ferocious beasts. Had it not been for a passing vagabond who rescued him, he would have perished. As Keiwe was forcibly taken away, a beastman who had overheard their conversation inquired, "Beast King, should we capture the beast god's emissary and the female leader of the Linghu clan, as they mentioned?" Chapter 227, Yuling, Part 1. Yuling had also learned of the missing females, and to her surprise, it was indeed Keiwe and Xiongyin. Her guard beastmen surrounded her stone dwelling, fearing she might also be abducted by vagabonds. Bored, she rested her chin on the stone table. "I feel utterly constrained since becoming the beast god's emissary. Just look at the multitude of guards outside." Yuling emphasized her words. She longed to return to the Linghu clan. "They're all here to protect you better." Lion Jian gazed at the adorable Yuling, gently stroking her silky hair. "Madam, the apprentice shamans have arrived." Yin Jin entered hastily and announced. Yuling stood up. "All right, time to work. Who would dare cross paths with Beast Crystal?" As the sun dipped low in the west, the moon began to ascend into the sky, and one by one, the apprentice shamans took their leave. Yuling sighed deeply, relieved that her work had come to an end. However, thoughts of Song Zhe plagued her. Their mutual affection had grown so high, yet they had yet to consider becoming mates, which troubled her greatly. Song Zhe slowly straightened, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. He inhaled deeply, preparing to tell Yuling that he too was about to embark on his journey back to the Eagle clan. Just then, an overwhelming and almost suffocating scent wafted through the air. It was a mixture of a strong, bloody aroma and an indescribable sweetness, emanating from Yuling as if it possessed a life of its own. Simultaneously, Yuling sensed that something was amiss. She slightly furrowed her brow, her hands instinctively resting on her abdomen. The discomfort intensified, particularly the heavy feeling in her lower abdomen, as though it were burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. Moreover, alongside this sensation came sharp pangs, as if countless needles were pricking at her delicate skin, causing her to involuntarily gasp. "Could it be that I have an upset stomach?" "Yuling, it's been so long since my last visit from Ant Flow that I've nearly forgotten what it feels like." This scent was not unfamiliar to Song Zhe. A shaman, his gaze shifted downward, landing on the beast skin skirt made of violet snake shed, where a crimson stain was evident. "You have matured." Yuling was taken aback, finding Song Zhe's statement rather nonsensical. "I have not matured." "You have matured," Gangsha reiterated. Yuling still did not comprehend. "I have not matured." Song Zhe, exasperated, pointed at the blood-stained area of her beast skin skirt. "You are in heat." Yuling, her mind raced with inappropriate thoughts. How could she possibly be in heat? Instinctively, she retaliated. "You're the one in heat." Song Zhe, more helpless than ever, realized that his sharp tongue met its match. Seeing Yuling pale from the effects of her heat, he felt a pang of sympathy and softened his tone. "What I mean is, you have matured. Your heat cycle has begun." Yuling remained oblivious. She reached back to touch her behind, feeling sticky. "It's over." Unable to contain herself, she cried out, seeing the red liquid on her palm. Her voice immediately drew her mates, who found the shamanic arts somewhat dull and could only endure so much. "What happened?" Bai Ying, being the closest, rushed forward, his worry evident as he noticed Yuling's pale countenance. Following her gaze, he spotted the red liquid on her hand, and his heart leaped to his throat. "Little Yuling, are you hurt?" Hu Wan fretted, spinning Yuling around a few times, her eyes landing on Yuling's beast skin skirt. "It is the scent of heat." Wolf Trace's face flushed slightly. The scent of a female in heat greatly affected males, easily stirring their desires. "Yuling, you have matured," Shi Zhua commented. Due to overwhelming nervousness, it was only after a moment that I realized the classroom, which had been open for teaching, was now filled with the intoxicating scent of female arousal, stirring their hearts and causing their blood to race, nearly overwhelming their inner desires. The young female had finally matured, and the several beastmen were both jubilant and troubled. They were delighted that they could now indulge freely with their female master, yet concerned by her noticeably pale complexion, which was distressing to behold. "Are you feeling unwell?" Xie asked, observing the ashen face of Yuling, and quickly supported her. Yuling clutched her abdomen, cold sweat beading on her forehead, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "It hurts, it really hurts." "Hurry, quickly find a shaman," Yun Jin urged, visibly anxious. Yuling, in agony, chuckled softly at Yun Jin's words. "I am a shaman. What do you need to find another for?" She feared that rumors would spread, claiming she was faking her condition, rendering all their prior efforts futile. Song Zhe, noticing Yuling's ghastly pallor, swiftly scooped her up in his arms, declaring, "I am a shaman. If you are in such pain, what are you waiting for?" The beastmen exchanged glances, realizing their nerves had prevented them from acting sooner. Yuling was in pain, yet her heart was filled with sweetness. Song Zhe was beginning to understand. "Where's your room?" he asked urgently. Xie promptly led Song Zhe and Yuling back to her chamber. "I'm a shaman. I have seen this before. Some physically weaker females experience considerable discomfort during their heat. Quickly, prepare hot water and a bee skin mat for her," Song Zhe instructed, gently laying Yuling on the bed. Upon hearing Song Zhe's words, everyone busied themselves. A flurry of activity ensued. Bai Ying produced a white mat made of cotton that Yuling had prepared in advance, which Song Zhe accepted. He was puzzled, as it was customary for females to use beast skins to absorb the blood during their heat. Yet he did not dwell on it, and began to replace Yuling's mat. As Yuling's pain intensified, she grasped her beast skin skirt tightly, declaring, "I could do it myself." Song Zhe's brows furrowed in concern. "You are in so much pain. Can you manage?" A faint blush crept onto his cheeks as he instinctively added, "I have never helped a female with this. I am just overly worried about you." Hearing such word from Song Zhe was a first for Yuling, and she smiled softly, "I know." At her response, Song Zhe's face reddened further. Bai Ying and the others, observing the interaction between the two, discreetly withdrew from Yuling's room. They had been watching closely and recognized Yuling's genuine affection for Song Zhe. "Turn your back," Yuling instructed. Geng Shi, feeling flustered, complete, his ears turning crimson at the rustle of movement behind him. After Yuling had successfully changed into her homemade sanitary pad and donned a fresh beast skin skirt, she exhaled in relief. Thanks to the nourishment from the beast crystals, her body had improved significantly. However, the sudden onset of her menstruation had sent her spiraling back to her previous state. Without the support of the beast crystals, she feared she would be writhing in pain on the ground. Song Zhe turned to face her as she spoke, their eyes locking in a moment of silent understanding. His fingers clenched into fists, betraying his own anxiety. Xie entered briskly with hot water. "Song Zhe, the hot water is ready. Please give me a clean piece of bee skin," Song Zhe requested. Xie handed him a small piece, and Song Zhe looked at Yuling, who was resting on the bed, holding her abdomen. "Lie down," he instructed. Yuling complied, watching as Song Zhe soaked the bee skin in hot water, wrung it out, and gently placed it on her lower abdomen. The warmth of the compress alleviated some of her discomfort. As the pain subsided, she felt less afflicted. She was soon joined by Shizhua, who brought in more hot water before leaving the room, leaving only herself and Song Zhe. "Your beastmen are truly irresponsible," Song Zhe remarked, frowning in discontent. "How could they abandon her at such a time?" Bai Ying, Huan, Lang Ji, Shizhua, and Xie stood ready at the door, having sacrificed their time with Yuling to allow her some privacy, only to have Song Zhe criticize them in secret. Yunjin chimed in, "I agree. It must be because the female master's beastmen are not as devoted as I am." Yuling couldn't help but smile, fully aware of her significance to them. Listening to Song Zhe's grievances, she felt compelled to defend them. "They treat me well. It's because," Song Zhe, confused, asked. "Because of what?" Yuling sighed softly, opting for honesty. "Because they want us to have some time alone. You, as a shaman, will undoubtedly take good care of me," which they do not understand. Song Zhe had not anticipated Yuling's candor, and he found himself less opposed to the idea of their solitude than before, feeling a sense of joy that Yuling's beastmen were accommodating him. However, he quickly questioned why he should feel grateful for their acceptance. It was a puzzling sentiment. "I am a shaman. It is my duty to care for females," Song Zhe reiterated. Yuling, noticing his lack of acknowledgement of her earlier statement, sighed internally. It was no surprise he was the most difficult to approach. She had hinted so clearly, yet with such high regard, he showed no inclination to propose a partnership. "Sit up and drink some hot water," Song Zhe said, supporting Yuling's back as she rose. He held out the steaming cup, watching the vapor rise as he gently blew across the surface before offering it to her. Yuling gazed at Song Zhe's silvery hair and long, thick lashes, thinking how ethereal and beautiful he truly was. "You are so handsome," she couldn't help but exclaim. Song Zhe startled, nearly spilling the water, and when he looked up, he met Yuling's earnest gaze. She smiled softly, her expression blooming like flowers in spring. Gingerly, she extended her hand, carefully cradling the base of the cup, and took small sips of the hot water. As the warmth flowed down her throat, Yuling's previously pale complexion began to regain its color, becoming rosy and vibrant. After finishing the water, her lips, once pale, now bore a delicate pink hue, reminiscent of petals glistening with morning dew, alluring and fresh. Song Zhe found himself captivated, unable to look away. For reasons unknown, seeing Yu Ling like this caused a tightness in Song Zhe's throat, as if something were lodged within, making his breathing laborious. An inexplicable sense of panic surged within him, prompting him to turn away in an attempt to mask his inner turmoil. Yet, even as he averted his gaze, Yu Ling's soft whisper, "You are so handsome," echoed in his ears like an enchanting melody. This phrase ignited a long-buried emotion within him, making him feel as if he were ablaze. Suddenly, Song Zhe felt an overwhelming discomfort, a tingling sensation spreading from his heart throughout his body, leaving him at a loss. He inhaled deeply several times, forcing himself to suppress the chaos within. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. After drinking, you should rest for a while. The female has been weak these past few days. Avoid cold water and be sure to take care of yourself, Song Zhe advised. With that, he prepared to leave. Yu Ling, slightly taken aback, asked softly, "Are you leaving?" Had her earlier words offended Song Zhe, prompting his departure? Tundra paused for a moment and explained, "I went to the shaman in Beast City to gather herbs. You don't have any specialized herbs here to alleviate the discomfort during the female's estrus period." Upon hearing this, Yu Ling let out a sigh of relief, gazing at the tall figure of Song Zhe. "Song Zhe, thank you." This time, she did not refer to him as the Eagle Tribe Shaman, and for some reason, Song Zhe felt an immense joy from this address. Song Zhe responded softly before vanishing from the room. As he stepped outside, he was greeted by a few anxious orcs waiting at the door, their faces etched with worry. He reiterated his advice. Make sure she takes care of herself, drink plenty of warm water, and absolutely do not let her overexert herself. Despite Song Zhe having betrayed them earlier, he was still a shaman, and his words carried weight. The orcs nodded repeatedly, taking his words to heart. Once Song Zhe left, they rushed into the room, each expressing their concern and sympathy for her. "Xiao Yu Ling, had I known your estrus would be this painful, I would have wished for you to never grow up," Huan remarked, observing Yu Ling's suddenly pale complexion, filled with worry and fear, mostly anxiety. "What foolish words are you saying?" Yu Ling chuckled at Huan's comment. "Eat this," Bai Ying said, who managed the family's beast crystals, hastily producing 2 and feeding them to Yu Ling without hesitation. Instantly, she felt warmth enveloping her entire body. "Thank you, Bai Ying. I feel much better." Bai Ying gently ruffled her hair, saying, "Fool, I don't want you to thank me." Upon hearing this, Yu Ling beamed a brilliant smile at Bai Ying. "The Eagle Tribe Shaman said you should rest well, you should lie down and sleep for a while. We'll stay here with you." Wolf Trail, witnessing Yu Ling's condition, felt as if his heart were shattering, wishing he could bear her pain. Is it not a good thing for the female to grow? Look at you all, filled with such grave concern. Yu Ling laughed softly. "It's merely menstrual discomfort. You all seem more anxious than I am, as if preparing for a battle outside. Making the female suffer is not a good thing." Yin Jin shook his head, his expression filled with concern for her. Shizhua listened to their banter filled with care for their little female, and he offered Yu Ling a gentle smile, as he remarked that his little female looked lovely when smiling. Xie Che, on the other hand, widened his eyes, carefully observing Yu Ling, insisting that if she mentioned any discomfort, he would certainly summon the shaman of Beast City. Not long after, Song Zhe returned, holding a bowl of soup, which this time did not smell as unpleasant. "Host, this should be the modern version of Yumukeo boiled water," System 999 commented, observing the clear bamboo bowl and its contents. "Drink this," Song Zhe offered as he handed it to her. Yu Ling obediently accepted the bamboo bowl, knowing the contents were genuinely beneficial for her health. She had just consumed the beast crystal, which had alleviated her pain, and knowing this was the Yumukeo concocted specifically for her by Song Zhe, her heart felt warm. As she downed the bowl of Yumukeo water, she exhaled softly and smiled at Song Zhe. "Thank you, Song Zhe." He responded softly. "For the next few days, since you are unwell, you are a female and a beast god's messenger. I will stay to care for you," Song Zhe stated. Realizing that mentioning her being a female and a beast god's messenger was somewhat presumptuous, Yu Ling's face lit up with joy upon hearing his words, and she grasped Song Zhe's hand excitedly. "Really?" Song Zhe, feeling the warmth of her delicate hand, discreetly withdrew his own. "Thank you so much," Yu Ling responded, undeterred by Song Zhe's actions, still smiling brightly. "There are enough rooms in the stone house. You should stay here," Bai Ying suggested. He then turned to Huan. Wolf Trail, Shizhua, Xieche, and Yunjin, instructing, come out and tidy up the room. The group exchanged glances, wondering what needed tidying in a male orc's room. It was evident that Baiying was merely granting them private time together. However, Yuling indeed needed an eagle tribe mate, and Song Zhe, being a shaman, was a twofold benefit. Song Zhe watched the departing orcs, pondering whether he should stay. Yuling, seeing his expression, smiled slightly. Baiying is quite good. Don't be misled by their occasionally cold demeanor. They all have wonderful personalities. Their personalities have nothing to do with me, Song Zhe replied. Yuling, sensing his sudden silence, wondered if he had misspoken. What I mean is their personalities don't concern me. As long as they treat you well, Song Zhe clarified. Yuling chuckled softly. They are indeed quite good to me. Their conversation seemed to drift off, and the ongoing turmoil in Beast City regarding the capture of females occupied their minds. As the heir to the Beast King, Shi Jian was overwhelmed with responsibilities. Upon returning, he found several orcs in the stonehouse yard. Why aren't you accompanying Yuling? What are you all doing here? Yuling has company. Yunjin replied with a resentful gaze and tone. At that moment, Shi Jian caught a strong scent, the unmistakable aroma of a female in estrus. No wonder he had noticed the strange expressions on the guards earlier. They were affected by the scent. Realizing this, Shi Jian's expression brightened with surprise as he looked at them. Yuling, has she matured? Huan couldn't he help but roll her eyes at Shi Jian's excitement. Yes, today has been quite difficult. The Eagle Tribe shaman is inside. Just moments ago, Shi Jian had been engulfed in pure delight. However, upon hearing that Yuling was currently suffering, his brow furrowed tightly, as if knotted in distress. He had heard of such situations before. It was said that some females experienced a series of discomforting symptoms during their estrus, the most common being unbearable abdominal pain, a torment almost intolerable for the beasts, while others might act out in anger. The mere thought of Yuling possibly enduring such agony tightened Shi Jian's heart. I'll go check on her, he declared, concern for Yuling driving him to ascend the stairs hastily. Upon entering the room, he found Song Zhe, the Eagle Tribe shaman, seated beside Yuling. Today was not supposed to be the last day of her lessons, as various shamans had gradually departed from Beast City. Yet, this shaman remained. Yuling, how are you? Does it still hurt? Where do you feel discomfort? Shi Jian asked, quickly moving to sit beside her bed, brushing her hair from her forehead, expressing his concern. Yuling met his gaze, feeling his genuine worry. With Song Zhe caring for me, I'm quite well. I just drank the medicine. And Baiying fed me some beast crystals. My stomach doesn't hurt as much anymore, so please don't worry about me. Ignoring Gangsha, Shi Jian gently pulled Yuling into his embrace, treating her as if she were a precious treasure. Song Zhe observed the intimate embrace of the two, noting how they did not regard him as an outsider. By the way, what is happening with the other females? Yuling leaned against Shi Jian's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat as her thoughts wandered. Shi Jian glanced at Song Zhe, aware that the situation had stirred quite the uproar throughout the city. The females had locked themselves indoors, afraid to venture out, and it was clear that the Eagle Tribe was also aware of the turmoil. In a few days, I may have to leave Beast City for Wushan to rescue the captured females. You must stay safe here, Shi Jian instructed. To Wushan? Yuling realized that the reason she had not seen any so-called stray beasts was that they had mostly gone to a place called Wushan, a territory beyond the 4 continents, teeming with countless strays, essentially a lawless land, the mountain of evil beasts. Under normal circumstances, if a tribe lost 1 or 2 females, it wouldn't cause such an uproar. The situation had escalated to the point where Beast City was mobilizing completely. However, the timing and location of this incident have had a profound impact on non-Dalashoching. It stands as a tremendous humiliation in the reign of the Beast King, as this group of beastmen brazenly abducted females right under his nose, including those from other continents attending the Beast God's Envoy Certification Conference, showing utter disregard for his authority. This endeavor was not merely to rescue the captured females, but also to reclaim lost dignity. Yueling, though not well-versed in the politics of Wushan, Liu Longshou, and Shoqing, understood that it was akin to bandits wreaking havoc, and they were heading to eliminate the outlaws and rescue the hostages. Nevertheless, recalling the inhumane treatment that the original host, Shoumu Tuxing, had suffered at the hands of the wandering beasts, she could not help but feel a chill of anxiety for the abducted females. These wandering beasts, abandoned by the beast god, were nothing but deranged and ruthless elements capable of committing any atrocity. You must ensure your safety, Yueling implored, her concern palpable. Shi Jian held Yue Ling close, his heart brimming with sweetness. Only his female mate would express such concern for him, and this made him incredibly happy. He was grateful to the beast god for bringing Yue Ling into his life. Song Zhe remarked, "They are indeed quite bothersome." Xue Yue and Xiong Yin had lost track of how many days and nights had passed in this dismal place. It felt as though they had been forsaken by time, their remaining lives seemingly destined to be consumed by this endless darkness. Both were imprisoned in their respective cramped caves, and every time a glimmer of dawn appeared on the horizon, the beastmen would stealthily invade their sanctuaries. These savage beings ruthlessly coerced them into committing acts that were against their will and utterly repugnant. In this terrifying realm, the notion of companionship was non-existent. The beastmen here were those discarded by their female mates, driven away, or mourning the loss of their partners. And Xue Yue and Xiong Yin had merely become instruments for their unrestrained desires. At this moment, the pitiful Xiong Yin was already in tears, regret cascading down her cheeks. She lamented deeply, wishing she had not blindly followed Xue Yue away from their familiar tribe. For now, she found herself in this tragic predicament, living a life more humiliating than that of a mere beast. Xue Yue's former pride had been thoroughly shattered, and as she gazed into the dark cave, her only source of light came from a minuscule spirit stone she had begged from another beastman. She had heard that Yue Ling was growing, and Song Xuan, her beast brother, had even sent her 10 beast crystals as gifts, with the Beast King contributing 8 as well. It seems the arrival of a new cycle has stirred quite a tempest in the city, she mused. They were indeed wealthy, no longer gifting animal hides, but rather beast crystals. Meanwhile, Shi Jian and the Beast King had set off for Wushan, while Zhe had taken care of her for several days and was preparing to return to the Ying tribe. Yue Ling furrowed her brow, looking at Zhe. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" In these days, Zhe's favorability had reached a staggering 95%, yet he had not uttered a single word, leaving Yue Ling feeling somewhat unsettled as he was about to depart back to the Ying tribe. Zhe looked at Yue Ling and shook his head, saying, "You need to rest well in the coming days and not overexert yourself." After speaking, his gaze fell on the several beastmen behind her. The implication was clear. The little female he had been yearning for had finally matured, and these ravenous males would surely wish to devour her whole. Heeding Zhe's advice, acknowledged the wisdom of the shaman, but upon realizing the little female had grown, he felt a glimmer of anticipation. Yue Ling, understanding Zhe's veiled hint, felt her cheeks flush and shook her head. "That is not what I meant." Her inquiry was not about that. Could Zhe truly be so obtuse? Zhe wore a puzzled expression. Then what else is there? "Host, is this strategist number 6, Zhe, perhaps lacking a strand of understanding?" With a favorability of 95%, he remains utterly silent. System 999 lamented. Yue Ling was equally perplexed. In her past experiences with each beastman, none had such a high bond value, yet Zhe, despite this elevated figure, showed no intention of taking the next step, which greatly troubled her. She had planned to remain passive, but now he was preparing to leave. Observing Zhe's bewildered expression, she sighed and took his hands, deciding to take the initiative. "I like you. I want you to stay and be my beastman." Zhe's mind resonated with confusion. "What did you say?" "I said I like you. I want you to stay and be my beastman." Yue Ling did not hear the System 999's reminder about the declining favorability and continued to repeat herself. He had thought she no longer had feelings for him. So after the shock, Zhe shook his head. "I cannot stay. The members of the Ying tribe are waiting for my return. The future of my tribe rests upon my shoulders. I cannot be so selfish." Another rejection. Was the favorability perhaps inflated? Upon hearing Zhe's response, Yue Ling considered the possibility of a compromise. "Zhe, do you feel even the slightest flutter of affection for me? Do you like me?" Zhe was taken aback, gazing at her upturned face, swallowing hard. Even he, in his obliviousness, recognized that his feelings for Yue Ling had transformed. It was no longer the initial wariness, the belief that she had ulterior motives, that she was a cunning and malevolent female. When did this transformation occur? Was it during her remedy, or when she saved him? Unbeknownst to him, the scales of love had tilted, and through their interactions, his feelings for Yue Ling had gradually evolved. Whenever he heard someone slandering her, he found himself unable to control his impulses, always stepping forward without hesitation to defend her honor and dignity, even in the face of skepticism and accusations. When she reached this pivotal moment of growth, yet felt unwell It was as though an invisible hand had gripped his heart tightly, causing him pain that made breathing nearly impossible. The deep-seated worry and heartache surged within him like a tide, making him wish to transfer all her suffering onto himself, just to witness her radiant smile once more. It was only then that he realized, unbeknownst to him, this petite and adorable female had quietly taken on an immensely significant role in his heart. Her every action, every smile, seemed to cast a spell, drawing him in, compelling him to care and pay heed. Perhaps love had arrived unannounced, catching him off guard, and had taken root deeply in his heart. Now, hearing her confess her feelings for him, he felt an unparalleled joy. With this realization, Song Zhe solemnly nodded. Yu Ling's face lit up. Then will you become my beast man? Song Zhe furrowed his brow. I still have the Ying tribe to attend to. Yu Ling shook her head at him. You only need to tell me whether you are willing. Song Zhe's face flushed, the usual cool and ethereal demeanor showing signs of cracking. I am willing. Yu Ling smiled. Then it is settled. Before long, I shall return to the Linghu tribe, which is not far from yours. We can see each other often. If you miss me, you may come to the Linghu tribe or Shoqing to find me. You can also entrust your responsibilities to other beastmen, but I will support whatever decision you make unconditionally. Yu Ling spoke softly, her final words carrying a hint of temptation. Song Zhe becoming her beastman was something she naturally desired, and she wished for him to be with her rather than living apart. He could pass on his knowledge to a worthy beastman, grooming him to be the next shaman. Yet such a choice would cause Song Zhe's status in the Ying tribe to plummet, no longer being the solitary shaman revered above all. Kangza was taken aback, gazing at Yu Ling. She had even considered this for him. Although the identity of shaman was honorable, it was more of a shackle for Kangza. Now that he had found his beloved female, he was naturally willing to follow her, unable to bear the thought of separation. Reflecting on their first meeting, when he had ridiculed her and she had driven him away, he felt a profound sense of shame. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently. Unable to restrain his heart any longer, Kangza reached out and embraced Yu Ling, pulling her into his arms, murmuring, I am sorry. Yu Ling was surprised. This was Kangza taking the initiative to embrace her, driven not by anything else but by his feelings. She quickly wrapped her arms around his waist. Such a celestial beauty as her husband was indeed a great fortune. Kangza smiled gently before releasing Yu Ling and kneeling before the beast god, declaring his vow in front of all her beast husbands. I, Kangza, shall love Yu Ling for all my life, through life and death. I will protect and cherish her with my very existence. Should I breach this oath, may the beast god bestow upon me divine punishment, causing my soul to scatter, never to reincarnate. Yu Ling and Being were both profoundly astonished. They had not anticipated that Kangza would make such a fervent vow to the beast god. Yu Ling quickly pulled Kangza up, reluctant as she said, What a pity. You've just become my beast husband, and now you must leave. Kangza chuckled, grasping Yu Ling's hand. There will be another chance. Once I resolve matters with the Eagle tribe, I will come to find you. Yes, yes. Yu Ling bid farewell to Kangza, watching as his magnificent, snow-white eagle wings spread wide, soaring slowly into the distance. As soon as Kangza departed, Yunjin approached Yu Ling, clinging to her. Mistress, now that you've taken that old eagle, why not take me in as well? I am very obedient. I will heed your every command. If you tell me to go east, I shall not venture west. Wouldn't you desire such a compliant beast husband? Several beast husbands chimed in. Yunjin, think of your own kin. Stop pestering little Yu Ling, said Huan. He had learned from them about the rogue beast assault on the Ruda tribe. He wished to keep Yunjin close to ascertain the intentions of the rogue beasts. Upon hearing this, Yunjin restrained his cheerful demeanor. Currently, Shijian and the Beast King were on their way to Wushan to retrieve the missing females. Yunjin held little hope, as none of the beastmen taken by the rogue beasts had ever returned, and they were entirely unaware of what lay within Wushan. That night, as Yu Ling prepared to retire, she noticed a figure slip through the door and suddenly embrace her. Little Yu Ling, you've grown. May I sleep with you? Huan whispered enticingly in her ear. Yu Ling smiled. She had indeed matured and was about to officially bond with her beast husbands. Whenever intimate thoughts of their future together crossed her mind, her fair cheeks would involuntarily flush a vibrant shade reminiscent of the evening sky. This feeling of shyness surged within her like a tidal wave, causing her heart to race as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. Despite her apprehension, she was also filled with anticipation and longing. Listening to Huan's sweet words, Yu Ling gently pulled his hand away. No, we must proceed in order to avoid any conflict later. She could not agree to Hyun's cleverness. Being would surely be hurt, and she could not bear to see Being in pain. This approach was the most just and fair. Hyun pouted, reluctantly releasing her hand. All right then, get some rest. Yueling chuckled helplessly, pushing Hyun out the door, only to find Being watching her from a distance. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she contemplated the events that were about to unfold. Once in her room, she sat on the bed, fanning herself with a handkerchief. It was unseasonably hot. As Hyun passed Being, he cast him a resentful glance. Why am I not the first beast husband? After a while, a faint yet somewhat heavy sound of footsteps echoed outside. Yueling's heart fluttered at the sound, and she instinctively turned her head. In that moment, the figure was none other than Being. He skillfully lifted the heavy beast hide curtain and strode in with purpose. At that moment, Being radiated a fresh aura. Evidently, just having bathed, his damp silver hair dripped with water, the droplets cascading down like strings of glistening pearls, flowing down his sculpted chest. They seemed almost alive, playfully traversing his skin before vanishing into the simple beast hide skirt. Yueling gazed at this scene, her eyes following the water droplets, her throat involuntarily swallowing as she felt her heart skip a beat and her breath quicken. The atmosphere in the room grew charged, and Being was more nervous than ever. He had heard Yueling's earlier words and was acutely aware that they were about to bond as partners. Yueling felt particularly anxious, her voice trembling as she spoke. Why are you so far away? Come sit here. She patted the space beside her. Being smiled and obediently sat beside Yueling. Yueling gently took a soft piece of beast hide and brought it close to Being's wet hair, beginning to dry it carefully. As she worked, her gaze naturally followed the contours of Being's head downwards. First, she noticed the faint pink of his ear tips, resembling ripe cherries. Next, her attention was drawn to his long, thick eyelashes, fluttering gently as if revealing his nervousness. Further down, she admired his straight, elegantly sculpted nose, a true work of art that elicited admiration. Being, somewhat astonished by Yueling's gentle attention, felt his breaths grow heavier, his chest rising and falling more pronouncedly. The little female he had longed for was right before him, and he struggled to contain his emotions. Suddenly, Yueling felt a flicker in her vision as a strong hand, like a phantom, reached out and seized her slender wrist. Before she could react, a powerful force yanked her directly into Being's warm embrace. In the next instant, a tempest of kisses surged upon her like a tidal wave, showering her lips, cheeks, and neck. Yueling's eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for such an intense and passionate encounter. In that moment, she felt like a helpless little boat, teetering on the brink of chaos amid the stormy seas. Her heart raced wildly, as though it might leap out of her throat. Being, on the other hand, was like a famished beast, greedily savoring her sweetness. Being held Yueling tightly, as if he wished to meld her into his very being, following the instinctive call of love deep within him. He indulged in the familiar actions that had filled countless dreams on sleepless nights. The moonlight cascaded upon them, painting a dreamlike scene. When Being finally loosened his hold on Yueling and gazed down at her delicate form, his eyes sparkled with endless tenderness. He could distinctly feel Yueling's trembling body and the tension within her heart. Thus, he gently leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, "Do not be afraid, for I am here." His warm, soothing voice seemed to possess a magical power, gradually easing Yueling's previously taut nerves. Congratulations, host. Bai Ying's affinity has reached 100%. Your total lifespan is now 80 years. Bai Ying, Shizhua, Xieche, and Shijian have all been successfully conquered. Congratulations, host. The system chimed. Yuling felt as if her entire body was disassembled. She simply could not withstand Bai Ying's affection. She tugged at Bai Ying, her voice laced with a playful tone. Bai Ying, I am exhausted. Bai Ying froze for a moment, realizing he had been too eager and had not considered the delicate constitution of the little female. He halted his actions and embraced Yuling tightly. They had finally become a couple. He was no longer merely her guardian beast, but her true beast husband. The sensitive ears of male beastmen picked up Yuling's sweet and alluring voice, which stirred something deep within them, making it almost unbearable, a veritable torment. It's so hot, Yuling complained, pushing Bai Ying gently. The heat was oppressive, and after all the commotion, she felt as if she were submerged in water, suffering greatly. Bai Ying tenderly caressed her face, brushing aside her disheveled hair from their vigorous activity, and placed a gentle kiss on her lips, saying, "Be good. I will prepare hot water for you." Yuling shyly nodded, Despite the initial pain, the subsequent sensations were quite pleasant. Just as Bai Ying was about to fetch hot water, he noticed several busy beastmen in the kitchen who had already prepared it. "Here is the hot water for Yu Ling," Shi Zhua said, placing it before Bai Ying. Bai Ying nodded and carried Yu Ling upstairs in a wooden tub, as she had suggested. Yu Ling was surprised by how quickly Bai Ying returned. "So fast," she exclaimed. Bai Ying nodded. The water was prepared by them. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling's cheeks flushed even more. Did that mean they had all heard her? This stone house was far from soundproof, which made her feel utterly embarrassed. "I will carry you," Bai Ying, noticing Yu Ling's flushed face, said indulgently. Without any pretense, Yu Ling extended her hands, and Bai Ying effortlessly lifted her, placing her into the warm water. Bai Ying then assisted Yu Ling with her bathing, and once she was finished, he carried her back to bed before going downstairs to take a shower himself. Exhausted, Yu Ling slept soundly through the night and did not awaken until the sun was high in the sky. Bai Ying and Lang Ji had become quite adept at caring for her, and they worked in perfect harmony. Soon, Yu Ling made her way downstairs to enjoy breakfast. The shaman doctors had returned to their respective tribes, leaving her feeling idle and unoccupied. Watching the guards still surrounding her, she felt thoroughly bored. "I really want to go out and play," Yu Ling lamented, resting her head on the stone table. "We can go out and play," Bai Ying quickly responded, unwilling to see her so disheartened. With the beastmen from various continents having mostly departed, the Beast King and Shijian had gone to Wu Mountain. The Beast City was now overseen by the Beast King's female, and with their presence, Yu Ling would be well protected. "If you want to go, then go," Shi Zhua encouraged. As an 8-pattern beastman, it would be utterly useless if he could not protect his female master. Previously, he had not been by her side. But now that he was back, she could do as she pleased. Yu Ling's previously gloomy expression brightened with a radiant smile. Beastmen visiting the city to verify the true beast god envoy had begun to depart one after another. The most alarming of them all was the Zi Wang Shizu, who could scarcely believe that Shi Zhua was the husband of the beast god envoy. Reflecting on their past actions, the Zi Wang Shizu was filled with regret. They had once recklessly pursued Shi Zhua, completely unaware of the grave mistake they had made. Now, knowing the truth, they lived in constant fear, dreading that the beast god envoy might come seeking retribution. After all, he was the husband of the beast god envoy and under divine protection. They could hardly afford to provoke him. In the dark and damp cave of the Zi Wang Shizu clan leader, Shimei's once enchanting face twisted with rage. "Imanating a Shirinyoha," her furious roar echoed throughout the cave. "It has been so long. Why have we still not captured that detestable Shi Zhua? I will tear him to shreds and ensure my burning hatred is quenched." The thought of the ruthless Shi Zhua twisted her heart in agony. She could not fathom that her own offspring could be so heartless, and she did not consider it her fault in the least. He had not only slain her husband, with whom she had shared many years, but had also annihilated all their beloved offspring without exception. Each recollection of those horrific images made her wish for time to reverse, to return to the moment when fate was decided. Had she known that her offspring would commit such heinous acts, she would have preferred to snuff out his life at birth, rather than endure such excruciating pain and blood-soaked vengeance now. Without avenging this grudge, Shimei could never find peace in her heart. The clan leader of the Zi Wang Shizu observed the furious Shimei and felt no inclination to placate her as before. Now that Shi Zhua's status was no ordinary one, he could no longer afford to act ruthlessly. Instead, he must appease and support him, for he was the husband of the beast god envoy. How unexpected it was that he had established such a connection with the beast god envoy. The clan members who had perished at his hands, he could only swallow his resentment and live with it. "Shimei, the sky is getting late. You should return quickly," the clan leader said, dismissing her. Shimei was taken aback, incredulously staring at the clan leader. "Leader, are you not going to do anything? Shi Zhua has killed my husband and offspring. He possesses many beast crystals. Are you truly willing to let this go?" The clan leader snorted coldly. "Do you even know who Shi Zhua's female master is?" Shimei was momentarily stunned, recalling the frail and diminutive female she had seen in the northern continent's beast city. Isn't she just a weak female who poses no threat? Just kill her. Ridiculous. That is the envoy of the beast god. Do you not realize who Shi Zhua is married to now? Pursuing him means dragging our Zi Wang Shizu to their doom, the clan leader admonished. Impossible. How could such a small and weak female be the beast god envoy? You must be deceived. Shimei shook her head, disbelieving. Now the entire continent knows that Yu Ling is the beast god envoy. Not only that, but she has taught them the power of the divine fire and shamanism, and she is beloved by tribes across the continent, the clan leader stated. He added, "She may. Do not think I am unaware of the true reason behind all this. It stems from your desire for Shi Zhua's beast crystals." Upon hearing this, Shi Mei's anger flared, her voice rising. "Leader, that is a most offensive accusation. What do you mean by saying I covet Shi Zhua's beast crystals? Did you not feel tempted? Who sent those waves of tribe members? Now everything is my fault? How dare you, as our tribe's leader, place all the blame on me, a mere female? How shameless!" Shi Mei tore off the facade of civility, speaking with utter disregard. The clan leader's face flushed with indignation. "Shi Mei, do not speak nonsense. It was clearly you who acted first. We were misled by you into pursuing Shi Zhua." Hearing her clan leader's words, Shi Mei felt dizzy. She could hardly believe that Shi Zhua had turned out to be so fortunate. That small female truly was the beast god envoy. If she learned of Shi Zhua's situation, she would undoubtedly take her revenge. How insane was this clan leader to use her, a precious female, as a scapegoat? Every word from the clan leader seemed aimed at distancing himself from her, and unable to contain himself any longer, Shi Zhua rushed forward and slapped the clan leader twice. "How could someone like you be worthy of being the leader?" The clan leader of the Ziwang, Shi Zhu, endured 2 resounding slaps from Shi Mei, unable to retaliate, only trembling as he pointed to the shouting Shi Mei. Someone, Shi Mei has gone mad. Drag her out. Shi Jing, I must inform you that when the time comes, I will certainly tell them it was you who incited Shi Mei to frantically shout, leaving her to bear the burden alone, which is absolutely impossible. Lock her up. Shi Mei is completely out of control. Chapter 233, The Strategist No. 7. The Leopard Clan Beastman Mo Qing. The sun shone brightly as Yuling strolled down the street, clad in a simple yet elegant beast skin skirt. One must admit that the physique of the Beastmen is impressive. Despite her ordeal, she was still able to wander about. Had she been human, she would likely have been rendered incapacitated. Her breathtaking beauty and serene demeanor captivated the gazes of numerous beastmen. Following closely behind her was a group of tall, handsome, and uniquely characterized male beastmen. Their laughter and joy painted a picture of camaraderie that was enviable. The demeanor and temperament of the beast god's envoy were remarkably amiable. It was evident that the beastmen trailing behind her looked at her with sparkling eyes, filled with affection. At this moment, the beast city was no longer the bustling and crowded place it once was, as most of the beastmen from other continents had already begun their journey home. Only a few from the southern continent remained, engaging in barter among themselves. When these beastmen spotted Yuling on the street, astonishment filled their faces. They had not anticipated witnessing the beast god's envoy shopping today. Soon, their astonishment gave way to respect. "We pay our respects to the beast god's envoy," they exclaimed in unison. Bowing deeply to Yuling, Yuling was momentarily taken aback, quickly responding with a smile. "There is no need for such formality. Please rise." This scene resembled a high-ranking official visiting the countryside to inspect the people's sentiments. Once they stood, the beastmen eagerly presented their goods from their stalls to Yuling. Seeing this, Yuling hurriedly waved her hands in refusal, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, but I truly cannot accept your gifts." However, regardless of her rejections, the beastmen insisted on placing the gifts in her hands. Some even set their offerings directly into the arms of her accompanying husbands, soon accumulating so many that they could scarcely hold them. Faced with such enthusiastic beastmen, Yuling felt both flattered and overwhelmed. Indeed, fame brings its own burdens. She had only just stepped onto the street. Perhaps it would be better to return. Yuling waved to Bai Ying and the others. It was just one street, and there were several more ahead. If each street were to be like this, she would surely need a cart to carry everything. She longed to return to the Linghu clan's tribe as soon as Shi Jian returned. This place felt too constricting, despite the intention to ensure her safety. "Host, the individual ahead is your strategist No. 7. The Leopard Beastman Mo Qing." The system 999 suddenly chimed in. Yuling slowly raised her head, her gaze traversing forward until it was drawn to a solitary figure. Approximately 5 or 6 meters away stood a tall, mysterious beastman wrapped in black beast skin. His face was obscured beneath the hide, yet his piercing eyes glimmered like cold stars in the night sky, fixed intently on Yuling without blinking. Those eyes resembled unfathomable depths, making one hesitant to maintain eye contact for too long. As time passed, Yuling increasingly felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. This weight was akin to a massive mountain pressing upon her chest, almost rendering her breathless. Her most domineering husband was Shi Jian, especially when he was not smiling, exuding a formidable aura of authority. However, the pressure exuded by this enigmatic beastman was significantly more intense. Perhaps it was the intensity of his gaze. Bai Ying and Shi Zhuo stood protectively beside Yu Ling, shielding her from this beastman cloaked in hide, clearly wary of him. On such a hot day, how could he bear to be wrapped so heavily? This beastman gave off a dangerously menacing vibe, although he did not appear to be a cold-blooded beastman. Both Shi Zhuo and Xie Che felt that the aura he emanated was more potent than their own natural cold-bloodedness, causing them to tread carefully. Mo Qing observed their protective stance. Beneath the beast's skin, a faint smile curved his pale lips. He respectfully inclined his body, his voice low and magnetic, carrying a hint of allure and a touch of irreverence as he addressed Yu Ling, Beast God's envoy. Yu Ling felt an unusual sensation. He was distinctly different from her previous husbands. System 999, what is the favorability rating of strategist no? 7 Mo Qing, towards me? Strategist no. 7 Mo Qing holds a favorability rating of 30% towards you. The system 999 replied. Not particularly high, yet not too low either. Yu Ling was satisfied with this initial impression. Bai Ying cast a suspicious glance at the mysterious beastman, inquiring, "Isn't it hot wearing all that beast skin?" Mo Qing was momentarily taken aback, his deep, sharp gaze landing on Bai Ying like a pair of lightning bolts. Instinctively, he raised a hand to cover half of his face obscured by the rough hide, as if fearing that his hidden visage might inadvertently be revealed to the light of day. His voice was low and hoarse, revealing an indescribable mix of respect and distance. To be frank, I am quite unsightly, and I fear I might frighten delicate females. Thus, I must wrap myself in this beast's skin. I hope you will not take offense. His words were humble and polite, yet the intense hatred lurking in his eyes was unmistakable, akin to a blazing inferno, fierce and searing. Bai Ying was taken aback, feeling a pang of sympathy for this beastman wrapped in beast skin. It was clear that those with weak abilities and unattractive appearances would struggle to win the favor of females, particularly regarding looks. While weak abilities could be compensated for by good looks, those who were unattractive without extraordinary prowess would find themselves forever distanced from females. Yu Ling did not believe Mo Qing's words. Her system 999 had an impeccable sense of aesthetics. Every creature she encountered was strikingly beautiful, without a single flaw. How could there be an ugly one? Nevertheless, Mo Qing's air of mystery only deepened Yu Ling's curiosity about his appearance. Perhaps her evident curiosity was too pronounced, as Mo Qing unexpectedly locked eyes with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, which held no disdain or aversion to his words, only profound curiosity and inquiry. Mo Qing quickly concealed his emotions, withdrawing his gaze and adopting the same humble demeanor as the beastmen who had greeted Yu Ling earlier, cautiously half-kneeling before her, exuding unwavering reverence. Yu Ling found this behavior somewhat awkward, though she could not pinpoint why. Mo Qing seemed respectful yet devoid of true sincerity, which felt peculiar. Little Yu Ling. Perhaps Yu Ling's attention lingered too long on the beastman wrapped in hide, prompting Huan to call out in displeasure. Did they not measure up in attractiveness, that little Yu Ling preferred to gaze at another beastman for so long? Finally, Yu Ling pulled her focus back, casting a light glare at Huan. With her attention returned, Huan grinned alluringly, captivating all. Yu Ling felt a sense of futility akin to striking a pillow, ultimately chuckling helplessly at Huan. "Milady, let us return," Yunjin suggested, feeling inexplicably intimidated by the beastman who described himself as an ugly male. Even more so than when she first encountered Shi Zhuo. Yu Ling understood that winning over beast husbands could not be rushed, so she nodded, her curiosity piqued by Yunjin's distressed demeanor regarding Mo Qing. Once they had moved away, Mo Qing leisurely rose, brushing off the dust from his knees, and vanished from sight. Chapter 234. The gift of the Beast King's mate Yunjin, delicate and reliant, clung to Yu Ling's arm, her expression one of unease. "Mistress, that beastman earlier was quite intimidating." Yu Ling chuckled softly. "What is there to fear? He doesn't eat people." But still, Yunjin was abruptly pulled away by Huan. "Stop with the nonsense. Don't think I don't see through your intentions to get closer to Xiao Yu Ling. You cunning rabbit beast." Xie chimed in. "It's wonderful to have Huan as a brother. He can keep this rabbit beast in check. She often feigns weakness, but she's no delicate female, so why act like this?" After being separated, Huan affectionately half-embraced Yu Ling. Yunjin gasped. Upon returning to the stone house, Yuling settled at the stone table, examining the gifts presented by the beastmen. Buying, you must offer them some beast skins in return. We cannot accept their gifts without reciprocation. They have worked hard to bring these items to the beast city in exchange for salt crystals, and giving them away without compensation only burdens their families, especially if they have a fierce female and cubs to care for. Who knows, they might face domestic violence. Buying nodded in agreement, understanding the nature of his mistress. He had already prepared to offer them skins, regardless of whether Yuling insisted. The beast god's messenger. The beast king's mate requests your presence. Not long after Yuling sat down, a guard stood outside the stone house, addressing her with utmost reverence. The beast king's mate, the mother of Shijian, was currently absent from the beast city along with the beast king. Why would she summon her? To engage in idle chatter? Nevertheless, Yuling promptly acquiesced. Since the last time she had identified herself as the beast god's messenger, she had not had the opportunity to meet the beast king's mate, as she had been occupied with imparting the ascending fire and medical skills. Upon arriving at the beast king's residence, Yuling was greeted with a chorus of laughter. Each encounter with the beast king's mate had a way of reshaping her worldview. In the small garden of the beast king's estate, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. In the center of the garden, the beast king's mate had her eyes gently covered by a soft beast skin strap, a smile gracing her lips. Surrounding her were a group of tall, handsome male beastmen, their gazes tender as they watched the blindfolded woman, eager for the ensuing playful interaction. Suddenly, the beast king's mate lunged forward, and in an instant, she accurately embraced one of the male beastmen. Not only did she hold him tightly, but she also playfully pinched his behind with both hands. The unexpected action caused the male beastman to freeze momentarily before erupting into hearty laughter. Seemingly delighted by such affectionate contact, his laughter resonating through the air as if even the flowers bloomed in response. The other male beastmen, witnessing this scene, joined in the laughter. It appeared they, too, relished the moment. This beast king's mate was more commanding than the beast king himself. Such antics were something Yuling had only seen in dramas. Perhaps she should take on the role of a beast king in the beast city. However, the next moment, upon noticing Yuling, the male beastmen ceased their frivolity and quickly knelt, respectfully proclaiming, "Beast god's messenger." The beast king's mate then removed the blindfold. Bowing to Yuling and greeting, "Beast god's messenger." Yuling hurried to her side, supporting the beast king's mate. "You are Shijian's mother, my beast mother. You need not bow to me." The beast king's mate lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling, and nodded with a smile. "What a splendid little female you are. But why have you called me here, beast king's mate?" Yuling asked, curious, as she had assumed there was an urgent matter. It seemed rather out of place to summon her amid such merriment. The beast king's mate took Yuling's hand, playfully admonishing, "You've called me Shijian's mother, which makes me your mother as well. If you continue to refer to me as the beast king's mate, it would seem rather distant. Just call me mother." Following her cue, Yuling complied, addressing her as mother. The beast king's mate nodded in satisfaction. "If there is nothing else, I shan't call you." She then gestured towards the male beastmen in the garden, asking, "Would you like to play?" Yuling felt a sudden wave of discomfort wash over her, turning to see her beast husbands waiting not far away. The beast king's mate had spoken loudly, and in the confined garden, they had surely heard. If she dared to express a desire to play, her husbands would likely become frantic. She quickly waved her hands, shaking her head, "No, no." Following her gaze, the beast king's mate noticed several extraordinarily handsome beastmen watching Yuling from nearby. She tugged at Yuling, exasperated, "You little female. While other females keep their husbands firmly in check, you seem to be the one being subdued. If they make you unhappy, then you ought to drive them away. Three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged male beastmen are everywhere. Your own happiness is what truly matters." Yuling shook her head, wishing to reassure them. "They treat me very well. They do not suppress me at all. I really like them and would never drive them away." Upon hearing her words by Ying, Huan, Langji, Shizhua, and Shijian felt a deep sense of fulfillment, for this was Yuling's public display of affection and support. Yanjin remarked, "I am truly envious." The beast king's mate paused at this, then chuckled. This little female was quite endearing. It seemed Shijian had struck gold to have such a remarkable companion, especially one who was the beast god's messenger. Reflecting on her other offspring, the beast king's mate felt a twinge of regret. Had she been more proactive, perhaps Shijian would not have been involved. Nevertheless, good fortune should belong to one's own cubs, and she found herself increasingly fond of Yuling. I've heard you've grown. I have something for you. The Beast King's mate said with a smile, leading Yu Ling towards her chamber. Compliantly, Yu Ling followed, answering all questions posed by the Beast King's mate. The latter's satisfaction grew as she admired Yu Ling, exclaiming, "Who would have thought my eldest cub would be so fortunate?" Upon entering the room from her previous visit, Yu Ling observed the Beast King's mate crouched in a corner, rummaging for something. Moments later, she stood, presenting a tightly wrapped object in a beast skin bag. The bag appeared bulky, yet when the Beast King's mate handed it to Yu Ling, it felt light as a feather. Intrigued by the mysterious bag, Yu Ling cautiously accepted it, bringing it closer to her nose to inhale its fragrance. An overwhelming floral scent surged forth, flooding her senses like a torrent. Reaching deep in her mind, in an instant, Yu Ling felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her vision blurring, and her thoughts growing muddled. A sense of inexplicable fear surged within her, as she instinctively covered her mouth and nose, attempting to stave off the invasive aroma. Chapter 235. Huan's bonding. The Beast King's mate could not suppress a chuckle at Yu Ling's reaction. The intoxicating floral fragrance enveloped her senses, filling her lungs. Initially, the scent only rendered her slightly dazed, as if she were lost in a hazy fog. However, with a sudden gust of wind, warmth surged within her abdomen, akin to a small flame igniting. This warmth grew steadily, spreading throughout her body, causing Yu Ling to feel an escalating heat. She could distinctly feel that wicked fire continuously burrowing into her body, bringing with it an indescribable heat wherever it struck. At this moment, her complexion was flushed. Beads of sweat had formed on her forehead, and her breathing had become rapid and heavy. The wicked fire rampaged within her, rendering her limbs weak and almost causing her to collapse. Meanwhile, the cheerful laughter of the Beast King's female companion echoed around her. "Host, this is Qinghua." The System 999 detected its host's unusual state and scanned to find the beast skin bag filled with Qinghua, dried under the sun. After just 2 breaths of its aroma, her body felt somewhat uncontrollable. Indeed, the reputation of Qinghua on this beastly continent was well-deserved. Yu Ling forced herself to regain composure, gazing at the Beast King's female companion, puzzled as to why she had gifted her such a thing. Observing Yu Ling's current state, the Beast King's female companion smirked and explained, "This is a dried form of Qinghua, most suitable for enhancing intimacy between partners. Moreover, it possesses a remarkable benefit. For petite females like you, if a male beast indulges excessively, a small female may struggle to endure. With this, you'll be fine. I thought of your growth, so I feared you might not cope. Please do not let the beast mother's good intentions go to waste." After speaking, the Beast King's female companion playfully winked at Yu Ling, the implication unmistakable. This was no different from gifting her QQ supplies. Yu Ling felt her face burn even more. Yesterday, when she bonded with Bai Ying, his numerous acts of restraint were solely to prevent her from feeling pain. In truth, she understood that Bai Ying had not been fully satisfied, merely accommodating her feelings. The Beast King's female companion tugged at Yu Ling, her tone suggestive. "You will soon understand the delightful essence of it. You must have inhaled quite a bit of pollen. It's best to return quickly." She half-supported, half-pushed Yu Ling out of the room. The Beast King's female companion then beckoned to one of the beast husbands nearby. "Come here. Your female master is unwell. Quickly carry her back." Bai Ying and the others were somewhat perplexed as they hurried over, wondering how she had suddenly become unwell. "Quickly find a shaman," Bai Ying instructed urgently. The Beast King's female companion chuckled maliciously. "Perhaps it's best not to seek a shaman. Let us get back to the stone house sooner." Yu Ling, feeling embarrassed, quickly grasped Bai Ying's hand. "Bai Ying, I'm fine. I want to go back." The sensation was growing ever more intense. They instinctively lowered their heads, their gazes drawn to Yu Ling. Her originally fair face now bore a delicate pink hue, reminiscent of freshly blossomed peach flowers in spring. This blush not only spread across her cheeks, but also flowed along her graceful neck. Even the small patches of skin occasionally revealed radiated the same glow. Simultaneously, Yu Ling's breathing grew somewhat rapid, as if an invisible hand was gently teasing her heartstrings. Each breath carried a slight tremor, as though she were desperately suppressing a fervent heat within her. The Beast King's female companion handed Yu Ling the beast skin bag, which she clutched tightly, fearing it might leak even a hint of its fragrance. "Let us head back," Shizhua stated. Without hesitation, Shizhua lifted Yu Ling into his arms and swiftly departed from the Beast King's residence. Along the way, Yueling found herself twisting her body, attempting to alleviate the discomfort. But to no avail. Shizhua, feeling her movements, firmly held her mischievous hands down. Stop it. The other beastmen were not oblivious. They quickly discerned the underlying situation. It was evident that Yueling was in heat. Yet, she had been perfectly fine upon entering the Beast King's female companion's room, only to emerge in this state after a brief moment, along with the female companion's mischievous smile and the contents of the bag, which were undoubtedly connected. Shizhua gently placed Yueling on the bed. Bai Ying, observing Yueling's disoriented state, noted the pink hue enveloping her body, her dainty toes curling in a delicate manner. He removed the beast skin bag Yueling had clutched tightly and cast it aside, as if making a momentous decision. Huan, stay with Yueling and take good care of her. Huan understood perfectly well what was happening to little Yueling. The thought of finally bonding with the small female he had cherished for over a decade filled him with excitement. Seeing Yueling in such a vulnerable state nearly overwhelmed him, each glance igniting his desire. The other beastmen comprehended Bai Ying's intentions and voluntarily exited Yueling's room. Once they had departed, the room was left with just him and Yueling. He felt an intense dryness in his throat, the heat in the room almost unbearable. Approaching the bed, he gently cradled Yueling's body and softly kissed her tender lips. Yueling felt nothing but heat, an all-consuming warmth. The familiar cold fragrance drew near, prompting her to embrace Huan's neck and passionately respond his kiss, her eyes shimmering. Huan, I love you. I love you too. Huan gazed at Yueling, whose beauty rivaled that of blooming peach blossoms, his heart brimming with uncontainable affection and yearning. Before him was the female he treasured above all else in this life. At that moment, he felt as though he had lost control over his body, everything progressing naturally. Yueling's enchanting voice, akin to celestial music, softly reached Huan's ears, stirring an insatiable desire within him. All of this entranced Huan further, ensnaring him in its spell. Finally, after a tender and passionate exchange, Huan fulfilled his desire and bonded with his beloved little Yueling. Yueling felt like a drifting boat, rising and falling, awakening several times only to see Huan's mesmerizing face. Huan gently reassured her, Little Yueling, you have fallen under the influence of Qinghua. If it is not fully resolved, it will be detrimental to your health. Even if I were to die now, I would willingly accept it. After all, I have tasted the sweetness. Huan teased, though his gaze held a hint of threat. Would you prefer to switch to the wolf trail now? Congratulations, host. Huan's affection level has reached 100%. Your total lifespan is now 85 years. Bai Ying, Huan, Shizhua, Xieche, and Shijian have all been successfully courted. Congratulations, host, announced System 999. In Chapter 236, Yueling fully experienced the potency of Qinghua. She and Huan spent an entire day and night before settling down. Compared to Huan's exuberance, Yueling felt utterly drained, needing to support herself while walking. It was exhausting, almost life-threatening. The Beast King's female companion was indeed extraordinary, reshaping her perceptions, proving to be ferocious and terrifying. Huan endured relentless reproaches from Yueling's beast husbands and his own beast brothers, a never-ending ordeal. Bai Ying, noticing the dark circles under Yueling's eyes, gently caressed her head. His tone laced with concern. Rest for a few days. There's no rush with the bonding. Your health is paramount. Yueling nodded in agreement, pointing at the discarded flower bag in the corner. Just 2 breaths of its fragrance had such a potent effect. Inhaling more might keep her bedridden for 10 days or more. She could not accept the Beast King's female companion's goodwill. Throw it away, she insisted. Bai Ying looked at the corner where the Qinghua lay and nodded. They had no need for such things, as their feelings were genuine and heartfelt. Finally, Yueling found respite, resting in bed for several days until she felt significantly better. She wondered how Shijian was faring. Meanwhile, the imposing Beast King stood at the front of the line, his tall and robust figure resembling an unshakable mountain, accompanied by his favorite offspring, the future Beast King heir, Shijian, along with representatives from various tribes that had lost their females. In addition, a contingent of elite guards from Shoqing stood in an orderly manner on either side, their expressions solemn, their gazes fixed upon the mysterious forest enveloped in thick fog. Although it was the dry season, this white mist carried a chill characteristic of winter. The foggy forest appeared as an immense enigma, instilling a sense of dread. The dense mist permeated the air, making it difficult to discern even one's own fingers. let alone understand the specifics of what lay within the forest. This layered fog resembled an invisible net, tightly encasing the entire wood, obscuring the secrets and dangers hidden deep within. Beast King, how do we proceed? The leader of the Peacock clan asked, frowning as he gazed at the white expanse of mist, his heart filled with trepidation. He was already wavering, contemplating retreat. If he were to perish here for the sake of a female, it would be a loss of both resources and men. The tales of the treacherous mist mountain and the brutality of the wandering beasts echoed in his mind. The incident involving the Spirit Fox clan, which had caused such an uproar yet failed to rescue anyone, weighed heavily on him. What if they only returned with a lifeless body? Would that not render the sacrifices of his kin in vain? Furthermore, the arrogant and headstrong demeanor of Keiwe, who had recently offended the beast goddess envoy, raised doubts about whether their clan would be deemed worthy of assistance. After such contemplation, the Peacock clan leader felt he had acted foolishly. Had he known, he would not have come. Losing Keiwe was akin to shedding a troublesome burden. The Beast King, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, retorted, have you grown so old that your mind can't grasp the simplest of solutions? How do we enter? We walk in. It was exasperating to hear him ask such unproductive questions while simultaneously expressing a desire to save his clan's female. The other beastmen sighed in unison, finding the Peacock leader's lack of acumen bewildering. Such a foolish question could only come from a mind not fully engaged. Father Beast, we can first send the Eagle Beastmen to scout the skies, suggested Shurjian, who had never faced a situation of this magnitude before. He cast a deep glance at the Peacock leader before turning to the Beast King with his proposal. The Beast King nodded in agreement. It seems my young cub is wise. I can hardly bear to look at these dim-witted fellows. Had they been more capable of protecting the females, I would not be forced to venture so far into the Mist Mountain on such a sweltering day, subjected to their nonsensical chatter. Send a few of you to the sky and see what is unusual about this Mist Mountain, the Beast King commanded. The Eagle Beastmen immediately took to the skies, soaring to a height of 100 meters and flying into the depths of the fog. Shortly thereafter, a cascade of feathers stained with bright red blood began to fall from the heavens, resembling a rain of blood, shocking all who witnessed it. These feathers had not fallen naturally, but had evidently been wrenched from their rightful owners by some formidable force. Simultaneously, a series of muffled, oppressive groans echoed through the air, each carrying the weight of immense suffering. This was soon accompanied by the heavy sound of objects crashing to the ground, akin to thunderclaps that reverberated painfully in the ears. Upon closer inspection, the Eagle Beastmen who had just plunged into the mist appeared before the group in a pitiful state. Their once majestic, resplendent wings were now tattered and fragmented, revealing bare flesh and bone in many places, presenting a woeful sight. Moreover, the faces of these Eagle Beastmen were ghastly, bruised and battered, blood trickling from their lips. They had clearly endured a brutal beating, barely able to stand, swaying precariously. The Beast King furrowed his brow deeply, hastening to support one of the Eagle Beastmen. What transpired? You just entered. How did you end up like this? The Eagle Beastman coughed up blood, his voice hoarse and defeated. The mist is thick, rendering visibility impossible. We were seized by an unseen force the moment we entered, and before we could see anything, we were reduced to this state. The other Eagle Beastmen nodded in agreement, their once proud wings now a source of shame. We must investigate further, the Beast King commanded gravely. More Eagle Beastmen flew into the mist, only to be expelled even more brutally than the first group, their wings stripped bare, leaving only the stark, raw appendages to beat helplessly against the air. These Eagle Beastmen were now gasping for breath, their vitality dwindling to a mere whisper, as if they were on the brink of death. Shaman, quickly! Shurjian shouted urgently, and a shaman from the accompanying party rushed forward to examine the injured Eagle Beastmen. It was evident they had been forewarned and had taken precautions. Shurjian's brow knitted tightly in a mix of anger and pity. Before him were indeed the ruthless wandering beastmen. It was well known that the Eagle Beastmen cherished their splendid feathers above all else. Yet, what lay before him now were the pitiful, featherless forms of the Eagle clan. They should have been soaring through the skies with pride. But now they cowered in a corner, shivering in fear. The once vibrant, multicolored feathers had vanished, replaced by patches of bare skin that rendered them both tragic and forlorn. It was uncertain how long it would take for them to recover. They had been utterly humiliated, their dignity trampled upon. Shurjian turned to see the remaining Eagle Beastmen displaying signs of fear, their eyes darting, hinting at a retreat. Get lost. At that moment, a thunderous voice emerged from the depths of the already dense white fog, reverberating with overwhelming authority. This voice was akin to that of an ancient dragon, long dormant, finally unleashing its pent-up fury and chaos with a deafening roar. As this roar echoed, the earth began to tremble violently, as if it were about to be torn apart by the force of this primal power. The surrounding trees swayed, their branches rustling as if to bow in submission to the terrifying pressure. The Peacock clan leader instinctively stepped back a few paces. They had yet to make their move, and already so many beastmen had fallen. He shuddered at the thought of how many would perish if they charged into the fray. Gazing at the ground littered with bloodied feathers, fear gripped his heart. Beast King, I suggest we abandon this endeavor. Our clan has already suffered enough losses. One of the leading beastmen from a different clan remarked. Most of the fallen eagle beastmen belonged to their clan, and seeing their plight caused him great distress. The strength of a clan lies not only in its shamans and females, but also in its vibrant young males. Indeed, we have never ventured into the Mist Mountain in all these years. We know not what lies within. We cannot allow the negligence of our clans to cost these innocent beastmen their lives. The Peacock clan leader chimed in, finding agreement with another. You two clan leaders are right, another beastman concurred. The Beast King retorted, it was you who called for help initially, and now you advocate retreat? How utterly perplexing. Cowards. You fear them, yet we do not. They are merely wandering beasts. Watch as I raise this wretched place, and use their heads as balls to kick. A member of the Bear clan stepped forward, deriding the three clans of the Peacock. Who are you calling cowards? Do you think I lack dignity before so many? The Peacock clan leader shot back defiantly. What of it? The chieftain observed the Peafowl clan leader and couldn't help but give him a shove, exclaiming, useless wretch. All bark and no bite. In an unexpected turn, the Peafowl clan leader was abruptly pushed back, his body plummeting uncontrollably. At that instant, he distinctly heard a sharp crack emanating from his waist, reminiscent of a bone snapping. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, prompting him to wail, "Oh my back! It feels as though it might snap." No sooner had he uttered these words than he succumbed to the pain, his vision fading to black as he collapsed onto the cold, hard ground. The chieftain of the Bear clan looked on and scornfully remarked, "What do you try to pull? You think you can feign injury with me? Not a chance." The Peafowl clan's orcs, in a state of panic, rushed forward, encircling their fallen leader. Their faces were etched with concern. Some bent down to assess his injuries while others whispered anxiously to one another, transforming the scene into a cacophony of chaos. Amidst the throng, the Beast King and Shi Jian found themselves pushed to the outer edges of the crowd. They exchanged glances, and the Beast King called out, "Hey, you rabble of strays, stop hiding and playing tricks. Return our females, or I will shatter your skulls." The orc who had shoved the Peafowl clan leader brandished a half-broken wooden stick and shouted into the mist, "Clan members, let us charge in. If these pathetic fools won't go, we shall rescue the females for the Bear clan." With that, the Bear clan chieftain raised his wooden stick and led the way into the mist. Upon hearing that the rescued females would belong to them, countless orcs from various clans surged forward into the fog. "Come back. Are you all insane? Get back here," the Beast King bellowed, his voice filled with frustration as his commands fell on deaf ears. Shi Jian, with a piercing gaze, scrutinized the frenzied orcs. Though they appeared united in their quest to save the missing females, beneath this facade of solidarity lay their ulterior motives and selfish desires. Each clan was calculating its own benefits amidst the turmoil, with the Peafowl clan's retreat and the Bear clan's greed at play. Let's remain still, observing the developments without losing our composure, Shi Jian advised. The guards of Beast City heeded his command, watching as the orcs from other clans recklessly charged into the mist. At that very moment, the once pure white fog underwent a sinister transformation, gradually morphing into a vivid, piercing red. The thick, crimson mist enveloped the space, casting an ominous veil that rendered the atmosphere eerie and foreboding, intensifying the tragic undertones. A suffocating stench of blood filled the air, an acrid scent that invaded the nostrils and throats of the orcs, provoking involuntary retches. Even those who covered their mouths and noses found it impossible to fully escape the nauseating aroma. The Peafowl clan leader, trampled by the frenzied orcs, lay on the ground, moaning in agony, while Shi Jian furrowed his brow at the sight of the remaining orcs from other clans. Shi Jian turned to the Beast King, expressing his concern. "Father, their journey into the mist may lead to dire consequences." The Beast King, his expression grave, nodded in agreement, lamenting their refusal to heed warnings. A folly that would lead to their own ruin. These foolish beings, swayed by mere words, have lost all sense. The enemy lurks in the shadows while they charge blindly into the unknown, courting death. Yet, as the Beast King of the Southern Continent, I cannot stand idly by. Shi Jian, wait here for me. I shall venture in to investigate. No, father, it is too perilous. You must remain here to oversee the situation while I scout ahead. Shi Jian countered firmly. Absolutely not. This is not a task for you. I must go, the Beast King insisted, shaking his head. He had brought Shi Jian along for the purpose of learning, and he could not allow him to take such risks. Shi Jian understood his father's concern, but recognized that as the cornerstone of the continent, the Beast King could not afford to be harmed. Father, trust me, Shi Jian implored. And with that, he led a small contingent of guards into the crimson fog. Be cautious, the Beast King murmured, clenching his fists as he silently prayed to the Beast God for his son's safety. Upon entering the mist, Shi Jian found himself in a hellish landscape, littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies. The orcs of the Bear Clan, now in a state of frenzied retreat, were pursued by a group of peculiar, wandering beasts. With a commanding shout, Shi Jian transformed his hand into a claw, slashing at the nearest of the wandering beasts. In that moment, the two factions became embroiled in a fierce struggle, with Shi Jian momentarily fending off the attackers to grant the panicked orcs a brief respite. All of you, retreat from the mist, Shi Jian instructed sternly, and the disoriented orcs finally found their resolve, beginning to withdraw. It is easy to enter, but escaping is not so simple. The ominous voice echoed once more, imbued with a palpable murderous intent. They drive us away, shouting threats, casting us as the unseen strays. We must slay them to quell the rage within us, the voice continued. The wandering beasts roared in response, kill, kill, kill. The surrounding area was shrouded in white. The orcs struggling to navigate the mist, while the sounds of violence resonated from every corner. Shi Jian showed no signs of retreat, commanding, if you wish to survive, heed my orders and fall back. Chapter 238. Ku, will you save me? Wu Chun rose to his feet. The luxurious beast for draping over him swayed with his movement, exuding a wild yet regal aura. With a wave of his hand, a group of robust orc soldiers behind him roared in unison, causing the nearby trees to tremble. Meanwhile, the orcs attempting to breach Mist Mountain were still fumbling at the foot of the mountain, seeking to conquer the fog. Wu Chun, accompanied by his subordinates, stealthily approached. Having long since acclimated to the fog of Mist Mountain, resembling phantoms lurking in the shadows. With a few well-placed words, he had incited the brainless orcs to charge in. Once they were within striking distance, Wu Chun signaled for an attack. In an instant, the orcs fell like leaves in a tempest, collapsing into pools of blood. Everything had been progressing smoothly until a sudden voice shattered their plans, a few brief words rallying the scattered orcs into unity. To Wu Chun, the beasts from the four continents were nothing but inept fools. The Beast Kings holed up in their fortresses, indulging in luxury, without contributing anything of worth. He had not anticipated that a mere orc could inspire such cohesion with just a handful of words. Shi Jian remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings when he suddenly heard a series of melodious chimes. Emerging from the thick mist was an extraordinarily handsome face, adorned with streaks of crimson blood. A wicked grin playing at the corners of his mouth. Instinctively, Shi Jian glanced at the markings on his arm, realizing he was facing an 8-patterned orc. The other orcs exchanged glances, astonished to discover that this group of wandering beasts had given rise to 8-patterned orcs. No clan would be foolish enough to expel such formidable beings. Wu Chun regarded Shi Jian with a knowing smile. You are quite intriguing. How about joining my wandering beast clan? The remaining orcs looked at one another, taken aback. It was their first time hearing an invitation to join the wandering beast clan. Rather than being shunned or expelled, Shi Jian regarded Wu Chun with confusion, only to hear Wu Chun continue. Your few words can sway this bunch of selfish, frantic fools, demonstrating your exceptional talent. Why not join us in the Wandering Beast Clan? I can offer you an identity and status beyond your imagination. Why endure the disdain of those haughty and overbearing females outside? In our Lulang Shou tribe, females are our subservience. One may do as one pleases. The orc behind Wu Chun smirked wickedly. The world claims that Lulang Shou orcs are abandoned and forsaken by the Beast God. They too once believed this, but under the leadership of the Beast King, that is no longer the case. They no longer need to suffer indignities, begging for the smiles of those wicked females. Instead, It is they who will plead with him. Shi Jian pursed his thin lips tightly. But the guard beside him could no longer bear it. You shall not deceive our Beast King's heir. Our heir already has a messenger of the Beast God. How could he be easily tricked by a vile Lulang Shou orc like you? At these words, Wu Chen's eyes narrowed. The Beast King's heir? And that Beast God messenger? Shi Jian restrained the orc who was about to continue speaking. Wu Chen sneered. So, you are the newly appointed Beast King's heir of the southern continent. Your prominence as of late has been quite remarkable, especially that Beast God messenger of yours. Imagine what would happen if we captured her. Do you wish to experience the essence of the Beast God messenger? Yes, yes, yes. The Lulang Shou behind Wu Chen stood dumbfounded. Does the Beast King intend to help them capture the Beast God messenger? She is the envoy of the Beast God. Yet, they were willing to sacrifice everything for even a single night with her, for she is the closest existence to the Beast God, though they have been abandoned and exiled. Deep within, they still harbor that longing. Shi Jian's face turned ashen upon hearing Wu Chen's vile words, and he roared fiercely, I will kill you. His claws lunged directly at Wu Chen's face. The other guards and orcs, witnessing this, joined the fray. How dare these Lulang Shou orcs attempt to sully their Beast God messenger? They're the most wicked of beasts. The more agitated you become, the more intrigued I am. Wu Chen squinted, observing the sullen Shi Jian. He had not anticipated that a mere sentence would provoke such fury. It seems he truly cherishes that female. His curiosity only deepens. In the dim confines of her cell, Chu Yue's thoughts were as still as a stagnant pool, imbued with despair. However, just days prior, she had inadvertently overheard orcs discussing a coalition to rescue them. Observing the sudden decrease in guards today, her heart surged with joy. She sensed an opportunity. The once tight defense had become lax. Surely the chieftains had come to save her. Suddenly, Keiwe fell to the ground, emitting a plaintive cry. The guard poked his head into the cave, irritable, and asked, what now? Keiwe feigned excruciating pain, her voice sweetly delicate. Guard, sir, my stomach hurts terribly. I wish to see the shaman. The guard hesitated. There were no shamans willing to assist the Lulang Shou. Yet, seeing Chu Yue's distress, he wavered, pondering whether to inform the Beast King. However, the king was preoccupied with matters in the misty forest and could hardly attend to this. He could not neglect her entirely. Keiwe sensed the guard's indecision. Why not check on me? I feel discomfort in my chest. I can hardly breathe. Could you come in and help me, dear guard? The guard, oblivious to the inconsistency in her words, failed to notice the discrepancy between her stomach pain and her sudden complaint of chest discomfort. At the cave's entrance, they had placed a wooden barrier, allowing visibility into the interior. The guard observed the dimly lit cave, where the female's eyes glimmered enticingly, her demeanor coy and bashful. Was she attempting to seduce him? Watching her playful gestures, he felt a tightening in his abdomen and hastily opened the barrier. Once the door was ajar, Keiwe revealed a triumphant smile, and as the guard entered, she sweetly called, Dear guard, come quickly. The guard's expression brightened. A female displaying such attitude was a dream he never dared to envision, especially one as beautiful as she. He embraced Keiwe, who leaned in to kiss him. In that fleeting moment of his relaxed vigilance, she did not hesitate to strike him with a glowing crystal stone against the back of his head. The guard, bewildered, touched his head and felt the warm liquid trickling down. Keiwe swiftly struck him several more times until he groaned and collapsed, blood pooling on the ground. As Keiwe exited the stone cave, Xiong-yin noticed the commotion. Keiwe, female, quickly, free me. Xiong-yin exclaimed joyously, rattling the barrier door. The door could neither be opened nor closed from the inside, secured by an exquisitely crafted wooden peg. Removing it would allow the door to swing open. Xiong-yin, having suffered immensely over the past few days, looked gaunt, her eyes sunken and bruised, gazing at Keiwe as if she were savior. Keiwe had no intention of rescuing Xiong-yin. She did not even glance back, but was determined to leave. Keiwe, if you dare abandon me, I will scream. Do you believe me? As soon as I scream, you won't be able to escape either, Xiong-yin threatened as Keiwe turned to leave. Clenching her teeth, Keiwe felt exasperated. After much contemplation and fearing that the boisterous Xiong-yin would alert others, she shot a fierce glare at her, then reluctantly opened the barrier door. Xiong-yin's face lit up with joy as she quickly latched onto Keiwe, affectionate as if they were sisters. Keiwe, I knew you would save me. Chapter 239, Chu Yue's Escape and Capture. Keiwe felt a sense of frustration at Xiong-yin's words. Hurry and leave. Looking at Xiong-yin with a hint of impatience. She surveyed her surroundings. If someone arrived, neither would escape. Yes, yes, Xiaomi nodded vigorously, glancing around. But how we get out? We are unfamiliar with this place and do not know the way. However, Kei Wei and Xiong Yin did not venture far. The patrolling guards soon discovered the body within the cave. This peacock female is truly vicious. Quickly, apprehend both of them, one guard exclaimed, his brain matter having been splattered out, now resembling a beast. Just as they had not run far, the sounds of pursuit echoed behind them, causing them to panic further. What should we do, Kei Wei? What if we are caught and taken back? I'm terrified. Will they kill us? I don't want to die. I want to return to the Lu tribe. The males here are not gentle at all. Only now do I realize their kindness. I don't want to die. Kei Wei, please take me out. Take me out. Xiong Yin chattered incessantly, her words grating on Chu Yue's ears. Could you please be quiet? Kei Wei glared at Xiong Yin, quickening her pace. Seeing Chu Yue's swift strides, Xiong Yin exclaimed, I'm just scared. Just as she was about to reach for Chu Yue's arm, the last shred of Chu Yue's patience evaporated. At that moment, her gaze locked onto the steep slope behind Xiong Yin. She clearly understood that carrying Xiong Yin would be an immense burden and trouble. With that thought, Kei Wei turned to Xiong Yin, slowly revealing an enigmatic smile. This smile startled the unsuspecting Xiong Yin. Without hesitation, Kei Wei thrust her hands forward with all her strength, pushing Xiong Yin back. Xiong Yin had no time to react as her body toppled backward like a kite with its string cut, rolling swiftly down the slope. Due to inertia, she could not stabilize herself and could only watch helplessly as she tumbled down the incline, unable to utter even a single cry as her figure disappeared from sight. Kei Wei let out a soft scoff, admonishing Xiong Yin not to blame her, for it was his own noisy demeanor that had led to this predicament. With that, she hastily departed, exerting every ounce of her strength to escape. Alas, her plans were destined to fail, for the male beastmen, with their keen sense of smell, swiftly tracked her and Xiong Yin's scent. By the time they reached Xiong Yin, she had tumbled down a slope, and perhaps due to ill fortune, she collided headfirst with a jagged rock, her head now a gruesome sight, stained crimson with blood. Her pallor ashen, breath long since departed. The guards felt a tremor of fear. This Kei Wei was far more vicious than they had ever imagined, for the remnants of her scent indicated that she had ruthlessly taken the life of Xiong Yin, a fellow female. Ultimately, Kei Wei was captured and brought back. Her heart brimmed with disappointment and despair, knowing her escape plan had crumbled. Her eyes blazed with resentment and fury, her inner turmoil erupting like a tempest. Let me go. I refuse to remain here, to bear offspring with you hideous creatures. The offspring would merely be stray beasts. How could you possibly entertain thoughts of propagating your kind? You are all mad. The towering leader of the beastmen seized Chu Yue's chin with a powerful grip, as though intending to crush it. He yanked her forward, forcing her to stumble after him. As they moved, an overwhelming stench of blood surged forth, nearly suffocating Kei Wei, causing her stomach to churn violently. In her weakened state, she collapsed to the ground, her knees striking the unforgiving earth with a sharp crack. Inescapably, her face was forced close to the lifeless bodies of the guards and the cold form of Xiong Yin, the proximity amplifying her encounter with the terror and hopelessness that death brings. Once, she had been the celebrated darling of society, cherished and adored wherever she went. But now she found herself subjected to such unimaginable humiliation, a torment she could scarcely endure. No longer would she yield. Look what you have done. You have slain them. She spat defiantly. The lead guard growled menacingly. The beastmen of Wushan, with their principles, never captured innocent females. They targeted only the brazen and malicious. They had not anticipated that Kei Wei of the Peacock clan would kill a fellow female, Xiong Yin, merely to secure her own escape. Kei Wei muttered defiantly, so be it. Kill me if you must. Do you expect me to pay with my life? I am a female, even if you are strays. You cannot evade the punishment of the beast god. If you dare harm me, or take my life, you shall pay the price as well. The lead guard shook his head. Kei Wei spoke the truth. Despite their status as forsaken strays, they remained under the dominion of the beast god on this land. Even in their lost reverence, they could not escape the wrath of the divine for transgressions against its tenets. Witnessing the unrepentant and venomous female, Kei Wei was thrust back into the cave, now Xiong Yin's cave, permeated with her scent and the remnants of her waste, rendering it utterly repugnant. I refuse to stay here. I want to return to my own cave. The lead guard smiled cruelly. This place is most fitting for you. Rest assured, we shall not neglect your meals. Kei Wei trembled involuntarily, rendered momentarily speechless. At that moment, the beastmen callously tossed Xiong Yin's corpse beside her, as if it were mere refuse. Instinctively, she turned away, only to be met with the horrifying sight of Xiong Yin's mangled face, bloodied and ravaged as if subjected to brutal torture. The wide, staring eyes seemed on the verge of popping from their sockets, fixed on Keyue, emanating an overwhelming dread and defiance. The ghastly scene churned Chiyue's stomach, nearly inducing her to vomit. In a state of sheer terror, she longed to avert her gaze, yet her body remained paralyzed, unable to move, forced to witness the chilling tableau before her. "Throw her out. Discard her," she cried, her voice laced with panic. The lead beastman smirked, observing the frenzied Keyue. Beneath her beautiful exterior harbored a heart filled with malice. A single tear escaped her eye, her only hope resting on the possibility of her clan leader breaking in to rescue her. Meanwhile, the elder of the Peacock clan, his body battered, was being carried by several beastmen, groaning in pain and repeatedly muttering, "This bear clan has gone mad. So many beastmen have perished. I will see how you handle this." At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. Having been injured, he would not need to enter the misty forest again. He would find an excuse to leave and preserve his life, which was worth more than anything else. Within a misty forest, Wu Chun had not anticipated that this Shi Jian, despite being merely a seven-striped beast, possessed formidable strength, engaging him in a back-and-forth exchange, reminiscent of the long-absent Mo Qin, suggesting that one could find allies in unexpected encounters. He admired Shi Jian even more, imagining how his own stray beast clan would soar to new heights with him among them. On the morning of the 240th chapter, as dawn approached, Yuling was still lost in a sweet slumber when the commotion outside abruptly awakened her. An unsettling feeling welled up within her as she hastily rolled out of bed, hardly taking the time to put on her shoes before rushing downstairs. Upon arriving below, she was met with a flurry of activity, people anxiously darting about. Yuling's thoughts turned to Shi Jian, who had ventured out from the beast city to rescue someone in the misty mountains, and a sense of unease engulfed her. She grasped the arm of a passing guard, urgently inquiring, "What on earth is happening?" The guard, flustered and taken aback by her presence, replied with a mix of respect and hesitation. "Beast Goddess Envoy, he stammered. "The clan leader of the Peacock tribe is dead, and there are demands for accountability," he finally managed to say, pressured by the presence of higher-ranking beastmen. "Has the Beast King and Shi Jian returned?" Yuling pressed. The guard nodded. "They arrived just before dawn, but Shi Jian, the male..." Yuling furrowed her brow, sensing the guard's trepidation, her anxiety deepening. "What happened to him? Speak." "He has sustained severe injuries, but I do not know the specifics," the guard replied. But before he could finish, he noticed the envoy rushing outside. "Wait, I haven't told you that Shi Jian is there." The guard turned to see the envoy's companions following closely behind. Given that Shi Jian had been injured, he would have been taken immediately to the Beast City's healer. "Lang Ji, take me to the healer," Yuling, having spent considerable time in the Beast City, realized she lacked the freedom to explore and was unfamiliar with the paths, let alone the healer's stone dwelling. She turned her gaze to the nearest Lang Ji. Understanding her urgency, Lang Ji swiftly embraced Yuling, carrying her with great speed toward the healer's abode. As they neared their destination, a nauseating stench of blood assailed Yuling's senses, as if an invisible hand were tightening around her throat, making it difficult to breathe. The closer they got, the more potent the scent became, and upon finally arriving, the scene before Yuling left her utterly speechless, frozen in shock. From the healer's doorway, the sight stretched for dozens of meters. A chaotic array of injured individuals sprawled across the ground. Some bore swollen, bruised faces resembling overripe eggplants, while others were riddled with ghastly wounds, bloodied and horrific. A glance was enough to reveal that they had endured a brutal and devastating battle. Yuling's greatest concern was for Shi Jian. She anxiously scanned her surroundings, yet despite her fervent search, she could not find any trace of him. In desperation, she placed her last hope in the shaman's stone dwelling. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her inner fears and unease and slowly approached the stone house. The other injured beastmen, upon seeing the suddenly appearing petite female, many of whom had met her during the assembly, knelt humbly on the ground. Disregarding their injuries, Beast God's messenger, Yuling was taken aback, turning to look at the hundreds of injured beastmen kneeling before her. She gently supported one of them. "There is no need for such formality. Focus on healing." The beastman she supported was filled with excitement. Among so many, the beast god's messenger had chosen to assist him, marking him as a favored individual of the beast god. He thought that being helped by the beast god's messenger meant he could go a year without bathing, lest he wash away this blessing. He looked up at her, marveling at her beauty. Suddenly recalling something, he respectfully exclaimed, "Shi Jian is inside. He is truly the hero of our beast city, a rightful heir to the beastmen." Upon hearing that Shi Jian was there, Yu Ling revealed a faint smile. "I will go see him. Buying, please assist them. You can apply medicine on your own, and call for me if you need help. Go ahead." Huan, rarely so magnanimous, added that during this time, her beast partners had learned how to treat some external injuries. This beast city had only one shaman, who was elderly, and it would take a long time for him to heal each one. With the sun rising high, these weakened beastmen would be exposed to the scorching heat all day. After speaking, Yu Ling strode into the shaman's cave, while the remaining injured beastmen gazed at her with immense gratitude. The beast god's messenger was truly kind-hearted, teaching them how to summon heavenly fire and imparting more powerful shamanic abilities. They envied her beast partners. Yu Ling's eyes widened as she searched desperately around her. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on a stone bed not far away, where a figure lay quietly. It was her long-sought sixth beast partner, Shi Jian. Her heart twisted painfully, almost rendering her breathless. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurriedly rushed over with light, urgent steps. When she finally reached the stone bed, the sight before her made her gasp in shock. Shi Jian lay there with tightly closed eyes, seemingly devoid of life. A gaping wound, several centimeters long, marred his broad and sturdy shoulder, from which blood gushed forth like a flood, staining the bed and ground beneath him. Not only that, but his body was also riddled with wounds of varying sizes and depths, some oozing blood, others coagulated into dark red clots. His once extraordinarily handsome face was now pale as a sheet from blood loss. Yet even in this state, he radiated an irresistible charm. The intersecting scars did not diminish his beauty. Rather, they added an aura of rugged resilience and timeless elegance, breathtaking and enchanting. Yu Ling scolded herself inwardly for being infatuated at such a moment. Sensing someone else approach, Shi Jian slowly opened his eyes. The instant he saw Yu Ling, joy and happiness shone in his eyes, quickly followed by disapproval. "Why are you here? I told them not to inform you." Yu Ling's delicate hand rested on him, her heart aching intensely, her eyes welling up with a hint of red. It must hurt terribly, right? Looking at Yu Ling's beautiful almond eyes, now tinged with red, Shi Jian felt a wave of pain, not from his own injuries, but from the sorrow of his beloved female. He offered her a faint smile, his hand gently caressing her unadorned cheek. "It doesn't hurt." But as he spoke, a tear fell into his palm, almost burning him. "Nonsense, how can that not hurt? Do you take me for a fool?" Yu Ling could not help but stifle a sob. "All right, stop crying. When you cry, it hurts me, breaking my heart." Shi Jian smiled indulgently, feeling helpless. How many females would be like this? Fragile and tearful. Many would blame their beast partners for their inadequacy, showing no concern for their well-being. Yet it was this worry and compassion from Yu Ling that completely ensnared him, making him wish to give her his entire heart. Although they had only known each other for a short time, it felt as if they had lived together for countless years. The shaman of the beast city had not anticipated Yu Ling's return. Watching them in their tender moment, he felt an even deeper respect and affection for this selfless beast god's messenger, were it not for her imparted shamanic powers. Most of the injured beastmen here would surely face doom today. As the shaman was about to pay his respects again, Yu Ling spoke. "Shaman, there is no need for such formalities. Please focus on healing these injured beastmen." The shaman nodded, ceasing his bowing. Yu Ling continued, "I will first tend to Shi Jian's wounds." Upon hearing this, the previously weak Shi Jian instantly perked up. He gritted his teeth, attempting to prop himself up with his hands, but at that moment, Yu Ling swiftly reached out, firmly pressing him back down. Blood gushed forth from his injured shoulder, flooding the surrounding earth. Yu Ling frowned tightly, her heart tightening. She glared at Shi Jian, unable to restrain herself from reproaching him. "Are you trying to throw your life away? Even in such a state, you still move around." Shi Jian then sheepishly offered a smile. "I was just too excited, no, too happy." Yu Ling sighed. "Just lie still." Shi Jian nodded, ceasing his fidgeting. The shaman's stone house was well stocked with common medicines for internal and external injuries, and Lang Ji had also arrived, offering assistance to Yu Ling. In the past, she had been utterly clueless about medical care, a complete novice. However, after numerous practices and experiences, she had undergone a remarkable transformation. She no longer needed a system to guide her through every step. She could now adeptly complete the entire healing process on her own. Whether it was carefully cleaning wounds, swiftly handling blood, administering anesthetics to alleviate pain, or meticulously suturing, followed by an orderly application of medicine and bandaging, every action of Yuling's appeared increasingly skilled, fluid, and natural. Shi Jian, silently observing her, found himself entranced. The gentle morning sun cast a soft glow, seemingly draping Yuling in a radiant golden veil. In that moment, she appeared ethereal and enchanting, evoking a sense of reverence that made one hesitant to disturb such beauty. This captivating scene was indelibly etched into Shi Jian's heart, becoming a cherished memory he would never forget. Yuling remained focused. Although Shi Jian's injuries appeared alarming, they were merely superficial and not life-threatening. In no time, he would return to his formidable self. Remembering the guard's words, Yuling curiously inquired, what happened with the leader of the Peacock clan? Lion Jian suddenly recalled that he likely had to face his beastly father with a heavy heart. Since Yuling was already aware of everything, there was no need for him to conceal the truth any longer. He recounted everything that transpired at the foot of Wu Mountain, the disputes among the tribes that had lost their females, the incitement and chaos instigated by the Bear tribe's leader, and his own daring venture into the misty forest to rescue those in peril. However, he had engaged in a prolonged struggle with the leader of the rogue beasts, and the disparity in their beastly markings had ultimately determined the outcome. He was forced to retreat from the vicinity of Wu Mountain. The rescued beastmen were grievously wounded, some missing limbs. The Bear tribe's leader, known for his volatile temperament, was further enraged upon witnessing the brutal deaths of his kin. The Peacock tribe's leader, who was also injured, taunted him repeatedly, which led to yet another conflict between the two tribes, culminating in the Peacock leader's demise from a blow dealt by the Bear tribe. After hearing all this, Yuling found the situation both absurd and tragic. They claimed to be rescuing females, yet each was merely pursuing their own interests. Feeling a bit perplexed, she could not help but express her confusion more openly. Given that Lion Jian was her mate, doesn't the Beast King intervene? Are they truly allowed to assault one another? Upon hearing her words, Lion Jian explained, the beast world is actually divided into 5 regions, the 4 continents of East, West, South, and North, with the 5th being Wu Mountain, where the rogue beasts reside. Each continent is governed by its own Beast King, although the Beast King appears to hold supreme authority. Their primary role is to maintain the balance among the continents and prevent anyone from conquering the others. Internal conflicts between tribes within each continent are not within the Beast King's purview. Yuling seemed to grasp some of this. The System 999 chimed in, Host, do you recall the young rabbit we encountered in the Beast City of the North? Their tribe fell victim to an attack from a rival tribe. And the same goes for Yunjin. This world predominantly upholds the principle of survival of the fittest. The existence of the Beast Kings is to restrain the tribes within their territories, ensuring that conflicts do not escalate excessively. Yuling responded, but in such circumstances, to engage in internal strife before the battle. If this is the case, I find it utterly beyond words. The Beast King could unite the beasts of his territory against external foes. However, if internal skirmishes occur during such times, it cannot be managed as mere internal conflict. How can one expect to win a war like this? It will certainly be a source of amusement for the rogue beasts of Wu Mountain. Her gaze fixed on Lion Jian, she questioned, did you lose? Lion Jian was taken aback, then shamefully nodded. This incident would surely become fodder for gossip among the 4 continents, a mere jest. The assault on Wu Mountain was marred by internal discord between tribes. To think that rogue beasts included 8 marked beastmen, it was not merely a matter of the 8 marked beasts, but a failure of their governance. Forget about it. You should rest and recover, Yuling advised. She then regretted speaking too much, fearing that Lion Jian might perceive it as her meddling in the affairs of their beast city, which would only serve to embarrass them. Lion Jian recognized her hesitance and smiled. You can speak freely with me. Yuling shook her head. You are still injured. You must take care of yourself. Lion Jian reached out and held her hand, insisting, please, share your thoughts. I wish to hear what you have to say. With a serious expression, he clasped his hands before him, adopting an attentive posture. Seeing this, Yuling felt a degree of comfort and began to articulate the shortcomings in their management. Even though the Beast King's primary role was merely to maintain balance among the continents, the internal conflicts among tribes, governed by the principle of survival of the fittest, could not be disregarded, especially during an expedition. After all, they shared the same land, interwoven by countless connections. Yet now, They had resolved to unite in a campaign against the enigmatic Wu Mountain to rescue the abducted females. This should have been a time for solidarity and cooperation. However, at such a critical juncture, the occurrence of tribal brawls was astonishingly problematic. In her view, this conflict transcended mere tribal disputes. It was rather a manifestation of provocative behavior by certain individuals lacking discipline. The leaders of the tribes that dared to instigate trouble at such a crucial moment must face severe consequences to rectify the situation and restore morale, thereby ensuring the smooth progression of subsequent actions. Otherwise, should similar incidents recur, particularly if the rogue beasts were to attack them, their internal discord would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Lion Jian was profoundly shaken, realizing that his mate was remarkably astute, capable of articulating these insights with clarity. Have I wasted my time watching those dramas? Yu Ling quipped. Meanwhile, the wolf trace was equally astonished by her words. Lion Jian chuckled. Yu Ling, I believe you would make a fitting beast king. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling vigorously shook her head, her hands waving in protest. Absolutely not. Being a beast king is too constraining. I prefer to be a free-spirited female. After saying this, she felt a twinge of regret, knowing that Lion Jian was bound to this place because of her. Sorry, Lion Jian. Lion Jian replied with a smile. Just be a free-spirited female. I will protect you. Today, your words have enlightened me greatly. Thank you, Yu Ling. Meanwhile, the Beast King was in a state of turmoil, beset by concerns. The Peacock tribe's beastmen were relentlessly demanding an explanation, and he had yet to receive one from them. They had all agreed to rescue the females at Wu Mountain, yet upon arrival, they descended into infighting. The events of the day would surely become a source of mockery for the other 3 continents. The Peacock tribe members glared fiercely, insisting that the Bear tribe provide a reasonable explanation for the earlier occurrences. Faced with this aggressive stance, the Beast King was infuriated yet felt powerless, as this was a conflict between the Peacock and Bear tribes. The Bear tribe's leader, however, maintained a dismissive demeanor, audaciously claiming that the Peacock tribe's leader had provoked him and deserved what he got. Thus, both parties stood firm in their positions, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, thick with the scent of impending conflict. The beastmen on both sides were agitated, shouting loudly, unwilling to yield an inch. Just as the Beast King was at his wits' end, one of the beastmen relayed to him the insights he had just heard from Lion Jian. The Beast King's eyes lit up, realizing that the Beast God's envoy was a remarkably knowledgeable and insightful female. This had been a persistent dilemma for him, the Beast King's non-intervention in tribal disputes. However, the recent events had escalated beyond mere tribal disagreements. Had it not been for the Bear tribe's malicious incitement, many innocent beastmen would not have perished. The Beast King quickly reached a decision. The envoy was correct. If this continued, the southern continent would eventually face extinction. Consequently, the Beast King ordered the execution of the Bear tribe's leader, not in defense of the Peacock tribe, but due to the Bear leader's malicious instigation leading to the deaths of numerous beastmen and his refusal to heed the Beast King's commands. From now on, anyone who instigated trouble during critical moments would meet the same fate. The formidable actions of the Beast King thoroughly instilled fear in the hearts of the orcs, who exchanged glances, their reverence for their king deepening. They understood the underlying reasons for their defeat. Had it not been for the impulsiveness of the Bear Clan leader, they would not have returned in such disarray. If it were not for the heir of the Beast King, they might have perished in the misty forest. Keiwei waited in vain, from dawn until dusk, without a soul arriving to rescue her. The cave of Xiong-yin was particularly dim, devoid of any luminous crystals, and the moonlight could not penetrate its depths. Time dragged on, each minute feeling like an eternity, transforming her initial hope into despair, compounded by the presence of Xiong-yin's lifeless body nearby. When Wuchen returned, he learned of the escape of the Peacock clan female, who had also slain a wandering orc and another female. He could not help but emit a low scoff. These females were notoriously venomous and selfish, willing to kill their own kind for their benefit. Let her rot in that cave, he thought. Under the scorching sun, the air around him felt as if it had been seared to boiling, rendering it stifling and unbearable. The cave's location was dire, surrounded by impenetrable stone walls that allowed no breeze to infiltrate, trapping the heat within and creating a suffocating atmosphere. In such harsh conditions, an indescribable yet faint stench pervaded the air, emanating from Xiong-yin's corpse, which was swarmed by countless flies, buzzing as they greedily feasted on the putrid scent. Additionally, unknown insects crawled incessantly over the body, evoking a sense of horror. Kei was mentally and physically tormented, unable to restrain herself any longer. She pressed herself against the barred door, crying out frantically, "Let me out! Let me out! I cannot stay here. I will die." Yuling did not expect that by the time she finished her tasks, it would already be dusk. On her way back, she unexpectedly encountered her strategist, Mo Qing. Not far ahead, he stood silently, observing her as still as a statue. As Yuling approached, Mo Qing frowned, startled at her advance. Instinctively, he took a step back and knelt respectfully, addressing her as Beast God's messenger. Yuling thought that Mo Qing might react like the other males, angered by her gaze due to his perceived ugliness. A sweet, enchanting aroma wafted past Mo Qing's nose, imbued with an irresistible allure that compelled him to lift his gaze. Before him appeared a pair of snow-white, elegantly straight legs. These limbs were exquisitely shaped, their skin smooth and delicate, resembling finely crafted works of art. Mo Qing found himself momentarily entranced, his heart racing uncontrollably, a sense of inexplicable confusion washing over him. At that moment, a melodious voice shattered the silence. "What's your name?" Yuling, slightly leaning forward, gazed at Mo Qing with crystalline eyes that sparkled with curiosity, aware that she was somewhat feigning ignorance. Mo Qing was taken aback. "You wish to know my name?" He replied sincerely, Mo Qing. "Mo Qing, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Yuling," she said, smiling warmly as she extended her hand to help him rise. Mo Qing instinctively recoiled, avoiding her touch. Observing Mo Qing's reaction, Huan noted his lack of appreciation, wondering why Yuling was being so forward. Perhaps she had taken a liking to the leopard orc before her. Bai Ying felt a twinge of concern, noticing that Yuling seemed to harbor unusual feelings for him. He was not one to judge based on appearances. As long as a female was fond of him, that sufficed. However, with Yuling now the Beast God's messenger, more partners would only enhance her safety. "Host, what is the current favorability rating of strategist number 7, Mo Qing?" "Host, there has been no increase. It remains at 30%. "Very well," Yuling acknowledged. "You mentioned an injury on your face. I am a healer and wish to assist you." She leaned closer. "Do not look. It is very ugly," Mo Qing protested, covering his face and resisting Yuling's approach. The beast's skin concealed most of his features, rendering them invisible. Seeing his reluctance, Yuling smiled gently, her voice softening. "Please trust me. I mean you no harm. I only wish to help. Do not be afraid." Mo Qing was conflicted, his brow furrowing as he considered whether to trust her. In a delicate manner, Yuling slowly peeled away the layer of beast skin draped over Mo Qing's head. As the covering was removed, his striking visage gradually came into view. He possessed an exceptionally handsome face, akin to a finely polished jade, with every contour impeccably defined, exuding an irresistible charm. His brows were thick and elongated, arching elegantly above deep-set eyes that resembled the vast ocean, twinkling like stars in the night sky, drawing one in. His nose was straight and prominent, embodying ruggedness, while his lips curled slightly, hinting at a smile that could melt the coldest of hearts. However, a weathered scar marred this otherwise perfect countenance, stretching beneath his eyelid, a testament to the passage of time. Yet, rather than detracting from his beauty, it added a unique ruggedness, imbuing him with a masculine vitality and valor. Despite the multitude of handsome men surrounding her, Yuling was captivated by Mo Qing's beauty. Unable to restrain her admiration. "You are truly handsome," she exclaimed. "Congratulations, host." Favorability rating with strategist number 7, Mo Qing, has increased to 50%. To her surprise, it seemed that the male orc was also concerned about his appearance. At that moment, they stood in stark contrast, one standing tall, the other kneeling. Yuling, poised and graceful, slightly lowered her head as she delicately removed the dark blue bee skin draped over Mo Qing. Meanwhile, he knelt, tilting his head upward, their gazes meeting in a silent exchange. Time appeared to stand still. The setting sun painted the sky in vibrant hues of orange and crimson, casting a warm glow upon them, accentuating their graceful silhouettes. A gentle breeze stirred, ruffling Yuling's hair and skirt, as well as the few strands of hair falling across Mo Qing's forehead. In this enchanting twilight, the scene unfolded like a breathtaking painting, leaving one entranced and longing to remain in that moment. Bai Ying, Huan, Lang Ji, Shizhua, and Scorpion Che all observed this spectacle. Yun Jin felt a pang of bitterness. He had always been a backup, and now found himself relegated to the back as others stepped forward. Shouldn't it be first come, first served? They had all prepared for the possibility that with Mo Qing now in the picture, he might become Yu Ling's mate. Upon hearing Yu Ling's compliment, Mo Qing's face flushed, and he instinctively covered the injured part of his face, his voice low. "You're deceiving me. They all said I was very ugly." Reflecting on past experiences, he recalled how every female who beheld his appearance had only offered him harsh words, condemning him with disdain. Their scornful remarks had labeled him as the most detestable creature, and throughout his life, not a single female had ever uttered a word of praise regarding his looks. Yu Ling gazed at Mo Qing's bashful demeanor and could not help but offer comforting words. "There is no need for me to deceive you. You truly are quite handsome." Simultaneously, she pondered within her heart. 999, is there a remedy for scars? Can it be done? The system 999 replied, "Indeed, host. However, it is somewhat complex. A salve must be crafted. That is of no consequence." Since he was troubled by the scar on his face, she resolved to assist him in removing it. Surely, such an act would enhance his fondness for her. "If this concerns you, I can help you heal the scars on your face. Once you have made up your mind, simply come find me in the stone hut. You know who I am, right?" Yu Ling smiled. Mo Qing was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Yu Ling turned to leave. She genuinely wished to inquire about his current residence. Yet she understood that haste might arouse suspicion, making her seem as though she had ulterior motives. She recalled his previous remark about his appearance being unattractive and had committed it to memory, believing that by bringing it up again and offering him help, he would be deeply moved and her appeal would increase significantly. However, Yu Ling was surprised that her beastly husbands did not approach her regarding Mo Qing, as if the earlier encounter had never transpired. Meanwhile, Mo Qing observed the departing group with a myriad of inscrutable emotions flickering in his eyes. Why did this beast god envoy choose to assist him? Was it genuine kindness or mere pretense? Should he seek her out because of his facial scar? Mo Qing found himself in a state of turmoil. Upon returning to the stone hut, Yu Ling inquired about the exact steps to create the salve from System 999, diligently noting down the various ingredients. Lang Ji, present in the stone hut, was utterly astonished by Yu Ling's words. Upon seeing her skillfully inscribing on a piece of beast hide with black charcoal, he couldn't help but feel curious. He could comprehend the picture she drew, as he had seen similar ones before. However, he struggled to grasp the significance of the crooked characters. "Yu Ling, what is this?" Lang Ji asked, pointing at the characters she had written, confusion etched on his face. Yu Ling followed his gaze and smiled gently, explaining, "This is called writing, something I learned in the beast god realm. It serves to record information, much like these illustrations." Lang Ji's expression shifted to one of realization as he nodded. He gazed at Yu Ling, who seemed to radiate a luminous aura, captivating him further, and he sincerely exclaimed, "Yu Ling, you are truly remarkable." Observing the honest and docile Lang Ji, Yu Ling noted that among her numerous beastly husbands, he was the most unassuming and diligent, performing the chores in the stone hut with unwavering dedication. He also endeavored to learn how to prepare delicious meals for her. She set aside the beast hide and her makeshift charcoal pan. After a long day and night spent laboring over the flower of the Beast King and Lang Ji, her husbands insisted she rest, and today marked the day she would bond with Lang Ji. Despite this, her thoughts drifted to Mo Qing, which she recognized was not ideal. She placed her items aside. Lang Ji, noticing her set aside beast hide and charcoal, picked them up, and when Yu Ling intended to embrace him, she found herself empty-handed. "Lang Ji, after you put away the beast hide," she began, only to see his perplexed expression as he turned back to her. "Yu Ling, what is it?" he inquired, still somewhat confused. Yu Ling awkwardly touched her nose and chuckled lightly. "It's nothing. I am quite tired today. Let us retire to bed early." Chapter 244. Lang Ji Bonds. The departure of Yunjin. They had been busy all day in the stone hut, healing the injured Shijian, and had attended to numerous other beastmen who could not be cured. Hearing Yu Ling suggest bed, Lang Ji felt a blush creep over his sun-kissed skin, the air seeming to grow thin around them. This was the significant day he would bond with his female master. How could he not feel exhilarated? His nervous limbs felt uncooperative as he approached Yu Ling, who sat on the bed. Yu Ling chuckled softly at Lang Ji's awkwardness. He was adorably naive, almost foolishly innocent. "Allow me to remove your grass sandals," he said. The short distance felt interminable as he knelt before her, deftly removing her shoes. Yu Ling watched him, captivated by his flushed face and anxious demeanor, and a playful urge to tease Lang Ji welled up within her. Slowly, she extended her delicate feet, akin to lamb fat jade, their tips slightly raised like a blooming lotus, gently resting upon Lang Ji's handsome, sharply defined visage. As Yuling's toes lifted, Lang Ji instinctively raised his head. His gaze followed the slender curve of her ankle, finally settling upon her enchanting face that haunted his dreams. In that moment, he beheld the radiant smile upon Yuling's face, reminiscent of spring flowers in full bloom, and the twinkling stars reflected in her eyes. Lang Ji's throat involuntarily constricted, his breath quickening as his heart pounded like a drum in his chest. Yet, despite this rush of emotions, he felt no trepidation. Instead, an overwhelming sense of anticipation filled him. For him, to gaze into the eyes of his beloved Yuling, to feel her warmth and presence, was an unparalleled joy. Yuling observed Lang Ji from her elevated position, her smiling countenance resembling a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. Lang Ji, akinto a dotsilelem, tilted his head obediently, allowing Yuling to lift his chin with her delicate foot. In that instant, he harbored an even greater yearning for more. Yuling, witnessing his submissive demeanor, felt her heart flutter. Who could resist such an adorable display of innocence? Lang Ji, noticing the blush creeping onto Yuling's face, shared a knowing smile and gently pressed a warm kiss upon her foot. "You are quite skilled," Yuling remarked. Lang Ji then gracefully rose, seated himself beside her on the bed, and softly asked, "My female master, may I?" It was the first time he addressed her as such, sending a delightful shiver through Yuling, as if a forbidden switch had been flipped, leaving her heart in a tumultuous state, her strength seemingly drained by those two simple words. With a slight nod of consent, Yuling tenderly cradled Lang Ji's handsome, chiseled face with her long, jade-like fingers. Slowly, she leaned closer, their breaths becoming increasingly rapid. Finally, Yuling pressed her soft, pink lips against his cool, elegantly contoured mouth. The kiss began gently but soon ignited into a fervent blaze, their lips entwined, caressing one another as if to meld their very beings together. Gradually the kiss deepened, and the atmosphere in the room shifted subtly. An invisible warmth enveloped the space, the temperature rising steadily. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, yet it could not dispel the growing intensity of their shared passion. An hour later, Lang Ji finally released Yuling, softly saying, "Yuling, I shall fetch water for you." Yuling blinked in surprise. Was that all? Would they not continue? Even Bai Ying had pursued her multiple times, not to mention Hu Wan. Yet Lang Ji had only kissed her once, and it seemed he was not content with just that. Observing Yuling's incredulous expression, Lang Ji chuckled softly, affectionately caressing her cheek, and pressed a fleeting kiss upon her lips. "Your well-being is of utmost importance." This foolish boy was considering her feelings. His discomfort was inconsequential compared to her health. Yuling felt touched, cupping Lang Ji's face and mirroring his gesture with a gentle kiss. "You are truly kind. Go ahead, Lang Ji." The weather grows increasingly hot, with no air conditioning, no refrigerator, and no ice cream to alleviate the swelter. Were it not for the coolness provided by the snakeskin mat supported by Shi Zhua and Shi Jian, enduring this heat would be unbearable. Just stepping outside for a brief stroll feels akin to being roasted under the sun. Intimacy has become a distant notion, each encounter marred by an uncomfortable layer of perspiration. Lang Ji sits on the stone stool in the kitchen, tending to the fire, his face illuminated by a smile as he recalls recent events. Having finally bonded with Yuling henceforth, he is her legitimate beast husband, no longer merely a protector. She is now his female sovereign. Yun Jin, unable to find sleep, emerges to witness Lang Ji grinning foolishly at the fire. The thought of Lang Ji and Yuling's union stirs a pang of sorrow within him. Will his own female sovereign consent to share such a bond with him? Though he may not possess the prowess of the carnivorous beastmen among the herbivorous ones, he is indeed a paragon. The female sovereign has an abundance of suitors, all of whom are exceptionally talented, leaving him feeling devoid of any qualities that might captivate Yuling. He understands his presence here is solely due to Yuling's kindness and their connection through her late beast mother, as well as her compassion for him. A victim of the wandering beasts who sought to capture members of their gentle rabbit clan, Yun Jin takes a deep breath, feeling a sudden clarity wash over him. He is grateful for the opportunity to be by Yuling's side, experiencing a life markedly different from his past. Yet what is kin? Their whereabouts remain a mystery, their fates unknown. He cannot afford to dwell on matters of love. As the young leader of the gentle rabbit clan, he must devise a plan to locate his people. After enjoying a warm bath, Yu Ling lies beside Lang Ji on the stone bed, drifting into a deep slumber until dawn. The rabbit is gone. It is only upon waking that Xie Che realizes the absence of Yun Jin, the ever-present companion of Yu Ling. Their rooms were adjacent, and now, upon searching, he finds no trace of him. The scent gradually dissipates, leading him to the city gates, confirming Yun Jin's departure. Xie Che is taken aback, never expecting the tenacious Yun Jin would willingly leave. Could it be that he felt he would never become Yu Ling's mate, thus resigning himself to despair? Yu Ling, momentarily stunned, worries for Yun Jin, recalling his plight with the wandering beasts. She is at a loss as to why he left without a word. What if he encounters those beasts? Bai Ying observes Yu Ling's anxious expression and gently reassures her. He is a male beastman. His actions are likely driven by his own considerations. Do not fret overly much. Yu Ling exhales softly, realizing the truth in his words. After all, they were merely passing acquaintances. She cannot dictate Yun Jin's choices, only respect them. Yet, a silent prayer lingers in her heart, wishing for Yun Jin's safety and hoping he encounters no danger. Chapter 245, The Water Resource Crisis. After breakfast, Yu Ling proceeds to the shaman's stone dwelling. She is once again awed by the healing abilities of male beastmen, as Shi Jian, who was barely clinging to life yesterday, is now able to walk, with his wounds healing remarkably well. Yu Ling tends to his bandages, and Shi Jian gazes at her with deep affection. He gently takes her hand. I do not wish to remain here. It is so dull without you. I want to return and be by your side. You have suffered grave injuries. You must stay here and recuperate. Huan interjects, concerned that with one companion gone, Yu Ling will have even less time to spend with him. Yu Ling, unaware of Hu Wan's hidden feelings, casts a playful glare his way and turns back to Shi Jian with a smile. Very well, I will comply with your wishes. Staying in the shaman's dwelling and not allowing someone to return is utterly unreasonable, the shaman remarks with a smile. Returning would also allow the beast god's envoy to care for you, hastening your recovery. Moreover, considering the heat, frequent travel may be taxing for the envoy as well. During their time together, he has indeed come to appreciate the envoy's many admirable qualities, feeling joy for the future of their beast king and his gentle partner. Reflecting on the current beast king, he shakes his head, recalling the chaos that once plagued the beast city, with the king often pursued and punished by his own mate. Only as their offspring matured did the queen temper her temperament, and he now realizes how much the king endured. Upon hearing the shaman's words, Huan falls silent. This year's drought has been particularly intense. The Beast King has successfully mediated disputes between the Peacock clan and the Bear clan, garnering unexpected acclaim. The Bear clan has voiced no discontent. The envoy's diplomatic prowess has effortlessly resolved what once troubled him. While he may have suffered a loss of face against the other three continents, he has nonetheless established his authority. Gains and losses must coexist. Just as he resolves to visit the injured beastmen and his offspring, he is intercepted by an anxious servant. What is it now? The Beast King mutters, irritation evident as he glances at the servant blocking his path. The servant bows deeply, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, there is grave news. The Beast King's brow furrows tightly, weary of the constant troubles that plague him. He reflects on his sons, Shi Jian and Shi Ying, and the reasons they seem disinterested in the role of Beast King. What is it? The servant speaks with trepidation. The moat is nearly dry. Upon hearing this, the Beast King's heart sinks. How could this happen? The servant prostrates himself before the king. The weather is excessively hot this year. The water is rapidly depleting. It may not last through the drought. The water level has dropped alarmingly fast. It may last only a month at most. What will become of the beastmen when the water runs out? The Beast King sinks back into his seat, massaging his temples, overwhelmed. Send beastmen to other rivers to transport water. The servant replies, I have already dispatched beastmen to nearby rivers, but they too are running low. Only the ocean remains. The Beast King rolls his eyes in exasperation. The ocean? Do you believe you are among the aquatic beastmen? That water is salty. Can be consumed? The servant wipes the sweat from his brow. Then, what shall we do? Why not consult the beast god's envoy? She is favored by the beast god and may possess a solution, the servant suggests. The Beast King concedes with a heavy sigh, realizing he has no other options. When he arrives at the shaman's stone dwelling, he discovers that Shi Jian has already returned to his own residence. After tending to the injured beastmen, he hurries to Shi Jian's stone house. Before reaching his destination, he hears laughter and cheerful voices emanating from within. His heart softens. This son is indeed fortunate. Yu Ling and the others are chatting to pass the time when they spot the Beast King at the door. He begins to bow, But Yuling quickly interjects. There is no need for formalities, Beast King. As Shi Jian's father, I should indeed refer to you as father myself. The Beast King surveys the room, his gaze settling on Shi Jian, who, though bandaged in animal hides, appears much healthier than the pale figure of the previous day. A sigh of relief escapes him. He had concealed Shi Jian's injuries from Yuling, knowing she would fret. He feels a twinge of guilt. He has yet to prove himself a worthy father to his offspring, having introduced Shi Jian to the world while he himself remains unscathed, leaving Shi Jian to bear the brunt of their experiences. Indeed, he is not a competent beast father. Noticing the Beast King's intentions, Yuling smiles. Please assist me. You and Shi Jian can converse at your leisure. She then ascends the stairs to gather the items she had prepared the previous day. Shi Zhuo gazed at Yuling as she sat at the stone table, doodling. The drawings were barely recognizable, and he wondered what they truly represented. Yuling explained that these were characters from the beast god world. Lang Ji looked at Bai Ying, Huan, Shi Zhuo, and Xie, all displaying expressions of confusion, and proudly declared. Yuling chuckled. Yes, these are called characters used for recording, and this picture is referred to as a drawing, which you're not unfamiliar with as it helps in identifying objects. You possess such knowledge, Shi Zhuo couldn't help but exclaim, admiring how his little female seemed like a treasure trove of information, harboring secrets they were unaware of, enticing him to peel back her layers. Little Yuling is truly remarkable. Huan squatted beside her, blinking her beautiful pink fox eyes, flattering her with a beaming smile. Yuling smiled back and continued. I must trouble you all again. These are the items we need to prepare. Tomorrow, when the sky is still dim and the heat is bearable, we shall venture into the mountains to gather ingredients for a scar-removing ointment. Is it for that leopard tribe beastman? Xie inquired. Yuling nodded. There is no need for us to feel burdened by this. We are all your companions, and it is only right for us to do something for you. Bai Ying stated. A warmth filled Yuling's heart as she continued. It's not just for him. I also wish to barter for some necessary items to bring back to the Linghu tribe. I want to buy a gift for my elder brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, Hu Zhao, and Aunt Hu Shui. Oh, and I can't forget my unborn nephew. Yuling raised her fingers to count, and after finishing, she looked at her beast husbands and asked, Do you have any gifts you wish for? I'll be sure to get them for you. Chapter 246. The well Shi Zhuo was transfixed by the lively apricot-shaped eyes of Yuling, which sparkled like the stars in a profound night sky, captivating and enchanting. Yuling's lips curled into a gentle smile, radiating warmth that penetrated the softest corners of his heart, filling him with an unprecedented sweetness and happiness. You are the finest gift bestowed upon me by the beast god, Shi Zhuo said, his gaze filled with affection. Huan interjected, Shi Zhuo, you just stole my words. Little Yuling, you're my greatest gift. No, I don't need any gifts. Having you is enough. I don't need anything either. Just being by Yuling's side is sufficient, Xie immediately pledged, grinning. Me too, Lang Ji added. Bai Ying reached out to pat Yuling's head, saying, You're our best gift. Yuling looked at them, feeling overwhelmed by their kindness, which made her feel inadequate. Just then, Shi Jian entered and overheard their conversation about gifts, and he cheerfully asked, What gifts? Yuling replied excitedly, I was asking them what gifts they wanted. Shi Jian, do you have something you desire? Shi Jian was taken aback. Gifts? He then shook his head. Gifts are typically given by males to females. Females don't need to give gifts to males. Yuling, I don't want your gifts. I just want you. Yuling felt her cheeks flush. All right. You are greedy, Huan said, speechless. Ha ha ha. Shi Jian laughed heartily, finding Yuling delightful, and her beast husbands quite amusing. By the way, Yuling, come here for a moment. My beast father needs your help. Shi Jian remembered the serious matter and conveyed what the Beast King had told him to Yuling. What assistance does the Beast King require? Huan inquired, puzzled. You'll find out when you come over. It's not a secret matter, he replied. Thus, the group made their way downstairs once more. The Beast King looked at Yuling, his face displaying astonishment. Yuling smiled. Beast King, Shi Jian just informed me that you need something from me. The Beast King glanced at Shi Jian and nodded before explaining, Today, for some reason, the drought is particularly severe. The beast city relies on the water from the city moat for sustenance. Recently, the overseer discovered that the water level is plummeting at an alarming rate. I considered checking other water sources, but they proved unsatisfactory. The moat water may only last less than a month, and we need to take preventive measures to avoid chaos in the city. I wanted to ask if you have any solutions for this predicament. Yuling furrowed her brow. Is there really no rain during the drought? She pondered. recalling that while their summer was also hot, there were occasional thunderstorms. It was impossible for there to be absolutely no precipitation. System 999 remarked host. The drought in the beast world is indeed pure aridity, which is why the Beast King is so worried. Yu Ling replied, this is certainly challenging. If the water only lasts a month, and there are still about 2 months left, one can only imagine how many beastmen will suffer from thirst. That is precisely why the Beast King sought your assistance. System 999 clarified. Yu Ling frowned slightly, contemplating the water source here primarily depends on the meandering river. Yet I do not see a single well in sight. If we could carefully survey the area and find a suitable location for digging a well, and then organize manpower and resources to excavate it, we would obtain a continuous and more convenient water supply. This way, our daily drinking needs would be easily met, and groundwater is less likely to dry up, making it ideal for the drought. As she thought about this, Yu Ling immediately asked System 999, why am I the one doing the thinking when you are supposed to assist me? You're somewhat derelict in your duties. Hee. I was just testing how clever you are, System 999 replied sheepishly. Yu Ling said, thank you. System 999 responded, no need to thank me. The Beast King observed Yu Ling lost in thought, his brows knitted tightly. Beast God's messenger, is this very difficult? I am aware of the complexities. Yu Ling came back to her senses, seeing her beast husbands gazing at her with anticipation. She softly said, Beast King, you may simply call me Yu Ling. Alright. Yu Ling, the Beast King replied, but the focus is not on this now. Finally, Yu Ling shared her earlier idea. We could dig a well to address the water supply issue. A well? Digging a well? What a peculiar term. They all looked at her, puzzled. Their faces filled with questions. Yu Ling face-bombed. It's not digging a well. It's called a well. It's about finding a suitable spot in the ground to dig a hole, where an endless supply of groundwater will flow in, making it less prone to drying up. They had never heard such terminology before, but they were baffled as to how there could be water underground. The Beast King was astounded, as it was the first time he had heard a beastman speak of water existing underground, and he was intrigued by Yu Ling's confident demeanor. Yu Ling explained, yes, groundwater primarily comes from rain and snow that falls to the ground. Some forms surface runoff, some evaporates back into the atmosphere, while another portion seeps underground to become groundwater. The replenishment of atmospheric precipitation is influenced by various factors, including precipitation intensity, form, vegetation, the properties of the vadose zone, and the depth of groundwater. Moreover, now is the drought season, where the temperature fluctuation between day and night causes water vapor in the air to condense into liquid water on the surface, which then seeps underground to replenish the groundwater. The Beast King's head was spinning with her explanation. Baing, Uvan, Langji, Shitsua, Xieke, and Shi Jian all wore similar bewildered expressions. Wait, little Yu Ling, I can understand what you were saying, but when you put it all together, I don't comprehend any of it, Huan remarked. After hearing Huan's comment, the other beastmen nodded in agreement, expressing their confusion. Yu Ling chuckled, simplifying her explanation further. It's simply that when it rains, the water seeps underground. There is indeed water beneath the ground. We just need to locate a suitable spot and dig a hole from the surface, and water will be there. Really? The Beast King exclaimed, that is astonishing. Yu Ling nodded, indeed. But how we find the right spot? Shi Jian asked. The vegetation near water sources, trees, flowers, and grasses, thrives more abundantly than in other areas, as the proximity of underground water sources facilitates easy access to aquifers when wells are dug. Upon hearing this, Shou Wang grasped the situation and understood that it was indeed the divine messenger of the beast deity at play. If there were underground water, the issue would be resolved effortlessly. Yu Ling, could you assist us in locating a suitable well site tomorrow? Shou Wang implored. Despite the sweltering heat, Huan considered protesting the exertion of Yu Ling. But before she could voice her concerns, Yu Ling resolutely replied, of course. We will have time after we return from gathering herbs. Shou Wang exhaled in relief. As long as you have time, there's no rush. Attend to your matters first. In Chapter 247, Searching for Scar-Moving Herbs, Shou Wang soon recalled, You're going herb gathering tomorrow? I shall send beastmen to protect you. Yu Ling quickly waved her hand. Having too many people would be inconvenient. The ones here are sufficient. Shou Wang's gaze swept over the beastmen surrounding Yu Ling, each possessing remarkable prowess, with the weakest among them exhibiting the strength of a six-pattern beastman, an impressive rarity across the entirety of the southern continent. Among them was even one who had achieved the strength of an 8-pattern beastman, an exceedingly uncommon presence even in the vast expanse of the southern continent. It was unlikely that one could find many 8-pattern beastmen throughout the region. With such a formidable entourage surrounding Yuling, he believed their strength would undoubtedly safeguard her. It must be said that Yuling had a discerning eye. These beastmen bore magnificent beast patterns and striking appearances, creating an aesthetically pleasing tableau when gathered together. Although Yuling expressed her thoughts, Shouwang still remarked, "If you require anything, feel free to voice your needs. Beast City shall unconditionally support you." Since learning that Beast City was running low on water, Yuling felt a sense of guilt with every bath she took. She deemed her habits excessively indulgent. If Beast City was nearing a water shortage, the situation for the Ling Hu clan might be similarly dire, leaving Hu Ji and his brothers in distress over how to convey this news to them. That evening, Yuling was able to rest. With an early start planned for herb gathering, followed by assisting Shouwang in locating a suitable well site, they were reluctant to trouble her. Shijua reassured her that there was no hurry, emphasizing that her well-being was paramount. As dawn's first light began to break, enveloping the surroundings in a soft gloom, she remained lost in slumber, her consciousness somewhat hazy. At that moment, several figures quietly approached her side to assist her with her morning routine. One gently twisted a piece of beast hide to wipe her face, while another skillfully picked up a prickly fruit, meticulously cleaning her teeth. Yet another knelt down, delicately lifting her feet to slide a pair of exquisite shoes onto them. This series of actions unfolded in an orderly manner, while she remained in a state between dreams and wakefulness. When she finally awoke, she was startled by something being placed in her mouth. Instinctively, she began to chew, and a rich aroma of meat instantly filled the air. It was a piece of delicious, warm roasted meat, perfectly cooked with a crispy exterior and tender, juicy interior. It was irresistible. Seeing Yuling's eyes widen as she took another bite of the succulent meat, Bai Ying chuckled, "You are finally awake. Let us set off." Their group embarked along a winding path leading into the nearby deep mountains. The sky was still dimly lit, and the morning breeze was refreshingly cool. Along the journey, the scenery was breathtaking, with lush trees resembling a green ocean. As the wind swept through, the leaves rustled softly, and vibrant wildflowers dotted the grass, releasing delightful fragrances. However, Yuling's mind was preoccupied with one singular concern: finding the herbs that could heal Mo Qing's facial scar. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the path became increasingly rugged, yet her beastmen navigated it with the grace of seasoned travelers. Yuling trailed closely behind, not daring to slacken her pace. Eventually, they arrived at a secluded valley, high in the mountains and thick with trees, shrouded in mist. Whether Mo Qing would come to seek her out for healing remained uncertain. Yet, even if he did not appear before her, she would actively seek him out, for he was her target of affection. Once she crafted the salve and delivered it to Mo Qing, he might be overjoyed, perhaps even pledging himself to her in a moment of impulse. The system, 999, could not help but interrupt her daydreams, stating, "Host, your imagination is quite vivid today. There is no such thing as an instant ascent to greatness." To spare Yuling's feelings, it added, "You might gain up to 20% in favorability, which is rather commendable." Yuling retorted, "Even contemplating it is unnecessary. You, 999, truly have a knack for spoiling the mood." The system replied, "I merely speak the truth to prevent you from becoming lost in fantasies. How virtuous and benevolent I am." Yuling quipped, "I see you were just trying to praise yourself." The system chuckled, "Aha, you caught me." In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the mountains, seizing the opportunity before the heat set in to expedite their tasks. Yuling produced a beast hide map depicting the herbs she sought, instructing each person to locate a similar plant, which she would then identify, thereby maximizing efficiency. "Shijua, you accompany Yuling. We will check nearby," Bai Ying declared. As a most powerful beastman, Shijua's presence reassured Yuling. He nodded and quickly moved to her side. With the first beastman having spoken, the others had no objections. The priority was to gather the herbs depicted and return to Beast City before the sun's heat became unbearable for Yuling. Shijua accompanied Yuling as her gaze gradually swept over the verdant flora surrounding them. In the harsh light of day, the scorching sun mercilessly beat down on the plants, threatening to scorch every leaf, leaving them wilted and lethargic under the oppressive heat. However, as night fell, a remarkable transformation occurred. The cool dew and thin mist bestowed by nature gently nourished the parched vegetation, allowing it to regain vitality and bloom anew with vibrant colors. Otherwise, Yuling might have struggled to recognize these once wilted herbs, complicating her efforts. Unbeknownst to Yuling, Every action they took was closely observed by Mo Qing, who sat idly atop a 100-year-old tree, watching the group in the distance as they rummaged through the underbrush, seemingly in search of something. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, Mo Qing, the divine messenger, felt a sense of discomfort as he touched the scar beneath his eyelid. Unpleasant memories surged forth, darkening his expression, and he lost interest in observing the mundane antics of the beastmen, retreating deeper into the mountains. Yuling, look at this, Xieke exclaimed, joyfully presenting a plant he had discovered, eagerly comparing it to the drawing on the beast hide and offering it to her. As Yuling accepted the herb, the System 999's voice chimed in her mind. This is Xie Chao, specifically for those beastmen who struggle with bowel movements. Once consumed, it guarantees results. It is advised that those with normal bodily functions refrain from consuming it, as it may lead to unfortunate consequences. Yuling's lips twitched as she took the herb from Xie Che. This is not the one. Consuming this will cause diarrhea. Xie responded. So this isn't the right one. Observing Yuling continuing to stuff the herb into the beast hide pouch, he quickly interjected, Yuling, this herb is unsuitable. You must discard it once. Yuling curled her lips into a mischievous smile and remarked, it is indeed useful. It can cure those orcs who are unable to relieve themselves. Moreover, if other orcs bully you, you can use this to retaliate, rendering them unable to stand. Yuling, you have turned wicked, teased Shijian, who had approached upon hearing her voice. Chapter 248. The mundane beasts indeed, I have become influenced by my surroundings. Yuling pointed at the still busy Huan, who was searching for something. What a large pot! It's coming straight for me. Huan exclaimed. What kind of pig is this? Are you craving bird wings for lunch, Yuling? Langji inquired. Yuling sighed. There is a language barrier. Nevertheless, the birds here are quite large, and roasted bird wings are not an unacceptable option. All right, I shall prepare them when we return, Lang Ji cheerfully responded. Yuling smiled in return. Bai Ying observed them and glanced at the rising sun, urging, hurry and find what you need, so we can return swiftly. When they finally returned to the familiar stone house, they discovered that the Beast King had been waiting for them. His sharp gaze was fixed on the entrance, seemingly eager to see the returning figures. Upon entering the stone house, Yuling was greeted by the sight of the Beast King awaiting her. The tension in his expression instantly relaxed upon seeing her, and he exhaled deeply, a hint of relief crossing his face as he smiled. He quickly approached her with concern, asking, Did you encounter any danger? After all, there had recently been reports of females being abducted, and given Yuling's unique identity in the matter of Tu Xing, he felt he had acted rashly. Even though Yuling was accompanied by formidable beastmen, he could not afford to be complacent. Yuling shook her head, no. Everything went smoothly. Hearing this, the Beast King finally sighed in relief. She handed the beast skin bag in her possession to Shizhua, who was closest to her, and looked at the Beast King. Let us go now, while the sun hasn't fully conquered this land. I will accompany you, Shijian declared. I will go too. Shizhua insisted, clearly uneasy. Me too, Huan and Xie Che chimed in simultaneously. Huan glanced at Xie Che, who was in agreement. What does this joint response from you mean, Xie Che? Yuling initially considered suggesting that such a large group was unnecessary, as it appeared rather grandiose. The Beast King had guards, and she had her own protection. However, after some reflection, she decided against it. Firstly, they were concerned for her safety. Secondly, the knowledge of the beast world was severely lacking. By observing, they could learn and enrich their understanding. Thirdly, she considered that if the beast city was running low on water, the Linghu tribe would likely be in a similar predicament, and other tribes would also suffer. Since she bore the title of Beast God's messenger, it was imperative she contributed something, for life is invaluable. If she could indeed resolve their water resource issue, it would be a monumental act of kindness. Just as she was contemplating the familial camaraderie of their expedition, she noticed Lang Ji shaking his head vigorously and waving his hands. Lang Ji, are you not coming? Yuling inquired. I am not going. I will catch birds for you, to prepare bird wings, Lang Ji stated earnestly. Yuling was amused by his serious demeanor, realizing that he had remembered her offhand comment. She playfully grabbed his arm. Come on, let us all go together. It's so hot. If you learn, I want to have to go. Lang Ji found it hard to refuse Yuling, who was playfully coaxing him. Her reasoning made sense. If they did not learn, it would be Yuling who suffered, and he could not bear the thought of her enduring the heat alone. In his eyes, females should enjoy the devoted affection and care of the males, not constantly venture into the mountains to search for this or that and undertake so many tasks. Since becoming the beast god's messenger, Yuling had become busier and more fatigued. I will go, Lang Ji declared resolutely. Seeing his determination nearly made Yuling laugh. For he was not being sent to battle. His steadfastness was almost comical. The Beast King, observing such a warm scene, couldn't help but chuckle. The sun had yet to reach its peak intensity, and they needed to quickly find a suitable location to see if they could indeed drill a water well. As they were about to step out, Lang Ji retrieved a piece of beast skin and placed it atop Yuling's head. She smiled as she wrapped herself in the skin, effectively becoming a makeshift sunshade. Where shall we search now? The Beast King inquired, still bemused by the concept of a water well. We should first check within the Beast City for areas with lush vegetation. If we find none, we can then venture outside the city, Yuling instructed. The Beast King nodded slightly in agreement and waved his arm, prompting dozens of guard beasts to swiftly follow in his wake. These guards, having endured prolonged exposure to the elements while patrolling, had developed sun-kissed skin, now a healthy shade of wheat. Standing tall and serious, they resembled sturdy pines, marching in unison behind the Beast King and his entourage, fully attentive and ready to heed his commands. During this dry season, under the blazing sun, the once bustling stalls lining the streets of the Beast City now appeared desolate, with only a few remaining open for trade. Most vendors had opted for the shade to escape the heat or awaited the cooler evening hours to resume their business. Even the usually lively roads were sparsely populated. Any hurried figures that could be seen were invariably burly male beasts. In contrast, the female beasts were conspicuously absent, as if they had all hidden away to evade the oppressive summer heat. Upon witnessing this, the Beast King felt a wave of shame wash over him. Yuling's status as a female was not only precious, but elevated by her role as the beast god's messenger. It was unacceptable for him to have her accompany him in such sweltering conditions, and he felt deeply remorseful. Yuling, I am truly sorry. I failed to comprehend what you mean by a suitable location for the water well. It is so hot, yet I have made you come out. He expressed with great contrition. Not long ago, the Beast King had bestowed many precious treasures and beast crystals upon her, and she felt indebted. This was an opportunity to repay him. Yuling waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. Basking in the sun aids in calcium absorption. I would be bored staying in the stone house, so I might as well take a walk. The Beast King felt a slight alleviation of his guilt upon hearing this, although he was puzzled by her mention of calcium. Truly, as the beast god's messenger, her words were beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Chapter 249, The Wise Prophet. I had someone scout the denser areas yesterday. You need only take a look, Shi Jian interjected. It was unreasonable to expect Yuling to search throughout the vast beast city on her own, as it was quite large, and her petite frame would take days to cover it all. Yuling couldn't help but admire Shi Jian's thoughtfulness, as she had initially feared she would have to traverse the entire city, which would be exceedingly inefficient. Truly, Shi Jian was commendable. The Beast King nodded in agreement, realizing it was indeed his oversight. Soon, they arrived at their first location, where the vegetation was more abundant than elsewhere. Yuling gracefully crouched down, gently touching the moist soil beneath her feet. At that moment, a few beastmen from nearby stone houses observed their peculiar behavior with great curiosity. A petite female beastman observed their actions with a heart full of curiosity. With her large, blinking eyes, she slowly approached, a look of confusion adorning her face as she softly inquired, Beast God Messenger, judging by your appearance, have you misplaced something of great importance? Yuling chaked softly. No. The female, puzzled, continued, then what are you doing? Searching for a water source, Yuling replied candidly. The female gasped, covering her mouth. Shouldn't searching for water mean going to the river? How could there possibly be a water source here, when all that surrounds us is mere weeds and dirt? It is impossible to find water. It's fine, I'm just having a look, Yuling smiled, prioritizing the search and wishing to avoid lengthy explanations that could lead to endless inquiries. She crouched down, gently pinching a small handful of soil between her fingers, examining it closely in her palm. The soil displayed a deep brown hue, its texture appearing remarkably dense and firm, as if shaped by prolonged compression and sedimentation. She mused inwardly, if a water source lies beneath this land, then the soil should be much softer. After all, water nourishes the earth, rendering it more fertile and moist. Yet the stark reality before her clearly indicated otherwise. The hard soil was tightly compacted, showing no signs of looseness. The other beastmen gazed at Yuling expectantly, and when they saw her gently shake her head, disappointment washed over them. Let us proceed to the next location, the Lion Man suggested. As they departed, the earlier female, Imitating Yuling, pinched the soil and muttered, "Isn't this just dirt? Where'd the water source come from? Has the beast god messenger lost her senses?" But with the Beast King and the Beast King's heir present, this is indeed perplexing. "Yuling, how do you determine the presence of water sources?" The Beast King inquired, observing how Yuling merely touched the soil to ascertain that there was no water source previously. Yuling's gaze slowly swept over the faces of the eager beastmen, their expressions brimming with thirst for knowledge. She paused momentarily, seemingly gathering her thoughts, before speaking deliberately, articulating the insights she had kept within her heart. As her gentle yet clear voice resonated, even the accompanying guards listened intently, fearful of missing a single word. When she finally concluded her discourse, a brief silence enveloped the gathering. However, moments later, a chorus of astonishment erupted from the crowd. One by one, their faces lit up with understanding, the previously furrowed brows easing, as if the fog of confusion had been lifted in an instant. "So that's it," someone exclaimed, unable to contain their admiration. "Without Yuling's explanation, we might have remained oblivious to the underlying reasons." The other beastmen nodded in agreement, casting reverent glances at Yuling, acknowledging her as the true beast god messenger. "Yuling, you are truly a wise oracle," the Beast King expressed, unable to suppress his admiration. Yuling touched the tip of her nose, feeling slightly bashful. She was no oracle, merely a beneficiary of the knowledge shared by others. Having absorbed information from a short video on a certain app, she never anticipated it would prove useful one day. Before long, they arrived at the second location, where the vegetation appeared extraordinarily lush, resembling a verdant sea. As they drew near, Yuling keenly detected a pronounced scent of rich soil, an aroma that invigorated the senses. Eagerly, she stepped forward, crouching down to delicately pinch some soil between her slender fingers. This soil was slightly moist, its texture soft and fine, seemingly imbued with the essence of life. A radiant smile blossomed on her face as she exclaimed with excitement, "This is it. There is a high possibility that a water source lies beneath." Observing her enthusiasm, the Beast King curiously imitated Yuling, crouching down to carefully touch the soil. Indeed, as she had indicated, this soil was much more humid than that of the previous locations, devoid of the dryness they had encountered earlier. "Dig," commanded the Beast King. At his order, the guards immediately transformed their hands into claws and began excavating. Following Yuling's guidance, they dug little by little. Unable to bear the sight, Xieche, who belonged to the Scorpion clan and was an expert at burrowing, pushed aside one of the beastmen, declaring, "Let me do it." In an instant, Xieche transformed into a colossal black scorpion and swiftly descended along the path indicated by Yuling. With remarkable speed, he unearthed soil, and before long, a nascent well began to take shape. Yuling was astounded, leaning over the well's edge and calling out, "Xieche, what do you see below?" Xieche's voice soon echoed back, accompanied by an echo, though the depth of his excavation remained uncertain. "Yes, there is water, but not in abundance. It flows in streams and feels quite cool." The Beast King sighed in relief at these words, yet upon hearing that the supply was limited, his brow furrowed. A small amount of water meant they would still face challenges. Yuling, noticing the Beast King's troubled expression, quickly reassured him, "This well will accumulate over time. Do not worry. If you do not believe me, return in a few days to check. There is still water in the moat, and once it runs dry, we can dig additional wells to ensure an adequate supply." The Beast King felt a sense of relief as Yuling's words reassured him. Yuling examined the smooth, well opening, pondering how to retrieve Xieche. Moments later, Xieche's voice rang out, "I will dig another hole to climb out." Yuling immediately objected, "No, if you dig another hole, the well will be compromised. Wait for me to find a beastskin rope to pull you out." "Quickly, fetch a beastskin rope," the Beast King instructed. Soon, Xieche was pulled out, covered in mud and completely exposed. Yuling remarked, "Xieche's skin is a striking dark red. He appeared cool just moments ago, yet now he seems to be roasting." Without a beast skin, Huan teased, "You should remain in your beast form. Running around like this, completely naked, is quite an eyesore." Xieche responded, Well, I will be needed again soon." Yuling concurred, acknowledging that running around naked in Bee City was indeed somewhat jarring. However, respecting Yuling's aversion to their nakedness, he obediently transformed back into a large black scorpion. They continued to explore several more locations, successfully digging 3 wells. The external temperature was scorching, and Yuling felt as though her skin might peel from merely standing outside. The Beast King quickly suggested, "Yuling, you should return. We can manage from here. We have learned. Xie was requisitioned to remain and continue digging. Yu Ling, not one to be overly sentimental, promptly climbed onto Shijua's back, akin to a vampire drawing warmth from him. Feeling immensely refreshed, she wished she could embrace him at every moment. Sensing her small hand causing a stir on his back, Shijua's lips curled into a subtle smile. His voice, low and cool, yet imbued with an indescribable tenderness, remarked, "Stop fidgeting, all right?" His tone rose slightly, alluringly. With her cheek pressed against his back, she felt his chest gently vibrate as he spoke. Pouting playfully, she feigned compliance, saying understood. Yet, her mischievous hand continued to explore his abdominal muscles. Shijua's breath hitched, and in a lowered voice, he warned, "If you keep being mischievous, I won't let you off easily." Yueling found herself momentarily stunned upon hearing Shijua's words. It suddenly dawned on her that she was no longer the immature little female she once was, but rather a newly matured female. The implications of Shijua's words were evident, causing her thoughts to drift back to a scene she had once inadvertently witnessed. As she recalled Shijua's masculine beastman features, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripened apple burning fiercely with heat. Her heart raced, and vivid images of that awe-inspiring physique flooded her mind, particularly that pair of attributes that incited both shyness and trepidation within her. How could her petite and delicate form withstand such formidable strength? The mere thought of her previous encounters with the three of them left her breathless. How could she possibly endure Shijua? She suppressed her playful inclinations towards him, feeling a twinge of fear, contemplating retreating from the idea altogether, as the very imagery was overwhelming. Shijua always exuded a sense of strength that made her feel as though she might perish in his presence. Unbeknownst to Shijua, the mischievous little female had ceased her antics, secretly devising a plan to evade the prospect of coupling with him that evening. Upon arriving at the stone dwelling, Yueling promptly quenched her thirst with 2 bamboo tubes of cool water, contemplating the herbs she had gathered that morning. As she opened her beast skin pouch, she discovered the herbs had wilted. The efficacy should not be affected, right? Yueling inquired. System 999 responded, "Not at all, host." Only then did she feel reassured. System 999 further remarked, "The amount of useless thoughts in your mind is indeed increasing. I fear you may be led astray." Following the system's prompt, Yueling meticulously began crafting a healing ointment for scars, while Langji and the others busied themselves with preparing their midday meal. It appeared that Langji had unlocked a culinary talent, as he innovated and created delightful dishes, each more delectable than the last. Beiying deftly selected various herbs she required, carefully handing them to Yueling, who was engrossed in her potion making. Meanwhile, Huan gently fanned her with an exquisite palm leaf, the cool breeze caressing Yueling's face, bringing her a sense of relief and comfort. Simultaneously, the other beastmen clustered closely around Langji, their eyes wide with anticipation, fixated on his every movement, lest they miss a single detail. Each one held a fervent desire to learn, hoping to glean exceptional culinary skills from Langji so they could prepare delicious meals to win Yueling as favor. Among them, the most earnest was perhaps Shi Jian, who had arrived last as the final beastman. Given the limited time they had spent together, he cherished every moment. Aware that Yueling could not remain in Beast City indefinitely, he sought to endear himself to her, yearning for her affection. Although the last scheme proposed by the Beast Father had been rather detrimental, leading to his punishment, he understood the intention behind it was for his own benefit, prompting him now to seize every opportunity. The meticulously crafted ointment exhibited an alluring hue and a delicate texture, emanating a subtle herbal fragrance. Yueling carefully placed the ointment into a shell crafted from the sea tribe adornments that Shi Jian had once gifted her. This not only rendered it aesthetically pleasing, but also made it conveniently portable, allowing her to retrieve it effortlessly whenever needed. Yueling felt quite clever, realizing that such items could be bartered. Many females would undoubtedly appreciate them, and she could exchange them for numerous goods. It dawned on her that historically, women's money was the easiest to earn, so why not create items that females would enjoy for trading, such as lipsticks? Eagerly, she shared her thoughts with Beiying and Huan, who, though accustomed to Yueling's whimsical ideas, were momentarily taken aback. "What is lipstick?" Beiying asked. "It is something females apply to their lips, available in various colors, enhancing their complexion and making them appear beautiful," Yueling explained, cradling her heart with both hands. Without delay, she inquired of System 999, "How do you make traditional lipstick?" "Host, it is quite simple. First, gather various natural materials. Extract juice from vibrant flower petals and mix it with an appropriate amount of fats, such as animal fat or vegetable oil. Next, simmer this mixture over low heat, stirring continuously to prevent sticking. Once prepared, filter the thick liquid to remove impurities and larger particles. Finally, pour the pure liquid into molds and allow it to cool and solidify, and a traditional lipstick will be ready, the system elaborated. To her astonishment, Yueling realized that she had ventured into the realm of commerce in this beast world. Is it truly that simple? She exclaimed, surprised by the straightforwardness of the lipstick-making process. It is not difficult at all, System 999 affirmed. Huan, having never encountered such a concept, unconditionally supported Yueling's every idea. Though I have never seen it, little Yueling. If you wish, we can certainly attempt to make it. Beiying nodded in agreement, stating that as long as she was happy, it would be worthwhile to alleviate the monotony of the stone dwelling. With the enthusiastic backing of her companions, Yueling beamed with joy. In the afternoon, we shall seek out some beautiful flowers. It is too hot this afternoon. Let us wait until tomorrow, Beiying suggested, shaking his head. What flowers are you looking for? Langji inquired, overhearing their plans to venture out for flowers. Chapter 251. Embarrassing moments. Very well, tomorrow it is. There is no rush. The priority now is to deliver this scar-removing ointment to Maching. I wonder where he resides. Yueling mentioned to Langji, inhaling the delightful aroma of the food Langji had brought. She could not resist swallowing hard and approached him with an approving thumbs up. It smells amazing. Are those bird wings? She gazed at the roasted bird wings on the table, curious as to when they had caught them. Lipstick? Shizhua queried, perplexed. Yueling, you do not need to trade. You need not exert yourself so. You are the beast god's emissary and my partner. I will strive to care for you well, Shijian declared earnestly. He believed it must be his lack of effort that prompted Yueling to seek ways to create items for barter. Yueling found Shijian's authoritative demeanor amusing. The Beast King and his female partner had recently bestowed numerous gifts upon her, along with her beast brothers. In truth, she lacked for nothing. Her motives for creating these items were purely to occupy her time. What she truly desired to exchange for was the beast crystals. I am merely passing the time. I actually wish to trade for beast crystals. Since I have utilized all that I received, you all have no beast crystals left to enhance yourselves, Yueling explained. You are the beast god's emissary. As long as you ask, they will gladly present you with all their beast crystals, Shijian asserted. Host, this is a privilege reserved solely for the beast god's emissary, System 999 added. The beastmen of this world revere the beast god, and you, as the beast god's emissary, are their second object of devotion. With a mere command, they would not only offer beast crystals, but would also lay down their lives for you. However, this is not absolute. There are some exceptions in the beast world, such as Keiyue, Xiongyin, Rita, and the wandering beastmen, who have forsaken their faith in the beast god's emissary. Yueling, having processed Shijian's and System 999 statements, shook her head. The items they had hunted with great effort were not something she could simply claim with a word. She preferred the barter system, akin to her previous transaction where she exchanged fire-starting and medical knowledge for beast crystals. In that manner, she felt no guilt in her acquisitions. Moreover, she had always sought to repay those who had shown her kindness, utilizing the beast crystal she received from Beast City and the Linghu clan. I favor this approach. Yueling smiled. Seeing her contentment, Shijian refrained from further comments. Come, let's partake in a meal, said Langji Dao. Yueling slowly seated herself, gazing at the table before her. There lay an array of delectable dishes prepared by Langji. Most of these culinary delights were acquired through barter, many having been exchanged with the vegetarian beastmen. Each dish exuded an enticing aroma. Yueling gently picked up a pair of chopsticks and selected a piece of what appeared to be succulent and juicy fare, placing it delicately in her mouth. As she bit into it, a rich flavor instantly enveloped her palate. The exquisite taste compelled her to close her eyes in delight, a satisfied smile gracing her features. Delicious, she exclaimed. Now, she had a staple food, modern wheat, though it differed significantly from that of her own world. The wheat here was slender and elongated, favored by the avian beastmen. Thus, she had procured quite a bit. Cooked, it emitted an exceptionally fragrant aroma. After a busy morning, she found herself quite famished, consuming 2 bowls of wheat rice before contentedly setting down her chopsticks. Having eaten her fill, nothing could be more delightful than a midday nap. However, as she lay on the stone bed, feeling slightly overstuffed and unable to sleep, a strikingly beautiful face appeared before her, causing her breath to catch. What brings you here? she asked. Shizhua leaned onto the stone bed, pressing closely against Yuling. The heat of the day contrasted sharply with the coolness radiating from Shizhua's body. As Yuling felt the refreshing chill he brought, it seemed as if all the heat was dispelled in that moment. Shizhua was akin to a gentle summer breeze, bestowing upon Yuling an endless coolness. She could not help but sigh. How refreshing. Comfortable? Shizhua did not directly answer her question, but instead posed one of his own. Yuling initially nodded, but then shook her head, a hint of trepidation creeping in at his presence. Shizhua's hand gently caressed Yuling's cheek, his voice laced with seduction and menace. Are you afraid of me? Yuling shook her head, then nodded on, oh, I'm just not prepared. After all, you are not like them. Observing Yuling's adorably tense demeanor, akin to a startled fawn, Shizhua could not help but chuckle softly. His long, pale fingers glided tenderly along her skin, as if playing a beautiful melody. Each touch sent shivers coursing through her, quickening her heartbeat, causing her skin to quiver. In that moment, Yuling felt like a helpless lamb facing the hungry gaze of a fierce wolf. Before her, Shizhua's deep garnet eyes sparkled with an intense possessiveness that threatened to engulf her very soul. As Shizhua's fingers continued their exploration, a warm tide began to rise from her heart, swiftly spreading throughout her body. Her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, and her delicate form trembled involuntarily. She struggled to breathe, the air seeming excessively thin as her chest rose and fell rapidly, the rhythm of her heartbeat echoing loudly in the silence. Shizhua chuckled softly. What have I done that has you so flustered? Yuling felt her mind whirl, feeling a wave of frustration at his words. She pushed him away. Shizhua, you are too wicked. How can you say such things? Her feeble attempt to resist was akin to tickling him. Shizhua, amused by her flustered state, let out a gentle laugh. I adore your voice. It is delightful. So sweet and enchanting that it keeps me awake at night. I want you to be flustered for me. Yuling felt an overwhelming heat surge through her, hastily covering her ears. Please stop. That is too embarrassing. What is there to be ashamed of? You are my mate. Everything we do is perfectly natural. Shizhua gently removed her hands from her ears, chuckling. Please do not say that. When Yuling realized covering her ears was futile, she quickly attempted to cover his mouth. Yet, as her palm touched his lips, she felt a sudden coolness. He was licking her hand. She withdrew her hand, only to have Shizhua firmly grasp it. It is my turn to claim you. He placed her hand upon his heart, speaking with utmost sincerity. In the midst of the day, Yuling urged, you should leave. I wish to take a nap. She pointed toward the sun outside, feeling utterly unprepared. Hearing her dismiss him, Shizhua felt a twinge of disappointment, tinged with sadness and grievance. Is it that I am lacking in some way? Observing his forlorn expression melted Yuling's heart, her head shaking vigorously. No, not at all. I truly wish for a nap. It is not as you think. You have done wonderfully. I like you very much, but I am somewhat afraid of pain. Shizhua watched her stammering words with a tender smile. Yuling noticed that he seemed to smile more often now. It will not hurt, he reassured, cradling her face with his hands, his tone filled with a teasing allure. Yuling found herself enchanted by his beautiful visage, innocently blinking her eyes as she asked, Really? He nodded, swallowing hard. Would you like to try? It truly does not hurt. If it does, I shall stop. Shizhua spoke earnestly, drawing closer to Yuling. His strong arms enveloped her effortlessly, like a delicate butterfly caught in a warm embrace. In that moment, Yuling surrendered to the gentle sea of tenderness woven by Shizhua, losing all will to resist. He gradually lowered his head, his exquisitely beautiful face nearing her slender, swan-like neck. He breathed softly, the cool air brushing against her sensitive skin, sending a delightful shiver coursing through her. She felt as if she had relinquished control over her body, melting into his embrace. Would you like to try? It is quite pleasant. After speaking, he delicately lifted her pale, slender wrist, his movements gentle and graceful, as if handling a rare treasure. He then slowly extended his forked tongue, carefully grazing the faint blue veins on her wrist. The moment his tongue met her skin, an electrifying sensation surged through her, causing her to tremble involuntarily. At that moment, Shizhua's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous yet alluring glimmer. His brows, dark and elegantly arched, added to his irresistible charm. Yuling's eyes widened, fixated on the striking scene before her, her heart racing wildly within her chest. She could distinctly hear the frantic beating of her heart, as if it might leap from her throat at any moment. Faced with such a captivating and enticing beastman, tightly embracing her and employing every means to seduce her. How many women in the world could withstand such a lure? You cannot hide from me forever, Yuling. You will bond with me eventually. Trust me. I will make you come to enjoy this feeling. Do not be afraid, Shizhua spoke softly. As Yuling was carefully laid down, she realized Shizhua was right. Their bond was inevitable. With his fervent persuasion, it would be unkind to continue rejecting him, especially considering his unique nature. Yuling looked up at Shizhua's unparalleled beauty, tenderly brushing a strand of his garnet hair. So beautiful, she marveled. Shizhua gazed at Yuling, who lay upon the stone bed. Her countenance as enchanting as a blooming flower. It appeared she was ready to become his partner, and a surge of delight welled up within him. With gentle tenderness, he pressed his lips against hers. Shizhua, with his cool body temperature, made Yuling feel as though she were savoring an icy dessert, a sensation that was quite pleasant. He kissed her delicate lips as if she were an exquisite treasure, his hands seemingly possessed of their own volition, softly gliding over her graceful form. Yuling shivered slightly, her breath quickening as she instinctively responded to Shizhua's fervent kiss. Just as they were on the verge of shedding their garments and embarking on a passionate rendezvous, a sudden cacophony erupted from outside. The sounds grew closer and clearer, as if a throng of beastmen were in pursuit of something. What was happening? Yuling jolted back to reality, her heart racing as she stared out the window, the once intimate atmosphere dissipating entirely. Shizhua furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure, yet he swiftly arose to investigate the commotion. Outside, a large group of beastmen armed with weapons stood guard before their stone dwelling, while the streets echoed with the sounds of conflict, as if a chase were underway. Shi Jian, upon hearing the noise, immediately exited the stone house, his expression grave, and inquired, "What is happening?" The guard beastman glanced at Shizhua, who had leaned out from an upstairs window, and ultimately chose to stand beside Shi Jian, whispering urgently in his ear. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian fell silent, glancing back at Shizhua before hastening away. Just then, Yuling also leaned out from the second floor, catching a glimpse of Shi Jian's retreating figure. Confusion washed over her. What is wrong with Shi Jian? Why the rush? Could there be an issue with the well? No, Xie is still down there. Yuling observed their hurried steps and anxious expressions, as if they had encountered some grave matter. A sense of unease tightened in her chest, a nameless fear creeping up on her. Xie was still assisting the Beast King in digging the well, watching the flurry of activity around her. She couldn't help but speculate. Could the well have collapsed? If that were the case, Xie would be in peril. With that thought, she could no longer remain idle. She had to see for herself what was transpiring. Yuling hurried down the stairs, and Bai Ying and the others, having heard the commotion, rushed over to her side. Shizhua quickly explained, "Yuling is worried about Xie." Bai Ying and the others nodded in understanding. The situation outside was indeed grave, and they too wondered if Xie was in trouble. Huan was particularly anxious. Although he often teased Xie, the latter was still his beast brother. What are we waiting for? I will go check, lest that fool find himself in a dire situation. He is the only heir in their family. As Huan spoke, he was the first beastman to exit the stone house. Bai Ying glanced at the blazing sun overhead, placing a gentle hand on Yuling's shoulder, and said softly, "Yuling, the sun outside is too harsh. You should remain here while we go take a look." Chapter 253, Montag King. The wandering beastman Yuling shook her head in refusal, saying, "No, we must go together." What if it is Xie? As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears, her voice becoming increasingly urgent. Xie is a 7-pattern beastman. He will be fine. We are here. Bai Ying reassured her gently. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, revealing that Huan was attempting to leave, but the guard beastmen prevented him from doing so. "No, Huan, you must stay here to look after the beast god envoy," the guard beastman insisted, his brows furrowed in resolve. Huan challenged the guard. "Why can Shi Jian go out while we cannot? What does the Beast King mean by this?" The guard's expression faltered under Huan's scrutiny, and he softened his tone to explain, "Because Shi Jian is the heir to the Beast King. Our duty is to protect you and ensure the safety of the Beast God Envoy. Please do not make this difficult for us. We are merely following the orders of the Beast King. The Beast King's orders are to protect us, but he never mentioned restricting our movements," Yuling interjected. The guard beastman paused, realizing the truth in her words. The Beast King had only instructed them to safeguard the Beast God Envoy without imposing travel restrictions. The guard bowed respectfully to Yuling, his head lowered in shame. Without hesitation, she stepped outside and grasped Huan's hand, declaring, "Let us go." Huan could not help but praise, "Little Yuling, you are truly remarkable." As Yuling exited the stone house, she encountered dozens of beastmen rushing toward a specific destination. Shizhua, observing the throng of guards trailing behind, seized the arm of one and inquired coldly, "What has transpired?" How could he not be cold? After finally becoming mates with his beloved, this turmoil in the beast city had stirred a tempest of frustration within him. Such a disturbance could not remain concealed. The guard beastman wiped his brow, filled with trepidation, and stammered, it is. Yuling's heart raced at his stuttering. The guard continued, "The beast city has discovered a group of wandering beastmen, and they are currently in hot pursuit." Upon hearing this, Yuling was overwhelmed with fear for the wandering beastmen, particularly after learning of Tu Xing's fate. They were nothing short of savages. Huan exclaimed, "Why did you not say so earlier? You had us all on edge, thinking something had happened to Xie Che." The guard looked innocently at Huan. "But you did not ask. You rushed out without inquiring." Huan rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Then why were you whispering with Shi Jian?" Shizhua questioned, somewhat incredulous. The guard sighed. "The presence of wandering beastmen in the city is not a dignified matter. I did not wish for Shi Jian to appear foolish in front of the beast god envoy, fearing that the beast king's protection was inadequate." Shizhua grimaced. His concern was rather considerate. "Since wandering beastmen have infiltrated, we should return swiftly." Bai Ying gently pulled Yuling into his embrace, gazing down at her pallid face, as white as a sheet, causing his heart to clench with worry. It was evident that the memories of her mother, Tu Xing, were haunting her once more. The harrowing experiences associated with the wandering beastmen had rendered Yuling pale and trembling, like a frightened rabbit seeking solace in Bai Ying's warm embrace. The thought that wandering beastmen still lurked within the city sent her mind into disarray, fraught with terror. "Let us return," Huan urged, knowing that Yuling's greatest fear was indeed the wandering beastmen. Yuling was escorted back to the stone house, and shortly after, the sounds of conflict erupted outside. She forced herself to remain calm, while Shizhua held her tightly, soothingly murmuring, "Do not be afraid. We are all here." Her heart raced wildly, as if it would leap from her throat. Surely, these wandering beastmen could not be after her. Indeed, it was true that fame brought peril, and she was, without a doubt, a figure of notoriety across the continent. Before she could gather her thoughts, the tumultuous sounds of battle erupted outside, akin to thunderclaps echoing in her ears. Seeing this, Shizhua swiftly enveloped Yuling in his arms, holding her close. He lowered his head, leaning close to Yuling's ear, and gently comforted her in an extremely tender voice. "Do not fear, Yuling, for I am here with you. Regardless of what may transpire, we shall always remain together." The words of Shizhua enveloped Yuling's anxious heart like a warm spring breeze. Gradually, her emotions began to stabilize. At that moment, she nestled tightly in Shizhua's embrace, as if only in this way could she find a semblance of safety. Such a Yuling evoked deep affection from those around her. She was unaware of how long the sounds outside had persisted until they finally began to fade. Yuling murmured, "All right." Shizhua nodded. "It should be over now." "Thank heavens." Yuling clasped her hands together, yet a hint of confusion crossed her face. "So who won, after all?" "It must be Shoucheng," Long Ji declared with absolute certainty. "I too hope it is Shoucheng," Yuling replied. Before long, Shi Jian returned, surveying the group in the stone house. "You all know?" Yuling nodded heavily. "I advise you to confess honestly. Resistance will only lead to harsher consequences. Your guards have already detailed everything." He then slowly elucidated the entire situation. The previous disappearance of Chua Yue and Xiong Yin had been orchestrated amidst the chaos of the assembly. They initially believed they had captured a female and fled, unaware that they had been lurking within Shoucheng all along. Today, a beastman recognized them as the exiled strays of their tribe, leading to their current pursuit. Were they captured? Yuling's heart tightened, realizing the danger had always been lurking nearby. Shi Jian nodded, then shook his head. "These strays are cunning and treacherous." Two managed to escape. The more she listened, the more alarmed Yuling became. Huan interjected, "They were on your territory, yet two escaped? This has happened before when we ventured to Wushan. It is too careless. Little Yuling is still in the city, allowing them to move right under your noses. What if something happens to her? Can you bear the responsibility?" The guards, hearing Huan's reproach, could not help but feel indignant on behalf of their Beast King successor. Huan retorted, "It is easy for you to speak, but managing such a vast Shoucheng and the comings and goings of beastmen is no simple task." Had Shi Jian not been injured, that leopard tribe member Ma Qing would not have escaped. The strongest in Shoucheng is the Beast King, at the 7th pattern's late stage, followed by Shi Jian. By the time the Beast King arrived, they had already fled, and Shi Jian, still nursing injuries, allowed Ma Qing to slip away. Otherwise, he would have certainly captured him. Yue Ling, who had been fanning herself with a palm leaf fan, froze upon hearing the guard's words. Chapter 254, Abandoning Ma Qing. She loosened her grip, and the fan fell to the ground, emitting a crisp sound. Her expression was one of disbelief, her eyes wide and pupils slightly dilated. What did you just say? Repeat it. What is the name of that beast man? Her voice trembled with urgency. Ma Qing, the exiled one from the Heibao tribe, the guard had said. However, she had not expected him to be a 7th pattern beast man who was cast out of his tribe. He must be a wicked beast man to have been abandoned, the guards babbled on. Buying noticed Yue Ling's face had turned even paler. Her fear of strays intensified as she realized the beast man she was drawn to was indeed one of them. She could hardly accept it. Buying rushed to support the wavering Yue Ling, turning to the guard. Enough, do not speak further. The guard immediately fell silent, perplexed by the situation of the divine beast's messenger. 999, what is happening? How can the 7th candidate, Ma Qing, be a stray beast man? Yue Ling frantically questioned the system. How could it present a stray beast man as a candidate? The very thought of having a stray among her suitors, along with the cause of Tu Xing's demise, made her skin crawl. This was a matter of life and death. She felt that System 999 was not there to assist her, but to lead her to her doom. It first offered her sweet treats, and then dealt her cruel blows. The electronic voice of System 999 whined, "By the heavens, host, I have accompanied you for so long. How can you think so poorly of me? I do not wish to, but look, Ma Qing is a beast man who would devour the unwary. He is my target. Do you truly wish to see me perish?" Yue Ling responded, her anger palpable. This, System 999 stammered. Will you speak or not? Oh, all these candidates are determined by the main system. I merely assist you and have no authority to decide their fates. To put it plainly, you see, I am your encyclopedia of the beastly world. You can ask me anything, and I will answer without reservation, but this is truly beyond my control. System 999 explained. Is there a way to avoid pursuing Ma Qing or to change my target? Yue Ling inquired. She was genuinely frightened, genuinely intimidated. Buying Huan, Shizhua, Xieche, Shi Jian, and Sangze were all suitors she had painstakingly acquired, granting her lifespans of 10 to 15 years. She could not afford to lose them. If she were to perish, what would happen to Buying, Huan, and Longji? Would they accompany her in death? No, she refused. These were her beloved companions. Acquired through heartfelt devotion, she could not let them suffer alongside her demise. Host, I cannot. You must pursue the candidates set by the main system to live a long life in this world. Otherwise, Yue Ling could not help but mockingly laugh. I knew you were a useless system. At critical moments, you offer no assistance. System 999 felt aggrieved. In a choice between death and losing 15 years of life, what would you choose? Yue Ling countered. System 999 quickly answered, realizing too late, of course, I would choose to lose 15 years. Wait, host. Are you going to abandon Candidate 7, Ma Qing? Yue Ling's heart raced in agreement. The main system did not state that I must pursue them, so I choose to abandon this path. Here, the lifespan is 150 years. Losing a few years is not a burden I cannot bear. System 999 hesitated. It did not say you must pursue them, but do you truly wish to give up on Candidate 7, Ma Qing? Not all strays are necessarily wicked beastmen. You even prepared scar-removing ointment for him today. I am aware, but I am afraid. I do not wish to take the gamble. I now represent more than just myself. I have them to consider, and they cannot lose their lives because of my mistakes. Yue Ling recognized that within any group, individuals vary greatly, just as not all strays are malicious. She lacked the courage to wager her safety and that of her beloved suitors on the possibility that Ma Qing might be a benevolent beastman. Recalling her gaze with Ma Qing yesterday, ripples of emotion surged within her. His eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, deep and mysterious, as if holding endless tales. Such beautiful eyes, could their owner truly be a notorious villain? This question lingered in Yue Ling's mind, weaving a web of conflict and contemplation. Very well, host. I respect your choice, System 999 conceded, acknowledging that the host had her reasons. It had said all it could. Whether they would find their way together depended on the bond between them. When Yue Ling finally regained her composure, she was met with a series of exquisite and handsome faces, each pair of eyes brimming with profound concern and worry, as if striving to convey their heartfelt thoughts to her all at once. In those gazes, beyond the unmistakable concern, intertwined a profound affection, akin to a warm current that enveloped her heart. I felt a surge of warmth and gently inquired, "What brings you all around me? Xiao Yuling, you have us deeply worried. We called for you for quite some time, yet you did not respond." Huan exclaimed, embracing Yuling with excitement. As Yuling felt Huan's breath, she softly patted his back. "Do not fret. I was merely lost in thought." "Well, let us find another male beastman," Bai Ying suggested softly. Yuling's safety is paramount. Given her current status, the more formidable the male beastman she has by her side, the safer she shall be. Yuling nodded, gazing at them. "It is truly wonderful to have you all." "Fool, it is us who are fortunate to have you," Yuling reflected, holding the shell filled with ointment. Huan asked, "What shall we do with these?" "This is a special salve I prepared for that wandering beast to help remove scars. We shall trade it for something else and see if any beastman desires it. We cannot let it go to waste." Huan nodded and hastily gathered the items, wishing to shield Xiao Yuling from any distress or fear. Mo Qing did not anticipate being recognized so swiftly. At this moment, amidst the many beastmen from Beast City, he and his companions exhibited no trace of fear. For male beastmen shielded Mo Qing at the center, one of them stating, "Mo Qing, it is not wise to linger here. The Beast King has commanded us to ensure your safe return." One of them, with piercing eyes, fixed his gaze on the aggressive guards, his expression solemn, as if he had prepared himself for death. Clearly, they all harbored the same conviction. Even if it meant exhausting their last ounce of strength or sacrificing their lives, they would ensure Mo Qing's safe escape. Only then could they honor the Beast King's deep expectations and trust. Mo Qing observed the 4 wandering beastmen protecting him and felt a pang of sorrow. His fury directed towards the encroaching guards, the murderous intent in his eyes almost overwhelming. Once, he had longed to be like them, yet he had been cast out by the tribe, becoming a wandering beastman. What had he done wrong? What had they done wrong? They were merely pitiful creatures yearning to survive. Chapter 255, The Foolish Scorpion Che. Scorpion Che, having completed his task at the well, received a beast crystal from the Beast King, said to be a gift for him, and Yuling ecstatic. He rushed back only to find an unusual atmosphere of solemnity in the stone house. Confused, he asked what has happened. Since Scorpion Che had been working in the well, he was unaware of the events occurring in Beast City, and though he had encountered some beastmen discussing something, he had no time to inquire. Eager instead to share the good news with his beloved female master, Yuling appeared listless. Upon hearing Scorpion Che's voice, her gaze slowly turned toward him. When she beheld his appearance, her eyes widened in astonishment, nearly bursting into laughter. Scorpion Che was covered head to toe in thick mud, as though he had just rolled in a mud puddle. Furthermore, his lower half was astonishingly wrapped in a haphazard bundle of wild grass, crudely concealing his modesty. It was the sweltering summer, and the relentless sun mercilessly baked the earth. The makeshift skirt made of grass and beast hide was wilted and lifeless, leaving his bare backside completely exposed to the gaze of onlookers, rendering him absurdly comical. To make matters worse, this outfit exuded an indescribable sense of embarrassment, eliciting both laughter and the discomfort of being unable to look directly at him. It was truly an eyesore. "Scorpion Che, this is too hilarious." Wolf Trace could no longer contain himself at the sight of Scorpion Che, and the stone house erupted in raucous laughter. "Hurry and wash up. This is quite a sight." Huan covered his face. "If you aren't going to wear anything, why bother with that patch of grass? It's utterly embarrassing." For the first time in his life, Scorpion Che felt a sense of shame. He had not realized that Yuling did not appreciate their nudity. He had only returned in this manner to please her. To his dismay, they all mocked him, and Yuling laughed the loudest. "Humph." Scorpion Che shoved the beast crystal into Yuling's hand and stormed off to his stone house in a huff. Yuling gazed at the beast crystal in her hand, brushing her nose thoughtfully. It was the first time she had seen Scorpion Che angry. He was usually so carefree. However, seeing his bare backside, she felt a smile tugging at her lips, finding it increasingly amusing. "I must check on Scorpion Che." Yuling hurriedly pursued him, wondering about the significance of the beast crystal and realizing she needed to comfort Scorpion Che. As she approached the stone house, which had a beast hide curtain for a door, she lifted the curtain to find Scorpion Che facing away from her, searching for a beast hide skirt to wash off the mud. Hearing her approach and the delightful scent emanating from her, Scorpion Che let out a cold snort, feeling somewhat wronged as he muttered, "Even you are laughing at me." Yu Ling chuckled softly and moved closer. Who would have thought our Scorpion Che could be so sensitive? Scorpion Che paused, eager to clarify, I am not sensitive. It's just that you all laughed at me. I am not sensitive." After a lengthy explanation, he realized he might indeed be a bit sensitive, trailing off as a flush of embarrassment washed over him. Everyone was laughing at him, and while he was not truly angry, he felt a twinge of annoyance as a sense of shame stirred within him. Yu Ling firmly grasped Scorpion Che's broad and powerful hand. At that moment, despite being covered in mud, she was entirely unconcerned. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Scorpion Che's remarkably handsome face, which, though dust-covered, could not conceal his innate charm. The dirt did not render Scorpion Che unseemly. Rather, it bestowed upon him a unique allure. It acted as a delicate veil, softly draping over his exquisite features, enhancing his simplicity and sincerity, evoking a sense of closeness. The handsome, dark-skinned man truly has a charm, she mused internally. Compared to her aversion toward Shizhua, she felt a flicker of anticipation in forming a bond with Scorpion Che. After all, he had once been the most innocent among them. Although he had changed somewhat, he was still far better than Shizhua and Hu Wan. "Scorpion Che, you are quite adorable," Yu Ling sincerely remarked, listening to his stammering explanations. Scorpion Che, upon hearing this, looked at Yu Ling. "Really?" Yu Ling nodded vigorously. "I recently learned some things that made me feel a bit down, but upon seeing you, I couldn't help but smile. I must thank you, Scorpion Che, so do not be upset." Scorpion Che beamed. "If I can make Yu Ling happy, then I'm very pleased. But why are you feeling down? Did someone upset you? They're all quite nice, with good temperaments. They wouldn't intentionally make you angry. You said we are family, and we shouldn't be upset with one another." Yu Ling chuckled. It was Scorpion Che who had been annoyed earlier. Yet somehow it was her who felt responsible for his anger. Hearing his words filled her with warmth. Her beast husband could get along harmoniously and even speak up for her, which was wonderful. Gently shaking her head, she replied softly, "It has nothing to do with them. They have all treated me well, and you, Scorpion Che, have also been very kind to me. It is my own issue. All right, look at you covered in dirt. Hurry and wash up," Yu Ling said, brushing the cracked mud from Scorpion Che's skin. At this, Scorpion Che nodded, no longer feeling embarrassed about earlier. He had not expected his female master to come to comfort him and cheer him up. Annie Hushue truly chose the best little female for him as a mate. "Yu Ling, you are quite adorable," exclaimed Xie Che, who could not resist swiftly pressing a kiss onto Yu Ling's cheek before darting away. Yu Ling, watching Xie Che's cheerful figure vanish, couldn't help but chuckle softly, her fingers brushing against the spot where he had kissed her, now smeared with a layer of mud. "Xie Che," she called out through clenched teeth, suspecting that he had deliberately coated her face with dirt. Laughter echoed through the stone house, a bright and carefree sound belonging to Xie Che. Hu Wan, with a damp beast-hide cloth, gently wiped the mud from Yu Ling's face, teasingly scolding. "That silly Xie Che. Little Yu Ling, let's not concern ourselves with fools." The stone house housed a separate bathing area, where Xie Che was merrily washing himself. Though he was far from clean, so much had transpired that day that Yu Ling found herself lacking the spirit to ponder the matter of becoming mates with Shizhua. Observing that the little female was startled by the stray beasts, Shizhua refrained from bringing it up. That night, as Shizhua gently encircled Yu Ling, allowing her to lean against him and absorb his warmth, he softly urged, "Sleep now." Nestled in his embrace, Yu Ling nuzzled closer, offering a faint sound of agreement. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the dappled leaves, casting golden patches upon the ground. As Yu Ling descended the stairs, her gaze fell upon the first floor of the stone house, her eyes widening in astonishment. The once barren space was now adorned with a vibrant array of wildflowers. These blossoms, a riot of colors, bloomed in splendid rivalry, releasing enchanting fragrances. Yu Ling could hardly fathom how these flowers transformed the stone house into a dreamlike garden. A gentle breeze rustled the petals, making them sway lightly. "Yu Ling, weren't you desiring to create that lip color? We gathered these for you. Aren't they beautiful?" Lion Jian said with a cheerful smile. They had spent the night searching for flowers, braving the heat, and traversing narrow valleys to gather them, solely to bring joy to Yu Ling. "They are stunning. I love them." "Thank you all," Yu Ling replied, her heart swelling with gratitude as she looked at her eager companions on the upper floor. Achio and Hu Ning entered, immediately overwhelmed by the strong scent of pollen, prompting several sneezes from Achio as he hastily covered his nose. Sister, what are you all doing? Hu Ning called out from the doorway, hesitant to step inside. Yu Ling beamed with delight upon seeing Hu Ning. Hu Ning, my beast brother, you've arrived. Taking a few steps. She recalled his sneezes and worried he might be allergic to pollen. Let's put these flowers away first. Brother Hu Ning seems to have a pollen allergy. We'll make the lip color later. Bai Ying, Huan, Lang Ji, Shizhua, Xie and Lian Jian swiftly gathered the wildflowers, pushing them into another room. Song Sun was the first to enter, observing their frantic efforts and catching the last part of Yu Ling's remark. Sister, you're making lip color? What is this newfangled thing? Yu Ling approached Song Sun. Elder brother, fourth brother, what brings you here on such a hot day? You'll see the lip color soon. Song Sun expressed great anticipation for his sister's creation. Without delay, Hu Ning rushed in, eager to embrace Yu Ling's sister. Did you miss me? I missed you terribly. However, before he could reach her, he was met with several sharp glares, and Shizhua firmly placed a hand against Hu Ning's forehead, preventing him from getting closer. Find your own female mate and stop taking advantage of my little Yu Ling, Huan remarked disdainfully. Hu Ning's gaze shifted to Huan, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Well, Huan, it seems you've grown bold now that you're mated with my sister. Huan confidently draped an arm over Hu Ning's shoulder, boasting, that essay given. Song Sun, watching them, couldn't help but smile, soaking in Yu Ling's words. I missed you, came to see you, and also who Zhao asked when you'd return to the tribe. Yu Ling had intended to return after Lian Jian came back from Wu Mountain, but it seemed she would need to wait a few more days until she and Lian Jian became mates, which would also ease his concerns about her whereabouts. Just a few more days, it will be soon, Yu Ling assured. Then we shall accompany you back. I will fly you there faster. And you want to suffer from the heat, Song Sun proposed. At this moment, Yu Ling recalled Song Zhe, who she thought might have found a flying beast mate. I believe that Song Jiao is quite suitable to accompany you, Bai Ying suggested. Although Song Zhe was an Eagle Tribe beastman and a shaman, his commitments to the Eagle Tribe would prevent him from being available for some time. It seemed more prudent to find a beastman who could be by her side, and Song Jiao, with his eager demeanor, would likely be willing to serve as a guardian. Song Sun and Hu Ning were taken aback by Bai Ying's generous offer to find Yu Ling a mate. In unison, they declared, indeed, sister, you should find an Eagle Tribe beastman who can always be near to protect you. In times of danger, he can whisk you away faster than a non-flying beastman. Yu Ling accepted Song Zhe from the Eagle Tribe as her seventh mate. However, I never expected that the high-minded shaman from the Eagle Tribe would become my sister's mate. When he comes to the Ling Hu Tribe, I shall make sure to tease him thoroughly, Hu Ning remarked, recalling his past encounters with Song Zhe. Gengshen hat also met Gengshe, acknowledging him as a commendable beastman, gifted by the beast deity and thus suitable to be Yu Ling's mate. Since Yu Ling had become the beast deity's messenger, countless beastmen had flocked to their tribe, nearly flattening the hills in their pursuit to see her and to propose as her mate. Fortunately, with their eldest brother's presence, many were sent away bruised and battered. Song Zhe is truly a good one, Yu Ling defended, unwilling to see her mate bullied. Sister, it is unwise to sympathize with males. Song Zhe treated you poorly before. I shall certainly stand up for you, Hu Ning asserted. You are too kind, sister. Roughhousing is typical for beastmen who hasn't gone through that. And look at you defending him before even becoming mates, he added. Ling understood Ning's intentions, recalling her sadness when the Eagle Tribe had cast her out. It's all right, sister. Hu Ning knows his limits, Song Sun interjected, sensing the tension. Clearly, Hu Ning's ire was directed at Song Zhe for his past treatment of Yu Ling. If he had indeed wronged her, it would warrant a thorough reprimand, lest she allow a male beastman to run rampant. Hearing her typically gentle second brother speak so firmly, Yu Ling relented. Now, shall we discuss how to create this lip color? By the way, I also heard about the well you proposed. They had arrived at an opportune moment. Having just heard about Yu Ling's suggestion regarding the well, which was set to alleviate the current crisis facing the southern continent's beast cities. Rather than merely a challenge for the beast cities, it was a dilemma affecting the entire beast realm as they encountered unprecedented heat. During the day, it was rare for either males or females to venture outside. They hunted during the cooler evenings or early mornings. As Song Sun mentioned this, the voice of the Beast King resonated, his footsteps rapid and his demeanor joyful as he burst into the stone house. Yu Ling, the well truly has water now, and it is increasing. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling's face broke into a genuine smile, grateful that the well was functioning. Song Sun and Hu Ning are also here. Upon the entrance of the Beast King, he beheld Song Sun and Hu Ning. The two offered a respectful bow to the Beast King, who nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he knelt before Yu Ling with utmost reverence, expressing profound gratitude. "Thank you, messenger of the Beast God, for saving the orcs of our city. Without your ingenious idea, many orcs would have perished from thirst." Yu Ling hurriedly approached to assist the Beast King to his feet. "I have told you that there is no need for such formality. You are the father of Shi Jian. I understand, but this is how I convey my respect to you. You have imparted the power of the shaman and summoned heavenly fire, and now you have saved so many orc lives. I truly do not know how to express my reverence. Just a few days ago, without your words, I would have been at a loss on how to resolve the conflict between the Peacock tribe and the Bear tribe. It is precisely due to your counsel that those tribes now regard me with greater deference." Chapter 257. The Wandering Beasts are villains. What did she say? I have forgotten. I have not spoken any other words to the Beast King. Shi Jian then stepped forward. It was what was said in the shaman's stone house. I conveyed it to the Beast Father. "Ah, I see," the Beast King replied, overwhelmed with gratitude. "I truly thank you. You have bestowed upon me such precious gifts and beast crystals, and have given me such an excellent Shi Jian. Consider it my way of repaying the Beast City." Yu Ling softly replied. Listening to her words, Shi Jian felt a faint blush rise to his cheeks, a sense of pride swelling within him. How wonderful it was to have such a female leader. The Beast King felt immense comfort upon hearing Yu Ling's words. Knowing that his offspring had such a commendable mate filled him with reassurance, realizing that ultimately, Shi Ying lacked the fortune. Song Sun and Hu Ning exchanged glances, sharing a sense of pride. This was their sister, the most wonderful and adorable sister in the world, making them proud. "However, I need you to do one more thing," Yu Ling stated. "What is it? Just tell me, and I will spare no effort to accomplish it," the Beast King replied. "It is not a significant matter. This year's dry season is excessively hot and arid. I hope you can disseminate this method to prevent other tribal orcs from dying." "Which would be a tremendous act of kindness," Yu Ling articulated. The Beast King's eyes gleamed. "You truly are worthy of being the messenger of the Beast God." Yu Ling felt slightly uneasy. Meanwhile, Mo Qing, drenched in blood and covered in wounds, emerged in a disheveled state from the perilous Beast City. The orcs escaping alongside him were in even more dire straits, their bodies marred with injuries. One orc had a robust arm brutally torn off, blood gushing forth like a torrential flood, staining the ground beneath. Mo Qing's complexion was as pale as parchment, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Enduring the waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, he gritted his teeth and declared, "We can no longer delay. We must find a shaman post-haste. Only a shaman can save your life." With that, he struggled to assist the gravely injured orc, limping toward the direction etched in his memory. The orc managed a bitter smile, his eyes filled with despair, as if he had lost all desire for life. Now, with the blessings of the Beast God's messenger, the shamans had acquired greater medical knowledge. They had witnessed the miraculous revival of those orcs teetering on the brink of death within the shaman's stone house. One could only imagine the extraordinary healing prowess of the Beast God's messenger. However, they were all wandering orcs. How could any shaman be willing to extend a helping hand to them? After all, in the eyes of most orcs, these wandering orcs were regarded as the most despicable and lowly beings. Orcs generally deemed them cunning and treacherous, akin to venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, perceiving them as monsters emerging from filthy mire, attributing the most malicious thoughts to them. Having lost a significant amount of blood, the orc's face was ashen as he looked at Mo Qing. "Mo Qing, you must not concern yourself with me. Quickly return to Wushan. They have seen your appearance, and you should not come to the Beast City." With that, he forcefully pushed Mo Qing away, staggering in another direction. Montauk King hastily approached, grasping him firmly, insisting on hiding him in a secluded cave. "You wait here. I will fetch a shaman. Do not go." The orc's consciousness was beginning to fade, weakly calling out, yet all he was left with was Mo Qing's receding figure, gradually becoming indistinct. Without hesitation, Mo Qing sped towards the nearby tribe, his form darting like lightning. However, this tribe seemed filled with suspicion and hostility toward strangers. Upon Mo Qing's arrival, the guards immediately barred his path, yet he remained undeterred. With his formidable strength and agility, being a 7-patterned orc while this tribe possessed at most 5 or 6 patterns, he forcefully broke through their blockade and charged into the heart of the tribe. In the ensuing fierce conflict, Mo Qing sustained numerous additional wounds, blood continuously flowing from his body, yet he paid no heed to the severity of his injuries. His mind consumed with the singular thought of swiftly locating a shaman to retrieve aid for the injured orc. After a considerable struggle, Mo Qing finally seized the tribe shaman, commanding him in an authoritative tone to accompany him to the location of the wounded orc. Although the shaman was filled with reluctance under Mo Qing's piercing gaze, he had no choice but to comply. The two raced forward, Mo Qing's heart burned with urgency, wishing he could instantly fly to their destination. However, upon their eventual return, they discovered it was far too late. The orc, who had once held a flicker of life, had now lost all signs of existence. Even the blood that had flowed was completely dried up, congealed upon the ground. Mo Qing felt utterly drained of strength as he collapsed before the lifeless orc. The shaman, forcibly taken by Mo Qing, wore a grim expression, glaring at this wandering orc. Indeed, a wandering beast. How audacious to intrude upon the tribe and drag him away. He was the shaman within the tribe, the most esteemed among orcs. How dare he, gazing upon the lifeless form of his wandering orc companion. The shaman sneered. He is already dead. He deserves it. You wandering orcs are a blight, always causing harm to us virtuous orcs. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing's eyes turned icy, and he regarded the shaman with a murderous intent, swiftly advancing to seize the shaman by the throat. Say that again. The shaman, who had always held a position of superiority, found himself gripped by the throat for the first time, the sensation of impending asphyxiation rendering him breathless. Viewing the bloodshot eyes of this orc, he was not foolish enough to continue provoking him. After all, this was a wandering orc capable of committing any heinous act. He realized that Mo Qing could very well kill him, and he had no desire to meet his end. Cough, 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 let go of me. The shaman ceased his curses, instead succumbing to a fit of coughing. Mo Qing, seeing the fear in the shaman's eyes, scoffed lightly, tossing the shaman aside like a leaf in the wind. Gasping for air, the shaman clutched his chest, looking at Mo Qing. He is already dead. Can you let me go now? Heal my wounds, and I will release you. Only then did the shaman notice the multitude of injuries on the wandering orc's body. Flesh torn and bloodied, a sight most harrowing. Mo Qing glared fiercely at the shaman. If you dare entertain any ill intentions, I will kill you immediately. Understood. The shaman replied, his tone lacking the previous arrogance, now laced with respect. He rose from the ground, realizing that the medical skills he had learned from the beast god's messenger would be first utilized to save a wandering orc. Yet, he had no alternative. Survival was paramount. He could only hope that this orc would honor his promise to spare him once he had healed his wounds. For this old body of his could not withstand much more turmoil. As Mo Qing observed the shaman busily foraging for herbs, he couldn't help but think of the beast god as messenger. Her gaze was so gentle. She had told him he was not ugly, that he was handsome, and she wished to help him rid himself of that unsightly scar, her tone so sincere. He had never seen such a gentle and beautiful female, one who stirred his heart so profoundly. However, he is a stray beast, destined to live without a companion, while she is a lofty divine envoy of beasts. How could she ever deign to notice a wandering beast man? Perhaps upon learning of his true identity, she would find him repugnant. The System 999 timidly replied, If you have something to say, then say it. Why the hesitation? The voice of System 999 echoed in her mind, stammering endlessly. Chapter 258. Lipstick that means the affection value of strategy number 7, Mo Qing, towards you has increased, now at 55%. I don't know if I should mention this to you. System 999 stammered. Yu Ling was taken aback. She had not pursued him, yet his affection value had risen. What is wrong, Yu Ling? Shi Jian inquired, noticing her daze. Yu Ling shook her head, focusing on the wildflowers in her hand, which she was mashing into juice. A beautiful rosy pink hue. It's nothing, she replied, shaking her head again and hastening her actions. Shi Jian observed Yu Ling and began to help her process the wildflowers, his curiosity piqued by the lipstick they were creating. Following the steps outlined by System 999, she used slender bamboo as a mold. They could not comprehend why this vividly colored substance needed to be poured into the small bamboo tubes. It must be done this way for it to be exquisite and visually appealing, Yu Ling explained. However, she was conflicted about the packaging due to environmental and craftsmanship limitations. Ultimately, she decided that bamboo was the best option, lightweight and easy to carry. As the weather was warm, the molds quickly took shape. Yu Ling extracted a tube and waved at Huan. Surprised, Huan noted that among so many beastmen, she had called only him, indicating his special status in her heart. He strutted over, feeling quite pleased. Yu Ling surveyed the surroundings. She would not involve her brothers, Song Sun and Hu Ning. Among her beast husbands, Huan was the most flamboyant, making him the perfect candidate to test the lipstick. Huan, obediently pouting, wondered if Yu Ling intended to kiss him in front of everyone, which would be quite embarrassing. As he thought this, he closed his eyes, awaiting Yu Ling's sweet kiss. Soon, he felt a slick sensation on his lips, accompanied by a faint floral fragrance. Before he could react, he heard Yu Ling's voice. "Look, this is lipstick. Isn't it beautiful?" With a smile, Yu Ling showcased the fruits of their labor, drawing the attention of everyone around. Despite being a male beastman, Huan's innate beauty was strikingly vivid. His facial contours were clear and graceful, akin to a finely crafted work of art. His elongated fox-like eyes, slightly upturned, revealed a hint of cunning and liveliness. Beneath a prominent nose, his rosy lips were particularly captivating. At that moment, Huan wore the lipstick they had created. The vibrant hue, like a burning flame, enhanced his already luscious lips, rendering them even more enchanting. This touch of red not only made his face appear more refined, but also added an indescribable allure. Everyone was irresistibly drawn to his charm, momentarily unable to tear their eyes away. "Huan, that lipstick makes you look even more handsome," Xie immediately chimed in, genuinely complimenting him. They had made many colors of lipstick, and this one seemed particularly well suited for Huan, looking utterly stunning. Hearing the praise and witnessing their astonished gazes, Huan's fox tail nearly betrayed him with its excitement. "It truly does look great," Song Sun remarked, gently stroking his chin as he scrutinized Huan. He sensed that Huan had changed somehow, though he could not pinpoint how. All he knew was that he looked better. "Yu Ling, show us how it looks on you," Bai Ying expressed eagerly, unable to contain his anticipation to see his beloved little female apply the lipstick. Yu Ling smiled softly, delicately picking up a tube of elegant pink lip balm. She carefully applied it to her cherry-red lips. As she moved gently, the soft pink hue gradually enveloped her naturally rosy lips, as if draping them in a sheer veil, making them even more alluring and mysterious. The beastmen around her exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment and admiration at Yu Ling's captivating appearance. After applying the lipstick, Yu Ling radiated an entirely different brilliance. Her already luscious lips now appeared plump and inviting, reminiscent of a ripe peach. The slight pout of her mouth stirred an irresistible desire to taste her sweetness. Observing the enchanting Yu Ling, the beastmen involuntarily swallowed hard, their throats emitting soft gulps, their hearts filled with an awakening desire. Hu Ning glanced at them, noting their reactions, thinking to himself how lacking they were in composure. However, this product had only enhanced his sister's already striking beauty, surely a treasure that many females would adore. "Truly beautiful," Song Sun said with a smile. "My sister is the most stunning little female in the world." "Yes, indeed," Hu Ning quickly agreed. "Very beautiful." Shizhua could not help but add. His long, powerful fingers were now gently caressing, as if savoring some precious and mysterious texture. Tonight, the petite and charming little female would surely be unable to escape his grasp. He mused to himself, his eyes shimmering with fervent light, imagining the moment he would embrace her and savor her sweetness. He envisioned devouring her piece by piece, wanting her to fully merge into his body and soul, leaving behind a unique mark that belonged solely to him. The thought alone tightened his abdomen. An uncontrollable wave of desire surged within him, more intense than when he learned of her maturity, making it nearly impossible to restrain the flames of longing burning deep within him. He desperately wanted to possess her. "I believe bartering with this is simpler. The females should love it." Previously, they either crafted hides themselves or traded for sausages and dried meat, but those consumed more time and effort. This is far simpler. She held up a tube of lipstick as an example, saying, "A single tube can be exchanged for 5 beast hides, and each female can purchase a maximum of 5 tubes, while 10 tubes can be traded for a beast crystal." Yu Ling selected 10 different colors of lipstick and explained her business acumen, referring to it as hunger marketing. Upon hearing this, Song Sun nodded in agreement, recognizing that females adored items that made them more beautiful. His sister's idea would surely stimulate the purchasing desires of those females. "She is truly clever," Hu Ning acknowledged, admiring Yu Ling's insight. "Indeed," Song Sun concurred. "She is the most intelligent little female I have ever seen." He, I've even thought of how to promote it. Huan, just standing at the stall, will serve as a living advertisement. Sure, Jian, you should gift a set to the Beast King's female. I believe we will soon sell out and make a fortune, Yuling declared. Sister, why do you have so many beast crystals? Are you planning to give them to them? How can they have the audacity to use my sister's beast crystals for their own gain? Hu Ning looked at his sister, his eyes sparkling, realizing that all her efforts were to earn beast hides and crystals. Not long ago, had not their eldest brother sent beast crystals? He had heard that the Beast King also gifted some, so she should not be lacking in crystals. But why was she so eager to earn more? Surely it was to help them improve themselves, and how dare they do that to his beloved sister? Those were all meant to replenish his sister's vitality, and they had the nerve to. Hu Ning's imagination ran wild as he immediately confronted them. Seeing him getting agitated, Yuling was bewildered by how quickly the topic had shifted. She quickly intervened to prevent Hu Ning from losing his temper. Hunyang's brother has provided her with ample beast crystals to replenish her strength. There's no such thing as having too many beast crystals. It was merely out of boredom that she engaged in these activities. They have treated her kindly, so please do not misunderstand. Song Sun remarked, what a fool. Upon hearing Yuling's explanation, Hunyang felt slightly reassured. Your overly kind nature worries me. I fear they might take advantage of you. Bai Ying and the others chimed in. It is truly unfair. Huan observed Hunyang's demeanor. You must change this tendency of yours to believe everything you hear. I thought you would be better once Xiao Yuling returned, yet here we are. How could I not know if they bullied her? Would I ever bully her myself? Hunyang pouted, exasperated by her brother's concern for their sister. Yuling looked at them, feeling cherished and happy. This beastly world has brought her immense joy. They shared a meal together at noon, after which Song Sun and Hunyang returned to their stone dwellings across the way, which she surmised had been intentionally arranged by the Beast King and Shi Jian. Having heard Yuling mention her imminent return to the Linghu clan in a few days, Shi Jian felt the remaining time they had together was especially precious. It was no wonder the Beast Father urged him to spend more time with Yuling to foster their bond. In the afternoon, during Yuling's nap time, she gently fanned herself when she heard footsteps. Shizhua, I knew it was you, she thought, suspecting he was coming to ambush her again. Shi Jian found himself in an awkward position, neither fully entering nor exiting. Yuling, it is I, startled. She turned to see Shi Jian standing at the door. Come in quickly. He smiled and approached slowly, taking a seat at the edge of her bed. Sitting up, Yuling beamed at him. What is it? Shi Jian gazed earnestly at the lovely female before him, his extraordinary features softening into a gentle smile that conveyed profound affection. His voice, imbued with endless tenderness, expressed, I wish to spend more time with you. Shi Jian possessed the quintessential appearance of a noble gentleman. At that moment, his deep, captivating eyes seemed to hold boundless warmth, akin to the gentle rays of spring sunlight cascading over her. The light in his gaze sparkled like brilliant stars in the night sky, radiating an intensity that rendered everything else around them dim. Under his heartfelt gaze, time appeared to stand still, leaving only the two of them in this world. Yuling could distinctly sense the affection in Shi Jian's eyes, a sincere and profound feeling that surged toward her like a tidal wave, utterly irresistible. She found herself enchanted by him, unable to deny the way her heart raced for each of her partners, each one striking a chord deep within her heart, each deserving of her admiration. Unable to contain herself, she embraced Shi Jian, leaning against his shoulder. Shizhua, having lifted the curtain slightly, caught sight of the two nestled closely together. Suppressing his possessive feelings, he quietly lowered the curtain and slipped away. Last time I was too hasty. Shi Jian lowered his gaze to Yuling's delicate features and long, thick lashes. This was his first time apologizing to her for the previous incident. She had still been a minor then. Reflecting now, he felt both shame and embarrassment for his desperate methods, realizing how base they had been. Yuling's cheeks flushed as she recalled the previous events, her body warming and softening at the memories that flooded her mind, each vividly thrilling moment igniting a rush of excitement. One could not deny Shi Jian's skill. He was anything but an inexperienced male beast, exhibiting prowess that belied his years of singlehood. Oh dear, Yuling thought, feeling increasingly flustered since coming of age. Her mind filled with unwholesome thoughts. I almost forgot, she said, feeling somewhat guilty. Upon hearing Yuling claim, she had forgotten. Shi Jian initially felt a mix of relief and disappointment, though the latter quickly overshadowed the former. He softly inquired, have you truly forgotten? Yuling nodded earnestly. Knowing he had come to apologize, likely hoping to help her forget the past. Indeed, it cannot be more true. Shi Jian pondered, is my experience truly that poor? Has it allowed Yu Ling to forget so easily? No, I must strive to make the next encounter unforgettable, ensuring she will always remember the feelings of being with me. Unaware of Shi Jian's inner musings, Yu Ling leaned against him, reassuring, in a few days, I will leave the Beast City, but I promise to visit you often. All right, I will patiently await your return in the Beast City. Even if Yu Ling were merely humorously misleading him, Shi Jian found joy in her words. Yes, she softly affirmed, inhaling his masculine scent while her gaze wandered outside to the bright sun, blue sky, and the occasional bird soaring by. Aside from the heat, the tranquility of life enveloped her. Leaning on Shi Jian's shoulder, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. When she awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Shi Jian had not left. He lay beside her, fanning her to keep her cool. She quickly checked her mouth, hoping she had not drooled or snored, fearing it might tarnish the impression she had made on Shi Jian. Rest assured, you look beautiful even in your sleep, he chuckled. Yu Ling shot him a playful glare, her voice slightly hoarse yet endearing. You only know how to flatter me. Shi Jian, perceptive to the change in her tone, quickly got up to fetch a glass of cool water from the stone table. Drink some water to soothe your throat. Yu Ling took the glass and eagerly drank. Slow down, he cautioned. Yes, she replied, noticing how parched she was. Not forgetting her plans for prosperity, she reminded Shi Jian, when you visit the Beast King's mate, do not forget to bring her a box of lipstick. I am counting on her to help me open new markets. Having suffered the consequences of the Beast King's mate, she feared Shi Jian's mother, whose might left one questioning their very existence, who one had certainly put her through the ringer during her first experiences, leaving her with lingering trepidation. While the joy was undeniable, enduring such intensity continuously felt like a luxury. All right, Shi Jian replied softly, though he soon posed a question, but will giving it to my mother truly open the market you mentioned? Yu Ling smiled knowingly. The Beast King's mate is the most esteemed female in the Beast City. If she uses this product and becomes even more beautiful, other females will surely inquire about it, increasing their desire. Once the Beast King's mate endorses it, the market will flourish. With a thriving market, we will certainly earn more beast skins and crystals, allowing us to grow stronger. As she spoke, her excitement grew, and she found herself lost in delightful imaginings, almost laughing aloud. After a period of recuperation and care, her health had improved significantly. Compared to her frail state upon arrival, she felt as though she had transformed entirely, especially nourished by the beast crystals. She could distinctly feel her strength and constitution enhancing. At that moment, she even confidently believed she could stand shoulder to shoulder with the tall, robust female beastman. After all, the energy contained within the beast crystals was immensely powerful, significantly boosting her physical capabilities. Furthermore, if she could continue to obtain more beast crystals, it seemed entirely feasible that she could support others as well. My female lord is truly clever. Shi Jian could not resist pressing his lips gently against Yu Ling's forehead. He understood that their union would follow a predetermined sequence, and within him surged an unrelenting anticipation to truly possess her, mingled with a profound sorrow at the thought that once united, she might depart from him. Yu Ling slightly lifted her head, her gaze irresistibly drawn to the alluring contours of Shi Jian's sensuous lips. Those lips, sharply delineated, exuded an enticing charm, as if meticulously sculpted by divine hands. For reasons unbeknownst to her, an inexplicable impulse surged within her, as if enchanted, compelling her to tilt her delicate head upwards. She extended her hands without hesitation, cradling the strikingly handsome visage of Shi Jian. In the next moment, she gently closed her eyes, her ruby lips parting as she slowly leaned towards his. The instant their lips met, an electric jolt coursed through her entire being, causing her heart to race and her breath to quicken. In response to Yu Ling's sudden boldness, Shi Jian was filled with surprise and elation. He tenderly reciprocated her kiss, his lips softly caressing her delicate ones, as if conveying his deep affection to the very depths of her heart. Thus, they embraced tightly, their breaths intertwining, lost in the sweetness of this exquisite kiss. After a considerable time, Yu Ling released him, and with a playful smile at his dazed expression, she declared, "All right, I must go downstairs." With that, she disregarded his presence and hurriedly descended from the stone bed, her steps light as she raced towards the stairs. As she emerged from the room, she was suddenly seized from behind, instinctively exclaiming, "Shi Jian, stop fooling around. But upon feeling the chill of the temperature behind her, she realized it was neither Shrijan nor Shaw. Before she could comprehend, her mouth was covered, and she was forcibly dragged away. In a moment, she found herself thrown onto a stone bed. The bed was cushioned with thick grass and topped with animal hides, ensuring that her fall was painless, suggesting that preparations had been made. Sojua tenderly stroked Yueling's neck, saying, "You carry the scent of Shadem, which I find quite displeasing." Yueling recoiled slightly at his demeanor, replying, "Shaw, behave yourself. Your actions frighten me." This was not some role-playing scenario. He was the obsessive male lead, and she was the innocent heroine caught in a forced love drama. Yet, beneath her apprehension lay a flicker of excitement, though she remained silent about it. Hearing her express fear, wore a teasing smile, coaxing her, "Then I shall be gentler." Feeling a sudden wave of embarrassment, Yueling quickly nodded in agreement. Shoja then reiterated, "You carry the scent of Shadem, which I find quite displeasing. It must be my scent that should linger on you." He delicately licked his slightly dry lips, his elongated and profound eyes igniting with a fervent desire, as if he intended to consume her entirely. Without hesitation, he reached out with a long, powerful hand, swiftly gripping Yueling's slender, pale ankle. With a forceful tug, he pulled her into his embrace. So his strong arms enveloped her petite frame like iron clamps, rendering her utterly unable to escape. He tilted her chin, asking, "Are you ready this time?" Yueling chuckled, "But Sijan is right behind. If he cannot find me, he will search everywhere." The thought of being discovered in such a compromising position with Skata was too daunting to consider. "It matters not. You belong solely to me now," Shuachua declared with an air of dominance. "Are you hot?" Yueling swallowed hard. "Not particularly." Being held by Vito was surprisingly cool and refreshing. On such a warm day. "You must be sweltering," he remarked, and before she could respond, she felt the fabric of her animal hide skirt being torn away. Shu's own hide skirt had been washed, and today she wore a simple one. The material was thick and somewhat coarse, and since it was so substantial, Yueling had never worn undergarments beneath it. Suchul had, however, had White Shadow make her 2 pieces of lingerie. With a swift tug, her skirt was torn away, leaving her exposed to all. Startled, Yueling emitted a sharp gasp. Shu's gaze fell upon her pale form, every inch of her skin flawless, causing him to swallow hard. Yueling, like a frightened fawn, instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around her chest, attempting to shield herself from view. Hearing her scream, Shujin rushed over, anxiously pulling aside the curtain of his room. What he beheld was the sight of Yueling, starkly exposed. This sight left her utterly petrified, and instinctively, she dove into his embrace for cover, as if only there could she find solace. Shkvo, with a triumphant smirk, raised the corners of his mouth in a sly and satisfied grin. His cold, piercing eyes locked onto the intruding Sidem, sparkling with warning and provocation. "Leave," Shujul commanded icily. Frustrated, Shrijan lamented his concern for Yueling, wondering what danger she could possibly face in this stone abode. It was evident that Sugajua was entangled with Yueling, deepening their bond. Sugajua was thoroughly vexed by their interruptions. Why must they intrude at such a critical moment? He longed to confront Sijan, realizing the need to retreat. Shrijan quickly lowered the curtain and stepped outside. As he exited, his mind was consumed by the fleeting glimpse he had just witnessed. Yueling's skin was the fairest he had ever seen among females, a delicate pink hue that rendered her stunningly beautiful. A gentle pinch would leave her flushed for quite some time, and her fragrance was pure and enticing. When her eyes glistened with tears, she appeared irresistibly charming. Shrijan shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel these thoughts. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. He yearned for the day he could unite with Yueling. How he wished he were the one in that moment. Chapter 261, This Union. Part 2. Yueling, feeling both embarrassed and angry, playfully slapped his shoulder, pouting, "This is all your fault. I told you about Sijan." Shuvil gazed down at her incessantly chattering cherry lips and her exposed form in his embrace. The pale hue of his skin flushed with a faint pink, his breaths growing heavier as he tightened his hold on her. "No one will disturb us again," he whispered. Unable to contain the tempest of emotions within him, he enveloped Yueling in a tight embrace and, without hesitation, captured her alluring lips in a fervent kiss. Shuvil's kissing prowess had reached an unparalleled level. Unlike her other beastly partners, his kiss was both tender and commanding, drawing Yueling into a whirlpool of passion from which she could hardly escape. She felt as though swept into a storm, her body trembling uncontrollably. As time passed, her once firm defenses gradually crumbled, and under a passionate onslaught, she surrendered completely, akin to a defeated army laying down its arms on the battlefield. Her delicate form became soft and pliable, melting into its warm embrace like spring water. Slowly, they became entwined. In a moment of frustration, Yue Ling bit down onto a shoulder, venting her discontent. "Did you not say it wouldn't hurt? Did you not say that you would stop if I asked?" The sounds of their intimacy echoed in the room for an extended duration, and Yue Ling found it exhausting even to lift her arms. As Kajua fed her bite by bite, she had thought it would settle down, but Chvijua continued to entangle her, his vigor seemingly inexhaustible. Yue Ling lost track of time while gazing at the ceiling of the stone house, feeling akin to a small boat adrift upon the water, swaying endlessly without respite. The experience of bonding with Shizhua was unlike that of others. The initial struggles were arduous, but the subsequent joy was boundless. From dawn to dusk and back again. This creature seemed to challenge all limits, ultimately leaving Yue Ling overwhelmed, collapsing into unconsciousness. Bai Ying, observing the sleeping Yue Ling and the dark circles beneath her eyelids, felt a profound ache in his heart. It was as if each one was more merciless than the last, greedily intent on exhausting Yue Ling until they found satisfaction. This could not continue. No one could endure such treatment. Bai Ying's expression darkened, and he chastised Shizhua fiercely. At that moment, Shizhua sat by the bedside like a well-behaved child, gazing affectionately at the slumbering female. They were now bonded. He was her true beast husband. He pressed his hand to his heart, feeling her presence with remarkable clarity, warm and gentle. Yet, he realized he had truly overtaxed her. Her beauty rendered him unable to restrain himself. He had clung to Yue Ling for 2 days and nights without considering her limits, which was indeed a fault on his part. The breaking of records caused Yuan to mutter in annoyance, finding it exceedingly bothersome. This incident bore significant repercussions. Bai Ying was furious, while Shizhua felt utterly innocent, with the praise directed towards Lang Ji. Lang Ji lamented, "I would rather not receive this praise." Within the Misty Mountains, Kayu's eyes widened in horror as she beheld the decaying corpse of Xiong Yin before her. The flesh began to discolor and swell, emanating a nauseating stench of rot. Maggots writhed upon the body, while swarms of flies buzzed around, greedily feasting on this macabre delicacy that reeked of death. The entire cramped cave was suffused with a pungent odor, making each breath feel suffocating. Kayu tightly covered her mouth and nose. Yet the acrid scent infiltrated her nostrils and throat, causing her stomach to churn violently. In a frenzy, she dashed toward the bar door, desperately pounding on it and crying out for help. However, the only response was an echoing void and unending silence. No matter how hoarsely she screamed, no one came to acknowledge her despair. As time passed, Kayu's mental state began to unravel. Her once fearful eyes became vacant, and her mind was plagued by horrifying visions. She felt as if Xiong Yin's ghost had escaped from that decaying shell, advancing towards her with malicious intent, seeking cruel vengeance. Each night, when darkness enveloped the cave, she could hear faint cries and chilling laughter echoing within. These sounds reverberated in the stillness, piercing her heart like sharp daggers. Amidst the protracted agony, Kayu gradually lost her final grasp on sanity. Her once vibrant eyes became hollow, and she ultimately succumbed to irreversible madness. Her speech devolved into incoherent babbling, interspersed with heart-wrenching cries. Her hair became a wild tangle, resembling a thicket stripped of its former luster and neatness. The dignified figure she once was had vanished, leaving behind a truly deranged female. Beast King, that mad female in the cave, is causing a ruckus again. Day in and day out, driving us to distraction. The beastmen guarding her lamented, seeking solace from Wu Chun. Wu Chun, growing impatient, replied, "Then confine her to the most remote cave. Just ensure she does not starve." Afterward, he beckoned. "Has Mo Qing not returned yet?" The beastman shook his head. It was puzzling. Why had Mo Qing not returned? What could possibly keep him in the beast city? Unbidden, he recalled the repeatedly mentioned beast god envoy. Recently, the southern continent's beast city had been in the spotlight, and he felt a twinge of curiosity about the nature of this envoy. At last, footsteps echoed from outside, and a beastman rushed in, announcing, "Mo Qing has returned." Wu Chun let out a sigh of relief. "Bring him to me." "Yes." The beastman had scarcely taken 2 steps before colliding with the incoming Mo Qing. Wu Chun regarded Mo Qing with a hint of reproach in his tone. "You finally decided to come back? Do you have any idea how worried I was when you deviated from the plan? What if something had happened?" You know the beastman's attitude towards us. If you were captured, I wouldn't be responsible for you. The beastman beside Wu Chun observed that Mo Qing was alone, bearing some injuries that appeared to have been treated but were not fully healed. Where are they? He inquired. Montauk King hesitated, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes before he spoke heavily. We were discovered. They are dead. The cave fell into a heavy silence, and Wu Chen scoffed. The southern continent's beast city. Huh. He waved his hand lightly, and the nearby beastman respectfully withdrew, leaving only himself and Mo Qing in the cave. Wu Chun studied Mo Qing, his voice icy. Do you have nothing to say to me? I have nothing to say, Mo Qing replied. Wu Chun nodded. Very well. Mo Qing, you have always known your place. What compelled you to linger in the beast city despite the danger? If you had withdrawn in time, they wouldn't have perished. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing's expression turned somber. Have you encountered that beast god envoy? Wu Chun asked. Mo Qing was taken aback. Wu Chun, noting his reaction, smirked. Just as I thought. However, Wu Chun perceived more information in Mo Qing's moment of shock, observing the astonishment in his eyes, which piqued his curiosity. Do you have feelings for that beast god envoy? Mo Qing immediately retorted, Don't be ridiculous. I would never. Wu Chun was taken aback. It had been years since he had seen Mo Qing react in such a manner to any female. Bring her back, Wu Chun commanded decisively. Upon hearing this, Mo Qing's pupils dilated slightly as he shook his head. No, she is not a bad female. She is different from the others. She is gentle. Her voice is soft and pleasant when she speaks. What makes her different? Perhaps she is just another malicious female, and you simply do not understand her. Bring her to me, and I can make her your exclusive partner, Wu Chun pressed. The last time, that lion from the southern continent was utterly devoted, his eyes devoid of the disdain and resistance that many male beastmen harbor deep within, only revealing affection for that female. He could see clearly the turmoil in Mo Qing's eyes. He had indeed developed feelings for the so-called beast god envoy, but he could not fathom the depth of those feelings. Since knowing Wu Chun, their dynamic had been akin to that of an older brother caring for a younger sibling. Yet now, he wished to drag her into this mire. Her exquisite eyes should not be sullied. She does not belong here. I will not capture her. Mo Qing asserted earnestly. That is not your decision to make, Wu Chen sneered. The southern continent's beast city has come to besiege us, having slain my kin. They truly regard us with contempt. These ostentatious beastmen, who profess their unwavering faith in the exalted beast god, seek to seize its envoy to control these foolish beasts. No, you stated we only capture wicked females. She has done so many good deeds and must not be harmed. Mo Qing looked at Wu Chun, for the first time engaging in a dispute with him. Wu Chun gazed with keen interest at the flustered Ma Qing and, with a playful smile, shifted the topic. We shall discuss this matter later. You are injured, so you should return to rest. Ma Qing furrowed her brows, but refrained from further comment. Yu Ling instructed them to craft smooth wooden boards, assembling several exquisite boxes. Before they could reach the stall, a female approached her stone dwelling. Yu Ling felt a twinge of confusion when the guard orc called her out. The female was tall with a wheat-colored complexion, a round face, and large, charming eyes, accompanied by several male orcs, presumably her mates. Upon seeing Yu Ling, she appeared pleasantly surprised and respectfully bowed. Beast God's envoy. Yu Ling gently assisted her, still unclear about her intentions. What brings you here? The female hesitated before explaining. I heard you created something called lipstick. I saw it with the Beast King's female and wished to have some. As she spoke, her voice faltered, fearing Yu Ling would refuse a trade. Rest assured, I will pay with beast skins. Just yesterday, she had sent Shi Jian to deliver some to the Beast King's female, and now there was business at hand. Come in and see. There are many colors available. Each stick costs 10 beast skins or equivalent items, with a limit of 5 per purchase. The female was taken aback, astonished that such a small item would cost 10 beast skins. Wait, Beast God's envoy, I don't quite understand. What do you mean by a purchase limit? She was bewildered by the term. A female can buy a maximum of 5 sticks. Anything beyond that is part of a gift box series. With 10 sticks equating to 1 whole box, in exchange for a beast crystal, Yu Ling explained with a smile. The female's head buzzed. It was exorbitantly expensive. Even the largest and roundest pearls and shells from the aquatic orcs did not compare. The thought of 10 sticks costing a beast crystal chilled her heart. Yet, the allure of the lipstick, once applied, was undeniably captivating. It felt akin to reaching into her pouch and taking it without thought. She nodded hesitantly and followed Yu Ling into the stone house, knowing no female could resist such beautiful items. She decided to purchase one. With that sentiment, she entered the dwelling. Ling retrieved a box containing her handmade, colorful lipsticks, vibrant as the splendid hues of sunset. As she gently opened the lid, a subtle fragrance wafted into the air. The female gasped. It smells wonderful and looks exquisite. Ling then brought a basin of clear water nearby. As there were no mirrors in the beast world, relying instead on the water's surface to reflect the effect of the lipstick. This is a trial size. Give it a try, Ling said, satisfied by the female's astonished expression. The female appeared flustered, glancing at the small bamboo tube in Ling's hand. I don't know how to use it. Ling, slightly frustrated, spoke softly to the tall female. Choose a color you like, and I will apply it for you. However, you need to crouch a bit. You are too tall. Ling gestured, feeling diminutive beside her. The female promptly nodded and chose a bright red lipstick. I want to try this one. Ling nodded approvingly. That color is beautiful and should suit you perfectly. The female crouched down, and Ling gently applied the lipstick along her lip line. The female turned to her mate and asked, Does it look good? Her mates gazed in awe, their honest admiration shining through as they responded. It looks beautiful. Come and see. Ling guided her to the water basin so she could view her reflection. The female slightly nodded, her gaze lowering to the image of a woman with red lips in the water. Her face blossomed like a flower in spring, captivating and radiant. She had never seen such a wondrous thing that could instantly enhance someone's beauty. In astonishment, she instinctively raised her hands to gently cover her cheeks, as if fearing this beauty was but a fleeting dream. In that moment, she felt transformed. I want to try this one too. She pointed to a different color, and Ling patiently allowed her to experiment. Ultimately, the female was torn. They all looked lovely, and though they appeared distinct, the difference when applied was astonishing. Chapter 263. The Sea Tribe Mermaid Female, Ling. If the mistress liked them, then she would exchange for all. Beast God's envoy. Here is the beast crystal. Her mate noted, having touched the beast crystal he had obtained through hunting, initially intended for his own elevation to a 6-patterned orc. Yet, for the delight of his mistress, he deemed this expenditure worthwhile. Ling accepted the beast crystal he carefully offered, and the female leaped into her mate's embrace, joyfully exclaiming, I love it. Thank you. Ultimately, the female left Ling's stone house, elated with her small box. After bidding farewell to this major customer, buying Huan, Longji, Shizhua, Xiecha, and Shijian remained in disbelief. Was it truly this simple to acquire a beast crystal? Xiecha was astounded. Just a few days prior, he had earned a beast crystal through a method proposed by Ling, addressing the Beast King's urgent need, alongside a long day of drawing water. This was the result of their hard work, yet now, with just a few sticks, they had attained a beast crystal, feeling as if they were dreaming. Historically, only the females possessed money in the form of beast skins, and beast crystals were easiest to earn. Rest assured and follow me. We shall grow stronger together. Ling declared confidently, patting Xiecha's arm, though she intended to pat his shoulder and found it out of reach. Huan eagerly approached, enveloping Ling in a hug. Great. I will stick closely to you, little Ling. He was annoyingly clingy. Is it too hot? Ling pushed him away, thinking he should be a cat instead of fox. Not hot, Huan chuckled, yet he loosened his hold. In the afternoon, the sun continued to blaze down upon the earth, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas. Ling could not help but marvel at the female who had braved the heat to trade with her. Indeed, no matter the era, a woman's love for beauty remained unchanged. Ling assumed the day would pass quietly, but as dusk fell, more females began to arrive in succession. These females generally came in pairs or accompanied by their mates, each displaying curiosity and anticipation regarding the lipstick she created, treating her with utmost respect. Ling was taken aback. She had not even officially set up a stall, yet the lipsticks had sold out completely, leaving not a single piece behind, with two females even arguing over the trial lipstick. Buying and the others exchanged glances, genuinely surprised by the popularity of Ling's creation. Faced with such a bustling scene, they felt both excited and nervous. In just one evening, their lipsticks had been entirely exchanged for goods. Huning watched in astonishment as the lipsticks were eagerly taken by the females. Sister, did we make too few? My goodness. This is too easy to earn beast crystals and skins. Ling nodded. We need to produce more. Without hesitation, they set to work, crafting another batch of lipsticks overnight. Ling believed her idea to be quite brilliant, allowing the Beast King's female to enhance their notoriety. She had not anticipated that her gift would yield such immediate returns. Her gratitude was directed towards the Beast King's female, as she instructed Shi to present 2 beast crystals to her. Shi, observing the 2 transparent beast crystals nestled in Yuling's palm, waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The beast mother requires beast crystals. Her beast mates will provide them for her. You should keep these." Just days prior, she had formed a bond with Shizhua and had been in a deep slumber for quite some time. Thus, she needed to preserve these for her recovery. To assuage Yuling's potential refusal, Shi continued, "Your lipstick is greatly favored by the beast mother. She considers it her finest gift. If you present her with beast crystals, she may become displeased." However, Yuling countered, "If it were not for the Beast King's female, we would not have so many females trading with us. Besides, she is both your beast mother and mine. Let this be my filial tribute to her." Ingbai, observing Yuling's unwavering determination, quickly joined in her plea, "Shi, you should accept it. Indeed, little Yuling has offered it to you. Your younger sister has given it, so you should reciprocate to the Beast King's female. We must also express our gratitude for their care during this time. They have bestowed numerous gifts upon our sister," added Song Sun. Reluctantly, Shi accepted the offering, recalling how he had witnessed other females' eyes gleam with greed at the sight of beast crystals. It was indeed the first time he had seen a female actively offering them. It is well known that beast crystals hold immense value for lower-tier beast people, and while their efficacy diminishes for higher-tier individuals, they remain advantageous. For females, beast crystals possess beautifying properties and aid in physical recovery, particularly in enhancing one's appearance, which is why they are so sought after. Meanwhile, on the other side of the beast city, a merfolk beast person engaged in trade for salt crystals observed groups of females outside, each holding a square object. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "May I ask what you are holding?" The female lifted her gaze to reveal a strikingly beautiful figure, embodying the allure of the merfolk. She thought to herself how she wished to possess such beauty. Though the beast god's emissary was not tall, she was nonetheless exceptionally attractive, commanding reverence due to her proximity to the beast god, representing their faith. As they exchanged items for lipstick, one reason for the allure was the lipstick's exquisite appearance, coupled with its origin from the beast god's emissary, imbuing it with an air of fortune. The female quickly realized, responding, "This is a treasure we obtained through barter with the beast god's emissary. It is called lipstick, and it looks splendid when applied to the lips." The merfolk female frowned, recalling the tale she had heard upon arriving in Beast City about the beast god's emissary, her beauty, her ability to conjure fire, and her healing powers. Recently, she had heard that the emissary resolved the water crisis on land, yet she had yet to encounter her. Now, gazing at the array of colors on the lips of the females before her, she felt a mixture of curiosity and awe toward the emissary. "It is a bit expensive. One lipstick costs 10 pieces of beast skin, and you can only select 5. Each color is unique, making it impossible to exhaust the choices. 10 pieces require 1 beast crystal, and I have none, having only acquired 3. One female chimed in. Her words were quickly interrupted by others. "Expensive? She is the beast god's emissary. Even 2 or 3 beast crystals would be worth it. And, should the emissary desire something, it is hers for the taking. Yet, she still engages in barter, and every item she provides is for our benefit, improving the continent of Beast World. She is genuinely a kind and magnificent female. Speaking gently and possessing great beauty, I admire her immensely." Another female concurred. "Indeed, bartering is entirely reasonable, especially when it involves the beast god's emissary, which is invaluable and can enhance our beauty. I absolutely adore this lipstick. However, you missed out. Many females have not yet traded for it. The beast god's emissary mentioned it would not be available until tomorrow." One female exclaimed, showcasing her lipstick, "Look, this is what the beast god's emissary applied to me. I cannot bear to remove it." As they walked away, Hai Ling retracted her gaze, resting her chin on her hands, a radiant smile gracing her face. "Hai Yao, once we trade the salt crystals for beast skin, let's go see the lipstick crafted by the beast god's emissary." "Of course," replied a fellow merfolk beast person with ocean blue hair, gazing affectionately at the female beside the stone window. The Beast King's female, examining the 2 beast crystals sent by Shi, could not suppress an eye roll. "Take these to Yuling. What purpose do they serve for me? I still require your support." This fellow, already a mate to another, was offering her beast crystals. She had little need for such things. Shi Jian, recognizing his mother's misunderstanding, quickly clarified, "These are a gift from Yuling." The Beast King's female was taken aback, staring at the two beast crystals in her hand. Could it be that she had cherished the items Yuling gifted her, prompting such gratitude? However, two beast crystals were excessively precious. Her meager offering of Qing Awa hardly warranted such a return. Thus, she urged Shi Jian, "Take them back." Yuling interjected, "That is not the case. Please accept them." I initially refused, but Yuling insisted, saying it was to thank you for expanding our market. If I were to return them, she might become upset. The Beast King's female furrowed her brow, realizing Shi Jian was sincere. It was not related to Qinghua, after all. To prevent her eldest son from facing any discomfort, she reluctantly accepted, surprised by Yuling's generosity. She resolved to promote her well, as a means of repaying the value of the two beast crystals. "Very well, return to accompany Yuling. Strive to have her bear your young this year," she advised. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian felt a surge of joy at the thought of having offspring with Yuling, filling his heart to the brim. Yuling, anticipating her lipstick business to flourish, had not expected such success. She initially planned to return to the Linghu tribe, but found herself busy for over 10 consecutive days. During this time, she and her beast mate and brother had tirelessly produced batch after batch of exquisite lipsticks. Each lipstick was a product of her meticulous crafting, vibrant in color and refined in texture. After selling her lipsticks, she encountered an unprecedented number of females on the Beast World continent. As news of her creation spread, females flocked to her, causing her business to thrive even more. Each day, a steady stream of female customers arrived to barter for lipsticks, nearly overwhelming her stone house. The eager females rushed in, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Some carefully selected their favorite shades, while others sought her advice on how to achieve the most beautiful results. Yuling discovered that Hu Wan and Lang Ji were her greatest salespeople, patiently addressing every inquiry and offering tailored suggestions based on the unique characteristics of each female. Their aesthetic sense was impeccable, due to the overwhelming influx of females. It felt as if the threshold of her stone house was on the verge of collapse. Yet, amidst the chaos, she felt an immense sense of fulfillment and joy. Who could resist beast crystals and beast skin, earned through her own labor? She had truly drifted far from her initial intentions of merely coasting along. Observing the increasing quantity of beast skin and beast crystals, she felt confident that her beast mates would no longer need to venture out to hunt. She could genuinely provide for them. Song Sun and Hu Ning were utterly astounded, pondering how their sister had become a magnet for beast crystals. They had never witnessed such an abundance in their lives. What was initially a plan to return to the Linghu tribe was now thwarted by the allure of beast crystals. The plight of Xie is indeed lamentable. He was meant to unite with Yuling, yet his fate was delayed for more than 10 days. Meanwhile, Shi Jian could hardly contain his joy, as this delay granted Yuling more time to remain in Beast City by his side. As Yuling gazed at the endless stream of customers purchasing lipsticks, her heart swelled with pride, having transformed from a poor wretch into a prosperous lady. Just as she reveled in her success, a group of figures suddenly appeared in her line of sight. They approached gracefully, a stunning assembly of merfolk and beastmen from the sea. Each of these beastmen sported cascading waves of azure hair, shimmering under the sunlight like the enchanting tides of the ocean. Leading the group was a striking female beastman, her figure elegant and her features exquisite. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her eyes resembled the profound depths of the ocean, exuding an air of mystery and allure. Upon spotting Yuling, the mermaid's face instantly transformed into a visage of respect, and without hesitation, she bowed deeply before her. The beast god's envoy. Yuling quickly motioned for her to rise. Ever since she became the so-called beast god's envoy, people had taken to bowing before her, no matter how many times she insisted otherwise. The beautiful female was particularly captivating. The two females stood together like two radiant pearls, a sight for sore eyes. Their delicate visages were enough to enchant anyone who beheld them. The beast god's envoy possessed skin fairer than snow, a face as lovely as a peach blossom, with brows arched gracefully like a crescent moon, and eyes shining brightly like stars. The other mermaid had elegant brows and pearly teeth, her naturally red lips blooming like flowers, her smile radiant and captivating. Many beastmen around them widened their eyes, their gazes fixated on the two exquisite females, momentarily rendered speechless. Some gaped in awe, nearly drooling, lost in the moment, while others unconsciously leaned closer, eager to appreciate such beauty up close. Beast God S. Envoy. I hail from the southern continent, a merfolk beastman. I wish to exchange for the remaining lipsticks you have. Hai Ling, supported by Yu Ling, stood up, finally having the chance to closely admire this legendary Beast God S. Envoy. She could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment, thinking to herself, wow, she is so petite. The Beast Goddess Envoy appeared delicate and charming, akin to a finely crafted porcelain doll. Her features were reminiscent of exquisite artistry, with small, well-defined features. Her large, watery eyes sparkled like two translucent gems, while her tiny nose turned up slightly, adding to her playful charm. Her lips, reddened like cherries, bore the faintest hint of a smile. Gazing at the adorable and enchanting Beast God S. Envoy, Hai Ling felt her heart melt with affection, longing to embrace her. To touch her, suppressing her desires, she respectfully addressed Yu Ling, taken aback. Yu Ling responded, all of them? The remaining ones? A flicker of surprise crossed Hai Ling's eyes. Her voice was sweet, gentle, and utterly delightful. Unable to contain herself, she lowered her tone and posture, saying earnestly, yes. We merfolk females wish to exchange for all the remaining lipsticks you possess. Ah, so, she is indeed a significant client. Yu Ling beamed, though a hint of curiosity lingered as she inquired, what do you need so many for? My sisters in the merfolk community require them. The merfolk are not limited to just the mermaids. Within the vast and profound ocean, numerous other astonishing races exist. There are the vibrantly colored coral tribe, the elegant and fluid jellyfish tribe, and the mighty sea turtle tribe, among others. Whether in the ocean or on land, females are inherently drawn to beauty, their pursuit of it ingrained in their very essence. Hai Ling sought so many lipsticks because many merfolk females were reluctant to leave the ocean for the land. The dangers of the terrestrial realm posed greater risks for them, especially during the current dry season when the scorching sun mercilessly beat down upon the earth, creating unbearable heat, a stark contrast to the cool and moist environment of the sea. Yu Ling was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this beautiful mermaid was also a social butterfly. Curiously, she led Hai Ling into the stone house. Upon entering, Hai Ling's beautiful eyes were immediately captivated by the dazzling array of items before her. Shelves brimmed with an assortment of exquisite bamboo jars, each containing vibrant, aromatic creams. These are the lipsticks crafted with utmost care by the Beast God S. Envoy. Hai Ling instinctively stepped forward to examine the lipsticks. She gently picked one up, opening the cap to reveal a vivid, jewel-like red that mesmerized her with its delicate texture and rich hue. She continued to inspect several other lipsticks, each seemingly possessing a unique charm that made them irresistible. Ultimately, Hai Ling resolved to acquire all 20 remaining sets of lipsticks. Without hesitation, she produced 20 sparkling beast crystals from her pocket and handed them to Yu Ling as payment for these treasures. Yu Ling, astonished by the pile of gleaming beast crystals in her hand, felt her jaw drop in disbelief, marveling at the wealth of this merfolk. The beastmen of the land primarily hunt terrestrial beasts, while the merfolk have their own kind of fierce predators in the sea. Hai Ling had her own clever schemes. By trading these lipsticks, she planned to double the price for the merfolk females, a truly astute strategy. Furthermore, the ocean is interconnected, divided into northern, southern, eastern, and western regions, with several merfolk females preferring not to venture on land. She believed she would strike it rich. I need more, Beast Goddess Envoy. At least 50 more sets. This is half the payment in advance. Hai Ling produced another 25 beast crystals and placed them in Yu Ling's palm. With the weight of 45 beast crystals now in her hands, Yu Ling felt as though she were dreaming. Observing from the side, Bai Ying, Huan, Lang Ji, Shizhua, and Xie gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief. By the way, my name is Hai Ling, a female of the merfolk. Please do not forget, she reminded. After bidding farewell to Hai Ling, Yu Ling's mind remained in a daze, her head buzzing with the overwhelming number of beast crystals, akin to a swarm of bees swirling about her thoughts. How could this be possible? Yu Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured to herself. Had the value of beast crystals truly diminished to such an extent? She had always believed they were exceedingly precious and rare. Yet here was Hai Ling, casually producing dozens of them as if they were mere trinkets, seemingly unfazed. My goodness, just how wealthy is she? Yu Ling marveled internally, gazing at the pile of softly glowing beast crystals in her hand, her eyes brimming with envy and astonishment. For an ordinary person, Encountering even a few beast crystals in a lifetime would be a rarity, yet for Hai Ling, they seemed as commonplace as pebbles. The stark contrast left Yu Ling momentarily speechless. Observing their astonished expressions, Shi Jian approached, explaining, "We land beastmen hunt the fierce beasts of the mountains, while they, the merfolk, primarily hunt the ferocious creatures of the sea." That one was the daughter of the leader of the merfolk tribe, the most beautiful female, and her mate is the formidable Zhang Xiao, an 8-pattern beastman, rumored to be nearing 9 patterns. Zhang Xiao, the octopus beastman? Ba One is about to ascend to Jiao 1. This is truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Shizhuo realized that he must exert more effort, as others are rapidly advancing to Jiao 1. During his time spent in Shoucheng, he had grown somewhat complacent. The words of Shi Jian not only awakened Shizhuo, but also inspired the other beastmen of Yu Ling to double their efforts. Otherwise, how could they ever be deemed worthy of Yu Ling? However, it is said that Zhang Xiao is nearly 100 years old. Huan remarked in astonishment. Zhang Xiao is an orc from the Donghai tribe, renowned for his exceptional beast patterns, yet he has reached the age of 100. This Hai Ling appears to be of a similar age to my elder sister, unlike them, who are youthful and vigorous. By the standards of the beast world, they are still in their prime. What do you know? The elderly possess the ability to care for others. Strength is the foremost criterion in the beast world. Song Sun interjected as he entered, expressing his disagreement. Upon seeing Song Sun, Huan refrained from further discussion, for he spoke with reason. Since ancient times, the law of the jungle has prevailed, survival of the fittest. How could one measure worth by age? Strength is the true path to dominance. Song Sun's gaze fell upon the several beastmen beside his sister, each exceptionally talented. Even Huan had ascended to Qi 1. It would not be long before they rivaled Zhang Xiao. His sister's taste in selecting a beastman is indeed commendable. Once Hai Ling departed, a male merman named Hai Yao immediately approached hesitantly, appearing as if he wished to speak but was at a loss for words. Hai Ling glanced at Hai Yao and urged, "Speak your mind." Why the hesitation? Taking a deep breath, Hai Yao slowly articulated, "Hai Ling, have we not exchanged too much? Those are not mere ordinary hides. They are invaluable beast crystals." Hai Ling clicked her tongue lightly. "How can you still be here in Shoucheng trading for salt crystals? You lack the acumen for trade. I have already devised a plan to exchange these 70 sets for the females of the Hai tribe at double the price. This is a significant profit, and as a messenger of the beast god, those females will undoubtedly flock to it. Are you foolish?" Upon hearing this, Hai Yao's expression transformed to one of realization. He had been short-sighted, not anticipating such a lucrative opportunity. "You fool," Hai Ling chuckled. Hai Yao scratched his head, acknowledging that Hai Ling was indeed exceedingly astute. Hai Ling surveyed the lipsticks, saying, "Set one aside for me. The rest you shall return to the Hai tribe." I trust one need not elaborate further. Immediately, 2 males behind her bowed respectfully, with one asking in astonishment, "Hai Ling, will you not return with us?"